Chapter 1 You have a new order, senior, why aren't you dressed? On a sweltering summer night, the clock hands quietly pointed to 1 in the morning. There were very few pedestrians on the street, the rest were mostly groups of young people supporting each other and staggering along. Some of them returned with their brothers, while others led newly acquainted pretty girls to find a hotel. On the street, Lu Qing, dressed in a yellow food delivery uniform, guarded his little electric scooter. He tapped his finger to light up his phone screen, thinking to himself, just one last delivery, then I'll go back to sleep. The academy starts the day after tomorrow. Lu Qing is an exemplary young man. He grew up in an orphanage, relying on the help of others. Through his own unremitting efforts, he was admitted to a second-rate university. Every weekend, he works part-time delivering food to earn some pocket money. For the past 22 years, his life has been uneventful, without any overnight fortune or any extraordinary experience of systemic awakening. However, he was born with a handsome face and stood 1.8 meters tall, making him quite eye-catching in a crowd. Due to long-term malnutrition in childhood, he was rather thin, with pale skin and a slender build. Ding! You have a new order. The old phone emitted a pleasant notification sound. An order has arrived? Lu Qing's slender fingers quickly tapped the screen, and a new order came into view. The interface shows that the merchant where the order was picked up is not far away, but the delivery location is quite a distance away. 6 kilometers? Perfect, I'll treat this as my last order for today. Lu Qing then turned on the navigation and prepared to go to the restaurant to pick up the food. With commission, I estimate I can earn 10 yuan from this order, which is considered a high-quality order. After arriving at the restaurant to pick up the food, Lu Qing carefully examined the address on the order, number 168, Seahorse Manor, Su Lingwei. He instantly remembered Su Lingwei, who was the recognized campus belle of his university and considered his senior. This senior student is aloof and has an exceptionally beautiful appearance, making her the target of many male students' mad pursuit. But she was a loner, like an iceberg that never melts. Moreover, it was rumored that the school beauty had a powerful background, failing at least 3 subjects every year, yet still able to attend school normally. Without a strong backer, she would probably have been forced to drop out long ago. More importantly, she is extremely mysterious, and no one can figure out her background. Unexpectedly, this last order was delivered to the school beauty's house. Seahorse Manor? That was a well-known luxury neighborhood when it was sold. You couldn't even get in if your assets weren't at least 100 million. But none of this concerns me. I'm just an ordinary citizen. Lu Qing hopped on his electric scooter and set off to deliver food, following the navigation route. Spicy crayfish, kebabs, and all in large portions. Eating such greasy food so late at night, isn't the school beauty afraid of getting pimples? Lu Qing thought to himself idly as he rode his bike. Upon arriving at the entrance of Haima Manor, as expected, we were stopped by the security guard who said he needed to contact the owner for confirmation. Hello, is this the owner of Unit 168? We have your takeout here, can you let us through? The security guard asked respectfully. A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, let him in. Hurry up. After receiving a response from the homeowner, the security guard allowed him to enter. Lu Qing parked his electric scooter outside and walked into the estate. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he sensed something was off about the voice on the phone. It sounded weak and urgent. They must be starving. Young people these days never eat on time, and when they're starving, they binge eat. It's so unhealthy, Lu Qing thought to himself. He hadn't gone far when he spotted the villa with the address 168. The villa has 3 floors and a charming little courtyard in front. There is a swing swaying in the breeze in the courtyard, but nothing else is there, not even flowers or plants. In the whole estate, this place seems exceptionally quiet. Lu Qing pressed the doorbell, but before he could speak, the courtyard gate opened automatically. He walked to the front door of the main house, and with a click, the door popped open a crack. The familiar, cold voice came from the machine on the wall. Come in directly, 2nd floor, 1st room on the right. Hurry up. This time, Lu Qing clearly heard the urgency in the voice. He couldn't help but hesitate. Ms. Su, I'm a food delivery person. This is a legitimate business, it's not really appropriate to deliver it upstairs. These days, there are many online stories about food delivery workers being targeted by wealthy women who then force them to stay overnight. People should always consider their own safety. Take it upstairs, here's a 100 yuan tip for you, came the school beauty's suppressed voice from the communicator. All right. Without saying a word, Lu Qing picked up the food box and ran inside, jogging all the way up to the second floor. The first room on the right? That's right, this is it. Lu Qing reached out to knock on the door. Click. The door to the room suddenly opened by itself, and a dark figure rushed out of the dark room, the huge impact knocking him to the ground. Immediately afterwards, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if he had been bitten hard by the person in his arms. Looking down, I was met with a stunningly beautiful face and eyes that glowed red. But Lu Qing dared not move, because he discovered that the person in his arms was not wearing any clothes. Has he gone mad from playing role-playing games? Why is he even biting people like a vampire? Before he could finish speaking, he lost consciousness. Chapter 2. Are you trying to bury me alive? Su Lingwei lay on Lu Qing's body, her body burning hot, the heat generated by the high-speed operation of her body after the intense battle. The fierce battle with those blood servants had burned all her clothes to ashes in the intense heat. During the battle, she was severely injured and urgently needed to replenish her energy. The delivery-man in front of her became her energy source. Her sharp teeth pierced Lu Qing's soft skin, and the sweet and metallic taste of her blood instantly stimulated her taste buds, causing her to involuntarily swallow large mouthfuls. However, she did not notice that the blood remaining at the corner of her mouth was slowly flowing into Lu Qing's body beneath her through the wound caused by the fangs. Su Lingwei let out a soft sigh, and with her last bit of rationality, she forcibly let go of her mouth. If she kept sucking, the person would probably be drained dry. She didn't know exactly how much blood she had consumed, but she felt her body energy slowly recovering and her wounds gradually healing. Soon after, she fell into a deep sleep. In the pitch-black corridor, a slender young man and a strange girl slept in each other's arms, like a sleeping couple. About 2 hours later, hiss. Lu Qing woke up first, still half asleep. He instinctively reached down to touch his neck. That was a really hard bite. It left 2 teeth marks. Judging from the touch, there were indeed 2 deep teeth marks on his neck. Strangely, there was no blood. Lu Qing gently got up and saw that Su Lingwei, who was pressing down on him, was still unconscious. His gaze fell on her fair back, which was covered with numerous scars, though they all seemed to have healed. This wound looks so strange. Out of humanitarian considerations, Lu Qing thought for a moment but still couldn't bear to let the school beauty lie on the cold ground like that. He went into the room, found a blanket, gently draped it over her, and then carefully picked up Su Lingwei and placed her on the soft bed. After doing all this, Lu Qing was drenched in sweat. Strange, when did my body become so weak? He wiped the sweat from his face, full of doubt. This weight shouldn't have made him this tired. And her temperature is a bit high, and her vision is blurry. Let's go. Before he could finish speaking, with a bang, everything went black before his eyes, and he collapsed to the ground. This time, he fell into a deeper coma, and his body began to undergo strange changes. His breathing became weaker and weaker, and his heartbeat became slower and slower until it stopped completely. As the night passed, Su Lingwei, who was lying in bed, suddenly opened her eyes. Seeing the blanket on her body, she was slightly taken aback, and then when she saw Lu Qing lying on the floor of the room, a red light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She rose from the bed, her skin as pale as a painting. She casually threw on a robe, then squatted down in front of Lu Qing, staring at him for a long time before slowly saying in an extremely cold voice, "You are the first person I've killed in nearly 100 years. I'm sorry." Her apology was delivered in a flat, indifferent tone. As a vampire, and a vampire count at that, she had long since become indifferent to life. Humans are their food, but they rarely hunt and consume them. If it weren't for the serious injuries sustained in last night's battle, and the urgent need for fresh food to replenish my energy. You're just unlucky, little brother. She didn't even need to check. She could no longer hear the sound of the person's heart stopping on the ground. Where should we bury him? Su Lingwei pondered for a moment, then gently lifted one of Lu Qing's feet, raising him into the air, and brought him to the villa's basement. This place was originally meant to bury those despicable blood servants, but you'll have to make do with it today. Su Lingwei picked up a shovel and began digging in the basement where the cement had already been removed. In a corner of the basement, a horrifying scene unfolded. Dozens of corpses were piled haphazardly together, resembling a small mountain, many of them mutilated. These were the blood servants who attacked last night, torn to pieces by this powerful vampire count. If I bury you, I'll have to move again. What a hassle. Su Lingwei frowned, a rare occurrence for her. As an immortal vampire with eternal youth, she has to move to a different place every few years. I finally got to be a college student here, and I thought I could relax for a few more years, but my plans were disrupted ahead of schedule. Rest in peace, and may you be reborn into a better life next time. Su Lingwei threw down the shovel expressionlessly, taking it as a blessing. She turned to bury Lu Qing, but suddenly heard a voice filled with surprise and disbelief. Senior, are you going to bury me alive? Chapter 3: Awakening of the Vampire System. In the dimly lit basement filled with a fishy stench, Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes, and the scene that greeted him left him completely bewildered. The school beauty was seen gripping a shovel tightly with both hands, digging with all her might in the ground, and had already dug out a large pit about 4 meters in diameter. He was lying on the edge of the pit, 1 foot already inside. His yellow delivery uniform was torn to shreds and scattered nearby. Lu Qing vaguely sensed something and asked with a blank expression, Senior, are you going to bury me? This is too outrageous. Just because I saw something I shouldn't have seen, she's going to do something so cruel? The usually aloof and cold school beauty is actually so ruthless? Clearly, the school beauty turned around in surprise upon hearing his voice, giving him a strange look. Ha! He's not dead? His heartbeat stopped just now. Could it be that I accidentally gave him my first embrace? Lu Qing didn't hear what the school beauty senior was muttering, but then he saw her throw down the shovel and walk towards him. Open your mouth. Before Lu Qing could react, 2 long, slender, and icy fingers pried open his mouth and began to explore inside. The scene before him was as if he were sucking on the fingers of the school beauty, and he twisted his head uncomfortably, trying to spit out the 2 restless fingers, which were still covered in mud. Don't move! Su Lingwei commanded, stopping his struggles. Her fingers continued to probe inside his mouth, finally stopping at one spot. A look of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. There really is something there? Lu Qing had no idea what this meant. Just then, he felt the 2 fingers in his mouth lightly flick one of his teeth. In an instant, his 2 canines seemed to trigger some kind of mechanism, suddenly becoming sharp and long, protruding directly from his lips. With the slightest movement, 2 sharp fangs were revealed. Open your eyes. The school beauty senior immediately gave the order. Before Lu Qing could react, 2 fingers pried open his eyelids. Su Lingwei's face drew closer and closer, and a sweet yet strangely alluring fragrance wafted into his nostrils. This scent was wicked yet extremely tempting, and for him at that moment, it felt incredibly comfortable. So the school beauty's pupils are red? Upon closer inspection, Lu Qing was surprised to discover that Su Lingwei's pupils were indeed red. His pupils changed color, fangs grew out, and his heart stopped beating. It's likely that when I was drinking blood, I accidentally let some of my blood flow into your body. So now, you should be receiving my first embrace. However, she's just a newbie who's only recently become a member of the last generation of vampires, Su Lingwei coldly concluded. Lu Qing was stunned. The embrace? Vampires? Vampires? Could this person have gone completely mad from playing role-playing games? I am a vampire count. This may be hard for you to accept, but it is the truth. I'm sorry. After the school beauty senior finished speaking, she stopped talking, seemingly finding it a bit boring. She sat down in a daze next to the big pit she had dug, her long legs, about 1.12 meters long, curving into a beautiful arc. Lu Qing was skeptical, so she focused her attention on herself. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that the world before him seemed to have been completely transformed. The scene before him was as clear as if it had been washed clean. Even the dust floating in the air was clearly visible. The sound of insects wriggling deep in the soil seemed to be right next to his ears. He could even hear the sound of blood flowing, and many unfamiliar smells filled his nostrils. Not only that, but its strength also seemed to have increased several times over. Most noticeably, there was a sharp sensation on its lips, and those fangs were undoubtedly a typical mark of a vampire. Could I really have been embraced and turned into a vampire? Lu Qing began to doubt his body. However, his attention was soon drawn to something else, as he smelled an extremely strong stench of blood. Looking back, he was taken aback, pointed to a pile of things in the corner, and subconsciously asked, "What's that?" The corpse of the blood servant who attacked me yesterday. You can go and take a look, Su Lingwei said without turning her head. Lu Qing forced himself to walk forward despite his discomfort. If one wants to prove that they have truly become a vampire, then these so-called corpses might be the best proof. Fingers, thighs, head, intestines, the scene was gruesome. He covered his nose, reached out and touched it, wanting to confirm if it was real. Just then, a system voice suddenly sounded in my ear. Ding! Host detected to have undergone the embrace and become a vampire. Vampire evolution system awakened. The ultimate goal of this system is to help the host evolve into a first-generation vampire ancient species or higher. Personal information panel generated. Host, Lu Qing. Race, vampire. Bloodline, royal bloodline. Family, none. Rank, last generation vampire. Ability, none. Evolutionary sequence, highest sequence, vampire devouring, can evolve and advance by devouring other vampires. Evolutionary sequence, highest sequence, talent isolation, capable of infinitely concealing one's vampire level, making them undetectable. As the system notification sounded, Lu Qing's fingers, which were touching the corpse of the blood servant, suddenly felt strange. Countless red lights surged from the blood servant's body, flowing into his body through his fingers, and a powerful force began to surge within him. Ding! Host has devoured 20 blood servants, vampire devouring progress 2020. Ding! Host has evolved into a vampire baron. Ding! Host has awakened the ability, Time Zero. Time Zero freezes spacetime within a 5-meter radius for 30 seconds. The effect is reduced against high-level vampires and increases with the host's strength. It should be noted that the ranks of vampires, from highest to lowest, are first generation, second generation, prince, duke, marquis, earl, viscount, baron, and last generation vampire. Chapter 4 Royal Bloodline. The voice from the system left Lu Qing stunned for a moment. He simply couldn't believe that he had actually become a vampire. Moreover, this evolutionary sequence seems to be more powerful than imagined. The evolutionary goal is actually to be at least the first generation of vampires? So it seems there are quite a few vampires in the world. The fact that the family section shows none indicates that the ancient and mysterious vampire family does indeed exist. Devouring evolution? Does that mean you can improve yourself by absorbing the power of other vampires? Talent isolation, it seems to be a skill used to hide one's strength and play the fool to catch a tiger, but the prerequisite is that one must have enough strength. The awakened ability is Time Zero, which can freeze spacetime within a 5-meter radius. This ability is a bit overpowered. Lu Qing stood there, motionless for a long time. A flood of information about vampires rushed into his mind, including the vampire hierarchy, the secrets of the first generation, bloodline inheritance, the situation of the 13 clans, and various special abilities. When he finally came to his senses, he was shocked to find the school beauty standing right in front of him, less than 20 centimeters away. The senior student's cool face showed doubt. The strange thing that had suddenly appeared on Lu Qing had caught Su Lingwei's attention. The brief fluctuation of energy vanished without a trace, as if nothing had ever happened. Su Lingwei subconsciously stuck out her tongue and gently licked her lips, her eyes fixed on Lu Qing. Upon seeing this, Lu Qing unconsciously took a step back. "Senior, you're not planning to eat me, are you?" Su Lingwei pressed on relentlessly, exuding a sense of pressure. "You smell really good right now." The description "smells very good" is rather strange. For some unknown reason, a peculiar power caused Su Lingwei, a vampire, to develop a strong urge to eat Lu Qing, who had just become the last vampire. Su Lingwei strained to look away, pointing to the pile of ashes remaining in the corner, and said, "You just devoured them, a full 20 blood servants." Lu Qing nodded. "They disappeared as soon as I touched them. I don't know what happened." Su Lingwei emphasized, "I mean, these are 20 blood servants. I have never seen a vampire eat so much at once. Moreover, normally, vampires only consume their blood, but you've devoured their very essence. You are a bit special." Lu Qing did not respond, even though he had already accepted the absurd fact that he had been delivering takeout when he was bitten by the vampire school beauty and turned into a vampire. However, he did not intend to reveal anything about the system or his hidden, formidable abilities. Su Lingwei stared at him with blood-red pupils for a long time before finally looking away. "All right, you can go now. Remember to fill in the hole. Uncle Luo will take you away in a bit, and he'll explain everything to you." After saying that, Su Lingwei seemed to have suddenly lost interest and turned to leave. Helpless, Lu Qing picked up the shovel and began filling the large pit that was originally meant to bury him. After evolving into a vampire baron, his power increased several times over, and he filled the crater back in without much effort. Afterwards, Lu Qing arrived at the first floor of the villa. He glanced up and saw Su Lingwei standing in the shadows on the second floor, holding an exquisite wineglass filled with scarlet liquid. He twitched his nose slightly and smelled a sweet, fishy odor. He knew without a doubt that the cup contained human blood. From this angle, Su Lingwei resembles a demon lurking in the shadows, exuding both allure and coldness. She didn't look at Lu Qing, but stared at the sunlight outside, seemingly lost in thought. Lu Qing didn't disturb them. He silently picked up the takeout that had been delivered the night before and walked out of the villa where the vampire school beauty lived. Sure enough, at the entrance to the courtyard, he encountered a middle-aged man holding a black umbrella. This man used to be a driver who would take the school's most beautiful girl to school. "Hello, I am Mrs. Butler. You can call me Uncle Luo." The middle-aged man was dressed in a well-fitting black suit, exuding age but not lacking elegance. Lu Qing nodded and unconsciously walked under the black umbrella. Perhaps because he became a vampire, he began to hate sunlight, but fortunately he was not burned. "Now that you've become a member of the vampire clan, let's get straight to the point." Uncle Luo smiled and led the way, displaying the demeanor of a competent butler. From his account, Lu Qing gradually learned the ins and outs of the matter. Su Lingwei is a vampire countess, born into the Brute clan, one of the 13 clans, and possesses direct lineage. However, her mother was not a pure-blood vampire, so even though she was a direct descendant of the clan, Su Lingwei did not have any royal blood. That's why she secretly ran away. Moreover, she didn't like hunting humans to drink their blood, which made her the weakest vampire count. Last night was Su Lingwei's monthly bloodthirsty state. If she didn't drink any blood, she would go berserk, which was also when she was at her weakest. Unfortunately, they were attacked by blood servants sent by another vampire count in the area. That count came from the Lazenba tribe, which was hostile to the Brute tribe. Su Lingwei was weakened after being attacked, which is why she ordered takeout. "Last night I was lured away by another vampire viscount, which is why you were in danger, Mississippi. And you are the only person Miss has embraced in nearly a century. So, welcome to join us." Uncle Luo concluded his remarks with elegance. Lu Qing silently processed this information. Uncle Luo said join us instead of join the family, which means that he now belongs only to this small group, not to the Bro clan, to which Su Lingwei originally belonged. Throughout history, vampires have existed in both the East and the West. Currently, the vampires in the East are relatively weak. Lu Qing understood everything else, but asked one question: is royal bloodline innate? In most cases, this is the case. Bloodline is the source of our vampire clan's power. However, over a long period of time, truly pure royal bloodlines have almost disappeared. Even the most outstanding vampires today have only awakened a portion of their royal bloodline. Once such a vampire appears, it will attract the close attention of all families. "Oh, I understand." Lu Qing lowered his head and stopped talking. He lowered his head, not wanting the other person to see the fleeting silver light in his pupils. Because he knew that silver was the symbol of pure royal blood. Chapter 5: A family of 3, with multiple people in bed. This villa, along with 4 others, all belong to Mississippi. Uncle Luo casually pointed to the 5 connected villas, his pale fingers holding 5 keys. Lu Qing followed his finger and saw that the 5 villas perfectly enclosed the place where Su Lingwei lived on the outermost edge. Miss prefers peace and quiet, so she bought all these houses at once. Uncle Luo explained, there are vehicles in the garage. As a newly born vampire embraced by Miss, you are free to use them as you please. Lu Qing glanced into the villa's garage and saw that each garage contained at least 2 top-of-the-line luxury cars. He couldn't help but think, they're rich, really rich. Miss is indeed wealthy, Uncle Luo said with an elegant smile. Over the long years, every vampire accumulates considerable wealth. Miss inherited the matriarch's business, so she is even more affluent. Come to think of it, after living for hundreds of years, how could a vampire who isn't too stupid not have money? I'd like to ask, you just mentioned that I automatically joined your family. So how many members are there in this big family now? Lu Qing asked. After all, he was embraced by Su Lingwei and survived, so according to the rules of the vampire clan, he naturally became a member of this family. Whether he can become a core member in the future depends on how things develop. The concepts of family and clan are different. The vampires consist of only 13 clans, each ruled by a powerful clan prince. There are many families that can be freely formed, which is also a way for vampires to alleviate loneliness during their long lives. Miss has unilaterally left the clan, so there are currently only 3 family members, Uncle Luo said. Miss, me, and you. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing remained silent for a moment. This poor family of 3. If I hadn't been bitten yesterday, this little family would only have 2 people left. It sounds like a joke. Uncle Luo continued, you've only recently transformed and your strength is still weak, so it would be best if you lived with us. Newly born vampires often struggle to control their intense desires, and it's not uncommon for them to run off and bite people indiscriminately. However, Lu Qing calmly shook his head. Although it's hard to explain, I don't think I'll lose control. I'll go home first, and if anything happens, I'll come back to you. Lu Qing has a natural ability to isolate himself, so Uncle Luo is unaware that he has already acquired the strength of a vampire baron. It's hard for anyone to predict that someone could jump directly from a last-generation vampire to a baron right after being converted. I respect your choice, Uncle Luo said, but if you lose control, I will forcibly bring you back. After all, the stronger the power, the easier it is for people to lose their way. Uncle Luo did not force him to comply, but he did make his bottom line clear. No problem. Lu Qing nodded, then confidently reached out to Uncle Luo. Last night, the lady said she would give a 100 yuan tip if the takeout was delivered upstairs. Moreover, the clothes I was given by the company were torn by the prostitute, so I have to pay for them. I don't need much, Uncle Luo, 300 will do. Upon hearing this, Uncle Luo stood there stunned, unable to recover for a long time. Finally, he silently took out 500 yuan bills from his shirt pocket and handed them to Lu Qing. You're the first newborn I've ever met who, after being converted, immediately thinks about money. Lu Qing looked troubled. Can I transfer the money? I don't have enough money to pay my rent if you pay in cash. Sunshine Residential Area. This is where Lu Qing lives. He rents a small, old 2-bedroom apartment here. When I rode my electric scooter back, I happened to run into my landlady, Aunt Wu, who was nimbly climbing the stairs. Xiao Qing. Isn't it time to pay the rent this month? Aunt Wu saw him and reminded him with a smile, but she didn't really mean to urge him. She understood this young man. He was all alone, working while attending school, which was truly difficult for him. Moreover, the young man was handsome and polite, so even if the rent was a few days late, she wouldn't urge him too much. Okay. I'll transfer it to you in a bit, Lu Qing replied. With this month's delivery fee withdrawal, plus the 500 yuan given by Uncle Luo, I'll still have 600 yuan left after paying the rent. Xiao Qing, my daughter is coming back tomorrow. Why don't you take this opportunity to meet her? Although you're not in the best financial situation right now, you're handsome and well-educated. If you two get together, I'll give you this house. Wu Mai used her ultimate temptation. Lu Qing quickly took the vegetable basket from her and helped carry it upstairs. Forget it, I'll just pay the rent honestly. Your daughter will suffer if she stays with me. Silly child, you're just speaking the truth. After dropping Wu Ma off at home, Lu Qing continued upstairs. Reaching the 5th floor, he took out his key, opened the door, and entered his rented room. After taking a few deep breaths, the silver in his pupils finally faded completely. Looks like I can really control my blood-sucking urges. And I'm not scorched by the sun anymore. I could smell it just now, and we should have had shredded pork noodles for lunch, with 2 cloves of garlic added. In the bathroom, Lu Qing had just finished showering and was staring at himself in the mirror. Her wet hair hung down smoothly, and her original skin tone became even paler, yet she exuded a cold and alluring aura. His pupils had turned silver, and a strange silver light would occasionally flash across them. With a mere thought, 2 sharp fangs would silently emerge. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his heart had stopped beating. After his previous attempts, he discovered that his physical strength was more than 10 times greater than before, and the whole world seemed to be redrawn in his eyes, presenting a completely different and wonderful scene. So, from now on, I will stop aging? Wearing only a pair of loose shorts, Lu Qing walked skillfully to the bedroom as usual, intending to jump and land heavily on the soft bed, just like always. Bang! But this time, after he jumped up, he crashed headfirst into the ceiling, instantly creating a semicircular dent in the once flat ceiling. Ouch! Thank goodness it doesn't hurt that much. He rubbed his head. The pain seemed to have been greatly reduced since he became a vampire. Lying in bed, Lu Qing tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep, his ears filled with all sorts of noisy sounds. Just as he was feeling extremely agitated, a clear, cold voice suddenly reached his ears. You'd better prepare a coffin, only then can you sleep peacefully. He turned his head and saw that the bed, which had been empty just moments before, now had a person on it. To be precise, it was a vampire, Su Lingwei. Sleeping in a coffin is the best way for a vampire to rest, Su Lingwei said, lying flat on the bed and looking at him from the side. Lu Qing sat up helplessly and asked, How did you get in? The window was open, so I just jumped in. Well, with Su Lingwei's vampire count abilities, she can indeed freely enter and exit a mere 5 floors. Why do you refuse to live near me? Su Lingwei was still lying on his bed, the moonlight shining on her profile, like a silent corpse, pale and beautiful to the point of being unreal. Chapter 6: The Vampire's Innate Talent. I want to take some time to adjust. After all, this happened so suddenly. Everything was normal yesterday, but overnight, the whole world turned upside down. How could it not feel sudden? Su Lingwei simply looked at him quietly without saying anything more. Lu Qing felt a little awkward, so she stood up and said, "Lie down a little longer, I'll go get something to eat." Even though he was now a vampire himself, he still wasn't used to Su Lingwei's emotionless, scrutinizing gaze. Upon entering the small living room, I saw the takeout I had intended to deliver to the school beauty senior the night before, sitting on the table. After Su Lingwei bit him, she made him bring the takeout back. He figured he could use it to fill his stomach right now, and since he didn't need to heat it up, he just tore open the packaging and started eating. After he left, Su Lingwei got out of bed and calmly looked around the small room. Finally, her gaze settled on a picture frame on the desk, and she stared at it intently. It was a photo of 2 people, an elderly man and young Lu Qing. The back of the photo read Boai Welfare Home. Soon, the vampire count had explored the entire small space. Finally, she went to the living room and stared straight at Lu Qing, who was wolfing down crayfish. Ever since learning from Uncle Luo that afternoon that Lu Qing didn't live in the community, Su Lingwei couldn't help but think of this little newbie she had accidentally embraced for the first time. He seemed to possess a peculiar attraction, and the taste that aroused her a strong urge to eat was both unfamiliar and irresistible to her. The feeling was so novel that she tossed and turned in her comfortable coffin all night, unable to sleep, which is why she came here. Seeing Su Lingwei's somewhat dazed expression, Lu Qing wiped the red oil from his mouth, handed her a peeled crayfish, and asked, "Want some?" The school beauty senior frowned slightly. "Is it tasty? It smells so good. You've already turned into a vampire, why do you still like to eat these things?" I don't know either. Try this." With that, Su Lingwei tossed over a small bag. Lu Qing took it and saw that it was a 500 milliliters blood bag. The blood bag was very exquisite, and it was marked with "sweet and sour" in delicate handwriting. Meanwhile, the school beauty senior had already taken out another blood bag, torn off a corner with her mouth, and then pulled out a straw and inserted it, drinking it expressionlessly, as if she were drinking a bag of yogurt with a straw. Her blood bag was also labeled, "full sugar." This is truly eye-opening. Human blood can have so many flavors? Why don't you try some? It looks pretty good. Lu Qing hesitated for a long time, but finally suppressed the strong curiosity that welled up in her heart. "Thank you. I'll eat the crayfish instead, I'll drink this later," he said, then buried his head in the crayfish and started eating them one after another, making a crunching sound as he chewed. Seeing this, Su Lingwei frowned even more, her mind filled with doubt. How could he eat so heartily? Seeing the way he ate, Su Lingwei suddenly felt that even the blood in her hand didn't taste so good anymore. She tossed the blood bag aside and said somewhat angrily, "I'm hungry, I need to eat." "You're coming with me." Lu Qing's heart skipped a beat. Vampires are hungry and need to eat, so what else could they eat? They definitely drink blood. In Jiang City, outside the most luxurious and grand bar, Zheng Tianhao, with 2 pretty young girls on his left and right, staggered out of the bar's door. He had gotten too carried away dancing at the bar and even opened 8 bottles of Crown beer in one go. Now he was exhausted and dizzy, and all he wanted to do was find a hotel to rest as soon as possible, because there was still a fierce battle waiting for him. It was already 2 or 3 in the morning, a rather awkward time, as most of the clubbing people had already left, while those who planned to stay up all night were still having a great time. Therefore, there were very few pedestrians on the streets. In order to allow the alcohol in their bodies to dissipate more quickly so that they could last longer in the upcoming battle, Zheng Tianhao deliberately led the 2 beauties to walk a little further. "Brother Hao, we still have to walk. My feet are killing me." "Exactly. I was wearing high heels and stockings today, I'm exhausted. Let's call a car to the hotel." The 2 stunningly beautiful young women beside him couldn't help but start complaining. Zhang Tianhao naturally felt sorry for these 2 beauties and couldn't bear to let them walk all the time. Okay. Call a taxi, call a taxi." Just as he was about to take out his phone, he suddenly caught a glimpse of 2 figures appearing on the previously empty street. This? Su Lingwei? Zhang Tianhao squinted hard, wondering if he was seeing things. Isn't that the school beauty? That was the stunning beauty he had always dreamed of and wanted to have. It's so late, and the school beauty is here, could it be? Looking at the person next to the school beauty, he also looked familiar. He seemed to be a classmate. What was his name again? Lu Ching. How come this nobody is dating the school beauty? Zhang Tianhao, his eyes blurry with drunkenness, gazed at the school beauty's stunningly beautiful face and graceful figure, and suddenly felt that the two girls in his arms had lost their charm. If he could have something wonderful happen with the school beauty in the middle of the night, he wouldn't trade it for 10 other beauties. Su Lingwei looked calmly at the trio in front of her and asked, "Does he know me?" Lu Qing glanced at him, recognized him, and said, "Zhang Tianhao, my classmate, his family is quite wealthy. Let's choose him. Apart from being a little weak, he's otherwise quite healthy." Lu Qing glanced at the school beauty senior, who looked like she was choosing food, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Aren't the two girls next to him more appetizing?" "No. Neither of them are virgins. So there's a specific way to drink blood?" Su Lingwei stood quietly in place, while Zhang Tianhao staggered toward them. Lu Qing could clearly hear his heartbeat accelerating rapidly, his blood surging wildly in his veins, and the smell of hormones in the air growing stronger. This guy is clearly in heat. Zhang Tianhao tried his best to appear gentlemanly and said, "Senior Lingwei, what are you doing here?" Before he could finish speaking, his dream lover, whom he had been longing for day and night, grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Zhang Tianhao, suspended in mid-air, looked bewildered. He turned his head and met Lu Qing's calm gaze. "What's going on?" Immediately afterwards, he smelled a faint fragrance, followed by a sharp pain in his neck. The school beauty, Su Lingwei, had already bitten his neck. He felt as if his blood was bursting through a dam, rushing towards the wound on his neck, as if all his energy had been drained away in an instant. Lu Qing watched calmly as the school beauty senior sucked blood. From Uncle Luo, he knew that Su Lingwei rarely hunted like this, but he didn't understand why she was doing it tonight. She seemed to have an unusually strong appetite, and even seemed a little angry. Soon, Su Lingwei released her mouth, and a trickle of blood slowly dripped from the corner of her lips. She was still holding Zhang Tianhao in one hand, her eyes red, and she looked at Lu Qing and asked, "Do you want him?" Lu Qing gently shook her head, "Never mind." He could tell that the school beauty had only sucked a little bit of blood, not drained the unfortunate guy dry, and would only make him weak for a while. Seeing that he refused, Su Lingwei didn't say anything more. She turned to face Zhang Tianhao, her pupils dilating instantly as she stared directly into his eyes, and said, "Forget everything that happened today. You were just sick." Zhang Tianhao's eyes instantly became unfocused, and he unconsciously repeated, "I just had a serious illness." This is the vampire's innate talent, hypnosis. The school beauty senior easily let go, allowing Zhang Tianhao to collapse helplessly to the ground, and then said to Lu Qing, "The remaining two are yours." Lu Qing guessed the school beauty's intention. She probably wanted to familiarize him with the daily practices of vampires. He had no choice but to rush over to the two stunningly beautiful girls, grab them by the hand, stare at them coldly, and say, "Forget everything that happened today. You just booked a room with Zhang Tianhao." She paused, then added with a mischievous grin, and I think he isn't good at lasting. Finally, I played a little prank." The two beauties stood there, equally lost in thought, while in Lu Qing's eyes, instead of red light, gleamed a silver light. "Let's go." The school beauty turned and walked away, and Lu Qing hurriedly followed. But he noticed that Su Lingwei, who was walking ahead, was unsteady on her feet, her steps gradually becoming unsteady, and she could no longer walk in a straight line. He hesitated before asking, "Senior, you were drinking blood just now, are you drunk now?" "No." The school beauty senior didn't turn her head and firmly denied it. But she suddenly stopped. It turned out that Zhang Tianhao had drunk too much alcohol, and his blood alcohol concentration was extremely high. After Su Lingwei drank his blood, she was indeed feeling dizzy. "Not going anywhere? Then we'll rest here for a while." Lu Qing walked over to Su Lingwei with great interest and accompanied her to sober up. With a vampire's powerful physique, the alcohol will evaporate on its own in no time. Su Lingwei turned to look at him, and their eyes met. "I stopped here not to sober up, but to wait for someone." "Waiting for whom?" "Those blood servants who attacked me yesterday are back again." It's on the roof right behind you." Lu Qing quickly turned around and saw a dozen pairs of bright red eyes staring fiercely at them from the roof behind him. Chapter 7. What kind of monster are you? Unlike the Embrace, blood servants have no independent consciousness and are completely controlled by high-ranking vampires. They are merely puppets who blindly obey orders, and in some ways, they are like walking corpses. Moreover, as vampires, they basically possess the ability to create an unlimited number of blood servants, and Lu Qing now also has this ability. Blood servants are not particularly strong in combat, but they are all fearless and often serve as cannon fodder in vampire battles. For Su Lingwei, a vampire countess, tearing apart these blood servants was as easy as swatting a fly. The reason she was ambushed by the blood servant yesterday was simply because she was in a state of extreme thirst for blood at the time. Since awakening the system, Lu Qing has gained a clear understanding of the situation of vampires in this world. The 13 clans of vampires originally originated in the West, but now their members are spread across various countries, giving rise to numerous family branches. Jiang City is the territory of a vampire count from the eastern branch of the Lazenba clan, while the Lazenba clan and the Bro clan, the native clan to which Su Lingwei belongs, are in a hostile relationship. Even though Su Lingwei had left the family, she still couldn't get rid of the other party's entanglement. There are a total of 18 blood servants. I'll give you 3, and I'll take care of the rest. Su Lingwei calmly looked at the restless blood servants and made these arrangements. Lu Qing did not refuse. The school beauty senior knew that he had previously devoured the blood servants in the basement, so she believed that 3 blood servants were the limit he could handle. After all, in her mind, Lu Qing was still just a last-generation vampire. The blood servants on the rooftop suddenly launched an attack at a certain moment. Seemingly instinctively sensing Su Lingwei's powerful aura, the blood servants did not foolishly provoke her first, but instead pounced straight at Lu Qing, with 3 of them appearing at once. With a light push from his feet, Lu Qing propelled himself forward with his formidable strength. This was his first direct confrontation with the blood servant, and he now possessed the strength of a vampire baron. Bang! He collided head-on with a blood servant. The powerful force caused the servant to stop instantly. Just as it was about to bounce back, Lu Qing grabbed it with his backhand and punched it through its heart. At the same time, another blood servant bared its fangs and lunged at his shoulder. Lu Qing raised his leg and kicked its head, killing it instantly. These blood servants do not have strong regenerative abilities. They will die if their vital organs are attacked. Soon, the last blood servant that lunged at them also had its neck snapped by Lu Qing. In the blink of an eye, all 3 blood servants lay on the ground. With his current baronial strength, dealing with 10 blood servants should be a piece of cake. Battles between vampires are simple and brutal, basically relying on overwhelming strength to kill each other, and the outcome is often extremely tragic. Lu Qing glanced at the 3 gruesome corpses on the ground, but surprisingly, he felt no emotion whatsoever. The ruthlessness he displayed when he struck earlier had not caused him the slightest hesitation. It was as if, after being transformed into a vampire, some of his emotions were greatly diminished. On the other side, Su Lingwei's movements were even more effortless. With almost a casual slap, a blood servant was sent flying. However, after dealing with the 2 blood servants, the remaining 12 blood servants did not attack again, and did not even stop, quickly disappearing from the rooftop. The last vampire shouldn't possess such power. Su Lingwei frowned as she looked at Lu Qing. She had been paying close attention to Lu Qing's battle, and her doubts and surprise grew. I devoured 20 blood servants before, so my power has increased, Lu Qing explained. Then, he naturally walked to the side of the dead blood servants, reached out and pressed his hand on their heads. Streams of red light floated out from the blood servants and merged into his body. At the same time, streams of pure power surged forth. Ding! Devoured blood servant, sequence evolution increased by 0.5. Ding! Devoured blood servant, sequence evolution increased by 0.5. Ding! Devoured blood servant, sequence evolution increased by 0.5. Sure enough, after evolving into a baron, devouring these blood servants only increases the evolution level by 0.5 per servant. It seems that the only way to accelerate the evolution process is to devour more powerful vampires. Lu Qing pondered, and a path to becoming stronger with an extremely high potential gradually became clear, continuous devouring until he became a first-generation species even more powerful than a vampire prince. Even by then, he might be able to build his own family and bring the power of the eastern vampires to the pinnacle of vampire power. However, this is all just the beginning. After devouring the 3 blood servants, Lu Qing ran over and devoured the 2 blood servants that Su Lingwei had knocked away. At this point, his evolution level becomes rank, Baron 330. At the same time, a personal information panel is generated. Personal information panel generated. Host, Lu Qing. Race, vampire. Bloodline, royal bloodline. Family, none. Rank, Baron 330. Ability, Time 0. Evolution sequence, highest sequence, Vampire Devouring, can devour other vampires to advance. Evolutionary sequence, highest sequence, Talent Isolation, infinitely conceals one's vampire level, undetectable. The blood servants on the ground had completely disappeared, leaving only a pile of black ashes. A red light flickered in Su Lingwei's eyes, making her appear even more eerie in the shadows. The moment Lu Qing devoured the blood servant, that incredibly tempting smell reappeared. Moreover, vampires usually need to gnaw on their own kind to absorb their essence, but Lu Qing simply devoured them all. It is not afraid of sunlight, can suppress its blood-sucking urges, can consume human food, possesses a bizarre ability to devour, and can rapidly increase its strength. Su Lingwei couldn't help but wonder what kind of monster she had just created. Chapter 8 times 0, Freeze It. Will these blood servants keep looking for opportunities to attack us? After absorbing the 5 blood servants, Lu Qing's eyes turned slightly red, and his fangs protruded slightly from his lips. This was a natural sign that appeared after he took action. His eyes only turn their signature silver color when he consciously controls them. Yes, after all, the Count here is quite hostile towards me. Clans have never been a monolithic entity. Su Lingwei stared at him expressionlessly, her throat moving involuntarily. Lu Qing was startled, thinking, could it be that the school beauty senior is thinking of eating me again? Does the bloodline emit a peculiar odor every time it is activated? From now on, I'll have to face a vampire count who always wants to eat me every day. Just thinking about it, the pressure is really not small. Seemingly unwilling to be swayed by her appetite, Su Lingwei turned around, her back to him, and said, "All right, I should go now." "You should go home too." "Okay, goodbye." Lu Qing replied softly, watching the school beauty's figure gradually disappear into the shadows. In reality, even the most powerful vampires will not turn into bats as people imagine. However, powerful vampires do undergo other mutations, such as growing a pair of fleshy wings, which allows them to soar through the air. However, this situation generally only occurs when a person's power reaches the level of a vampire prince. Vampire princes are ancient monsters who have lived for countless years, each possessing terrifying power that inspires fear. Moreover, in order to reduce the burden on their bodies, they usually deliberately fall into a deep sleep. The thought of having wings sprout from his back filled Lu Qing with anticipation. He murmured to himself, however, I still need to gradually increase my strength step by step. Blood servant. He fell into deep thought. It was nearly 4 in the morning, the streets were deserted, and the lights in the buildings were all off. A few cars occasionally drove by on the road, but Lu Qing didn't plan to take a taxi home that was too extravagant. He decided to run back. With a whoosh, accompanied by the sound of friction against the ground, his figure under the streetlight instantly transformed into a blurry afterimage, disappearing in the blink of an eye, his speed instantly soaring to its limit. He darted and leaped through various dark corners, like a ghost that appeared and disappeared unpredictably in the night, running wildly through deserted streets, even leaping over the heads of sleeping people. Phew, it seems there's still room for improvement in top speed. From now on, I can run wherever I want to go. 10 minutes later, Lu Qing's figure emerged from the shadows. His transformed physique allowed him to run nearly 30 kilometers in just 10 minutes. The dim light from the streetlights cast a faint glow on his pale skin, making him appear somewhat sinister and eerie. They've followed me all this way, it's time to put an end to this. Let's choose this spot, there are surveillance cameras any further ahead. Lu Qing suddenly started talking to himself, then stood quietly under the streetlight, as if waiting for something. It turned out that on his way home, he noticed that more than a dozen blood servants were following closely behind him. They were the ones that had escaped earlier. Presumably, after seeing Su Lingwei leave, they changed their target to him. He was just running so fast that those guys were left behind. About half a minute later, a dark shadow suddenly flashed across the area illuminated by the streetlights on the ground. They're here. Lu Qing looked down at his shadow, thinking, so vampires have shadows. Immediately afterwards, pairs of blood-red eyes appeared from all directions. Without the slightest hesitation, in an instant, all 12 blood servants pounced at once. At this critical moment, Lu Qing slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with a dazzling silver light, and the aura of royal blood was released without reservation. Time 0. Freeze. His voice was like a demonic whisper from the abyss, and a strange wave instantly spread out from him. Instantly, within a 5-meter radius of him, light, time, space. Everything seemed to have been frozen in time. All 12 blood servants froze in place, their red eyes flashing, their sharp fangs, and even their claws that had just extended and almost touched Lu Qing's body, all frozen in place. "Thank you for coming to me." Lu Qing's lips curled up slightly, a hint of pleasure in his expression. At this moment, he seemed to have undergone a complete change in temperament, exuding a charming yet noble aura. "Rest in peace." With a soft sigh, he transformed into a blur, instantly darting among the 12 blood servants, tearing their hearts apart one by one, and then beginning to devour them. Ding! Devoured blood servant, sequence evolution increased by 0.5. A gentle breeze blew by, and the times zero effect disappeared. The original 12 blood servants have now turned into dust that fills the air, resembling a flurry of snowflakes under the dim streetlights. 12 blood servants have increased my evolution points by 6. I still need 21 more points to evolve into a Viscount. This is getting a bit troublesome. Currently, each blood servant he devours only grants him 0.5 evolution points, and as his level increases, he probably won't be able to evolve simply by devouring blood servants. Therefore, he must find another way. Lu Qing took out his old cell phone and dialed a brand new number he had just received. Beep. The phone rang for a long time before a cold voice finally came through. "Speak?" "Senior," Lu Qing greeted her, then asked directly, "Those blood servants will continue to attack you relentlessly, right?" There was no response on the other end of the phone, but Lu Qing didn't mind. He knew that the school beauty was always so aloof, so he continued, "Then, could you or Uncle Luo know the location of those blood servants in advance?" There was still silence on the phone, but this time he didn't continue immediately, he waited a while. Then, Su Lingwei asked calmly, "You want to hunt down those blood servants?" Sure, but you have to move here first." Chapter 9. If only he were a vampire. After hanging up the phone, a look of joy appeared on Lu Qing's face. Although Uncle Luo had mentioned before that this small family currently consisted of only him, Uncle Luo, and Su Lingwei. However, Su Lingwei was born into the direct line of one of the 13 clans. Even if she unilaterally left the family, her Uncle Luo would definitely still have a lot of people behind him, so it would not be difficult for him to monitor the whereabouts of other blood servants in the city. However, in Su Lingwei's eyes, those vampires might not be considered true family members. However, the condition for the exchange was that he move into that neighborhood, which meant he would be truly tied to them. Newborn vampires, after being embraced, will naturally feel close to their original family members and will eventually be drawn together by this attraction. "Oh well, let's just move there." Lu Qing looked at the small, dark window on the 5th floor. He had been renting this apartment for more than 3 years, and he was really reluctant to leave. The community has surveillance cameras, so he didn't jump directly to the 5th floor like Su Lingwei did last time, but instead obediently took the stairs. Back home, he took a shower, lay in bed, and spent his last night in the little house. The next day, Lu Qing got up early and made herself a plate of fried rice with eggs for breakfast, which she ate with great satisfaction. Judging from his lifestyle, unless there was something wrong with his body, he didn't seem like a vampire at all. He ate when he was supposed to eat, slept when he was supposed to sleep, wasn't afraid of sunlight, and didn't have a strong urge to drink blood. The only difference is that now he gets inexplicably excited at night, but feels drowsy during the day. After packing up, Lu Qing grabbed her school bag and went out the door. He plans to go to school during the day and move house when he gets back in the evening. Anyway, there wasn't much stuff, and I had already informed Aunt Wu beforehand. So much has happened these past few days that I almost forgot about going to school. He is a sophomore, and Su Lingwei is a junior. They are in the same department, so Su Lingwei is definitely the senior. The school isn't far away, it takes about 10 minutes by bike. The main reason he rents a place outside is that he sometimes has to do part-time jobs to earn a living. Lu Qing hopped on the little electric scooter that had been with him for many years and embarked on the familiar road, but his mood was somewhat different. Looking at the crowds coming and going on the street, he always felt that everyone was still the same as usual, but he was different. After all, he had died once. Perhaps this is the envy that vampires sometimes feel towards humans. Lu Qing was riding his bike slowly when he suddenly saw a person covered in equipment standing under the same streetlight from last night. The man was wearing a windbreaker, a helmet, gloves, a backpack, and waterproof boots. His outfit looked every bit the part of an outdoor adventurer, attracting the attention of many people. He was holding a phone stand and lying on the ground, live streaming. I venture out in the most dangerous nights to search for the ghosts hidden in the darkness. Last night, I found some strange ashes on 8th Avenue. Clever me, I found the same thing here again. Look, this ash is said to be the sand left behind after a vampire is killed by sunlight or a magical artifact. I suspect there must have been a battle here, a battle between vampires. He picked up a clump of black ash with his fingers and explained with a serious expression. The livestream chat was full of doubts. The anchor is dumbfounded. That's probably cigarette ash. Huh, vampires, huh? Why don't you just say you've discovered God? Don't be ridiculous, what era are we living in? Does anyone still believe in this? Where we live, even if there are monsters, they can only be zombies, not vampires. No. My grandfather said that vampires don't discriminate by nationality. Stop arguing, I believe you. I think vampires exist, we just haven't discovered them yet. Despite the barrage of mockery in the chat, the streamer named Ayu persisted in broadcasting. Lu Qing couldn't help but take a few more glances. Goodness, it seems he's a vampire fanatic. In this world, there is indeed a small group of people who are obsessed with the mysterious and evil vampires, and Ayu is probably one of them. And although this guy mostly talks nonsense, he actually gets some of it right. Didn't he take care of more than a dozen blood servants here yesterday? It's normal if you don't believe me. One day, I will personally photograph a vampire. Now, let's do some interviews and see what everyone thinks about vampires. Ayu's eyes darted around, and he went straight to Lu Qing. Brother, you look pale, and you really do have a vampire-like aura. Do you believe vampires exist? Lu Qing glanced at the stubborn young man, smiled and shook his head. I didn't believe it before. And now? Ayu stared at him nervously. Now, I believe it exists. Wow. I've finally met a kindred spirit. Lu Qing's answer seemed to excite this vampire enthusiast to no end, and his face turned red. So what do you think vampires are like? And where are they? Ayu asked expectantly. Lu Qing tilted his head and pondered for a moment, then smiled and replied, vampires may look no different from ordinary people, like you, or like me. Maybe one of your classmates is a vampire who goes out to drink blood every night. Ha ha. He laughed as he spoke. Alright, I have to go now. Good luck, and I hope you actually manage to capture a real vampire on camera. Ayu stood there blankly, feeling as if the man's words had opened up a whole new world for him. Exactly. Who says vampires have to be mysterious, high-ranking beings? Maybe they're hiding among the people around them, living an ordinary life. If you look more carefully and observe, you will surely find clues. Watching Lu Qing's departing figure, he thought with a hint of regret, if only he were a vampire. Come to think of it, he really does look a bit like one, hee. Chapter 10 Inhumanity of Extravagance. Zhangzhou Humanities University is considered a well-known second-tier university in the province. Many wealthy locals are willing to spend money and pull strings to send their children here for a gilding experience. Even if you get into a relatively peripheral department, at least you can get a decent degree. As a result, some departments in the college have become filled with students from wealthy families. Clearly, the Lu Qing of the past did not belong to this category. At this moment, many luxury cars were parked at the entrance of the college, dropping off children. Among them, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was particularly eye-catching. As soon as the car appeared, everyone at the school gate was unconsciously drawn to it. It's not just because of the car itself, but also because of the people inside. Wow, it's Su Lingwei's car. It's rare to see the school beauty in the mood to come to the college for class today. I bet all those rich kids in the college are going to be super excited today. Sigh, if only the school beauty could be more approachable. She's always so cold and doesn't talk to anyone. The students cast all sorts of glances at him. Just then, Lu Qing arrived at the school gate and saw the scene of being surrounded by a crowd like a celebrity making an appearance from afar. He recognized the car at a glance. Too flashy. He muttered to himself, then quietly parked his electric scooter. Electric vehicles and cars from outside the school are not allowed to enter the campus, so he had to park his car outside and walk to the school gate. Excuse me. Lu Qing squeezed through the crowd, making it easy for him to create a passage thanks to his upgraded power. Ha! The school beauty's car window rolled down? Wow, really? This car window hasn't been rolled down in years, and it's actually open. Let me see. Wow, the school beauty's profile is absolutely stunning. A sudden commotion erupted in the crowd. Lu Qing turned his head and met Su Lingwei's gaze. Even through the dense crowd, he knew that the school beauty was looking at him. Oh my god, the school beauty is actually looking at me? Stop lying, you're clearly looking at my older brother, okay? Get lost. You're clearly looking at me. Some of the wealthy young men, lacking self-control, had already started arguing and were showing signs of rushing towards the car window. Seeing that the situation was not good and that he would be unable to leave if he did not leave soon, Lu Qing shouted loudly, "Everyone, make way, I need to pass." Lu Qing squeezed his way to the car window, and Su Lingwei said directly, "Get in." Then, the car window slowly rolled up. With a click, the car door opened. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, Lu Qing got into the car expressionlessly. "Who is that? How did they get into Senior Ling Wei's car? You have 3 seconds. I need to know everything about him. That looks like Lu Qing?" In the crowd, Zhang Tianhao, pale-faced, suddenly spoke up. The person in front of him turned around abruptly, startled. "Wow, why is your face so pale? You look like you've seen a ghost, and you're so weak?" Zhang Tianhao, with deep dark circles under his eyes, said weakly, "It's nothing, I just got sick. The doctor said my blood and qi are a bit weak. That guy just now few that must have been Lu Qing from my class. But why does he seem a little different?" After saying so much in one breath, Zhang Tianhao was panting heavily and his head was spinning. His family was extremely worried about his inexplicable illness, thinking he had encountered something supernatural. "They checked me thoroughly, inside and out, but apart from a deficiency of qi and blood, they couldn't find anything else wrong." Left with no other option, his family placed him under house arrest for a month, strictly forbidding him from going out and playing around, and requiring him to take good care of his health. But how could Lu Qing know Senior Ling Wei? And how could he get on the bus? That doesn't make sense. Zhang Tianhao muttered to himself, feeling that something was off. After Lu Qing got into the car, the Rolls-Royce Phantom restarted and drove straight into the academy. The driver was the butler, Uncle Luo, who was dressed in a tailcoat with a white bow tie, looking very proper. "Senior, how come your car can keep driving into the college?" Lu Qing asked curiously. According to regulations, no vehicles are allowed to enter the school, but Su Lingwei's car was able to drive directly to the department building, which is a mystery that everyone in the college has been speculating about. Su Lingwei held a blood bag in her hands, drinking it listlessly, and said casually, "Because I donated 100 million to the academy. Furthermore, I donated 30 million to the department. So, I can skip classes and won't be expelled even if I fail a course." Faced with such extravagant behavior, Lu Qing couldn't help but exclaim, "Being rich means you can do whatever you want." Su Lingwei raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled gently, "It's okay, we have plenty of money at home. You can spend it as you please." Looking at her amused expression, Lu Qing was both amused and exasperated. "Are you a devil?" Chapter 11: The Vampire's Gaze and the Werewolf. "Uncle Luo, I don't want to go to class. Let's go straight to the library. I need to catch up on my sleep." Su Lingwei gave the instructions lazily, and Butler Luo nodded slightly before turning the steering wheel and driving towards the academy library. "It seems that we are indeed prone to drowsiness during the day." Lu Qing secretly glanced at the profile of the school beauty, and could clearly sense that she was not in good spirits. However, her habit of sleeping in the library is quite unusual. In front of the library, Lu Qing held up a black umbrella, and Su Lingwei stood close to him under the umbrella. Because of the limited space under the umbrella, the two were almost pressed together. Su Lingwei was wearing a black dress today. The contrast between her fair skin and the black silk was particularly striking. Perhaps because Lu Qing was first embraced by Su Lingwei, he could sense that the school beauty senior had an instinctive closeness to him, but this closeness was covered by her usual aloofness. In addition, the aura of pure royal blood that occasionally emanated from Lu Qing made Su Lingwei unable to resist getting closer. Their appearance caused a small stir at the entrance of the college library. Most people's eyes were focused on Lu Qing. Everyone was full of doubt. How could the school beauty, who was always aloof and cold as ice, suddenly have a man by her side? Su Lingwei and Lu Qing completely ignored these gazes. This awful sunlight. Su Lingwei squinted and muttered softly as she walked into the library first. After Lu Qing escorted her to the library entrance, he paused briefly before going inside. "I still have to go to class. I'll pick you up after class." He didn't know how long the school beauty would sleep. But as soon as he finished speaking, a small, cold hand grabbed him and pulled him inside. "No, I want you to stay with me." "But I have class this morning." Lu Qing tried to argue. Su Lingwei stopped, turned her head sharply, and stared straight at him with her dark red eyes. "Okay," Lu Qing shrugged helplessly. It has to be said that being stared at like that by a vampire count is quite stressful. There is a rather interesting phenomenon called the vampire's gaze. When a person is stared at like that by a vampire, their heart will quickly race and they will feel nervous and uneasy. Fortunately, Lu Qing is now a vampire as well. Although he didn't show those reactions, he could still feel the pressure. After all, in terms of rank and status, Su Lingwei is 2 levels higher than him. The college library is very luxurious. It is a magnificent 5-story building. Moreover, as a humanities college, the library has an extremely rich collection of books. There weren't many students in the library in the morning. Su Lingwei led the way to the top floor with practiced ease. Finally, they arrived at a corner on the top floor by a window. It was a shady spot, and through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, they could overlook most of the college. Su Lingwei looked out the window for a while, then rested her head on her arms and slowly fell asleep. Lu Qing stared at her profile with a bored expression. After falling asleep, Su Lingwei's icy aura that kept people at a distance disappeared, and she could no longer feel the oppressive presence of the vampire count. Instead, she resembled a lonely little girl who had lived alone for 300 years. In reality, vampires don't truly sleep. Slumber would be a more accurate description. After looking at it for a while, Lu Qing looked away and turned her attention to the book she had just picked up. The book is titled Do Vampires Really Exist?, a very eye-catching title. In the book, the author lists all the legends related to vampires throughout history, and also introduces the hierarchy of vampires, their various habits and abilities, as well as the relevant information about the 13 clans. Lu Qing was engrossed in reading it because most of the key points in the book matched his existing knowledge. In other words, this book may seem absurd to ordinary people, but to vampires, its content has a certain degree of truth. The author of this book might actually know vampires. Lu Qing couldn't help but admire it, then asked with a hint of doubt, but the book mentions werewolves, and says that they are also hiding among humans. Just as he was about to continue reading, a vibrant voice came from behind him. Who are you? Why are you always following Lingwei? Lu Qing turned her head and saw a sunny boy with wheat-colored skin. The moment their eyes met, a strong sense of repulsion welled up in both of them. This sense of rejection is innate, a legacy passed down through thousands of years between 2 opposing races. Lu Qing could feel that the foreign student in front of him was full of vitality, the sound of blood flowing could be clearly heard, his body temperature was high, and his heartbeat was strong and powerful. If vampires are the coldest of creatures, then the person before you is the opposite extreme. Lu Qing could smell the scent of a forest emanating from him. Werewolf? Are you a vampire? The two gasped in unison. Chapter 12: The Werewolf's Mark on the Vampire. I just read about werewolves in a book, and I never expected to encounter one in the academy. The man in front of me, oh no, this werewolf, is called Brick. Previously, Lu Qing only knew that he was a foreign student from who knows where, but now he realized that this guy was not human at all. Before Lu Qing could even speak, Brick's eyes widened in anger, and he swung his fist at her, cursing, "This disgusting smell." Bang! Lu Qing instinctively threw a punch in retaliation, the two fists colliding violently in the air, producing a dull sound. Crack! Brick staggered back 2 steps, staring in astonishment at his twisted and deformed right hand. You've only recently transformed, how can your power be so great? Brick glared fiercely at Lu Qing, his pupils gradually dilating, and his 2 fangs seemed about to protrude. With his keen sense of smell, Brick could tell that this was just a newborn vampire, but why was its power so astonishing? Lu Qing was also somewhat surprised. He saw that the bones under the skin of Brick's right hand were twisting violently, but they returned to normal in a short while. The recovery ability is really strong. However, it seems to be an immature werewolf cub. Lu Qing knew that the deadly threat that werewolves pose to vampires lay in their venom. Once bitten by a werewolf, the wound would fester continuously. Vampires, with their immense strength, can easily snap a werewolf's neck. If you've got the guts, come out here and let's have a big fight. Brick glared at Lu Qing through gritted teeth. Lu Qing shook his head indifferently. You're no match for me now. He could already tell that this wolf cub was not yet an adult. Although it had a strong vitality, in terms of strength, it was no match for him, who had already reached the level of a baron. Roar! Brick let out a low growl, showing faint signs of turning into a wolf. Get out of my way. Su Lingwei's voice suddenly rang out. If you want to die, then stay here. In an instant, a bone-chilling coldness spread throughout the small space. When Brick saw Su Lingwei wake up, he immediately put on a bright smile. Senior Lingwei, I. Su Lingwei seemed quite annoyed by this guy, and said impatiently, I'm in a bad mood today, don't bother me. After saying that, he grabbed Lu Qing and left. Brick didn't dare to stop him, but just glared fiercely at Lu Qing. Lu Qing sighed helplessly, fine. It seems that this little wolf cub holds a grudge against him. He asked curiously, what's going on with this brick? Su Lingwei was still angry because her sleep had been disturbed, and replied with a sullen face, a little wolf cub from the west, the legitimate bloodline of their family, is so annoying. Lu Qing thought to himself, west, that doesn't mean east. No wonder he's a transfer student. He then asked, then why does he keep bothering you? Because this little wolf cub said I am his, Mark, the person he will protect for the rest of his life. I see. Lu Qing secretly chuckled as he looked at the school beauty senior, whose eyes were twitching with anger. The fact that Su Lingwei was so angry shows just how difficult that little wolf cub is to deal with. A werewolf's mark appears on a vampire's body. This plot is pretty melodramatic. That wolf cub is hostile towards you, and it's in a phase of rapid growth, so be careful, Su Lingwei warned. Lu Qing's lips curled up slightly as he thought to himself, is the school beauty senior worried about me? However, no matter how fast that wolf cub grows, it will not pose a threat to him. Once it can be devoured, no creature in the world can keep up with its growth rate. Just as Lu Qing was about to speak, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. It was Uncle Luo calling. We've already received word that another batch of blood servants will arrive tonight, but the exact number is still unclear. The route has been determined, and our people are tracking it. We will provide detailed interception locations tonight. On the phone, Uncle Luo's magnetic voice came through unhurriedly, just like him, an elegant butler exuding gentlemanly charm. Okay, thank you so much, Uncle Luo. You're welcome, we're family. Ever since Lu Qing was embraced by Su Lingwei, he had automatically become family in Uncle Luo's eyes. After hanging up the phone, a hint of joy flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. Uncle Luo is indeed amazing, he found the location of the blood servants so quickly. I just wonder how many there are in this batch. He still needs 42 more blood servants to evolve into a Viscount, which is quite a lot. It would be great if I could devour a few Baron-level vampires. Devouring a Baron of the same level would increase his evolution points. If it were to devour something of a higher level, who knows how many benefits it could gain. Previously, he had considered creating a batch of blood servants and then devouring them to improve himself. But upon closer examination, this definitely wouldn't work. A blood servant created from one's own blood, even if it were to devour something, would likely not receive any improvement. Moreover, creating blood servants requires killing living people, and he wouldn't be so ruthless as to hunt living people at will to improve himself. The vampire count here, by creating so many blood servants, has actually violated the vampire code. Therefore, when it comes to the critical moment of evolution, Lu Qing will definitely devour that count without hesitation, and without any psychological burden. Let's go to my house to pack our things first, I have to go out tonight. Looking at the sunlight outside, Lu Qing thoughtfully held up a black umbrella for the school beauty senior. After all, nighttime is where vampires roam. Chapter 13 Two Voyeurs. Since they had decided to skip class, they were going to skip it completely. Lu Qing and Su Lingwei didn't plan to attend their afternoon classes either. They waited for a short while at the library entrance, and then Uncle Luo drove up to pick them up. Half an hour later, the incredibly luxurious car slowly drove into the Sunshine residential area. The security guard at the gate was stunned when he saw that the license plates all had the same numbers. When had he ever seen such a high-end car drive into this ordinary community? Many curious elderly people craned their necks to look, marveling at what kind of car it was, how impressive it looked, and straining to see who was sitting inside. However, the dark car windows blocked everyone's eager gaze. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Qing watched as Uncle Luo skillfully turned into the residential area and pouted helplessly, Uncle Luo, did you follow me? You seem to know this neighborhood quite well. Uncle Luo adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and readily admitted, yes, I've been there twice. As the housekeeper, I need to get to know the new family members better and see if they have any bad habits or anything like that. Lu Qing's heart skipped a beat. Had he followed her twice? He's only been back twice in the last few days. Could it be that Uncle Luo saw him kill the blood servant under the streetlight last time? Uncle Luo, did you find anything? Fortunately, apart from the fact that you don't like to wear underwear after showering, I haven't discovered any other strange habits yet. Lu Qing was somewhat annoyed. This wasn't stalking, it was blatant spying. Just as he was about to explode, Su Lingwei, who was lying in the back seat, spoke up, Uncle Luo, you haven't observed carefully enough. He also has a habit of not closing the curtains when he goes to the toilet. Uncle Luo smiled kindly and nodded in agreement, Mrs. So thoughtful. Lu Qing turned his head expressionlessly and stared at the school beauty senior. You were following me too? Su Lingwei responded calmly, it is my right and my responsibility to understand the newborn vampires I have just embraced. Two peeping vampires. The car drove straight downstairs. Uncle Luo stayed in the car to wait. Su Lingwei wanted to go upstairs with Lu Qing, but he didn't mind. Anyway, there wasn't much stuff, and they could move it all in one trip. As I went upstairs, I ran into Aunt Wu, who was about to leave. With her keen eyesight, Wuma first noticed the luxury car parked downstairs, then her gaze swept over Su Lingwei, and finally she looked at Lu Qing with a knowing expression. Xiaoqing, so that's why you stopped living here and kept avoiding my daughter. Turns out you already had such a beautiful girlfriend, she's gorgeous. Your family must be well off, right? Based on her emotional perception, Lu Qing knew that Wuma was mostly joking when she said those words. This was the first time Su Lingwei had been stared at so intently, and she couldn't help but frown, a dark red light flashing in her eyes, clearly trying to hypnotize Wuma and make her forget that she had ever met her. Lu Qing quickly stepped forward, standing between the two. Aunt Wu, you've been so good to me these past few years. Don't bother returning the remaining rent and deposit. You were going to buy groceries, right? Hurry up, the market's about to close. As he spoke, he half-heartedly sent Wu Ma away. Su Lingwei asked coldly, why did you stop me from hypnotizing her just now? Lu Qing looked at her for a while, then smiled and said, chatting and gossiping are an indispensable part of ordinary people's lives. Although we are different from them, there is no need to deprive them of the joy of life. Su Lingwei watched his retreating figure without speaking. The red light in her eyes flickered a few times before finally extinguishing completely. Shouldn't she have become increasingly indifferent after being embraced for the first time? Why does he still have such strange emotions? It's really strange. Lu Qing packed his things and finished in less than half an hour, basically only packing a backpack. He wanted to take those clothes with him, but the school beauty threw them away, saying that her family had a tailor who could make many clothes, so he didn't need them at all. Lu Qing had nothing to say about this. He always felt like a rich kid who had been lost and found by his family of origin. He was about to transform from a poor commoner into a wealthy and luxurious person. Finally, a backpack and a picture frame were all the items he wanted to take with him. Lu Qing gazed at the little house, which had hardly changed, took a deep look, and then slowly closed the door. He understood that as this door closed, another, more mysterious and grand door of darkness had been completely opened to him. Su Lingwei pointed to the photo frame in his arms and asked, what is this? This is a group photo from the welfare home. This is the former director, who used to be very kind to me. If I were to say what I still care about in this world, the former director would be one of them. Looking at the aged face in the photo, Lu Qing couldn't help but recall the time she spent in the orphanage a long time ago. Although those days were somewhat difficult, they were also full of joy. Su Lingwei also looked at the photo, a trace of memory flashing in her eyes, and said softly, I also grew up in an orphanage. Let's go. Watching the school beauty turn and leave, Lu Qing felt that Su Lingwei seemed a little sad for a moment just now. But doesn't she have parents? How did she grow up in an orphanage? Upon arriving at the Seahorse Manor where Su Lingwei resided, Lu Qingyuan originally thought he would choose one of the other 5 villas to stay in, but instead he was taken directly to the second floor of the villa where the school beauty senior lived. I live here? He pointed to the somewhat familiar room, the very room where Su Lingwei had bitten him when he was delivering takeout. It has been renovated now, and everything inside has been replaced. The school beauty said expressionlessly, I live alone at home, it's quite lonely. I live on the 3rd floor now, you'll live here from now on. The coffin is in the next room, go there yourself if you can't sleep at night. After saying that, she turned her back on him and went straight upstairs. Lu Qing gazed at that stunningly beautiful figure, hesitant to speak. Even vampires fear loneliness. But before she could think any further, Uncle Luo called, the blood servant has set off, you can proceed. His location is Chapter 14 Live Broadcast. At 1 in the morning, the streets were dark, quiet, and deserted. On the low rooftops, Lu Qing moved like a blur, sprinting at breakneck speed. Based on the coordinates provided by Uncle Luo, he successfully arrived at the designated location, appearing right on the route of the Lazenba tribe's blood servants, thus successfully attracting their attention. Since being embraced by Su Lingwei, Lu Qing naturally carries Su Lingwei's aura. In the eyes of the hostile vampires, he had already been automatically classified as a member of Su Lingwei's family. Therefore, the moment they noticed his appearance, the blood servants chased after him without hesitation. There are a total of 18 this time, 10 on the east and 8 behind. There are also 3 other creatures with strong auras, which should be 2 last-generation vampires and 1 baron. It seems their lineup is quite strong this time. Lu Qing's special royal bloodline endowed him with perception far exceeding that of ordinary vampires, allowing him to quickly discern the power level of the pursuers behind him. However, Lu Qing was unaware that a short distance behind him, Uncle Luo was following like a nimble bat. At this moment, Uncle Luo was dressed in an elegant tailcoat, wearing white gloves and a small bow tie, with a tang sword inlaid with silver wire slung across his back. He wore a small camera on his chest, transmitting live video feeds to a vampire count. On the 3rd floor of that tranquil villa in the Seahorse Manor, the entire floor has been opened up, leaving only one huge room. In the center of the room was a large bed, next to which sat a strange pink coffin. This coffin was clearly custom-made to satisfy a particular fetish. It was entirely pink and enormous, so much so that it could easily be mistaken for a small house. The inside of the coffin was lined with soft and delicate fabric. Su Lingwei leaned against the pillows, holding a blood bag in her hands and sipping her drink. On her curled-up knees was a tablet, which showed the footage sent by Uncle Luo. The footage vaguely showed figures chasing ahead, making it seem like a bizarre live broadcast. Also arriving this time are a baron and 2 last-generation vampires. It seems Lu Qing intends to lure them into the park, came Uncle Luo's steady voice from the tablet. Lu Qing is currently only a last-generation vampire. If he encounters danger, I will intervene at any time. Su Lingwei listened calmly and responded indifferently. Observe him first, and then make your move when he's about to pass out. Yes, miss. Su Lingwei decided to watch this live stream on a whim because she felt that the guy she had just embraced was a bit strange. Although judging from his aura, he was just an ordinary last-generation vampire, she had never seen Lu Qing devour 20 blood servants at once, as if he wasn't worried about overeating at all. Moreover, what exactly is that strange aura that Lu Qing occasionally exudes that fascinates her? Lu Qing eagerly and proactively sought out the blood servant, tore it apart, and devoured it. This behavior showed that he was very confident in his own power, but where did this confidence come from? Su Lingwei now felt that Lu Qing was like a mysterious being hidden in the darkness, and even she couldn't help but be curious about him. But he's only been a vampire for a few days. Su Lingwei took a sip of blood from the blood bag through the straw, frowned slightly, and glanced at the label on the blood bag, 80% sugar? Too sweet, not good to drink. She opened the small cooler next to her, carefully selected a blood bag labeled almond flavor, tore open the packaging, inserted a straw, and drank it. Her alluring yet serene expression, coupled with her girlish straw stuffing gesture, created a striking and eerie contrast. In the video, Uncle Luo's magnetic voice continued, "Miss, when I was following Lu Qing before, I found signs of a fight under the streetlights near his apartment complex. There were approximately 12 remains of blood servants at the scene. I arrived a little late and didn't see the battle, but it must have been Lu Qing fighting the blood servant." Uncle Luo watched the figure running ahead. In just a few days, the originally thin and pale young man had perfectly adapted to the power and control of the vampires. No, not perfectly, completely adapted. Although he did not witness the battle firsthand, judging from the remaining traces, the battle seemed to have ended in an instant. The young, newly born vampire appeared to have torn apart and devoured 12 blood servants in one go. He had never seen anything like this before. Could it be that Lu Qing had awakened a special ability? But the special abilities of vampires usually only appear when they evolve to the level of Earl. As Su Lingwei's most loyal butler, Uncle Luo remained highly vigilant about anything that came near her. For centuries, the young lady had remained aloof and rejected everything. But this time, it seems even Miss herself is happy to let Lu Qing get close, and even let him stay in her villa. Let me see what you're really capable of. Uncle Luo quickened his pace, approaching the team ahead like a ghost, because the hunting ground had been reached. Chapter 15, The Aura Disappeared Simultaneously? This is a park that has stood the test of time. The vegetation inside grows wildly and is extremely lush, giving the whole environment a gloomy atmosphere. Lu Qing stood steadily on a horizontal branch of a large tree, waiting quietly. He intentionally divided the pursuing blood servants into 3 groups. The first group has 8 heads, the middle group has 10 heads, and the last group has a baron and 2 last vampires. There is approximately a 10-second interval between each section. He did this not because he feared the immense pressure that a combined attack from the blood servants would bring, but because he was afraid they would escape. After all, in his eyes, these blood servants were all precious evolution points, and even if one of them ran away, it would be a loss for him. He especially didn't want to let go of the last 3 heads. He was curious about how many evolution points he could gain after devouring a baron of the same rank as him. Here it comes. Lu Qing, who had been motionless, suddenly crouched down slightly and then kicked off the tree branch. Just then, a blood-soaked servant lunged at the spot where he had just been standing. However, the next second, Lu Qing stomped hard on the head of the blood servant. Pop! A sound like a watermelon breaking rang out, and the blood servant's body fell limply from the tree. After Lu Qing dispatched the blood servant with a single kick, he swooped down like a cheetah to the back of a tree trunk. Looking at the remaining 7 blood servants nearby, a strange smile appeared on his face. ×0. Outside the park, among the last 3 vampires, the Baron's eyes flashed red as he said, "The prey has stopped ahead, and 8 blood servants have surrounded it. Speed up." This vampire baron of the Lazenba clan was considered one of the more outstanding members of the new generation under the earl in charge of Jiang City, and was therefore sent to harass the female earl of the Brook clan. Although it is said that this countess has left the Brook clan, the blood of that clan still flows in her veins. As 2 opposing clans, even though they are located in the eastern branch, the battle must continue to the end. Moreover, this female countess trespassed into the territory of the Lazenba clan without permission, which was a great provocation to the clan. When the earl has time, he will definitely take good care of her. Let's collect some interest first. The baron stared coldly ahead at the fleeing vampire, whose aura suggested he was merely a last-dated vampire. Moreover, he guessed that this was a newborn that had recently been transformed. He felt he didn't even need to lift a finger to deal with such a newborn. The blood servants and the 2 last vampires he brought with him could tear it to shreds. But then, the baron frowned. What happened? In his perception, the auras of the 8 blood servants that had rushed in had vanished instantly. And almost simultaneously. The dense vegetation blocked the baron's view, and also prevented Uncle Luo, who was hidden in the shadows, from seeing what was happening inside the garden. "Miss, Lu Qing has run into the park. The trees are too dense, so we can't see inside for now." However, just now, the auras of the 8 pursuing blood servants vanished almost simultaneously. Su Lingwei looked at the blurry image on the tablet, feeling somewhat displeased because she couldn't see anything, but she remembered what Uncle Luo had said. Those 8 blood servants must have been killed by Lu Qing. Judging from his current aura, killing 8 blood servants should theoretically be no problem for him. Could they all be killed in an instant? That's a bit strange. "Uncle Luo, let's go in and take a look." Su Lingwei's tone was calm, but her curiosity was gradually rising. Filled with doubt, the baron unconsciously slowed down. "Let those 10 blood servants go in first, we'll wait," he ordered the 2 last vampires beside him. For the Lazenba tribe, creating blood servants was a piece of cake, and as long as it wasn't excessive, the higher-ups wouldn't investigate. After all, those homeless people are considered worthless in their eyes. Just as the baron slowed down, the 10 blood servants also disappeared into the wooded park. In his perception, the 10 blood servants quickly located the vampire's position and then swarmed forward to launch an attack. But the aura of the 10 blood servants vanished again. What's going on? They disappeared at the same time again? The baron couldn't understand it at all. Even if the vampire inside was about to break through to the baron level and could easily kill the vampire servants, there shouldn't be any signs of a fight at all. Could there be other vampires hiding in the park? Impossible. He had already investigated carefully beforehand, and the Brook Countess hadn't converted anyone else besides a butler. She even rarely drinks blood, which is why she became the weakest vampire count. But what exactly is going on now? Looking at the park before him, the baron suddenly felt as if it were a monster capable of devouring everything. The baron stopped at the edge of the park and pointed to the 2 last vampires beside him, saying, "You, and you two go in and take a look." Chapter 16 Welcome to Hell. Call. Lu Qing slowly withdrew his hand, and the red light on his hand gradually dimmed. The body of the last blood servant turned into a pile of ashes before his eyes. Although the red light on his hand had faded, the red light in his eyes grew even stronger, and abundant power surged within his body, causing his aura to overflow uncontrollably. Under the special effect of talent isolation, Lu Qing exists in 2 states. When his royal bloodline is not activated, his physical strength is almost the same as that of an ordinary vampire. Although he can use the ×0 ability, he can only display red pupils. However, once his royal bloodline is activated, his power will instantly double, and his silver pupils will release an extremely oppressive and powerful aura. However, Lu Qing would never easily reveal the secret of possessing the aura of royal blood unless absolutely necessary. After all, pure royal blood is like a deadly poison to those powerful and long-lived vampires. If they absorb royal blood, their already overburdened bodies can regain their vitality. Therefore, once Lu Qing reveals this bloodline, he will inevitably attract the covetousness of many old monsters, who may even travel thousands of miles to devour him. Without the protection of a powerful clan, possessing pure royal blood is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous thing. Ding! Absorbed a total of 18 blood servants, gaining 9 evolution points. 12 more points needed to evolve to Viscount. 18 blood servants only give 9 points, that's a bit slow. Lu Qing muttered to himself, well, thankfully, 2 more last-generation vampires have delivered themselves to our doorstep. He smiled slightly and looked to the side, where the leaves rustled gently, and then 2 figures jumped out. The last vampires are the lowest-ranking vampires who have been transformed and gained intelligence. Compared to those pitiful creatures who have become blood servants, they are somewhat lucky. After these 2 last-generation vampires stepped onto the battlefield, they quickly scanned their surroundings, seemingly searching for the vampire servants who had entered the area earlier. However, to their disappointment, there was nothing around them except for the last vampire who was silently gazing at them. "You are no ordinary last-generation vampire," one of the vampires said in a hoarse voice. The bizarre scene before them aroused their suspicions. To be able to kill so many blood servants in an instant without leaving a trace, this seemingly equal-level last-generation vampire must be something serious. Lu Qing didn't respond, but simply watched them silently. His gaze seemed to enrage the 2 last vampires. "Attack together, tear him to pieces," one of them roared and charged towards Lu Qing first. These 2 last-generation vampires, though not of high rank, have lived for decades and their power has long since reached the peak of their level. The guy in front of me is just a newborn who has just been transformed. Even if they are somewhat strange, they are by no means a match for them working together. Moreover, even if they encountered some difficult situation, they were confident that they could escape. How could they possibly be stopped by this last vampire? Lu Qing looked at the 2 somewhat cautious last-generation vampires without moving, and slowly spoke, smiling as he said, "Welcome to hell. You too." No sooner had he finished speaking than he appeared before the 2 vampires with overwhelming force, like a whirlwind. The 2 last vampires felt a blur before their eyes and instinctively tried to escape as fast as they could. But the next second, they were horrified to find that their bodies seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move, and even their thoughts seemed to have stopped functioning. Weren't they the last vampires? How could they be? These were the last questions in their minds. Then, their heads exploded, their bodies glowing with a faint red light before gradually dissipating. Ding! Devoured 2 last-generation vampires, evolution points +2. The system notification sounded at the right time. Fortunately, each last vampire can give 1 evolution point. However, once I evolve to Viscount, I guess my evolution points will decrease again. As Lu Qing wiped the blood from his hands, he pondered to himself, I wonder how many evolution points I'll get from devouring a baron of the same level? With that thought, he looked excitedly into the distance. Previously, he sensed that the only remaining vampire baron seemed to have noticed something amiss and stopped outside the park without entering. Lu Qing thought to himself, since you're not coming in, I'll go find you. So he quickly started running. But then he frowned, because he realized that the baron, sensing his approach, was also moving quickly, trying to escape. Trying to run away? I won't let you get away. I finally found a baron. Lu Qing instantly increased his speed to the maximum and chased after the fleeing baron. At that moment, Uncle Luo arrived at the battlefield in the park. Looking at the various traces left on the battlefield, he was greatly shocked. The first time, 8 blood servants were killed instantly. The second time, 10 were killed instantly. The third time, they instantly killed 2 last-generation vampires. Now they're chasing after the baron again. Uncle Luo muttered to himself, Miss, I think Lu Qing might be acting strangely. Even the usually elegant and composed Uncle Luo could not hide his shock at this moment. The battlefield situation before him was far beyond his comprehension. Even a count, without using special abilities, would never be able to complete so many kills in an instant. Follow him and see if that baron will be devoured by him too. Su Lingwei's slightly excited voice came through the earpiece. Chapter 17 The Baron of the Lazenba Clan. Under the pitch-black night sky, a figure was fleeing in a panic. The Baron of the Lazenba clan was filled with fear, for he could clearly sense that the creature that appeared to be a last vampire was rapidly approaching from behind, and the distance between them was less than 100 meters. A demon seemed to be roaring madly in the Baron's heart. No! He can't possibly be just a last-ditch vampire. His speed and strength have completely surpassed mine. To escape his pursuers, the Baron had already exerted all his strength, pushing his physical abilities to the limit. Hurry! We can't let them catch up. Could he be a mutant? His aura is that of a last-generation vampire, yet his actual power has reached the level of a Baron? Mutant species are extremely strange beings among vampires. The conditions under which each mutant is born are unknown, and the powers gained from mutation are also incredibly diverse. They often possess a variety of unimaginable abilities, but are also more prone to getting out of control. For the family, the emergence of mutants is both an opportunity and a potential huge crisis. Because once they grow up, they usually possess incredibly powerful combat capabilities. That is why the Baron believed that Lu Qing was an extremely rare mutant. If that's the case, he must report this news to his family as soon as possible. The Lazenba clan must do everything in their power to eliminate it before it fully matures. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. The real reason was far more terrifying than he could have imagined. Whoosh! A sharp sound of air being cut suddenly rang out, and the Baron instinctively tried to dodge, but he was still a step too late. A fist-sized rock hurtled towards him faster than a bullet, piercing his kneecap. The Baron lost his balance instantly and crashed heavily into a large tree by the roadside. Bang! A tree with a diameter of 30 centimeters was snapped in half by the impact, demonstrating the immense kinetic energy contained within these two vampires as they ran. No! I can't die. I'm an immortal vampire. The Baron struggled to his feet, his blood boiling intensely. For vampires, such injuries are not fatal given just 10 minutes, they can fully recover. Unfortunately, he no longer has that time. Trying to run away? A slightly mocking voice came from behind him. Lu Qing casually tossed aside another stone in his hand, lightly patted the dirt off his hands, and looked at the Baron, who slowly turned around to meet his gaze. You dare not kill me. I am from the Lazenba tribe. If you kill me, you will face the wrath of your clan. The Baron tried to threaten Lu Qing. Lu Qing calmly shook his head. There's no point in saying these things now that things have come to this. Besides, in a way, I'd rather your people came to seek revenge on me. Seeing that the negotiations were proving futile, the Baron's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Then die. His powerful physical abilities erupted instantly. Despite his injured left leg, he charged straight at Lu Qing like a cannonball, his fingers transforming into sharp claws, aiming directly at Lu Qing's heart. Although you are strong, I am not without a chance to fight back. As long as I fight with all my might, there may still be some hope. This was the only thought in the Baron's mind at this moment, and he was still gambling that this newborn vampire would not dare to really kill him, and would not dare to provoke the wrath and revenge of the Lazenba clan. The Baron's sharp claws were getting closer and closer to Lu Qing's chest. If he stretched them forward just a little more, he could pierce his heart and buy himself a chance to catch his breath. However, the next moment, he was horrified to find that he could not move his hand. The entire outstretched right arm seemed to be stuck in another still space. Ha! You've actually awakened your abilities? No. Only counts can awaken abilities. You absolutely cannot be a count. An overwhelming sense of fear instantly gripped the Baron's mind. He looked into Lu Qing's calm eyes, as calm as if he were looking at a corpse. No. You can't kill me. The Baron felt the intense killing intent and was utterly terrified. I am not an earl yet, but I will be soon. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to see it. Time, 0. As Lu Qing spoke calmly, the frozen space began to spread outwards until it completely enveloped the Baron's entire body. Centered on Lu Qing, within a 3-meter radius, everything debris, the light, time, space was frozen in place. Lu Qing's eyes also turned completely silver at this moment. The Baron, frozen in mid-air, suddenly understood why his blood servants and the two last vampires had been killed in an instant. It wasn't just because of this strange ability, but also because of the pair of silver eyes he saw. The next moment, the Baron's consciousness completely dissipated, and his body began to transform into streaks of blood-red light, which slowly flowed down a long, pale hand. Ding! Devouring Vampire Baron X1, Evolution Points +2. Evolving to Viscount requires 8 more points. Hint, after evolving to Viscount, the host will gain new abilities. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in my mind, and this time there was an additional notification. After evolving to the level of Viscount, one can gain another ability? Lu Qing's eyes lit up. It's important to know that for ordinary vampires, it's only when they evolve to the level of Earl that they have the chance to comprehend a special ability, and they usually only possess that one ability throughout their lives. Even the rarest vampire geniuses can only awaken a maximum of 2 abilities. 2 is the limit. But I can comprehend abilities with each level of evolution. Moreover, the time-zero law he comprehended upon evolving to Baron, an ability to control time and space, is one of the most powerful and top-tier abilities among all clans. The abilities one gains upon evolving to the Viscount level will certainly not be inferior to this. Life is getting better and better. Lu Qing couldn't help but feel happy after clearing his mind. Then, he took out his phone and dialed Uncle Luo's number. "Hey, Uncle Luo, where are you? The battle is over here, but there are some traces left at the scene." On the phone, Uncle Luo's voice sounded a little strange. "I'm not far from you. You don't need to worry about what happened at the scene, I'll send someone to handle it. Just go home, Miss wants you to go see her." "The school beauty and senior? What does she want with me?" Lu Qing hung up the phone, full of doubt. Chapter 18 Senior, you feel really good. On the other side, Uncle Luo hung up the phone and looked out at the battlefield in the distance. To avoid being detected, he carefully maintained a considerable distance, having witnessed the entire battle. From tracking to killing, the whole process took less than 3 minutes. Lu Qing's strength and speed far exceeded those of an ordinary baron. In the final moment of the kill, he clearly used some kind of special ability. And for a fleeting moment, I sensed an aura that even I couldn't help but feel fear about, but that aura vanished in an instant. "Miss, I think you might have just given birth to a truly extraordinary monster." After Uncle Luo finished his report, the footage was transmitted in real time to the villa at Seahorse Manor. After a long while, Su Lingwei finally responded through the earpiece, "I understand. I'll ask her about it in a bit." Inside the Seahorse Manor, Lu Qing strolled leisurely through the quiet neighborhood. At 4 o'clock in the morning, there was no one to be seen in the neighborhood. He quite enjoyed the tranquil atmosphere. In his past life as a human, he almost never went out at this time. Now that my identity has changed, I feel that the world is exceptionally peaceful and serene. He strolled leisurely into the depths of the residential area, and when he looked up, he saw an open window on the second floor of the villa. He decided to imitate what the school beauty had done before, and used his strength to leap directly to the second floor and squeeze through the window. He walked straight up the stairs to the second floor and gently knocked on the door. "Senior, did you want to see me?" Click. No one answered, but the door opened by itself. He went inside and found that the entire third floor had been opened up into one large room. In the center of the room was a huge bed, which was empty. Next to the bed was a striking pink coffin. She looks aloof on the outside, but she's a girl at heart. From this slightly bizarre arrangement, he could already sense the unique wicked taste of the school beauty senior. Since there's no one in the bed, they're most likely in the coffin. He stepped forward and peered into the pink coffin. Su Lingwei was leaning against the coffin wall, looking up at him. The red light in her eyes seemed to materialize and flow out. At the same time, a strange and invisible energy surged towards him like a tide, seeping into every pore of his body. Lu Qing frowned deeply. What was going on here? However, Su Lingwei was even more confused than him at this moment. Su Lingwei raised her pale face, the red light in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by a look of utter confusion. "You were actually able to resist my hypnosis?" The hypnosis she was using at the moment was not the kind that ordinary vampires were born with, but a special ability that she awakened when she evolved into an Earl, which was much more powerful than ordinary hypnosis. But when he tried to use it on Lu Qing, he found that it had no effect at all. Once Lu Qing understood the situation, she protested, "Senior, I just got back and you're already planning to hypnotize me?" As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of the tablet in the school beauty's hand, and the image on it was none other than the scene of his battle with that baron. Not only did they try to hypnotize me, but they also hid here and spied on me. Can't we, as a family, have a little more trust? The words family seemed to touch Su Lingwei, and she showed a rare hint of embarrassment. Indeed, for vampires, once they have accepted someone as a member of their family, they should not monitor them in this way. After all, every vampire has their own little secrets. But Su Lingwei decided to put that aside for now, because she was filled with intense curiosity about this newbie she had just embraced. "You're not a last-generation vampire anymore, are you? And you've already awakened your abilities?" Su Lingwei and Lu Qing looked at each other, one sitting in the pink coffin and the other standing beside her. "It must have been Uncle Luo who secretly took the picture of me, and then you all saw it." But there's no point in hiding it, my actual strength is probably at the peak of a baron right now. Lu Qing smiled and watched as Su Lingwei's beautiful pupils gradually widened after hearing the answer. The school beauty was clearly shocked. Yes, how can you not be surprised and astonished when a newly born vampire who has just been embraced is suddenly told that he is already a baron? So what ability did you awaken ahead of time? The school beauty asked. Lu Qing pondered for a moment. This is hard to explain, let me just show you. Meeting the senior's curious gaze, he said softly, Time 0. In an instant, everything froze. Under the moonlight, Su Lingwei resembled a stunningly beautiful, still statue. This was the first time he had ever looked at the school beauty so closely and in such detail. Su Lingwei, frozen in time, is breathtakingly beautiful. Despite her still cold and pale appearance, he had a feeling that he could easily touch her. So he actually reached out and gently pinched the school beauty's cheek. Hee, since you can't move anyway, let me pinch you. It feels pretty good. However, the next second, he was horrified to see Su Lingwei's large eyes blink, and her scarlet lips slowly moved. You want to die? Chapter 19 Earl of Phoenix Mountain, I'll come to see you this afternoon. Do you want to die? The senior school beauty's voice came slowly, as if in slow motion, but there was no doubt that she could already speak and act. Wow! Oh my god! Lu Qing exclaimed, so the level difference is too great, there's no way to completely freeze the opponent. He quickly withdrew his hand as if he had been electrocuted, only to see the school beauty senior staring at him. Her murderous intent, though slow to appear, had already quietly surfaced. Let's go! Faced with this situation, Lu Qing decisively chose to flee. The frozen space created by Time 0 shattered on its own in less than 5 seconds after it lost its support. In those brief 5 seconds, Lu Qing had already dashed to his room on the second floor and quickly turned on the tap to start taking a shower. He knew in his heart that, looking like this, the school beauty senior would definitely not chase after him. After the domain disappeared, Su Lingwei slowly stood up from the pink coffin. With her keen hearing, she could already hear the sound of rushing water coming from the second floor room. That audacious newbie from before has actually started taking a shower. Humph, you ignorant fool, she muttered angrily. Just because you have the strength of a baron, you dare to pinch my cheek? Although her words were full of murderous intent, the murderous intent and anger in her eyes gradually dissipated. She stood quietly in the coffin, unconsciously raising her hand to gently touch her beautiful face, which had just been pinched by some audacious fellow. The moonlight shone down, casting a shadow on her long eyelashes. She slowly removed the pendant that she never took off from her neck. Inside the pendant lay 2 white and sharp fangs. She gently held the 2 fangs, her eyes filled with sorrow, as if lost in memories. Mom! Her voice was like a dream. I think I've suddenly found myself with a very powerful guy. Do you think he can avenge you? On the outskirts of Jiang City, there is a low hill called Fengming Mountain. There is a series of mountain villas, among which is a manor that covers the largest area. The manor is surrounded by high iron fences, and at first glance, apart from these fences, there seems to be no guard force. In reality, anyone who attempts to break in or sneak into this place will mysteriously disappear without a trace. Beneath the manor lies an extremely vast space. In the very center of the space was a square pool, filled with a crimson liquid. Beside the pool stood a middle-aged man with an unusually thin frame. His skin was so pale it was almost transparent, his fangs were exposed without any cover, and his pupils reflected a blood-red hue. He was the demon entrenched in the dark world of Jiang City, who gave himself a seemingly elegant title Earl of Phoenix Cry Mountain. He belonged to the Lazenba clan, one of the 13 clans, but was not a core member of the clan. The power of the eastern vampires has always been weaker than that of the western ones, because most of the core members of the clans are in the west, while the eastern side is merely a branch of the clans. Therefore, even though he had become a vampire count, he still found it difficult to obtain more resources from the clan and had to rely on himself for everything. The blood pool before him held all his hopes of breaking through to become an earl and evolving into a marquis. As long as you can evolve to the rank of marquis, you can truly join the core of the clan. His voice was hoarse and gloomy. Before he finished speaking, he flashed and instantly appeared behind a blood servant. With a snap, he easily broke the neck of the blood servant and threw it into the boiling pool of blood in front of him. The blood servant's corpse was quickly dissolved by the scarlet blood, and the blood itself became increasingly dark red. In this underground space, hundreds of blood servants stood quietly, waiting to be thrown into the abyss-like pool of blood. There was no fear in their eyes, for their souls had long since vanished. Not enough, far from enough. The count roared in fury, the blood servants have too little essence. They deserve to die. He has been cultivating this blood pool for decades, and it is now at a critical stage, but the essence contained in the blood servants is far too little. If only I could obtain the essence of that countess from the Brook tribe, and that Su Lingwei has now left the clan. The count's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. Just then, a vampire exuding a fierce aura slowly walked over. Your Excellency! Speak! The count's thoughts were interrupted, and he appeared quite angry. The vampire respectfully said, most of the blood servants who were monitoring the countess of the Brook clan have been attacked and killed. However, it wasn't the countess who made the move, but another vampire she had recently transformed into. At his hands, we've already lost over 30 vampire servants, 2 last-generation vampires, and a baron. Oh? The Earl turned his head instantly to look at his capable subordinate. Didn't you just say it was just a newborn cub? After all, a newborn cub could never possess such strength. Yes, Your Excellency. Judging from his aura, he is indeed just a last-generation vampire. But the power was somewhat strange. This vampire was also full of doubts. The information from his subordinates indicated that it was indeed just a newborn. The Count was clearly intrigued. After a moment's thought, he ordered, since he's the Countess's subordinate, bring him here so I can see him. Once I'm free, I'll personally capture that Countess and throw her into this pool of blood. You're a Viscount now, so this time you'll go yourself. Have some fun. Yes, Your Excellency. A cruel smile appeared on the young vampire Viscount's face. How should we play with that newborn? Of course, the Earl wants it alive, but surely we can gnaw on its limbs little by little? Oh, right. That newborn looks like it came from an orphanage? That's amazing. He hasn't tasted the flavor of a human baby in so long. Which one are you planning to drive? In the spacious garage, Su Lingwei pointed to the row of luxury cars, all worth over 10 million yuan, and asked Lu Qing. Lu Qing scratched his head, looking troubled. Where's Uncle Luo? Can't we have him drive us to school? Uncle Luo has something to do today. And he doesn't need to drive me anymore. I can't drive, so you're the only one who can come. Su Lingwei said calmly, as if it were perfectly normal for someone who had lived for hundreds of years not to know how to drive. Looking at the school beauty's appearance, Lu Qing secretly grumbled. All right then, I'll give it a try, he replied nonchalantly, choosing the RR, since he had ridden in it before and was somewhat familiar with it. Lu Qing has a driver's license and is good at driving, but he just hadn't had the chance to drive such a luxurious car before. It's just a luxury car, how difficult can it be? With this in mind, he opened the car door and got into the driver's seat, while Su Lingwei sat in the passenger seat. Today, Su Lingwei was wearing a dark lace dress, with a thin black choker around her slender neck, still looking as cold and alluring as ever. Perhaps because she is a vampire, her skin is so smooth and delicate that all women envy her. Her pores are almost invisible, and her skin feels cool and soft to the touch. Lu Qing had experienced this firsthand on the night he was bitten, except that Su Lingwei's body was burning hot at that time. After getting in the car, Lu Qing studied the gears for a while, then sighed softly with a hint of helplessness, glancing shyly at Su Lingwei. Senior, where's the gear shift? Su Lingwei looked at him quietly, her eyes seeming to say, do you think I would know? Lu Qing's requests for help went unanswered, so he had to figure it out on his own. After fiddling around for quite a while, I finally figured out the location of each controller. As the RR slowly started moving, he noticed that Su Lingwei had already quietly fastened her seatbelt. Don't be nervous, drive casually, if you crash it you can just buy another one. Su Lingwei offered her comfort without any expression. Hearing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but think to himself, I'm not nervous, but you look quite nervous, senior. Both of them tacitly avoided mentioning what happened last night, and Lu Qing simply assumed that the matter was over. It was just a pinch on the cheek, what's the big deal? Although Su Lingwei didn't mention it again, Lu Qing always felt that there seemed to be a hint of expectation in her dark red eyes that he couldn't understand. The journey was relatively smooth, and they arrived at the school. Lu Qing first dropped Su Lingwei off at the teaching building, then parked the car, and then went to his classroom for class. He found it strange that Su Lingwei had inexplicably said, I'll come find you this afternoon, before getting out of the car. I have classes this afternoon, and I don't have any other activities during the day. Why is she looking for me? At first, he was full of doubts, but it wasn't until class in the afternoon that he understood what Su Lingwei meant. Chapter 20 The Frantic Little Wolf Cub. During the break, the counselor rushed into the classroom with a big smile on his face. I'd like to announce to everyone, classmates, we have a new transfer student joining us today. I'm sure you all know him. Especially the boys in our class. I hope everyone cherishes the time we spend together in the days to come. Come on, let's give them a round of applause. Immediately afterwards, under the eager gazes of the counselor and the whole class, Su Lingwei, dressed in a dark outfit, slowly walked into the classroom. The moment she stepped into the classroom, all the boys in the class erupted in excitement, their testosterone surging wildly. Holy crap, the school beauty? Am I dreaming? The school beauty queen is actually in our class? Isn't the school beauty a junior? Why is she attending classes as a sophomore? Why worry about so much? I feel like my spring is finally here. School beauty, sit here. I'm the class monitor. The boys in the class went wild, clapping until their hands were red. Each student stared longingly at the stunningly beautiful girl on the podium, a girl they could only admire from afar. Their eyes were filled with hope. Su Lingwei, you. The counselor greeted her warmly, but Su Lingwei interrupted him directly. Thank you, I'll find a seat myself. As she spoke, under the watchful eyes of the entire class, Su Lingwei walked towards the location she had already sensed. Lu Qing looked at Su Lingwei, who had walked up to him with a helpless expression, and asked, Senior, aren't you a junior? What's the meaning of you coming to a sophomore's class? Su Lingwei said calmly, it's too troublesome to attend classes in different places, so I asked Uncle Luo to arrange for me to repeat a year. Anyway, I won't pass the exam. That reason makes sense, but it's still a bit embarrassing to voluntarily repeat a year from junior to sophomore. This school beauty senior has absolutely no sense of self-awareness that a school beauty should have. Su Lingwei had already sat down next to Lu Qing naturally, leaning on the table and lazily watching him. And I had Uncle Luo donate 5 million to your department. So your counselor will definitely be happy for me to come. Lu Qing was speechless for a moment after hearing this, and hesitated before saying, isn't this a bit too wasteful? After all, that's 5 million. It's all right, we're rich. Su Lingwei smiled happily. On the same day, the news that campus belle Su Lingwei had voluntarily applied to be demoted from junior to sophomore quickly spread throughout the entire college. Meanwhile, a rumor that broke the hearts of countless male students also emerged. After changing classes, school beauty Su Lingwei immediately took the initiative to sit next to a boy, and afterwards she stayed by his side throughout the class. They even rode in the same car to and from school. In an instant, all sorts of rumors flew around, accompanied by countless heartbreaks. On this heartbreaking night, a shrill and angry howl suddenly echoed through the sky above the academy, a sound like the howl of a wolf. That howl was unmistakably a wolf's howl. On the rooftop of the academy building, Lu Qing sent the werewolf brick flying with a single punch. Just as Su Lingwei had said before, this little wolf cub is indeed at a critical peak in its development. Only a few days had passed, but this guy's vitality was noticeably stronger than when they last met. Ever since he learned that Su Lingwei had transferred to their class and was inseparable from Lu Qing, this little wolf cub has gone completely mad. He challenged Lu Qing to a duel on the college rooftop tonight. Lu Qing arrived as promised and easily took down the little wolf cub with a few punches. After all, the wolf cubs grow up quickly, and Lu Qing's own growth rate is no less impressive. These past few days, he has been going out every night to hunt blood servants, accumulating a lot of evolution points, and he will soon be able to evolve into a vampire viscount. However, for some reason, the blood servants of the Lazenba clan have recently become much less active, making it extremely difficult to find their traces. Even if he were lucky enough to encounter one, it would only be a small group of 4 or 5, which slowed down his pace of devouring and evolving to some extent. By this time, Brick had completely transformed into a wolf, becoming a massive brown wolf with its mouth full of scarlet blood. It lay on the ground, glaring fiercely at Lu Qing, and roared, "You better stay away from Su Lingwei, or I'll tear you apart sooner or later." Lu Qing shook his head helplessly. This little wolf cub is really stubborn. They've been beaten so badly they can't even get up, yet they're still spouting threats. And what's with this foreign wolf speaking with such a thick Beijing accent? Lu Qing couldn't help but ask curiously, "Your mark is on Su Lingwei, but she's a vampire. You want to protect a vampire, doesn't your family have any objections?" Brick comes from a small country in the west, but his clan is large and belongs to the purest werewolf lineage. This guy seems to be a genuine direct descendant of his family. It's quite dramatic that werewolves and vampires are mortal enemies, yet the brand appeared on a vampire. Brick struggled to his feet, uttering human words from the wolf's mouth, "Mind your own business. Just stay far away. Otherwise, I'll bite your neck off." Lu Qing looked at it with a smile and said, "With your current abilities, you'd need to cultivate for several more years if you wanted to bite my neck off. Until then, you'd better stay away from us. Oh, and by the way, remember to shower more often, you smell absolutely awful. I have something to do, I'm leaving now, bye bye." With that, he jumped straight off the rooftop. The current height of several tens of meters poses no threat to him whatsoever. Oh whoa! Just as Lu Qing landed, an angry and shrill wolf howl came from the rooftop. I reckon this wolf cub's howl will keep the academy on edge for quite a while. We might all have to call the police to see if a wolf from the zoo has escaped. Lu Qing sighed, this little wolf cub is still too young and impatient. Although the wolf cub was persistent and not very friendly, Lu Qing could sense that it didn't seem to have any intention of killing him, it just wanted to beat him up. This is why Lu Qing didn't go all out just now, otherwise, the wolf cub would probably have lost its life long ago. After all, werewolves are quite vulnerable before their power is fully awakened, but once awakened, their strength becomes exceptionally formidable, especially when dealing with vampires. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they can take them down in one bite. Downstairs in the teaching building, the luxurious RR was parked quietly to one side. Lu Qing opened the car door and got in. Su Lingwei, sitting in the passenger seat, asked lazily, "Finished?" "Of course, a complete victory. The little wolf cub is no match for me now." Lu Qing replied easily. "Let's go then. We've finished the blood bags, and I'm a little hungry." Su Lingwei curled up in the comfortable and soft leather seat. Her current languid state was not due to genuine laziness, but rather because she had finished her blood bag that morning and had been hungry all afternoon. Since she drank Zhang Tianhao's blood in front of Lu Qing last time, Lu Qing has never seen her drink anyone else's blood again. She has always drunk from those labeled blood bags. Although drinking blood bags can satisfy the body's needs, for vampires, if they rely solely on blood bags without drinking human blood, their strength will gradually weaken. No wonder Su Lingwei became the weakest vampire count. However, the school beauty senior didn't seem to care about it and was quite happy drinking the blood bag. However, Lu Qing himself did not experience this situation due to the system. So tonight, he and Su Lingwei are going to a place to shop. Half an hour later, RR quietly stopped in a secluded corner. Lu Qing and Su Lingwei got out of the car and looked at the iconic illuminated lettering on the building not far ahead, Red Cross Blood Center. This is the largest blood storage facility in Jiang City, and it's also where the campus beauty and senior student have always sourced their blood. In the past, Su Lingwei personally handled the task of selecting blood bags, as she would choose different flavors of blood based on her own mood, which Uncle Luo naturally could not do for her. This time, however, the school beauty senior brought Lu Qing along as well, seemingly intending to groom him for this task. Should we sneak in, or jump in directly? This was Lu Qing's first time participating in something like this, and he wasn't very familiar with the procedures. Su Lingwei turned and glanced at him, then led the way toward the building, saying, "Let's go inside." Chapter 21: The Blood Theft Incident. The atmosphere at the Red Cross Blood Center was unusually tense tonight. Those who were supposed to leave work had already gone, but the people on the night shift were on high alert, warily scanning their surroundings. It was clearly noticeable that the building's defenses had increased to 3 times their original strength. Security guards wielding batons patrolled everywhere, and cameras in every hidden corner were turned on, creating a suffocating sense of tension. Starting around last year, employees at the Red Cross Blood Center discovered something strange. On this day every month, a blood theft incident always occurs at the blood center. Even a heavily guarded blood bank is bound to lose a batch of precious blood samples. The amount lost each time was small, and at the place where the blood was lost, a small silver box filled with glittering gold was always placed. The amount of gold depends on the rarity of the stolen blood, but each time the value of the gold far exceeds the value of the lost blood. This presented a dilemma for the head of the blood donation center. Blood theft is undoubtedly a bad thing, but the fact that the compensation in gold is so high each time, enough to buy several times the amount of blood, is really perplexing. Even more bizarrely, no matter how much guard force is deployed, the blood in the blood bank will still be lost on this day of the month. They tried everything, including checking surveillance footage, but no one could figure out how the blood was lost. Because of the gold compensation, the person in charge of the organization did not choose to call the police, but instead organized more defense forces on their own. At the front desk in the lobby, 2 sweet-looking young girls are on duty tonight. They stared nervously at the half-closed door, and one of them spoke up, "Today is the 15th again. Do you think someone will come to steal blood again?" "Of course. It happens on this day every month without fail, even more punctual than my period," another person replied. But tell me, who is it? They're so bored that they steal blood, and they always leave behind so much valuable gold. Who knows? Nobody's ever seen it before. Look, there are 10 more security guards tonight than last time. I bet it's still no use. Do you think it might be a ghost? One of the little girls said with lingering fear, but then immediately denied it, saying, why would a ghost steal blood? Ghosts don't need blood. Besides, there are no ghosts in this world. It's all a lie. The two continued to whisper among themselves. At this time, no one would come, so although they were nervous, they also had some free time. Suddenly, a little girl saw two people walking confidently into the gate. One was a beautiful, icy young woman in black, exuding an elegant aura that took one's breath away. The other was a slightly pale and thin young man with striking, handsome features, especially his eyes, which seemed to possess a kind of magic that made people unable to resist being captivated by them. Compared to the girl beside him, the man had a slightly gentler demeanor, with a faint smile on his face, yet also a hint of wicked charm. The little girl was stunned for a moment. With so many security guards outside, how did these two get in? Hello, where is the blood bank? Lu Qing asked one of the girls with a smile and politeness. At this moment, Su Lingwei's cold voice came, no need to ask, I know where it is. Let's at least go through the proper procedures. Hasn't the procedure already been followed? We already hypnotized those security guards in the monitoring room just now. All right. The little girl stared at the two people talking as if no one else was around, and her mind was momentarily blank. Suddenly, her eyes lit up when she saw that the handsome man was carrying two small silver boxes. A small silver box? It looks so familiar. She was about to speak when, in the next second, she met a pair of red eyes and heard a magnetic and seductive voice in her ear, you didn't see anything. Forget everything that happened today. Then, as if she had lost her soul, she sat down blankly, I didn't see anything, I forgot everything today. After both receptionists were hypnotized, Su Lingwei suddenly reached behind the reception desk and pulled out two lollipops. She peeled one open and ate it herself, then stuffed the other one into Lu Qing's mouth. He said proudly, this little girl used to be on duty every time I came here. She especially liked to hide two lollipops under the table, and they tasted pretty good. With a piece of candy stuffed in his mouth, Lu Qing glanced at the dazed little girl with some sympathy, thinking to himself, how pitiful. Lu Qing and Su Lingwei continued forward without any hindrance, hypnotizing each person they encountered. Later, a faint red light emanated from Su Lingwei's body, spreading like mist to every corner of the building. With her special ability, she successfully hypnotized everyone in the building. Senior, so this is how you used to draw blood. Lu Qing found her senior's appearance rather cute at that moment. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of this aloof vampire girl sneaking into the building on a dark and stormy night, hypnotizing everyone in order to get her blood to drink. And she always chooses the same day. This school beauty senior has quite a few quirky tastes. As Su Lingwei opened the blood bank door, she corrected her, this isn't stealing blood. We're here to buy it. I'll pay for it. The blood bank doors opened, and a blast of cold air rushed out. The cold air might have felt bone-chilling to an ordinary person, but the two of them contentedly squinted their eyes. The blood bank has rows of freezers, each labeled with its model number. Su Lingwei then examined each of the markings one by one. Occasionally, when she comes across a blood bag with a flavor that she likes, she stops, takes out a bag, tears it open, and takes a small sip. If you are satisfied, take out a marker, make a mark on the bag, then hand the bag to him and say, take 2 packs of this. Lu Qing glanced at the mark made by the school beauty senior on the blood bag in his hand, strong aroma type. He curiously took a bite, and, well, it did have a nice aroma. And this cabinet, and this one, take 2 packs of each. At this moment, Su Lingwei was like a little girl happily picking out snacks in a supermarket. When she saw something she liked, she would direct him to take it down and put it away. Even Lu Qing could clearly feel her joy. Following the instructions of the school beauty senior, Lu Qing continuously took out blood bags from the freezer and put them into the small silver box in her hand. Sweet and sour, lightly fragrant, 30% sugar. Each blood bag has a unique mark made by Su Lingwei. When the small silver box was about half full, Su Lingwei pulled him to the back of the blood bank, her eyes shining as she stared intently at the largest freezer in front of them. He said, there are usually good things hidden in here. I found a bag of rare blood type here last month. The term panda blood is just a common name. Its real name is Rh-negative blood, which is extremely rare, hence the descriptive name. Lu Qing looked at the freezer, which was labeled rare blood type storage cabinet, presumably a place specifically for storing various rare blood samples. Sure enough, another bag. Su Lingwei stretched out two slender fingers, picked out a blood bag with a special mark, and smiled like a child who had discovered a treasure. Looking at Su Lingwei's smile, Lu Qing suddenly felt that the school beauty's smile had a unique warmth about it. If we ever run into someone with rare blood, Lu Qing suggested with a smile, we'll tie him up and bring him to our house, and let him bleed you a little blood every day. These words made Su Lingwei's smile even brighter. It's not impossible. Chapter 22 The hunt begins. They ransacked the cabinet, taking away about 5 or 6 bags of blood. The small silver box was already full. Su Lingwei looked at the box full of blood bags of various flavors, her eyes narrowing into beautiful crescent moons. Let's go. That's about it for today, come back next month. The school beauty senior walked out of the blood bank satisfied. Lu Qing placed another silver box on the metal platform in the center of the blood bank. Inside was a small half box of gold, which was the money the school beauty senior had used to buy blood. In terms of the value of this gold, the blood center has definitely made a profit this time. No wonder the person in charge here is reluctant to call the police. After losing a bag of rare blood last time, they even put another bag out this time. They're really shrewd. Su Lingwei had already returned to the car. Her straw was in the car, and she was a little hungry, so she was probably using the straw to suck up the blood from the bag. Lu Qing, on the other hand, had to finish up the remaining tasks. As he left, he noticed the 2 young women at the front desk were still dazed, as if they hadn't seen him at all. Actually, encountering a blood thief like Su Lingwei was quite lucky for them. If it were any other vampire, they would probably just rob them violently and then suck their blood. As I stepped outside, my phone rang. I opened it and saw a message from Uncle Luo, saying that he had discovered some traces of blood servants in the southern part of the city and that I could go and hunt them down. Looking at the message on the screen, Lu Qing narrowed his eyes and smiled. He had finally found the blood servants' whereabouts again. It seemed that he could evolve into a viscount tonight. In the deep, dark subway tunnel, 2 vampire barons were speeding along the railway tracks. With their formidable strength, vampires moved like constantly flashing black shadows as they ran. Behind him, 7 or 8 blood servants followed silently. Judging from the tattered clothes on these servants, most of them were beggars wandering the streets or poor laborers drifting from place to place in their previous lives. People like this are everywhere in this huge city, and even if they disappear silently, it's hard for them to attract anyone's attention. These 8 newly transformed blood servants must be sent back immediately. One of the barons glanced back quickly as he ran. The Earl's plan is at its most critical stage. These blood servants, who were just converted tonight, must be sent to Phoenix Cry Mountain and handed over to the Earl as soon as possible. Although they didn't know what the Earl wanted these blood servants for, they knew that once these blood servants were sent to the manor on Phoenix Mountain, they never came out again. Even some of the last vampires, or barons like them, would be sent to that manor if they made a mistake, and then disappear without a trace. They were relatively lucky, because they didn't have to stay in that increasingly terrifying manor because they had to keep searching for and transforming blood servants. They've been doing this for a long time, but recently things have been going wrong. Several teams transporting blood servants were intercepted and killed. Those teams seemed to have vanished into thin air, just like the team that had gone to harass the Countess before, which had disappeared without a trace. The culprit behind all this seems to be a newly born vampire named Lu Qing. Moreover, I've heard that the Earl is quite annoyed because the number of blood servants sent recently has been too small. That's why they chose to take the subway tunnel route tonight. This is the last batch of blood servants to be transported. After this batch is delivered, we still have to go to that welfare home tomorrow. The Viscount summoned us personally. It seems he wants to deal with that vampire named Lu Qing. Sigh, these past few days have been exhausting. I hope I can find some good food at the orphanage tomorrow. The 2 barons complained to each other but kept their feet moving at an undiminished speed. The newly transformed blood servants ran tirelessly, but their speed couldn't keep up, so the 2 barons had to stop and wait for them from time to time. Why is one missing? When the blood servants caught up again, one of the barons suddenly realized that the original 8 blood servants had become 7. What happened? The baron looked into the dark and deep tunnel, but the missing blood servant seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Call out. A sudden, violent whooshing sound filled the silent tunnel. A small stone, flying at high speed, rubbed against the air and ignited with intense heat, striking the body of a blood servant with pinpoint accuracy. The powerful force smashed the blood servant's head to pieces. Bang! The blood servant's corpse fell heavily to the ground. Run! The Baron's pores tightened instantly, and he turned and fled desperately towards the front of the tunnel. Because he had already sensed that something was approaching at an extremely fast speed deep inside the dark tunnel. He couldn't sense the presence of his pursuers behind him, but judging from the sound of the air exploding, it was a creature whose power far surpassed theirs. It must be him. It's that new vampire clan member who's been trying to ambush us lately. The two barons fled frantically, showing no courage to turn back and fight. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two more whooshing sounds rang out, and the heads of two more blood-soaked beasts were shattered. Their bodies were propelled forward for more than 10 meters before collapsing. Whenever a blood servant is killed, the vampires behind him seem to pause briefly before continuing to run. With each pause, the vampire's aura would subtly increase. Damn it! How can he be so fast? The two barons no longer cared about their blood servants, all they wanted to do was escape. However, the vampires behind them were closing in. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This time, the three blood servants fell one after another, each fall like the tolling of a death knell. Call out. Another bloodied head fell. One of the barons turned around in horror and found that only one blood servant remained. Is it that once this blood servant dies, it will be their turn? But he guessed wrong. Because this time, the stone that shot out still carried great force after shattering the last blood servant, directly breaking his kneecap. Help me! The baron lost his balance instantly and cried out for help to his companions as he fell to the ground. But to his despair, he discovered that his companions ahead of him hadn't even turned their heads, they were only focused on desperately fleeing into the distance. The next moment, he felt a gentle breeze coming from behind him. Immediately afterwards, with a crack, his neck made a crisp snapping sound, and his head was turned 180 degrees to see a pale, expressionless face. The next second, his body turned to ashes. Call. There's only one baron left. If I devour him, I should be able to evolve into a viscount. Lu Qing gazed at the darkness further into the tunnel and calmly chased after him. Chapter 23, Evolution of the Viscount, Awakening New Vampire Abilities. In the dimly lit, deep tunnel, the last remaining baron was fleeing for his life. The cries for help from his companions struck him like a hammer blow, but he dared not stop for a moment. He knew in his heart that if he hesitated even for a second longer, death would follow him like a shadow. If he had known this mission was so dangerous, he would not have accepted it. At this moment, fear was like a raging fire, as if it would set his entire body ablaze. Even the little blood left in his body seemed to be boiled by this flame of fear. However, the terrifying aura emanating from behind him slowly approached like a leech, and the sacrifice of his companion only bought him a very brief few seconds to catch his breath. Those few seconds are enough for him to run hundreds of meters. There's an exit ahead, a bar awaits you there. The baron screamed inwardly, as long as I can break through, I can survive. He was convinced that if he could just rush into the bar, replenish his strength with blood, and use those ignorant humans to block the demons behind him, he could escape death. At this moment, he had long since forgotten the rules of the vampire clan. Survival was his only thought. Driven by extreme fear, the baron sped up again, for he could vaguely see the small exit in the distance, which seemed like a lifeline. However, fate did not seem to intend to let him go. Do you think you can escape my control? A calm yet chilling voice suddenly rang in his ear. The baron turned his head in horror and saw a pale profile with sharp features. That demonic presence had already come to his side and was running alongside him. No, the baron roared in despair, attempting a final attack. Don't waste your energy struggling. Lu Qing said coldly, then reached out and precisely grabbed the baron's neck, forcefully pulling him to a stop. With a thought, Lu Qing's hand emitted a strange red light, which quickly enveloped the baron's body. Before long, the red light began to flow back, and along with the red light returning to Lu Qing's body was a full amount of energy and essence. The baron's eyes were filled with resentment as he stared intently at the exit that was so close yet so far away. He knew he would never be able to reach it again. No, the baron cried out hoarsely, the Viscount will not forgive you. Orphanage. You're dead. The moment he finished speaking, the baron's body turned to ashes and vanished into thin air. Lu Qing frowned slightly. An orphanage? Could it be that these vampires have already discovered his background and are planning to target the orphanage? In an instant, an uncontrollable surge of violent emotion welled up in Lu Qing's heart. The innocent children in the welfare home, and the kind old director, were among the few things he cared about most. If these guys dare to harm the welfare home, he will make them pay a heavy price for their foolish actions. Ding! Devoured Vampire Baron X1, Evolution Points +2. Ding! Evolution requirements met, evolution initiated. The sudden system notification interrupted his thoughts. A powerful and boundless force surged forth from the depths of his body's cells. This force was purer and more powerful than the energy he had previously obtained by devouring vampires. At the same time, a piercing pain followed, as if every cell was being repeatedly tempered and reshaped under the influence of this force. This painful process lasted for a full 10 minutes. As that power gradually disappeared into his body, his already pale face became even more bloodless, like a blank sheet of paper. Ugh! This pain is unbearable. His voice trembled uncontrollably from the pain. Since becoming a vampire, his pain tolerance has improved dramatically, but this time the pain was far too intense. It spread from deep within his cells, as if his entire body had been completely crushed and then pieced back together. Ding! Host has evolved to Viscount. Awakening vampire abilities, Crimson Bloodlust. Crimson Bloodlust, this skill can stimulate the blood energy throughout the body, doubling the body's strength for a short period of time. The current duration is 30 seconds. After use, the body will be in a state of temporary weakness. Evolving to Viscount has indeed awakened a new ability. What an imposing name. It's important to know that even geniuses among vampires can only awaken 2 abilities at most, and with each level they advance, they can awaken a completely new ability. In addition, with his noble bloodline as a pure-blooded royal, as long as he doesn't encounter those ancient monsters that have lived for thousands of years and the level difference isn't too great, he will basically not face any life-threatening danger. Let's try this new ability. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he stared at his hands and whispered, Crimson Bloodlust. In an instant, his blood seemed to ignite, becoming scalding hot, like molten iron surging through his veins. Boom! A faint red mist suddenly shot out from his pores. It was blood mist formed after his blood boiled. He slowly raised his head, the red light in his eyes had completely solidified, and a surge of power coursed through his body, making him feel as if he were filled with endless energy. At this moment, he was like a terrifying demon awakening from a blood mist. This state lasted for 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, the red blood mist gradually receded back into his body, followed by a faint feeling of weakness. Phew! Thankfully, the weakness after dispelling my abilities isn't too severe. I can probably still maintain about 60% of my strength. And it seems that the stronger the body, the faster the recovery. With a double strength boost and the advantage of faster recovery during periods of weakness, this is undoubtedly an extremely powerful ability in battle. He glanced at his personal information again. Personal information panel. Host, Lu Qing. Race, vampire. Bloodline, royal bloodline. Family, none. Rank, vampire. Viscount points required to evolve to the next rank, 040. Abilities, ×0 Crimson Bloodlust. Evolutionary sequence, highest sequence, evolving by devouring other vampires. Evolution sequence, highest sequence, talent isolation, can infinitely conceal one's vampire level, making it impossible to detect. Chapter 24 Encountering Fanatics Again. In the quiet and secluded subway tunnel, a newly crowned vampire Viscount was quietly born. For vampires, the evolution of their level often requires a long period of accumulation and refinement. However, Lu Qing broke with convention and grew from a novice vampire to a vampire Viscount of considerable strength in just 1 month. Such a speed of advancement can only be described as miraculous. But Lu Qing knew in his heart that this was only the beginning. Above the Viscount rank, the vampire hierarchy resembles a towering pyramid. Powerful beings such as earls, marquises, dukes, and princes are arranged in order, and there are also ancient and mysterious second-generation and first-generation species. They rule over 13 awe-inspiring clans, like dark overlords lurking in the shadows of the world. He knew that the road ahead was still incredibly long. However, as long as it continues to devour, it has the opportunity to evolve. If they are lucky enough, they may one day evolve to the level of the first generation of species. By then, he might have enough power to establish his own family, and even make it stand out among the 13 clans and become the strongest. Lu Qing stood in the darkness, seemingly one with the shadows around him. With each evolution, his sinister aura grew stronger, and his temperament seemed to change subtly. To evolve into an earl, 40 evolution points are needed. Lu Qing pondered to himself, based on the previous pattern, nowadays, devouring a Viscount will give about 2 evolution points, devouring a Baron will give 1, and devouring a last bloodline will give 0.5. As for blood servants, they should not help with evolution at all. After evolving into a vampire Viscount, Lu Qing had already realized it. Devouring blood servants no longer provides any enhancement to his body now. The minimum standard for devouring them must be at least a last-generation vampire. Vampires are already few in number, and their advancement speed will probably slow down in the future. It seems we need to find high-level vampires to target. He pondered silently. As the demands of evolution increased, he would inevitably have to devour more high-level vampires. However, each high-level vampire is the result of a long period of time and their numbers are extremely limited. Unless you go west. The West has always been the core area of the vampires and the foundation of various clans, with a far greater number of high-level vampires than in other places. Most of the ancient vampires who have been dormant for thousands of years are also hiding there. But that's a matter for the future. We'll talk about it when we're strong enough. It's too early to think about these things before we evolve into a duke. Just as Lu Qing was deep in thought. Click. A faint sound suddenly came from the silent tunnel, followed by a flash of white light. Lu Qing was momentarily dazzled by the white light, and subconsciously squinted as he looked toward the source of the sound, unable to help but chuckle. Suddenly, a person was standing there, holding up a phone and staring blankly at him. I must have been so focused on thinking that I didn't notice the person getting close. Sigh. Lu Qing sighed, feeling both helpless and amused. You, of all people, had to come here on your own. An ordinary person, insisting on getting close to a vampire, wasn't that just asking for trouble? Moreover, this is a hidden subway tunnel, and this guy actually managed to run into me. His luck is really good. You stay away. The man said, his voice trembling, as he saw Lu Qing walking towards him. I'm recording. Although he was scared, he stubbornly held up his phone and refused to put it down. That's some really strange courage. At a time like this, instead of running away, they're still fixated on recording. Lu Qing slowly walked to a lamp that emitted a faint green light, and only then did he realize that the person in front of him looked somewhat familiar. Dressed in camouflage, carrying a huge backpack, and fully equipped, isn't this the vampire fanatic we encountered at the entrance of Sunshine Community? I think his name was Ayu? How did you end up here? Lu Qing found it somewhat amusing. When Ayu saw Lu Qing's face clearly, he was first delighted. It's you? Then his face turned to horror. Holy crap, you're really a vampire? Yeah, didn't I tell you last time that vampires might look like me? Lu Qing said, opening his mouth to reveal two sharp fangs. Now it's confirmed. This guy named Ayu is definitely searching for vampires again. I don't know how he ended up in this subway tunnel and just happened to run into me. What a strange coincidence. Fortunately, there's no signal here, so it's probably just recording and not a live stream. You saw it all? Lu Qing deliberately revealed a fierce expression, his fangs gleaming coldly in the dim light. Ayu was so frightened that he took several steps back. I saw it. You killed another vampire. Sigh. I guess you're just unlucky. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. Have your neck snapped, or have your heart ripped out and eaten? You choose. Ha! Ayu's face was full of struggle. He didn't want to choose either of these ways to die. I thought I'd try my luck in this secluded place today, hoping to find a vampire, so I sneaked into the tunnel. Little did I expect to actually run into him. If this scene could be broadcast live, it would prove that vampires really exist. Lu Qing stared at this guy who was obsessed with vampires, and after a long while he didn't react, not knowing what he was thinking. He prepared to make a move. Just then, Ayu suddenly shouted. Wait a moment. Elder brother. Can we talk this over? I don't want to die. For the sake of our connection, Ayu's face suddenly hardened with determination. Brother, can you turn me into a vampire too? How about you bite me? As he spoke, he suddenly pulled open his collar, revealing his neck, looking as if he were ready to die. This action stunned Lu Qing. This suggestion isn't very good. Lu Qing shook his head. You should just be a decent human being. Come on, look me in the eyes. Lu Qing's eyes instantly turned blood red as he used his innate ability hypnosis on this fanatical vampire enthusiast. He then went up and deleted all the videos and photos from Ayu's phone. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and took a selfie of Ayu, who was in a daze, before retreating into the darkness and disappearing without a trace. After a long while, Ayu's eyes gradually cleared, and he stared blankly at the dark tunnel in front of him. Ha! Didn't I come here to explore? Why am I just standing here daydreaming? How come there's suddenly a selfie of me on my phone? Who took it? How strange. He stared intently at the photo on his phone, stood there for a long while, and then suddenly muttered to himself. Vampires can hypnotize. My gut feeling tells me I was probably just hypnotized by a vampire. When Lu Qing returned to the Seahorse Manor, it was already 4 in the morning. Since becoming a vampire, Lu Qing's need for sleep has decreased significantly. Normally, he would only manage to take a short nap during the day. After all, for a vampire, a good night's sleep is quite a luxury. Chapter 25. The vampire world is about to welcome a true king, the orphanage. Most vampires have difficulty falling asleep and are more often in a state of hibernation. In their view, the best way to hibernate is to lie in a coffin. It's not actually necessary to be in a coffin to rest, it's just that this peculiar preference has been passed down since ancient times. Most vampires keep a coffin at home and lie in it in their spare time, which makes them feel safe. Perhaps the progenitor of the vampires was originally laid to rest in a coffin, and over time, this genetic habit was passed down from generation to generation. In reality, there is no difference between lying in a bed and lying in a coffin. Just like Su Lingwei, she never sleeps in the pink coffin in her room. Instead, she treats it as a secluded little playground. There was also a coffin in Lu Qing's room on the second floor, which Su Lingwei had specially made for him, but he had never used it. As soon as Lu Qing returned to the courtyard, he noticed a gaze falling on him from the third-floor balcony. With a slight effort from his legs, he lightly leaped up to the third floor. Su Lingwei was seen draped in a black blanket, curled up on the spacious balcony, her arms wrapped around her body, holding a piece of transparent crystal in her hand. Her long red hair was wet, with water droplets dripping from it, indicating that she had just taken a shower. She was wrapped only in this one blanket, her white little feet, smooth calves, and long, pale neck were exposed. What are you doing here? Lu Qing asked softly, sensing a hint of sadness in the school beauty's expression. Let us look at the moon here. Su Lingwei tilted her head back, the moonlight shining on her face, making it appear pure white. Lu Qing squatted down with her. Neither of them spoke for a while. The moon is exceptionally round tonight, a night that all vampires adore. I used to watch the moon like this with my mother. Under the moonlight, Su Lingwei said slowly, my mother is very beautiful, but unfortunately she is not a pure-blooded vampire. To that man, she was nothing more than a plaything. Therefore, even though she gave birth to me, she wouldn't gain the family's approval. In the moonlight, Su Lingwei squinted slightly, as if lost in a distant memory. There were 4 or 5 cases of red wine next to her, all of which were empty. Lu Qing knew immediately that the school beauty had drunk quite a bit tonight. I didn't inherit that man's bloodline, and he was very angry. My brothers and sisters were the same. Back then, my life was a bit difficult. Later, my mother died at the hands of that man. I was sent to an orphanage, grew up slowly, and was later found by Uncle Luo, who transformed me into a vampire. Su Lingwei's voice grew softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. She turned her head, her blood-red eyes staring directly into Lu Qing's eyes. Lu Qing, today is the day I thirst for blood. I just went out and drank from a human. This time I couldn't control myself and drank all the blood from his body. Look, I can become powerful too, but it's useless. Su Lingwei slowly lowered her head, appearing drowsy, whether due to excessive alcohol consumption or weakness from thirst. Lu Qing stared at her for a long time. It turned out that today was the day she thirsted for blood. On this day last month, it was the night he was first embraced by her. He never expected that a month had passed. He reached out and gently put his arm around Su Lingwei's cold, pale shoulder, then slipped his other hand under her knee and bent down to pick her up. He chuckled softly, I'm so glad you killed that human instead of creating a new one. 3 vampires are enough for our family. He carried Su Lingwei toward the room. At that moment, she was like a sleeping kitten in his arms, but she was not breathing and had no heartbeat. It doesn't matter if you're not strong, I'll be there for you in the future. Lu Qing gently placed Su Lingwei on the large bed in the center, removed the only blanket from her, looked at her for a while, and then covered her with the quilt. Su Lingwei, who seemed to be fast asleep, suddenly opened her eyes again at a certain moment, looked at him for a while, and then closed her eyes again. Lu Qing, if you become very powerful in the future, can you do something for me? He gently pinched Su Lingwei's cheek, his eyes smiling. Okay. Even if you want the world to end, I'll agree. On the rooftop of the villa next door, Uncle Luo, dressed in an elegant tuxedo and wearing white gloves, gently raised his hand and took a sip of coffee. Watching the figure disappear on the balcony, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and then the figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. The vampire world will soon welcome a true king. Three figures dressed in black walked towards the gate of the somewhat remote and dilapidated Boai welfare home. A well-dressed butler wearing gold-rimmed glasses steadily held a black umbrella, beneath which stood a stunningly beautiful young woman in a black dress. Beside them stood a slender and handsome man. This welfare home is located in a remote area and few people come here, so it looks a bit dilapidated. I have lived here for 12 years, and the old director has always treated me like his own grandson. After I left, I often came back to visit. All the children there know me well. Lu Qing said as he led Su Lingwei and Uncle Luo toward the orphanage. Su Lingwei looked around curiously and casually added, "Over the years, you have donated your extra money to this welfare home every year, totaling about 40 or 50,000 yuan. The children at the orphanage receive gifts from you every year, but you weren't well off before and didn't have much money, so most of the gifts were handmade by you, and the children loved them." Hearing Su Lingwei recount these details, Lu Qing cast a resentful glance at her. "You even found out about this before? I even suspect that I was being followed by vampires every day during the days after I was transformed." Su Lingwei remained expressionless and immediately shifted the blame. "This wasn't me, it was all Uncle Luo's doing." Lu Qing turned to look at Uncle Luo, who reached out and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. He reiterated, "It is my duty to know everything about my new family members." "And you're wrong. I only monitored you for 2 days at first. On the third day, I realized your senses were already capable of detecting my presence, so I left." Lu Qing pursed her lips helplessly, too lazy to pay any more attention to this voyeuristic duo. The reason he came to the orphanage so early in the morning was because he had heard some information about the orphanage when he killed the Baron in the tunnel last night, and he was really worried about it. If those guys dare to harm the orphanage, he will definitely lose his temper on the spot. "Brother Lu, you're here." The three of them had not gone far into the orphanage when a clear and joyful voice suddenly rang out. Under a big tree ahead, a mischievous little fellow peeked out. Upon seeing Lu Qing, his face instantly lit up with a bright smile. The little guy reached out and shouted in one direction, "Everyone come quick! Brother Lu has come to see us again." Chapter 26. Are you Brother Lu's girlfriend? Brother has to wait for Qiuqiu to wake up. At that shout, countless childish and delighted cries rang out from around the corner. "Ah! Brother Lu is here? Quick! Stop playing! Run faster! Let's go see Brother Lu!" With shouts, a group of adorable children appeared, and more than a dozen cheering children suddenly emerged from around the corner. Su Lingwei was slightly taken aback when she saw this, then a smile appeared on her face. "It seems you're quite popular at the orphanage." Lu Qing smiled smugly. "Of course, I used to be the king of the kids." As he spoke, he took a few steps forward to greet them. "Don't rush, run slowly, don't fall." The children rushed to him, surrounded him, and chattered incessantly. "Brother Lu, why are you here to see us so early this year? I miss you so much. Brother Lu, why are your hands so cold? Do you have a cold? Brother Lu, look, haven't I grown taller again? I listened to you and ate a lot of food. Brother Lu, hug me quickly, otherwise you won't be able to carry me when I grow up." Lu Qing was overwhelmed by the constant calls of Brother Lu. He had experienced such welcoming scenes dozens of times, so he handled them with ease, hugging one child and patting another's head with a gentle smile. "Zixiao, why are you so tanned? Have you been sneaking out to play all the time? Little flower, you need to eat more so you can grow up to be even prettier." "My brother doesn't have a cold. He's just wearing less today, so his hands are a little cold. Come here, Dandan, let your brother give you a hug." After patting all the children's heads, Lu Qing distributed the large bag of snacks he was carrying to these lively little ones. Su Lingwei stood not far away, quietly watching the lively scene, not daring to go forward and participate. In this world, apart from Lu Qing, there is probably no other vampire who, after being transformed, could treat these children so gently. "Sister, you're so beautiful." A crisp voice suddenly rang out beside Su Lingwei. She looked down and saw a little girl with a small ponytail looking up at her. Su Lingwei squatted down and gently pointed to the little girl's braids. "You're pretty too." After being praised, the little girl thought about it seriously for a moment and said, "I am pretty, but I'm still not as pretty as you, sister." "Sister, are you Brother Lu's girlfriend?" the little girl asked innocently. Su Lingwei paused for a moment, then asked instead of answering immediately, "Do you even know what a girlfriend is?" "I know. A girlfriend is someone you can kiss." "Sister, if you're Brother Lu's girlfriend, I'll give you candy." Seeing that she didn't speak, the little girl stretched out her hands, which had been behind her back, and held 2 lollipops in them. Eat candy. Su Lingwei smiled and gently took the candy, patting her little head. If I weren't Brother Lu's girlfriend, would I not get any candy? The little guy shook his head and said with a sly smile, no, that's not it. If she were my girlfriend, I could give her 2 candies, but since she's not Brother Lu's girlfriend, I can only give you 1. The little guy stretched out his other hand from behind his back, this time holding only a lollipop. Each child received a special gift and snacks from Lu Qing. But these children weren't like ordinary kids who would run away after receiving a gift. Instead, they surrounded Lu Qing even more closely and started sharing their snacks. Brother Lu, this is delicious. You should try it. And this too, we have to eat this one too. Before long, Lu Qing's mouth was stuffed full by the little ones. The little ones were like cheerful little elves, but Lu Qing felt a vague unease in his heart. Something's not right. His gaze swept across the children's faces, and a sudden thought struck him. That's right, something's definitely wrong. 3 children are missing. Where's Qiuqiu? Why isn't Qiuqiu here? Lu Qing suddenly stood up, still smiling, but her eyes gradually turned cold. Huh? Really? Where's Qiuqiu? The children realized what was happening and started searching through the crowd. However, they couldn't find Qiuqiu anywhere. Strange, I saw Qiuqiu this morning, how come she's gone? Ball, the children called out anxiously. Just then, an elderly man with gray hair rushed over. Old Dean. Lu Qing hurriedly went to greet him. Seeing the old dean, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, the old dean was all right for the time being. But then his heart sank again, because the old dean's condition was terrible. The old dean's eyes were bloodshot, his eye sockets were dark and bluish, his gray hair was messy, he walked with a limp, and he would rub his left leg from time to time. As soon as the old dean arrived, he tightly grasped Lu Qing's arm with his withered hands, his lips trembling, but he couldn't speak for a long time. Seeing the old man, who had always been elegant despite his advanced age, in such a state now, Lu Qing felt a surge of anger. Don't rush, tell me slowly, Lu Qing said, gently patting the old dean's withered hand. The old director glanced elsewhere, and finally spoke in a hoarse and trembling voice. Last night, 2 children were taken away. I saw it with my own eyes. Those guys grabbed the children, and when I tried to stop them, they picked me up and threw me away. Those people, they looked so strange. No, it's like a monster. As the old dean recounted the story, Lu Qing's expression grew increasingly grim. It was those vampires. They finally targeted the children at the orphanage. Yesterday was probably just the beginning, which is why they only took away 2 children. 2 children? Wait a minute. 3 children are missing. Lu Qing tried hard to suppress his emotions and asked, Old Dean, are you sure it was 2 children who were taken away yesterday? Is Qiuqiu inside? The old dean seemed still immersed in the fear of last night, slowly recalling. He rushed forward recklessly, but could not shake those guys at all. He also heard those people say, you're too old to be as delicious as these little guys. You're lucky. Of the 2 children who were taken away yesterday, Qiuqiu was not one of them, they were the 2 older ones. Qiuqiu was eating breakfast in the yard this morning. The old director muttered to himself, then suddenly snapped back to reality, his eyes darting anxiously around. Qiuqiu is gone too? Where did Qiuqiu go? Su Lingwei and Uncle Luo, who were in the distance, seemed to have noticed the strange atmosphere. They could clearly feel that Lu Qing's aura was getting out of control, as if it was about to explode. What happened? Su Lingwei gently patted Lu Qing's arm, as if to comfort him. Those people yesterday kidnapped 2 children, and another child is missing. Lu Qing looked at her, his eyes seemingly churning with angry magma. Then, he whispered to the old dean, Dean, don't look anymore, I know where Qiuqiu is. With his powerful senses, Lu Qing had just searched the entire orphanage and detected a faint heartbeat and aura on a patch of grass. It must be Qiuqiu. Although she could sense that Qiuqiu hadn't been taken away, her heartbeat and breath were frighteningly weak at that moment. Let's go. Lu Qing took the lead and ran towards the direction he sensed, with Su Lingwei supporting the old dean as they followed closely behind. Please don't let anything happen to Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu is Lu Qing's favorite little girl in the orphanage. She is lively and adorable. Every time Lu Qing comes, Qiuqiu gives him a small handmade gift. She often says that when she grows up, she wants to live and eat with Brother Lu. When she says this, Qiuqiu's eyes are full of happiness and seriousness. The welfare home was not large, and Lu Qing arrived there quickly. On the lush green grass lay a little girl who looked like a porcelain doll. She seemed to be suffering immense pain. Her small body was curled up in a ball, and her chubby little face was deathly pale. Chiu. Lu Qing quickly stepped forward, gently picked her up, and found that Chiu's body temperature was alarmingly high. What angered him even more was that there was a deep bite mark on Chiu's arm. Su Lingwei handed the old dean to Uncle Luo, stepped forward, glanced at it, and explained in a cold voice, "This is a delaying agent for the venom. The person bitten will experience prolonged pain, then their body will slowly rot, and finally, die. They did it on purpose." Su Lingwei frowned, her face showing reluctance. "I understand." Lu Qing's voice was unusually calm as she quietly looked at Chiu in her arms. Chiu seemed to sense something and struggled to open its eyes. "Brother Lu, come see. Chiu is sick." Seeing Chiu's forced smile, Lu Qing smiled gently and asked, "Brother knows you're sick. Does it hurt?" "No. It doesn't hurt." Lu Qing gently kissed Chiu's cheek. "Sweetie, you'll feel better after a good night's sleep." "Okay. Brother has to wait until Chiu wakes up." "Good." Chiu's beautiful eyes slowly closed, and her breath grew weaker and weaker. Chapter 27. Fuck you. You pervert. Lu Qing held the sleeping Chiu in her arms, standing quietly in place, motionless. Behind him, Su Lingwei's dark red pupils were extremely dilated, her eyes filled with horror. In her eyes, Lu Qing was surrounded by a thick layer of red blood mist, and the dark and cold aura made her tremble slightly. Although Su Lingwei was just standing quietly, she could clearly feel that Lu Qing's body was filled with endless violent power. She had never seen Lu Qing like this before. He was like a tyrannical king about to awaken, and his powerful aura made it hard for her to breathe. "Senior, could you please take care of Chiu for a moment? Then take all the children and the old headmaster and leave here first." Lu Qing turned around calmly and handed the ball in his arms to her. "And you? I'll stay here alone." Su Lingwei silently took the ball without asking any further questions. Lu Qing then turned his gaze to Uncle Luo and reached out, saying, "Uncle Luo, could you lend me your Tang sword for a moment? Also, could you help clear the area?" In the end, everyone left the orphanage. As they left, they all felt that this familiar orphanage seemed to have changed. An endless chill began to slowly spread through the courtyard. As the sun gradually set, the icy aura grew stronger, and a sweet, cloying smell of blood even filled the air. Su Lingwei turned her head one last time to look at the back of that figure who stood quietly holding a Tang sword. As the last ray of sunlight disappeared, she seemed to witness the arrival of a bloodthirsty king. "Tonight, this place will probably turn into hell. Miss, the preliminary detection results are in. There are 40 blood servants, 18 last-generation vampires, and 8 barons. They are led by a vampire viscount. Given Lu Qing's condition, he might be in danger. Should we go and provide support?" Uncle Luo and Su Lingwei stood on the rooftop of a tall building, from where they could vaguely see the situation inside the orphanage. Uncle Luo has already investigated the forces that the Lazenba clan has mobilized this time, and the Viscount leading the team is said to be a newly promoted vampire under the command of Earl of Phoenix Cry Mountain, who is bloodthirsty and enjoys killing. This Viscount seems to have turned the orphanage into a battlefield for a game. Miss, this Viscount planned the attack on the orphanage, and his target is not only Lu Qing. It was also done on purpose to show us, Uncle Luo said in his usual calm tone. Although his young mistress wasn't good at analyzing these kinds of situations, as a wise butler, he would select the most crucial information to report. Although Su Lingwei is not good at analysis, it does not mean she is not intelligent. She naturally understands the intention behind the current struggle. "I know they are demonstrating. These guys from the Lazenba tribe are trying to tell me that this time they're targeting Lu Qing, but next time it might be my turn, the Earl." "But Uncle Luo." Su Lingwei stared straight in the direction of the orphanage. Even though her vision was a little blurry, she could still clearly feel the violent and oppressive atmosphere. "I think they might have miscalculated this time. Lu Qing was really angry just now, and for a moment, even I felt fear." Su Lingwei recalled the scene just now. At that moment, even though she was a vampire count, she was suppressed by an inexplicable force. A gentle breeze blows, and the bright moon hangs high in the night sky. In an instant, countless dark figures rushed out from various shadowy corners like ghosts. They moved swiftly and silently, their sharp fangs and claws already extended, closing in from all directions. Vampires appeared one after another in the trees, on the rooftop, on the lampposts, their blood-red eyes fixed on the lone man standing in the open space under the dark night sky. He. A very feminine voice rang out. Is he really all alone? On the tallest tree in the orphanage, a figure shrouded in black robes appeared. It was the Viscount. His eyes were full of mockery. Little guy, who gave you the guts to stand here and wait to die? I hope your blood is delicious enough. My men are itching for it. Ha ha. The Viscount displayed his self-righteous elegance to the fullest. In his view, this was nothing more than a game, and since it was a game, it was best to play it to the fullest. So he didn't intend to tear the other person to pieces immediately, but rather planned to slowly savor this feast. Fuck you. Why bother with all that rambling nonsense? Who are you calling little guy? You pervert. The Viscount's initially pleasant mood was instantly dampened, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. Swearing? So vulgar? Then he heard the same sound again. You pervert, I'm just asking you, where are those 2 children you kidnapped? Upon hearing this, the Viscount's mood instantly brightened, because the answer he was about to give would surely cause this guy who dared to insult him immense pain. Ha! Those 2 brats? Of course they were eaten. Eaten to bits, not even bones were left. Oh, right. There seems to be another little devil who's about to die in extreme agony. The Viscount grew more and more excited as he spoke, indulging in the pleasure of tormenting his opponent little by little. He eagerly awaited the other person's reaction. However, the next second, he saw the man who had been keeping his head slightly lowered slowly raise his head. Complex black lines appeared on the man's face, and the blood red in his eyes seemed to materialize, with a faint blood mist swirling around him like a raging flame. At the same time, a strong aura of violence instantly filled the entire area. The Viscount suddenly felt as if a demon king had awakened. In that case, then you, all of you, just die. Chapter 28 Miss, you've already accepted him. Crimson Bloodlust. Lu Qing let out a low, angry roar. In an instant, all the pores on his body opened up, and his originally cold blood instantly became scalding hot. Immediately afterwards, countless blood mists surged out from his pores, completely enveloping his entire body. These blood mists seemed to possess life, leaping like ferocious red flames with each breath. The red flames came fiercely, instantly burning away all the clothes on his upper body, and even the tang sword he was holding tightly was stained with a thick red color. Die! With this sharp shout, Lu Qing's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind a blood servant. With a sharp swoosh, the blood servant didn't even have time to react before its body was cleanly cleaved in 2. At the same time, Lu Qing's figure disappeared without a trace once again. The next second, a head suddenly rolled gently off the neck of the other blood servant crouching on the fence. Until the moment its life ended, the blood servant could not see clearly when the vampire had quietly appeared behind it. After entering the bloodlust state, Lu Qing gained double the power, as if he had completely transformed into a cold-blooded reaper in the darkness. He moved swiftly through the crowd, and with each swing of his tang sword, he would take the life of a blood servant. They either cleaved it in 2 with a single blow or cleanly chopped off its head. In less than half a minute, more than a dozen of the 40-odd blood servants had fallen silently to the ground, never to rise again. This power is actually comparable to that of a Viscount. A vampire baron stared wide-eyed, trying his best to capture the ghostly figure moving at lightning speed, a strong sense of dread rising in his heart. Suddenly, he heard a terrified scream, "Run!" He instinctively turned around and met his companion's fearful gaze. Run? What on earth happened? However, before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his chest. He stared blankly down at his chest and saw a pale hand piercing through his chest, clutching a dark red heart tightly. Is this my heart? He stared blankly into his mind. Bang! Immediately afterwards, his heart was crushed by that hand. At the same time, a faint red glow began to emanate from his body, eventually turning him into ashes and slowly dissipating. As the ashes dissipated, Lu Qing's figure was revealed. At this moment, his bare upper body was already covered in countless drops of blood, which flowed slowly along the intricate patterns on his body and was gradually absorbed by his body. The first burst of blood had ended, and the instant the burst ended, Lu Qing instantly killed the baron in front of him and devoured it. The essence absorbed is continuously replenishing the weakness caused by crimson bloodlust. Lu Qing raised his head and looked directly at the vampire Viscount standing at the highest point, clearly catching the hint of surprise that appeared in the Viscount's eyes. He curled the corners of his lips slightly, made a throat-slitting gesture towards the Viscount, and said coldly, "Wait to die." Enraged by his provocation, the vampire Viscount roared furiously, "Attack! Tear him apart!" In an instant, all the blood servants, the last vampires, and the barons rushed towards Lu Qing like a tidal wave. In an instant, the entire orphanage was filled with deafening roars, the sounds of vampires crashing through walls as they ran at high speed. "Today, none of you will leave." Lu Qing looked at the vampires surrounding him, grabbed a last-generation vampire who was already very close behind him, and pulled it in front of him. Under his powerful control, this last vampire was unable to break free and could only let his body be slammed hard into the ground. Roar! The last vampire let out a painful howl. Lu Qing then stomped down hard, crushing his chest. That powerful force stomped a deep crater into the ground. Then, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight again. Crimson Bloodlust. The Bloodlust ability was activated once again. Lu Qing, carrying a blood mist like red flames, resolutely charged forward to meet the onrushing vampires. In an instant, an endless aura of violence was unleashed, and the entire orphanage seemed to be soaked in blood. Young Master Lu Qing's strength is truly formidable. It has already surpassed mine. On the top of the building, Uncle Luo stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the fierce battlefield in the distance, and exclaimed in admiration. Su Lingwei paused slightly, then turned her head expressionlessly, staring directly at Uncle Luo, and asked, "When did Lu Qing become a young master?" Uncle Luo turned around to face Su Lingwei, placed one hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and said, "Young Master Lu Qing has gained my approval, so as his butler, I can naturally address him as young master. Besides, miss, didn't you already approve of him?" As he spoke, Uncle Luo's gaze fell mockingly on the lollipop in Su Lingwei's mouth. "Pooh!" Su Lingwei immediately puffed out her cheeks and spat out the lollipop in her mouth. The lollipop traced a graceful arc in the air before falling towards the building. But just as it fell halfway down, it was caught by a slender little hand. It turned out that Su Lingwei had regretted spitting it out. With the vampire count's incredible speed, she instantly grabbed the lollipop back, expressionlessly stuffed it back into her mouth, and muttered, "Young master it is, whatever." As Uncle Luo watched his young mistress's series of actions, the smile in his eyes grew even wider. "My young lady is getting more and more arrogant these days." Inside the orphanage, the brutal hunt continues. Except for the vampire Viscount, all the other vampires are now deeply embroiled in this horrific battlefield. Lu Qing gripped his tang sword tightly, his face expressionless as he unleashed his killing spree. Under his blade, not a single vampire was left with a complete corpse. He would only pause briefly to devour the last vampire or baron when tearing them apart. The once flat ground of the welfare home is now shattered beyond recognition, riddled with huge pits of varying depths. In this thrilling hunt, the roles of hunter and prey have already been subtly reversed. The original 40 blood servants, 18 last-generation vampires, and 8 barons have been reduced to just the last 6 barons. They stared at each other, their eyes filled with terror and fear. However, since the Viscount had not given the order to retreat, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue this battle, which was almost certainly a fight to the death. Attack together. The remaining 6 barons mustered all their strength and instantly transformed into 6 blurry phantoms, rushing towards the terrifying vampire Lu Qing located in the very center. But in the next second, a cold voice seemed to suddenly ring in their ears. Chapter 29. You are not worthy to be my servant. Time 0. In an instant, they felt as if everything around them had stopped. Some were still in a pouncing posture, some were suspended in mid-air, and some were about to touch their target with their sharp claws. However, without exception, they were all frozen in place. Lu Qing, as if taking a leisurely stroll, crushed their hearts one by one. Wouldn't it be better to be an ordinary person in the next life? If you have a next life. As the last baron's essence transformed into red light and surged into his body, Lu Qing's fatigue and wounds instantly healed. He killed and devoured the 6 barons in one go, restoring the power he had previously expended to its peak state. Phew! Only one left. Lu Qing turned his gaze to the Viscount, who had not yet made a move. The Viscount was also looking at him with an expression of disbelief on his face. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. That frozen space we just saw must be a special ability. He's not a count at all, how could he possibly have awakened an ability? At this moment, the Viscount was filled with remorse and only wanted to end his life. Although he was tyrannical and bloodthirsty, he was not a fool. A vampire of unknown rank, who awakened his abilities before even reaching the rank of Earl, how could he possibly provoke such an existence? Recalling those ridiculous thoughts he had before, the Viscount wished he could slap himself a few times. Why would I provoke this devil? His entire army was wiped out this time. If he were to return like this, even though he was now a favorite of the Earl, he would surely have his neck snapped and be thrown into that pool of blood. However, he also clearly realized that in the face of this terrifying vampire, he would only end up being torn to pieces. No, we have to run. Go back and tell the Earl that we encountered something that appears to be a mutant. Yes. That's what we'll say. Only mutants possess such terrifying strength. The Viscount's mind raced as he retreated step by step. However, the next second, a hoarse voice sounded behind him. What? Trying to escape now? You? The Viscount turned around in horror, but before he could see when Lu Qing had appeared behind him, he was kicked away hard. Lu Qing's kick was powerful and heavy, sending the Viscount flying from the rooftop like a cannonball to the open ground. I told you long ago, you all have to die here. None of them will escape. Lu Qing stood where the Viscount had been, coldly looking down. The Viscount had just struggled to his feet from the deep crater when he turned and ran away without looking back. However, Lu Qing, in a state of berserk blood, appeared almost instantly next to the fleeing Viscount. The time-zero domain unfolded once again, and time and space in this area were completely frozen. Whoosh! With a light flick of his tang sword, Lu Qing severed both of the Viscount's legs. Within the realm of time-zero, even the flowing blood is frozen. Swish! 2 more blows fell, and the Viscount's arms were severed from his body. Lu Qing sheathed his tang sword, stretched out a hand, and slowly pinched the Viscount's head before deactivating the time-zero effect. The moment the freezing effect disappeared, the excruciating pain caused the Viscount to let out a piercing scream. No! Don't kill me! I am willing to become your servant. I swear on my soul. The Viscount begged for mercy frantically, his face contorted in terror and pain. Lu Qing looked at him coldly and slowly said, You are not qualified to be my servant. Besides, you've long since lost your soul. Bang! An immense force erupted, crushing the Viscount's head into a bloody pulp. The next moment, a flash of red light appeared, and the Viscount's body rapidly withered, then gradually turned into ashes. The last traces of this vampire Viscount, who may have lived for many years, have vanished completely. Ding! Devoured 1 vampire Viscount, evolution points +3. Ha! The devouring Viscount actually gave me 3 evolution points? It seems that as the evolution level increases, the evolution points gained from devouring vampires of the same level will also increase. At this time, Lu Qing had already advanced to the rank of Viscount, and this could be considered a same level devouring. Ding! This time, a total of 18 last vampires, 8 vampire barons, and 1 vampire Viscount have been consumed. A total of 20 evolution points have been gained. 40 points remaining to advance to Vampire Earl. After this battle, Lu Qing obtained almost half of the evolution points needed for advancement. It seems that after a few more battles, I'll soon be able to advance to the rank of Vampire Count. By this calculation, I'll soon be on the same level as the School Beauty and Senior. The School Beauty Senior has lived for 300 years, while I've only been a vampire for a little over a month. Inside the orphanage, Uncle Luo and Su Lingwei walked slowly. Looking at the numerous potholes and craters on the ground, and the countless holes in the walls, Uncle Luo couldn't help but exclaim, Young Master Lu Qing's destructive power is truly astonishing. They had a general understanding of the battle just now, only vaguely sensing that Lu Qing had overwhelmed his opponent. Only now, standing on the scene in person, can one truly appreciate the intensity and brutality of the previous battle. Lu Qing stood alone in the pile of rubble, exhaling deeply, trying to slowly calm the remaining violent emotions in his heart. The strange patterns on his bare upper body have gradually faded away. These patterns appeared naturally when he used the deep blood fury technique. Especially when his emotions were fluctuating violently, those strange patterns seemed to come alive, almost as if they were about to pierce through his body. When he exerted his power to the extreme, all the patterns converged on his back, forming a shape resembling eerie wings. As for what other functions these patterns may have, it is currently unknown, but as the evolution level increases, these secrets will eventually come to light. Just like now, after he advanced to the rank of Viscount, the duration and range of his time-zero domain have both increased. It can now cover an area of about 6 meters around him, and the duration has reached an astonishing 1 minute. Even more impressively, the freezing power of time-zero has also been greatly enhanced. For example, when he used his domain on Su Lingwei before, although Su Lingwei's movements were restricted, she was still able to make some slight movements and speak. But if we release it on the school beauty now, it should be able to completely imprison her. After all, the school beauty senior was just one of the weaker vampire counts. Phew! The bloodshot in Lu Qing's eyes completely disappeared. He turned to look at Uncle Luo and Su Lingwei who were walking towards him and said, "Uncle Luo, I'll leave the cleanup to you." He lost control of his power during the fight and nearly destroyed the entire orphanage. Uncle Luo looked around and bowed slightly in response, "Yes, young Master Lu Qing. However, this place is too badly damaged. Rather than repairing it, it would be better to rebuild it. After all, this is where you lived as a child." Lu Qing did not refuse and replied, "All right, then I'll trouble you, Uncle Luo. Here's the Tang sword back to you." As he spoke, he tossed the clean Tang sword to Uncle Luo, adding, "This sword is quite good, just a bit too light." Battles between vampires usually involve tearing each other apart with claws, but in the battle just now, he discovered that when facing many enemies at the same time, one weapon would be more convenient. Uncle Luo's Tang sword was made of some unknown material. It was jet black, sturdy and sharp, but for him, the only drawback was that it was too light, making it feel weak to use. Chapter 30. Sorry, I couldn't help it, it's only human nature. Su Lingwei looked at him with a slightly strange expression and said, "Each of the 13 clans has its own sacred artifact. Those sacred artifacts are the most powerful weapons in the world, and each one has unique abilities. The Brook tribe's sacred artifact is a weapon called the Execution Axe. Legend has it that those who wield it can increase their strength by more than 10 times, but this comes with the side effect of uncontrollable bleeding. I know the whereabouts of this sacred artifact." Su Lingwei's voice seemed to carry a certain allure. Lu Qing's curiosity was piqued. The Execution Axe? Just from the name, one could imagine that it must be a huge axe. The image that flashed through my mind was of myself wielding a super cool axe in both hands, covered in blood, and it actually felt kind of cool. But he wasn't blinded by fantasy, and rationally said, "Since it's a sacred artifact of the Brook race, they certainly won't let me obtain it easily. I'll wait until I'm strong enough." A fleeting red light flashed in Su Lingwei's eyes, and she nodded with a hint of anticipation. "Okay. Let's go, take me to see how Qiuqiu is doing," Lu Qing said, slowly walking out of the orphanage, casually draping a coat over his shoulders. The old director and the other children have been relocated by Uncle Luo and will not be able to return until the welfare home is rebuilt. As for Qiuqiu, Su Lingwei sent her to the Seahorse Manor alone. When Lu Qing returned home, he saw Qiuqiu's small body curled up in a ball, its heartbeat and breathing so weak that it seemed as if it would stop at any moment, and its skin was ulcerated and cracked. The once adorable little girl now looks terrifying. The chronic venom has begun to erode Qiuqiu's body. My blood can't stop her condition from deteriorating, so Qiuqiu may not last much longer. Su Lingwei seemed unable to bear looking any longer and gently shifted her gaze to Lu Qing's profile. Lu Qing picked up Qiuqiu, looked at the little guy's face covered with cracks, and called out to him softly a few times. In her semi-conscious state, Qiuqiu slightly opened her eyes and weakly cried out, "Brother Lu." "Qiuqiu, it hurts so much." Seeing the little one like this, Lu Qing's eyes reddened. He leaned close to her ear and whispered comfortingly, "It doesn't hurt, sweetie. Qiuqiu, do you want to stay with Brother Lu forever?" Qiuqiu struggled to open one eye, saw his face clearly, and then laboriously reached out her little hand to touch his chin, asking, "Forever, forever together?" Okay. Qiuqiu, that's what Qiuqiu wants." "Okay, then Brother Lu will always be with you." As he spoke, Lu Qing's fangs slowly emerged from his lips. Su Lingwei instantly understood what he was about to do and pleaded with him, "It's no use. Vampire blood can't stop the venom injected by its own kind. You'll only make Qiuqiu weaken faster." Lu Qing slowly shook his head. Deep within his pupils, a silver flame gradually expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it filled his entire pupil, revealing a pair of silver eyes. His voice was deep and firm, "My blood is enough." As soon as he finished speaking, his fangs gently pierced through the ball's arm. At the same time, that familiar, devilishly alluring aura instantly filled the air, causing Su Lingwei's eyes to glaze over as she murmured, royal bloodline?" At this moment, Su Lingwei completely lost her usual aloof demeanor. She had just snapped out of her daze when her body began to tremble uncontrollably. This is a suppression at the bloodline level. Pure-blooded royal blood has an innate suppressive power over pure-blooded vampires. Having been passed down from ancient times to the present day, royal bloodlines are extremely rare. Even the slightest awakening of royal blood would be considered a treasure by the clan. But the aura emanating from Lu Qing now is clearly that of a pure royal bloodline. She trembled, yet couldn't help but want to get closer. The aura of royal blood was like a devil's temptation, irresistible to her. She moved closer without realizing it, until she pressed her face against a broad back, and even involuntarily opened her mouth and bit into the firm muscles of the back. Lu Qing had just retracted his fangs and was injecting his blood into Qiuqiu when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. He reached out and pulled the dazed senior, a campus beauty, into his arms, frowning and glaring at her as he asked, "Why did you bite me?" As the silver pupils disappeared, the aura of royal blood also dissipated. Su Lingwei snapped out of her daze, looked at the handsome face so close to her, and couldn't help but look away, saying, "Sorry, I couldn't help myself." Su Lingwei stood up from his embrace, straightened her clothes, and said seriously, "Although I don't know why you awakened the royal bloodline, you must remember that the royal bloodline has a fatal attraction for all vampires. Once they sense the presence of royal blood, they will be irresistibly drawn to you, even wanting to devour you, just like I did just now." Su Lingwei stuck out her tongue and licked her scarlet lips. Although the aura of royal blood on Lu Qing's body had been concealed, the air still seemed to retain that captivating scent. "I didn't manage to break the skin just now, I really want to take another bite." This sudden thought made Su Lingwei blush slightly. Lu Qing looked at her strangely. The school beauty's behavior was really weird, like she was in heat. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Lu Qing had always been cautious about awakening his royal bloodline and had never revealed it. Moreover, he has not yet developed or utilized his bloodline, mainly because he is afraid of leaking his aura and inadvertently attracting high-level vampires to hunt him down. After all, he doesn't have a powerful clan as his backing right now, so he should develop cautiously first and make other plans when he becomes stronger. After Qiuqiu injected his blood, the cracks on his body finally stopped spreading. However, his heart rate continued to drop, and his body temperature also dropped to an alarming level. But Lu Qing understood that this was a normal phenomenon. When Qiuqiu is first embraced by him, she will experience death first, and then be reborn. When Balbal is resurrected, it will become a vampire. However, Qiuqiu's body will remain at the age of 5 forever, and will never grow up again. Both Lu Qing and Su Lingwei could sense that a unique bloodline was slowly flowing within Qiuqiu's body, the aura of royal blood. However, this aura is currently dormant and may not fully awaken until later. Because she was worried about Qiuqiu, Lu Qing stayed by the bedside, while Su Lingwei stood quietly beside her. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the early morning mist, Qiuqiu slowly opened her tightly closed eyes and softly called out, "Brother Lu?" Looking into Qiuqiu's clear, big eyes, Lu Qing asked anxiously, "Qiuqiu, how are you feeling? Is anything bothering you?" "No, it's just that everything around me seems strange, and Brother Lu looks even more handsome." Qiuqiu looked at him with an innocent expression. Even if a 5-year-old child were to transform into a vampire, their understanding might still be unclear. At this moment, Qiuqiu's body has fully recovered, and because it was transformed by Lu Qing, it seems to have inherited more of his physical characteristics. One very obvious point is that they are not afraid of sunlight. As for other characteristics, we still need to observe them gradually. "Brother!" Qiuqiu climbed out of bed, hugged his arm with her chubby little hands, gave him a light kiss on the cheek, and said a little shyly, "Qiuqiu is hungry, I really want to eat something." Lu Qing was completely charmed by the little girl's innocent and adorable way of acting cute, so she quickly kissed her on the cheek and said, "Then you play with this older sister for a while, and I'll go make you some food." After saying that, he ran to the kitchen. Because Su Lingwei hardly eats at home, the refrigerator is almost empty. He quickly made a bowl of egg noodles and a bowl of steamed egg custard with the only ingredients he had. Carrying the prepared food into the room, he saw Su Lingwei and Qiuqiu already together, the two of them seemingly very familiar with each other. "Qiuqiu, come and eat." He placed the noodles and steamed egg on the table and called to Qiuqiu. The little guy skipped over, looked at the food on the table, frowned slightly, and said, "Brother, has your cooking gotten worse? It doesn't smell good anymore." Seeing the little guy's frown, Lu Qing had an idea and asked, "Don't you want to eat?" Qiuqiu nodded her little head a little embarrassedly, Qiuqiu is so hungry, I don't want to eat this." Lu Qing was slightly taken aback, thinking, could it be that Qiuqiu wants to suck blood? Chapter 31 Full Sugar Milk Tea. On the second day after transformation, vampires often experience a strong urge to drink blood, and some may even kill indiscriminately because they cannot suppress this urge. Although this characteristic wasn't particularly prominent, Qiuqiu's big eyes still revealed a sense of resistance when faced with the fragrant food in front of her. "Come on, let your sister take you to eat something delicious." Su Lingwei gently took Qiuqiu's little hand. Qiuqiu looked up at Lu Qing, and after receiving a nod from him, she followed Su Lingwei to the side. Wait a moment. Su Lingwei told Xiuqiu to wait a while, then climbed into the pink coffin and opened the small silver box. Xiuqiu stared curiously at the large coffin in front of her and asked, "Pretty sister, what is this big box?" A slightly somber voice came from inside the coffin. "This is a small room for sleeping. Do you like it?" Xiuqiu nodded eagerly. "I like it." "Then let Uncle Luo make one for you too, and put it next to mine." Hearing Su Lingwei's words, Xiuqiu smiled happily, revealing two cute dimples on her fair face. She pointed with her chubby little hand. "Can Xiuqiu have this color too? The pink one." At this moment, Su Lingwei had already picked out 2 blood bags from the silver box and crawled out of the coffin again. Looking at Xiuqiu's adorable appearance, she couldn't help but show a hint of admiration in her eyes. Xiuqiu has such great taste. Lu Qing watched from the side and felt a headache coming on. A pink coffin. How did Xiuqiu come to like this style? "Here, try this." Su Lingwei opened the 2 blood bags in her hand, inserted straws, drank from one herself, and handed the other to Xiuqiu. "What is this?" Xiuqiu held the blood bag in her 2 little hands. It was quite large for her. However, the aroma coming from the straw made her swallow hard. It smelled so good. Xiuqiu cautiously took a small sip, her long eyelashes fluttering, and then instantly cheered, "Wow! It tastes so good." "What is this?" Xiuqiu clutched the blood bag tightly with both hands, drinking it in large gulps, a trace of scarlet liquid spilling from her little mouth. While wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Su Lingwei said expressionlessly, "This is milk tea. Oh, it's so delicious. What is this all about?" "They actually call it milk tea." Sometimes, the way of thinking of the school beauty senior is really hard to understand. Is it really appropriate to deceive children like this? However, given Xiuqiu's current situation, doing so is not a problem for the time being. "Brother, have a sip, it's really delicious." Xiuqiu, carrying the blood bag in both hands, ran up to Lu Qing and eagerly handed her the milk tea. Lu Qing first gently pinched the little guy's chubby cheeks, then took a sip herself. It really tastes good." Xiuqiu nestled in his arms, pointed to the 2 words written on the blood bag, and asked, "Brother, what does it say on this?" "Full sugar." "What does full sugar mean?" "Full sugar, that means there's tons of sugar in this milk tea." Oh. Lu Qing carefully examined Xiuqiu's physical condition again and found that apart from still being a little weak, her previous injuries had completely healed, and even the scars left after the cracks on her body had all fallen off and disappeared. Now, Xiuqiu's skin is becoming increasingly fair, like an exquisite porcelain doll. However, Xiuqiu is no longer that ordinary human little girl. "Go, let your sister take you to take a bath. From now on, Xiuqiu will live with your brother." "Okay." Xiuqiu kissed him on the cheek and then ran to Su Lingwei's side. Su Lingwei took her hand and led her towards the bathroom. The 2, one big and one small, held hands, each carrying a blood bag and slowly sucking blood with straws, walking and talking softly. "Sister, will Xiuqiu be able to drink this kind of milk tea often in the future?" "Sure, as long as you listen to your sister, you can drink as much as you want." "Okay, but Xiuqiu has to listen to her brother first, and then listen to her sister." "Can't you just listen to your sister?" "No way." "Pretty lady? Are you angry?" "No." Every word of the conversation between the 2, one big and one small, reached Lu Qing's ears. It's clear that the school beauty senior really likes Xiuqiu, otherwise she wouldn't have let Xiuqiu stay in her room. Watching the interaction between the 2, Lu Qing couldn't help but worry. Would Xiuqiu be influenced by the school beauty and senior? Sometimes, even he finds the school beauty's views baffling. He never imagined that his worries would one day become a reality. In the distant future, the entire vampire world has been completely transformed, with the 13 clans submitting to another powerful family. After the man who had become king disappeared, a little girl whose body remained forever at around 5 years old became the new ruler of the entire dark world. She has many peculiar hobbies and her temperament is hard to fathom. She has many titles: Queen of the Night, Iron-Blooded Thornflower, Judgment Saint Child. However, there was only one person who could gently stroke her head and call her Xiuqiu. Chapter 32. I've remembered your words. The family of 3 has unexpectedly welcomed a little girl named Xiuqiu, whose arrival has brought much joy to the family. Su Lingwei, in particular, now holds the little one's hand tightly wherever she goes. Not only did she have a matching pink coffin custom made for Xiuqiu in her room, but she also generously gave away a large portion of her treasured blood bags of various flavors and put them into a small box specially made for Xiuqiu. However, what frustrated the school beauty was that no matter how many good things she gave Chocho, every time she asked her, "Who do you like more?" the little guy always answers with a serious face, "I like my older brother." Faced with Su Lingwei's resentful gaze, Lu Qing could only helplessly express that he was powerless to help. Although Chocho's physical development has stopped, her intelligence is still growing. In order for her to grow up healthily, this family specially hired a top-notch private tutor. Su Lingwei would sit in on every lesson the tutor gave to Chocho. However, as a vampire, the cold aura she inadvertently exudes always brings a strange sense of pressure to her tutor. So much so that every time the teacher left after class, he was pale and covered in sweat. If the pay hadn't been so incredibly high, this teacher probably would have quit long ago. During this time, Lu Qing often visited the old dean. Since the last vampire attack on the orphanage, the elderly director, who was already in poor health, witnessed 2 children being taken away that night, and his health deteriorated rapidly. In order to recuperate, he even temporarily had to sit in a wheelchair. Lu Qing could clearly sense that the old dean's life force was gradually slipping away from his aged body. The old man who watched him grow up doesn't have much time left. Although Lu Qing now has the ability to stop this natural law of birth, aging, sickness and death, he does not want the old dean to become something else. So all he can do is spend more time with the old man in the days to come. The old dean's memory of that night has been altered by him, and all those involved have been hypnotized by Uncle Luo. In other people's memories, the 2 missing children were abducted by human traffickers. But Lu Qing will settle this score with that Earl on Phoenix Mountain sooner or later. The former director and the dozens of children from the orphanage are currently being temporarily housed in an unused estate by Uncle Luo. The renovation of the orphanage is also progressing in an orderly and efficient manner and should be completed soon. When Lu Qing arrived that day, he saw staff from the community where the welfare home was located asking the former director about the situation. 2 community workers, 1 male and 1 female. "Director, the community received a message last time saying that there was a loud noise coming from the welfare home that night. What exactly happened?" Since his memory was erased, the old dean's mood has improved considerably. When asked by the 2 staff members, he did not answer for a moment, and his face showed a look of recollection, but he found that his memory of that night was somewhat vague. Uncle Luo, who had been standing to the side, stepped forward with an elegant smile and explained, "The commotion that night was caused by us. We were doing some basic measurements of the orphanage before we started to renovate it. I apologize for the noise I caused that night, which disturbed the surrounding residents." The 2 staff members exchanged a glance. They had already received reports about the renovation of the welfare home, and the middle-aged man in front of them, dressed in a tuxedo and extremely elegant, was inexplicably convincing. Therefore, they had no further questions about this explanation. One of the staff members asked cautiously, "Sir, we heard that you're not only renovating the welfare home, but also donating funds to the community?" Uncle Luo nodded and responded in a very magnetic voice, "Yes, in addition to rebuilding the welfare home, we will also donate 1 million yuan to the community for the renovation of community infrastructure. Someone will be in charge of contacting you about this funding soon." "Well, thank you so much." Uncle Luo shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "You don't need to thank me. All of this was donated in the name of our young lady and young master Lu Qing. Young master Lu Qing once lived in an orphanage, so he was happy to do this." The 2 community workers looked on with longing. They renovated the welfare home and donated 1 million yuan to the community. How wealthy must they be? I wonder where this young master Lu Qing you mentioned is. Young master Lu often visits the old dean. Oh, he is here. Uncle Luo shifted his gaze slightly. The 2 community workers looked in the direction they were looking and saw a slightly thin young man slowly walking towards them. "Mr. Lu, on behalf of the community, we thank you for your generosity." 2 community staff members immediately greeted him warmly. Lu Qing looked at Uncle Luo with some confusion. Uncle Luo pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said with a smile, "Young Master Lu, the 1 million yuan donated to the community in your and Mrs. names will arrive in your account soon. I'm keeping a close eye on it." Lu Qing immediately understood what was going on. "Oh, that's good." Then she smiled at the 2 community workers and said, "It's not much money, don't worry about it. Please take good care of the welfare home in the future." "Don't worry, that's for sure," the community worker assured him, patting his chest. They suddenly had an extra 1 million yuan in construction funds, and the welfare home could be renovated for free. How could they not be interested in such a good thing? The orphanage is just too lucky to have produced such a promising, handsome, and wealthy young man. After the two community workers were led away by Uncle Luo, Lu Qing came to the old director, naturally pushed the wheelchair, and said, "Director, shall I take you for a walk?" The old dean gently patted the back of his hand with his withered hand and said with heartache, "Little Lu, if you're busy with work, you don't need to come here every day. With Mr. Luo taking care of you, I and the children are doing fine. It's alright, I'm not busy. We'll assign you a few assistants at the orphanage later, so you won't have to work so hard." "Xiao Lu, what exactly happened that night? Why can't I remember?" "It wasn't anything serious, just a few bad guys broke into the yard, and we chased them away together." "Oh. Now that you mention it, I think I vaguely remember. But that girl next to you is really beautiful, you should cherish her." "I know, don't worry. And Xiao, she'll be living with you from now on. Remember to bring her back to visit often. She's always been the darling of our neighborhood." "Okay, I'll remember." Chapter 33: Inheriting the Estate. A chilling, oppressive atmosphere permeated the Phoenix Mountain Manor at this moment. This terrifying atmosphere originated from the manor's basement. Whether they were vampires who had originally been stationed in the manor or their kind who had come here by chance, they had all been shrouded in immense fear recently. This was because the gloomy underground space was filled with the Earl's furious roars. "Not enough. Far from enough. Blood. I need more blood." Accompanied by this angry roar, batches of newly converted blood servants were sent to the underground space. At first, only blood servants were sent there. Gradually, even the last vampires were not spared. There were even one or two vampire barons who were ruthlessly thrown into that place of no return. Such a terrifying situation terrified many barons, who feared that misfortune might befall them one day. Driven by extreme fear, a vampire baron defected. These barons' attempt to escape thoroughly enraged the Earl. In front of all the vampires, the Count personally snapped the necks of the traitors, then dragged their broken bodies into the basement. Nowadays, apart from the Earl and a few trusted viscounts, no other vampires are allowed to set foot here. Even if they had permission to enter, they would probably just want to get as far away from this terrifying place as possible. In the underground space, the previous blood pool was now filled with boiling blood. The blood seemed to be on fire, emitting an eerie red glow. Even a wisp of aura emanating from it is enough to make one feel the immense power it contains. However, the Earl remained frowning as he plunged his pale hand into the pool of blood. The moment his hand touched the blood, it made a sizzling sound. When he pulled his hand out, the flesh of his hand had been completely corroded away, leaving only the hideous bones. In the blink of an eye, streaks of blood flashed, and the newly formed flesh on the hand bones began to wriggle, quickly returning to its original state. This is the unique ability awakened by Earl of Phoenix Mountain, the ability to recover from physical damage extremely quickly. That is why he dared to use the method of absorbing blood from the pool in an attempt to evolve to the rank of Marquis. The Count waved his hand and ordered a Viscount beside him. "Not enough, go and capture another Baron." "Yes." With his order given, a Baron was quickly captured. The Baron didn't even have a chance to struggle before the Viscount snapped his neck and threw him into the pool of blood. In an instant, the scarlet blood completely corroded and devoured the Baron's body. After absorbing it, the aura of the blood pool grew even stronger. "Even if we throw all our current subordinates in, the energy will still be insufficient." The Earl gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "It's all that brat Lu Qing's fault for killing so many of my men. Otherwise, the blood pool's energy would have been much more plentiful. The blood pool has merged with my essence blood, but I am now unable to personally capture Lu Qing and that countess. It seems my only option is to absorb this blood first, then devour that countess. Perhaps this will help me break through to the rank of Marquis." The Count gazed at the churning pool of blood, his heart filled with rage and scheming. "Just wait. You Brook woman. You will pay a terrible price for trespassing on my territory. Go and recall all the vampires. After I've absorbed all their blood, I'll tear them apart with my own hands," the Count coldly ordered, then waved for all the Viscounts to leave. As the Viscounts left, they couldn't help but look back frequently at the blood pool in the center. Compared to those unfortunate vampire barons, they could more clearly feel the abundant energy contained in the blood pool. If this energy could be used for one's own purposes, one could probably evolve directly on the spot. But it was just a thought. After all, this blood pool, which had been used by countless vampires, was extremely corrosive. Their bodies would be completely melted away if they stayed inside for just a few seconds. Moreover, anyone who harbors even the slightest improper thoughts about the blood pool will be thrown in by the enraged Earl. After all, this was something the Earl had spent decades painstakingly creating. If the Earl can evolve into a Marquis, he will surely receive praise from the family and will also gain more territory and resources. At that time, these Viscounts may also have an opportunity to evolve. Everything depends on the Count emerging from the blood pool and then leading them to devour the Brooke Countess. After all his men had left, the Earl closed the heavy iron door to the basement. His robes automatically crumbled into fragments, and he stepped into the boiling pool of blood. The sizzling sound was incessant as his flesh was rapidly corroded by the scalding blood, and his entire body instantly turned into a terrifying skeleton. But the next moment, flesh and blood slowly regenerated on his body, then were corroded again, and then regenerated again. Each time this process is repeated, the energy of the blood in the blood pool will be integrated into his newly grown flesh and blood, and his aura will gradually become stronger. However, despite the increasing strength of his breath, the pain also intensified. The Count's body trembled violently, and finally, he could no longer endure it, letting out a piercing howl. Roar! Hello? This is the Matewan Wi-Fi control center. Are you Mr. Lu Qing? At that moment, in the villa at Haima Manor, Lu Qing was enjoying a bowl of instant noodles when a gentle female voice suddenly came from the phone. No food delivery control center? A hint of doubt arose in Lu Qing's mind. After swallowing the noodles in her mouth, she replied, "It's me. How can I help you?" The person on the other end of the phone continued, "It's like this, you previously registered as a delivery driver on our platform, and your positive review rate has always been quite high. However, our back-end data shows that you haven't received any orders since May 6th. Is that really the case? May 6th? Lu Qing recalled that it was the day he delivered takeout to Su Lingwei and was bitten by her. Since then, he hasn't taken any more orders and hasn't paid much attention to the matter. He never expected that the control center would call him specifically to inquire about it. Ah, that's right, I haven't taken any orders since that day. So, did you encounter any problems delivering the order that day? If you encounter any difficulties or personal harassment, you can report it to the back office at any time. We will do everything we can to help you. You know, the company really wants to keep an excellent delivery driver like you. The young woman's voice on the phone was both gentle and sincere, which touched Lu Qing's heart. Unfortunately, it's hard to say for sure. He was harassed? The image of the school beauty senior being naked flashed through his mind. It did seem to qualify. But this isn't quite the same as typical physical harassment. You can't exactly tell people that Su Lingwei bit you, can you? Okay, thanks, but I really don't plan to continue delivering food. Oh. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded somewhat regretful, then asked, "May I ask why you left this warm and welcoming company family and stopped working in this honorable profession of food delivery?" Ha, this little girl has a rather interesting way of speaking. Lu Qing pondered for a moment, then tried to give an irresistible reason in a regretful tone. "There's no other reason, it's just that my family wants me to go back and inherit their estate, which is worth several million." Chapter 34: The Werewolf's Visit. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, then someone said, "Okay. I won't bother you any longer. Have a nice day. By the way, now that you've inherited the estate, please make sure to use our Matewan delivery service whenever you need to order takeout. After all, our delivery drivers are the most professional and dedicated." "No problem. Thank you." Lu Qing hung up the phone, somewhat speechless, and reminisced about his days as a food delivery driver. Back then, he had to run himself ragged trying to avoid being late or getting bad reviews. It wasn't until Su Lingwei bit him that he officially said goodbye to his original life. "Sigh, all I can say is that life is unpredictable, like a big intestine wrapped around a small intestine," he sighed, finished the rest of the noodle soup in one gulp, and then went downstairs to the living room on the first floor. The living room on the first floor is where the whole family relaxes and entertains. These past few days, neither he nor Su Lingwei have gone to school, they've been staying at home. At this time, Su Lingwei should be in the living room with Qiuqiu, drinking blood from a blood bag and watching TV. After going downstairs, Lu Qing noticed that the atmosphere in the living room seemed a bit off today. Surprisingly, Su Lingwei and Qiuqiu didn't squeeze onto the same sofa as usual. Instead, they each held a blood bag and sat far apart. Su Lingwei was wearing a cool loungewear outfit, with her long white t-shirt revealing her two long, snow-white legs casually propped up on the sofa. Qiuqiu, dressed in a black dress, was holding a blood bag in both hands, drinking it angrily, and occasionally stealing glances at Su Lingwei. This scene is exactly like two best friends arguing about something and sulking. One is 300 years old, and the other is only 5 years old. How could they possibly start arguing? Lu Qing walked between the two, looked around, and asked curiously, "What's going on?" Su Lingwei looked up at him, her lips moved slightly, but she didn't say anything. Jojo rushed over, hugged his leg, and said angrily, "I had a fight with the pretty lady." Lu Cheng squatted down and patted the little guy's head. The 5-year-old was already arguing. He asked patiently, "Why did you quarrel with your sister?" "I had milk tea with a pretty lady at noon today." Xiaoqiu held up a blood bag with the words "full sugar" written on it. "The pretty lady said that full sugar doesn't taste good, only half sugar tastes good. But I think half sugar doesn't taste good, only full sugar tastes good." Xiaoqiu looked determined, and took a big sip of the milk tea in her hand as she spoke. "Just because of this?" Lu Qing was stunned and subconsciously looked at Su Lingwei. Su Lingwei seemed dissatisfied with his gaze and gave a cold snort. "The full sweet version is too sweet, the 50% sweet version is just right." Then she muttered under her breath, "Humph. Who isn't a baby at heart?" The arrogant demeanor of the school beauty senior gave Lu Qing a headache. What's going on here? It seems like the school beauty senior is having a bit too much of a girlish heart lately. Could it be that I've been too nice to Qiuqiu lately, and she's gotten jealous, which is why she insists on arguing about this? Lu Qing understood that under these circumstances, it was inappropriate to say who was right and who was wrong. So, he cleverly took the blood bags from both of them, then took out a cup, poured the 2 bags of blood, one with full sugar and one with partial sugar, into the cup, stirred them, and then divided them into 3 cups, one for each person. Both the full sugar and 50% sugar versions are awful. Lu Qing said, picking up one of the cups, taking a big gulp, and giving a thumbs up. "Come on, let's try the 80% sugar version. It's super delicious." Qiuqiu and Su Lingwei both looked at him blankly, then Qiuqiu said, "Brother is still the best." With Lu Qing's skillful mediation, the two quickly stopped arguing about whether full sugar or 50% sugar tasted better. They each held a cup of blood with 8 parts sugar, then huddled together affectionately and drank it with relish. Lu Qing also held the remaining half glass, drinking it while keeping an eye on the news broadcast on TV. To him, all the blood tasted pretty much the same. He couldn't tell the difference between full sugar and half sugar. However, if the blood donor has diabetes, he might be able to detect something amiss. Suddenly, a news report on TV caught his attention. According to the latest news from our station, during this city inspection, our reporters discovered that all the homeless people on the streets of the city seem to have disappeared, and relevant personnel have not yet determined the reason for their disappearance or their whereabouts. At the same time, there have been several cases of missing persons from outside the area recently. According to reports, the disappearances are highly likely to be linked to a large transnational human trafficking organization. The police have launched an investigation, and we urge the public to report any relevant clues immediately. Next, the news report displayed information on a series of missing persons, mostly only their names, because it was difficult to obtain more information about their identities. But the moment Lu Qing saw the news, he understood that the disappearances were the work of the Earl of Fengming Mountain, including the Earl's current subordinates and the blood servants who had previously attacked him. Moreover, the Count seems to be plotting something recently, because Uncle Luo has had a hard time finding any trace of the blood servants lately, as if all the blood servants and vampires had disappeared overnight, or had been recalled. This has resulted in Lu Qing not having devoured any vampires for a long time, and his evolution level has remained stuck at around the mid-level Viscount. The Earl of Phoenix Mountain had long been on Lu Qing's kill list, but his strength was not yet sufficient, so he had not yet taken the initiative to come to Lu Qing's door. But if that Count really intends to attack him and Su Lingwei personally, then a fierce battle is inevitable. Just as he was lost in thought, the doorbell rang in the living room. "I'll go open the door." Xiuqiu jumped out of Su Lingwei's arms, cup in hand, and ran excitedly into the yard to open the door. This little girl has been full of energy lately, as if she has inexhaustible energy. As soon as the door opened, Xiuqiu saw a man who was somewhat unfamiliar to her. "Ha! Why is your hair brown? It's different from mine. Ha! Why is your skin so dark? Ha! The smell on you, ugh, it's awful." Xiuqiu wrinkled her nose, staring warily at the person in front of her. She had just smelled a strange odor, not foul, but something she inexplicably disliked. "Tell me, who are you?" Xiuqiu put on a fierce look, and with a smash, she crushed the glass in her hand with her other little hand. Werewolf Brick stared dumbfounded at the little one in front of him, especially when he saw her chubby little hands easily crush a cup. He couldn't help but exclaim, "How ruthless!" Then, his nose twitched, and his golden pupils instantly revealed an expression of extreme surprise. You're not human? You're actually a beast too. Pa. 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 You're not human. Xiaoqiu got angry and swung her chubby little fist. Just then, Lu Qing came up from behind and picked her up. Chapter 35. After the founding of the nation, supernatural beings are forbidden. What are you doing here? Brick glared angrily at Lu Cheng. So you really live here too? Ugh. I'm so angry. You're living with someone from my side. Are you even sleeping in the same bed? Brick the werewolf felt his blood boiling. Lu Qing said with a stern face, if you have nothing else to say, I'm closing the door. He then turned to close the door and kick him out. Although he had a fairly good impression of the wolf cub, he didn't want to pay much attention to it, since both of them disliked each other's scent. Wait. Seeing that he was really about to close the door, Brick reluctantly glanced into the room. Not seeing the person he wanted to see, he had no choice but to say, you should know that vampire from Phoenix Cry Mountain, the Lazenba clan. Lu Qing nodded, waiting for him to continue. The Countess' scent has been a bit strange these past few days. It seems to be undergoing some kind of ritual, and his aura is rising very quickly. After all, you are on their territory, and I am worried that the Count might harm Lingwei. I've already called a few of my men over. If Lingwei gets into any danger, please let us know immediately. Brick stared straight into Lu Qing's eyes. Of course, all of this is not for you hateful vampires, but for my Lingwei. And you wretched vampire, get out of this house right now, or else I. Before Brick could finish his harsh words, the door slammed shut behind him. From behind the door came Lu Qing's leisurely voice, okay, I understand. Please leave. Damn it. Brick looked at the tightly closed door, feeling so frustrated that he just wanted to howl to the sky. In the courtyard, Lu Qing carried Xiaoqiu towards the living room. Xiaoqiu wrapped her arms around his neck and asked with some worry, brother, is there any danger at home? Lu Qing smiled and pinched the little girl's cheek, yes. So what should we do? What else can we do? If bad guys come, we'll just chase them away. Then you and the pretty lady have to do your best. Xiaoqiu will be there to cheer you on. Yes, brother is very capable, don't worry. By the way, when did you and that pretty lady get together? You should ask the pretty lady about that. Xiaoqiu already asked. The pretty lady told me to ask you. In Jiang City, people have been experiencing a strange chill in recent days, accompanied by a strong sense of fear and oppression. This feeling came without warning, yet it was extremely pronounced, especially among the residents at the foot of Fengming Mountain, who felt it even more deeply. At the foot of Fengming Mountain, an elderly man in his 60s was leisurely sipping tea in his courtyard. His gaze was fixed on Fengming Mountain, and his eyes were clear and bright. In the old man's eyes, a thin layer of blood mist was swirling above the mountaintop, almost completely blocking out the sunlight. Crack! A red lightning bolt as thick as an arm flashed through the air in an instant, followed by a rumbling echo. The sound startled the old man, who trembled violently. He murmured to the younger generation beside him, a thunderbolt in broad daylight. It seems the heavens are about to strike down a monster. However, the younger generation clearly did not believe in such tales of demons and monsters. One of the young men, who seemed to be the old man's grandson, stepped forward and poured him a cup of hot tea. He jokingly said with a smile, Grandpa, after the founding of the People's Republic of China, it was stipulated that no one could become a spirit. There are no monsters here. You're just having leg pains lately because of the bad weather and the dampness. The old man's grandson's words were unanimously agreed upon by the other younger relatives, who all wore nonchalant smiles. They had all seen the red lightning bolt earlier. Someone said, that lightning was quite interesting, it was red. I've never seen anything like it before. Quick, get your phone out. Maybe you can capture someone undergoing tribulation, huh? Quick. Another bolt of lightning. Wow, that lightning was huge. Crack. Another streak of red lightning flashed across the sky. This prompted a group of younger people to quickly take out their phones and chase after the strange sight to capture it. The old man looked at these young people who had lost all reverence for heaven and earth, shook his head helplessly, and sighed, these young people nowadays. On that very day, all the residents at the foot of Fengming Mountain were shocked by this strange sight. One streak of red lightning after another flashed across the sky, and with each flash, the thin layer of mist in the sky grew thicker. More than one elderly person stared at the scene before them and sighed in astonishment, I haven't seen anything like this in so many years. Could this be a monster about to become a spirit? In the manor on Phoenix Mountain, all the vampires hid in various dark corners, lying in wait quietly, like silent corpses. But without a doubt, their eyes all had a sinister red hue. The red lightning outside pierced their chests like sharp blades, and they felt an unprecedented sense of oppression in the face of this power of heaven and earth. Moreover, this oppressive feeling not only came from the sky, but also from underground in the manor. Waves of energy continued to surge from underground, making it clear to all the vampires in the manor that their count was about to emerge from the blood pool. All vampires. The figures of the two viscounts suddenly appeared on the roof of the manor, and their leisurely voices reached the ears of the vampires hidden in various places. The fog has obscured the sun, and your movements will no longer be restricted. The Earl will soon emerge from his seclusion, and tonight we will follow him into battle. So now, you need to eat. Go, fill your bellies, and then return. As the Viscount finished speaking, deep roars echoed from all corners. Immediately afterward, hundreds of black figures shot out like arrows, eagerly rushing out of the manor and heading towards the foot of Phoenix Cry Mountain. The scent of humans had long since made their eyes increasingly red. Before long, these vampires will be able to plunge their fangs deep into human necks and savor the delicious blood. Eating before battle is an ancient tradition of the vampires, which not only keeps them at their strongest fighting level but also greatly boosts their morale. At the Seahorse Manor, Lu Qing stood on the second-floor balcony, with Su Lingwei and Uncle Luo by his side. He looked toward Phoenix Cry Mountain, which was not far away. In their perception, the mountain was emanating a terrifying and evil aura, and a powerful vampire seemed to be slowly awakening. Once the Count awakens, he will likely come knocking on our door immediately. This aura has already reached the peak of an earl's power, Su Lingwei said expressionlessly. Today, she seemed to have transformed back into that incomparably cold and arrogant queen, indifferent to everything with a chilling demeanor. Uncle Luo was still wearing his black tailcoat and white gloves, but this time he carried his tang sword on his back and had a delicate silver badge pinned to his chest, which was the badge of Su Lingwei's mother's family. Uncle Luo adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said gently yet resolutely, "Protecting Miss is my lifelong creed. Before I fall, I will protect Miss with my own life." Lu Qing glanced at the elegant and loyal butler. He knew that Uncle Luo was left behind by Su Lingwei's mother to accompany her. From the moment Uncle Luo was transformed, he was destined to live and die for her. He looked outside the villa and saw several figures flash by. At the same time, he saw Brick's signature golden eyes. Brick and his werewolf brothers had arrived. Lu Qing held Su Lingwei's cold little hand and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Su Lingwei let him hold her hand, turned her head to look at his profile, her eyes filled with a complex and unreadable expression. Crack! A thick bolt of red lightning ripped through the deep sky. "It's raining!" Whoosh! 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 A black rain began to fall from the sky. Chapter 36 Thirsty, I'm so thirsty. A torrential downpour, as black as ink, resembled a giant black curtain, completely shrouding half of Jiang City. In that dark and deep underground space, the most eye-catching thing is the pool located in the very center. Once, the blood in the pool churned and boiled like water, but now it has dried up, leaving only a thin layer of thick plasma. Within this layer of blood plasma, a human-shaped object lay quietly. Looking at its exposed parts, there is no flesh or blood, only white bones. It is clearly a lifeless human skeleton. After an unknown amount of time, a sigh filled with pain suddenly rang out, "Ouch." Immediately afterwards, the humanoid skeleton trembled slightly, then let out a hoarse howl, "It hurts so much." Roar! As it moved, the remaining blood plasma in the pool boiled again, as if driven by some powerful force, rushing towards the skeleton's body with a bubbling sound, slowly seeping into the skeleton's body. As the blood plasma continued to seep in, flesh and blood gradually grew on the skeleton's body, and its aura steadily increased, soaring from the last vampire, Baron, Viscount, all the way up to the Earl level, and this aura continued to strengthen. This upward momentum only completely stopped when he reached the peak of his Earl status. Meanwhile, the blood plasma in the blood pool had been completely absorbed, and the skeleton had grown back with flesh and blood. When the body moves, the blood clots that have formed scabs on the body fall off piece by piece like shattered ice, revealing the pale skin of Earl of Phoenix Mountain. At this moment, the Count seemed to have become a little younger, with more elastic skin. At first glance, he looked like a man in his 30s, but his actual age was close to 400. Roar! With a deep roar, Earl of Phoenix Mountain vanished from his spot in an instant, turning into a black shadow and rushing out of the dark underground space. "I'm so thirsty. I'm so thirsty. I'm dying of thirst." In an instant, a strange voice echoed throughout the entire manor. The vampires who had already finished eating in return changed their expressions drastically upon hearing this voice, shouting, "Run!" Apart from the viscounts in the manor, all the other vampires began to flee in a frenzy. But they dared not leave the manor and could only desperately flee within its vast expanse. The moment a baron heard that eerie sound, his body shot out like an arrow. Just as he was about to leap onto the roof, he felt as if his feet were being pulled tightly by something, and then a huge and irresistible force yanked him down. He turned his head in terror and saw those blood-red eyes and that chillingly terrifying aura. The count roared hoarsely, "Thirsty!" The baron tried to beg for mercy, but before he could utter a word, he could only let out a shrill scream, because the count had already bitten his neck the next second. The baron struggled desperately, but was held tightly by a pair of iron-like hands, and blood flowed continuously from his body through those sharp fangs. The light in his eyes dimmed instantly, and all the blood in his body was drained away, along with his life essence. "Not enough, I'm still so thirsty." The count tossed the shriveled, grayish-white corpse aside as if it were trash, then his body transformed into a black shadow once more, darting back and forth through the manor. "My lord, I am your most loyal servant. My lord, spare me. My lordship. My lordship, save me." Accompanied by pitiful howls, vampires were repeatedly bitten in the throat by the thirsty earl, their blood being completely drained. In the end, only 18 viscounts and 29 barons remained in the entire manor. All other lower-ranking vampires were slaughtered. The earl finally suppressed the boiling killing intent within him, revealed himself in the courtyard, and let out a satisfied sigh. "Ah, I'm finally full." He then glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground and smiled with utter disdain. "These low-level trash, killing them is fine. They're lucky to have quenched my thirst." The remaining viscounts and barons cautiously approached after seeing the count stop the killing. A vampire at the peak of the viscount level respectfully asked, "Your Excellency, have you broken through?" Earl of Foaming Mountain took a snow-white handkerchief and carefully wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Almost there. Once I devour that countess, I'll truly evolve into a marquis." "Where is that countess now?" He couldn't wait any longer. The blood in the pool could only raise his power to the peak of the earl level. He was just a little bit short of evolving into a marquis. "As long as we can eat that brute countess, that's all that matters." "Your Excellency, the countess seems unwilling to affect humans, so she has gone to the forests north of Phoenix Cry Mountain with only 2 vampires by her side. One of them should be at the peak of the viscount level, while the other, we've tried to kill multiple times before without success, so we can't accurately judge its strength from its aura." After listening to the viscount's report, Earl Foaming Mountain sneered, "If you can't tell, then ignore them. They're just small fry. Leave that countess to me, and you can do whatever you want with the other 2. Earl of Phoenix Mountain glanced at the remaining vampires. At that moment, the moon had reappeared in the sky above. "Yes, nights like this are perfect for killing. Let this cool night breeze sing a hymn to his promotion to marquis. Servants, let's go." Earl of Foaming Mountain waved his hand cheerfully, leading dozens of dark figures like demons in the darkness, and galloped wildly towards the mountain forest. The night was deep, like a huge black silk ribbon, quietly enveloping all things in the world. Under the cover of the inky darkness, 3 figures moved swiftly through the dense forest like ghosts. Lu Qing took the lead, standing at the very front center. Su Lingwei followed closely on his right, while the school beauty senior was dressed in a black bodysuit, paired with hot pants and boots. Her 2 long, snow-white legs showed glimpses of muscle lines as she ran, displaying a unique strength and beauty. Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. This was the first time he had ever seen the school beauty senior in such a fighting stance. Compared to her usual self, she didn't seem to have changed much, except that her expression had become increasingly indifferent. If it weren't for the powerful aura emanating from her, it would be hard to imagine that this aloof and stunningly beautiful young woman was actually a genuine vampire count. Of the 3, Su Lingwei moved with the most ease and comfort. With a light touch of her feet on the tree trunk, she shot forward dozens of meters like an arrow. But she didn't rush to the front. Instead, she followed Lu Qing at a leisurely pace. As he ran, Lu Qing turned to look to his right and saw 6 figures also running at high speed. They were 6 werewolves, family brothers summoned by Brick. This operation was essentially a private matter, and Brick couldn't participate in the war on behalf of his family, so he could only call on a few close werewolf brothers to help him. Lu Qing had already told them beforehand that if they encountered danger, the werewolf brothers could retreat first and didn't need to risk their lives for them. The wolf cubs nodded in agreement. After all, they were about to face a powerful count and a large group of vampire subordinates whose strength should not be underestimated. He didn't want his 5 brothers who were willing to help to be seriously injured in this battle. However, the wolf cub firmly stated that if necessary, he would stay behind to fight alone. Lu Qing felt somewhat helpless about this. The mark of the little wolf cub had fallen on Su Lingwei by some twist of fate, and it was indeed no wonder that the little wolf cub was blamed. But given the current situation, regardless of whether or not the wolf cub has this mark, it has no chance of winning against such a powerful enemy. Fortunately, Brick was purely acting out of a desire to protect, without any other ulterior motives. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, Lu Qing would probably have driven him away long ago. When the 3 of them reached a hillside, Lu Qing raised his hand and pointed to a tall signal tower in the distance, then took the lead and jumped onto the tower. Uncle Luo and Su Lingwei followed closely behind. Before long, the 3 of them stood on the signal tower, which was more than 200 meters high, looking down at the lush green forest below. "This will do," Lu Qing said softly, standing on the crossbeam, gazing at the city in the distance. From this angle, the entire city of Jiang is clearly visible. Under the cover of night, Jiang City was ablaze with lights, like a dazzling Milky Way lying across the land. So beautiful. Su Lingwei's blood-red pupils reflected the twinkling lights as she gazed intently at the distant Jiang City. Yes, these beautiful scenes are often only appreciated by those of us who walk in the dark. A strange light flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. Chapter 37, Build Your Own Family and Fight. This place seems to be 2 completely different sides of the world from the outside world. On one side, people are singing and laughing in the light, while on the other side, people are silently moving forward in the darkness. And they are hovering on the edge of light and darkness. As he spoke, Lu Qing reached out and put his arm around Su Lingwei's thin shoulder. Looking at her pale profile, he whispered, "If you feel like you can't hold on for a while, just lean on me. I can help you." Su Lingwei turned her head, looked stubbornly into Lu Qing's eyes, and slowly shook her head. "No need. I can do it." Then, noticing Lu Qing's slightly furrowed brows, she smiled faintly. "Don't forget, I'm an earl. Much more powerful than you." Looking at the sudden smile on the campus belle's face, Lu Qing felt there was no need to persuade her any further. After all, the outcome of this decisive battle is uncertain. Although Lu Qing's combat power can be greatly enhanced by the abilities ×0 in Crimson Bloodlust, his opponent this time is a vampire count who has 1 foot in the Marquis realm. Even Lu Qing is not entirely confident of winning. Therefore, they had already formulated today's battle plan. Su Lingwei first tried to entangle Earl Fengming Mountain, using the Earl's position against the Earl. Lu Qing and Uncle Luo, on the other hand, needed to eliminate the vampire subordinates of the Baron and Viscount ranks as quickly as possible. Afterward, the 3 of them would reunite and together surround and kill Earl Fengming Mountain. There are 2 key aspects to this plan. First, how long can Su Lingwei hold off Earl Fengming Mountain, and second, how many vampires are there, and how long will it take Lu Qing and Uncle Luo to hunt them all down? What Lu Qing was most worried about was the former. In his perception, Earl Fengming Mountain was powerful, while Su Lingwei was relatively weak among the vampire earls. He was even prepared to unleash his royal bloodline at a crucial moment. If only I had more time. Lu Qing thought to himself with a sense of regret. He has only evolved to the mid-level Viscount and is not yet able to defeat a peak Earl. But time was of the essence, and they could not afford to delay any longer. This time, they were a small group of 3 against an entire family, and were clearly at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. "One day, we will establish our own clan, and all those who dare to challenge us will bow down and submit at our feet, not even the 13 clans." A silver glint flashed in Lu Qing's eyes as he looked at Su Lingwei with unwavering determination. "Our own family." Su Lingwei was a little confused at first, then blinked. "Okay." Uncle Luo, who had been standing quietly to the side, bowed gracefully and said, "It is my honor." Lu Qing's hair fluttered gently in the night breeze, his blood boiling. Suddenly, his expression hardened. "They're here." In the mountains and forests, faint, scattered sounds could be heard. In an instant, dozens of strong and chilling auras rushed in like ghosts. Suddenly, a wolf howl like thunder rang out in the mountains and forests. Brick and his werewolf brothers instantly descended the mountain like tigers, engaging in a fierce battle with the vanguard of the vampires. At the same moment, Lu Qing let out a low roar from deep in his throat, and then he jumped off the 200-meter-high signal tower. With a deafening roar, the soft ground was instantly smashed into a deep crater. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Qing used his immense strength to propel his body like a cannonball, hurtling violently to the other side. He smashed the large tree in front of him, snapping it in half, sending splinters of wood flying like snowflakes. In that instant, his claws pierced precisely through a vampire baron who was stealthily running away. So fast. The baron's eyes were filled with horror. He simply could not believe that the vampire in front of him could unleash such astonishing speed and power in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Lu Qing mercilessly crushed the baron's heart. He then charged forward to the left without stopping, his target the two barons running side by side. With Lu Qing's current strength, as long as these vampires don't gather together, he can almost instantly kill a single baron. At that moment, his only thought was to race against time and kill as many vampires as possible. Another deafening roar followed, and the two barons were sent flying, one on the left and one on the right, as if struck by a giant hammer. Their heads were shattered while they were still in the air. Immediately afterwards, their bodies turned into a burst of red light, and then fell to the ground like ashes. After the red light completely dissipated, Lu Qing's figure reappeared. Ding! Devoured 3 vampire barons, evolution points plus 1.5. That's right, while fighting, Lu Qing was also constantly devouring the vampires he had torn apart. If he devours enough vampires in this battle, he can advance to the rank of Vampire Count, at which point the Count of Phoenix Cry Mountain will find it difficult to escape his hunt. A large amount of abundant blood and flesh essence continuously flowed into his body, causing the power within him to surge like waves. A layer of blood mist gradually spread over his body, and his clothes were quickly corroded away. The strange black patterns reappeared, covering his back, cheeks, and neck, as if they had a life of their own, writhing eerily. Lu Qing sensed the location of several vampire viscounts with a quick glance. He slowly licked his lips, the red light in his eyes like a raging flame. Crimson bloodlust. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind only a huge, scorched crater emitting black smoke. On the eastern battlefield, Uncle Luo, wielding a tang sword, moved through the mountains and forests with the agility of a ghost. At this moment, he had lost his former elegance and grace, replaced by a state of near madness. His tuxedo was ripped open, revealing an exaggeratedly muscular physique, as hard as rock. He tore off his tattered shirt, shredded it into strips, and then used the strips to tightly bind the tang sword to his right hand, striking a pose as if he were about to fight to the death. The gold-rimmed glasses still hung on his face, but they couldn't hide the intense red light in his eyes. His face was contorted with a ferocious and fanatical expression, and he kept emitting low growls. He. Kill them. You vermin. How dare you surround and kill the young lady? Ha! Tear it to shreds. Tear it all to shreds. As he roared, Uncle Luo kept running, wielding his tang sword with tremendous force, relentlessly pursuing and attacking a vampire viscount. At this moment, he seemed to have fallen into a strange state of rage, filled with fanaticism and anger, without any fear. To the west lies the battlefield between Brick and his werewolf brothers, who have now completely transformed into werewolves. On the battlefield, 6 giant wolves, each over 2 meters tall, ran around like lightning, successfully intercepting 2 viscounts and 4 barons. Werewolves are extremely cunning in their fighting style before a battle. They quickly assess the strength of their opponent. If the opponent is stronger than themselves, they will swarm and kill them collectively. If the opponent is weaker, they will hunt them down alone. 2 viscounts and 4 barons, this is the optimal number the werewolves believe they can hunt with their current strength. These werewolves harbor an innate hatred for vampires, a hatred stemming from racial antagonism. Therefore, when hunting, werewolves show no mercy and are exceptionally ferocious. Once a vampire is bitten by a werewolf, the wound not only fails to heal but also gradually festers under the corrosive effects of the venom, eventually leading to a complete death as the vampire weakens. Werewolves are also wary of vampires' sharp claws and fangs, especially since powerful vampires often possess strength and speed that far surpass their own. Soon, the 4 vampire barons were bitten to death, leaving only 2 viscounts still engaged in a fierce battle with the werewolves. After all, both sides are ancient races that have been passed down in the shadows, which makes this battle full of a strong sense of brutality. The 3 battlefields of Lu Qing, Luo Shu, and the werewolf are far apart. The purpose of this is to disperse the vampire forces under the command of Earl of Fengming Mountain and prevent them from completing the encirclement. Otherwise, if those viscounts and barons swarmed in, even someone as strong as Lu Qing would find it difficult to confront them head-on. A total of 18 viscounts and 29 barons. Lu Qing had successfully torn apart 2 vampire viscounts. When killing these 2 viscounts, he used both Bloodlust and Time Zero abilities at the same time. He looked up at Su Lingwei, the only one who hadn't jumped off the signal tower. On that tall signal tower, Su Lingwei's slender figure resembled a blooming black flower, beautiful yet exuding an evil charm. Unbeknownst to them, a figure shrouded in black robes had silently appeared opposite Su Lingwei. Chapter 38. You're so noisy, you idiot. Earl Fengming Mountain's eyes were full of mockery as he stared intently at the silent girl opposite him. He took a slow, deep breath, a look of ecstasy instantly appearing on his face, and then murmured softly, "Ah. What an alluring girlish scent. Countess, your taste is absolutely intoxicating." He leaned closer, his voice filled with greed. "I'm so excited I can hardly contain myself." The unique scent of blood and power emanating from Su Lingwei stirred ripples in Earl Fengming Mountain's heart. He was thinking to himself that as long as he devoured her, he could evolve. The thought of soon breaking through to the coveted marquis level filled him with indescribable excitement. However, his series of words received no response from the countess opposite him. Su Lingwei simply stared quietly at this disgusting old pervert, thinking to herself that this guy was really too long-winded, noisy and annoying. But for a moment, she couldn't think of any suitable words to refute it. If Lu Qing were here, he would definitely give him a good scolding. Su Lingwei couldn't help but think of Lu Qing. She turned her head slightly and looked down at the battlefield. Lu Qing was fighting fiercely on the battlefield, almost exhausting all his strength, locked in a fierce battle with a group of barons and viscounts, clearly wanting to finish off his opponents as soon as possible so they could come to her aid. But Su Lingwei knew in her heart that with Lu Qing's current strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat Earl of Fengming Mountain. Because the Earl of Fengming Mountain's strength exceeded their expectations, the powerful sense of suppression he exuded indicated that his abilities far surpassed their own. Su Lingwei couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If only she had drunk more human blood instead of relying on blood bags every day, her strength wouldn't be so weak. Moreover, I was too lazy in the past and never took the initiative to cultivate, so now this is really a bit tricky. While Su Lingwei was still lost in thought, Earl Fengming Mountain was still immersed in his excitement. "I will give you the most elegant way to die. I'll make you watch helplessly as I devour you bit by bit. Your flesh and blood will merge into my body, becoming the perfect nourishment for my evolution into a marquis. This is the supreme honor I bestow upon you. Savor this wonderful death, maiden." Earl Fengmingshan grinned cruelly, finally realizing that the countess opposite him was distracted, and was immediately enraged. "Could it be that she didn't listen to a word of my speech, which I thought was brilliant?" Su Lingwei shifted her gaze back to Earl Fengming Mountain's face, frowned slightly, and said coldly, "You're really noisy. Lu Qing once said that villains usually lose their lives because they talk too much. So today, you're definitely going to die." Su Lingwei's impolite attitude made Earl Fengming Mountain even angrier. "Humph, what a ridiculous fantasy. Lu Qing? Is that the strange little brat? Don't worry, after I've dealt with you, I'll personally rip off his limbs and keep him like a slave. Now, I'm going to enjoy my prey. Die." Count Fengming Mountain finally stopped talking nonsense. His black robe instantly transformed into a black shadow, and his sharp claws, like lightning, went straight for Su Lingwei's neck. Suddenly, a word Lu Qing had used to curse flashed through Su Lingwei's mind. Slightly awkwardly, she raised a snow-white middle finger and muttered, "Idiot." Immediately afterwards, instead of dodging, she grabbed Earl Fengming Mountain's arm with both hands and wrapped her whole body around him, tightly imprisoning him. Then, with a slight push from her calves, she and Earl Fengmingshan plummeted straight down from the signal tower, which was over 200 meters high. This sudden action left Earl Fengming Mountain completely dumbfounded. Does this woman have a death wish? It's important to understand that the consequences of intentionally jumping from a height of over 200 meters are completely different from falling without any warning. With the vampire count's powerful physique, he might be able to escape unscathed if he deliberately jumped down, but if he just fell straight down like that, it's hard to say. A deafening roar, like a thunderclap, shook the entire battlefield. A large crater, 7 or 8 meters in diameter, was instantly created beneath the signal tower, sending dust billowing into the air. Cough cough. Su Lingwei was the first to struggle to her feet from the crater. Her face was covered in blood, one arm was twisted beyond recognition, and her internal organs had ruptured due to the violent impact. However, thanks to the vampire count's own powerful abilities, her body is rapidly repairing itself. She took a slight breath and muttered softly, "It really does hurt a little." At the bottom of the pit, Earl Fengming Mountain lay covered in blood. Just now, in mid-air, he tried to break free from Su Lingwei's restraints, but was briefly suppressed by her hypnotic abilities, and ended up becoming a human punching bag. "Damn it!" Earl Fengming Mountain roared angrily in a low voice. His flesh and blood began to surge rapidly, and his injured body was recovering at an extremely fast speed, much faster than Su Lingwei's. "So your awakened ability is repair? That's a bit troublesome." Su Lingwei stood silently at the edge of the pit, tied her hair into a ponytail, and the next second, without hesitation, she lunged at Earl Fengming Mountain in the pit, shouting, "I'm going to tear you to pieces." Earl of Fengming Mountain let out an angry roar, and before he could fully recover, he stood up and rammed into Su Lingwei. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Qing, after successfully killing a viscount, was slowly shifting the battlefield towards this side. Why work so hard? Lu Qing had already noticed that Su Lingwei's condition was not quite right. According to the original plan, the school beauty senior only needed to do her best to hold off Earl Fengming Mountain until they joined forces and then annihilated them together. But right now, Su Lingwei's fighting style seems to be risking her life, using her own pain to inflict injury on her opponent. Could it be that she sensed the large number of vampires attacking this time? Lu Qing pondered, while intently watching the battlefield. He unleashed the Time Zero domain, trapping a viscount firmly within. At this moment, he no longer hunted down the barons, but focused his efforts on dealing with the viscounts. After all, there are 18 viscounts here. Uncle Luo and Brick are enough to deal with the baron, but they would be in danger if they faced 2 or more viscounts. Therefore, Lu Qing must eliminate as many viscounts as possible. In his perception, Su Lingwei was like a tireless black moth, constantly fluttering about. With each attack, she could lead deep wounds on Earl of Phoenix Mountain, but she would also suffer even more serious injuries, being slapped away time and time again. Poor Earl. Ha ha. You sympathized with those humans, but who will sympathize with you now? Lie down obediently and let me eat you. Earl of Phoenix Mountain continued to shout, and the wounds on his body healed rapidly in the crimson light. Su Lingwei was surrounded by a red mist, which was her hypnotic power and blood essence. Her once smooth skin was now covered with horrific and hideous scars, making her look like a broken doll. She reached up and touched her back. During the attack, she had plunged her hand into the count's chest, but his claws had left 3 deep scratches on her back. She touched her hand and found it covered in blood. She pouted, feeling utterly wronged. It hurt so much. She had never been so badly injured. In fact, she could already foresee that continuing to fight would inevitably lead to death. But she could choose how she died. She would never allow herself to be eaten by that disgusting count. She'd rather self-destruct. Then tell Uncle Luo to take Shochio and escape quickly. Thinking this, she lunged at Earl Fengming Mountain again, her mind filled with the image of that guy. Chapter 39 is a sweet chapter for you, no angst. Oh whoa! A mournful wolf howl came from the west. It was Brick's voice. He seemed to have sensed something. The bond between him and Su Lingwei was in a strange state. When he finally bit off the neck of the vampire in front of him, he pushed off with his strong limbs and charged towards them, only to be blocked by another viscount and baron. Die! Brick, transformed into a werewolf, had bloodshot eyes. At the same time, Lu Qing also rushed towards Su Lingwei. As a vampire who was first embraced by her, Lu Qing could feel her determination even more. It was a resolute and unwavering resolve. Are you crazy? It's not time for that yet. Bang! On Lu Qing's way forward, a figure was slammed heavily into a tree. It was Uncle Luo. Uncle Luo had completely lost his former elegance. His skin was covered in cracks, and his left arm had been torn off, but the ferocious and excited smile on his face was still there. Pooh! Uncle Luo spat out a mouthful of black blood, took off his gold-rimmed glasses with his remaining right hand, threw them on the ground, and stared intently ahead. Young Master Lu, please go and save Mississippi. I'll hold off the rest of these guys. Uncle Luo didn't look at Lu Qing, and tightened the Tang sword again. He was only at the peak of the Viscount level, and even if he arrived at the battlefield of the 2 earls, he wouldn't be able to take Su Lingwei away, so he could only place his hopes on Lu Qing. Lu Qing glanced back at Uncle Luo. 6 viscounts were chasing closely behind him, and 7 barons were coming from another direction. He whispered, Uncle Luo, you'll die if you do this. Uncle Luo grinned menacingly and bowed slightly. From the moment I was born, I was destined to die for Miss. Young Master Lu, there's no need to hesitate. From now on, I entrust Miss to your care. After saying that, the usually elegant middle-aged butler transformed into a frenzied beast and charged in the opposite direction without hesitation. Su Lingwei, don't die. Lu Qing let out a roar, his eyes shrouded in silver light. An ancient and desolate aura emanated from him, and after entering a berserk state, the surrounding red blood mist instantly transformed into silver flames. Bang! Lu Qing's figure vanished instantly, and the next second he appeared 100 meters away, steadily catching the frail body that had been violently knocked away. Su Lingwei lay in his arms, her body covered in thick blood plasma, her face as pale as paper, devoid of any color, and a horrifying bloody hole in her stomach, her flesh having no more energy to heal. The red light in Su Lingwei's eyes gradually faded. She blinked, looked at his face, and took a deep sniff of his scent. She playfully laughed and said, "You smell so good. I want to eat you up." Lu Qing gently stroked her cold little face, his expression calm, but his heart was filled with endless rage. Su Lingwei seemed to understand what he was thinking, her eyes curving into beautiful crescents. "You can't beat him right now. Give me your hand, little newbie." Lu Qing's hand was gently held by Su Lingwei, who closed her eyes and sensed it, so powerful. It's just a little bit away from evolving into an earl. During the battle, Lu Qing devoured vampires while fighting, and was almost evolved into an earl, but unfortunately he was still a step too late. "Since you're so close, then, just eat me." Su Lingwei's weak yet dreamlike voice rang in Lu Qing's ears. The next moment, she gripped Lu Qing's hand tightly and plunged it into her own chest, the sharp claws tearing open her heart. "Eat me, and you'll win." Lu Qing's sharp claws pierced Su Lingwei's heart. In an instant, bright red light burst forth, flowing down his arm and slowly merging into his body like a trickle. This power was pure and surging, completely different from the power obtained when it devoured viscounts and barons. It was truly the essence of flesh and blood belonging to earls. As her essence continued to drain away, Su Lingwei's body rapidly withered away at a rate visible to the naked eye. Lu Qing subconsciously tried to stop the process of being devoured, but was horrified to find that all his efforts were in vain. Because Su Lingwei's actions were entirely voluntary and driven by her own will, they were more like a heroic sacrifice. Her life force dissipated like a candle in the wind until the last wisp of essence merged into Lu Qing's body, at which point Su Lingwei had become a desiccated corpse. After all, he was a count, so even if his entire essence was devoured, he wouldn't turn to ashes like a viscount. Ding! Devoured vampire count x1, evolution points +5. Ding! Host's evolution conditions have been met. Ding! Host has initiated evolution, advancing to the rank of Vampire Earl. Roar! Lu Qing, kneeling on both knees, raised his head and let out a roar that shook the mountains and forests. His flesh and blood instantly cracked like parched earth, and the evolutionary process deep within his cells began. The intense crimson light instantly transformed into a dazzling silver, enveloping his entire body. An immense and unparalleled pressure swept through the entire mountain forest like a storm, causing all the vampires to tremble in fear. At this moment, Earl of Phoenix Mountain was strolling leisurely. Just now, he had knocked the Countess away with a heavy blow and sensed that she had lost the ability to fight and was so weak that she was on the verge of death. He was in no hurry, waiting to reap the rewards of victory himself. Even when he noticed another vampire whose level he couldn't sense approaching the Countess, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, there were still 6 viscounts and 12 barons in this forest, and he was certain they couldn't escape. However, at that very moment, Earl Fengming Mountain seemed to sense something, and an extremely angry expression instantly appeared on his face. His body shot off like an arrow, turning into a blur as he rushed forward. "Damn it! How dare you! You actually dared to sacrifice yourself. No! You belong to me. No one can take you away." Earl of Fengming Mountain has gone completely insane. He could clearly feel the Countess's flesh and blood essence rapidly disappearing, which made him so angry that he almost lost his mind. He would never allow the tonic that enabled him to evolve into a marquis to be taken away by others. "Damn it! I will tear you apart with my own hands." Earl of Phoenix Mountain roared and charged forward, but the sight before him made him almost want to turn and run away. The vampire whose level was previously imperceptible was now radiating a silver light, and the terrifying aura of bloodline suppression almost ignited his blood. Royal bloodline? The Earl's aura? Earl Fengming Mountain stood frozen in place, his body trembling violently, fear, greed, anger, all sorts of emotions intertwined wildly in his eyes. He could clearly sense that beneath that silver light, a sleeping king was about to awaken. Run! In the end, fear completely overcame greed, and Earl Fengming Mountain turned and ran. At this moment, the idea of devouring the Countess and evolving into a marquis had long been forgotten by him. In his heart, nothing was more important than his own life. Royal blood. What an alluring aura! And it's a vampire without any family protection. Unfortunately, I can't eat him now. Let's inform the family. This would be a tremendous achievement. Earl of Fengming Mountain was running frantically while rapidly calculating his next move. Discovering a vampire with royal blood is an even greater honor than successfully evolving into a marquis. The ancestors of the clan, who are sleeping underground, must be eager to drain this vampire's blood. Thinking about this, Earl Fengming Mountain suddenly felt that there was nothing to regret about not being able to successfully devour the Countess and evolve into a marquis. As long as we inform the family, we will surely receive a huge reward. Earl Fengming Mountain stumbled, preparing to change direction and rush back to his family's location overnight. However, the next moment. Bang! He crashed straight into an invisible barrier. The previously empty air seemed to instantly transform into an indestructible wall, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. This eerie situation instantly put him on alert. Then, he heard an incredibly chilling voice. Trying to run? Are you rushing to be reincarnated? Immediately afterwards, Earl of Fengming Mountain noticed that the barrier in the air was shifting and instantly enveloping him. The surrounding space and time were frozen. Freeze, time, space? Within the domain, Earl Fengming Mountain's voice was stretched and delayed infinitely. Then he saw a pair of silver eyes staring at him mercilessly and coldly. Chapter 40 is very good. I admire your ability. Lu Qing stared coldly at Earl Fengming Mountain, who was imprisoned by time zero, his silver eyes devoid of any emotion. From the moment Su Lingwei made her sacrifice, you were already a dead man. No matter where you are in the world, I will tear you to pieces. Lu Qing walked with elegant steps in this frozen space and time. Su Lingwei's sacrifice helped him evolve into an earl, expanding the radius of the time zero domain to 300 meters and increasing its duration to 2 minutes. Even though Earl Fengming Mountain was a peak earl, he was firmly imprisoned at this moment and could only utter indistinct sounds. No. Your respected king. Please, let me go. Earl of Fengming Mountain looked at Lu Qing with a face full of horror. Lu Qing, surrounded by silver blood flames, was slowly approaching. Let you go? You're talking nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sharp claws and instantly sliced off a chunk of flesh from Earl Fengming Mountain's thigh. I told you long ago, I would tear you to pieces. His voice seemed to emanate from an endless abyss. With a whoosh, his fingers flicked again, and another piece of flesh fell away. Ah! Earl of Phoenix Cry let out a painful roar, the sound of which was drawn out infinitely within the domain. His face was contorted in excruciating pain, a pain akin to being slowly sliced to death. In order to survive, he had to unleash his body's healing abilities to the fullest extent. At the wound where flesh and blood had just been lost, the flesh and blood surged back, eagerly trying to heal. Upon seeing this, Lu Qing's lips curled up slightly, revealing a cruel smile. Very good. I really admire your ability. In this way, you can experience pain endlessly. Let's see if you recover faster, or if I tear faster. After speaking, his figure moved like a light butterfly, fluttering around Earl of Phoenix Mountain. Each dance takes away a piece of flesh as thin as a cicada's wing. Before long, a layer of flesh and blood piled up beneath Earl Fengming Mountain, and his entire body was riddled with holes by Lu Qing. It hurts so much, ah! Earl of Phoenix Mountain stared with horrified eyes as new flesh rolled and writhed on the bloody skeleton, only to be mercilessly stripped away the next moment. Devil! You're a devil! Earl of Fengming Mountain suddenly found himself speaking more fluently. After a moment of stunned silence, he immediately realized that the time for the confinement domain had come to an end. Ah! He let out a wild roar of joy and fled at the fastest speed he had ever traveled. Lu Qing calmly watched the count flee frantically, then lowered his head slightly to look at his blood-stained fingers. I told you long ago, you couldn't escape. Why do you still harbor any illusions? At this moment, Lu Qing was in a strange state. After evolving into an earl, the royal bloodline was fully unleashed, giving him an inexplicable sense of supreme power, as if he could easily tear apart everything in the world, and everything was as insignificant as ants. Foolish vampires. With a loud bang, the strange patterns on his body, like awakened black snakes, slowly swam and eventually converged on his back. The intricate black lines wriggled continuously, eventually forming a pattern resembling wings. First form, sovereignty. Activate. A ruthless and cold voice rang out, and pure bloodline power surged into his back. The wing pattern twisted and stretched outwards wildly. Pop. Pop. A faint cracking sound came from the bones, and finally, a pair of ferocious wings sprouted from Lu Qing's back. Sharp bone spurs covered with black fascia, and its wingspan reached a terrifying 3 meters. Wisps of black mist rose incessantly along the bone spurs, creating an eerie and stark contrast with the silver blood flames emanating from his body. The black wings flapped gently, lifting him off the ground. With a whoosh, he spread his wings, and the powerful force propelled him rapidly away. Earl of Fengming Mountain fled desperately, his flesh still raw and covered in blood, but he dared not stop for a moment. Even so, he still felt an overwhelming aura rapidly approaching from behind. That speed! He turned his head in alarm, only to see a dark shadow flash by. The next moment, his two legs were severed by sharp bone knives on his wings, and his body was once again unable to move. Lu Qing flapped its wings and hovered in front of the Earl, looking down at him from above. You are the first vampire to witness the king's form. You can die with this honor. Having said that, he gently grasped the count's head with one hand, and countless red lights flashed. This vampire count, who had lived for over 400 years, began to wither and dry up, his eyes gradually dimmed, and he eventually turned into a dried-up corpse. Ding! Devoured Vampire Count X1, Evolution Points plus 5. 550 needed to evolve into the next tier of Vampire Marquis. Let's take care of the remaining vampires first. He carried the now mummified Count, flapped his wings once more, and transformed into a black lightning bolt, constantly darting through the mountains and forests. Viscounts, barons, almost simultaneously, had their heads severed by wings, their flesh and blood essence devoured, turning into a pile of black powder. When Lu Qing stopped again, there was not a single vampire left in the forest. He landed slowly, and his physical form gradually dissipated. The royal bloodline status is lifted, the crimson bloodlust status is lifted, and the sovereign form is also lifted. The black wings surged like liquid and then retracted into the body. The sovereign form was not an ability he awakened when he advanced to the rank of Earl, but rather a mutation that occurred in his body when he activated his pure-blooded royal bloodline. The ability he awakened when he was promoted to Earl was called Royal Chosen Attendant. Note, Royal Chosen Servant is a vampire bound by a forced contract based on their own bloodline, making them the king's personal servant. The contracted party cannot betray the contracted party is unrestricted, and even dead vampires can be awakened to become personal servants. Betrayal means instant death. If the contractor dies, the servant will also perish. Chapter 41. If you misbehave again, I'll spank you. In that open space in the forest, Su Lingwei's withered body lay quietly in a patch of grass. Uncle Luo knelt beside her, his head buried between his knees, as if he were lost in endless grief. Brick the werewolf, leading 5 blood-soaked werewolves, stood at a distance, emitting mournful howls as if venting his deep sorrow. Upon seeing Lu Qing approaching, Brick charged towards him as if he had gone mad. Its massive body leaped high into the air, its gaping maw opening as it attempted to bite Lu Qing's neck. This little wolf cub is expressing its anger at Lu Qing for failing to protect Su Lingwei in this way. However, before the wolf cub could get close to Lu Qing, it was violently thrown away by a powerful force. Its body crashed heavily onto a large tree, smashing the tree to pieces. Even so, it was still unwilling to give up and struggled to pounce on Lu Qing again. Lu Qing remained calm, merely glaring coldly at it before uttering 2 words expressionlessly, "Get out of here." The icy aura he released in that instant froze the little wolf cub in place. Lu Qing ignored Brick, casually tossed aside the count's corpse in his hand, and quickly walked to Su Lingwei's side. He first gently patted Uncle Luo's shoulder, who had already shown no signs of life, and said softly, "Uncle Luo, you've worked hard." Then, he slowly picked up Su Lingwei. The school beauty, having lost all her life essence, was now as light as a sheet of paper. Lu Qing stared at Su Lingwei's tightly closed eyes, then suddenly smiled slightly and sighed softly, "Oh, you really are disobedient. If you do this again next time, I'll have to spank you." As he spoke, he gently patted Su Lingwei's cheek, then lowered his head, his fangs slowly emerging, and gently bit her neck. Unlike ordinary vampires who suck blood, his bite was intended to inject his own blood into Su Lingwei's body. The pure royal bloodline flowed slowly into Su Lingwei's body through the fangs, and a faint crimson hue spread out. Abundant bloodline power circulated throughout her body, awakening the withered and dying cells, gradually filling her body from the inside out. Skin that had lost its vitality regained its elasticity, gray hair regained its shine. With the continuous infusion of royal blood, Su Lingwei's body miraculously regained its vitality, and a brand new life force quietly emerged within her. Phew! It's finally done. You little rascal! Lu Qing slowly retracted his fangs and let out a long sigh of relief. In order to revive Su Lingwei, he poured 1/3 of his blood essence into her body without reservation. After this, the bloodline of the Bro clan that originally belonged to Su Lingwei disappeared, leaving only Lu Qing's royal bloodline. Although Su Lingwei has regained her vitality, she has not yet woken up. Lu Qing placed her back on the grass, and then, in the same way, infused his own blood into the already deceased Uncle Luo. The amount of bloodline power injected into Uncle Luo's body this time was slightly less than that injected into Su Lingwei. Reviving the two people had nearly exhausted half of his bloodline power. Fortunately, vampires have a strong physique as a foundation, otherwise, a human would have fallen into a coma long ago after losing such a large amount of blood. Lu Qing shook his slightly dizzy head and finally walked towards the count, who had already turned into a dried-up corpse. He reached out and grabbed the mummified corpse by the neck, lifted it up, and then bit down on its neck. Unlike when he resurrected Su Lingwei and Uncle Luo, this time he only consumed a very small amount of his bloodline power. The power of bloodline flowed along the mummified body, outlining intricate patterns deep within it. This was the power of the contract of the royal chosen servant. Strange energies began to emerge, and the mummified corpse gradually became plump again. In just a few minutes, it returned to the appearance of the Earl. But Lu Chang knew in his heart that the Real Earl had completely disappeared, and the newborn one in front of him was a personal guard he had created with the help of the royal chosen attendant. This personal guard possesses a small amount of spiritual consciousness and retains all of the power of Earl of Phoenix Cry Mountain. It is a personal guard at the pinnacle of the Earl's power and holds supreme loyalty to him. Master! The guard knelt on one knee and bowed his head reverently. Lu Qing ignored him and began to carefully study the new power he had gained after evolving to the level of Earl. First, the royal bloodline was deeply stimulated, unlocking the first form, Reign of Kings. The biggest advantage of this form is that it gives him a pair of wings. These wings not only allow him to fly freely, but also possess extraordinary offensive power. Secondly, the ability awakened after evolving to Earl, Royal Chosen Servant, allows for the forced contract with vampires, and the contracted person will never betray them. Undoubtedly, this will be the most crucial aid for him to establish his own family. He secretly decided that all his personal guards should be at least Earls in the future, and while their numbers didn't need to be large, they had to be strong enough. In addition, the abilities, Time Zero, and Crimson Bloodlust, have been significantly enhanced, with both their duration and amplification effects greatly improved. At this moment, his information panel displays the following. Personal Information Panel. Host, Lu Qing. Race, Vampire. Bloodline, Royal Bloodline. Family, None. Rank, Vampire Earl. Evolutionary points, 550. Abilities, Time Zero. Crimson Bloodlust. Royal Chosen. Evolution sequence, highest sequence, Vampire Devouring, can devour other vampires to advance. Evolution sequence, highest sequence, Talent Isolation, infinitely conceals one's vampire level, undetectable. First form, Reign of Kings. Very good, this power is strong enough. After evolving into a vampire count, Lu Qing truly possessed the strength to stand on his own. With the abilities of the Royal Chosen One, he could easily build a powerful family. All that's needed is some time. It's finally over. I'm exhausted. After finishing the fierce battle, Lu Qing's body gradually relaxed. However, an extremely strong sense of dizziness suddenly struck him, and he collapsed straight down without any warning. Before he collapsed, he subconsciously looked in Su Lingwei's direction and met her eyes, which were filled with tears. A sense of surprise suddenly rose in his heart, because he could hear a strong beating sound coming from Su Lingwei's chest, a sound that was clearly a human heartbeat. But he had no time to think and collapsed to the ground. Lu Qing slowly woke up, and the familiar scene that came into view made him freeze in place. He quickly scanned his surroundings with his powerful senses, and only after confirming that everything was alright did his heart finally settle down. Seeing that Uncle Luo and Su Lingwei were both there, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, when he found himself in a black coffin in his second-floor bedroom, he was somewhat bewildered. This coffin was specially ordered by Su Lingwei and had been placed in his bedroom. However, he never had the habit of crawling into a coffin when he couldn't sleep, so the coffin had been left unused. At that moment, the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was the heavy coffin lid that was half open. If you're going to sleep in a coffin, then sleep in a coffin. Why dress me up so nicely? He looked at his neat suit, which was clearly the result of someone's careful planning. A sharp black suit, paired with white gloves, a small bow tie, and shiny leather shoes. If you add a serene expression to that, it's practically a funeral outfit. Brother, you can't die. Xiuqiu hasn't grown up yet, how could you leave us like this? Xiuqiu is so sad. Lu Qing stood up from the coffin with a dark expression. He saw Xiuqiu squatting on his bed, crying with tears streaming down her face, wiping away her tears with her little hands. When Xiuqiu saw someone suddenly emerge from the coffin, she was first stunned, then her face changed from sorrow to joy. She jumped off the bed and into Lu Qing's arms, rubbing her little head against his chin. Brother Lu, you're not dead. You're really not dead. Ha ha. Xiaoqiu knew that pretty sister was lying. Chapter 42 is really sweet. Helpless, Lu Qing picked up the little girl with one hand, wiped her neck, and found it covered in her tears and snot, indicating that she had cried quite a bit earlier. You mean Su Lingwei told you I'm dead? He pointed to his face and asked, feigning a fierce expression. Xiaoqiu nodded vigorously, then snuggled closer to him, her chubby arms tightly wrapped around his neck. Yes, yes. Pretty sister said you're dead, but Xiaoqiu doesn't believe it. The pretty lady said, if you don't believe me, go touch your nose and see if you're still breathing. When Xiaoqiu touched him, he really wasn't breathing. Xiaoqiu thought, brother, you're really dead. That pretty sister is so mean. Then who dressed me in these clothes? Lu Qing asked again. It was bought by the pretty lady, and it's for Xiaoqiu to wear. The pretty lady said that even when someone dies, they should be dressed decently. Hearing Xiaoqiu's childish reply, Lu Qing immediately flew into a rage. He could easily imagine a 5-year-old child wiping away tears as he sobbed as he dressed himself in this morning clothes. Let's go. Let's settle this score with her. Lu Qing, carrying Xiaoqiu, was about to confront Su Lingwei, but Xiaoqiu suddenly stopped, pointing fearfully to the corner of the room. No, brother, there's a strange guy there, it seems to be watching you. Let's go check on him. Lu Qing then noticed that in the darkest corner of the room, there stood a person silently, the Earl of Fengming Mountain, whom he had transformed using the royal chosen servant. This guy must have been guarding this place while he was asleep. Don't be afraid, it's all right, those are our servants. Lu Qing gently comforted Xiaoqiu, carrying her to the Earl. The Count's stiff eyeballs slowly moved with his steps, looking rather terrifying. No need to guard him anymore. Go to your coffin and rest. Don't wake up without my permission. Yes, master. Following his command, Earl of Phoenix Mountain transformed into a blur and disappeared into the coffin. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qing said, from now on, your name will be Yi. Besides, your face isn't very pleasing to the eye. I'll have Uncle Luo make you a custom silver mask later. This face still belongs to the Earl of Phoenix Mountain, and it makes people uncomfortable just looking at it. The name is easy to remember, so I'll just call him Yi. If a second one is created later, it will be called Air. Perhaps there will also be Shichi, 23, Wu Liuqi, and so on, continuing in this order. After closing the coffin, Lu Qing carried Xiaoqiu out of the room. Judging from the aura I sensed earlier, both Uncle Luo and Su Lingwei are safe and sound. Uncle Luo is still a vampire, but now the bloodline flowing through his body is that inherited from Lu Qing. Su Lingwei was quite peculiar. Although he also had his blood flowing through her body, she had strangely transformed into a human, not only breathing but also able to hear her heartbeat. Sweetie, go downstairs and play with Uncle Luo for a while. I'm going to find that pretty lady and teach her a good lesson. Lu Qing put Xiaoqiu on the ground and told her to go to the living room on the first floor to find Uncle Luo. Xiaoqiu waved her little fists and said in her childish voice, you have to teach me a lesson. If I don't behave, I'll get a spanking. A spanking? Lu Qing smiled helplessly, watching the little girl skip away. Afterwards, he went up to the third floor alone to where Su Lingwei was. Pushing open the door, I saw Su Lingwei sitting on the balcony, basking in the warm sunlight, her face tilted back, looking very relaxed and content. Hearing him come in, she turned around and looked at him with a playful smile in his sharp suit. You look quite handsome in this outfit, don't you think I have good taste? The eye for detail is indeed good, but the way it's used is truly laughable. Lu Qing walked to Su Lingwei's side with a dark face, about to say a few words of lecture, but Su Lingwei suddenly threw herself into his arms. He looked down and met her beautiful eyes, which no longer held their usual coldness but instead shone with a gentle light. Immediately afterwards, his lips were gently kissed by a pair of warm, moist lips. Alright, since she's apologized like that, who could bear to blame this beautiful young woman? The sunlight gently fell on Su Lingwei's profile. She closed her eyes and kissed him with all her heart. At this moment, her lips were warm, completely devoid of their former paleness and coldness, instead radiating a vibrant vitality. When she slowly opened her eyes again, she met Lu Qing's smiling gaze. Lu Qing lowered his head slightly, gently pecked her lips, and asked in a tender tone, how does it feel? Su Lingwei tilted her head, thought for a moment, and finally gave her answer, it's very warm, and a little sweet too. Although she has now transformed into a human, she has lived for 300 years and is not like an ordinary girl who would blush and feel shy after being kissed. She stared intently at Lu Qing's lips, gently licked her own lips, and said, I want to kiss you again. Okay. Su Lingwei was fully immersed in the joy of becoming human until a wave of dizziness suddenly hit her. She stopped and, like a lazy cat, ran to the balcony to enjoy the sunshine. Since returning last night, the whole world seemed to have been relit in her eyes, becoming peaceful and serene. She was able to taste food she had never tried before, and was no longer bothered by the noise and distractions. This feeling was both unfamiliar and wonderful to her. As a descendant of vampires, she was a vampire from birth. After the embrace, her vampire abilities awakened, and her body stopped growing and developing. However, at this moment, she unexpectedly regained her human body. This is perhaps a special phenomenon produced by the combined effects of her pure royal bloodline and her status as the royal chosen servant, which is probably unprecedented in the long history of the vampires. Lu Qing stood quietly in the shadows, gazing at the sweet smile blooming on Su Lingwei's face. He knew in his heart that those things that seemed ordinary to ordinary people had extraordinary and precious meaning to Su Lingwei. He couldn't bear to disturb this beautiful scene and just wanted to quietly admire it. But one question remains unavoidable: will Su Lingwei choose to continue living as a human, or will she revert to being a vampire? If you like things as they are now, then you can stay like this forever. Lu Qing said softly, implying that if Su Lingwei was fond of life as a human, she could continue to stay in this warm little family and spend her life with him and Uncle Luo. However, Su Lingwei refused without hesitation. I don't want to. Lu Qing looked at her in surprise. After all, Su Lingwei seemed to enjoy this feeling so much, why would she refuse? Why? He walked to her side and basked in the sunlight with her. Su Lingwei leaned her head against his chest and said calmly, because I will grow old and eventually die. I don't want to become an old woman one day while you are still the same as you are now. That would make me very sad. Hearing this, Lu Qing carefully turned her head so that she was facing him, and said with a smile, Su Lingwei, it's a bit. Su Lingwei smiled and continued, what can I do to you? It makes me want to kiss you again. Come on. After a long while, the two separated and sat together on the balcony, leaning on each other. Su Lingwei leaned on his shoulder and whispered, let me experience what it's like to be human for a few more days, and then you can embrace me for the first time. She was the one who gave Lu Qing his first embrace, but now she needs Lu Qing to give her his first embrace. Life is truly full of drama. In this way, it seems that his blood flows through the entire family. Xiuqiu was first embraced by him, Uncle Luo's death caused his blood to flow into his body, and so did Su Lingwei. They not only possess his bloodline, but more importantly, this bloodline belongs to the royal bloodline of the vampire clan. Although they only possess a portion of royal blood, every member of this small vampire family carries royal blood. If this were to spread, it would likely cause a huge upheaval in the vampire world. Now that you mention it, it's really true. Su Lingwei said half-jokingly, now you've actually become our family's ancestor. Normally, in a vampire family, the person who carries the most bloodline is respectfully called the patriarch, but in Su Lingwei's case, he became the ancestor. This vampire family, apart from Xiuqiu and the Earl's peak-level bodyguard, may not be large in number, but each member is formidable. Moreover, as long as the contract is continuously transformed with the help of the royal chosen servant, one day this family will grow to be so large and powerful that even the ancient 13 clans will bow down and submit. Chapter 43: Confiscating Property. Lu Qing had originally planned to spend the next few days helping Su Lingwei experience human life, but an unexpected event disrupted his plans. In the vampire clan, if you kill another vampire, you can inherit all of their property. Uncle Luo respectfully brought Lu Qing a cup of coffee in the living room and said, so, the wealth that the Earl of Fengming Mountain has accumulated over the past few hundred years, nominally belongs to you, young Master Lu Qing. Thanks to Lu Qing's blood, Uncle Luo has been resurrected, but his injuries have not yet healed. This once elegant butler now only has his right hand left. Lu Qing was no stranger to this rule of the vampires. After all, he was the one who personally dealt with Earl of Phoenix Mountain, and according to the unwritten rules of the vampire clan, he did indeed have the right to take over all of the other party's property. A powerful vampire who has survived for hundreds of years must have accumulated considerable wealth. However, Lu Qing still had some doubts. He took a sip of his coffee and asked, besides treasures and items, vampires must have a considerable amount of assets circulating in the human world. Who manages these vast assets? Uncle Luo stood upright and replied with a smile, of course, there are specialized professionals such as finance and law. Every vampire family trains a group of humans specifically to manage their own wealth. When these people get old, their descendants will continue to serve the family. Our family naturally supports such a group of people as well. Lu Cheng nodded. He had never really understood how things worked at the bottom. After all, he had started from a very high position. She was embraced just a few days ago and immediately became the core of this little family, with no chance to get involved in these matters. Fortunately, we have a butler like Uncle Luo who is practically perfect. Let's go to Phoenix Mountain tonight. I'm quite curious about that count's wealth. Lu Qing finally made a decision. Uncle Luo immediately left the villa to arrange their evening outing. Su Lingwei remained silent about all of this, as if she had completely handed over control of the family to Lu Qing. She curled up lazily on the sofa, her eyes slightly closed, listening quietly to Lu Qing speak, feeling completely at ease. Xiaoqiu squatted to the side, staring intently at Su Lingwei's face, a hint of doubt in her eyes. The little girl always felt that the pretty older sister nowadays seemed a bit different, unlike herself, her brother, and Uncle Luo, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what had changed. She could only gently poke Su Lingwei's shoulder with her chubby little hand and whisper, "Pretty sister, would you like some milk tea?" Su Lingwei opened her eyes, smiled, pinched the little girl's cheek, and said, "You can't drink it for now." A little disappointed, Xiaoqiu ran to Lu Qing's side, clung to his clothes, climbed onto his shoulder, and sat down. She drank a bag of blood herself, then handed another bag of blood with a straw already inserted to Lu Qing. "Pretty sister doesn't want to drink anymore, brother, you drink it." Lu Qing took the blood bag, drank it in a few gulps, and then instructed, "Recently, the pretty sister has been feeling rather weak. Xiaoqiu, when you play with her, be careful not to hurt her." After being embraced by Lu Qingqiu, the little girl's physical strength increased rapidly. She could easily crush a glass with one hand and kick through a bedboard with one foot. Now that Su Lingwei has become human, if Xiaoqiu accidentally uses too much force, she might be able to beat her until she vomits blood and breaks her bones. Xiaoqiu put on a stern face and snorted in a pretentious manner, "Humph. Brother underestimates Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu is not such an ignorant child. How could I possibly hurt sister?" The two vampires, one big and one small, fooled around for a while, just as Uncle Luo had the car ready. Lu Qing led Su Lingwei out the door, while Xiaoqiu remained perched on his shoulders. "Since our family has grown, we no longer drive the RR when we go out together, but instead use a minivan, so that Xiaoqiu has enough space to play around." Number 1, who was dormant in the coffin, was also awakened by Lu Qing and taken along. After all, with number 1 around, those hidden treasures are easier to find. It felt rather strange to raid the house in front of the original owner and even have them lead the way. Number 1 sat in the passenger seat like a cold corpse. It wore a simple silver mask with only 2 round eye holes, and its name, E, was engraved in the center of its forehead. The mask has become fused with the skin. If you were to tear it off, it would rip off flesh and blood along with it. In a sense, the Earl of Phoenix Mountain has completely disappeared from now on. There is only one. When they arrived at the manor owned by Earl of Phoenix Mountain, there was no trace of any vampires. All the vampires were devoured by Lu Qing in that battle. Lu Qing then had number 1 lead the way to the first basement level of the manor. The heavy alloy door slowly opened, revealing a vast treasure vault. Looking at the mountain of treasure piled up in the center of the vault, Lu Qing couldn't help but click his tongue and chuckle. "This guy is really rich." Chapter 44 Master, this way please. Hidden on the first basement level is a giant treasure vault made of alloy, its area as wide as a football field. In the very center of this space, a dazzling golden mountain rises from the ground, made up of layers of gold blocks the size of a palm. Roughly estimated, its total weight is probably measured in tons. After circling the small golden hill once, Su Lingwei returned to Lu Qing's side and couldn't help but sigh, "It's definitely richer than our family." Lu Qing laughed heartily and said confidently, "From now on, all of these will belong to our family." After saying that, he turned his gaze to the other side, where rows of large boxes were neatly arranged and divided into several different areas. Uncle Luo stepped forward, casually opened a few boxes, and began to introduce them. These boxes contain various securities, the exact value of which is currently difficult to estimate. Over here are ancient gold and silver coins, over here are jewelry, and over here are cultural relics. Well, quite a few of them are national treasures. He circled around once, and finally couldn't help but adjust his gold-rimmed glasses. The light reflected from the lenses seemed to carry the scent of money. This Khan of the Lazenba tribe must be a man obsessed with accumulating wealth. He is simply too rich. Lu Qing watched with a smile. Apart from the gold, the exquisitely crafted gold and silver coins were of extremely high quality and were considered collectible. The artifacts exude an ancient and rustic aura, each piece being of the highest quality. The magnificent jewels are even more dazzling. After carefully selecting from the jewelry box, he took out 2 exquisite pieces of jewelry. Then, he took one of the items and walked towards Su Lingwei. Su Lingwei already understood his intentions and smiled as she extended her hand. He said, "Help me put it on." Lu Qing gently placed the bracelet inlaid with tiny diamonds on her wrist and examined it carefully. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Lingwei said, "It's really beautiful." She reached out and gently stroked the bracelet, clearly very pleased with it. Just then, Jocho's coquettish voice came from the side, "Jocho wants some too." Lu Qing affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair and said, "You'll have one too." He opened his palm, revealing a small longevity lock. The lock was inlaid with various small gemstones, its design both simple and exquisite, embodying the beautiful wish for peace and longevity. Despite Jocho's long lifespan, Lu Qing still hopes that she can live a peaceful and safe life. As soon as Jocho saw the lock, her little face lit up with a smile. She stretched her neck and looked at Lu Qing with wide eyes. Her meaning was clear, she wanted to put it on quickly like the pretty older sister. Lu Qing smiled helplessly as he put the longevity lock on her wrist, then earnestly instructed, "Jocho, you must be safe and happy from now on." The little girl happily shook her head and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Finally, Lu Qing turned to Uncle Luo and said, "Uncle Luo, you can decide what to do with these golden treasures. You've always been in charge of our family's finances. As for those cultural relics, they're of no use to us. We'll hand over the valuable ones later. That's our family's contribution to society." "Yes, young Master Lu," Uncle Luo replied. After everything was arranged, Lu Qing looked at Yi beside him and asked, "Besides these, is there anything else?" Yi respectfully replied, "Master, please follow me." With that, Yi led Lu Qing toward the deepest part of the treasure vault, where there was another alloy door. After fingerprint collection, the door slowly opened. The space inside was much smaller than the outside, but it was filled with an eerie atmosphere. What's placed here isn't treasure, but rather enormous bronze coffins, quietly arranged in a secret chamber. In addition to the 8 giant bronze coffins, a wooden box was placed on the platform in the very center. As soon as Su Lingwei stepped inside, she couldn't help but shiver. Her face instantly turned pale. It was really hard for a human body to withstand the cold and damp atmosphere here. Lu Qing had no choice but to leave the others outside and go in to check on his own. He first approached one of the coffins, and the cold, dark aura emanated from within it. "Open it," he commanded, and he immediately pushed the coffin open. Sizzle! A stream of black gas shot out, revealing the dried-up corpse inside. Lu Qing reached out and touched the mummified corpse, then exclaimed in surprise, "This is actually the corpse of a vampire count after his death?" "Yes, Master." Yi's hoarse voice sounded particularly abrupt in the silent space, but Lu Qing smiled happily. After a vampire dies, it is rare for them to retain a complete body. Most of them are either torn apart, devoured completely, or turned to ashes by weapons that counter them. Only vampires of Earl rank and above can permanently preserve their bodies after death. Lu Qing looked excitedly at the other 7 bronze coffins and asked, "Are all these coffins filled with the corpses of vampire counts?" "Yes, Master." Yi's voice was still grating, but to Lu Qing it sounded wonderful. He patted Yi's shoulder gently and said approvingly, "Yi, you're such a cute pervert. You actually like collecting vampire corpses." "Ha ha ha. But I like it." These 8 corpses of vampire counts were collected by Count Fengming Mountain over hundreds of years with immense effort. As for why he was so keen on collecting these counts' corpses, no one knows anymore, not even he can remember. Perhaps it can only be attributed to the Earl of Phoenix Hill's unique quirks. After all, every vampire who has survived for such a long time has some strange habits, just like Su Lingwei. These corpses, having lost all their essence and become desiccated, Lu Qing began, are of no use to other vampires except for being displayed and collected. But to me, they are priceless. He was so excited that he kept rubbing his hands together, his eyes were shining, and his mouth was practically stretched to his ears. Xiaoqiu, who was peeking out from outside, said to Su Lingwei with some concern, "Brother is laughing so happily at the corpse in the coffin. It feels so strange." Su Lingwei gently patted her head and smiled reassuringly, "Your brother has many hobbies, you're still young and don't quite understand." The little girl nodded as if she understood. Uncle Luo, standing to the side, produced several silver masks from somewhere. These masks were identical to the one on Yi's face. Holding a tang sword, he carved words on the mask, smiling elegantly as he did so, saying, "Looks like the family is about to grow by 8 more members." Inside the secret chamber, Lu Qing excitedly gave the order to Yi, "Open all these coffins." As he spoke, he grabbed the count's corpse from the coffin in front of him, shook it vigorously to remove the debris from the mummified body, and then bit down on the corpse's neck, his sharp fangs digging deep into the dry skin. Royal chosen servant, activated instantly. With the infusion of royal blood, this mummified corpse, which had been dormant for countless years, began to emit aura fluctuations once again. Crackling sounds rang out as fragments of the mummified corpse fell off, new life force gradually plumped up the shriveled body, and flesh and tissue began to regenerate. 10 minutes later, the mummified corpse had transformed into a slightly thinner, but fully awakened vampire count. Master, the vampire count said in a dry voice, then knelt on one knee and quietly lowered his head. Lu Qing slowly circled the vampire count once. Judging from its aura, the resurrected vampire should be at the mid-level of a count. He took the silver mask from Uncle Luo, a glint of silver light flashing in his eyes, and commanded, "Raise your head." The vampire count obediently raised his head, and the silver mask covered his face. "I have given you new life, and you shall follow me forever. From this day forward, you shall be called heir." "Yes." Lu Qing patted heir's head with satisfaction, very pleased with this newly born member. He then walked toward the remaining 7 coffins, which one had already opened and was standing quietly to the side, curiously examining the newborn number 2. "All contracts." Lu Qing was extremely excited. He rushed towards the remaining coffins and activated Royal Chosen Servant on the deceased vampire counts one by one, injecting his own blood. As one vampire count after another awoke from their slumber, the chilling atmosphere in the secret chamber grew increasingly intense, sending shivers down one's spine. Su Lingwei had already led Xiuqiu dozens of meters away, but she still felt as if all the blood in her body was about to freeze. She looked at the secret chamber in astonishment and said, "It actually managed to transform into 8 vampire counts. And the most powerful one of them is even close to breaking through to the marquis level. It's terrifying." Even though she had already witnessed many of Lu Qing's amazing abilities, Su Lingwei was still deeply shocked at this moment. "It seems that back then, I really did encounter something that could be described as a monster." Inside the secret chamber, the 9 vampire counts stood quietly before Lu Qing, each wearing a silver mask and bearing their own numerical names on their foreheads. Among them, Yi and Jiu possessed the strongest aura, being at the peak of their earl status and just a little bit away from advancing to marquis. Unfortunately, both of these powerful vampire counts eventually died. From this moment on, these guards who have been converted into contracts will forever obey Lu Qing's orders, and they will carry them out without hesitation, even if he orders them to self-destruct. In fact, even Lu Qing himself did not expect that the 9-headed vampire guard who was transformed into a contract by chance today would grow to a terrifying level that would be able to destroy a huge clan a long time later. All the subjects of the vampire world know that a mysterious and eerie hand of death always follows the Dark Lord, the Azure King. That was a powerful being who accompanied the Azure King and slew gods. This is a vast dark world and story, with even larger chapters to unfold. Hope you enjoy it. Chapter 45: Ancient Battlefield. Under the gaze of the 9-headed vampire count, Lu Qing's eyes fell on the last black box in the secret room. This black box looks unremarkable at first glance, with a dirty exterior, but it is actually made of an extremely rare black mineral. It is small in size but extremely dense, capable of completely shielding all odors. From Yi's answer, Lu Qing learned that even Earl Fengming Mountain himself did not know what was inside the black box or what its purpose was. This black box was discovered by Count Fengming Mountain by chance a long time ago in an ancient battlefield of the vampires. After bringing it back, he studied it for decades, but he was never able to unravel its mystery. However, Earl of Phoenix Mountain, relying on his intuition, believed that this thing was no ordinary object, so he kept it in a secret room. The ancient battlefield of the vampires? Lu Qing strolled to the stone platform, his mind filled with countless war scenes from the long history of the vampire clan, the power struggles between clans, the fierce conflicts between vampires and werewolves, and the life and death battle between the vampire ancestors and the gods in ancient legends. These wars left behind numerous ancient battlefields, among which the 9 largest ancient battlefields were controlled by 13 clans, each located in a mysterious forbidden area of the world. In Lu Qing's memory, the mysterious Bermuda Triangle was one of them. These battlefields often contain relics of ancient vampires, and may even contain mysterious and powerful weapons. Half of the sacred artifacts of the 13 clans were unearthed from these ancient battlefields. Each clan's bloodline has one opportunity to step into the ancient battlefield when they advance to the rank of duke. The Earl of Fengming Mountain brought back this black box from one of the battlefields when he was promoted to earl. The black box was not locked. Lu Qing gently lifted the lid and opened it, seeing the contents inside. A stone? He stared at the dark stone in the box with a hint of doubt. It was about the size of a fist, completely black, irregularly shaped, and looked plain on the surface, just like an ordinary stone. However, when he reached out and picked it up, he was surprised to find that the stone was surprisingly heavy. With Lu Qing's current strength, lifting over 1,000 pounds with one hand would be no problem, but he felt immense pressure in front of this stone. Hiss! So cold! As he held it for longer, the stone emitted a bone-chilling cold that seeped into his bloodstream, as if countless needles were pricking him. Just as he was about to put the strange stone back into the box, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Host has discovered Cain's blood. This sound was like a thunderclap, incredibly shocking. Cain's blood? The blood of the progenitor of vampires? Cain, as the progenitor of all vampires, is revered as the ancient race or the first race, and modern vampires are all his descendants. Ancient vampire texts record, Cain, the progenitor of blood, vanished into an unknown land. To protect their descendants, they left behind 3 drops of their ancestral blood and made a supreme oath to the vampire clan. When the 3 drops of the progenitor's blood combine and manifest in the world, all vampires may venerate him as king. Countless descendants of vampires have frantically searched for these 3 drops of ancestral blood, but none have succeeded, to the point that in the eyes of the new generation of vampires, it has become a legend. However, many powerful old vampires are still secretly searching, hoping to use this opportunity to evolve to the highest realm of vampires. The Earl of Fengming Mountain's luck is simply heaven-defying. Holding the black stone, Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh. He managed to find something that only appears in ancient books. It's a pity that he still didn't discover its secret. Lu Qing glanced at Yi, whose expression was calm, and a sense of emotion welled up in his heart. Ding! After absorbing Cain's blood, you can evolve into an ancient bloodline. The system's voice sounded again. Ancient bloodline. It's definitely more powerful than my current royal bloodline. I just don't know what changes it will bring. Lu Qing stared intently at the black stone in his hand. Now that he had embarked on the path of the vampires, he would forge ahead towards the peak. A silver light, symbolizing royal blood, quietly emerged. Lu Qing fully circulated the power of his bloodline, and a ball of silver flame ignited in his hand. Enveloped in this ball of silver flame, the black stone began to slowly melt. The hard outer shell turned into a black liquid, which slowly flowed between his fingers. As the stone melted, an extremely oppressive atmosphere filled the secret room. Finally, when all the outer shells disappeared, a drop of black blood quietly appeared in his palm. Boom! In that instant, an invisible force suddenly erupted in the small, secret room, and the 9-headed vampire count was instantly blasted away by this force. At the same time, the drop of black blood instantly corroded a hole in Lu Qing's palm and quickly merged into his body. Chapter 46 Ball's Abilities. Outside the secret room, Su Lingwei suddenly felt an almost overwhelming sense of oppression. Instinctively, she tried to rush into the secret room, but was unexpectedly pulled back by Qiuqiu. Pretty sister, danger! Qiuqiu's little face tensed up, her expression as serious as if she had sensed an ancient beast lurking in the secret room. Uncle Luo, come quick! Qiuqiu stretched out her other hand and waved it vigorously at Uncle Luo. Boom! A powerful shockwave suddenly burst out of the secret chamber and rushed straight towards the 3 of them. Without hesitation, Su Lingwei instinctively tried to shield Qiuqiu with her body, and Uncle Luo quickly rushed forward as well. To Su Lingwei's astonishment, Qiuqiu suddenly rushed to the front at a speed faster than both of them. Su Lingwei was stunned. Qiuqiu. The little girl stood at the very front, her brows furrowed and her lips tightly pursed. Just as the surging airwaves were about to hit, a clear yet childlike voice suddenly rang out, Ananda, the land of no dust. Immediately afterwards, Su Lingwei was surprised to see that as Qiuqiu spoke, a transparent barrier appeared out of thin air in front of them. Boom! The surging airwaves crashed heavily against the barrier like a tidal wave, but the barrier blocked them all. At the same time, Su Lingwei, who was inside the barrier, felt a strange energy, as if she were in this world, and her physical strength was instantly suppressed. Crack! After the shockwave subsided, the barrier began to show fine cracks, and then shattered like glass into transparent fragments that dissipated into the air. Huff! I'm so tired. Qiuqiu supported herself on her knees with her little hands, panting heavily, her small and cute nose covered with beads of sweat. Su Lingwei quickly bent down to pick up Qiuqiu, took out a silk handkerchief to gently wipe the sweat from her face, and asked with a smile, Qiuqiu, was the dustless place you just experienced your awakened ability? This ability can withstand such a powerful shockwave, so its level is definitely not low. Besides, Qiuqiu is so young, and she has only been embraced for a few days, yet she has already awakened her abilities? Generally speaking, only dukes can awaken their abilities. That's right. Xiaoqiu nodded with a bright smile in her arms. A few days ago, after I woke up, a lot of things suddenly appeared in my head. And then Xiaoqiu could do this. It seems Xiaoqiu has indeed awakened its abilities. Su Lingwei felt somewhat helpless. This whole family seemed rather unusual. The culprit must be that person. Let's go see our brother, Xiaoqiu urged, breaking free from Su Lingwei's embrace and pulling her towards the secret room. Upon arriving at the entrance to the secret chamber, one sees a row of powerful vampire counts guarding the entrance. These are the 9-headed guards who were previously blasted out of the chamber by the shockwave. Driven by their instinct to protect their master, they immediately tried to rush back into the secret room after regaining their mobility, only to find themselves blocked outside, and could only dutifully guard the doorway. The door to the secret chamber was covered by a thin black film. Uncle Luo stepped forward, extended his finger, and gently pressed it against the film. A hissing sound followed, and his finger was instantly corroded. "Miss, we can't get in." Su Lingwei nodded and led Xiaoqiu closer to the black membrane. The 9-headed Earl's guards sensed the bloodline aura of Lu Qing on them, so they did not launch an attack. "I see him. Brother's over there," Xiaoqiu said, pointing into the secret room. "But why has brother turned into a cocoon?" Through the black film, a strange scene can be seen inside the sealed room. The entire chamber was enveloped in a layer of pitch-black liquid, which seemed to have a life of its own, constantly moving across the floor and walls. In the very center of the secret room, Lu Qing lay motionless with his eyes closed, as if he were fast asleep. The black liquid traveled back and forth across his body, even seeping into his flesh. Some of the liquid surrounded him, slowly forming a cocoon that completely enveloped him. The cocoon grew thicker and thicker until, in the end, Lu Qing's figure could no longer be seen in the secret room. All that could be seen was a huge, pitch-black cocoon. At that final moment, Su Lingwei clearly saw a pair of ferocious black wings spread out from Lu Qing's bare back. His eyes seemed to open for a moment, no longer red or silver, but a deep, profound black, as if capable of devouring everything in the world. "This aura is terrifying." Su Lingwei stared at the black membrane in front of her, trembling slightly. Even though she had transformed into a human, she could still feel the immense and powerful force in the secret chamber. If this power were to erupt, no, even if only a tiny bit were to leak out, all the lives present would probably be wiped out in an instant. With a worried look on her face, Xiaoqiu asked, "Pretty sister, will my brother be alright?" Su Lingwei pondered for a moment, then forced a smile. "Don't worry, Lu Qing will be fine. He's probably about to evolve. Let's wait here for our brother to come out, okay?" "Okay." Inside the giant black cocoon, Lu Qing curled up like an infant, his black wings unconsciously spreading out and tightly encircling him. He fell into a deep sleep, but his body seemed to be breathing rhythmically. That drop of black blood decomposed into countless complex gene chains within his body, gradually transforming his entire bloodline. Shanghai, this bustling metropolis, is home to countless people from all walks of life. However, beneath its glamorous exterior lies a dark corner, unknown to the general public. Every night, the entire city is shrouded in darkness, becoming the sphere of influence of the eastern branch of the Lazenba tribe. On the rooftop of a skyscraper with stunning river views, a strange and eerie ceremony is quietly unfolding. At the scene, a bald man dressed in a red robe had complex and intricate runes painted on his face. At this moment, his hands were clenched into fists, his body was trembling violently and uncontrollably, and his eyes were deathly white, with his pupils no longer visible. Beside him, Leisure Lei Senba, the head of the eastern branch of the Lei Senba clan, a vampire duke with the purest bloodline, stood quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the dazzling lights below. However, Leisure's gaze kept drifting to a silver coffin beside him. This coffin was airlifted from a great distance by the main lineage of the western Lazenba tribe, and faint groans of pain and heavy breathing could be heard coming from inside it. "Spy, what exactly did you see?" Leisure asked in a deep and authoritative voice. This bald man is a vampire who has awakened the special ability Eye of the Sky. With the help of a specific medium, he can see what happened in extremely distant places. At this moment, he clutched a broken family crest tightly in his hand, his body trembling even more violently, and he let out an unconscious growl. I saw it. I saw the Earl of the Lazenba clan imprisoned, unable to move, and pieces of his flesh were being torn off his body." Ouch! Ouch! Because they become lost in the scene they are watching, the voyeur seems to personally experience the pain suffered by the one being watched. What he witnessed was the final scene of Count Fengming Mountain being slowly tortured by Lu Qing, as if it was himself, not the Count, being stripped of his flesh and blood. "Ah! Count Lazenba's legs are broken. There's a shadow as black as a phantom of the night." His bloodline power is rapidly fading, someone is devouring him. The voyeur described the scene haltingly, trembling as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Leisure Lasenba fell into deep thought. Just yesterday, a coat of arms in the family chapel suddenly shattered, signifying the unfortunate passing of an earl of the family. In the past, he wouldn't have paid too much attention to this situation. After all, the death of an earl was not uncommon in the long course of history. He could simply send someone to investigate and then eliminate the enemy. But this time the situation was different. The person inside the silver coffin learned of this. This young man held a highly respected position within the main branch of the family, and even Leisure, as the head of a branch, had to show him great respect. The master originally came to the east for sightseeing, but upon hearing that a count in a branch of the family had been killed, he became curious, which is why Leisure summoned the spy to investigate. Judging from the voyeur's description, the vampire who killed the count seemed to completely overwhelm him in terms of power. But when has such a powerful vampire ever appeared in Jun City, capable of crushing the count? Chapter 47: The 10-Day Pact. Leisure remained unmoved by the Watcher's suffering, coldly commanding, "See who killed him." After catching his breath, the Watcher's eyes turned deathly pale again, and he activated Eye of the Sky. In an instant, he seemed to be in a mountain forest, where he saw that the count had turned into a dried corpse, and his essence had instantly dissipated. Just then, a terrifying aura was quietly brewing behind him. He hurriedly turned his head, but all he saw was endless darkness and a pitch-black silhouette floating in the darkness. He couldn't make out the outline of the figure at all. Then, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened in the darkness, as if staring straight at him, and at the same time, a voice with extreme majesty rang out, "You ant who dares to spy, leave your eyes behind." The spy was filled with boundless fear. He only had time to catch a glimpse of the Brook girl lying on the lawn before he was instantly torn apart by a force. On the top floor of the building, the spy covered his eyes with his hands, let out a pitiful howl, and rolled on the ground in agony. His eyes had become two bloody holes, his skin had begun to crack, and his breathing had become extremely weak. Leisure asked coldly, "What did you see this time?" The voyeur replied painfully, "Endless darkness, slaughter, power and blood, and a brute girl. I never saw anything like this when I last voyeurized the holy son of the family." Then, in despair, he cried out to Leisure for help, "Patriarch, save me." However, Leisure snorted coldly and mercilessly crushed his head with one foot. "Humph. Trash. You actually revealed that you spied on the family's holy son last time. You're really tired of living." After crushing the spy with one foot, Leisure glanced hastily at the silver coffin with lingering fear. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his turbulent emotions, and then said, "The count who died in the family must be related to the Brute clan." The Watchers detected their presence at the scene. Leisure didn't offer much explanation for the unusual situation that the spy had just experienced, because he knew in his heart that the noble vampire inside the coffin wouldn't care about such things at all. Those vampires from the main lineage of Western families have always looked down on the Eastern branches, even if they belong to the same family bloodline. As expected, there was no movement inside the silver coffin for quite some time after Leisure finished speaking. A few minutes later, the coffin slowly slid open a crack, and then two corpses flew out and landed on the soft carpet without any regard for safety. They were two naked young girls, their delicate skin covered with bite marks of varying depths, their blood completely drained. However, even in death, they still wore a chillingly intoxicating smile on their faces. "Oh ho ho! The eastern branch of the Brook tribe? Those weaklings!" A languid yet mocking voice emanated from the coffin, like the flicking tongue of a cold, venomous snake. "I came here to the east for a visit, but I never expected to encounter such an interesting thing. To plot against my own people's descendants is no small crime. Send me there." After he finished speaking, the silver coffin closed again, and no more sound came out. Leisure stared at the silent coffin for a long time, but he never managed to see the true face of the noble being inside. But he knew very well that even as the head of the family here, he would never dare to provoke the person in the coffin. Those are descendants of royal bloodlines with unparalleled glory, rare treasures of the Lasenba tribe. "Guards, escort the lord on his journey," he decisively ordered. Meanwhile, in Yanjing Mountain in the capital, there is a breathtaking Chinese palace, built entirely with private funds. The surrounding mountains and forests have also been leased for a long time. Although it is called a lease, it is in fact no different from private property. This is the ancestral home of the eastern branch of the Brook clan, a powerful family with a history spanning thousands of years. The Brook clan, one of the top clans among the 13 vampire clans, is an archenemy of the Lasenba clan. The war between the two clans has raged for over 1,000 years, and it was only in recent centuries that a peace agreement was reached. However, the animosity between them remains deeply rooted. Unlike the Lazenba clan, the Brook clan's individual vampires possess extremely formidable combat power, though their branches are numerous and complex. The eastern branch is just one of them, and its combat strength is even inferior to that of the eastern branch of the Lazenba tribe. Therefore, over the past few centuries, the Brook have rarely gained the upper hand in covert conflicts. However, bound by the truce agreement, the Lazenba tribe could not openly attack the Brook tribe. However, in recent decades, under the leadership of Laishur Lasenba, the eastern branch of the Lasenba clan seems to have shown signs of stirring. At this critical juncture, a silver coffin suddenly appeared in front of the Yenjing Mountain Palace, carried by 4 vampire counts. These 4 earls were all blonde and blue-eyed, clearly from the west, and were commonly known as coffin bearers, usually the most loyal servants in the family. The fact that 4 vampire counts could carry the coffin speaks volumes about the noble status of the vampire inside. The appearance of this silver coffin alarmed almost half of the high-ranking vampires in the family. Leading the group was Su Lai Bru, the patriarch of the eastern branch of the Bro clan. With deep apprehension, he stared intently at the motionless silver coffin and asked in a deep voice, "You are a noble member of the Lazenba clan, but we did not invite you to this place." Judging from the manner in which the other party was present, they were clearly vampires from the main lineage of the West. Moreover, even Laishur was not qualified to accompany them, which shows that the person in the silver coffin held an extremely high status. Disputes between branches are usually handled by the branches themselves, and the main branch vampires rarely get involved, since they don't care about the conflicts between branches at all. But why did this important figure make a personal appearance this time? There was no response from the silver coffin, but the atmosphere around them suddenly became eerie. A faint crimson mist slowly emanated from the silver coffin, and Su Lai smelled a sweet, cloying scent. Behind him, the vampires below the rank of Count, affected by this sweet and cloying scent, instantly blushed, their breathing became rapid and heavy, their breath became disordered, and their eyes were filled with intense desire. "Scatter!" Su Lai roared in a low voice, suppressing the boiling blood within him, and ordered the vampires below the rank of Count to retreat. He was secretly horrified. This sweet, fishy smell must be a special ability of the vampire in the silver coffin. It can actually arouse emotions and ignite bloodlines. It's truly terrifying. Despite being a vampire duke, Su Lai was still affected by this aura, his blood surging within him. Just then, the being inside the silver coffin finally spoke, "Eastern branch of the Brook clan. A vampire from your family has secretly hunted down and killed one of my clan's earl's bloodline. That was a beautiful young girl, oh. And a strange little fellow. I want them. I'll come back in 10 days, and I hope I can see those 2 little ones then." The voice from the silver coffin was like a venomous snake crawling through the hearts of all vampires, cold and sinister. Although it did not explicitly state what the consequences would be, this silent deterrent was even more chilling. A parchment scroll with a portrait of a young girl floated leisurely to Su Lai's feet. He only glanced at it before recognizing the person in the portrait, and his face instantly turned ashen. The silver coffin was being carried away by the 4 earls and gradually disappeared into the distance. Chapter 48 Junior, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Su Lingwei frowned, staring at the picture in her hand, her expression full of hesitation. After thinking for a moment, she gently put the picture down and said in a low voice, "Let's wait for Lu Qin to come out and let him make the decision then." As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to have shed a heavy burden, wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, snatched a lollipop from her little follower Qiuqiu, and squinted her eyes contentedly. Uncle Luo stood to the side, his eyes full of kindness, and he thought to himself, ever since Miss met young Master Lu Qin, she seems to have become more and more lazy. Although one of Qiuqiu's lollipops was taken away, she didn't care at all. Instead, she happily stuffed the other lollipop into her mouth. Immediately afterwards, she suddenly jumped up, turned 180 degrees, faced the direction of the secret room, and shouted in her childish voice, "Brother, when are you coming out? Qiuqiu misses you so much." The crisp sound echoed continuously in the empty underground space. As if hearing Qiuqiu's call, the secret room, which had been quiet for 2 days and 2 nights, suddenly became active. Upon hearing the sound, Qiuqiu's little face showed a hint of surprise. She turned to look at Su Lingwei and asked curiously, "Brother, did you really hear me?" Su Lingwei smiled and stood up, gently taking Qiuqiu's little hand and standing behind her, her eyes full of expectation as she stared intently in the direction of the secret room. Deep, loud breathing sounds came from the sealed room, as if they were trying to suck up all the air in the entire space. As if summoned by some mysterious force, wisps of black mist surged wildly toward the secret chamber like a tidal wave. Immediately afterwards, a crack appeared in the giant black cocoon in the secret chamber. With a cracking sound, the crack gradually widened until the giant cocoon completely shattered, revealing a naked and muscular body. Lu Qing's body was like a finely sculpted crystal, with smooth and distinct muscle lines, and every curve seemed to have undergone countless careful carving and tempering. Within his body, blood surged wildly like a raging torrent, and a powerful aura of bloodline permeated every inch of his flesh and blood. His sharp fingernails dug deep into his palm, and a drop of black blood slowly dripped down, exuding an eerie and chilling aura. At this moment, his pupils were no longer the blood red or silver of the past, but burning with black flames. Those flames seemed to possess endless devouring power, capable of consuming everything in the world. Behind him, a pair of black, giant wings with a wingspan of over 5 meters spread out proudly, looking ferocious and sharp. If Lu Qing were to grow 2 more horns at this moment, he would be just like a demon king awakening from the abyss. Phew! I'm finally awake. Lu Qing looked down at his completely refreshed body. Under the miraculous effect of Cain's blood, every cell in his body was reborn. To his even greater delight, the system notifications rang in his ears the very moment he emerged from his cocoon. Ding! Host has absorbed Cain's blood 1-3. The host's bloodline has evolved into ancient blood. The source of darkness and evil, where death and life coexist. Ancient blood, for vampires, is both an irresistible deadly poison and a sacred fruit that unlocks evolution. Ding! The host has been promoted to a vampire marquis. After absorbing Cain's blood, Lu Qing directly advanced to the rank of Blood Clan Marquis, which shows that the energy contained in this drop of blood is astonishing. This is an ancient bloodline that is even older and more noble than the royal bloodline. Only the first generation of beings is worthy of possessing such an ultimate bloodline. As the system indicated, his blood has a deadly attraction for all vampires. After all, ancient blood can drive the evolution of other vampires. Come here. Lu Qing summoned the 9-headed Earl's personal guards who had been waiting outside the door. Master. The 9-headed Earl's personal guard knelt on one knee, his head bowed low, not daring to look directly at Lu Qing. They truly felt the supreme majesty emanating from Lu Qing. Lu Qing walked up to number 1, gracefully extended her hand, and said, "Raise your head." Number 1's body trembled violently, and he let out a roar. Under immense pressure, he managed to lift his head with great difficulty. Accept even greater power. Lu Qing revealed a wicked smile, a drop of black blood appearing at his fingertips. The moment the drop of blood appeared, number 1 instantly lost consciousness, its eyes filled with endless blackness, its instincts generating an uncontrollable craving for the blood. Sizzle! A sound like water dripping into a pan of oil rang out as blood from Lu Qing's fingertip dripped into number 1's left eye. Number 1 immediately clutched his head and collapsed to the ground, letting out a hoarse roar as if he were in excruciating pain. The pain lasted for about a minute, after which number 1's body began to change, his aura continued to rise, and he finally broke through a shackle. Roar! Number 1 let out a roar that was both painful and joyful. With just this one drop of blood, it successfully evolved to the Marquis level. Lu Qing withdrew his finger and nodded in satisfaction. Very good, you've advanced to the rank of Marquis. This is the power of ancient bloodlines, which can continuously enhance the strength of vampires through feeding, but the upper limit should not exceed my level. You were previously at the peak of Earl rank, so you used this opportunity to evolve into Marquis. I'll feed you a few more times later. Number 1 returned to a kneeling position, his powerful aura surging continuously. Lu Qing then went to number 2's side and fed it in the same way. Number 2 reacted similarly to number 1. He first screamed in pain, and after the pain subsided, his aura suddenly increased, but he did not break through in the end. He remained a vampire count, but his aura had become much stronger. Lu Qing looked at number 2 and said thoughtfully, "It seems we need to feed it more. The improvement from one feeding is limited." He continued, "Fortunately, now that we have the royal chosen attendants that can transform into contracted guards, and with the help of the ancient bloodline within me to continuously nourish them, they can keep growing. In this way, I could even create a terrifying vampire army. Moreover, this army will be absolutely loyal to me, and will continuously improve its strength under my care." Thinking about all the possibilities for the future, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel excited. He then fed the remaining vampire counts in the same way. Like number 1, number 9 was originally at the peak of Earl, and under the nourishment of the ancient blood, it evolved into Marquis. The other 7 heads are still Earls, but their auras have become much stronger, and it is only a matter of time before they evolve into Marquises. In this way, Lu Qing now has 2 vampire Marquis guards and 7 Earl guards, giving him the confidence to confront even the branches of some powerful families head-on. After feeding the nine-headed guards, Lu Qing's body became somewhat weak. The aura of the ancient blood receded, and the wings on his back automatically retracted into his body, leaving only a complex black pattern. The weakness brought about by using the ancient bloodline is becoming more and more intense. It seems that feeding is not an easy task. Lu Qing rubbed his slightly dizzy head and slowly walked out of the secret room. They came here to inherit the wealth of the Earl of Fengming Mountain, but unexpectedly received so many pleasant surprises. Besides wealth, he also gained 7 vampire count guards, 2 of which had evolved into marquises, and he himself evolved from royal blood to ancient blood, becoming a vampire marquis in one fell swoop. Personal Information Panel. Host, Lu Qing. Race, Vampire. Bloodline, Ancient Bloodline. Family, None. Rank, Vampire Marquis. 160 points needed for the next evolution tier. Abilities, ×0 Crimson Bloodlust Royal Chosen. Evolution sequence, highest sequence, Vampire Devouring, can devour other vampires to advance. Evolution sequence, highest sequence, Talent Isolation, infinitely conceals one's vampire level, undetectable. First form, Reign of Kings. Second form, Imperial Flame. It's a bit of a pity that this evolution to Marquis was due to the ancient blood, so no new abilities were awakened. Lu Qing felt a little regretful, but quickly put it at ease. However, the second form, Emperor Flame, was activated after the bloodline advanced, which is a decent compensation. Imperial Flame, black flames descend, burning the void. This brief description exudes domineering power. When Lu Qing walked out of the secret room, Su Lingwei was already waiting outside with Qiuqiu in her hand. The moment she saw him, Qiuqiu quickly covered her eyes with her little hands. Shame on me. Su Lingwei was taken aback at first, her eyes darting around for a moment, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she stepped forward to hand him the blanket she was wearing. Quickly put this on, Junior, don't catch a cold. She turned her head away, not daring to look him in the eye, not only because he was naked, but also because Lu Qing seemed to exude an irresistible charm at that moment. Chapter 49. People can die, but the box must be protected. They left the manor in broad daylight. Therefore, the 9-headed vampire guards were temporarily placed in the dark basement, which would allow them to guard the countless treasures inside. Uncle Luo has already arranged for someone to liquidate the Earl of Fengming Mountain's property, and it will soon be transferred to Lu Qing's name. As for how much wealth he actually had, Lu Qing didn't care. As long as there was money in his account to cover his expenses, that was enough. Later, Uncle Luo handed Lu Qing a gold black card and said in a very ordinary tone, "Young Master Lu Qing, there are 800 million in this card. Consider it your daily allowance. You can accompany Miss to buy clothes or something." 800 million in pocket money, how much must his total assets be? I dare not even think about it. In short, he could never spend it all. In addition, after taking inventory of the antiques and cultural relics in the basement, Uncle Luo also gave Lu Qing a list. Most of the items on the list were priceless and came from various dynasties. Without hesitation, Lu Qing waved his hand and decided to donate all these antiques and cultural relics to the country. These things are of no practical use to him, so it's better to let them go to the right place and play their proper role. Of course, the donation method was quite unique. After all, donating so many antiques, regardless of the reason, will attract attention. To avoid unnecessary trouble, at Lu Qing's special instruction, Uncle Luo chose a dark and windy night and neatly placed the boxes of antiques at the entrance of the city museum. The next day, the museum director came to work. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw a mountain of boxes and thought for a moment that the logistics staff had put the vegetables in the wrong place. Upon opening one of the boxes and seeing the antique-style, exquisitely crafted artifacts, the nearly 70-year-old dean suffered a heart attack on the spot. As he was being lifted into the ambulance, he desperately reached out towards the pile of boxes, shouting, "People can die. But these boxes must be protected. They're all national treasures." After shouting that, he finally felt relieved and fainted. This incident quickly made it onto local and central television news. It is understood that a large number of wooden boxes suddenly appeared in front of the Jiangshi Museum late last night. After examination by experts, the wooden box was found to contain important cultural relics that had never been discovered before, at least at the first-class protection level, and some even being national treasures. These precious cultural relics are of epoch-making significance for archaeologists studying history. However, an investigation revealed that no one knew how these cultural relics ended up in front of the city museum. Experts speculate that they may have been anonymously donated by a patriotic individual. The news that evening devoted a full 10 minutes to reporting on the matter, which quickly caused a huge uproar across the country. Countless people are searching for the anonymous donor of the national treasure, and some are even appealing across the internet for him to speak out, but no one has come forward to claim this honor. However, no one could have imagined that the protagonist of this whole affair was actually a vampire lurking in the darkness. At this moment, the vampire is leisurely choosing a house with a beautiful young woman. Let's choose this one. It's nestled against the mountains and by the water, the environment is superb. Lu Qing stood with Su Lingwei on the terrace of a manor, overlooking the lush forest below and the magnificent river in the distance. These past 2 days, Su Lingwei seems to have become obsessed with looking at and buying houses. She dragged Lu Qing to see almost all the top properties in Jiang City, immersing herself in the process and enjoying it immensely. When they finally saw the place in front of them, they were both quite satisfied. Su Lingwei was drawn to the scenery and tranquility of the place, while Lu Qing was interested in the spacious 2-story basement of the manor. Houses that are expensive to a certain extent are actually all pretty much the same. The key is to have a large enough basement space so that enough coffins can be placed. The underground space of this manor is the largest, as big as 2 football fields, and it has 2 floors, so Lu Qing is very fond of it. Now that the house has been chosen, he doesn't need to worry about anything else. The elegant housekeeper will take care of everything. That very day, all the furniture in the new house was replaced with brand new ones. Large trucks slowly drove into this tranquil mountain village along the winding mountain road. One of the trucks, covered with a black cloth, with a sealed container underneath, was transported directly to the manor's basement. After everyone left, Lu Qing went to the basement alone. There, in the originally spacious basement, 9 bronze coffins were neatly arranged, and in each coffin lay a bodyguard whose aura was completely concealed. After discovering that slumber helped his personal guards maintain their strength, Lu Qing decided to have the 9-headed guard slumber in a giant bronze coffin. Wake up! He summoned the 9 bronze coffins, and the 9 guards instantly opened their eyes, sat up in unison, and looked at him respectfully. Master! I'll feed you blood again tonight. Lu Qing stepped forward and fed the guards in each coffin with blood in turn. He sensed that their auras had strengthened a little, and a strong sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. I deliberately chose such a large basement one day. This place will be filled with my giant bronze coffins. After coming out of the basement, Lu Qing found Su Lingwei hunched over the living room table, intently writing something. Curious, he walked over, gently put his arm around her waist from behind, and asked, "What does this say?" Su Lingwei turned her head, rested her cheek against his, and handed him a piece of paper she had written down, saying, "This is my wish list from when I was human. After I fulfill these wishes, you will embrace me." Chapter 50 Simple and Honest Little Wishes. Lu Qing picked up the piece of paper in her hand and began to examine it carefully. The moment he saw it, he felt that Su Lingwei's handwriting was really bad. It was crooked and messy, like ants crawling around. He's over 300 years old, yet his handwriting is still as good as a child's. Wish list. 10 items were listed on the paper, all of which were things Su Lingwei longed to do. Lu Qing unconsciously read it aloud. First, go shopping and watch a movie. Secondly, sunbathing at the beach or by the river. The third rule, speeding. Fourth, watch fireworks. Fifth, get first place in the exam. When he got to the 5th point, Lu Qing paused for a moment, thought for a moment, and then said, "The first few points were relatively easy, but this 5th one is quite difficult to achieve. After all, you always came in last place in exams before." Su Lingwei nodded in agreement. "That's right. So you need to work harder." Lu Qing was stunned for a moment before realizing that this problem was clearly his responsibility to solve. "All right, let's keep watching." Lu Qing continued reading. 6th, eat barbecue and drink beer. This isn't difficult, just try it once. 7th, bungee jumping. Not too difficult. Probably just want to experience the adrenaline rush, right? Let's arrange it. Lu Qing read out the list one by one until the 9th. 9th, book a room. Huh? Booking a room? Meeting Lu Qing's slightly strange gaze, Su Lingwei explained calmly, "Don't get the wrong idea, I just want to experience what it's like to stay in a hotel. I've never stayed in a hotel before." Alright, Su Lingwei noticed a hint of regret in Lu Qing's expression and chuckled to herself before saying, "There are 10 wishes in total. Once I've fulfilled them all, you can give me your first embrace." Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Giving her his first embrace meant that Su Lingwei would be transformed into a vampire once more. In truth, Lu Qing knew that these wishes were something she deeply longed to fulfill. Shopping and watching movies might be commonplace for ordinary people, something they do every day, but she had never had such an experience before. She didn't want to age prematurely in front of him, so she planned to turn back into a vampire after doing all these things. How about we stay human a little longer? Lu Qing felt a little reluctant. Su Lingwei smiled and shook her head. No need, just help me finish these 10 things. Seeing her stubborn expression, Lu Qing had no choice but to give up and turn to look at the last wish on the paper, but was somewhat puzzled. The 10th wish, 2 circles, 2 crosses, what does this mean? Su Lingwei looked at him with a smile, gently nuzzling her head against his chin, looking every bit like a mischievous little witch. Guess. No guessing. Fine, I'm not going to guess anymore, I'm going to sleep. Su Lingwei broke free from his embrace and skipped upstairs. As Lu Qing watched her happy departing figure, he could truly feel the joy in her heart. After transforming back into a human, Su Lingwei's emotions became increasingly complex. Although her previous cold demeanor remained, it would completely dissipate when the two were alone, making her appear like a real human girl. Lu Qing's lips curled up slightly as she recalled that last wish. Circles and crosses, ha! How could he not understand its meaning? Just as Su Lingwei was about to go upstairs, Lu Qing suddenly stepped forward and picked her up in his arms. Like a kitten, Su Lingwei tilted her head up in his arms and asked with a grin, "What do you want to do?" Lu Qing held her in his arms, his eyes instantly turning as black as ink. Rip! Accompanied by the sound of clothes tearing, 5-meter-long black wings suddenly stretched out from his back. "I'll grant you one wish first," he said with a domineering yet wicked smile. With powerful flapping of their black wings, they instantly took to the air, reaching a point several hundred meters above the manor. Noticing that Su Lingwei's breathing was becoming more rapid, Lu Qing suddenly rushed forward. Hold on tight. Under the pitch-black night sky, on the winding road through the mountains, a black figure was flying at high speed along the road, reaching a speed of more than 200 kilometers per hour in the blink of an eye. Lu Qing held Su Lingwei in his arms, flapped his wings and flew close to the ground, the scenery on both sides of the road rushing past like lightning. He merely shielded her from the strong wind, allowing her to fully experience the thrill of this high-speed impact. Su Lingwei wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, her face flushed with excitement, and her eyes seemed to sparkle. How was it? Wasn't it more exciting than racing cars? Lu Qing lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead, feeling her heart pounding wildly. Aha! Watch where you're going, we're going to crash. Su Lingwei suddenly shouted urgently, then burst into happy laughter. Hee hee. This is so much fun. Only when he sensed that Su Lingwei was somewhat tired did Lu Qing carry her back to the manor and gently place her on the soft bed. Su Lingwei seemed still immersed in the wonderful feeling of her heart racing, her eyes bright, and she hugged his neck tightly, refusing to let go. What's wrong? Lu Qing asked softly, still in his position. Nothing's wrong, Su Lingwei smiled slightly, then took the initiative to give him a light peck on the lips. Thank you. You'll have to do your best to help me fulfill the remaining 9 wishes. After Su Lingwei fell asleep, Lu Qing came out of the room and gently closed the door. Although Su Lingwei became more lively in her human form, she also became more delicate and could no longer stay up all night like before. However, experiencing the feeling of dreaming after falling asleep must be something she's looking forward to. When Lu Qing came out of the room, he was surprised to find Uncle Luo waiting for him downstairs. Uncle Luo was still dressed in the same tuxedo and white gloves, but his usual elegant smile was gone, replaced by an extremely serious and earnest expression. Seeing Uncle Luo's appearance, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's wrong? Uncle Luo lowered his head slightly, a glint of light reflecting off his gold-rimmed glasses. Young Master Lu Qing, a vampire count has arrived at the foot of the mountain. He claims to be from the Brook clan and wants to take Miss back to his family for trial. Lu Qing stopped abruptly, sharp fangs slowly emerging from his lips, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Oh? That's what it says? Then I'll just have to twist its head off. Chapter 51, to put it nicely, is called Youthful Arrogance. At the foot of the mountain, a young and ambitious vampire count looked up at the only manor with lights on halfway up the mountain. A contemptuous smile played on his lips as he muttered, "Humph, what's the point of living in such a shabby place? Is she just too incompetent to hide here? No wonder she's my good sister." This young vampire count from the Brook clan had deliberately dyed his hair blonde, wore a sharp suit, and held a pure gold cane in his hand. Beside him followed 3 powerful vampire counts, the strongest of whom was on the verge of evolving into a marquis. These 4 vampire counts are not to be trifled with by most vampire families, no matter where they go, let alone the ancient Brook clan. 7th Young Master. The most powerful earl reminded him in a deep voice. The patriarch instructed that this time, Miss Su must be brought back unharmed. That important Western figure only gave the family 10 days. Let's hurry inside. The Count snorted impatiently. I know. You're always rushing me. And another thing. Don't call her Miss Sue. She's long since left the family, she's a traitor now. Even if that Westerner doesn't pursue the matter after I bring her back to the family, I still need to get to know this sister better. As he spoke, a sinister and evil smile appeared on his face. The old vampire shook his head inwardly, thinking to himself, how come the 9 direct descendants of the patriarch are all so unintelligent? The vampire from the Lazenba clan that was killed earlier was a genuine peak count. After entrenched in Jiang City for many years and gathering so many vampires under his command, he was still killed in the end. Taking Miss Su Lingwei away is not so easy. It's very likely that the mysterious vampire beside Miss Su is also a powerful peak count. The patriarch specifically sent the 3-headed Earl along this time. It's easy to understand with a little thought. Wait, no, 7th young master has absolutely no brains. Of the 9 direct descendants of the family head, Miss Su, who was ranked 9th, is the most intelligent, but she happened to inherit the bloodline from her mother's side. What a pity. Thinking of this person who had been in the family for hundreds of years. The old count looked somewhat regretful. As the old man pondered, the 7th young master, who was waiting impatiently beside him, said, I've been reporting for ages and there's still no response. How dare they keep me waiting this long? Do those guys up there have a death wish? As a direct descendant of the family, he was revered by all vampires from birth. Nourished by abundant resources, he quickly grew into a powerful vampire count, which was his pride. He was about to go up the mountain when he was stopped by a viscount who looked like a steward. What angered him even more was that when the viscount learned that he was from the Brooke family, he not only showed no respect, but also coldly told him to wait where he was, saying that he needed to inform the head of the family before he could leave. He originally wanted to rush up and forcibly take Su Lingwei away, but after being persuaded by the old man, he patiently waited for 2 minutes. But now, his patience has run out. No more waiting, let's go straight up. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a black shadow, speeding along the mountain road, instantly reaching its maximum speed, while releasing a powerful vampire count aura, loudly announcing his arrival. Seeing this, the other 3 vampire counts could only follow closely, while cautiously sensing the dark forests on both sides of the road. The 7th young master glanced around but didn't detect any vampire aura. He sneered disdainfully, humph, so poor they don't even have a vampire underling to guard the gate. You're really down on your luck, my dear sister. Your life is so simple it's unbearable to watch. From the moment Su Lingwei awakened blood that was not her father's, she was ostracized by her other siblings, who got used to bullying her. She left the family voluntarily after her half-blood mother was killed by her father. To be born into a noble family but fail to inherit that noble bloodline is itself a mistake. If you feel your life is miserable, I can help you get out of it. The 7th young master revealed a wicked smile. Your blood may not taste very good, but it can still excite me. Little sister. He then glanced at the vampires who might be standing next to Su Lingwei and guessed, what rank would they be? Viscount? Duke? Are they as pitifully weak as you? Ha ha. He was incredibly excited at the thought of seeing his sister, whom he hadn't teased in a long time, again. The elderly earl behind him noticed the fluctuating aura of the man and couldn't help but sigh. I hope the 7th young master doesn't go crazy and kill all the vampires up there. Try your best to protect Miss Su and the vampires that the master specifically requested. However, this place is indeed rather shabby. There isn't even a single vampire guarding it. The old man scanned the dark forest again, confirming that there was no trace of vampires hidden within, indicating that this territory was completely undefended. However, less than 300 meters away from them, 9 vampires with their auras completely concealed were moving through the mountains and forests, as if the jagged rocks and trees did not exist in their eyes. They were like silent shadows of death, their blood-red, cold eyes fixed on the 4 Brooke vampires on the mountain path. At their master's command, they would instantly tear these 4 ignorant vampires to shreds. In less than a minute, the young count of the Brooke tribe arrived at the manor on the hillside. He climbed over the wall and stood in the courtyard, leaning on a pure gold cane with one hand, and called out in what he thought was elegance, I am the son of the noble bloodline of the Brooke people. Is there anyone alive here? On the top floor of the manor, Su Lingwei appeared. She looked at the vampire count in the courtyard, frowned slightly, and asked coldly, what are you doing here? The young count cast a mocking glance and chuckled, Heh, of course I've come to take you away. Long time no see, my dear sister? He suddenly seemed to have seen something unbelievable. The elegant smile on his face froze instantly, then turned into a ferocious and maniacal laugh. Ha! You're not a vampire? Ha ha ha! My dear sister, you've actually turned into a human. How disgusting! Ha ha ha! Not only have you betrayed your clan, but you've also abandoned the great honor of the vampire clan. He laughed almost maniacally, as if he were roaring angrily. The three vampire counts also showed expressions of extreme shock. How is this possible? Is there really a way to turn vampires into humans? This strange phenomenon caused a hint of apprehension to flash in the eyes of the elderly vampire. Su Lingwei did not respond, but just looked coldly at her former brother, her heart filled with sorrow and hatred. The young count continued, "Come with me. The people of the clan will be very pleased to see you like this. How amusing. Ha ha ha." As he spoke, he suddenly unleashed a powerful burst of strength, preparing to rush directly to the top floor. However, the next second, with a bang, he was kicked back from mid-air like a ball, creating a deep crater in the yard. Who? He stood up from the pit in a disheveled state, his eyes bloodshot, and roared angrily. Chapter 52. Use the front door, don't trample on my wall. Who the hell has the guts to kick me? The shame and anger in the young count's heart were like a surging tide, almost completely overwhelming him. In his mind, no vampire had ever dared to be so presumptuous and disrespectful to him. In an instant, the three vampire counts beside him unleashed a powerful aura, sending a warning to those around them. There are 4 vampire counts standing here, who would dare to make a rash move. However, immediately afterward, the aura they released seemed to encounter a cold, sharp blade and was mercilessly sliced apart. A powerful and chilling aura, like a tidal wave, forcefully suppressed the momentum they were radiating back into their bodies. What on earth is going on? The young count felt as if his blood had frozen instantly. He turned around warily to look behind him, and the next second, he froze on the spot. Less than a meter behind them stood 9 figures, each wearing the same silver mask on their face. That chillingly powerful and sinister aura emanated from these 9 figures. When exactly did they appear? Why do their presence make me feel so oppressed and suffocated? Before the young count could react further, he was gently patted on the shoulder. He stiffly turned his head, and a handsome face came into view, with a gentle smile on it. The man said, "Before you came, I said I would twist your head off. Now, I'm going to keep that promise." Snap. Just as everyone was still in shock and their minds were blank, Lu Qing swiftly tore off the head of the young count, a direct descendant of the Brooke clan. The whole process was so fast that it completely surprised everyone. Even Su Lingwei couldn't help but have her pupils shrink sharply. The other 3 vampire counts were frozen in place, as if under a spell. This is the precious youngest son of the Brooke family patriarch. They rushed over from a great distance, but before they could even see the other person's face clearly, their head was forcibly ripped off. Lu Qing still wore the gentle smile on his face. He reached out and threw the head towards the 3-headed Brooke count, saying, "Here's your head back, but I'll keep the body." Actually, considering all aspects, it would be best to leave the corpse intact, since we can use the royal chosen servant to transform it into another personal guard. But unfortunately, I had already threatened to twist their heads off. Alas, what a blunder! I should have said something different. At least I could have left with a complete body. The elderly count of the Brooke tribe stared at the blank-faced head in his arms, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word for a long time. This. The 2 vampires beside him, both at the mid-level of count status, let out a shrill scream and charged towards Lu Qing recklessly. My blood is boiling. The wounds won't heal. 2 strange powers emerged instantly, each a unique ability awakened by one of the 2 count vampires. However, just as they made a move, the 9 guards behind them, who had been silent like corpses, also moved. Yi's figure vanished in an instant like a ghost, and when it reappeared, it was holding 2 shriveled hearts in its sharp claws. Thump! Thump! 2 dull sounds rang out, and the corpses of the 2 vampire counts fell heavily to the ground, forever losing their life and vitality. Well done. Lu Qing gave an approving look, thinking to himself, this kid knows to leave a complete corpse. Now we can put 2 more bronze coffins in the basement. At that moment, the only surviving old man glanced at the 2 corpses lying on the ground and was so frightened that he dared not move. He lowered his head slightly, with a hint of awe and fear, and said respectfully, "Revered and great being, please forgive our previous offense." Only now did this elder, a peak vampire, awaken from his daze and realize how foolish his previous thoughts had been. This manor is not without vampire guards because it is weak. On the contrary, it is because it is too powerful to need any guards at all. Those 9 mysterious beings, each exuding a terrifying aura, were all stronger than him. In fact, the aura emanating from 2 of them, both vampires, filled him with a deep sense of fear. The thought that while they were running wildly along the mountain road, those 9 powerful vampires might have been lurking in the darkness, coldly watching them, made the old man feel dizzy. Moreover, these 9 mysterious beings treated this seemingly young vampire, who showed no aura whatsoever, with such respect, as if he were a servant. How terrifying must this being be to command so many vampires at the peak of the Count level, or even possibly the Marquis level, to serve him? I'm so incredibly stupid. When did I become so brainless? Fortunately, his reason held him back just in time when those 2 vampire counts charged forward, slowing his actions down a beat. It was this crucial step that miraculously pulled him back from the brink of death. You're very lucky. Lu Qing looked at the old man with a hint of regret. If you hadn't hesitated just now, you'd probably be lying on the ground like them now. What a pity. Lu Qing snapped his fingers, and only one of the 9 personal guards remained, while the other 8 returned to the bronze coffin underground to continue their slumber. Even after the guards left, the old man dared not slacken or relax in the slightest, and could only nod respectfully. Yes, I will definitely convey it to the head of the family in its entirety. Then, he gritted his teeth and mustered his courage to struggle and say, however, esteemed one, if it is convenient, I would like to request that you and Miss Su return to your family. The family is currently facing a crisis, and Miss Su was, after all, once a member of the family of Su Lingwei, and you don't return to the family, then in 10 days, that person from the West will surely be furious. At that time, the family will be in a desperate dilemma. The old man was ultimately concerned about his family, and even at the great risk of angering Lu Qing, he still gritted his teeth and said a few more words. He had even mentally prepared himself to be torn apart and thrown out. After waiting for a long time, he found that there was no movement on the other side. Full of doubt, he secretly looked up and saw that the noble vampire was squatting in front of the headless corpse, seemingly examining something carefully. The head is gone. If I devour something without a head, will I lose more evolution points? It shouldn't, right? When I devoured things before, even losing a leg didn't seem to have any effect. Should I keep the head too? Hearing the faint murmurs coming from the other side, a bead of cold sweat broke out on the old man's temple, a rare occurrence. Having lived this long life, he had never seen anyone act so strangely. Noticing the old man's gaze, Lu Qing smiled slightly, just a friendly reminder, if you don't leave soon, you might not be able to leave at all. I have a little girl at home who absolutely loathes the brook. If she gets woken up in a bit, she might just ask me to twist your head off too. Although he didn't quite understand the deeper meaning of those words, the old man still felt a sudden sense of panic for no reason. Little girl? She dislikes the Brook clan? Could she be another powerful and unpredictable vampire? This place is not safe to stay. Thinking of this, the old man dared not say another word, bowed respectfully on the spot, and turned to leave as quickly as possible. Wait. The old man froze instantly and stood obediently in place. After you return, do not reveal any information about this place to anyone except your family head, Lu Qing said solemnly. Okay. The old man quickly replied. You'd better hold onto that head tightly, consider it my return gift to you, Lu Qing continued. I will obey your orders. The old man glanced at the head in his arms and gently closed the unseeing eyes. He asked with utmost respect and caution, is there anything else you require? Lu Qing stood up, pointed in the direction of the manor, and said with a smile, when you leave, use the main gate. Don't trample on my walls. Yes. The old count of the Brook clan walked out through the main gate obediently, taking each step with extra care, for fear of accidentally trampling on a flower or a blade of grass in the manor. After the old man left, Lu Qing reached out and devoured the 3 count corpses on the ground. Then, he used the royal chosen attendant to transform 2 of them into his personal guards, which he then had carry into the basement. Lu Qing named the 2 newly born vampire guards 10 and 11 respectively. Chapter 53. Does this pretty older sister eat people? Ding. Devoured 3 vampire earls, evolution points plus 12. 1360 away from evolving into the next tier of vampire duke. As the system notification sounded, Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, thank goodness, even the headless earl still gave me enough evolution points. But then he frowned, thinking to himself, now, devouring a vampire count only gives 4 evolution points. This level suppression is really powerful. He felt both relieved that he had gained some evolution points this time and helpless due to the level suppression. Fortunately, he gained 2 more vampire guards of Earl rank. They can gradually grow as long as they are fed with blood. Aside from Yi and Jiao, the other 7 guards are also growing quite rapidly. It's estimated that after a while of nurturing, they will be able to officially advance to the rank of Marquis. These transformed guards still retain the abilities they had previously awakened. Like Yi, whose special ability is physical regeneration, this ability still exists after transformation, but it requires more bloodline energy. Each time the bloodline power is overconsumed or the injury is severe, it must be repaired by feeding blood again. As for the 2 newly transformed earls, Lu Qing entrusted them to Yi for care. The headless, arrogant vampire was simply thrown to Uncle Luo. As for how Uncle Luo would deal with it, Lu Qing didn't care. All he knew was that in the human world, there was a group of people who were extremely obsessed with vampires, and there were even rumors that eating vampire flesh could eliminate all pain and disease. Lu Qing stood in the courtyard, looked up at Su Lingwei, and asked softly, "Shall we go back?" Su Lingwei nodded without hesitation and replied, "Go back." Okay. Whether it was for Su Lingwei's sake or for his own development, Lu Qing felt that he had to go to the Brew tribe. There are no more vampires in Jiang City for him to devour to increase his strength. If he wants to become stronger, he must delve deeper into these clans. Since Su Lingwei harbors deep hatred for her family, that's perfect. Those guys can all become nourishment for him to improve his strength. Moreover, according to the information the old man just conveyed, the last time the Phoenix Cry Earl was devoured, it attracted the attention of the Lazenba clan, and it was the vampires of the western main branch of the Lazenba clan. Lu Qing couldn't help but wonder if absorbing the blood of these western main bloodline vampires would have a different effect. Most importantly, the vampire clan's sacred artifact. Each of the 13 clans possesses its own sacred artifact, and the Brute clan's sacred artifact resides in the eastern branch of the imperial capital. The main ridge to the west had always coveted it and wanted to take it away, but for various reasons, it had failed to do so. Su Lingwei had mentioned before that the sacred artifact guarded by the family was an axe called the Execution Axe. The person who possesses it will have their strength increased more than tenfold, but at the same time, they will bleed uncontrollably. Lu Qing was truly worried if such a sacred artifact fell into the hands of other vampires. We must obtain the sacred artifacts of the 13 clans. And if we have the chance, we must also venture into those ancient Blood Clan battlefields. Thinking of all this, a dark glint flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. He firmly believed that the future world would be incredibly exciting. Just then, a small, flustered figure burst out of the living room. Where? What's wrong? What's wrong? Xiao, wearing black pajamas with a bear pattern, ran over looking just like a round ball. This little girl must have fallen into a deep sleep, but was woken up and hurriedly came out to join in the fun. Ever since Xiao learned about her family's past from Su Lingwei, she has developed an intense hatred for the vampires of the Bro clan. She even declared that when she grows up, she will definitely beat up those Bro guys to avenge her beautiful sister. But this little girl probably won't have that chance, because she'll never grow up. Lu Qing scooped up Xiao, who was running towards her, and pinched her chubby little face with a smile, saying, "Nothing's wrong." Xiao wrinkled her little nose and sniffed, noticing a different smell in the air. She sighed, feigning maturity, in his arms. "Ugh. Brother lied to me again. Xiao is late, all the excitement is over. So annoying." Seeing the little girl's regretful expression, Lu Qing was completely charmed by her. "Since this adorable little guy came into our family, our previously cold life has been filled with much joy." Lu Qing glanced at the time. It was 1 a.m. Since Su Lingwei and Xiao were both awake, he decided not to sleep at all tonight. "Come on, let's go out and play." Without saying another word, he picked up Xiao, went upstairs, and pulled Su Lingwei to the garage. A moment later, boom! A very cool Bugatti Veyron sped out of the garage like a beast and rushed down the winding mountain road. They drove at an extremely high speed, almost reaching their limit. Now, with the vampire's powerful body control, even at high speeds, the car appeared to Lu Qing as if it were moving at a slow pace. The silver Bugatti Veyron in his hands resembled a roaring beast. In the passenger seat, Su Lingwei held Xiao in her arms, her eyes shining with excitement. 20 minutes later, at Jiang City's most famous South Bank barbecue plaza, Lu Qing slowly pulled his sports car over to the side of the road. The eye-catching Bugatti Veyron instantly attracted countless eyes, with some even muttering envy. "Damn, driving such a nice sports car to eat at a roadside stall? Is some rich kid out experiencing life?" After cursing, he stared at the glamorous sports car for a few more times, and then angrily opened several more bottles of beer. Lu Qing, familiar with the place, found a spot closest to the river and waved to the owner: a case of beer, 30 skewers of beef and mutton, a kidney, a plate of crayfish, 2 servings of oysters, and a little of everything else, plus plenty of grilled vegetables. Okay. The boss, beaming, took the menu and went to make arrangements. Su Lingwei curiously surveyed the lively drinking scene around her, inhaling the various aromas in the air. She licked her lips coquettishly and asked, "Did you often come here before?" Lu Qing smiled and nodded, opening 3 bottles of beer. "Yeah, I'm a regular customer here. There are always lots of people eating late-night snacks here. Let me show you around. Here you go, Xiuqiu." He placed one of the opened beer bottles in front of Xiuqiu. The little girl cheered, hugged the bottle, and took a big gulp. Then she nodded her little head vigorously, just like a chick pecking at rice. "It tastes so good. Ha ha." This scene was witnessed by people at a nearby table, who were all stunned. "Look at that table, that kid is drinking. Wow, this little girl is amazing. She looks like she can drink a whole bottle." Xiuqiu hugged the bottle tightly with both hands and gulped it down. For the little guy who has already become a vampire, digesting this amount of alcohol is no problem at all. The barbecue we ordered was served quickly, and a variety of dishes filled the table. Su Lingwei looked at the table full of food, feeling conflicted and unsure which to eat first, while constantly swallowing her saliva. Seeing this, Lu Qing chuckled and pointed to a plate of crayfish on the table. "Let's eat some crayfish first. Last time you ordered takeout, it was crayfish, and I even delivered it. In the end, you almost ate me instead of the crayfish." Su Lingwei glared at him with a hint of arrogance, then focused on dealing with the crayfish in her hand, while also taking a small sip of beer. The cool sensation instantly spread throughout her body, and she comfortably squinted her eyes. Xiuqiu was happily munching on a chicken wing, even though she wasn't particularly fond of ordinary food anymore, but tonight's chicken wing was especially delicious. Hearing what Lu Qing had just said, the little girl asked curiously, "Pretty sister eats people? When did that happen?" Lu Qing rubbed her little head. "Of course, she was really fierce. But that was a long time ago." Just as Xiuqiu was about to press for more information, she suddenly wrinkled her little nose and angrily threw down the chicken wing in her hand. "Brother, I smell that stinky smell. That annoying guy is here again." Lu Qing didn't turn around, but just quietly drank a glass of beer until Brick casually sat down at the table. The little wolf cub first glanced at Su Lingwei, who was engrossed in peeling crayfish and completely ignoring him, then glanced at Xiuqiu, who was glaring angrily, and wisely refrained from provoking her. Finally, he looked at Lu Qing and said slowly with some melancholy, "I'm leaving. Chapter 54. Get out of here, don't die, let's get a room. I'm leaving." Brick's words were full of resentment, like a dull knife slowly cutting through the air. He casually pried open a bottle of beer and took a big gulp. Under the lamplight, the wolf cub, whose appearance was as handsome as a sculpture, was now filled with sorrow. Lu Qing merely curved the corners of his mouth slightly and asked, "Is it because your mark on Su Lingwei disappeared after she became human?" His response came with a muffled from Brick's nose. The brand disappeared completely, leaving not even a trace of its last scent. However, that's not the only reason. Brick wiped the beer foam from his mouth and continued, "The family has been in complete chaos lately, with several tribes fighting each other. As a member of the rightful bloodline, I have to go back to fight." As he spoke, a warlike glint ignited in his eyes. This wolf cub was born with a love for fighting. Upon their first meeting, he dared to pounce on Lu Qing and challenge him to a duel. Recently, his strength had grown rapidly, and he was only one step away from adulthood. Now that the protective mark had disappeared, he had no reason to stay any longer. Besides, he knew in his heart that whether the mark was there or not, Su Lingwei's gaze would not linger on him for even a moment. Lu Qing stared at him for a long time before suddenly speaking softly, her voice as sharp as a blade, "There's something wrong with your bloodline. You'd better be careful when you fight in the future." Brick instantly reacted as if a firecracker had been set off, his hair standing on end, his pupils contracting sharply to the size of pinpoints, and all his muscles tensing up. "How did you know? I've always been very sensitive about matters of bloodline." Brick gripped the bottle so tightly it creaked, but eventually deflated and his shoulders slumped. "That's right, something else has mixed into my blood. It has been dormant, but it is slowly eroding my original bloodline. So I'm weaker than my peers, but once I unleash my full power, that thing awakens, driving me into madness, making me unrecognizable to anyone, not even my own family." This was a secret he had always kept strictly, unknown to the clan elders, but tonight he couldn't help but reveal it. Actually, Lu Qing's lips curled up slightly, "I'm quite curious about what werewolf blood tastes like." Brick jumped up like a startled bird, staggering back several steps, holding the bottle horizontally in front of his chest, his tail almost bursting open, looking just like a dandelion. Given Lu Qing's current strength, if he were to actually make a move, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to transform into a wolf. I was just kidding, Lu Qing said, shaking the cup in his hand. Even if I really had to suck blood, I wouldn't choose you. As he spoke, he tossed out a small ball of pure gold. There's a drop of my blood and a drop of venom in here. Use it as you see fit when you're about to die. Get out of here, or you'll die. As soon as the golden bead touched his hand, a cold and powerful aura spread from his palm, and Brick couldn't help but shiver. This evil aura is completely different from the legendary vampire aura. He silently put the gold beads into a hidden pocket close to his body. Before leaving, he hesitated for a moment and said, "If one day I become the clan leader, I will come back to find you." After giving Su Lingwei one last look, Brick turned and left, his back view clean and crisp, as if cut off by a knife. Lu Qing watched his departing figure, her fingertips lightly tapping the rim of her cup. What would happen if werewolf blood and vampire blood were mixed together? He tilted his head back and drank the remaining wine in his cup in one gulp, never expecting that this small golden bead would one day unleash a terrible bloodbath in the far north. The western werewolves, on the verge of extinction, are led by a strange wolf king to break through the encirclement and lie dormant in the cold plains. When it reappeared before the world, it had already swept through the entire werewolf world. Rumor has it that the wolf king is immortal and extremely evil. Burp, I'm so full. Su Lingwei slumped lazily in the chair, her cheeks flushed a light pink from the beer she had drunk. She completely ignored Brick's pleading look, focusing only on enjoying the skewers in her hands. As the alcohol began to take effect, she squinted her eyes and suggested without any hesitation, "Since we're already out, why don't we not go back? How about we get a hotel room?" Several burly men at the next table choked on their drinks upon hearing this. Wow! This girl is way too bold. What are you envious of? Didn't you see the car they're driving? Lu Qing deliberately sighed, "I forgot my wallet when I went out." Su Lingwei proudly pulled out a gold card, grinning like a cat that had just stolen some fish. "It's my treat." The hotel suite was filled with steam. Su Lingwei, wrapped in a bathrobe, lay on the edge of the bed, crossing off barbecue, racing, and hotel room from her wish list. Lu Qing dried her hair and said with a smile, "It's fine to cross out the first two items, but booking a hotel room doesn't count as completing the task." Then what else is needed? She turned to the side, her bathrobe slipping down an inch unintentionally, revealing a stunning figure. Take a guess? Lu Qing approached slowly with a mischievous grin. Just then, a little head suddenly popped out from under the covers, Xiuqiu's eyes sparkling. "What else do we need to do when we book a room? Tell me, tell me." Lu Qing froze instantly, then quickly grabbed the remote control. "With the little girl here, what else can we do?" "Of course, watching TV. Chapter 55, Little Devil. To prevent the clever little girl Xiuqiu from suddenly appearing and causing trouble again, as soon as they left the hotel, Lu Qing immediately called Uncle Luo and made sure the little girl was safely taken home. Immediately afterwards, he stepped on the gas and drove Su Lingwei straight towards the academy. Lu Qing secretly did some mental calculations and realized that she had indeed missed a lot of classes recently. She had been busy with various conflicts every day and had almost forgotten what the classroom looked like. Coincidentally, today happens to be the department's final exam, which will be a perfect opportunity for Su Lingwei to complete the next item on her campus bucket list. The two held hands and quietly slipped to the classroom door, where the sound of pens scratching on test papers filled the air. "Teacher, I'm so sorry we're late." Lu Qing nodded politely. The proctor looked up, his gaze lingering on Su Lingwei's face for 2 seconds, before calmly saying, "Come in and answer the questions." Their seats were in rows one behind the other, so they could see each other with just a slight turn of their heads. The exam paper was laid out on the table. Su Lingwei glanced at it quickly, and her brows furrowed tightly, like a twisted rope. "This question is too difficult, she can't understand it at all." Lu Qing gently tapped her shoulder from behind, handed her 2 pens, and said in a low voice, "Su, keep up the good work and try to get first place." Su Lingwei bit her lower lip and said helplessly, "I can't do any of these questions." "I know how, right? The academic genius is here." Lu Qing winked smugly and teased, "It's because you always skip class." On the platform, the proctor looked over coldly and said sternly, "You students over there, no whispering." The teacher knew, of course, that this was a pretty girl whom the principal had spoken to, but special treatment didn't mean the exam would be easy, especially since she was always late or left early. After being called out by the teacher, Su Lingwei had no choice but to lower her head and behave like a quail. Lu Qing also withdrew his gaze, picked up his pen, and began to answer the questions quickly. Although he skipped classes quite a few times, he was a top student when he was still human, so these basic questions were no problem for him. What was the prevailing intellectual trend in the 19th century that emphasized the expressive function of literature? A. Classicism. B. Realism. C. Romanticism. D. Modernism. In the 19th century, this was a freebie. Lu Qing checked C without hesitation. The bright sunlight streamed into the classroom, where the former academic genius, now a vampire marquis, was engrossed in his final exam. If other vampires saw this scene, they would probably cover their faces in embarrassment. There are only 10 minutes left, the proctor tapped on the table to remind everyone. Lu Qing looked up. The test paper was almost filled out. The questions he didn't know were left blank. It was better than making things up. He looked at Su Lingwei in front of him again and saw that most of her test paper was still blank, and her heart was beating rapidly, which Lu Qing could hear clearly. So you can get nervous too? Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle softly. Su Lingwei lightly kicked him, turned her head slightly, and complained in a low voice. Hurry up and copy this, it's shameful to get last place. As she spoke, she reached out to grab Lu Qing's test paper. Her fingertips had barely touched the edge when Lu Qing grabbed her hand, planted a kiss on the back of it, and said with a smile, "No way." The proctor gave them another stern look and said, "Quiet." Su Lingwei immediately straightened up, but secretly kicked Lu Qing under the table. Lu Qing rested her chin on her hand, her eyes filled with tenderness, like a soft lake. Okay, I'm just teasing you." Clatter. Lu Qing tapped the table lightly with his knuckles. In an instant, the time-zero domain unfolded. The swirling dust seemed frozen in place, the second hand stopped turning, and the dust particles floating in the sunlight also remained still in mid-air. Lu Qing slowly stood up, walked around to Su Lingwei's side, and wore a mischievous boyish smile. "Let's go copy the answers." Su Lingwei blinked, a mischievous look on her face, and asked, "Who has the best grades in the class?" "Class monitor, third row by the window." "Rush." Su Lingwei picked up her test paper, squatted down in front of the class monitor's desk, and quickly began copying it. Lu Qing strolled around the classroom with his hands behind his back, his gaze suddenly landing on a corner of the classroom. Zhang Tianhao, the unlucky guy who fell seriously ill after being drained of blood by Su Lingwei, was also taking the exam. "Wow, you actually got so many right." Lu Qing grinned mischievously, picked up a pen, and began correcting the answers on his test paper. "Change A to C for this question, delete the answer to this question." Leave 2 questions, just make sure he doesn't get 0. On the other side, after copying the class monitor's answers, Su Lingwei ran to other students' desks, corrected a few questions, and finally skipped up to the podium, drew 2 big moles on the proctor's face before stopping, satisfied. She jogged up to Lu Qing, stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around his neck, and urged, "The freeze is almost over, hurry up and kiss me." Then, a gentle kiss landed on Su Lingwei's lips. Just as time resumed its flow, the classroom remained quiet, with only the scratching sound of pens writing on the exam papers. No one realized that the fate of several exam papers had been quietly changed. Chapter 56: Love Among Young People. There are only 3 minutes left until the end of the exam. Please check your answer sheets carefully one last time. The invigilator's voice was like a cold block of iron, weighing heavily on the hearts of every student. Based on her years of experience proctoring exams, she knew that the closer it got to the end of the exam, the more people would become impatient and want to take risks. Especially the pretty girl by the window who often skips class. In her opinion, she's almost certain to fail again. The teacher's gaze swept towards Su Lingwei, only to be surprised to find her sitting upright with a smile on her face, so well behaved that it was hard to believe. "Looks like he's finally given up and is going to hand in his paper obediently," the teacher thought to himself, then nodded slightly. However, she vaguely sensed that the students around her were looking at her with an indescribable strangeness, as if something strange had inexplicably grown on her face. In a corner of the classroom, Zhang Tianhao let out a long sigh of relief and put down his pen. Last semester, he failed 2 courses and was grounded by his father for a whole month. This time, his father went even further, saying that if he could pass the exam, he would reward him with a limited edition sports car. Driven by his dream car, he spent every day in the library, neglecting even his social life. His friends laughed at him, saying he seemed like a completely different person. Wait till I drive the sports car home, then let's see if you're still laughing," he thought smugly as he checked the rather tricky fill-in-the-blank question. He had memorized this question, and the answer was definitely C. But when his eyes fell on the test paper, he froze instantly. The C he had filled in was now covered up in black, and next to it was a bright A. Is this some kind of ghost? He felt a surge of panic and quickly changed his answer back to C, his heart pounding like a drum. Upon scanning the entire exam paper again, his face instantly turned deathly pale. A full 70% of the answers were in handwriting he couldn't recognize at all. Hand in your papers, the teacher shouted, snatching the exam paper from his hand without further ado. In an instant, the classroom erupted into chaos. I clearly chose B. How did it become D? Me too. Did the answer just grow legs and run away by itself? Look, the proctor suddenly has two big moles on his face. Zhang Tianhao stood frozen in place, as if his soul had been ripped from his body, muttering to himself, the sports car is gone. Then, utterly dejected, he rushed out of the classroom, leaving behind the words, I'm going home to find a master to exorcise the evil spirit. Meanwhile, Lu Qing led Su Lingwei on a stroll along the tree-lined path on campus. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, scattering golden fragments across the ground. Su Lingwei affectionately linked her arm with his, her smile as bright as the warm spring sun. She enthusiastically pulled out her wish list and decisively crossed out, get first place in the exam. This doesn't mean we've truly secured first place yet, Lu Qing said with a slight raised eyebrow and a playful smile. I don't plan to take the next few exams, Su Lingwei said nonchalantly, shaking her head. It's enough to experience what it's like to take an exam. In that last test, I definitely got the highest score in the class. You've stopped time, it's impossible not to get a high score. Lu Qing chuckled to himself. This afternoon I want to see a movie first, then go shopping. In the evening I want to go bungee jumping, and then watch the fireworks by the river. Let's change sunbathing to moonbathing, the beach is too far from here. She spoke rapidly, as if racing against time. Lu Qing suddenly stopped, gently turned her shoulders with both hands, and said seriously, don't rush, we won't miss any of the things you want to do. Sunbathing at the beach will still be arranged as usual. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed Uncle Luo's number. Bring the servants from the basement and prepare to handle the aftermath. Hypnotize everyone who sees me. After hanging up the phone, he reached out and put his arm around her waist, whispering, hold me tight. Rip, accompanied by the sound of clothes tearing, black wings suddenly stretched out from his back. A gust of wind swept by, and the two of them shot off like arrows, soaring into the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters and speeding towards the sea. On the forest path, several students happened to look up and see this scene, and were stunned. My God! Are those wings? That looks like Senior Su and Senior Lu. The next second, Uncle Luo, a middle-aged man in a tuxedo, suddenly appeared. His blood-red eyes gleamed slightly as he said softly, forget everything you just saw, you didn't see anything. After the hypnosis was completed, the 11 figures dressed in black robes and wearing masks quickly dispersed in all directions. Uncle Luo looked up at the sky, a kind smile on his face, and muttered to himself, young people falling in love, they're making quite a commotion. Chapter 57 Catch Me. On that jewel-like blue sandy coastline, a coconut tree stands quietly, casting dappled shadows. Lu Qing lay comfortably on the sand, looking quite lazy. His eyes were half closed, letting the sunlight dance merrily on his eyelashes. His gaze followed the black figure weaving through the waves. Su Lingwei wore a black bikini, as if it were carefully tailored by the night. Her skin, however, shone with a captivating luster, as if it could reflect the sunlight. She was once a vampire. Every inch of his body is imbued with the essence of 300 years of cool moonlight. But now, she is like a seashell that has just been gently kissed by the waves. It exudes a vibrant energy, so dazzling that it's impossible to look away. Lu Qing was so engrossed in watching that until Uncle Luo slowly strolled out from the shadows of the trees. Miss hasn't laughed so heartily in a long time. The old butler bowed slightly, the rim of his gold-rimmed glasses gleaming with subtle light. This is the first time in 300 years. Thank you, young Master Lu Qing. Lu Qing did not respond to Uncle Luo's thanks. I just gently shook the green coconut in my hand. He asked, how many people saw you on your way here? When he arrived, he spread his wings and carried Su Lingwei as he sped through the sky. Even high in the air, with the wind howling, it's hard to guarantee that you won't be spotted by a few scattered glances. So Uncle Luo led 10 personal attendants, sprinting at full speed along the ground, erasing the memories of all witnesses one by one. There were 36 people in total. Uncle Luo answered crisply and decisively. Their memories have all been erased, without missing a single one. He smiled wryly. Young master, you fly too fast. My old bones almost fell apart. At this moment, his blood was still surging intensely in his veins. It felt like I had just finished running a marathon. Lu Qing casually handed another coconut with a straw already inserted to Uncle Luo. I'll reward you with a drop of my blood later. After you are promoted to Earl. If I chase after the swift wind again, I won't be out of breath. The ancient bloodline he possesses. For vampires, it is undoubtedly a ladder to a higher realm. Uncle Luo and Xiuqiu both gritted their teeth and endured the excruciating pain of merging their blood. The old butler's veins bulged at the time, but he remained as silent as iron. The little girl was jumping around in the room, crying and shouting, "Brother, it hurts so much. But as long as we get through this, the breath will undergo a complete transformation." Now, Uncle Luo is just one step away from becoming a count. The old butler placed his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. His only remaining right hand was as steady as if it were made of iron. I will certainly not let you down. Lu Qing waved his hand, signaling him to step back. Only one was left in the shadows to keep watch. The rest of the attendants followed Uncle Luo back. Su Lingwei returned, stepping on the fine waves. Glistening water droplets rolled slowly down her collarbone. She walked straight to Lu Qing and plopped down on his waist. Her long, slender legs wrapped around him. Just like a cat finding the warmest and most comfortable little nest. I've had enough sunbathing. I also want to go bungee jumping. She pointed to the other side of the cliff. His dark eyes were filled with an eager light. Lu Qing gently scooped her up with one hand. Like picking up a lazy kitten. Then he steadily lifted her onto his right shoulder. The sand beneath our feet was scorching hot from the sun. But he moved with light steps, as if walking on flat ground. Along the way, many couples cast envious glances their way. Look! That's someone else's boyfriend. I really want to sit on my boyfriend's shoulders too. A towering iron tower stands on the edge of the cliff. At this point, only the last group of tourists remained, ready to bungee jump. The staff member's skin was tanned dark by the sun. Looking up, I was dazzled by Su Lingwei's radiant smile. But when he bent down to tie the rope. But they found that the girl had already retreated barefoot to the end of the diving platform. Miss! The rope hasn't been tied yet. Before his exclamation had even subsided, Su Lingwei then leaned back and fell straight down. Her black hair and black bikini fluttered freely in the wind, like a rose blooming in the dark night. Seeing this, Lu Qing smiled and sighed softly. This girl is being naughty again. He took a step forward. Beneath that deep abyss, the girl's voice was torn apart by the wind. Yet it reached his ears clearly. You have to catch me. On the azure cliff, a sudden burst of exclamations erupted, like a pot of boiling water. My goodness! This could really lead to someone dying. The staff member had half his body leaning out of the diving platform, his face as white as a sheet of paper. 7 or 8 tourists swarmed over, the girl screaming in terror, while the boys couldn't help but swear. She jumped. She really jumped. They all believed that the stunningly beautiful girl was in utter despair and wanted to commit suicide. How many seconds does it take for a free fall of 200 meters to hit the ground? Various physics formulas flashed through Lu Qing's mind, but he couldn't figure out the answer no matter what he tried. Back when he was in physics class, he was probably dreaming of playing chess with the Duke of Zhou, a figure in Chinese mythology associated with dreams. Anyway, that speed must be incredibly fast. Reign of King's first form was activated in the blink of an eye. A dark figure sprinted wildly along the cliff face, kicking up pebbles like a waterfall. In mid-air, Su Lingwei was like a butterfly with broken wings, helplessly tossed about by the raging wind. Just then, whoosh bang! Suddenly, the first scarlet firework rose from the cliff on the opposite bank. Then, colorful fireworks exploded one after another. It was as if the night had been torn open, revealing shimmering cracks. So beautiful. She twirled in the wind, her eyes illuminated by the dazzling fireworks, like 2 lakes filled with stardust. Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle softly. That guy he chose a pretty romantic time. He increased his speed again, arriving just before the girl was about to crash into the rocks. With a sudden sweep of his arms, he landed firmly on the ground with a loud thud. Click! The rocky platform beneath their feet shattered instantly, and the seawater was blasted up, forming a silver curtain of water. Su Lingwei nestled in his arms, her breath hot, her face beaming with the smile of a child who had just stolen candy. "Hey, you actually caught me. You're amazing." Lu Qing gently pinched the tip of her nose and said, feigning anger. "You forced me to use my ultimate move. If you mess around like this again, I'm going to spank you." The girl nuzzled his chin with her head, pouting sweetly as she said, "No way anyway, I know you'll come to save me. I don't want to be cold and aloof like before." Lu Qing's heart instantly melted like spring water, filled with helplessness and doting affection. He lifted Su Lingwei onto a high rock and pointed to the dazzling fireworks that were still blooming in the distance. "You stay here and watch the fireworks, I'll go deal with those witnesses." Su Lingwei reached out and grabbed his fingertips, blinking her big eyes. Lu Qing immediately understood what she meant, leaned down and gave her a gentle kiss, then reached out and ruffled her hair. "Good girl." After saying that, the dark figure once again soared up the cliff. At this moment, those 7 or 8 heads were still stretched out, searching everywhere for the corpse. Suddenly, a wet head appeared at the edge of the cliff. Everyone gasped in shock and shouted in unison, "A ghost!" "Don't panic," Lu Qing said gently as she rolled onto the ground. "The young lady who jumped is safe and sound, and is enjoying the fireworks below." The group exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes clearly conveying, "Is this guy out of his mind?" Lu Qing was too lazy to waste any more words on them. The ×0 domain expanded instantly. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze, and the dust also stood still. Lu Qing hypnotized them one by one. "Forget about the girl who just jumped down, just remember that there's a heartwarming fireworks display here." After dealing with the matter, he leaped back to Su Lingwei's side. Just as the last heart-shaped flame went out, Su Lingwei turned around and gently took his cold hand in hers. "There's only one item left on my wish list. Let's go home." Black wings slowly unfurled, as if tearing a slit in the night. Back in the bedroom of the manor, the lighting was as soft as moonlight. Under the light, Su Lingwei's skin shone with a pearly luster. Lu Qing slowly leaned down, his fangs gently pressing against the side of her neck. Ancient bloodline and vampire venom were simultaneously injected into her body. A scalding shiver instantly shot up her spine. Her eyes became unfocused, and she whispered in a voice as soft as a whisper, "Take me." Chapter 58 Evened things out. The moonlight was serene and silent, and the nightingale's song was exceptionally gentle. Lu Qing slowly left Su Lingwei's body. I gently kissed her forehead. Looking at the stunningly beautiful girl before him, a faint sense of satisfaction rose in my heart. Su Lingwei stubbornly insisted on keeping herself alive while she was still human. I handed it over to him. And at the last moment, he kissed her neck with his fangs, truly embracing her for the first time. At this moment, the girl was as quiet as a still painting. Her body temperature gradually rose, but her heartbeat slowly stopped. That human heart was completing its final mission. Immediately afterwards, a brand new vampire aura slowly spread through her body, like a spring bud breaking through the soil beneath the ice, full of new life power. "Last time you embraced me, now I return the favor to you." "We're even now," Lu Qing murmured softly, her voice as gentle as a feather. As for what Su Lingwei will become after she wakes up, no one can predict. After all, she originally contained Lu Qing's royal blood, and now she has been injected with a wisp of ancient essence. If she were to inherit a trace of true ancient bloodline, her evolutionary trajectory would undoubtedly be completely rewritten. Lu Qing summoned Yi and instructed it to guard Su Lingwei. Then, with his upper body bare, he slowly stepped into the deep underground. In the basement, 11 massive bronze coffins lay silently. Except for the first one, the other 10 remained in a deep slumber. The massive alloy chair exuded a chilling aura. Lu Qing languidly sat down and said in a low voice, "Wake up, my shadows." In an instant, 9 dark auras opened their eyes simultaneously, and 10 black shadows moved like ghosts in an instant, then knelt down in unison, their silver masks gleaming coldly in the darkness. Lu Qing scrutinized his personal attendants. 7 were at the peak of the Earl rank, Yi and Jiu had reached the mid-level Marquis rank, and only the 2 newly converted Brook vampires were still adapting and adjusting. "It's time for you to advance." Lu Qing's fingertips cracked, and black blood condensed into tiny snake shapes. He first touched Air's brow with his fingertip, and the blood instantly seeped in, the sensation like 1,000 blades scraping against his bones. Air trembled violently, but stubbornly remained motionless. "Hold on until you are saturated with the nutrients." Today is different from usual. Lu Qing plans to let his personal servants absorb to their limits. Su Lingwei has already returned to the vampire clan, and the journey to the brute clan is imminent. They must obtain that execution axe, but without the combat power of a marquis, they probably won't even be able to touch the threshold of the brute clan. It's been a long time since I've devoured my own kind. Lu Qing licked his lips lightly, a dark light shining in his eyes. Those scum of the western branch of the Lazenba tribe, just you wait. Air roared and fell to the ground, his aura surging wildly until it reached a critical point before slowly subsiding. Lu Qing walked to the next personal attendant and calmly said, "Continue." An hour later, an invisible storm swept through the basement. The 10 attendants simultaneously raised their heads and roared, the sound waves shaking the alloy walls, as if they too were resonating with this evil and powerful force. The aura of evil and power in the air was so thick that it was almost liquefying. Uncle Luo instantly arrived at the basement entrance, drawing his tang sword halfway out, but was forced to stop by the overwhelming pressure that rushed towards him. Lu Qing, emerging from the darkness, looked slightly pale. He said, "I'm sorry for making a lot of noise. Young master, what happened inside?" "The personal attendants have just been promoted." Lu Qing smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "You should be promoted to Earl. Since you've made it today, don't bother picking another day." As he spoke, he lightly tapped his fingertip, and a drop of black blood sank into Uncle Luo's forehead. The old butler's pupils instantly turned blood red, his fangs suddenly sprang out, and the blood in his body surged like boiling molten lava. "If it hurts, just shout it out. Don't hold it in. Xiaoqiu is avoiding me because she's afraid of pain." Lu Qing waved his hand and said, "Go to the basement and bear with it. We'll see what happens tomorrow morning." Uncle Luo bowed stiffly, dragging his seemingly burning veins into the darkness. The basement door opened a crack, and 10 terrifying auras of marquis-level power emerged like a solemn formation from the underworld. The tang sword in Uncle Luo's hand clattered to the ground. Uncle Luo trembled uncontrollably and exclaimed in astonishment, 10 marquises?" He looked back, but the slightly tired figure had already disappeared at the end of the corridor. So this is the auspicious day that young master was referring to. A sense of awe spread through the old butler's heart like a tide. Chapter 59. I don't need it. Lu Qing walked wearily back to the bedroom. He had just donated blood to 10 vampire servants, which drained almost a third of his blood volume. Fortunately, vampires possess a powerful blood-generating ability and are rapidly making up for these losses. To his great satisfaction, these 10 personal attendants, after absorbing a wisp of his ancient royal bloodline, all broke through their own bottlenecks and successfully rose to the rank of marquis. In addition to Yi, who has always remained hidden in the shadows, he now has 11 loyal marquis-level powerhouses under his command. Marquis is a high-ranking figure in any vampire clan, capable of ruling over a large territory on their own. An earl is already capable of forming a family, and the status and power of a marquis are self-evident. The dukes above them are mostly heads of branch families, hiding in the shadows of various countries, controlling countless resources. As for the prince, he is the true ruler of the 13 clans, slumbering in the deepest darkness, ruling over everything. One day, he will also face off against those cunning and scheming individuals. In the dimly lit room, one stood quietly in the corner, without making a sound. Lu Qing stepped forward, raised his hand and placed his fingertips on Yi's forehead, slowly injecting the ancient bloodline as black as ink. "Go to sleep and digest this power." One endured the excruciating pain, transforming into a black shadow and gradually dissipating. Lu Qing exhaled a breath of stale air and shifted his gaze to the large bed. The crimson silk made Su Lingwei's skin appear even paler than snow. Her heart had stopped beating, and her breath had ceased, but under the infusion of dark life force, she was rapidly undergoing a transformation. From the last vampire, he rose through the ranks to Baron, Viscount, Earl. Only after reaching the peak of the Earl rank did his aura gradually stabilize. Lu Qing sat down on the edge of the bed, a smile on her face, quietly appreciating everything. "Now that you're awake, stop pretending to be asleep. Otherwise, I'll have to take action." Su Lingwei's eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a gentle smile. "I feel like I've been reborn." Having experienced the first embrace again, she was less cold than before, and more lively and gentle like she was when she was human. Lu Qing gently pulled her into his arms and asked softly, "Besides the royal bloodline, I also gave you a special gift. Did you notice?" Su Lingwei closed her eyes, felt for a moment, and then suddenly raised her snow-white arm and brought it to his lips. "There's a strange power here, why don't you give it a try?" Lu Qing took a small bite, her tongue gently gliding over the tiny droplet of blood. I feel like my blood sugar is a little low. Su Lingwei gave him a reproachful look. Seriously, this is the special bloodline you gave me, right? It feels even more domineering than royal blood. This is a perk just for you. She giggled and said, these benefits are amazing, and I've even awakened a new ability. Show it to me quickly. Su Lingwei sat up straight and parted her red lips slightly. Word of power, enchantment. In an instant, Lu Qing's blood boiled, and his desire surged like a raging tide. Su Lingwei in front of him seemed to have instantly become the most irresistible poison in the world. Word of power, imprisonment. The air seemed to freeze instantly, and his joints felt as if they were tightly bound by invisible chains. Word of power, stripping away the five senses. Word of power, berserk. Word of power, stiffness. Word of power, flame. As each syllable falls, the corresponding effect is realistically displayed. Lu Qing was frozen in place, with leaping flames igniting on the back of his hand. Su Lingwei grinned mischievously and pinched his cheek. You naughty boy, you bullied me earlier, now you can't move, can you? She was so smug that she didn't notice that the pair of eyes that had been unfocused suddenly turned and looked at her with a smile. Click. Lu Qing gently squeezed, extinguishing the flames on the back of his hand and shattering the frost that bound him. He then stepped out of the confinement area. You little rascal. Su Lingwei was stunned. How could it fail? I am a marquis, a whole rank higher than you. How could you possibly lock me up so easily? As he spoke, he pulled her into his arms and gently patted her bottom twice as a small punishment. Although he outwardly expressed his disdain, he was secretly amazed. This word power ability is almost equivalent to making words come true if used for support. Its value is comparable to his times 0. The only drawback is that its effectiveness is greatly reduced when facing high-level vampires, and the bloodline power it consumes is astonishing. You dare to set fire? You're really heartless. Who told you to hurt me just now? Anyway, you won't get burned. Su Lingwei playfully stuck out her tongue, but the next second she gave him a seductive kiss on the cheek. It's late, let's go to sleep. As she spoke, she parted her red lips slightly and uttered a word of magic with a hint of wickedness. Words of power, enduring. Lu Qing's face immediately darkened. Quickly take back your word of power, I don't need it. In the ancient castle of the Lizenba branch in Shanghai. Leisure Lisenba slowly raised his head from the side of the girl's neck. The teeth marks on the girl's neck were a deep purple, and beads of blood rolled slowly down her skin. He simply picked up a snow-white silk handkerchief and elegantly wiped away the bloodstains from the corner of his lips. At this moment, the girl's eyes were empty, like a porcelain doll whose soul had been taken away, lifeless, and can only be manipulated by others at will. The blood of a virgin does indeed taste sweeter. He narrowed his eyes slightly, savoring the lingering sweetness on his tongue, then gently waved his hand in acknowledgement. From the shadows, servants immediately stepped forward and led the girl away. From that moment on, she would become one of the cannibals, continuing to be imprisoned and kept in captivity. For Duke Leisure, the blood of ordinary humans could no longer help him increase his power, now it could only provide him with a slightly luxurious taste experience. The Lizenba tribe has always taken pleasure in manipulating people's hearts. The cannibals they keep are divided into two categories. One is playthings who voluntarily offer their blood, and the other is prisoners who are forced to serve as sacrifices. Every year, the commercial empires secretly controlled by the Lizenba tribe would send large quantities of fresh goods as if paying tribute. If it weren't for their fear of the vampire code and the strict rules of the tribunal, they probably would have turned the entire city into their private blood bank long ago. The servant led the girl away into the distance, their footsteps gradually fading away, and the heavy, hidden door slowly closed. Leisure turned around and stepped into a deeper, more secluded chamber. In the center of the secret chamber, the last watcher sat cross-legged, his body convulsing violently, his skin cracked like a dried-up riverbed. What did you see? Leisure asked, his hands behind his back, his voice as cold as ice shards. The spy's eyes rolled back, 2 streams of bloody tears flowed down his cheeks, and a gurgling sound came from his throat. The woman from the Brook tribe is on her way to the airport. With each word he uttered with difficulty, the cracks on his body deepened, and wisps of black mist seeped out from the gaps. Who else is with her? Leisure's eyes flashed with an impatient red light. Last time, the spy only caught a fleeting glimpse of a blurry figure before his eyes exploded and his life was extinguished. Now, all he wants to do is figure out what kind of mysterious person that was. I can't see clearly, his aura, it's completely blank. The spy's voice had turned into a hissing sound like a bellows. But he was on the plane, traveling with her. Leisure leaned down slightly, his face almost touching the cracked face, and asked, word by word, what is on him? However, all that responded to him was his head tilting limply to one side. In an instant, the black mist exploded, and the spy was transformed into a charred, dried corpse. Useless! Leisure angrily kicked the dried corpse away, his chest burning with rage. In his attempt to spy on that mysterious vampire, he had already enlisted the help of the last two remaining observers of the branch, yet he couldn't even see a single hair on the other's head. I can't sense any aura, so she must have just been embraced, but she can still turn against the power of observation? He clenched his teeth so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the force. His anger had not yet subsided, so he summoned his trusted confidants. Has the Lord inside the silver coffin sent any message? The confidant's head was almost touching his chest as he whispered, that Lord has gone out for a trip and has not yet returned. Leisure's gaze flickered uncertainly. That Lord personally descended upon the Brook branch last time, giving a strict order to hand over the target within 10 days. The deadline is approaching, but the target has taken the initiative to fly westward. If that person were to witness it in person, all excuses would be rendered meaningless. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on his lips. The private plane that will take off from Jiang City tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Send a marquee over there, and make sure it doesn't reach its destination. The trusted confidant accepted the order in a low voice and then quietly withdrew. Leisure raised his head and looked out at the thick, inky night, a cruel smile on his face. If the Brook tribe were to perish, the East would be the only place to rule. At that time, the sacred artifact Elegy of Blood will surely fall into my hands. Thinking about this, he felt that everything was wonderful. Chapter 60 being too strong isn't good either. In Jiang City, the dawn was quietly breaking. At the end of the runway, a silver-white luxury business jet rested quietly, like a lurking beast, its sleek fuselage reflecting the thin mist. Beside the gangway, two flight attendants, both over 1.7 meters tall, stood gracefully. They wore custom-made uniforms that perfectly accentuated their graceful curves, and their legs were clad in the most expensive sheer stockings, which shimmered subtly in the morning light. As the dedicated flight attendants for this aircraft, they have never actually embarked on a flight themselves. 4 months, I've just been idling around with a high salary, it's incredibly boring. So today, they dressed up carefully, wore their best lipstick, and had smiles on their faces, all eager to meet their mysterious employer. A black minivan silently glided up and came to a smooth stop. The car door popped open, and the first thing you saw was a black umbrella, followed by the person holding it. A one-armed middle-aged butler, dressed in a tailcoat, looked gentle and restrained behind a gold-rimmed monocle. His only remaining right hand gripped the umbrella handle firmly, a small section of snow-white skin peeking out from his cuff. He was the epitome of gentlemanly conduct. The two flight attendants exchanged a knowing glance. This guy, when he was young, could probably max out his credit card just by smiling. Immediately afterwards, the little princess skipped and hopped out of the car. She wore a Lolita dress and shiny leather shoes, her porcelain white skin contrasting sharply with her dark pupils. She smiled sweetly at the butler, her eyes crinkling, then turned to the carriage and urged anxiously, "Hurry up." A third figure then appeared. Her deep red curly hair cascaded down her back, her skin was as white as snow, and her black tulle skirt perfectly accentuated her slender waist. The moment she looked up, the surrounding air seemed to drop to 0 degrees Celsius, yet it carried a captivatingly sweet fragrance. The two flight attendants involuntarily held their breath, a predator's instinctive reaction when facing a predator. The last person to get out of the car was the male homeowner. He was wearing a simple white shirt and black trousers, and his skin appeared slightly pale. Although there was a smile on his lips, his eyes were as deep as two wells, as if even sunlight would be mercilessly swallowed up if it fell into them. The flight attendants only made eye contact with him for half a second before looking away in a panic. Intuition screamed in alarm he was no object of their fantasies. The red-haired girl affectionately took the male host's arm, the frost on her face instantly melting away, her voice as soft as the finest velvet. "Aching, let's go." The butler bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Young Master Lu Qing, Miss, the flight route to the capital has been approved. The 11 personal attendants will depart in batches by land, and we will meet in the capital." Lu Qing nodded in response. "Uncle Luo, be careful on the road." Now, thanks to the nourishment of Lu Qing's blood, Uncle Luo has been promoted to Earl. Despite losing an arm, it does not affect his elegant demeanor in the slightest. "Let's go." The little girl, Xiuxiu, cheered excitedly and was the first to hop and skip onto the gangway. The cabin door slowly closed, and the engine emitted a deep hum. This steel behemoth, costing hundreds of millions, gracefully raised its nose and soared into the sky. Inside the cabin. The room is fully equipped with a circular sofa, bar, projection wall, and temperature-controlled cigar cabinet. The overload generated during takeoff is perfectly offset by the active damping system, making you feel as if you are in a still cloud. Lu Qing slumped lazily into the soft leather sofa, gazing at the rolling sea of clouds outside the porthole, lost in thought. Su Lingwei leaned lazily against his shoulder, gently swirling the blood-red wine in her crystal glass. The lives of the rich are indeed incredibly extravagant. She chuckled softly, then suddenly raised her arm to hook around his neck, her cool lips gently covering his, and slowly poured a sip of red wine into his mouth. Lu Qing was forced to swallow his words and said with a wry smile, "This kind of treatment is indeed hard to buy no matter how much money you spend." Having experienced resurrection, the embrace, and rebranding, the vampire count from 300 years ago has now become his complete partner. After the seal was broken, her inherent allure and cunning were fully unleashed. The result of this enhanced physical strength is that once love is ignited, the passionate and tender emotions flow like a mighty river, never ceasing. Thinking of this, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a headache coming on, yet he also felt a faint sense of anticipation. At this moment, Flight Attendant A was enthusiastically building Lego with Qiuqiu in the mini play area. Flight Attendant B stood guard below the bar, ready to answer any call. The little girl was excitedly squealing and shouting as she rode an airplane for the first time. The well-trained flight attendants always responded skillfully to her every novel idea. At another location, 10,000 meters above the ground, a similarly understated business jet was quietly hovering in the air. Inside the cockpit, the captain's forehead was covered in beads of cold sweat. On the radar screen, a red dot kept flashing. The target's altitude, speed, and coordinates had been locked in. He clenched his teeth and reached for the intercom. Target confirmed, 3,000 meters away. Requesting further instructions. A hoarse voice came through the headphones, brief and cold, containing only one word: collide. The captain took a deep breath, fastened the parachute tightly, and pressed the red button with his thumb. The cabin depressurized instantly, and the alarm sounded abruptly. He suddenly pulled open the hatch, leaped into the thin blue sky. The out-of-control aircraft nosedives rapidly, its engines roaring deafeningly, like a giant missile hurtling toward its target. 10, 9, 8. Boom! Flames burst forth like angry flowers as two steel-built airplanes collided violently in the clouds, instantly turning into a rain of fire. 1,000 meters below, the captain, in freefall, looked back. His pupils reflected the burning wreckage of the plane, and a maniacal smile slowly spread across his lips. Chapter 61. Who does this lineup look down on? Time rewinds for 3 seconds. At that moment, a flight attendant was bending slightly over, playing house with Qiuqiu. Another flight attendant was just about to come forward and ask something. Su Lingwei lazily took a sip of red wine. Lu Qing then put his arm around her, and his long legs, clad in black scale-patterned knee-length trousers, were inadvertently revealed. Sudden. A sharp whistling sound, as if it could tear the air apart, exploded right next to my ear. 10,000 meters above the ground, the previously unexpected roar now seemed so close, as if it were right next to us. A passenger plane was plummeting towards them like a cannonball in a darting dive. Time 0. With a low shout from Lu Qing, everything in the world instantly froze and remained still. The flight attendant maintained a half-squatting position. The alluring smile in Su Lingwei's eyes was also frozen in time. Qiuqiu had just pulled the doll's head off when her little hand was hanging in mid-air. The flight attendant who was there to entertain us still had that comical, stiff expression on her face. However, the speed at which the plane crashed was truly astonishing, and Lu Qing's Time 0 domain was also on the verge of collapse. The steel fuselage, weighing over 10 tons, carried enormous kinetic energy, enough to easily crush this static barrier. Reign of King's first form. Black wings suddenly unfurled, filling the entire cabin. Lu Qing transformed into a blur, first swiftly catching the still ball in his arms, then returning to his seat. It folded its enormous wings, enveloping Su Lingwei and Qiuqiu in darkness. The next second, the stillness shattered. What do you need? Before the flight attendant could finish her gentle words, her pupils suddenly dilated. Beneath the overwhelming black wings, a pair of dark pupils smiled slightly at her and said, "Feel sorry." Boom! The two planes collided violently, and the sky was instantly turned into a sea of fire. The steel frame shattered, flames danced wildly, and debris rained down on Lu Qing's wing membranes. It left deep, bone-revealing burn marks, but they were quickly healed by the rapidly growing flesh and blood. Such a violent explosion could kill a vampire count instantly, and even a marquis would be severely injured. If he were to fall from a height of 10,000 meters, the marquis would likely be smashed to pieces. Fortunately, the 11 marquis-level attendants were not on the plane. Otherwise, the losses today would be incalculable. At this moment, Lu Qing could only do his best to protect Su Lingwei and Xiuqiu. The remaining crew members were all killed in the explosion. That's practically suicide. A burning pain shot through his wings, and a fierce glint appeared in Lu Qing's eyes. To be able to meticulously set up such a deadly trap halfway through. It's likely either the Brook or the Lazenba tribe. Whichever side it is, they must be prepared to withstand his raging fury. Boom! The aircraft wreckage exploded violently one last time, completely disintegrating. The sphere formed by the black wings was thrown far away by the shockwave. It plummeted down into the great river below like a meteorite. On the riverbank, amidst jagged rocks, a dozen or so figures waited quietly. Leading the group was a Marquis of Lazenba, whose expression was as calm as a still lake. An earl withdrew his gaze from the sky and muttered under his breath. Even a marquis would have a hard time surviving such an explosion. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized his mistake and quickly slapped himself lightly, then tried to salvage the situation with a fawning expression. Of course, sir, you are incredibly lucky to be alive and unharmed. Those two brute bastards are definitely dead. The marquis, completely uninterested in such flattery, said indifferently. No, you're right. Even I couldn't withstand such a fire. Fire is ultimately the natural enemy of vampires. So they really have no way out. The count was flattered and quickly seized the opportunity to speak. Then why wait here so long? Why not go back to your residence and rest? After all, war is imminent. It's so noisy. The marquis's eyes were as cold as ice, and the earl was so frightened that he shut his mouth and dared not utter another sound. The marquis looked up at the night sky as the flames gradually died down, and the wreckage trailed black smoke as it fell. But a shadow inexplicably rose in his heart, as if he were being slowly swallowed by endless darkness. Just then, a soft sigh echoed from high above the forest. I know what you're waiting for. Waiting to die. That chilling voice was like a thunderclap from the depths of the soul, exploding directly in the soul of every Lazenba bloodline. On the riverbank, a dozen vampires seemed to have been instantly choked by an invisible hand, their breathing stopped, and a deathly silence spread rapidly like a tide. The marquis slowly turned his head, his body stiff, his pupils contracting sharply, his face filled with disbelief. A vampire with wings? And they can even fly in the sky? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. On the ancient scroll in the secret chamber, the blurry silhouette of the ancient ancestor is depicted. It has enormous wings growing from its back, and its eyes are as deep as the eternal night. Absolutely, absolutely impossible. The bloodline of the progenitor had long since vanished over the ages, yet the person before him seemed to be slowly walking down from 10,000 meters in the sky. Didn't the head of the family say before that the other party had only recently completed the embrace? After the embrace, he immediately became a marquis and was able to awaken such a bizarre and powerful form? Before Marquis Lazenba could give any orders, the entire scene had already frozen into a deathly silence. The count beside him lowered his voice and asked cautiously. Sir, that winged creature, is that the target of our air raid? Yes, it's him. The marquis's dry response made the earl's heart clench, as if it had suddenly stopped. The black wings in the air fluttered slightly, as if burning with ghostly flames, scorching his soul with a dull ache. In mid-air, Lu Cheng withdrew his gaze from the wreckage of the plane. The burning machine was now transforming into streaks of fiery meteors, destined to eventually turn to ashes. At this moment, he looked somewhat disheveled. The enormous wings were charred and curled up, exposing the muscles and bones inside, but they were healing at an extremely fast speed. His shirt was torn to shreds, exposing his strong, sculpted torso. His gaze fell on the group of vampires on the riverbank, and he spoke softly, as if slowly settling accounts. 6 crew members, 1 private jet. How do you all plan to compensate us? The marquis was stunned. At such a critical moment, the other party actually brought up compensation first? A strong sense of humiliation surged up instantly, overshadowing the initial fear. Tear him apart. The marquis finally roared in anger. More than a dozen vampires were already on high alert, and in an instant, they shot up from the ground like arrows released from a bow. Although they were unable to fly, they attempted to use brute force to kill enemies in the air. Lu Qing merely glanced at it indifferently, then lazily began to count. 3 earls, and the rest are viscounts. Whom are they looking down on? He lightly licked his lips, a hint of bloodlust in his expression. I haven't eaten in a long time, I feel so thirsty. Thud. 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 Striking shadows flashed in mid-air. The leaping vampires resembled fireworks that burst into bloom and then plummeted back down. They were all kicked hard back to the ground, creating huge craters like those from meteorites. The Count, who was lagging behind, abruptly stopped, cold sweat pouring down his face. Holy crap, it almost turned into fireworks. He stared at his companion, whose chest had caved in the crater, secretly glad that he hadn't rushed forward too slowly. But in the next instant, he felt a chill run down the back of his neck. Hey, actually you're the most unlucky one, little Count. A hoarse voice sounded close to his ear. The Count didn't even have a chance to struggle before his sharp fangs pierced his throat. Roar! The scream abruptly stopped, and a mummified corpse fell straight to the ground. Lu Qing smacked his lips, saying with some disdain, low blood sugar? He's already an earl, and he's still so malnourished. His wings suddenly flapped, and a gust of wind swept out instantly. In the blink of an eye, he teleported to the side of another large pit, looking down at the Count whose sternum had been crushed. Don't waste your energy healing the wound, you're going to die sooner or later anyway. The Count, his face ashen, turned and ran. But after running only 2 steps, Lu Qing grabbed him and lifted him back into the air, instantly turning him into a dried-up corpse. The third earl met an even worse fate. He jumped the highest and suffered the heaviest attack. His skull was twisted and deformed. When Lu Qing landed in front of him, he had already closed his eyes and was waiting to die. She's quite sensible. As the fangs fell, the Count's suffering came to an end. None of the Viscounts escaped either. One after another, they were all harvested by Lu Qing, becoming aids to his evolution. Ding! Devoured Count x3, evolution points plus 12. Ding! Devoured 13 Viscounts, evolution points plus 13. Progression to Duke, 3860. Although it's as little as a mosquito's leg, it's better than nothing. Lu Qing gently brushed the ashes off his hands, a smile on his face, his gaze fixed on the only surviving marquis. He extended his fingertips and gently traced them along the side of his neck. This is a provocative gesture involving slitting one's throat. On the river, the marquis stood quietly. The raging waves beneath his feet were freezing rapidly at a visible speed, turning into a huge ice mirror. Chapter 62: The Ultimate Winter. This is a raging river, its waters surging and flowing between towering peaks on both sides. In the most turbulent parts, white foam churns endlessly, as if it will never stop. However, at this very moment, the deafening roar of the waves gradually subsided, as if an invisible hand had forcefully pressed down on the crests, plunging them into silence. Click, click. A chilling blue aura spread outwards from the center of the river, causing the river surface to freeze inch by inch. The last remaining marquis of the Lazenba tribe stood silently on this newly formed ice field. A chilling, pale aura seeped from every pore of his body, causing the surrounding air to condense into fine, razor-sharp frost. The extreme winter. This is the ultimate killing domain he awakened 200 years ago when he was promoted to Earl. The name sounds elegant, but it contains a cruel power capable of burying all things in the world. Come over. The Marquis's blood-red eyes pierced the air like sharp blades. Even if you are also at the pinnacle of the Marquis realm, do you dare to step into my domain of extreme winter? Lu Qing surveyed the scene from high above, his gaze lingering briefly on the spreading ice surface. A slight smile curved his lips as he said, "So it's a freezing ability? Looks like you're quite confident." As he spoke, he slowly folded his black wings and then disappeared into his back. Immediately afterwards, he stepped barefoot onto the frozen ice and walked forward step by step. A bone-chilling cold crept up his feet, spreading rapidly until it enveloped his bare chest. His movements became sluggish and hesitant, as if time itself had slowed down. But he always had a smile on his face, and that smile made the veins on the Marquis's forehead throb uncontrollably. "You're asking for it." The Marquis roared angrily, and the power of his bloodline surged wildly within him. Click! The deeper river water instantly turned into ice. The moisture in the air condensed into hundreds of sharp ice spikes, their pointed blades pointing directly at Lu Qing. At the same time, the ice beneath Lu Qing's feet began to climb upwards rapidly. Starting from the ankles and knees, it spreads all the way down to the waist. In just a few seconds, he was as if he had been sealed inside a crystal-clear prison statue. Broken. The Marquis roared. In an instant, the ice spikes shot out like arrows from a bow, whistling as they flew toward Lu Qing, the sound like the flapping of a swarm of bees. The Marquis himself dragged out a 3-zhan-long ice sword, stepped on the flying ice shards, and charged towards Lu Qing's direction. In this area, the temperature plummeted, as if even the blood flowing in the veins was about to be frozen into glass. Buzz. Just as the ice spikes were only an inch away from the ice prison statue, time seemed to suddenly stop. All the frost blades were suspended in the air, as if they were being gently held by an invisible hand, unable to move. The Marquis's heart skipped a beat, and without hesitation, he turned and retreated rapidly for 300 meters. Countless ice crystals shattered on its back along the way. It's a twin ability. He was panting heavily, breathing in the cold air. His eyes were a mixture of jealousy and fear. Escape! Once this thought appeared in my mind, it grew wildly like weeds, and I could no longer suppress it. The Marquis once again channeled his frost power, causing the ice layer to thicken even further. He hurled a massive ice spear with all his might toward the cage. I just wanted to buy the other side a few more seconds. Having done all this, the Marquis turned and ran away as fast as he could. With each step, a frozen lotus flower is left on the water's surface. Click! A black flame suddenly ignited from the heart of the ice-sculpted prison statue. The flames were dark and intense, like a solar eclipse spewed from the abyss, exuding a chilling aura. Second form Imperial Flame. Lu Qing murmured softly. As soon as the words were spoken, black flames instantly tore through the icy prison like a surging tide. The incoming giant spear instantly evaporated into a fine mist. The ice sheet collapsed with a deafening roar, sending white vapor soaring into the sky. The originally cold area instantly transformed into a scalding hot steamer. The Marquis turned around in horror, and what was reflected in his pupils was a vast expanse of black fire, and a barefoot figure approaching step by step, treading on the flames. The mist on the river surface was instantly scorched into a vacuum by the high temperature. No! The Marquis's desperate cry was mercilessly swallowed by the surging black flames. His body, the ice beneath his feet, and the flowing blood were all burned into nothingness. Chapter 63 Aftermath Work. A gentle breeze was blowing softly on the mountainside. Su Lingwei, holding Qiuqiu's hand, quietly looked down at the churning white mist and raging black flames at the foot of the mountain. Qiuqiu's innocent face was filled with shock, and she murmured to herself, "This is too terrifying." Qiuqiu strained to stand on tiptoe, peering towards the place where mist and flames mingled, but she couldn't find that familiar figure anywhere. Despite the thick smoke and dust, it didn't dampen her clear laughter at all. "Brother is amazing." Su Lingwei smiled and reached out to ruffle her soft hair, echoing, "Of course." The child was too young to understand the special nature and power of her bloodline, let alone the cruelty and terror of the vampire world. In her mind, as long as her brother took action, no matter how astonishing the scene, it was perfectly normal. Qiuqiu took 2 bags of blood plasma out of her small handbag. She handed one bag to her sister Su Lingwei, while she pierced the seal of another bag and began to sip the drink. "Is Uncle Luo coming to pick us up soon?" Su Lingwei bit her straw, her gaze fixed on the direction of the forest line, and mumbled, "Soon. Those bastards wrecked our plane, how annoying." "Don't worry, your brother will make them pay the price and bankrupt them. Then we'll need to charge you more money." He'll definitely get his money back with interest." Su Lingwei did not tell the little one. What my brother was after wasn't just money, but also their lives. At this moment, the river's surface and the rocks had been completely engulfed by the pitch-black sea of fire. The river water boiled violently under the high temperature, and billowing white steam shot straight into the sky. Even the hard rocks couldn't withstand the high temperatures, cracking and melting into scalding magma. If it weren't for the fact that this horrifying scene was set in a desolate, uninhabited mountain wilderness, it would be enough to terrify people all over the world. "No! This black fire is going to devour me. Monster! You're a monster! I don't want to die." A scream was followed by an abrupt silence. The black flames, like the receding tide of hell, quickly subsided and receded in an instant. All that remained was scorching air and billowing river mist. As the fog gradually dissipated, Lu Qing was seen standing quietly in the center of the charred, enormous crater. The river water rushed in rapidly, and the surrounding soil and rocks melted into a glassy state under the high temperature. This second form of Emperor Flame is truly beyond imagination. He looked around at the ruins and sighed softly. This was the first time he had fully unleashed the second stage of Emperor Yan's power. Black flames covered his entire body, bringing not only a sharp increase in temperature but also a significant surge in power. Even more amazingly, he can also transform into fire and merge with the flames. What's even more outrageous is these black annihilation flames formed from Imperial Flame can actually devour enemies directly. Recalling the scene just now. With a thought, black flames instantly erupted around him, transforming into a fiery cage that trapped the Marquis within. While the flames were burning, they were also able to extract the essence of the opponent's flesh and blood, and then use it to nourish themselves. This is completely different from one-on-one power absorption. This is mass harvesting. Compared to bulk absorption, single-cell absorption. The difference in efficiency is like night and day. In the future, if he encounters a group battle, he only needs to activate the Emperor's Flame. Those enemies who couldn't withstand the flames would all become nourishment for his evolution. In this way, his evolutionary path will undoubtedly be accelerated once again. This is truly, utterly outrageous. Lu Qing smiled, recalling the Marquis's last location. He strode across the water, each step accompanied by a loud bang. In the blink of an eye, it sank into the murky riverbed. A charred human-shaped body was pulled from the bottom of the river. Fortunately, at least the body was preserved intact, although it was charred. Losing an arm is no big deal, you can come back to life. If he hadn't deliberately controlled it, the other party would have been reduced to ashes long ago. After landing, Lu Qing activated the ability of Royal Chosen Attendant. The charred corpse began to convulse, and the broken bones gradually put back into place. A Marquis-level personal attendant was thus given a new lease on life. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Ding! Devoured Vampire Marquis X1, evolution value +4. Promotion to Duke, 4260. Only 4 points added. Lu Qing pursed her lips, but wasn't too disappointed. After all, the two major clans would soon deliver themselves to our doorstep. There will certainly be no shortage of opponents at the Marquis level. Lazenba clan, are you prepared to pay the price? The Brook tribe, don't disappoint me. The newborn Marquis's personal attendant's breathing gradually stabilized. Lu Qing casually fed the other party another drop of ancient black blood. I'll give you some extra food so you can improve your strength quickly. At this point, the power of an Earl will be of little use in the upcoming battles. Only those with the combat strength of a Marquis can be put to use. Just then, a sound of wind breaking came from afar. Uncle Luo arrived at the scene with 11 Marquis-level personal attendants. Looking at the enormous crater in front of him, which was 100 meters in diameter and more than 10 feet deep, Uncle Luo adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and sighed elegantly. Young master, this is equivalent to dropping a miniature nuclear bomb. This cleanup work is really troublesome. Chapter 64 Mother's Fangs. In Yanjing Mountain, this mountain range located in the northern border of the capital, has been completely sealed off by a mysterious force. Once any mortal crosses that invisible boundary, they vanish without a trace, as if they have evaporated from the face of the earth. The night was deep and dark, as black as ink, and deep in the mountains and forests, hundreds of vampires lurked silently. In the central square in front of the palace, the two bloodlines of Brook and Lazenba, with long-standing and prominent lineages in the east, were locked in a tense standoff. On either side of the plaza stood hundreds of high-ranking vampires in neat rows, while in the dense forest further away, countless low-ranking bloodthirsty individuals were lurking. Occasionally, a few streaks of scarlet light flickered like will-o'-the-wisps in the darkness, their brightness alternating with the stillness of the desolate forest, making it all the more sinister and terrifying. In the center of the square, the area belonged to the Lazenba camp. Leisure walked out slowly. His blood-red eyes swept over the silver coffin held high by the four pallbearers, and then his cold, oppressive voice echoed throughout the square. Su Lai. The 10-day deadline has passed. The two murderers who secretly plotted to kill my clan's Earl, you must hand them over today. Leisure rolled his eyes, and a sudden surge of blood-red light appeared in them. He knew perfectly well that the two vampires had already perished at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and the master in the silver coffin today was destined never to see a living person, and this was precisely the trigger he had been waiting for to ignite the conflict. Opposite, where the Brook tribe resides, Patriarch Su Lai also took a step forward, his body radiating a chilling and menacing aura. The vampire code clearly stipulates, live in seclusion and abstain from killing. Is the entire Lazenba clan coming out this time to openly break the rules and ignite a war among the vampires? Leisure scoffed at this. I would never dare to disobey the precepts. But someone must pay for murder with their life. Hand over the man, and I will immediately lead my troops in retreat. If you do not, that would be a blatant disregard for my people and for that lord. Changing his tone abruptly, he bowed deeply to the silver coffin, his voice rising instantly. If the Brooke tribe insists on protecting the murderer, it would be an insult to the supreme ruler of the Lazenba West lineage. The silver coffin remained silent for a long while before finally, a cold, eerie voice seeped out from the cracks in the coffin. I've said it before, I need to see the person. Head of the eastern family of Brooke, don't provoke my anger. Su Lai's face grew increasingly gloomy. He had already sent out a distress signal to the main channel, but the distant water could not quench his immediate thirst. Moreover, the main branch has always harbored resentment towards this eastern collateral line. The sacred relic symbolizing Brooke's supreme authority has been firmly nailed to this ancestral mountain for centuries, and the main lineage has tried to take it away many times, but all attempts have failed. If this collateral branch is destroyed today, the sacred artifact will naturally return to the main lineage. Thinking of this, Su Lai suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, bowed his head to the silver coffin, and said, Your Excellency, our clan has issued a decree, but the two men have not been recalled. Moreover, Countess Su Lingwei left the clan 136 years ago, and the vampires who accompanied her were not members of our clan. This is the only explanation he can give, even if it means sacrificing his former daughter. Lei Shi pressed forward relentlessly, showing no mercy. Su Lingwei, isn't she your own flesh and blood? That's right. Su Lai did not deny it. But she is no longer my daughter, and this matter has nothing to do with the Brooke people anymore. Lei Shi sneered 3 times, then suddenly asked, Has the bloodline been stripped away? Has the name been removed from the family register? Has the badge been recovered? These 3 consecutive questions were like 3 sharp blades, each striking at the heart of the matter. Su Lai's face turned ashen, and in the end he could only utter 2 words. Never. Ha ha ha. Lei Shi burst into wild laughter, then turned and fanned the flames towards the silver coffin. Sir, did you hear everything? The so-called severing ties with the family is nothing but an excuse. It's clearly an attempt to protect one's own relatives and mock you, esteemed sir. Before the laughter had subsided, Lei Shi suddenly groaned, and blood began to flow uncontrollably from his nose. The voice emanating from the silver coffin was indifferent yet filled with a dangerous aura. Lei Shi, don't think I'm as stupid as you. If you dare to use my name to settle personal scores again, you'll be the first to die. Lei Shi lowered his head, and drops of blood fell onto the stone surface. Yes, sir. The voice continued to come from the silver coffin. Su Lai, I don't intend to get involved in the internal strife within the eastern branch. But I absolutely must find those 2 vampires. If you can't hand over the person today, you'll die here. As soon as he finished speaking, the coffin lid opened slightly. A thick, almost tangible, crimson blood mist slowly dissipated, instantly covering the entire plaza. The air was filled with a sweet yet rotten aroma, as if one's soul would be drawn away by this bloody scent. On the shady side of Yanjing Mountain, there is an ancient path that has been abandoned for a long time. Su Lingwei lifted her skirt and pulled Lu Qing along as they ran. Uncle Luo carried the round ball on his back and followed behind them at a leisurely pace. We arrived at the precipice, where the road ended. Su Lingwei stretched out her fingertips and gently stroked the cold stone wall, her expression somewhat dazed. When she was a child, her mother brought her here and pointed to the rock face, whispering, Weiwei, the gateway to the second ancestral mountain is hidden here. When you grow up, Mom will give you the key, but please don't let your dad know. She understood then that her father married her mother for this key. However, it was not handed over until his mother passed away. Lu Qing reached out and searched the rock wall thoroughly, but found no mechanism. How do we get in? Su Lingwei suppressed her sadness and smiled faintly. You need a key. She took off the crystal pendant hanging around her neck and gently squeezed it. The crystal shattered into dust in an instant, leaving only 2 snow-white fangs in the palm of his hand. The mother's fangs hold her last drop of blood that is the real key. She embedded the fangs into the holes in the rock wall, and with a gentle twist, the fangs turned into dust. A nearly dried-up drop of dark red blood slowly fell into the darkness. Boom! With a low, rumbling sound, the rock wall slowly slid open to both sides, revealing a deep passageway. Su Lingwei peeked inside, forcing a relaxed smile as she said, If you want to steal the sacred artifact, you have to go this way. Don't die in there. Lu Qing pulled her into his arms and placed a deep, passionate kiss on her trembling lips. Wait for me. After saying that, he turned and resolutely stepped into the darkness. The stone gate slowly closed. Uncle Luo gently called Su Lingwei back from her reverie. Miss? Su Lingwei gazed into the distance where the aura of death surged like a tide. She smiled sweetly and gave the order. Leave one of your personal attendants to accompany Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu obediently rubbed against the feet of the Marquis's personal attendant and squatted there waiting. Uncle Luo. Su Lingwei raised her hand and pointed to the eye of the storm. It's our turn. Chapter 65 High technology is great. In that deep stone corridor, Lu Qing walked slowly forward step by step. Water droplets seeping from the stone wall rolled silently down the cold, hard rock surface. Such damp corners have always been a favorite breeding ground for vampires. As Lu Qing delved deeper, he became increasingly certain that he had inadvertently stumbled into the legendary land of no beginning. The term beginningless does not refer to the absence of a beginning in time, but rather to the folding and compression of space. From the outside, the entrance is just a small gap, but once you step inside, you are surprised to find that the interior space is much larger than you can imagine. He had been traveling through the tunnel for nearly an hour since he stepped through the stone gate, but he still hadn't reached the core area of Mount Bruxu. Before setting off, Su Lingwei had given a general overview of the structure of Zushan Mountain. The entire Zushan Mountain is divided into 4 levels. The outer 2 layers are open to members of the clan and are used as a place for trials and advancement. Only elders and direct descendants of the clan can enter the 3rd level. As for the lowest level, it contains sacred artifacts, and even princes dare not venture in rashly, for it is said to suppress extremely dangerous things. Unfortunately, she was not favored in the clan back then and never went inside herself, so what she knew was only superficial. How exactly is this trial conducted? Lu Qing pondered to himself. In the empty tunnel, only his footsteps and the occasional fleeting shadow of a bat accompanied him. Another half-hour passed, and finally the end of the tunnel appeared ahead. A stone wall with a dark red luster undulates and bulges slightly, like a living thing. Lu Qing reached out to touch it, but his knuckles were instantly swallowed by the stone wall. It seems we can indeed get through. Without further hesitation, he plunged straight into the stone wall. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a magnificent underground plaza. At the end of the square stood 2 ancient bronze gates, the interior of which was pitch black, as if they could swallow all light. Hey kid, what are you doing wandering around here? A sudden question rang in my ears. Lu Qing turned his head and saw 2 Earls of Brooke standing guard by the door, their scarlet eyes flashing with an eerie light in the darkness. One of them stepped forward, looked Lu Qing up and down a few times, and sneered disdainfully. The Viscount is here to join the fun too? Lu Qing intentionally concealed his aura, releasing only the faintest fluctuation on the surface, so the other party naturally regarded him as a Viscount who had recently been promoted. Come and broaden your horizons, he replied with a smile. The 2 guards did not stop them. The trial grounds on the first 2 levels of the ancestral mountain were open to the public, and the bronze gate was imprinted with an ancient bloodline restriction, so outsiders could not even stick a hair through it. If you want to go for the trial, hurry up and don't wander around. Recently, the Lazenba tribe has been causing trouble on the outskirts of Zushan. If you look around, you might be mistaken for a spy and torn apart. The elder count reprimanded him sternly, seemingly quite displeased with the young man's lack of respect. Lu Qing naturally adopted a humble posture and responded gently. I've just been promoted and this is my first time here, so I'm naturally a bit curious. Seeing his respectful attitude, the guards' expressions softened slightly, and one of them pointed towards the giant gate. Go in. Remember 2 things. First, don't disturb your own kind that is evolving, or you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. Second, if you can't hold on, retreat immediately, lest you be drained dry by the blood devourer and turn into a dried-up corpse. Thank you for reminding me. Lu Qing thanked the guards and walked towards the giant gate. Blood devouring, he murmured, sounds like a key point. The surface of the giant gate was covered with a thick layer of blood plasma, which was the essence of the bloodline restriction. Lu Qing inserted his fingertips into it. The blood plasma obediently enveloped his fingers, not only without any sense of rejection, but even revealing a hint of intimacy. The ancient bloodline indeed flows freely. A slight smile played on his lips, but a far bolder and more outrageous idea was brewing in his mind. This layer of blood plasma seems to be absorbable as well? The thought had barely formed when he felt a subtle sucking sensation in his palm as a wisp of pure bloodline power flowed down his arm and into his body. The taste is not bad, but now is not the time to enjoy it. Lu Qing withdrew his hand, deciding to save this delicious treat for the return journey, and then passed through the layer of blood plasma. Only after his figure disappeared did the two counts turn their gaze away. Hey, don't you think there's something strange about this kid? Indeed, when I was scolding him just now, the way he looked at me was like he was looking at a corpse. Come on, he's just a viscount. The fact that he can enter this door means his bloodline is fine. He'll probably just wander around the first floor at most. After they finished speaking, the two returned to the monitoring station. On the huge screen, projections of 4 different spaces unfolded in sequence. The first layer is densely covered with red dots, representing the clansmen undergoing trials. The number of red dots in the second layer is significantly reduced. The third layer is completely empty and the fourth layer is utterly silent, with no instrument able to penetrate it. Technology is truly a wonderful thing. The elderly count crossed his legs and watched as a new red dot lit up on the first floor. Look, that kid went in. Let's see how long he can last. After passing through the blood plasma, Lu Qing stepped into a much larger underground world. Above their heads hung tens of millions of vampire bats, each with a bulging scarlet belly and an aura comparable to that of a low-ranking vampire. Lu Qing finally understood what blood devouring truly meant. It was these bats. Rows of brook people hung upside down from the cave ceiling. Bats pierced their blood vessels with their fangs, greedily sucking their blood, and when their bellies were swollen to their limit, they would return the saturated blood to their hosts. With each flow of blood, the host's breath would rise slightly. Humans and animals coexist, and this cycle continues endlessly. This scene. Lu Qing opened his mouth, but for a moment he couldn't find the right words to describe it. In the end, he could only mutter a complaint under his breath. It's absolutely disgusting. Chapter 66. We've struck it rich. The deeper they went into the ancestral mountain, the denser the Brook clan of vampires hanging upside down became. Without exception, they were all enveloped by layers upon layers of blood devouring, that is, vampire bats, forming them into constantly writhing black clumps. These bats frantically tear at the blood vessels of vampires, purifying the blood they consume, and then feeding it back to their hosts. In this almost cruel form of torture, they drive the evolution of vampires. The entire process is long, painful, and fraught with danger. If the number of bats becomes too large, the dormant vampires will be instantly drained, turning into withered, dry skin. If the re-injected blood energy is too intense, the host will burst into a cloud of blood mist like a balloon with a pop. Along the way, there were dozens of mummies lying haphazardly. Lu Qing withdrew his gaze and began to assess the situation in a low voice. The first level is mostly made up of novices below the rank of Earl. For those stronger than that, this blood-devouring evolution method is not very effective. He slightly dispersed his senses and continued to speculate. The so-called trial is actually a test of one's ability to withstand the blood devouring. The second and third layers are simply that the bats are more powerful and their numbers are more precisely controlled. As for the fourth layer, he raised his eyes, a hint of curiosity flashing in them. It is said that the sacred artifact is hidden inside. Even a prince went in but returned empty-handed. What powerful thing could be hidden there? Before he could finish the thought, a large, fat blood wolf suddenly lunged at his nose, chattering incoherently. Strangely, Lu Qing actually understood its meaning. Come on, let me take a sip. I guarantee it'll make you feel like you're floating on air. The hallucinogens secreted by the blood devourer during its bite are more potent than any drug. Just look at the intoxicating, seductive grins on the faces of those vampires. Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh. Okay, but I'm afraid you can't handle it. As he spoke, he extended his finger. The little bat eagerly grabbed his fingertip, its sharp fangs plunging down fiercely. Puff! In an instant, the blood mist exploded, and the bat didn't even have time to utter a complete cry. I told you long ago, you don't have the fortune to enjoy the ancient bloodline. Lu Qing waved his hand lightly to dispel the blood mist and continued walking forward. As the bloodlust gathered, he simply released a wisp of his primordial aura, and in an instant, the cave ceiling became empty. Even the bats that were gnawing on the Brook vampires were terrified and fled in panic. Outside Zushan, 2 counts were guarding the monitoring screen, where the red dot representing Lu Qing kept moving. Has that kid gone mad? The depths of the first level are practically a viscount's burial ground. Perhaps he was affected by hallucinogens and lost his mind. So be it, that's the rule. Zushan never pities the weak. The two were talking coldly, but suddenly, as if frozen in place, they stood there. The red dot on the crystal screen flashed suddenly, and actually pierced through the boundary membrane and jumped into the second layer. The second floor was quite similar to the first, but it was eerily quiet. There are fewer bats here, but each one exudes a Baron-level aura. A rough estimate puts them at tens of millions. No wonder only counts and marquises are allowed to enter. If they are surrounded, it's like being besieged by tens of millions of barons. Lu Qing continued to release his bloodline pressure, and although the bats were drooling with desire, they dared not make any rash moves. The marquises and earls hanging upside down looked like delicious dishes on a plate. Lu Qing couldn't help but lick his lips, but he ultimately suppressed the urge to devour them. After all, finding the sacred artifact was the primary task, and it would be too much of a loss to alert the enemy because of a momentary impulse. In the monitoring room, the two counts were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. The red dot on the crystal screen started jumping again. It jumped directly to the third floor. Is the monitoring array broken? Should we report this to the head of the family immediately? The patriarch is currently locked in a fierce battle with the Lazenba tribe. Let's observe for a while longer. When did such a freak appear in our clan? The third layer. The moment Lu Qing's feet touched the ground, two blood devourers of Earl level attacked as if tearing through the air. Even with their ancient bloodlines, they only hesitated for half a breath. Imperial Flame. Black flames surged and swept across, instantly turning the two bats into ashes. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lu Qing's mind. Ding! Consumed 2 vampire bats, gained a trace amount of bloodline essence. Accumulate enough points to exchange for evolution points. Lu Qing was stunned for a moment, then after half a second, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no! The Emperor Flame can devour entire groups. I endured it all this way for nothing. He looked up and saw bats flying all over the sky on the third floor. In his eyes, these bats had turned into piles of golden evolution points. We're going to be rich this time. He excitedly rubbed his fingers together, and black flames danced merrily at his fingertips. Chapter 67. Handing me over like you handed over your mother back then. In Brook's central square, the night was as heavy as cast iron. As time ticked by, the pressure on Patriarch Su Lai's shoulders was increasing rapidly at an alarming rate. The crimson mist overflowing from the silver coffin had already swallowed most of the square. Those of the clan below the rank of Earl were all surrounded by this eerie and strange blood energy. Their pupils turned bloodshot, their breathing became rapid and heavy, and their reason teetered like a candle in the wind. The mist was like a sharp hook, mercilessly tearing out all the bloodlust hidden in their hearts. Lei Shi, the leader of the Lazenba clan, saw this scene from afar and slowly curled a cold and sneer on his lips. Su Lai, you still can't deliver those 2 minor characters. Today is the day that the Brook clan is removed from the bloodline. The mysterious entity within the silver coffin seemed to have lost its last bit of patience. Its deep voice, like rolling thunder, heavily crushed the entire plaza. If you don't hand over the people, your entire clan will be exterminated. Thick, ink-like blood vapor rapidly gathered at the bottom of the coffin, slowly lifting the coffin 3 feet off the ground, and an intense killing intent was about to erupt. At this critical moment, in the darkest and most secluded corner of the square, a clear, cold female voice, like a chilling spring, suddenly broke the suffocating silence. The person you're looking for is me. Su Lai followed the sound, his pupils instantly contracting sharply. Su Lingwei, accompanied by her old servant Uncle Luo, calmly passed through layers of blood-red shadows and stood firmly in the middle of the confrontation between the two races. Lei Shi's face instantly darkened, and his fingertips trembled slightly involuntarily. The ambush failed? This countess really has the guts to show herself. Then, he sneered, it's good that you're here. We'll bury her here today. On Brook's side, there was also an uproar. Beside Su Lai, a count at his peak, his eyes bloodshot as if about to burst under the intense burning of his blood energy, roared hoarsely. Su Lingwei. You caused this mess, go and confess your sins. Don't drag your entire clan down with you. This man was her brother. Su Lingwei merely glanced at him coldly without uttering a sound. The elder brother took several steps closer, his sharp claws instantly extending, his voice distorted with rage. Father spared your bloodline back then, that was a favor. And now you dare to defile the family bloodline? His nostrils flared wildly, as if he had smelled something, then he froze, before bursting into maniacal laughter. I can't smell any trace of Brook's scent on you. You changed your bloodline? Su Lingwei remained silent, slowly scanning the surrounding clansmen. Those faces, some cold as ice, some full of hatred, yet not a single one stood up to speak for her. After her mother's death, the clan became like a dark abyss to her, where the lights had been extinguished. Her lips parted slightly, her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but her face was as white as frost. Word of power, kneel down. Boom. The elder brother slammed his knees heavily onto the stone slab, shattering it instantly. He was initially bewildered, then filled with rage, and struggled to get up. Word of power, get out. The air seemed to transform into a gigantic hammer weighing 1,000 pounds, slamming out violently. Like a kite with a broken string, his elder brother flew backwards and fell into the crowd, where Su Lai reached out and stopped him. Su Lai also noticed something was wrong. The Brook lineage could no longer be felt in her daughter's body. Moreover, the enhanced hypnosis ability she used was definitely not the weak one she used to have. However, his current state of mind prevented him from delving into these matters. Su Lingwei slowly raised her eyes to meet her father's gaze, her voice as soft as falling snowflakes. Have you made up your mind? Are they going to push me out again, just like they did with my mother back then? Su Lai's eyebrows twitched slightly, his tone as flat as a stagnant pool. You killed the Earl of the Lazenba clan, so you should naturally bear the responsibility for that crime yourself. Su Lingwei suddenly curved her lips into a slight smile, which was fleeting and disappeared in an instant. Yes, I was wrong. It turns out that the only person in this world who would protect me is him. Su Lai stopped looking at her, turned to face the silver coffin in mid-air, and loudly proclaimed, Your Excellency, please investigate. This woman's bloodline no longer belongs to the Brook clan, and the crimes she committed have nothing to do with our clan. Do as you please, adults. Lei Shi couldn't help but click his tongue and sigh, that's ruthless enough. The voice emanating from the silver coffin grew increasingly deep. Where is the vampire who accompanied you? Su Lingwei raised her eyes, showing no fear of the powerful pressure. He's busy right now. I killed the Earl of Lazenba all by myself. The mysterious figure in the coffin seemed to be angered by her dismissive attitude and let out a cold snort. In that case, come with me first. Your blood smells quite delicious. The silver coffin slowly landed, and the lid opened another inch, resembling sharp, open fangs. Su Lingwei peered inside, but it was pitch black and she couldn't see anything. So she gently shook her head and smiled faintly. No, he told me to wait for him here. A low, amused chuckle came from inside the coffin. Then I'll drain your blood first, and then slowly go find him. Call. The blood mist, as if it were a living thing, suddenly rushed out, enveloping her layer by layer, trying to penetrate her blood vessels. However, they were blocked by a mysterious force and could not make any progress. Su Lingwei lowered her head, gently flicked the red mist with her fingertips, and said with a hint of playfulness, Sister, your blood mist has no effect on me. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes instantly transformed into a dazzling silver light. An ancient, pure, and overwhelming royal pressure exploded out like a tidal wave. The blood mist surged back like a tide, plunging the entire square into a deathly silence. Immediately afterwards, a series of horrified gasps filled the air. Royal blood, it's actually pure blood? Chapter 68. It is my honor to bloom alongside you. Su Lingwei lowered her silver eyes, her slender figure resembling a folded sword, standing steadily in the center of the square. Although it was the pinnacle of the Earl's realm, it silenced all things, leaving everything in complete stillness. All the vampires held their breath for a moment, as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats tightly. His blood roared involuntarily, and his soul trembled uncontrollably. That aura of power, unique to the supreme royal family, spread rapidly like a tide, first reaching his ankles and then completely engulfing his heart in the blink of an eye. Did you see that? She spoke softly, as if she were talking to herself. This is the blood you gave me. Blood that can drive the entire vampire race mad. Memories flash by like lightning. She used to be proud of her surname, Brook. But now, what truly makes her proud is only the blood flowing in his veins, the blood that belongs to him. Su Lingwei slowly raised her head, her silver eyes sweeping across the surroundings calmly yet fiercely. Whether it is the Brook tribe or the Lazenba tribe, every vampire whose gaze swept over her lowered their head. Those pairs of scarlet pupils darted away, like bats fearing the scorching sun. They really are royalty, they're actually pure-blooded royalty. Why? What right does she have to? A mix of doubts, greed, and fear transformed into piercing gazes that felt like needles sticking out of their backs. However, they could not penetrate the seemingly indifferent but actually unbreakable aura surrounding her. She turned her head slightly and looked at Uncle Luo, who had been standing quietly in the shadows. The old man responded with an elegant gesture, gently tapping his chest with his right fist, and bowed respectfully, saying, It is my greatest honor to shine alongside you. This is also a source of glory for young Master Lu Qing. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's exquisitely tailored tuxedo instantly ripped open. Rock-solid muscles were exposed to the moonlight. His heterochromatic eyes, one red and one silver, resembled two cold, sharp gems. A royal aura, similar to Su Lingwei's, surged powerfully from his body. Although not a pure-blooded royal, the purity of his aura was still astonishing. The vampires were once again in an uproar. Another one? That butler was also. The Brook people, in particular, found it difficult to accept what was happening before their eyes. Those who were considered outcasts yesterday are now living in a position of great power and influence over them. Impossible. The Count, whom she had once called brother, roared hoarsely. Jealousy and shame completely shattered his reason. His knuckles turned white from clenching his fist so tightly. On the other side, Lei Shi, the patriarch of the Lazenba clan, looked as if blood was about to drip from his eyes. If only we could offer her to the ancestor. A member of the clan stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Master, the original plan. Plan? Lei Shi suddenly turned his head, his gaze as sharp as a knife. With two members of the royal bloodline right in front of us, what's the point of talking about plans? Gather all hands on deck. Today anyone who dares to obstruct us will be torn to pieces. After receiving their orders, the tribesmen leaped down from the mountains. In an instant, the once dark forest seemed to boil over as if it had been ignited. Hundreds upon hundreds of killing intents soared into the sky. Like a black tsunami, it surged towards the square. Su Lai, who had been lost in thought for a long time, was finally awakened. Lingwei. He rushed towards Su Lingwei, his voice already hoarse. As long as you are willing to return to the family. No matter how many of the Lazenba tribe come, I'll hold them off for you. For the first time in his life, the head of the Brook family lowered his proud head. Your mother's death was my fault. But no matter what, I will always be your father, and I will. Su Lingwei shook her head slightly, her back view as cold as ice, like pure white snow. I don't need it. Someone will protect me from everything. She raised her hand and waved. The Brook tribe's emblem traces a silver arc in the air. With a ding, it fell to the ground. We will establish our own family. Su Lai suddenly stopped in his tracks. The initial burning gaze in his eyes gradually turned sinister. Pass down the order. If anyone tries to take her away, stop them at all costs. Whether dead or alive. The silver coffin, which had been silent all along, suddenly let out a soft laugh. He. This is the first time I've ever seen a pure-blooded royal. Su Lingwei narrowed her eyes, revealing a crescent-shaped smile. Miss, are you also royalty? It's a pity you haven't met the right man. That's why the bloodline is so thin. Her voice was sweet, yet carried a hint of coldness. Curiosity is fine. But whatever you do, don't reach out. Otherwise I'll bite your throat off myself. A soft laugh came from the silver coffin. Then let's see whose teeth are stronger. Before the words were finished, the coffin lid was suddenly lifted. It transformed into a streak of silver light, hurtling straight towards the girl like an arrow released from a bow. At the same moment, Su Lai and Lei Shi roared simultaneously. Let's do it! Silver coffin, two dukes. The murderous intent from all three parties surged forth like a landslide and a tsunami. Just then, 12 black shadows, like a meteorite tearing through the night sky, smashed through layers upon layers of vampires. It crashed down around Su Lingwei. The silver masks on their faces reflected the cold moonlight. On the mask, numbers flashed in sequence. 1, 2, 3. 11. Lei Shi and Su Lai froze instantly. 12 marquises? Where did she find such a powerful trump card? The two exchanged a glance, both seeing a deep sense of horror in each other's eyes. This is a tough nut to crack. Let the monster in the silver coffin devour it first. Chapter 69 Advancement to Duke. Ding. Successfully devoured 2 blood bats. A trace amount of bloodline energy has been detected within the blood bats. Once they have absorbed a certain amount, it can be converted into evolutionary value. At this moment, we are on the 3rd level of Zushan Mountain. Lu Qing looked around and saw that the sky was filled with blood bats flapping their wings frantically, emitting ear-piercing screeches. The system notification sounds kept echoing in his ears, and he couldn't help but rub his fingertips together excitedly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This wave is definitely going to make us rich. Just now, when he used the Emperor Flame, the system gave a prompt: these bloodbats can be devoured, but the evolution value provided by a single bloodbat is extremely small, so the system simply did not report the specific value. But the number of bloodbats is simply astonishing, tens of millions of them. Even the smallest number multiplied by such a huge base is quite considerable. Let's take care of the bloodbats on the second floor first. Looking at the mountain of wealth before him, Lu Qing grinned and revealed a bright smile. Then, he flashed and quickly retreated to the second floor. In the central area of the second floor, Lu Qing actively suppressed the fluctuations of his bloodline. In an instant, thousands upon thousands of bloodbats seemed to have caught the scent of their prey. They shrieked silently, baring their white fangs, and swarmed towards Lu Qing like a tidal wave. Lu Qing's eyes lit up with excitement. Give me more. Just as the first bloodbat was about to touch his body. Snap! A crisp snap of fingers echoed through the air. Emperor Flame, activate. A jet-black torrent of fire surged forth from his body, like tongues of fire from the deepest hell, instantly engulfing everything around him. The bloodbats that swarmed him didn't even leave behind ashes. They transformed into wisps of pure bloodline energy, which flowed into his body along with the black flames. As expected, it can be harvested in batches, but the bloodbats on the second level are of lower grade than those on the third level, and contain much less bloodline energy. Lu Qing roughly estimated that the number of bloodbats devoured in that wave was only tens of thousands, and the energy provided was less than 0.1 evolution value. Although they are as few as mosquito legs, there are tens of millions of them here. Without further hesitation, Lu Qing's blood surged like waves, and the second form of the Emperor Flame was fully unleashed. He instantly transformed into a humanoid ball of black flame, the flames spreading rapidly and silently, like the gaping maw of a demon, swallowing everything in sight. The bloodbats' greedy expressions instantly turned into terror, and they began to flee frantically in all directions. However, the black flames expanded at an astonishing speed, like a landslide or a tsunami, and one after another, the bloodbats vanished into nothingness amidst their sharp hisses. Deep within the black flames, Lu Qing let out a satisfied sigh. This feeling is really addictive. Boom! The sea of fire surged violently once more, engulfing everything in its path. In the monitoring room outside Zushan, the two Earls of Brook stared blankly at the screen, their faces full of bewilderment and confusion. Didn't that kid go to the third level? Why did he run back to the second level? Could it be that he possesses a special bloodline, which is why the bloodbats don't attack him? Don't get your hopes up. Unless it's a pure-blooded royal, but those haven't appeared in years. Then tell me, how exactly did he get in? His aura was clearly only at the Viscount level. Who knows? As long as it doesn't affect the other members of the tribe, it's fine. As the two were talking, the screen suddenly distorted violently, and a series of chaotic and piercing screams came through the monitor. The bloodbats on the second floor have actually rioted? That's tens of millions of them. This has never happened before. The two counts turned deathly pale instantly and hurriedly checked the red dots displayed on the screen for the rest of their clansmen. Fortunately, most of the red dots are still there. However, in the very next second, drop! A small red dot went out. Am I seeing things? Beep! 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 The alarm sounded continuously, and the red dot disappeared rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few dozen seconds, only a tiny bit of red light remained on the second layer. Something big must have happened at Zushan. Before the words had even finished. Drop! The last bit of red light was completely extinguished. Inside the second layer, a Viscount Brook, covered in bite marks from bloodbats, was desperately running for his life. He had just been jolted awake from his slumber when he saw black flames soaring into the sky and bloodbats fleeing frantically in all directions. What exactly are those black flames? The next second, he witnessed the black flames completely devour a Count-level member of his own race, and he was so terrified that he turned and ran away. Unfortunately, before he could take 2 steps, the black flames surged towards him like a raging tide, engulfing him completely. Thus, the second layer. Neither the bloodbats nor the vampires survived. After a long time, the black flames slowly contracted and reformed into Lu Qing's human form. The flames gradually died down, revealing Lu Qing's slightly pale but excited face. Belch! He let out a long, satisfying burp, his eyes brimming with joy. At this moment, the power of his bloodline surged like a turbulent ocean. Ding! Evolution value has reached 6060, meeting the promotion requirements. Ding! Evolution program initiated. This promotion, Vampire Duke. We finally succeeded. Tens of millions of blood bats, along with dozens of vampires, all became fuel for his advancement. Click click. The bones popped and crackled as the cells began to recombine. A terrifying pressure, far surpassing anything before, swept outwards from his body like a storm. The Duke's path of evolution has officially begun. Chapter 70. Letting him in was probably the stupidest decision I've ever made in my life. Zushan, second floor. The silence was as thick as ink, and darkness relentlessly devoured everything around it. In this eerie environment, the two vampire counts were running frantically, their senses heightened. Their faces were instantly filled with terror as they strained to use their senses. The entire second floor was completely devoid of even the slightest trace of life. The countless blood-devouring creatures that were once densely packed together, and the clansmen who were diligently cultivating and striving for advancement here. They were as if they had been completely erased in an instant, as if they had never existed in this world. The count at the head of the household took a deep breath of the lingering warmth in the air, but the scorching heat could not dispel the coldness in his hands and feet. How is this possible? Everything was normal here just 5 minutes ago. There were burn marks everywhere, and even the black lotus stone was instantly vaporized. What kind of flame could create such a terrifying sight? His gaze swept over the half-remaining piece of lava, and the chill in his heart grew stronger. Dozens of clansmen, including even 2 earls. There wasn't even a sign of struggling. Ever since that human-looking kid barged in, strange things have been happening one after another. He recalled the small, constantly jumping red dot on the monitor screen, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Letting him in was probably the stupidest decision I've ever made in my life. However, that guy's aura has also disappeared. Perhaps, we all perished together? He tried to comfort himself in this way, but his steps became more and more hurried. We must confirm whether the blood devourers have been completely eradicated. If that's the case, the sacred artifact will lose its protection. Meanwhile, outside the mountains, the Lazenba tribe had already launched a full-scale war. Zushan must not collapse at this critical juncture. Sudden. Bang! The count behind him crashed headfirst into the back of his companion in front. His forehead slammed heavily against the rock wall, and the count in front roared in pain. Are you looking for death? But his companions in front of him stood frozen in place, as if under a spell. His pupils trembled violently, and his fingers pointed shakily into the depths of darkness. Moon, the moon. A black moon. The two looked up almost simultaneously. In the void, a moon as black as ink floated. Its edges are inlaid with a dark red halo. It appears still, yet seems to be slowly rotating. Just one glance was enough to feel as if your soul was being dragged inside. All that is covered by the black moon is but dust of the past. A faint imperial edict echoed in their ears. It seemed to have traveled through time from eternity past, carrying an irresistible power. The two counts were horrified to discover their strength, their bloodline, their lives. Like the receding tide, it flows away swiftly. No, it's not flowing away, it's flowing in the opposite direction. Their skin gradually regained its elasticity, and their wrinkles slowly smoothed out. The bones begin to shrink, transforming the adult into a teenager, a child, and eventually an infant. Its strength was also waning. From Earl to Viscount, then to Baron, and finally to the last vampire. Final. 2 almost indistinguishable origin points floated in mid-air. Then it was completely annihilated. It was as if they had never been here. The black moon slowly shrank, gradually shrinking to the size of a basketball. It nestled obediently on Lu Qing's shoulder. He tilted his head slightly, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Dark moon illumination. Duke-level awakening skill. This effect is definitely powerful. The dark moon illuminates the underworld. Targets shrouded in the black moon will have their time infinitely rewound. Until we return to the state of a single speck of dust at the very beginning of life. Lu Qing himself, however, exists outside of time. Watching coldly as the other person gradually fades from old age into nothingness. Crimson bloodlust 6-fold increase. Time 500 meters. The range of the Emperor's flame has doubled. The royal concubine can also form a contract with the Duke. TSK, their strength is growing, and their lives are getting better and better. However, the only thing that bothered him was to be promoted to prince, you need to accumulate 100 evolution points. Ordinary vampires are no longer sufficient for my advancement. As he spoke, he stepped calmly into the third floor. I've heard that this place harbors hundreds of thousands of blood devourers of Earl rank. Deep within, it seems, lies a duke, asleep? Lu Qing gently licked his lips. A dark moon seemed to be slowly rotating in his eyes, revealing a hint of eager excitement. Chapter 71. You only get one chance, so cherish it. Zushan, third floor. Imperial flame devouring everything. As Lu Qing's deep voice fell, a sea of fire, as black as ink, suddenly exploded from beneath his feet, instantly engulfing the entire space like a surging tide. After being promoted to duke, the temperature of the black flame suddenly doubled, as if it possessed the power to destroy the world, and everything in the world could be melted into nothingness in front of it. Those Earl-level blood predators, whose once proud shrieks have now turned into mournful wails. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Waves of terrified cries came one after another, but were mercilessly extinguished by the flames in the next instant. Their lives transformed into the purest torrent of blood, continuously flowing back into Lu Qing's body. Ding! You have consumed a total of 1,453,890 Earl blood devourers, gaining 28 evolution points. Prince threshold, 29,100. At the end of the fire, a circular plaza scorched by flames was revealed. In the very center of the square, an old stone coffin stands alone. Who is it? A hoarse, dry voice, like the sound of tree bark rubbing together, seeped faintly from within the stone coffin. Who has disturbed my eternal slumber? The scorching heat wave that hit them caused the person in the coffin to hiss in pain. Ah, this burning pain. Lu Qing sensed that the coffin contained the extremely aged former Duke of Brook. The long years had already worn down his body, and he could only slow down its decay by falling into a deep sleep. Originally, he relied on the endless blood devouring of the third layer as a barrier. Unexpectedly, Lu Qing swept away all the blood devouring creatures. The ceremony that led to his premature recovery was forced to be interrupted. The scent of blood has completely disappeared? You are not of the Brook bloodline, who are you? The Duke spoke haltingly, attempting to stall for time. I want to fully awaken the dormant power within me. He could clearly sense the young vampire of the same rank outside the coffin. The chilling aura emanating from him made his very bones tremble. Deep within the flames, Lu Qing's voice seemed to come simultaneously from all four directions of the netherworld. My identity is not important. The important thing is, in 10 seconds, you will acknowledge me as your master. Imperial flame, devour. The black flames instantly turned into liquid and poured into the coffin lid through the cracks. In the blink of an eye, the entire coffin was filled. Sizzle, sizzle. A series of cracking sounds rang out, like hot oil being dripped into water, accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar. Roar! This flame is devouring my very essence. Pain. However, all the struggles were in vain. The old Duke has just emerged from his slumber. In its weakest moment, it encountered the most domineering black flames. The ending was already predetermined. No! Spare me. I am the former head of the Brook family. Wealth, power, blood oaths, I can give you everything. His pleas for mercy and tempting words mingled together, becoming his final lament. His response was a cold, emotionless chuckle from Lu Qing. Sorry, those things. I prefer to obtain things myself. Now, may you sleep forever. The black flames slowly receded, and a surge of immense energy flooded into Lu Qing's body. Inside the coffin was only a charred but still intact body, a Duke-level physique that remained immortal even in the flames. Ding! Devouring Vampire Duke X1, evolution value +5. Lu Qing gently patted the edge of the coffin, feeling exceptionally relaxed. We got a free ride from that old Brook guy, what a steal. Suddenly, as if he remembered something. Wait, he claims to be the former head of the family? Was it Su Lai's father or grandfather? Fine, let's take him out first and let them recognize his relatives on the spot. Lu Qing activated, Royal Chosen Attendant. Obscure and incomprehensible blood patterns quickly covered the mangled body. The contract was completed in the blink of an eye. Another person has been added to the list of personal attendants. Currently, I possess 1 duke and 13 marquises. They wiped out almost all of the high-end combat forces of the eastern branch of Brook. Western branches? We'll take them over sooner or later too. After confirming that the conversion is correct, Lu Qing casually gave the order, stand by and wait for my command. A hoarse yet respectful voice came from inside the coffin. "Yes, my lord." Just then, the stone door leading to the fourth floor slowly opened before him. There, the sacred artifact of the Brook tribe, the execution axe, is kept. Ancestral mountain, 4th level, blood mist deep well. The space suddenly shrinks here. The air was so thick it resembled semi-congealed blood plasma. Pink mist floated in it, and stepping on it felt like sinking into a swamp of flesh. Giant, plump bats hung upside down on the stone wall. Their wingspan was nearly 10 feet, and blood dripped continuously from their fangs. Each one was a blood devourer of marquee rank. Lu Qing glanced at the numbers and found they were no less than 100,000. Lu Qing first released the pressure of his ancient bloodline. He then summoned black flames that surrounded his body and condensed into a wall of fire. Under this dual deterrence, the Marquis's blood devourer emitted wave after wave of agitated sound waves. But not one dared to rush forward. They possess extremely high intelligence. They both feared the superior bloodline and were wary of the destructive heat. Lu Qing continued walking deeper into the area. At the end of the blood mist, a stone platform hangs there all alone. On the platform, a giant axe, 3 meters tall, was stuck diagonally into the ground. The axe was entirely blood red, and its back was covered with sharp barbs. The handle is inlaid with blood-sucking thorns. As long as you grasp it, your palm will be pierced and blood will be drawn, thus awakening its true ferocity. The rust stains on the axe bear witness to the evidence of its slaying of countless powerful warriors. This is the executioner's axe. Legend has it that holding it can increase one's strength dozens of times. But the price is that the axe wielder will bleed profusely. Lu Qing's eyes were filled with fervor, but he did not rush forward. In the shadow atop the axe, hung upside down a massive bloodthirsty beast. It is 3 meters long and has a wingspan of nearly 6 meters. He exuded a princely aura, as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. It did not launch an attack immediately. He simply fixed his scarlet eyes on Lu Qing. His nostrils twitched incessantly. He revealed an extremely human expression of doubt and longing. After a long silence and staring at each other, Lu Qing suddenly spread his hands, adopting a nonchalant attitude, and said, "If it's a head-on fight, I definitely can't beat you. You are a prince, and I am only a duke. Besides, you have 100,000 underlings watching you like hawks. But you should have smelled it too. My blood. Very sweet. Moreover, it is rich in nutrients. Perhaps, it can even allow you to evolve once more." He pointed to the execution axe. "Let's make a deal. Hand that thing to me. I'll let you suck my blood a couple of times, how about that? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Please cherish it." Chapter 72, appealing to both men and women, word of power, no flirting allowed. Deep within the ancestral mountain, Lu Qing was calmly negotiating with the prince-level blood devourer. At the same moment, the central square was filled with murderous intent and was in an uproar. As soon as the 12 Marquis' personal attendants appeared, Su Lai and Leisure stopped in their tracks with perfect understanding. These marquises exuded an eerie and incredibly powerful aura, and even the dukes themselves were reluctant to be the first to provoke these tough foes. So, the two of them turned their gazes to the silver coffin almost simultaneously, thinking to themselves, "Let that lord deal with this troublesome fellow for now." The silver coffin rushed straight toward Su Lingwei, but was violently blasted back by the 3 marquises halfway there. A woman's voice, tinged with languor, asked from inside the coffin, "Are these marquises your subordinates?" Su Lingwei smiled brightly and said, "Their true master is not me. I am merely the mistress." She looked up at the silver coffin, and a feeling of disgust welled up inside her. Although the other party only had a trace of royal blood, that bloodline originated from the main western branch of Lazenba, making her not only of noble status but also far stronger than her. But she just hated the other person, so much so that she couldn't help but want to provoke them. "Sister, you will probably never understand what it feels like to be pampered like this." A soft laugh came from inside the silver coffin. "Little thing, you look quite charming when you're angry. How about becoming my lover? I'll take you along with your man too." The Duchess had a wide range of interests, including both men and women. Su Lingwei replied with a blank hee-hee, and then said, "Word of power, no lewdness allowed." The 2 family heads who were watching from the sidelines were instantly stunned. Is there really such an outrageous power of words in the world? What's even more unbelievable is that the person in the coffin actually let out a muffled groan, clearly having suffered a hidden loss. A peak-ranking earl was actually able to injure a duke, a feat that transcends 2 ranks? Su Lai's eyes burned with fervor, and he thought, this is the power of pure-blooded royalty. No matter what, we must keep her here today, even if she ends up as just half a corpse. Seeing that the silver coffin hadn't made any further moves, Leisure couldn't help but urge it on. My lord, if this drags on any longer, something unexpected might happen. The silver coffin trembled violently, and blood mist surged out like a raging wave. The Duchess's furious roar was like a thunderclap. Shut up! A red mist spread out, corroding flesh wherever it went and arousing human desires. Su Lingwei unleashed several incantations in succession. Dust-free, disperse, stop, heal. Her face grew paler and paler, and the hem of her skirt was corroded by the blood mist, leaving charred marks. She bit her lip, the image of a certain person appearing in her mind, and muttered softly. Hurry up and come here, you bad guy. I'm going to get bullied if I'm any later. The silver coffin suddenly accelerated and slammed heavily into her chest, blood spilling from the corner of her lips. Seeing this, Su Lai and Leisure launched their attacks simultaneously. Su Lai swung his jet-black short-blade, while Leisure tore through the void with his claws. Their target was Su Lingwei. They wanted to take advantage of her serious injuries and divide her up. Su Lingwei, suspended in mid-air, suddenly laughed and said coquettishly to the void. They hurt me. Leisure couldn't help but curse inwardly, that crazy woman. In the next instant, the sky seemed to be torn apart. A giant axe, gleaming with blood-red light, shattered the silver coffin into pieces, sending fragments of the coffin flying everywhere. Su Lai and Leisure felt as if they had been struck in the chest by a sledgehammer, and they were sent flying dozens of feet away, causing cracks to appear on the ground of the square. The many vampires looked up and saw a slender man suspended in mid-air beneath the sky, covering black flames and enormous wings, his voice domineering. You dare touch her? Then you'd all die. Chapter 73. Why do none of the female vampires I encounter like to wear clothes? Then I'll slaughter them all. The voice was as soft as a feather falling, yet it carried an undeniable domineering quality, spreading gently across the central square. Whether it's the bloodline of the Brute clan or the bloodline of the Lazenba clan. When the figure with fiery wings on its back came into view in mid-air, everyone was momentarily stunned and speechless. This was simply because the way they made their entrance was so shocking and astonishing. The figure spread its wings, surrounded by black flames. Like a meteor falling from the sky, its momentum was unstoppable. With a single axe strike, he shattered the silver coffin to pieces, and then kicked the 2 vampire dukes away with 2 kicks. Cough! In the rubble-strewn pit, Su Lai struggled to his feet, his face contorted with rage. That kick landed squarely on his chest, shattering his sternum and leaving a horrifying dent. The vampire's powerful regenerative abilities quickly took effect, stitching up the damaged flesh, but this could not quell the raging fire burning in his heart. If it weren't for that kick, he would have already taken half of Su Lingwei's crippled body. He turned his head to look at another huge pit. He felt a little better when he realized that Leisure's disheveled appearance was no less than his own. But this vampire who appeared out of nowhere was able to kick 2 dukes away in full view of everyone. This formidable fighting force must be at least at the duke level. How could such a powerful figure suddenly appear by Su Lingwei's side? Leisure had previously caught a glimpse of Lu Qing's outline through his eye of peeping. At this moment, his heart was filled with a turbulent storm. The vampire following Su Lingwei is actually a duke? That's impossible. Both family heads harbored their own ulterior motives, and for a moment neither dared to rush forward rashly. He simply stared intently at the figure suspended in mid-air with his flickering gaze. It actually grew wings. What kind of heaven-defying ability is this? A hint of envy flashed in Su Lai's eyes. Suddenly, as if struck by a flash of inspiration, he had a sudden realization. That stream of light that cleaved through the coffin looked so familiar. He stared intently at it. Amidst the rubble of the square, a massive axe, 3 meters long, lay diagonally planted in the ground. The axe's lines were fluid, its color a blood-red hue, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. It was none other than the Brute clan's sacred weapon, the execution axe. Roar! Su Lai's eyelid ruptured, and tears of blood streamed down his face. You bastard! How dare you steal our clan's sacred artifact? Tear him to pieces. At that moment, he was like a raging bull, his roar echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Leisure was also taken aback upon hearing this shrill roar. Holy crap, it really is Brooke's executioner's axe? Wasn't it said that even the princes of the main lineage couldn't remove it? This guy actually succeeded? Oh no, this is just too tragic. Surprisingly, Lei Shi felt a pang of pity for his old rival. High in the sky, Lu Qing gently waved his fiery wings. His left arm was tightly wrapped around Su Lingwei's slender waist. He gently wiped away the blood from the corner of her lips with his fingertips, his brows furrowed tightly. Su Lingwei smiled faintly, her eyes crinkling, and gently smoothed the wrinkles between his brows with her fingertips. She whispered, "It's okay, it doesn't hurt at all." Then, blinking expectantly, she asked, "Did you get it?" Lu Qing nodded, and a smile returned to his face. "Of course I got it." Su Lingwei responded sweetly, her gaze quickly drawn to the little bat on his shoulder. The little bat had a round face, a pig-like nose, tiny ears, and a chubby appearance. Two soft, adorable little claws sprouted from its wings, making it look both eerie and cute. Curious, she stretched out her finger and gently poked it. Lu Qing quickly grasped her fingertips and whispered his instructions. "This little guy has a bad temper, be careful not to get bitten. This is no ordinary little bat, it's a genuine vampire prince." It was Xingfu's guardian beast, which he had tamed with his ancient bloodline and had refused to leave ever since. That's why he was able to get the execution axe. He gently patted Su Lingwei's cheek and said tenderly, "Sweetie, you go down first, I'll clean this place up." Su Lingwei nodded obediently, her cherry lips slightly parted, and she said softly, "Word of power," soaring through the sky. An invisible force lifted her up, allowing her to land lightly on the ground. 11 Marquis's personal guards instantly formed a protective formation around her. After she left, Lu Qing surveyed the entire scene. Wherever his gaze swept, the vampires felt as if their skin was being burned. His gaze first locked onto Su Lai, whose eyes were bloodshot. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, black flames condensed into a gigantic hand. He threw a broken coffin at Su Lai's feet. Boom! The coffin cracked after violent shaking, revealing the half-open lid. A familiar yet pale old face was revealed. Su Lai's body jolted violently, and he lunged towards the coffin. Her voice trembled as she said, "Grandpa? Shouldn't you be sleeping on the 3rd level?" "No, your bloodline aura has completely changed." "Grandpa, what's wrong with you?" Lu Qing spoke calmly, slowly uttering a few words, "Wake up, kill him." A hoarse reply came from the coffin, "Yes, master." Bang! The coffin shattered instantly. Su Lai's grandfather kicked him away with one kick. Only Su Lai's piercing screams remained. "Grandpa, I'm your grandson." Lei Shi watched from the side, shaking his head in disbelief. The sacred artifact was stolen, and Grandpa is being held captive. This is just too inhumane. The next moment, he suddenly felt himself locked onto by a terrifying aura. And the source of this energy was actually the little bat on Lu Qing's shoulder? Lu Qing turned her head and said in a coaxing tone, "Take care of the Duke of Lazenba, and I'll give you another drop of blood." Chirp, chirp. A crimson light flashed in the little bat's eyes, and it flapped its wings and darted away. Lei Shi rubbed his eyes and said incredulously, "What? Just a little bat, and it wants to attack me?" Before he could finish speaking, the little bat suddenly disappeared into thin air, and when it reappeared, it has transformed into a behemoth with a wingspan of 4 meters. The enormous wings tore through space, sending Lei Shi flying with a single slap. Holy crap! It's a bat of princely caliber? After dealing with the 2 dukes, Lu Qing then turned his gaze to the floating cloud of blood mist. The silver coffin was completely shattered, and the Duchess in the fog had nowhere to hide. A sweet, melodious laugh drifted through the mist. He he he. What a handsome young man. You're the vampire who's always been by the young count's side. My sister loves it. The blood mist dissipated slightly, revealing a faintly visible, alluring figure. Lu Qing raised his hand, and the execution axe was immediately pulled from the ground and fell into his hand. He gripped the axe handle tightly, the barbs piercing his skin. The blood was instantly and greedily devoured by the executioner's axe. The ferocious flames on the axe suddenly surged. At the same time, fine beads of blood seeped from his pores. This is the curse of the executioner's axe, the wielder bleeds profusely, but his strength increases dramatically. Gazing at the red mist, Lu Qing's lips curled into a mocking smile. He hoisted the giant axe onto his shoulder and sighed lazily. It's really strange, the 2 female vampires I met didn't seem to like wearing clothes when we first met. Below, Su Lingwei's ears twitched as she heard these words. With her lips pouting, it was unclear who she was insulting. Humph, shameless. The woman's voice echoed again from the blood mist in the sky. Then I'll beat you until you're completely convinced today. Chapter 74. Close quarters combat is the most exciting. From the depths of the blood mist, a seductive voice, as alluring as silk threads, seemed to penetrate to the bone, captivating and ecstatic. Lu Cheng slung the execution axe over his shoulder, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You think you can subdue me? You're probably still dreaming. In his pitch-black eyes, the saintess behind the mist was completely naked, her figure so alluring that it seemed to conceal a deadly danger. It was a kind of beauty completely different from Su Lingwei's, like a poppy in full bloom, exuding a captivating charm. No wonder that little woman instinctively felt hostility. Females at their peak naturally have auras that repel each other. What he found even more interesting was that the other party's bloodline contained a very faint trace of royal blood. With royal blood and belonging to the main branch of the Lazenba, your status must be quite high, right? A languid reply came from behind the fog. Listen carefully, my name is Avril Lazenba, and I am the holy maiden of our tribe. As soon as the words were spoken, the members of the Lazenba tribe below immediately knelt down, their eyes filled with fanatical reverence. The one inside the silver coffin is actually Her Majesty the Holy Maiden. No wonder the patriarch greeted the silver coffin with such respect. It was actually the Holy Maiden herself who came. Lu Qing suddenly realized and couldn't help but laugh. So that's how it is. No wonder they respect you like a god. Avril's voice instantly became as sweet as honey. The power of the main lineage is incomparable to that of the branches. Even if you wipe out all these branches, you will only understand how terrifying a clan with a history of 10,000 years can be when you face the true core power of the clan. How about it? Want to come and rely on me? I can give you everything you want. Including myself. She extended an enticing olive branch, also including Su Lingwei in the tempting offer. That little countess's pure royal bloodline is simply too tempting. Even I only inherited a portion of the royal bloodline. As for you being able to wield the sacred artifact of Brook, you must also be a descendant of royal blood. Come back to the main branch with me, and I guarantee you'll have whatever you want. This invitation, like a snake's tongue, carries the allure of a poisonous fragrance. Avril licked her red lips lightly, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Qing. I really want to taste your blood. In response, Lu Qing gave her a smile devoid of any warmth, his eyes slightly curved. Sorry, I refuse. Besides, I never intended for you to leave alive. He also stuck out his tongue and slowly swept it across his teeth, with a hint of danger in his voice. Peak Duke, only half a step away from Prince. I'm just as curious about your blood. Avril's smile vanished instantly, and she let out a cold snort. In an instant, the blood mist went berserk like a mad beast, like a surging crimson tide, engulfing Lu Qing completely. The mist seemed to transform into a small, lustful snake, burrowing into his pores and wantonly teasing his blood, making him feel as if his bones were being burned and his heart was burning. This is a Duke-level corrosive power. Even steel would be instantly corroded into dust under its influence. Even if you possess royal blood, you will still succumb to this here today. Avril floated above the mist, her voice as soft as cotton candy. Slowly savor this burning desire. However, in the next instant, the ocean of blood mist was cleaved in two by a black line. Lu Qing spread his wings and stepped out calmly, a crimson light gleaming in the depths of his eyes. His smile grew increasingly wicked. This little bit of desire is nothing more than a tickle. But he licked his lips lightly. The price you pay for igniting my anger is for you to extinguish it yourself. The blood mist not only failed to harm him, but instead acted like strong liquor, making his blood even more excited. The malevolent energy of the executioner's axe roared wildly within him, the urge to destroy as intense as a volcano about to erupt. Collapse! He turned and charged back into the sea of blood mist, his axe flashing like a waterfall as he cleaved down one blow after another. The waves of blood mist were cleaved by the force, emitting mournful cries, and the ground of the plaza cracked inch by inch under this powerful force. Boom! Avril was thrown out of the sea of blood mist by this tremendous force. She hurriedly waved her jade-like arms, and the newly formed blood mist instantly rolled into a gauze dress, barely covering her body. She said with a mix of anger and annoyance, they start tearing the house apart as soon as the fire is lit. Men with axes are indeed barbarians. Lu Qing casually tossed the execution axe aside, then slammed his fists together, the knuckles cracking crisply. Fighting hand to hand is still the most satisfying. Avril covered her lips and giggled. Hand-to-hand combat? I'm afraid I'll be at a disadvantage. That's what she said, but her figure suddenly seemed to melt away, turning into a pool of scarlet liquid. The blood droplets flowed upwards towards the sky, eventually converging into a sea of blood that blotted out the sun. An endless sea of blood. The saint's voice emanated from every drop of blood, sounding both distant and intimate. As soon as the sea of blood appeared, the numerous vampires in the square let out painful howls in unison. The blood in their bodies seemed to be forcibly torn apart by an invisible hand, almost bursting out of their bodies. Lu Qing was instantly swallowed up by the surging waves. The blood waves coalesced into slender palms, gently caressing his cheeks and chest, leaving a series of damp, sticky sensations. He's really handsome, and his muscles are so well defined and attractive. Avril's soft laughter echoed throughout the sea of blood, where bloody hands, like groping hands, were everywhere. On the ground, Su Lingwei looked up at the scarlet sky, her face tense. She couldn't see Lu Qing's figure, but she could faintly smell the ambiguous atmosphere emanating from inside. She was consumed by jealousy and raised her hand, shouting out her word of power, no teasing. The Count's act of punishing the Duke backfired instantly, causing blood to flow from her nose, but she stubbornly pursed her lips. The sea of blood trembled slightly at the force of this power. Immediately afterwards, another muffled groan came from the depths of the sea of blood. Lu Qing was also affected by this backlash. Hearing that familiar voice, Su Lingwei immediately bit her lip fiercely. "You bad guy." He wiped the blood from his nose, feeling both amused and exasperated. All he did was glance at that woman a few more times. He cast aside these distracting thoughts, looked up and surveyed the rolling waves of blood around him, his eyes burning with even greater excitement. Blood sea transformation? This is your second form, very good. It would be impolite not to reciprocate, so I'll show you what I'm capable of. Imperial flame activate. As the low shout fell, his figure vanished instantly. In the next instant, a cluster of jet black fire lotuses suddenly bloomed in the center of the sea of blood. The black flames were as thick as ink, seemingly capable of swallowing light, and forcefully carved out half of the sky in the sea of blood. And so, the many vampires looked up and saw this unprecedented and wondrous sight. Half of it is a sea as red as blood, and the other half is a fiery hell as black as ink. Water and fire are inherently incompatible, yet at this moment they each occupy half of the land, confronting each other fiercely. Chapter 75, Bullying the Few with the Many? As the inky night descended, the space atop Yanjing Mountain twisted into a deep vortex. If the Brook tribe hadn't previously designated a radius of tens of kilometers as a non-sensory zone, this strange sight would surely have made headlines in major media outlets around the world. At the summit, the scene appears calm and silent, but beneath the surface, a turbulent undercurrent is surging. The crimson expanse, resembling a sea of blood, clashed violently with the pitch-black darkness, like flames from the underworld, high in the sky. However, there was no deafening roar as people had imagined. Instead, there was only a chilling silence that made one feel uneasy and nauseous. It was as if all the sounds in the world had been mercilessly stripped away, leaving only the oppressive feeling of waves crashing down one after another. None of the vampires in the square dared to raise their heads. Their necks seemed to be filled with heavy molten lead, forcing them to bow deeply, almost touching the ground. The scene in the square was even more absurd. Su Lai, the dignified patriarch of the Brook family, was being chased by his ancestor, who seemed to have come back from the dead, and was being brutally beaten with his fists. He staggered and panicked, his former dignified demeanor completely gone. On the other side, Lei Shi, the leader of the Lazenba tribe, was being casually tossed around like a shuttlecock by a giant bat with a wingspan of 4 meters. His figure drew irregular parabolas in the air. The two clan leaders' disheveled appearance instantly transformed the solemn battlefield into a farcical escape drama. The lower-ranking vampires were engaging in a polite brawl. Swords and claws clashed back and forth, seemingly fiercely, but in reality, both sides deliberately avoided each other's vital points. The scene was more like a group of people dancing a ballroom dance filled with the smell of blood. Didn't we agree to wipe out the entire Brook clan tonight? Yes, but who would have thought that the script would suddenly include a scene of an ancestor chasing and beating his grandson? Get back somewhere quickly, that black fire is almost roasting my bangs. They waved their fists idly, their bloodshot eyes conveying a bewildered "what should we do" sentiment. Their initial hatred had been replaced by confusion. In the very center of the battlefield, there exists a strange area that resembles a vacuum. Su Lingwei and Uncle Luo were tightly surrounded by 11 Marquis' personal attendants, each as imposing as an iron tower. The giant axe, a symbol of power and mystery, was stuck diagonally at their feet, its blade gleaming with a strange and eerie light in the reflection of the black fire. Su Lingwei raised her eyes, her slightly pale lips curving into a mischievous smile. Ever since that guy landed, this war has completely deviated from its original course, running off course like a wild horse. Uncle Luo had already torn off his tuxedo, revealing a bare upper body with clearly defined muscles, exuding a powerful aura. He idly twirled the tang sword in his hand, bowing slightly towards the raging black flames above his head as if to express his respect. Young Master Lu Qing, that's the kind of guy who can quell any dissent. On the periphery, 20 enemy marquises watched from afar, their eyes revealing hesitation and apprehension. The 10 marquises of the Lazenba tribe whispered among themselves, should we strike first and seize the person with royal blood? His companion glanced at the guards wearing silver masks and his throat tightened, a hint of fear in his voice. Those 11 monsters were probably no match for them. The 10 marquises of the Brook tribe were also whispering among themselves, should we try to snatch the sacred artifact back first? Rob? Didn't you see the footprints of the patriarch on the axe handle? Let's wait and see. Thus, these 20 high-level combatants fell into silence. Rather than waiting for the patriarch to give orders, they were more afraid of the powerful figure above them who controlled the black flames, fearing that they might accidentally displease him and have him swing his axe down. Just then, the seemingly calm sky suddenly began to boil. The sea of blood and the black fire surged and churned violently at the same moment, as if two trapped giant beasts were making their final struggle. The splattered blood and sparks landed on the square, instantly carving out shocking, unhealable bloody holes. Deep within the sea of blood, Saintess Avril's once arrogant voice cracked for the first time, filled with shock and disbelief. Your black flames can actually devour my sea of blood? From within the black flames, Lu Qing's lazy voice drifted out. You only realized it now? Too bad it's too late. In the next instant, the black flames surged like a raging wave, just like an angry beast slapping its tail, sweeping up the entire sea of blood and enveloping it completely. The evaporated blood vapor emitted a silent shriek, as if thousands of ghosts were simultaneously suffering from the merciless scorching of the blazing sun, enduring unbearable pain. Avril struggled to raise half of her still alluring yet terrified face. She looked down furiously and roared, a bunch of useless idiots. Go and capture those two with royal blood. However, before she could finish speaking, she was suddenly pulled back by the surging black flames, leaving only a muffled groan echoing in the air. Her shout was like lighting a fuse. Su Lai and Lei Shi, who were frantically fleeing, roared at the top of their lungs almost simultaneously, ceasefire. Go and rescue them. Whoever can obtain the royal bloodline first will be rewarded with a drop of true blood. Thousands of scarlet eyes instantly turned in unison, like a surging crimson tide, rushing menacingly towards the small circle in the center of the square. Su Lingwei looked up and gave Heiyan a mischievous smile. This is really bad. At the edge of the black flames, Lu Qing's figure quietly appeared. His cold gaze, like a sharp knife, swept coldly over the swarming blood clan. Just because you have more people doesn't mean you can bully the few. He tilted his head slightly and snapped his fingers crisply at the giant bat swirling in the air. Little guy, go gather your helpers. Chirp, chirp. The bat let out a sharp screech, and a ring of sound waves, clearly visible to the naked eye, pierced straight into the ancestral mountain like a sharp arrow. Just a few breaths later, the sound of wings rolling in like dark clouds looming overhead. Hundreds of thousands of blood devourers blotted out the sky and the moon, like a huge, upside-down river of blood, cascading down with overwhelming force. The vampires at the forefront seemed to be suddenly frozen in place, coming to an abrupt halt. Their faces instantly turned even paler than the pale moonlight. They finally remembered, as if waking from a dream. The man's axe was not only incredibly powerful and terrifying. The minions he summoned were even more terrifying, capable of swallowing one whole in one gulp, as easily as sucking something through a straw. Chapter 76. My sister gives up, let me go. A young count of the Brook family was running frantically when suddenly, a noisy sound, like an impending storm, came from above. He instinctively looked up, and in that instant, all the blood in his body seemed to freeze. My God! Why would all the blood devourers from Ancestral Mountain be mobilized? More than 100,000 giant blood-devouring creatures, each over a meter long, covered the sky like a thick black cloud, completely obscuring the stars and the moon. They roared as they swooped down. Whether they were members of the Brook or the Lazenba vampires, they all seemed to be frozen in place for a moment, standing there motionless. This suffocating sense of oppression. They're all blood devourers of the marquis rank. A member of the Lazenba tribe said in a trembling voice, his legs shaking uncontrollably. More than 100,000 marquis-level blood devourers flapped their wings simultaneously, creating turbulence that nearly tore the air apart. Suddenly, a shrill scream transformed into a tangible sound wave, sweeping out in all directions. The Lazenba tribesman clutched his head and fell to the ground, his eardrums throbbing with excruciating pain as if they had been ruptured. He could only roar and roll on the ground. Similar screams echoed one after another, and all the vampires below the rank of count were rolling on the ground clutching their ears. Immediately afterwards, a bloody hunt began. The swarm of blood-devouring creatures swooped down from the dark clouds, their gleaming white fangs piercing deep into the vampires' necks before they began to greedily suck their blood. My blood, ah! My lord, save me! Get away! You damned bat! The pitiful screams continued endlessly, and large numbers of vampires were covered with one or even several bloodworms. Even the marquises seemed flustered and unable to cope with the scene. However, not long after, some vampires discovered a strange phenomenon. As long as you stand still, the blood devourer will fly over your head and stop attacking. Those vampires who attempt to charge into the small circular formation at the center of the battlefield will be hunted down most fiercely. Don't move. Stop. Don't run around. You'll be safe as long as you stop. More and more vampires seemed to be frozen in place, their bodies covered in blood, yet they dared not move an inch. The blood devourer hovered slowly in the low sky, as if carefully examining what lay below. If anyone made the slightest movement, it would pounce and kill them immediately. They really won't attack anymore. This is absolutely unbelievable. Just as everyone was recovering from their shock, their minds were filled with doubt. A timid and cowardly viscount cautiously began to speak. Could these blood-devouring creatures have been summoned by that lord? If we don't touch Su Lingwei, will we survive? He deliberately kept us around. He might have other plans. After the viscount finished speaking, he quickly pulled his neck back. The vampires remained silent, but they all remembered that the largest blood beast they had encountered earlier had indeed been summoned by the powerful figure in the sky. With the blood-devouring ability of a marquis, it would not have been difficult to slaughter all the vampires in this place, yet he spared their lives. The answer is obvious. Who would dare to make a move then? High in the sky, the black flames had completely enveloped the sea of blood. The original scarlet color gradually faded, leaving only the pitch-black flames rolling and surging. The sea of blood was compressed to only about 10 feet in size. Although it was still struggling, it eventually calmed down. At this moment, Avril's charming voice rang out again. Good little brother, I give up, please let me go. The black flames condensed into the shape of Lu Qing, who smiled slightly and shook his head. I'm sorry, I won't let anyone leave today. Avril remained undeterred as the blood mist spread, her voice grew even more alluring. I'll give you anything, is that all right? Lu Qing's eyelids twitched slightly, but he still waved his hand. I said I wouldn't let go, and I absolutely won't. The sea of blood suddenly contracted, condensing into Avril's true form. Her golden curls cascaded down like a waterfall, her skin was as white as snow, and her appearance was stunning, still radiating a captivating charm. However, her aura had dropped from the level of a peak duke to the level of someone who had just entered the duke realm. She sneered, You really think you can kill me? Lu Qing raised her hand, and the black flames instantly transformed into a cage, trapping her inside. The flames burned her, her skin charred and then regenerated, and although her body trembled, a beautiful smile still graced her face. I, your sister, possess true immortality. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes. This is your third ability, immortality? That's right. Avril licked her lips. How about we talk about the terms? Even if you don't die, you will suffer endless pain. Enjoy it slowly. The cage suddenly contracted rapidly, and the black flames transformed into countless needles, piercing every inch of her skin. Lu Qing flapped its wings and slowly descended to the center of the battlefield. More than 100,000 blood devourers simultaneously folded their wings, transforming into a dark torrent that returned towards the ancestral mountain. The surviving vampires below saw the dark cloud of blood dissipate and were about to run away when they discovered that black flame barriers suddenly rose up all around them, completely sealing off the world. Lu Qing's eyes were as black as a deep abyss, and his voice was deep and resonant. Today, you will all sleep here forever, and afterwards you will be reborn. Above the sky, beside the bright moon, a dark, round moon slowly rose, exuding an eerie and chilling aura. Chapter 77, Thousands of lives were drained just like that? The night was as black as ink, so thick it seemed impossible to dissolve. Just then, a dark crescent moon quietly appeared behind Lu Qing's shoulder, initially like a drop of ink, but in an instant it expanded rapidly like a balloon, soaring upwards until it hung high in the sky. In an instant, it seemed as if two moons appeared in the sky, one silvery white, warm and bright, the other dark, mysterious and cold, facing each other from afar. At the same time, black flames poured down like a surging tide, sealing the entire battlefield once again. The intense heat and overwhelming pressure intertwined, freezing the 1,000+ vampires in place, none daring to physically break through the curtain of fire. This flame can erode bones and devour blood. There's no way to escape. Does he intend to bury us alive here? Questions and wails rose and fell among the crowd, and the vampires all stood frozen in place, their eyes fixed on the figure in the air. Lu Qing looked down at the crowd below, his eyes as deep as the endless night. The number of 1,346 vampires was as clear to him as if it were engraved in his mind. He had never intended to let any vampire go from the beginning. What the world calls devouring is nothing but a superficial misunderstanding. His real plan is to use a secret method to refine the bloodlines of all vampires and then reshape them for his own use. Once this thought was made up, his aura suddenly changed, and an ancient, kingly majesty slowly emanated from his body. Emperor Yan, awaken. The blood of the ancients has returned. Lu Qing's dark pupils seemed to have turned into an abyss without a trace of light. His bone wings vibrated violently, and strands of power carrying an ancient and desolate aura swirled around him, pressing down like mountains and seas. Drawn by this force, the black flames suddenly surged, and a wave of heat swept over them, forcing the vampires to retreat further. High above the fire cage, Avril's eyes suddenly flashed with silver light. She stared blankly at Lu Qing, her red lips slightly parted, and those images sealed deep in her memory suddenly surfaced like a surging tide, the fragments of content she had once glimpsed in the family's secret scrolls. So, it's actually an ancient bloodline. Someone in the world has actually awakened it. Her expression of shock was instantly replaced by madness. Her whole body trembled slightly, and her voice became low, hoarse, and fiery. Go ahead and turn all these vampires into your fuel. Then make a deal with me, the grandest deal ever. Lu Qing ignored her words, his gaze fixed on the two dukes who were fleeing: Su Lai, the head of the Bru family, and Lei Shi, the head of the Lazenba family. Crimson bloodlust. Lu Qing's wings fluttered slightly, and the execution axe burst forth from the ground. The moment he grasped it, the Holy Spirit within the axe seemed to awaken. The black blood mist exploded instantly, and dozens of times the force was poured into Lu Qing's body. His figure turned into a phantom, and then two whip kicks were as fast as meteors falling to the ground, directly kicking Su Lai and Lei Shi into a collision. The sound of bones breaking and miserable howls were mixed together. Lei Shi bled from all 7 orifices, and before he could finish his roar, Lu Qing flicked his finger and pointed lightly. ×0. In that instant, time and space seemed to freeze, and everything in the world was frozen in that moment. The dark, full moon instantly moved in front of the two dukes, its cold moonlight pouring down. The dark moon shines through the dark. Where the moonlight shines, the bloodline of the vampires is swept back like quicksand, and their power is rapidly disintegrating. In this frozen spacetime, Su Lai and Lei Shi stared wide-eyed, almost bursting out of their sockets, yet they couldn't move even a finger. No, the Lazenba tribe will not let you go. Holy Maiden, save me. Avril shrugged and scoffed, idiot, I can't even get out of here by myself. The bloodlines of the two continued to be extracted, gradually condensing into 2 crimson blood spheres that floated on either side of Lu Qing's body, and their size continued to increase. Su Lai's aura plummeted, dropping directly to the level of an earl. He struggled to turn his eyes, looking at Su Lingwei in the distance, and weakly cried out for help, daughter, save me. Su Lingwei turned her head to the side, her gaze calm as still water, as if listening to the sound of the wind. Lu Qing smiled slightly, but her voice was icy cold. Her wish back then was for you to die. As soon as the words were spoken, the radiance of the black moon suddenly surged. The 2 spheres of blood exploded with a deafening roar, turning into dust. All the essence was extracted and finally condensed into 2 pure bloodline crystals the size of basketballs, which floated quietly in the air. Thousands of vampires witnessed their patriarch vanish into thin air, and were all too terrified to utter a sound. Lu Qing flapped his wings, slowly ascended into the air, and looked down at the crowd below, a devilish smile curving his lips. Next, it's your turn. The black flames roared in anger, surging forward like a tidal wave and instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. Whether marquises or viscounts, they all let out mournful howls amidst the flames. Their flesh and blood gradually melted away, and their blood vessels were extracted bit by bit, flowing into the blood sphere in mid-air. The 2 spheres of blood grew larger and larger, becoming so heavy that even the void trembled slightly. Avril watched the scene from above, her heart filled with terror, her delicate body trembling slightly. More than 1,000 lives, just like that, drained dry. In the only unaffected corner, Su Lingwei raised her head and whispered to Uncle Luo beside her, I understand. He wants to use these bloodlines to create a new race that belongs to us. These thousands of vampires will become the cornerstone of our family. She raised her hand and gently patted her cheek, saying with a half smile, "A man like that, who wouldn't be attracted?" Chapter 78 Swallow this drop of semen. The complete bloodlines of the two dukes and over 1,000 high-ranking vampires were being devoured and absorbed by the overwhelming black flames. The two bloodline cores on Lu Qing's shoulders had expanded to an astonishing degree. Their diameter exceeded 10 meters. Inside the blood cell, crimson fluid surged like an angry tide, radiating a suffocating pressure. Lu Qing did not immediately refine the bloodlines of Lei Shi and Su Lai, as well as the essence bloodlines of the Bru and Lazenba clans. He planned to use this immense bloodline energy as the nutritional foundation for his newly established private tribe. Be gentle. Lu Qing gently licked the corner of his lips, carefully controlling the temperature and the rhythm of the black flames devouring. Below, thousands of vampires rapidly withered under the black flames, their bloodlines completely drained, but their bodies were not burned. They still had a breath left, but had fallen into a brief sleep. Bang, bang, bang. The mummified corpses fell one after another, the sound as dense as raindrops falling. 10 minutes later, there was not a single vampire left standing on the battlefield, leaving only a vast expanse of dead silence before one's eyes. Avril, trapped in the cage of black flames, had her pupils contract sharply. Although she had already guessed Lu Qing's plan, seeing this scene in person still made her body tremble uncontrollably. What a monster! After the last vampire turned into a dried corpse, Lu Qing raised his hand and made a grasping motion. Two enormous orbs of bloodline slowly floated in front of him. After being carefully tempered by the black flames, they were now just waiting for him to infuse them with his own bloodline essence. Lu Qing flicked his fingertip lightly. 2 drops of jet-black ancient primordial blood streaked through the air and merged into the blood sphere. At the same instant, the blood devourer next to him suddenly became restless, its small, scarlet eyes filled with both desire and wariness. Lu Qing smiled slightly, trying to eat something sweet? Here you go. As he spoke, the 3rd drop of source blood shot out. Grumble. Blood devourer let out a joyful cry, instantly spread its wings, and swallowed the source blood in one gulp. Its massive body trembled violently, then shrank rapidly into a tiny bat only 10 centimeters in size, curling up on Lu Qing's shoulder and falling into a deep sleep. The 2 blood orbs that had merged with the source blood began to churn violently, their original scarlet color now intertwined with wisps of pitch black, and their aura became completely identical to Lu Qing's. Renovation complete. Lu Qing gently exhaled a breath of stale air. Next. That is rebirth. Boom. One of the blood cells suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist that blotted out the sky. Black flame. With a low shout from Lu Qing, black flames surged forth, engulfing all the blood mist, and then transformed into wisps that flowed into each of the mummified corpses. The drained flesh and blood gradually became plump again. The new royal bloodline slowly awakened deep within the blood vessels. The first vampire slowly opened his eyes. He was now a baron. He looked around blankly, and then felt a strong urge to submit rising from the depths of his soul. Master of the family. He slowly prostrated himself on the ground, his voice filled with piety. Lu Qing said calmly, "Get up and wait for your kin to awaken. 1 head, 10 heads, 100 heads." All the vampires awoke one by one, kneeling on the ground and calling out softly to their patriarch. A moment later, in the center of the square, more than 1,000 new vampires stood silently, all of them baronials, and all sharing royal blood. As expected, the ancient source blood can only be catalyzed up to the royal family level at most. Lu Qing felt a slight pang of regret, but quickly let it go. If ancient bloodlines were everywhere, the vampire world would probably have fallen apart long ago. Having 1,000 clansmen with royal blood who are absolutely loyal is already an incredibly extraordinary achievement. Once they advance to the Earl rank, there is a certain probability that they will awaken dual talents and become powerful combat forces like twins. On the horizon, Avril stood there, speechless. As the Holy Maiden of Lazenba, she was originally a 1 in a million royal bloodline possessor, but now she was facing thousands of newborn vampires of the same rank as her. Her pride was utterly crushed, leaving only a complex sense of envy in her heart. I really want to taste that guy's blood. Lu Qing flew into the air, his voice like rolling waves echoing throughout the void. Starting today, you all belong to the Green Clan. I will lead you toward true eternity. Now, let's start eating. He raised his hand and waved it, and the second blood orb crashed to the ground, corroding a huge pool of blood. The newly born vampires surged forward, greedily absorbing the pure energy, and their auras continued to rise. The black flames gradually dissipated, and Lu Qing's bat wings retracted. He landed next to Su Lingwei. Su Lingwei raised her finger and gently touched his brow with her cool fingertip, wanting to wipe away his fatigue. Qingzu, what a beautiful name. I already had it all figured out on the way here. Lu Qing put his arm around her waist. I'll leave the badge design to you. Su Lingwei nestled in his arms, her eyes sparkling. Okay. Only one last step remains. He looked at Avril, who was still imprisoned in mid-air, and with a flick of his finger, the black flame cage slowly descended in front of him. A drop of jet-black blood hovered near Avril's lips. Lu Qing smiled and said, "Swallow it, and I'll set you free." Chapter 79 is not to be read. Avril stared at the drop of blood before her, as black as ink, and clearly sensed the powerful and vigorous bloodline energy within it. This aura was like the deep eyes of a demon to her, possessing an irresistible attraction. However, her remaining rationality rang like an alarm bell in her mind. Once she swallowed this drop of blood, she might have to obey the man in front of her from now on. Indeed, the drop of ancient bloodline released by Lu Qing contained a trace of his own bloodline origin. Once you devour it, that trace of your bloodline essence will be deeply engraved into your soul. No matter where he is, as long as Lu Qing has a thought, he can instantly activate this bloodline, causing the blood in the branded vampire to evaporate instantly, or even die on the spot. Avril gave Lu Qing a deep look, then suppressed all her seductive aura and said solemnly, "I want to make a deal with you." Lu Qing nodded slightly, her expression calm. "Tell me your thoughts." Avril looked him straight in the eye, her tone calm and firm. "I need your help to become the head of the Lazenba clan. When you and your people become stronger, I will need your support. Even if I am forced to go to war with my clan, you must stand by my side." At this point, Avril's gaze fell upon the more than 1,000 vampires quietly slumbering in the blood pool. Although these vampires who have now joined the Azure clan are currently only at the level of barons, she keenly sensed that given time, these clansmen would grow to be incredibly terrifying, and might even develop to the point where they could easily annihilate the 13 clans. And the creator of all this is the man with ancient bloodline right in front of us. This bloodline, which only existed in legends, actually appeared in him, and it was accompanied by several terrifying special abilities. Therefore, both the newly formed Qing clan and Lu Qing himself will undoubtedly become one of the future kings of the vampire world. Lu Qing was quite surprised by Avril's ambition. He hadn't expected her to be such an ambitious woman. He didn't respond immediately, but asked calmly, "As the holy maiden of the Lazenba clan and a third child, you should be quite qualified to compete for the position of clan leader. Why do you say it's impossible?" Avril's eyes dimmed instantly, filled with a mixture of self-mockery and anger. So what if she's a saintess? What good is her talent? In the Lazenba tribe, women have absolutely no chance of becoming the head of the family. Only the Holy Son is qualified. The Holy Maiden's fate was to become his personal appendage, or even merely nourishment for him to enhance his power, after the Holy Son became the head of the family. I see. Lu Qing couldn't help but admire this alluring and saintly woman, and sighed. Your family's male chauvinism is truly deeply ingrained. Avril paused, but didn't reply. Lu Qing chuckled and continued, If you have my mark on you, in a sense, you're one of mine. I always treat my own people exceptionally well. These words displeased the young girl next to him, who lightly pinched his waist. However, the vampire duke's skin was exceptionally tough, and Lu Qing felt nothing. He continued, In exchange, you must use your own power to conceal the fact that I devoured the branch of the Lazenba clan from the main family. The Qing clan needs time to strengthen itself, and I don't want your warlike members to disturb us prematurely. As for the Bro clan, if any of their main branch dares to cause trouble, not a single one of them will return to the West alive. This is a crucial matter that Lu Qing urgently needs to resolve. After all, he had swallowed up 2 branches of the clan at once. If he didn't conceal it, the main clan would definitely send people to investigate. He didn't want the Qing clan to confront those powerful clans with countless years of history too early. Avril frowned slightly, seemingly weighing her options, and after a moment slowly spoke, Okay, I will try to temporarily conceal your devouring of the branch from the family. The Lazenba clan has many branches, and the eastern branch you devoured is the weakest. However, with you here, it will likely be very difficult for western clans to set foot in the east again. Originally, the east only had 2 clan branches, the Bru and the Lazenba, but now Lu Qing has basically wiped them out, leaving only some scattered vampires sent abroad and a few small vampire families without a family affiliation. To some extent, the only promising member of the Eastern Blood clan right now is the newly formed Qing clan. With a powerful figure like Lu Qing, the Qing clan is bound to grow rapidly. Avril suddenly felt a surge of anticipation for the day when the Green clan would officially appear before the 13 clans. When the 13 clans realize that a more powerful family has risen among the Eastern vampires they have always looked down upon, how will they react? I can help you escape your predetermined fate. Lu Qing stared at Avril, who was slightly lost in thought, his smile like that of a demon tempting people to hell, his voice full of endless seduction. I'll help you become the head of the Lazenba clan. If possible, I can even help you become the first empress in the history of Western vampires. And all you need to do is drink this drop of blood. So, is it a deal? Avril stared at Lu Qing for a long time, also gazing at the drop of black blood, until the red light in her eyes finally faded completely. Alright, deal. Avril opened her mouth slightly and swallowed the drop of ancient primordial blood. In an instant, her aura began to slowly recover. The abundant power contained in this drop of ancient bloodline was making up for the bloodline power that had been devoured. Only then did Lu Qing gently wave his hand, completely dispelling the black flames that imprison Avril, and said with a smile and a soft voice, "You will be glad you made this decision today." After swallowing that drop of blood, signifying the completion of the deal, Avril seemed to revert to her previous incomparably alluring appearance. She stared at Lu Qing without any attempt to hide her gaze, and then licked her scarlet lips with an extremely seductive tongue. Is this the taste of ancient blood? It's so irresistible. Can I have another sip? Just one. The mark has already been left anyway. Ultimately, Avril's wish to take another drag was thwarted because Su Lingwei was present. She swayed and slowly departed. At this moment, the saintess was still completely naked, only concealed by a faint red mist. As she was leaving, Avril seemed to deliberately provoke him, and the red mist around her dissipated for a moment. Su Lingwei immediately blocked Lu Qing's view with her hand, and snorted angrily, "Don't look!" He. So protective of her. With this, the battle has come to a complete end. Lu Qing not only obtained the sacred weapon, the execution axe, of the Brute clan, but also successfully established a family and devoured and transformed thousands of vampires. He also gained a duke's personal attendant and a blood-devouring king of the prince level, making his gains quite substantial. But now, it's time to truly enjoy the fruits of victory. Chapter 80, If the West has vampires, what about the East? Led by Su Lingwei, Lu Qing stepped into the underground palace beneath the vast Chinese-style palace. The wealth accumulated over countless years by the eastern branch of the Brook people is mostly treasured here. Upon entering the underground palace, its sheer size is astonishing. The entire Yanjing mountain has been almost hollowed out, befitting a branch of a long-established clan with unimaginable wealth. The first half of the underground palace was filled with all kinds of gold and silver treasures, far exceeding the wealth of the Earl of Fengming Mountain last time, and was comparable to the wealth of a small country. Moreover, this is not all. Much more wealth is hidden in the external world of capital. Behind multinational giants, rich lists, and ancient financial families, the shadow of vampire manipulation can be found. In particular, industries such as life research institutions and gene research institutions are highly favored by vampires. Lu Qing plans to have Uncle Luo gradually take over these industries. For vampires, possessing enormous wealth is a symbol of abundance and brings a deep sense of satisfaction. Although this predilection is somewhat peculiar, it exists in almost every vampire. After passing through the first half of the floor, they arrived at the second half. This space was relatively spacious, but it was where the true money of the vampire world was stored. Lu Qing gently opened a well-sealed box and took out a blood-red crystal to examine it. The crystal resembles a glass tube, with a scarlet, viscous liquid flowing inside. This is the blood crystal? He put the blood crystal in his mouth and bit it lightly. With a crunch, the outer transparent crystal shattered, the fragments melted, and crimson blood gushed out. After savoring the taste, he said, the blood in this blood crystal is roughly equivalent to the entire bloodline power of a last-generation vampire. It's quite convenient to extract and condense it into this form. Blood crystals serve as currency in the vampire world. Since vampires are generally wealthy, money is not very meaningful to them. Over the long course of history, blood crystals came into being. The blood plasma in the blood crystal is refined vampire blood, containing abundant bloodline power. Normally, when a vampire violates the rules and is to be executed, their blood is extracted and made into blood crystals, which become nutrients to nourish other vampires. Of course, in the dark corners of the vampire world, there are people who specialize in hunting their own kind to refine blood crystals for sale. Although they will be hunted down by the vampire tribunal, many vampires are still willing to take the risk. After all, blood crystals are a necessity for all vampires, especially the ancient clans, who have a huge demand for blood crystals in order to quickly raise newborns. Sometimes, sacrificial practices occur within clans, where a large amount of blood from lower-ranking bloodlines is extracted to create blood crystals for higher-ranking bloodlines to absorb. Different levels of vampires correspond to different levels of blood crystals, with higher levels being more precious. After a rough count, Lu Qing determined the number of blood crystals in the underground palace: more than 1,000 last-generation blood crystals, more than 200 each of Baron and Viscount level blood crystals, 89 Earl level, 9 Marquis level, and even 3 Duke level blood crystals. Not bad at all. These blood crystals are neatly arranged in this half-level underground palace, and are usually only distributed when a member of the clan receives a reward. Su Lingwei picked up a Duke-grade blood crystal and stroked it gently, saying, "The energy in the vampire world is conserved. The death of one vampire means the growth of another. Unless it is completely reduced to ashes, the power of the deceased vampire will be absorbed by other vampires. Therefore, blood crystals are the true foundation of a family." Lu Cheng nodded. Blood crystals are like spirit stones in fantasy novels, which can help cultivators improve their strength, only they are much rarer. He quickly decided, all the blood crystals below the rank of Marquis should be absorbed by the clansmen. Leaving them idle here is meaningless. He planned to integrate these blood crystals into the blood pool as nourishment for the evolution of the Azure clan. Moreover, he learned from communicating with the system that he could not absorb blood crystals. When his devouring talent was activated, he had to devour the entire flesh and blood essence of the vampire to gain evolution points. Simply absorbing the bloodline power of blood crystals was useless. Setting aside the blood crystal for the time being, Lu Qing continued his exploration deeper into the underground palace, searching for something extremely important. Su Lingwei told him that there was a strange object stored in the underground palace. Although she could not explain what was strange about it, she could feel a familiar yet unfamiliar aura. She had also sensed a trace of this aura on the sacred weapon, the execution axe. When Lu Qing first obtained the execution axe, he sensed something unusual about it, and now he guessed that this unusualness might be related to something in the underground palace. Upon reaching the deepest part of the underground palace, Lu Qing saw a huge black stone coffin lying upside down on the hard ground. He frowned slightly, sensing the strange aura emanating from the stone coffin, and whispered to Su Lingwei, "Stay away, or you might get hit." Having said that, he stepped forward, grabbed one corner of the stone coffin with both hands, and shouted, "Lift." The black stone coffin, weighing several thousand kilograms, was overturned by him. What was revealed underneath was not an ordinary object, but half a withered arm. The sharp fingernails on this arm suggest that its owner must have been strong and robust in life, judging from his physique. His arm was slightly bent, as if gripping something, and his palm was covered with dense wounds, as if he had been injured by sharp barbs. Lu Qing looked at the fine wounds thoughtfully, then took down the execution axe and placed the handle on the severed arm. It fit perfectly. Su Lingwei stared curiously at the severed arm. The strange aura is coming from this severed hand. This hand looks like that of a vampire, but the aura is wrong, and it seems to have been holding an execution axe before? From the outside, this severed hand does indeed resemble the hand of a vampire. The most peculiar thing is that its fingers are tightly gripping the execution axe, as if it was directly cut off while gripping the execution axe. Looking at the axe and severed hand in front of him, Lu Qing let out a long sigh of relief and said to Su Lingwei with shining eyes, "That's right, the execution axe was held by this hand before it was chopped off. Moreover, I know who the owner of this severed hand is." The system notification sounded in his mind the instant he touched the severed hand. But wasn't that kind of creature long ago lost to the annals of history? Why can it still be seen here? Who is the owner of the severed hand? Tell me quickly. Su Lingwei's curiosity was completely piqued. With a strange yet urgent smile, Lu Qing slowly spoke. The owner of this severed hand was called Jiang Chen. So this severed hand was left behind by the progenitor of Eastern zombies. Ha! I knew it. Lu Qing laughed heartily. If there are vampires in this world, why can't there be zombies? Legend has it that the Eastern zombie clan was once incredibly powerful, but later, for unknown reasons, they all disappeared, leading to the decline of the Eastern Dark World. His gaze drifted towards the direction of Zushan, and he finally understood that the strange entrance he had discovered on the 4th level of Zushan must have hidden the secret of the disappearance of the Eastern zombies. Chapter 81. There are humans down the mountain who want to see you. Ding! Host has discovered the hand of Jiang Chen, the progenitor of zombies. The shackles of vampire memories have been broken. Secret data on Eastern zombies being transmitted. This was the system notification that had just sounded in Lu Qing's mind. As the sound faded, a faint cracking sound suddenly came from his body, as if some kind of shackle binding his bloodline had been released. Immediately afterwards, countless images and information flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. From the data transmitted by the system, he learned about a piece of history that seemed to have been sealed away by the dust of time. In the distant and mysterious ancient times, the progenitor of zombies, Jiang Chen, was born into the world and subsequently gave birth to 3 other progenitors of zombies: Ingo, Hanba, and Ho Qing. These 4 zombie progenitors gave rise to a considerable number of zombie hordes. They usually hide in the mountains and forests, mainly feeding on the blood of birds and beasts, and occasionally sucking human blood. But more often than not, they absorb the yin energy between heaven and earth, since the yin energy of heaven and earth is the fundamental source of their long-term survival. Like Western vampires, zombies also fear sunlight, prefer to live in dark places, and also drink human blood. However, there are significant differences between the two. Zombies possess physical strength several times greater than vampires, but they are not as agile as vampires in terms of speed. After all, zombies are transformed from the dead, while vampires are not, which makes the movements of zombie hordes relatively rigid. However, in terms of combat ability, a zombie can easily tear apart 3 or more vampires of the same level. In that era, the clans of the 4 zombie progenitors were few in number and scattered in various places deep underground where the yin energy was dense, only occasionally appearing. The zombies that people occasionally witnessed gradually became more and more bizarre and ferocious in various rumors. But later, a holy war broke out between the Western vampires, the Eastern zombies, and the mysterious church. Since then, all the Eastern zombies have vanished as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth, as if they had never existed, leaving behind only some chilling folk tales. Lu Qing snapped out of his reverie. The system had only transmitted this much data. In fact, this information itself was not extremely secretive, but he realized that it seemed that in the minds of all vampires, Eastern zombies had never existed. For example, Su Lingwei and Uncle Luo never mentioned any information related to zombies. I remember once when we were watching a movie, Su Lingwei nestled in his arms, pointed at the zombies jumping around on the TV, and said with a smile, "I wish there were zombies like that in the East. If there are vampires, why can't there be zombies?" At that time, he always regarded zombies as folk legends, and even thought that zombies were just a misconception created when vampires were active in the East. It now appears that zombies did exist, and were one of the 3 major races in ancient times. The vampire's memories contain no information about zombies, suggesting that he is likely the oldest vampire among the 13 clans, who issued a prohibition against his own people. This prohibition, which exists within the bloodline of the vampires, is very likely left behind by Cain, the ancient progenitor of the vampires. Lu Qing slowly deduced. After all, his bloodline was an ancient bloodline transformed from a drop of Cain's blood, and before discovering this severed arm, even he was unaware of that forgotten history. This can only mean that the shackles on the bloodline of vampires regarding that history were set by an ancestral being. But why is this happening? Is the vampire clan afraid of something? This is Jiang Chen's severed arm. Could it be that the powerful zombie progenitor was dismembered and then sealed in various ancient battlefields? Where did those vanished zombies go? Lu Qing was deeply puzzled. For some reason, there was a noticeable blank space in the information provided by the system, the section about the Holy War. It seems he'll have to uncover the truth himself. The severed arm in his hand gave him a rather peculiar feeling. He sensed a powerful bloodline force from the severed arm, which seemed capable of being devoured. However, Lu Qing decided to keep the severed arm for the time being. After all, he already possessed the ancient bloodline of the vampires. If he rashly devoured the severed arm and it triggered a bloodline conflict, he would end up being neither a vampire nor a zombie, which would be troublesome. However, the answer to all of this may be found in that mysterious entrance on the 4th level of the ancestral mountain. It is very likely that it is an ancient battlefield. Lu Qing then recalled the entrance he had discovered on the 4th level of Zushan. He tried to enter but failed, seemingly needing some kind of key, which was most likely the severed arm in front of him. "Let's go. We're going to Zushan." Lu Qing carried the execution axe in one hand and the withered severed arm in the other, leading Su Lingwei out of the underground palace. "As soon as I came out, I saw the blood-devouring king flying happily in mid-air, with a little one on its back, Chocho. After the battle, he ordered the Marquis's personal attendant to bring the little girl over. Unexpectedly, as soon as she returned, the little girl started playing with the blood-devouring king, and judging from the situation, the 2 little ones got along quite well." At this moment, thousands of Qing tribesmen had emerged from the blood pool in the central square. Seeing Lu Qing emerge from the underground palace, they all bowed respectfully. Lu Qing sensed that these clansmen's auras were rapidly increasing after being immersed in the blood pool. In such a short time, most of the clansmen had already reached the peak of the Baron level, while the blood essence in the blood pool had not been consumed much. This blood pool can't just be left here. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qing summoned Black Flame, which recondensed the blood in the blood pool into a huge blood sphere. Then, he carried the blood sphere straight into the ancestral mountain. The moment the black flames appeared, the aura of his bloodline unconsciously spread outwards. All the Qing clan members who sensed this bloodline aura looked at him with awe. Lu Qing had not devoured the more than 10 million low-level blood devourers on the first level of the ancestral mountain, so these blood devourers can still provide the Qing clan with opportunities for continuous evolution. The second and third levels of Zushan are now completely empty. After a moment's thought, Lu Qing summoned the blood-devouring king and ordered it to send half of the more than 100,000 marquee-level blood devourers that were originally guarding the fourth floor to the third floor. Next, he used black flames to create a huge blood pool on the second level, putting all the bloodline power into the second level. He then ran to get all the low-level blood crystals in the underground palace, crushed them, and integrated them into the blood pool. In this way, the entire layout of Zushan was replanned. Lower-ranking members of the clan can undergo trials and evolve by fighting against the blood devourer on the first level. After leveling up, you can go to the blood pool on the second floor to absorb the power of your bloodline. If you advance to the next level, you will be able to go to the third level and receive the baptism of the marquee-level blood devourer. As for the tens of millions of blood devourers in the first level, Lu Qing plans to have the blood devourer king issue commands to make them continuously devour and evolve each other, eventually cultivating a batch of blood devourers of a higher level, thereby filling the gaps in all the trial evolution processes. As for the fourth level of the ancestral mountain, it will be completely sealed off due to the existence of that mysterious entrance, and guarded by the blood-devouring king and nearly 50,000 other marquee-level blood devourers. Apart from Lu Qing himself and the vampires who had his permission, anyone else entering this place would undoubtedly be stepping into a forbidden zone of death. After arranging everything at Zushan, Lu Qing summoned all his personal attendants. Currently, he has obtained a total of 13 personal servants through the Royal Chosen Servant conversion contract, including 12 marquises and 1 duke. They were still all dressed in black robes and wearing silver masks engraved with numbers. Aside from keeping Yi by his side, having it carry the ridiculously large execution axe, Lu Qing gave orders to his other personal servants, instructing them to lead the Qing clan to annihilate the Bro clan and all the vampires dispatched by the Lazenba clan to various regions. They can either exterminate them or bring them back and throw them directly into the blood pool. Whether they are transformed or devoured is up to them. In short, the existence of these two-branch vampire clans must be completely eradicated. Uncle Luo was sent to receive the wealth of the two clans and transport it all to the underground palace. However, the core of the Lazenba clan was not located here, but in Shanghai, so Lu Qing specially arranged for his only duke's personal attendant to accompany Uncle Luo. After arranging all the affairs, Lu Qing was preparing to enter the fourth level of the ancestral mountain again to see if he could open the entrance when a clansman came forward to respectfully report, "Patriarch, there are humans at the foot of the mountain who wish to see you." Lu Qing couldn't help but wonder, humans? Yes, the clansman replied. Those humans said they came from an organization called the Dragon Group and need to discuss with you some matters concerning the management of the eastern vampires. Oh? Lu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing his clansman's words. The Dragon Group is interesting. Chapter 82, Did the Dark Forces become the protector of the righteous path? At the foot of Yinjing Mountain, a convoy of black jeeps, totaling 8 vehicles, was quietly parked by the roadside. The color and number of the license plates alone are enough to tell that this convoy comes from state power. 4 silent people stood in front of the lead jeep. At the very front was an elderly man with gray hair, and beside him was a rather handsome man wearing glasses. The bespectacled man glanced down at the electronic screen in his hand and said softly, "Grandpa Luo, the gunners and snipers have completed coverage within a 5-kilometer radius, and medium and heavy weapons have also locked onto that area. Several new pieces of equipment developed by the research department are placed in the back vehicles, ready to be started at any time. However, according to my data, these weapons may not be able to kill the monster we are about to face. Therefore, it was not a wise move for you to risk coming here." The bespectacled man's long, slender fingers slid across the screen, the lenses of his glasses flashing with a faint blue light as various complex data scrolled across them. After saying that, he looked up at the mountain range in front of him and said slowly, "Yinjing Mountain. I really want to call in a satellite and fire an ion beam cannon." The usually silent old man slowly turned his head, glanced at the handsome data maniac, and a smile appeared on his aged face. "Hee, destiny. I'm not trying to discourage you, but even if you unleashed a beam of light here, it might not be enough to wipe out that vampire. Moreover, we cannot withstand his wrath." The bespectacled man named Zhang Tianming did not refute the old man's words. In reality, using heavy weapons wouldn't necessarily fail to kill that guy, but the price to pay would be one that no one would be willing to bear. He could only ask calmly, if that monster coming down from above really wipes out the two vampires from before, should we really give it our full support? Grandpa Luo didn't respond immediately, but just stared quietly at the mountain. After a long while, he slowly spoke, the West's infiltration of us is becoming more and more serious. The Church and the Vampire Tribunal are not easy to deal with. If it weren't for our dragon group's determination to fight to the death, they would have been running rampant here long ago. Every living thing has its own rules for survival, and the dark world still needs to be balanced by dark forces. It's fate. If there really is a powerful figure in our East who can rule the entire dark world and is willing to protect this place, why shouldn't our dragon group support him? Haven't those two vampire clans caused enough trouble in the East? Our dragon group has sacrificed countless lives to maintain order. Grandpa Luo seemed to have opened a floodgate of words, speaking calmly and continuously, finally letting out a long sigh. If only our East had such powerful strength. What a pity, what a pity. The two what a pity seem to each have a deeper meaning. Here they come. Old Master Luo chuckled, took a few steps forward with a smile, and greeted the vampire who had already come down the mountain. Lu Qing looked at the old man in front of him, paused slightly, and he, who was carrying the execution axe behind him, also stopped. He glanced at the black jeeps and sensed a threatening aura emanating from them. From the surrounding dense forests, one could clearly hear the intense yet fearful gazes directed at them. And if he guessed correctly, there were many more long-range heavy weapons aimed directly at this place in the distance, and perhaps even more powerful technological forces in the higher sky had locked onto him. This is the power of the state. Most ordinary people are unaware of the existence of vampires, but the state is certainly aware of it, and not only aware of it, but also needs to restrain it. Otherwise, if vampires were to indiscriminately kill ordinary people in order to drink blood or satisfy their own desires, the world would be in chaos. Therefore, apart from the constraints of the tribunal and the vampire code in the vampire world, the most powerful restraint and deterrence actually comes from national power, which stems from advanced technological weapons and all sorts of strange and wonderful scientific research results. This situation should be the first formal dialogue between the state and Lu Qing. It was just a little strange that the old man in front of them, the man with glasses, and the two burly men behind them all seemed to have an odd aura about them. Physiologically, these four people are indeed human, but they faintly exude the aura of vampires? They're most likely cyborgs, or half-bloods? It seems the dragon group has researched and refined vampire blood. Lu Qing looked at the four with great interest. As soon as he appeared, the old man and the bespectacled man beside him came forward to greet him. Hello, Mr. Lu Qing. We are from the Dragon Group. It's a pleasure to meet you. We apologize for disturbing you. Seeing the other party's friendly attitude, Lu Qing smiled slightly and glanced at the cars behind him. The old man quickly explained with a smile, they're all young people in the group. They were worried about my safety, so they brought some small protective gear. Please don't mind. Lu Qing simply nodded without saying a word. The weapons in the car did indeed exude a peculiar aura, and seemed highly lethal to vampires, but to him, they were of no concern. He looked at the two of them and said directly, why don't we get straight to the point? The old man nodded slightly, a look of anticipation suddenly appearing in his eyes. Yanjing Mountain was previously enveloped by a strange energy, and we don't know what happened inside. So we would like to ask you, what is the current state of your vampire clan? Lu Qing understood the expectation in the old man's eyes and gave a suitable answer. If you want to ask about the situation of the Bru and Lazenba tribes, these two eastern branches, then I can only tell you that from now on, there will be no more eastern branches. There will only be one family in the east, the Azure clan. And I am the current head of the Azure clan. Upon hearing his answer, a flash of intense shock crossed old Master Luo's eyes, followed by a sudden burst of bright light. They actually wiped out two clans. Then, as if making a firm decision, the old man said fiercely, although we have wiped out the two races, there are still many remnants of the vampires in various places. Our dragon group can fully support you in cleaning up the remaining vampires. The dragon group's duty is to restrain the vampires. Previously, the two branches of the Bru and Lazenba were in a state of chaos. The dragon group spent a lot of effort and paid a huge price to stop those vampires who were killing indiscriminately. Now that most of the two races have been wiped out, it would be a great thing if the Eastern Blood Clan could be unified. However, Lu Qing smiled and shook his head, no need. My people have already gone to hunt down the remaining vampires. Before long, your dragon group should not see any vampires from these two races anymore. Even Zhang Tianming, the bespectacled man who had always maintained a cold expression, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This newly born family actually has the ability to wipe out all other vampires? His eyes flashed, and he suddenly saw the huge battle axe on the back of the person wearing the silver mask. The built-in scanning system of the glasses instantly detected it, and the entire lens began to flash red light. Accompanied by a red light, his astonished voice rang out, "That's the clan's sacred artifact, the execution axe? You actually obtained a sacred artifact from the ancestral mountain?" Lu Qing glanced at Zhang Tianming with interest. "Young man, you know quite a lot. Be careful not to die young." Grandpa Luo was also stunned, squinting for a while before finally gasping, "They actually got it. So, the fourth-ranked member of the ancestral mountain." At this point, Grandpa Luo suddenly waved his hand, as if saying to someone, "Bring the things from the car over." Immediately afterwards, someone from a second jeep quickly brought over a silver box. At Grandpa Luo's prompting, Lu Qing gently opened it, his eyes flickering slightly. Inside the silver box lay a withered severed arm, identical to the one he had found in the underground palace. One was likely Jiang Chen's left arm, and the other his right arm. Grandpa Luo looked at Lu Qing with deep eyes and slowly said, "Since you obtained the sacred artifact, it means you really entered that terrifying fourth level. You should have discovered a mysterious entrance inside, which can only be opened by this severed arm. So, this is our sincerity." Seeing the old man's serious expression, Lu Qing understood his meaning and calmly smiled, "Rest assured. My Qing clan will not slaughter ordinary people indiscriminately. On the contrary, as long as the Qing clan exists, we will never allow those Western vampires to set foot in the East again." Grandpa Luo's eyes suddenly reddened, and he bowed slightly to Lu Qing, saying, "Then thank you very much." Zhang Tianming, standing to the side, said with burning eyes, "If you give me this severed arm, can we also enter the entrance to Zushan? Because this severed arm may be related to a historical mystery." Lu Qing glanced at the proud yet intelligent young man, knowing that the dragon group must have also discovered some clues. So he nodded, turned around, and led the way up the mountain. "Okay, come with me. And coincidentally, I also have one of these severed arms." Chapter 83. I wouldn't even recognize you if you put your clothes on. Lu Qing turned around and led the 4 members of the dragon group straight up the mountain. The black convoy remained quietly in place, the weapons and other dragon group members hidden in the shadows already gone. Lu Qing had roughly concluded that the so-called dragon group was an organization in the East specifically responsible for dealing with vampires whose illegal and disorderly behavior was too egregious. Previously, the Bru and Lazenba tribes, as branches of the Western clans, lacked a sense of belonging to the East, and their members caused a lot of trouble, giving the dragon group a headache. Just like the big commotion caused by Earl of Fengming Mountain before, if he hadn't been swallowed up by Lu Qing, he would definitely have been dealt with by the dragon group. Now that Lu Qing has annexed both clans, only one vampire clan remains in the entire East, which is undoubtedly the best possible situation for the dragon group. Moreover, those who can enter the dragon group are probably no longer purely human. Although they have heartbeats and normal vital signs, there is a trace of something that does not belong to humans in their bodies. I'm quite curious, are the people in your dragon group all a bit different now? Lu Qing asked. Hearing his question, Zhang Tianming calmly nodded. In a sense, you could say that. Your vampire race is powerful. If we don't have enough strength, relying solely on weaponry and technology sometimes makes it very inconvenient to handle things. Therefore, we have a dedicated research department to analyze the genes and blood of your vampire clan, and ultimately extract a serum substance. After being injected with this serum, members of the dragon group can possess strength and speed comparable to vampires. Only with the addition of various equipment developed by those madmen in the Armed Forces Department can we barely have the ability to restrain you. Everyone who joins the dragon group is like this. Although we are still human on the surface, we are actually a genetically mutated species. Even more cruelly, injecting the serum will not grant us immortality. Instead, it will accelerate aging. Zhang Tianming paused here, and old Master Luo, who was standing next to him, smiled and chimed in. Guess how old this old man is this year? 82? Lu Qing guessed a number casually. No, old Master Luo slowly shook his head. I'm only 38 years old this year. Lu Qing couldn't help but twitch his eye. This was too exaggerated. The old man in front of him, who looked frail and old, was actually only 38 years old. They're willing to use serums with such severe side effects. Then can you awaken various innate abilities like vampires? A strange glint flashed in Grandpa Luo's eyes, and he nodded with a smile. That's fine. Each member of the dragon group will only awaken one ability after being injected with the serum. We call this ability shared death. It roughly means that when there's no hope of victory in a battle, we unleash this ability to drag the enemy down with us to their deaths. One-on-one, inescapable, unforgivable. Rather than an awakened ability, it's more like a curse, a death sentence bought with one's life. Over the long years, many members of the Dragon Clan have used this ability to perish together with the vampires when they were no match for them. Lu Qing nodded without speaking. This ability carried a sense of tragic grandeur. They were a group of tragic figures. After discussing this topic, Lu Qing remained silent the rest of the way. As they reached the plaza atop Yanjing Mountain, a red mist suddenly appeared from nowhere, and Avril's figure slowly emerged from it. With this ability, she can indeed go wherever she wants with great ease. Good little brother, look how pretty your sister looks in this new dress. Avril spun around, showing off her new black cheongsam. Lu Qing glanced at it casually and replied lazily, "You look better when you're not wearing it." Hee, then I won't wear it. Avril actually released the red mist again, which directly corroded the brand new cheongsam on her body, and then covered her body with the red mist. A sweet, fishy scent slowly wafted from the red mist, that alluring aroma once again. The holy maiden of the main branch of the Lazenba clan, Avril? What are you doing here? As soon as Avril appeared, Old Master Luo and Zhang Tianming immediately tensed up. The two burly men behind them immediately pulled out all sorts of oddly shaped long guns and short cannons from their oversized trenchcoats and aimed them at her. Avril narrowed her eyes, instantly releasing a powerful aura. "You stinking bastards from the dragon group? You still dare to come here? Aren't you afraid you won't leave alive?" Lu Qing stopped ahead, turned around and asked softly, "Do you know each other?" When Avril faced Lu Qing, the coldness on her face instantly turned into a smile. "I know them. When you first arrived in the East, they came to your door and insisted on warning you to behave yourself. They even self-destructed, killing 2 of your attendants." At this moment, Zhang Tianming took out his laptop and his fingers flew across the keyboard. Immediately, a signal locked onto the spot, as if a weapon was aiming at it. This holy maiden of the Lazenba tribe was cunning and capricious. She took several young men and women with her as soon as she arrived in the East. The dragon group went to confront them, but suffered heavy casualties, mainly because the holy maiden's strength was simply too terrifying. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Lu Qing walked forward on his own, "Put them all away. She's mine now, and I'll keep her in check." Zhang Tianming, who was following behind, thought he had misheard, "Your men." "Okay, let's go." Lu Qing didn't bother to explain and headed straight for Zushan. Avril obediently followed behind. At the signal from Grandpa Luo, Zhang Tianming deactivated the weapon lock, but he was still shocked. He had fought this holy woman of the Lashenba tribe and knew how terrifying she was. How could such a powerful and prestigious vampire become this guy's vassal? When the 4 of them reached the central square, they saw the scorched ground, various deep pits and boulders, and traces of melted rocks and trees. They all wondered if they had gone to the wrong place. Grandpa Luo took a deep look at Lu Qing's retreating figure and sighed softly. "It seems that the battle we didn't get to see before was much more intense than we imagined." Just then, a giant bat with a wingspan of over 3 meters suddenly landed near the group. The strong airflow generated by its flapping wings made it impossible for them to open their eyes. What a huge vampire bat! The aura emanating from it is terrifying. Zhang Tianming's face showed a hint of panic, and he subconsciously reached for his laptop again. Then, he saw the giant bat call out to Lu Qing twice, as if it were being affectionate. Lu Qing then put his finger into the bat's wide-open mouth and let it take a small bite. He then smiled and reached out to pinch the cheek of the little girl sitting on the giant bat's back. The little girl, who looked like a porcelain doll, smiled happily and squeezed her legs together. "Giddy up." Then, the giant vampire bat, exuding a terrifying aura, flew away happily with the little girl, just like a horse. Seeing this, Zhang Tianming silently put his computer away, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Avril, standing nearby, cast a mocking glance. "Useless. A mere prince-level blood devourer has scared you like this?" Zhang Tianming sneered. "Aren't you afraid of a prince-level official?" Avril smiled smugly. "That guy is Lu Qing's pet, of course I'm not afraid." Lu Qing's pet. A pet exuding the aura of a vampire prince. Zhang Tianming and Old Master Luo exchanged a glance, both seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. However, this shock continued until they entered Zushan, where it gradually reached its climax. On the first level of the ancestral mountain, tens of millions of vampire bats with blood-red eyes greedily fluttered as the group passed by. The second level was a huge pool of blood. The terrifying aura emanating from the pool sent chills down their spines. Hundreds of vampires, evolving in their slumber, floated silently in the sea of blood. These were the vampires of the Azure clan. On the third floor, when Zhang Tianming saw tens of thousands of marquee-level blood devourers staring coldly at them, the almost suffocating pressure made him almost call in a satellite to bombard the area flat. After witnessing all this, both Grandpa Luo and Zhang Tianming felt a sense of relief. If such a being were to become an opponent of the Dragon Group, the entire Dragon Group would likely be wiped out, and they might not even be able to eliminate it in the end. Thank goodness, there is hope for the East. Upon reaching the fourth floor, Lu Qing found Su Lingwei waiting there, took the other severed arm from her, and slowly said to the group, "The memories of the vampires that were imprisoned, your forgotten past, may all be here. Let's go." With that, he plunged one of his severed arms into the massive bronze door in front of him. Boom! A deep, resonant sound slowly rose, and a pitch-black entrance, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, was revealed, accompanied by an ancient and desolate aura. Chapter 84 Over 1,000 Stone Chambers. An ancient and desolate aura wafted from the dark gate. Lu Qing reached out and lifted the execution axe from behind Yi, then slowly stepped into the mysterious ancient gate. Without hesitation, Su Lingwei followed closely behind him and stepped inside. The people behind them exchanged glances, all seeing a strange tension and panic in each other's eyes. They took a deep breath and stepped into that unknown space. Lu Qing walked slowly forward in the darkness. This should be a parallel space, just like the 9 holy lands that have been discovered in the vampire world, all hidden in such spaces. He found himself in endless darkness, and with each step he took, it felt as if he were walking through an endless, lost land, with only the faint sound of his footsteps echoing slowly in the silence. In this completely dark space, without guidance, I'm afraid I'd never be able to get out. Lu Qing looked at the 2 severed arms in his hands. The faint aura emanating from the severed arms was guiding him in the direction to go. As they ventured deeper into the darkness, the energy emanating from the severed arm grew increasingly potent. We should be there soon. Sensing this vibrant atmosphere, Lu Qing quickened his pace. Even Lu Qing felt oppressed after walking in the dark for so long, let alone the Dragon Group members behind him. At first, Zhang Tianming and Grandpa Luo were cautious, but later they quickened their pace and followed Lu Qing closely, afraid that if they were to stray from the group, they would be lost in the darkness. Finally, a point of light appeared in the vast darkness. Lu Qing spread his wings and flew leisurely toward the point of light. After a brief pause, he disappeared into the light. The feeling of time and space intersecting clearly came over him, and when he reappeared, he was already in another space. The tragic yet magnificent scene before him caused his hand, gripping the execution axe, to tremble slightly involuntarily. It really is an ancient battlefield. A somber and desolate atmosphere enveloped him. He flapped his wings and flew higher, wanting to see everything on this vast battlefield. The sky was dark, and countless huge ravines remained on the ground, as if they had been cleaved by a giant weapon. On this land, countless black skeletons stand or lie in dense clusters. These skeletons were unusually tall, mostly around 3 meters, but none of them were complete. Some were missing heads, others were missing arms or limbs, and many were simply torn apart, with bone marrow scattered all over the ground. Even though they are gone forever, one can still feel the immense fighting spirit they once exuded. Fighting these skeletons are another type of skeleton. Although these skeletons were not as tall as the skulls, their numbers were astonishing, piling up on the skulls like ants. Beside each skeleton, there were at least 4 or 5 other skeletons scattered around. Judging from the lingering aura, Lu Qing instantly realized that these skeletons were the corpses of countless vampires, while the tall skeletons that were being surrounded and killed were the ancient zombies. This was just one battlefield. He looked up and saw countless similar scenes stretching into the distance. Below, the others also arrived at the battlefield. They were completely stunned by the sight before them. The sheer scale of the devastation, along with the lingering overwhelming atmosphere, was so oppressive that they could barely contain themselves and trembled. Zhang Tianming from the Dragon Group, his face pale, stepped forward to examine a dead skeleton. Suddenly, a flush of extreme excitement rose on his face. It really is a zombie corpse. Zhang Tianming turned his head and stared intently at Old Master Luo, his voice trembling with excitement. "Old Master, this is a zombie's corpse. Hundreds of years. We've finally found traces of Eastern zombies. Ha ha ha. We found them." Avril and Su Lingwei both fell into a strange state the moment they stepped onto the battlefield. Their bodies trembled violently in unison, their blood surged wildly within them, and deep within their blood vessels, a strange shackle seemed to slowly emerge before quietly shattering. In an instant, ancient information passed down through their bloodlines flooded into their minds. The existence of Eastern zombies, the Holy War, witnessing this scene firsthand shattered the shackles binding their bloodlines. Su Lingwei gently stroked a zombie skeleton that was over 3 meters tall, and murmured to herself in a daze, "So you really exist. I thought it was just like in the TV shows." Lu Qing, high in the sky, flew alone toward the center of the battlefield, sensing an unusual aura there that seemed to be related to Jiang Chen's severed arm. Along the way, he saw even more skeletons, perhaps tens of thousands, and countless vampire remains. As he arrived at the center of the battlefield, the most magnificent scene slowly unfolded before him. The land in the center of the battlefield had been shattered into fragments of sand and stone, where the bones of the vampires had gathered into a vast sea of corpses. In Lu Qing's perception, there were over 1,000 vampires with the remaining aura of marquises in this sea of corpses, and several hundred of them were dukes or princes. At the very front of this sea of corpses, there were 13 skeletons exuding an aura even more powerful than that of the vampire prince. That was the aura of 13 first-generation vampires. 13 first-generation vampires. Each one possessed the most ancient bloodline, yet they all perished here. Beside the 13 original species skeletons, Lu Qing saw 9 even more bizarre corpses. These corpses were all over 5 meters tall, and even in death, their bones still emitted a white light. Even more bizarrely, behind these 9 corpses were 12 enormous bones, which were clearly 12 wings. Only in Western church legends do angels who absorb the power of believers' thoughts appear in this form, and they are the supreme 12-winged seraphim. 13 first-generation vampires. 9 12-winged seraphim from the church. These ancient races have all perished here. It's terrifying. Without a doubt, this is the ancient battlefield of that crucial holy war. In this space, the ancient vampires, the church, and the Eastern Corpse clan waged a world-destroying battle. It seems that the ancient vampires and the church have reached some kind of consensus, and the two races are joining forces to kill the Eastern Corpse clan. To this end, they mobilized countless vampires and supreme forces, and even the church's 12-winged seraphim appeared to participate in the battle, but in the end, they all perished here. This holy war was far too brutal. With a heavy heart, Lu Qing arrived at the end of this sea of corpses. Here, 3 enormous, pitch-black skeletons stand silently. They calmly gazed at the sea of corpses, like resilient reefs in the ocean waves, resisting the onslaught of the corpses time and time again, until they finally perished in battle, never falling. These should be 3 of the 4 progenitors of the corpse clan Ingo, Hanba, and Ho Qing. Lu Qing approached the 3 towering skeletons, gazing at their dark and hard bones, and couldn't help but sigh, indeed powerful. But where is Jiang Chen? Where is the most powerful zombie progenitor? Here, he only saw the remains of 3 zombie progenitors, but not Jiang Chen's. Just as he was filled with doubt, the 2 severed arms in his hands suddenly broke free on their own and flew behind the 3 zombie progenitor corpses. It hovered over the barren ground for a while, as if sensing some kind of presence, before suddenly burrowing into the ground. As the 2 severed arms burrowed into the ground, something seemed to awaken underground. The dark soil began to churn and surge violently. Then, he saw a stone coffin emerge from the ground, followed by a second, a third. Finally, thousands of identical stone coffins appeared on this previously empty land. These stone coffins had been buried deep underground for a long time, and only reappeared after the 2 severed arms went in. It was really too strange. What surprised Lu Qing even more was that he sensed a faint aura within these 1,000 enormous stone coffins. The aura was faint, yet real. It was different from that of the vampires and the seraphim. It was the aura of the zombies. Along with the discovery of 1,000 stone coffins, a dried-up heart also appeared. The heart was riddled with cracks, yet it was still beating eerily and weakly. A faint black mist emanated from the withered heart, and it was this mist that enveloped all the stone coffins. The 2 severed arms danced merrily around this withered heart. This is Jiang Chen's heart? Lu Qing guessed softly. To his utter astonishment, the heart, along with the 2 severed arms, flew straight to him and hovered silently. At this moment, a gentle breeze seemed to suddenly blow across the entire Holy Land battlefield. Chapter 85. Such soft little hands. 1,000 giant stone coffins stand silently in rows. The remains of 3 progenitors of zombies bear witness to their past majesty. The remains of the 9-headed, 12-winged seraph, though vanished, still seem to radiate a divine afterglow. The remains of 13 first-generation vampires demonstrate the power of the ancient vampire race. And the sea of corpses, composed of countless vampires and undead, exudes an aura of tragedy and devastation. This silent ancient battlefield seems to be a place where countless remnants of will converge. At that moment, when that withered heart appeared, it was as if all the invisible wills were focused on Lu Qing alone. His hands trembled slightly involuntarily, and a cacophony of sounds filled his ears. No! No! You have the blood of my vampires flowing through your veins. You must never betray me. We, the Eastern Corpse Clan, will never submit. Filthy creatures, perish under the holy light. Eat it. Eat it now. Kill. Devour all the unclean souls. The chaotic sounds and roars momentarily stunned Lu Qing. He stared at the withered heart before him. This was the heart of Jiang Chen, the most powerful progenitor heart of the Eastern zombies. It has survived to this day despite the long and rich history of the world. After a long pause, Lu Qing suddenly sighed softly and said, "Do you want me to eat you? But what if I turn into a monster because of that?" He could sense that a drop of incredibly pure blood remained in this heart, the blood of the progenitor. It was this last drop of blood that released the dense aura of death, allowing the thousands of stone coffins buried deep underground to retain a faint breath. However, this drop of ancestral blood seems to be running out. As if hearing his question, Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, a deep, muffled heartbeat echoed through the heavens and earth, thump. Thump thump. For some reason, Lu Qing felt a surge of urgency, and a deeply moving entrustment: the Eastern race should not perish. Though you possess vampire blood, you are also a person of the East. Carry on the legacy. After a long silence, Lu Qing finally slowly raised his head and said, "As you wish." With that, he picked up the dried-up heart and put it in his mouth. Bitter, astringent. The single drop of ancestral blood in Jiang Chen's heart instantly exploded within his body, transforming into countless drops of purplish gold blood that rapidly merged into every inch of his flesh and blood. After swallowing this drop of ancestral blood, a huge roar resounded in Lu Qing's mind, as if an even larger battlefield had appeared before him. Those scenes buried by the dust of history replayed before his eyes. It was still this ancient battlefield. On the battlefield, a giant zombie, 3 zhang tall, held an execution axe and gazed at the boundless blood race opposite. Above the sky, a 12-winged seraph spread its wings, scattering golden light as if a golden rain were falling. 13 first-generation vampires flapped their black bat wings, emanating a blood aura that blotted out the sky. Behind him were 3 equally gigantic zombie ancestors, along with hundreds of thousands of corpses, with endless corpse energy permeating the air. They faced an enemy many times their size, with vampires and church angels joining forces to launch a devastating attack. Countless roars converged into a deafening howl as the Eastern Corpse Clan fearlessly charged forward. With their proud and powerful bodies, they fight to tear apart their enemies, or are torn apart by their enemies. This is a never-ending holy war, until one side is completely destroyed. He pounded his chest with his rough, large hands, his sharp fangs piercing his lips and drawing out purplish gold blood. Roar! He let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, and led the 3 progenitors of the Corpse Clan, resolutely charging towards the angels and the first generation of beings. As the most powerful of the 3 races, they are fearless, with the flames of their souls burning in their eyes. The corpse race's powerful physique makes them almost immune to all physical attacks. However, the number of vampires was too great, and the supreme power was too overwhelming. All the vampires were eventually submerged by the endless sea of blood, while he, along with the 3 progenitors, burned all his power. Seraphim were torn apart one by one, and the first generation of vampires were cleaved into pieces by the executioner's axe in his hand. But in the end, the Corpse Clan was still wiped out. The 3 progenitors were devoured by endless holy light and perished, and the last first-generation vampire was also brutally bitten to pieces by him. After slaying all the supreme powers, his own power was also completely burned away, and his arms had long been torn apart to an unknown location. With his last strength, he protected the 1,000 corpses left behind by the 3 progenitors, letting them slumber underground, and leaving his own heart as a seal. He exhausted all his strength, his soul dissipated, but his body remained indestructible. So the remaining vampires and the church cut his remaining body and bloodline power into 4 parts and sealed them in different eerie areas. After the surviving vampires and the church withdrew from this ancient battlefield, the church sealed away all information about the existence of the undead, while the vampires used a drop of Cain's blood to plant a bloodline restriction on all their descendants, erasing their memories of the Holy War. Thus, the existence of the Eastern Corpse Clan was completely forgotten by both races. These scenes felt as if they were actually happening before Lu Qing's eyes. He felt as if he were the one wielding the executioner's axe, and he could truly feel the anger, the indomitable will to shatter the sky even in dire straits, and the endless desolation after the annihilation of all the corpse race. This emotion compelled him to let out the same roar. Roar! On the silent ancient battlefield, Lu Qing's roar suddenly rang out. Following behind, Su Lingwei's eyes instantly turned blood red, and her bloodline power erupted to its limit as she charged towards Lu Qing, who was floating in mid-air. However, her arm was suddenly grabbed. Su Lingwei turned her head coldly, looking expressionlessly at Avril, who was holding her back, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. "Let go." Avril was startled by the sudden murderous intent in his eyes and said helplessly, "I just helped you up. Is it really necessary to act like you want to kill me? Is that guy really that important to you?" Her response was a cold voice, word of power, severed hand. As Su Lingwei's voice faded, hiss. A bloodstain suddenly appeared on Avril's arm as she was being pulled, and Su Lingwei herself suffered a backlash from using her word of power beyond her level, with crimson blood instantly flowing from the corner of her mouth. Okay. I won't pull you anymore." Avril quickly withdrew her hand and said seriously, "That guy seems to be in a very strange state right now. We both have his blood in our bodies, you should be able to feel it too." At this point, Avril's face turned serious. "If you get close to him now, you might be torn to shreds by the force around him. Including me. If he wakes up and sees you turned into a pile of minced meat, I'm definitely going to be in trouble too." Avril stubbornly stood in front of Su Lingwei, mainly because she was worried that if the woman were to get hurt under her nose, that guy might take his anger out on her. Su Lingwei gradually calmed down. She could naturally sense Lu Qing's state and the terrifying aura surrounding him, but she couldn't help feeling worried. Zhang Tianming, who was watching the scene unfold, was equally shocked, but still muttered with some doubt, "This supernatural power is indeed terrifying, but it shouldn't be so powerful that even a slight touch would kill someone." Avril immediately smiled and looked at him. "Little guy from the dragon group, you know nothing about power. Why don't you come into my red mist and we can have a good chat? I'm a little hungry right now." Zhang Tianming did not respond, but silently pulled out a strangely shaped gun. Avril glanced at the gun and scoffed, "Boring. Those disgusting bullets again?" Then, too lazy to pay any more attention to Zhang Tianming, she swayed her alluring figure and came to Su Lingwei's side, and together they looked up at the figure in the sky. Just as Avril realized that Su Lingwei's attention was entirely focused on the sky, she quietly took Su Lingwei's hand. But Su Lingwei immediately realized what was happening and turned to meet her gaze coldly. Seeing that her little trick had been discovered, Avril remained calm and instead gave Su Lingwei an extremely seductive smile, so soft. Just then, an invisible wind suddenly swept across the ancient battlefield. At the same time, all the bones began to slowly dissipate under the breeze, as if they had completed their mission of guarding for countless years and finally turned to ashes. All the ashes were swept up by the wind and disappeared into the world, as if nothing had ever existed. All that remained were the 1,000 silent stone coffins and Lu Qing, who slowly opened his eyes in the sky. At this moment, he exuded a completely different and powerful aura. Chapter 86: The Power of the Primordial Ancestor. Call. Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, an even more violent wave of energy erupted like a surging tide. The ancient battlefield, which had returned to calm, seemed to be instantly infused with vibrant life, and awakened once again. The overwhelming yin energy and corpse energy quickly condensed and lingered for a long time, making this place shrouded in a heavy mist. Within this yin energy formed from countless departed Eastern corpses, a faint sense of joy was being conveyed. The 1,000 enormous stone coffins trembled simultaneously, as if the remaining Eastern Corpse clan members inside had sensed Lu Qing's presence. The entire world seemed to be immersed in an atmosphere of jubilation, overjoyed at the return of the aura of the progenitor of the Corpse clan. Among the crowd below, Avril, the vampire duke, was the first to react. The sudden aura made her instinctively feel disgusted, yet she was also deeply shocked by it. A faint red mist emanated from her body, clearly caused by intense emotional turmoil. "This guy is a monster," Avril exclaimed. "He can actually absorb another kind of zombie bloodline power. What is this? Twin bloodlines? There has never been anything like this in the history of the vampires. No, it should be said that he is the only one of his kind in the entire world." As Avril sensed the dense aura of death, her gaze fell upon the thousands of stone coffins, and she murmured to herself, "If those old guys from the 13 clans were to witness this scene, they would probably be so surprised they'd jump out of their coffins. The forgotten Eastern Corpse clan is about to return to the world in such a way. Moreover, the bloodline of the progenitor of the Corpse clan has been passed down in such a terrifying vampire." Avril's eyes held both fear and a hint of anticipation. Once this man fully awakens, it will mean that the long-lost Corpse clan will also awaken. Sooner or later, these corpses, under his leadership, will exact revenge on the 13 clans. What will be the expressions of the 13 clans when they see these corpses? Thinking of this, Avril couldn't help but lick her slightly dry lips. This is really something to look forward to. Because of her agreement with Lu Qing, the stronger he becomes, the more Avril will have to rely on. Although the first generation of the Lazenba clan participated in the Holy War, the blood feud will only be avenged on those involved. She wouldn't mind giving away half of the Lazenba clan's vampires if she wanted to quell Lu Qing's anger in the future. At the same time, as Lu Qing's strength continued to increase, the mark imprinted in Avril's bloodline became more and more profound. The brand that covered her bloodline filled her mind with images of Lu Qing. At that moment, her blood seemed to boil, her fair skin quickly flushed pink, and her eyes sparkled as she playfully complained, "Oh no, I'm going to get drunk." Several members of the dragon group were also immersed in this oppressive aura. Grandpa Luo looked up at the sky, and a tear slid down his aged face. At this moment, his thoughts seemed to return to the countless battles against the vampires. He remembered the dragon group members who sacrificed themselves by activating the shared death ability without hesitation, and his companions who eventually died in the laboratory while developing weapons to counter the vampires. He muttered unconsciously, "Great. The East finally has the power to rival the Western vampires. The Qing clan, and him now. As long as you're willing to stand with the East, the entire nation of China will support you." Unlike the dazed old man, Zhang Tianming's thin face revealed a hint of fanaticism. On his glasses, countless data points scrolled wildly, some even flashing a dangerous red light, accompanied by a slight vibration. Alarm! Alarm! Energy fluctuations detected in a super-level organism. No weapon capable of eliminating this organism has been found at present. SSS level crisis management. Evacuation recommended. This is the detection device he carries, which issued an alarm because it automatically detected the energy overflowing from Lu Qing's body. This situation is directly classified as an SSS level crisis, which means that if necessary, large-scale thermal weapons can be used for attack at any cost. However, data shows that none of the technological weapons currently in the Dragon Group's possession are capable of completely destroying Lu Qing. Zhang Tianming nervously licked his dry lips and said, "All the data values have reached their peak, it should have broken through the limit. This guy is indestructible. He has vampire bloodline, and he can even fuse with other bloodlines. If those lunatics in the research department saw this, they would probably go crazy. They might even kneel down and beg him for a drop of blood to take back for research." Ding! Detected that the host has consumed the blood of the progenitor of the corpse clan. Current level of progenitor's blood devouring 17. Second bloodline awakened. The vampire evolution system has been reset to the ultimate evolution system. Ultimate evolutionary goal, unknown. Final evolution level, unknown. Host information updating. Above the sky, Lu Qing finally slowly opened his eyes. Unlike before, his eyes were now one jet black and the other a purple gold color, as if two completely different auras lingered within them. He looked at his hands, feeling the new bloodline within him, and murmured, "Is this the bloodline power of the progenitor of the corpse clan?" That purplish gold bloodline power flowed quietly through his body. Strangely enough, it did not conflict with the ancient bloodline power of the vampires that already existed within him. It seems that this power of the progenitor bloodline of the corpse clan has been dormant until it is activated. Lu Qing had already realized that the bloodline power of the primordial corpse clan was different from that of the blood clan, and did not possess many strange abilities. If you had to describe the bloodline of the corpse clan in 2 words, they would be physical and violent, the ultimate physical body and the ultimate violence. When the power is strong enough, the body can even be immune to all physical attacks. Furthermore, the power contained within their bodies is far greater than that of other vampires of the same level. Withstanding all attacks with a powerful physique and then crushing everything in front of you with immense force is that simple and direct. In addition to the vampire's agility and self-healing abilities, Lu Qing almost possesses the ability to be truly immortal under any circumstances. Of course, the premise is that I have devoured all the ancestral bloodline. After all, I have only devoured 1/7 of the ancestral bloodline so far. What he just devoured was merely a drop of ancestral blood from Jiang Chen's heart, which was also the key to unlocking the bloodline of the corpse clan. The body of the progenitor Jiang Chen was divided into 7 parts, and only by consuming them all could he complete his true evolution. The system also indicated that his current devouring progress is 1/7. Having devoured just 1 heart, he not only fully awakened his ancestral bloodline, but the heart in his chest also became many times stronger. Even if his heart is removed, the heart, which has been fused with the blood of the progenitor, will not be easily destroyed. As long as his heart is alive, he will never die. Then let's devour 2 more parts. Lu Qing summoned Black Flame, placed the 2 severed arms in front of him, and used Black Flame to forcibly melt the severed arms into his body. At the same time, the system notifications sounded again. Devouring Jiang Chen's severed arm X2. Devouring the bloodline of the progenitor X2. Progenitor bloodline completion progress, 3-7. What followed was an even more powerful and brutal force rampaging through his body. His ancestral bloodline was activated, and his arms began to change. Boom! The clothes on his arms burst open instantly, revealing rock-like muscles that bulged high and were as hard as iron. His arms had swelled up considerably, and even the skin on his arms had turned a purplish gold color. Such brutal power. Lu Qing raised his arm and tried to clench his fist. The sound of air being crushed was clearly heard. These fists are indestructible, as if they could crush everything in the world. That's a fist the size of a sandbag, Lu Qing said, somewhat amused and exasperated. Because only his heart and arms have mutated so far, he looks somewhat bizarre now, with his clenched fists almost the size of an adult's head. However, judging from the size of my arm, if I were to absorb all the ancestral bloodline, my body might swell to over 5 meters tall when I activate my bloodline. Recalling the enormous bodies of the other 3 progenitors of the undead race he had seen before, Lu Qing had a more vivid imagination of his future transformation, and couldn't help but think of a species called the Hulk. It will probably look a lot like that, but a bit more handsome. Ding! Host information updated. Personal information panel. Host, Lu Qing. Race, Vampire Clan, Corpse Clan. Bloodline, Symbiotic Bloodline, Ancient Bloodline, Progenitor Bloodline. Family, Green Clan. Vampire rank, Vampire Duke 34-100. Corpse Clan level, Progenitor Complete Form 3-7. Ability Form. Time 0, freezes spacetime, with a range of 500 meters. Crimson Bloodlust, strength and speed increased by 6 times in Bloodlust form. Royal Chosen Servant, forced into a bloodline pact with a vampire to become the king's personal servant. The contracted party cannot betray the contract. The dark moon shines, all those shrouded by the dark moon shall become dust of the past. Vampire form, Imperial Flame. Corpse form, Primordial Power. Chapter 87, Pain and Pleasure. In the sky, Lu Qing's figure flashed like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived beside the people below. At this moment, he was still in the state of activating the power of the progenitor. He stretched out an arm that was thicker than anyone could imagine and directly pulled Su Lingwei into his arms, easily letting her sit on his arm. The sight of Su Lingwei's petite figure sitting on this muscular arm was truly peculiar. Curious, she reached out her little hand and gently touched the firm muscles on her arm. She pursed her lips, feigning surprise, and exclaimed, "Wow, it's gotten so thick and strong. Will it turn into a monster someday?" Lu Qing gently turned his arm and pulled Su Lingwei, who was smiling very happily, in front of him, and kissed her on the cheek. He replied with a laugh, "Very likely. If I absorbed all the blood of the progenitor of the Corpse Clan, I might really turn into the Hulk. Are you scared?" Su Lingwei, who had been sitting on the arm, nimbly spun around and instantly transformed into an adorable figure swinging on the arm with her little hands, saying with a grin, "I'm not afraid. Hee, I still like it." Avril, standing to the side, watched with a flicker of her eye as Su Lingwei swung on Lu Qing's arm. She opened her arms wide and said in a coquettish voice, "Sister wants to do that too." Lu Qing looked at her, a strange smile suddenly appearing on his face. "Okay." As he spoke, he grabbed Avril with his other large hand. Avril had only made a casual joke, but she didn't expect Lu Qing to actually grab her. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly realized that the man in front of her was smiling maliciously. The next second, her small face was pinched by that big hand, her mouth was slightly open, and a drop of purplish gold blood was fed straight into her mouth. Cough, cough. You. Avril reacted instantly, breaking free and covering her mouth, her face filled with horror. You fed me a drop of blood? Lu Qing looked at her with a smile. Don't worry, it should only benefit you and not harm you. Absorb it well. What he just fed Avril was a drop of blood containing the bloodline of the progenitor of the Corpse Clan. He was eager to know how other vampires would react after absorbing a trace of the Corpse Clan's bloodline, besides himself. Of course, this drop of blood was the essence after he purified it, and Avril was the highest-ranking vampire present besides him, so he could only test it on her first. Sure enough, after that drop of blood entered Avril's body, her body immediately reacted violently. Her originally pale face instantly turned bright red, as did her exposed skin. Her body began to convulse uncontrollably, and intense blood energy surged within her. Fortunately, no bloodline conflict occurred. A moment later, Avril let out a sound of pain mixed with pleasure, and collapsed weakly to the ground, as if she had collapsed from exhaustion. But her eyes were exceptionally bright. "Your aura has actually recovered to the peak of a duke," Avril exclaimed in surprise. "And you'll be evolving into a prince soon. It seems your blood has plenty of nourishment." Lu Qing sensed the aura emanating from her. Under the influence of that drop of ancestral bloodline, Avril not only fully recovered from her injuries, but also took another step closer to evolving into a vampire prince. More importantly, this drop of progenitor blood did not cause Avril to undergo any fundamental mutation. She remained a vampire, only with a different kind of charm in her aura. Avril sat on the ground, somewhat absent-mindedly sensing the changes in her body. After a while, her aura suddenly surged, and her skin slowly turned a bluish-gray color. She stretched out her sharp fingers and tried to pierce the skin on her hand, only to find that the bluish-gray skin was unusually tough, and even the flesh had become stronger than before. "It's a bit ugly, but it seems very powerful." After recovering for a while, Avril stood up, and after her aura subsided, her skin returned to its original appearance. She looked at Lu Qing with a somewhat resentful gaze. "Don't force your sister like that again. Even if you had told her beforehand, she wouldn't have refused you." Seeing that the saintess was starting to act mischievously again, Lu Qing decisively chose to ignore her. "Since the vampires can integrate some of the bloodlines of the corpse race, can the members of the green race also be modified? When the time comes, a drop of the corpse clan's bloodline power will be placed in the blood pool of Ancestral Mountain. After the members of the green clan absorb it, their physical bodies and strength will be far stronger than those of other blood clan members. Furthermore, under the influence of his ancient bloodline, every member of the Qing clan possesses superior bloodlines. In the future, he might actually be able to create a group of powerful monsters." Looking at the 1,000 stone coffins that had fallen silent, Su Lingwei suddenly asked curiously, "Are the zombies inside these stone coffins?" Lu Qing nodded and walked to a stone coffin. "These 1,000 are the only remaining Eastern zombies in the world that survived the Holy War. However, there's a restriction left by the progenitor of the corpse race inside the stone coffin. These creatures might not be able to emerge for some time. These 1,000 zombies are the last remaining members of the corpse clan, possessing the purest bloodline, preserved by the progenitor Jiang Chen. But they had been sleeping underground for countless years, and their strength had weakened to the extreme. Only when they are powerful enough can they truly break through the stone coffin seal and see the light of day again. The Eastern Corpse Clan grows in a different way than the Blood Clan. The evolution and growth of the Corpse Clan depend more on absorbing the Yin energy and corpse energy between heaven and earth. In this ancient battlefield where countless vampires and corpses have perished, the Yin energy and corpse energy are practically overflowing. The entire space was filled with a dense, dark aura. As long as they continued to absorb it here, these 1,000 corpses would soon be fully awakened and become even stronger. "Now, I will add even more power to you." Lu Qing looked at the 1,000 stone coffins with anticipation. Boom! He shuddered, and a fine layer of purple-gold blood mist emanated from his body, merging with the Yin energy in the space and dyeing the entire world with a faint purple-gold hue. "Absorb it well. Try to wake up as soon as possible. These 1,000 corpses will eventually become members of the Green Clan. Furthermore, even more skeletons are buried beneath this ancient battlefield. Now, the bloodline of the progenitor of the Corpse Clan has been reawakened in him, and the bones buried deep underground will slowly transform into new Corpse Clan members under the nourishment of Yin energy. At that time, the Corpse Clan will reappear in the world." After leaving the ancient battlefield, Lu Qing left behind a wisp of Emperor Flame on the 4th level of the Ancestral Mountain, which is also the entrance to the ancient battlefield. The black flames formed a scorching barrier, making it virtually impossible for anyone other than him to enter. Afterwards, he went to the 2nd level of the Ancestral Mountain and poured a drop of the blood of the progenitor of the corpse race into the blood pool. The sea of blood in the blood pool surged instantly, and all the Qing Clan blood clan members immersed in the blood pool roared. Strands of purple gold color slowly seeped into their bodies, while constantly tempering their flesh. Moreover, Lu Qing was surprised to find that in such a short time, under the crazy catalysis of the blood pool, some of the Qing clan's vampires had evolved from barons to viscounts, and even a vampire count had been born. And this vampire count was indeed a twin who had awakened 2 abilities. One ability is similar to Bloodlust, which can unleash tremendous power and speed in a short period of time. The other ability is similar to his Emperor Flame state, which can also release black flames. It seems that not only did they inherit my bloodline, but their awakened abilities are also somewhat similar to mine. Looking at the only Qing clan vampire who had evolved to the level of Earl, Lu Qing smiled with satisfaction. These were all his treasures. After leaving Zushan, the 4 members of the dragon group, who had been somewhat silent, finally approached Lu Cheng. Before Old Master Luo could speak, Lu Qing smiled and preemptively said, "I know what you're thinking. I can give you some blood to take back and study. After all, the serum you're using now comes at a very high cost. Since your dragon group aims to protect the safety of the East and prevent the Western vampires from wantonly invading, then I'm happy to offer you some assistance." Upon hearing his words, Grandpa Luo was almost moved to tears. That's the blood of the long-lost progenitor of the Corpse Clan. And Lu Qing also possesses the ancient blood of the Blood Clan. If we could obtain some samples and develop a more powerful drug, it would be a tremendous boon for the entire dragon group. After composing himself, Old Master Luo solemnly said, "In return, our dragon group is willing to provide all support. We can even incorporate you and your Qing clan into the official hidden power system of China. Although you still cannot appear in public, you will gain the respect and friendliness of all forces in China behind the scenes." Lu Qing declined the offer. The reason is simple: he is a vampire and a zombie, while the dragon group represents humanity. Vampires and undead still occasionally need to drink human blood, but if this is elevated to the national level, people will feel embarrassed to drink blood in the future. My Qing clan will forever exist in the darkness of this world. Being bound to you will only bring more trouble. So let's maintain a relatively peaceful relationship. I will restrain the Green Clan, the Blood Clan, and the soon-to-be-born Corpse Clan. And you need to give me sufficient freedom. You walk in the light of the world, while we, the Qing people, walk in the darkness. This is just fine. However, if you discover that more vampires are coming from the west, please inform me in advance, and I will help you eliminate them. This was a formal conversation about how vampires, undead, and ordinary humans should get along, so everyone present looked serious. It wasn't until much later, when faced with a massive invasion by the Western vampires and the devastating losses suffered by the real world, that the high-ranking members of the Dragon Group realized how wise and great their initial consensus with this young and powerful new vampire had been. Chapter 88. Can I speak to him in person? Huaxia Theological Seminary, a rather peculiar institution in the eyes of outsiders, truly exists. It focuses on exploring and researching various mysterious events in history. To most ordinary people, this place seems to be inhabited by a group of unreliable, eccentric old folks. However, very few people know that this seminary is actually the headquarters of the Chinese Dragon Group. The Dragon Group's base is located on the 3rd underground level beneath the seminary. This place houses numerous departments, including a research department, an armed forces department, and a genetics department. All the strange and unusual weapons and equipment originate from here. Furthermore, under the seminary, the Dragon Group controls at least 1/3 of the satellites in space, using this control to monitor the activities of those exotic races and then dispatch Dragon Group members to carry out missions. At critical moments, those satellites carrying mysterious weapons are ready to launch. At this moment, in the spacious conference room on the first basement floor of the seminary, the heads of various departments gathered together. They all stared silently at the huge display screen in front of the conference room, which was filled with dense data, nearly half of which was marked in striking red. In the conference room, an aged voice slowly explained the data. This is the data that Tianming and Grandpa Luo sent back. Take a close look. His strength data has broken through the limits, his growth index has broken through the limits, his bloodline detection value has broken through the limits, and his threat level has been rated as the highest SSS level by the system. How should our Dragon Group deal with the emergence of such a vampire? All vampires appearing in the East will have their data silently collected and analyzed by the Dragon Group, and eventually included in the archives. But this was the first time anyone present had ever seen such data. A supreme SSS level threat? It seems we've never encountered one since the Dragon Group was founded, has it? Some questioned, is it possible that the data transmitted back by Destiny is incorrect? This kind of data is simply unbelievable. If the data is accurate, then our armed forces can clearly state that, under the current circumstances, no weapon is capable of eliminating an existence of this level. The head of the armed forces said seriously, unless we use prohibited weapons, but that would destroy half of China. More and more department heads have spoken out. They have been in a state of extreme tension and busyness for the past few days. Rumors have circulated that the Bru clan from the capital and the Lazenba clan from Shanghai have suddenly gathered at Yanjing Mountain, seemingly preparing for a racial war. Moreover, the holy maiden of the main lineage of the Western clan was also involved, and the fuse for all of this was 2 vampires named Lu Qing and Su Lingwei. As a result, at least 10 satellites equipped with weapons were aimed at Yinjing Mountain that day. However, because Yinjing Mountain was surrounded by a strange layer of flames, they were temporarily unable to know the specific situation inside the mountain. When the news arrived, all the high-ranking members of the dragon group could hardly believe their ears. The vampires from 2 clan branches on Yinjing Mountain had all disappeared overnight. Only the vampire named Lu Qing remained active. After some deliberation, the dragon group's higher-ups dispatched Zheng Tianming and Old Master Luo to investigate, and they were given the latest weapons they had developed. Subsequently, Zheng Tianming sent back a bunch of data that left everyone speechless. In the conference room, the aged voice continued, according to the information that came back, the vampire named Lu Qing seems to have single-handedly annihilated the heads of the Bru and Lazenba clans, as well as all the high-ranking vampires. He also obtained the sacred artifact from the Bru clan's ancestral mountain and has already established his own clan, the Qing clan. The report also stated that each of the newly born Qing clan members seemed to possess the aura of a vampire noble. In other words, now or in the near future, the entire Eastern Vampire clan will consist only of the Qing clan. This vampire named Lu Qing not only possesses astonishingly powerful personal stats, but even his family members are likely extremely dangerous beings. After the aged voice faded, a noisy discussion immediately broke out in the conference room. How should we deal with such a powerful and rising family, and such a terrifying vampire leader? Since Old Master Luo and Zheng Tianming have not yet returned, the important figures present can only speculate. The head of the armed forces has never had a good impression of vampires, and he speaks more directly. If all the vampires in the East were to become one, then the trouble we need to solve would actually be simpler. I propose we deploy all available weapons to raze Yinjing Mountain to the ground, annihilating all the newly formed Qing clan vampires. Then, at any cost, we should surround and kill that vampire named Lu Qing. That way, peace will be restored to the East. The words of the armed forces leader were ruthless, but they were quickly questioned by the heads of other departments. For vampires of marquis rank and above, ordinary firearms are no longer effective against them. We are currently unsure how many vampires of this level exist within the Green clan. If we launch an attack, and those marquis-level vampires escape, plus the presence of Lu Qing, the leader of the Qing clan, can we withstand their retaliatory fury? The rebuttals from other department heads made the hot-tempered head of the armed forces department somewhat irritable. He slammed his fist on the table. If any escape, lure them out to sea, then unleash a restricted weapon and wipe them out. If all else fails, have the dragon group activate their shared death ability at any cost, and overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Those despicable vampires. The armed forces leader's voice trembled slightly at the end. For thousands of years, the dragon group had paid too high a price to stop the vampires from killing indiscriminately. However, this proposal is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. I disagree. This is not a long-term solution. What if the vampires from the West come again? The armed forces leader immediately started arguing. It's because your data department is too cowardly that those vampires are so arrogant in the East. Pa! You old codger, when have we in the data department ever been cowards? When has anyone died without someone from the data department? Humph. If you're not a coward, then go ahead and fight. Just as the two sides were arguing, the conference room door was suddenly kicked open, and Old Master Luo hurriedly walked in with Zheng Tianming. Perhaps having heard the commotion from outside the door, Old Master Luo immediately started yelling, "Fight? What are you fighting for? Fight my ass. Are all the people in your armed forces department brains filled with artillery shells? Let me tell you. Even if you use all your stockpiled weapons, let alone deploy prohibited weapons, your armed forces still can't kill that vampire named Lu Qing. On the contrary, our entire dragon group will be reduced to ashes under his wrath. Are you all brainless? Don't make me do this kind of work again, I almost had a heart attack." Old Master Luo had witnessed too much on Yinjing Mountain, and his heart was filled with shock and pressure. Now, he was hurling a string of random curses, which made him feel a little better. "Tianming, go up and repeat the information they don't know yet." Zhang Tianming calmly walked to the center of the conference room, sorted out his thoughts, and slowly said, "The previous information was only part of it. There are still many things that haven't been recorded. The vampire named Lu Qing not only possessed the strength of a vampire duke, but also had 2 powerful vampire bats by his side, one of duke level and the other of prince level. Moreover, his vampire bloodline is completely different from any we've seen before. It seems to be a bloodline power even stronger than royal blood. And we followed him into that ancient battlefield within the ancestral mountain. There." At this point, Zheng Tianming paused briefly. "There, we discovered the vanished ancient corpse race, and Lu Qing devoured the bloodline of the corpse race's ancestor there. As Zhang Tianming recounted his story, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was so shocked by this unbelievable situation that they were speechless. We have reached a partial agreement with Lu Qing. As long as our dragon group does not disturb him, he will even lead the Qing clan to help us resist the invasion of the Western Blood clan. Furthermore, we brought back 2 drops of his blood. As he spoke, 2 small jade glass bottles appeared in Zhang Tianming's hand. The moment the bottle cap was opened, 2 completely different yet imposing and unbearable auras filled the entire room. This aura, it's so powerful. So terrifying. Good, damn good. The scent of blood instantly brought an almost perverted, intoxicated look to the faces of the old guys in the research department. They knew that these 2 drops of blood would bring about a complete transformation for the entire dragon group. The entire conference room fell silent. Seeing this, Old Master Luo slowly stepped forward and said firmly, "Therefore, we cannot afford to offend Lu Qing and his Qing clan. Let's not bring up the attack again. After all, in a way, he's just like us, guarding the east." There was no response to Grandpa Luo's words, only the old voice slowly sounded, then. "I wonder where that vampire named Lu Qing is now. Can I speak with him in person?" The moment those words were spoken, the conference room erupted in chaos. "Commander, you mustn't. You're just an ordinary person. If something unexpected happens to you while you're facing a vampire, we can't afford the loss." "Yes. We cannot agree." Seeing that the meeting room was in chaos again, Old Master Luo had no choice but to shout, "Stop arguing." Then a helpless, bitter smile appeared on his face. "Chief, you may not be able to see him for the time being. Because that guy went back to Jiang City, to go to school. And he said not to bother him while he was at school." Chapter 89. Everyone must believe in science. In the hilltop manor of Jiang City, Lu Qing was sitting under a huge parasol, leisurely browsing the news on his phone, with a glass of chilled watermelon juice on the table beside him. In the huge swimming pool in the yard, Xiaoqiu was playing happily on a duck-shaped motorboat, her cheerful laughter echoing from time to time. After dealing with the matter in Yanjing Mountain, the capital, he took Su Lingwei back to Jiang City. The reason is quite simple. To some extent, he is still a sophomore at that second-rate university, and the semester is almost over, with some class activities still in progress. The tutor, noticing that he and Su Lingwei hadn't been to school for a long time, called to inquire about their situation. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qing returned with Su Lingwei. After all, he hadn't expected so many things to happen when he went to Yanjing Mountain in the capital. Some of his personal belongings were still in the house he had just bought in Jiang City. He came back to pick them up and would move them all to Yanjing Mountain after the semester officially ended. Furthermore, on the Yanjing Mountain family side, most of the Qing clan members are sleeping and evolving in the ancestral mountain, while 1,000 corpse clan members are absorbing yin energy in the ancient battlefield to enhance their strength. Uncle Luo, the dutiful butler, was sent to Shanghai to take over the property of the Lazenba clan. Every single moment, his wealth is quietly growing in the hundreds of millions. Money was fine with him, but the key was the blood crystals. The Qing clan was evolving rapidly and desperately needed a large number of blood crystals to provide energy. His 13 personal attendants were also arranged in an orderly manner. Number 2 through number 11, along with some of the Qing clan's bloodline descendants, traveled all over the country, doing their utmost to wipe out the remaining bloodline members of the Bru and Lazenba clans. As a duke, number 13 was left in Yanjing Mountain to protect the family together with the blood-devouring king. Number 1 stayed by his side at all times, responsible for carrying the execution axe. His marquis servants, after being carefully fed during this period, have reached the peak state of marquises. Basically, after one more feeding, they will be able to officially evolve into vampire dukes. All the servants have been fed the bloodline of the progenitor of the corpse clan. Perhaps due to their special status, they have an exceptionally strong ability to absorb the progenitor's bloodline, and their physical strength has increased several times over. Among them, number 1, who often acted as his assistant and carried the axe, had already successfully evolved into a duke on the way back to Jiang City. Its hard body, when struck, faintly reveals a metallic sheen, making it virtually indestructible. Avril temporarily returned to the main branch of the Lazenba tribe, stating that she could try to keep the news of the branch's annihilation a secret for a month. The western main branch of the Brook tribe will most likely only notice that their eastern branch has inexplicably lost contact, but will not receive any specific information. Since reaching an agreement with the Dragon Group, any vampire attempting to enter the Eastern Territory will have their location communicated to Lu Qing by the Dragon Group once detected, and his personal guards will immediately rush over to eliminate them. Both Lu Cheng and the Dragon Group were very satisfied with the outcome of this cooperation. Given more time, once the Azure Clan's Blood Archer completes its evolution and the Corpse Clan fully awakens, he is confident that even if the two Western Blood Clan clans come to him together, he will drive them back to the West. As a result, he, as the leader of the Qing clan, found himself with nothing to do for a while, so he simply took Su Lingwei back to Jiang City to enjoy some leisure time. After all, for a period of time before, he was either fighting, on his way to fighting, or devouring and evolving, which was really exhausting. They didn't even have much time to properly date, marry, and have children with the vampire school beauty. Lu Qing took a sip of the chilled watermelon juice, scrolled through her phone screen, and saw a trending news item that piqued her interest. The news headline reads, "Unidentified creatures have recently been spotted in remote mountainous areas of several regions, causing panic among local residents." The title was very eye-catching. After clicking on it, the content was roughly that recently, residents in many remote areas have often heard fierce roars coming from the mountains and forests. Some people also claim to have seen unidentified creatures at night. These creatures seemed to be fighting fiercely and were extremely fast, disappearing in a flash. The comments under the news articles were also varied. What a coincidence! I went to the bathroom last night and saw someone fly right over my head. Location, Liangzhou. There's a building here that suddenly collapsed for some reason. I strongly suspect it was knocked down by a single punch. Location, Haishur. Big news. My mom said she saw two people running on the sea this morning. There's a rich guy around here whose villa suddenly disappeared yesterday, it was completely razed to the ground. Is there some kind of mysterious force at work here? More and more comments and related reports gradually pushed these events to the top of trending searches, with people wondering if unidentified creatures or strange forces had appeared in their vicinity. Even more outrageous, some people claimed to have photographed an alien spaceship with their phones and taken away their neighbor's dog. Others said they felt the spiritual energy in the world was off lately, and that a fellow cultivator might be about to undergo tribulation. Such satirical comments are rampant. However, the official account quickly released a video to refute the rumors. Lu Qing clicked on the video and found that the person speaking was actually the old man from the Dragon Group, except that in the video, his identity was National Professor of Sociobiology. In the video, Mr. Luo stated with a serious and righteous expression that the relevant departments attach great importance to the issues raised by the public and have already sent people to investigate and study them. The final result was that there were no so-called unidentified creatures at all. The figures that appeared in some remote areas were actually caused by special forces exercises. As for other issues, it cannot be ruled out that they are related to the criminal activities of certain lawbreakers, and the relevant departments have been notified for follow-up and handling. At the end of the video, Mr. Luo solemnly warned everyone, please do not believe in ghosts, spirits, or strange creatures. These things do not exist in this world. We must believe in science. Upon seeing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but burst out laughing, still believe in science. Ha ha ha. This old man himself is the most unscientific existence. She's only 38, but looks 83 and her blood isn't entirely human. However, he knew in his heart that the Dragon Group was helping him cover up the commotion caused by the frequent battles. Recently, under the leadership of his personal attendant, Qingzu Shui has been fighting all over the country, which inevitably causes some unnecessary noise. Fortunately, the Dragon Group helped to resolve these problems. Moreover, according to information from their personal attendants, the Dragon Group seems to be actively assisting them in eliminating the remaining vampires. Looks like the 2 drops of blood I gave last time really satisfied the Dragon Group. That's great, everyone's happy. Lu Qing smiled inside, put down her phone, and lay comfortably on the deck chair, watching Qiuqiu playing in the pool. The little girl's aura has been growing exceptionally fast lately, and she's about to break through. She's already quite a powerful little vampire. Moreover, the little girl had already awakened an ability called Dustless Land before she even reached the rank of Earl. It's unknown what new ability she will awaken when she breaks through to the rank of Earl. Just then, Qiuqiu, who had been playing with her head down, suddenly raised her face, wrinkled her little nose as if she were sniffing something carefully, and then looked at Lu Qing with a look of great alarm, and shouted, "Oh no, brother! I smell that pretty sister is making poison again." What? Hearing her shout, Lu Qing quickly sniffed the air and indeed smelled a faint burnt smell. He said helplessly, "Sigh, it really is, she's cooking again." Lu Qing stood up somewhat helplessly and walked towards the house. Back in Jiang City for the past 2 days, the school beauty senior suddenly became very maternal for some reason and insisted on learning to cook. But it's clear she doesn't have the talent for it, and her creations are often called poison by Qiuqiu. But Su Lingwei was still enjoying it, and even said that she had to cook him a table full of delicious food like a human girlfriend, so that she could win his heart through his stomach. Lu Qing really couldn't refuse, but in her heart she wanted to say, "I'm a vampire, I don't need to eat." The burnt smell in the air just now meant that Su Lingwei must have been cooking something and burned it. Before he could even get close to the kitchen, Su Lingwei, who was rushing towards him, bumped into his arms. Lu Qing gently lifted the little woman from his arms, kissed her, and asked with a smile, "Why are you running around in such a hurry? There's no time to explain, come with me." Su Lingwei hurriedly grabbed his hand and ran towards the kitchen. When she got to the kitchen, she said anxiously, "The gas suddenly went out, and the food I cooked is going to die." Looking at the dark, murky mess in the pot, Lu Qing knew the dish was truly beyond saving. He asked with some curiosity, "The gas is gone, so you dragged me over here because you wanted to?" Su Lingwei said earnestly, "Quickly use your imperial flame to start a fire for me." Lu Qing hesitated for a moment, then said carefully, "Using emperor flame to start a fire for cooking, wouldn't that be a bit too extravagant? After all, our emperor flame is usually used to burn people or other vampires." Without saying a word, Su Lingwei returned the kiss with a passionate kiss, urging, "I want it, hurry up. All right. Get ready to start the fire. Stay away, it might get hot." Chapter 90, Take me to the coffin for some activities, and I'll evolve into a marquis. The black flames that could burn and devour everything in the world ultimately failed to save the dish that the school beauty had carefully prepared. Even though Lu Qing used the same powerful control he had when he devoured the vampire dupe to precisely control the heat, Su Lingwei's dish was still burnt. When the dark-colored dish was served, Lu Qing really couldn't bear to eat it. Helpless, she had to coax Jiuqiu to eat it. Seeing the little girl wiping her eyes with her tiny hands while eating, Lu Qing felt a pang of heartache. Finally, he had no choice but to take the little girl to buy a whole box of lollipops and feed her a drop of ancient blood before she could fall asleep peacefully. As night deepened, Lu Qing took advantage of the darkness to arrive at a forest outside the manor. He sat on a rock, waiting quietly. Yi, carrying the enormous execution axe, stood silently behind him. A gentle breeze rustled through the mountains, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. As a dark cloud slowly obscured the moon and then drifted away, hundreds of silent figures appeared silently before Lu Qing. At the forefront were several silent, corpse-like personal attendants, while behind them were hundreds of blood archers of the Azure clan. They knelt on one knee in unison, respectfully bowing their heads. "Greetings, master of the house." Lu Qing nodded slightly, his gaze calmly sweeping over the group. "How's the progress lately?" One of the Qing ethnic group members stepped forward respectfully, a simple and ancient-looking badge pinned to his chest. This badge was a meticulously designed family emblem of the Qing clan by Su Lingwei, which took her a lot of time to complete. It features a pair of wings and a blood-red rose. Reporting to the Patriarch, under the leadership of the attendants, 2/3 of all vampires in the Eastern Territory have been wiped out during this period. 238 of them were taken back to the ancestral mountain blood pool for transformation. The Qing clan member calmly and methodically reported on the recent developments. Although Lu Qing's personal guards were powerful, their understanding and expression abilities were rather clumsy. They usually just followed Lu Qing's orders and rarely reported on their own initiative. Therefore, it is usually the Qing ethnic group members who are responsible for reporting the situation. Upon hearing that another 238 vampires had been taken to the ancestral mountain blood pool for transformation, Lu Qing couldn't help but show a slightly gratified smile. His blood was incorporated into the blood pool. As long as he could severely injure other bloodline vampires and then throw them into the blood pool, he could directly transform them into Qing clan bloodlines. Of course, Lu Qing would have to personally subdue the high-ranking vampire before the transformation could proceed. This means that the Qing clan will soon have more than 200 blood archers. He then asked, "What's the situation inside the blood pool of Ancestral Mountain?" The Qing clan member replied, "Currently, 12 earls, 1 marquis, and the rest are viscounts." Oh? Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. It had only been a short time, and there were already marquises who had evolved to the rank of earl, and the number of earls had increased so dramatically. It seems that the energy generated by the fusion of those blood crystals, ancient bloodlines, and ancestral bloodlines is indeed terrifyingly powerful. In this light, everything is progressing steadily towards becoming stronger and better. Lu Qing asked some other questions, then released a drop of blood and gently flicked it into the mouth of the Qing clan member in front of him. The clansman was so excited that he knelt down and prostrated himself. "Thank you for your grace, Patriarch." This drop of blood, containing the power of ancient bloodlines, is enough to allow this Qing clan member, who has already evolved into an earl, to evolve rapidly once again. In this way, he will soon be able to go to the third level of the ancestral mountain and undergo the tearing and evolution of those Marquis's blood devouring. This is what you deserve. Absorb it well and get up. This batch can go back to the ancestral mountain blood pool to absorb energy, and another batch will go out to hunt. Lu Qing gave the order in a calm tone, then casually waved his hand. Go back, all of you, and keep a low profile on the road. Yes. With his command, all the Qing clan blood archers instantly disappeared into the dark forest. They vanished without a sound, like silent and powerful ghosts. After the Azure clan's blood archer left, only his personal attendant remained, standing quietly in the same spot. Lu Qing fed each of his personal servants 2 drops of blood, 1 drop of ancestral blood and 1 drop of ancient blood. You will all go to the bronze coffin in the basement tonight and slumber to absorb this power. We will set off again after you break through to the Duke level. Yes, Master. The servants cried out in hoarse voices, enduring the excruciating pain as they rushed toward the manor's basement. They will slumber in those giant bronze coffins, and when they awaken tomorrow, they will have essentially evolved into vampire dukes. In this way, all 13 personal attendants around Lu Qing will evolve into vampire dukes. The reason for feeding the servants so frequently during this period is that Western vampires will soon attempt to sneak into the East to investigate what has happened here. With the cooperation of the Dragon Group, his personal guards will wipe out all the vampires who dare to spy, thus prolonging the exposure of the Yinjing Mountain incident as much as possible. Just 1 more month. Just 1 more month and it will be almost over. Lu Qing sighed softly, then led Yi back to the manor and went straight to the room on the 2nd floor. As soon as he entered, the beautiful scenery before him instantly eased his mood. Does this outfit look good? Su Lingwei asked as she saw him enter, then gracefully twirled around, revealing her beautiful figure. She was dressed in a vibrant outfit, a gray JK skirt, a sexy little blouse, black stockings, and white sneakers. What style of outfit is this? Lu Qing sat on the bed, patted his thigh, and gestured for the school beauty to sit on his lap. Su Lingwei put her arms around his neck, but didn't answer the question. Instead, she took out a vest and shorts, which were clearly a basketball uniform. Lu Qing was a little surprised and asked, "Why are you buying me a basketball uniform?" Su Lingwei said with a smile, "Playing in a competition. The semester is almost over, and the college is going to hold a basketball tournament. Your advisor called this morning to ask if you want to participate." Lu Qing had no recollection of it at all. Oh, right, she seemed to have forgotten to take her phone this morning. Could it be? He had a vague feeling that something was wrong, and asked with a dark face, "So you agreed on my behalf?" Su Lingwei smiled happily, Yes. You should participate. Your school life is about to end, and you haven't experienced a basketball game yet. I've also signed you up for the college sports meet later. Lu Qing suppressed the urge to laugh or cry and said helplessly, "I'm a vampire duke. I'm going to play basketball, what about you?" Su Lingwei stood up and twirled in front of him, showing off her alluring curves. "I'll be your cheerleader. This outfit is for when I'm cheering you on." Wow. So that's how it is. Since Lu Qing wiped out the Brooklyn branch, Su Lingwei seems to have resolved her inner conflict, becoming much more cheerful and lively, no longer the cold and aloof person she once was. But wouldn't it cause all the boys in the school to howl if the cool and aloof school beauty dressed like this went to cheer him on? Lu Qing said with some worry, "I'm afraid that when I go on the court, I won't be able to play basketball, and instead I'll slap the person playing basketball flying." "Just pretend you're an ordinary person," Su Lingwei kindly advised. "But can you really pretend like that?" Seeing that he still seemed reluctant, Su Lingwei instantly unleashed her ultimate move, transforming from a young girl into a bewitching enchantress. Her warm lips gently touched Lu Qing's lips, then pulled away. "Promise me, okay?" Her melodious voice seemed to possess a seductive power. Lu Qing's attention was instantly diverted. He had to admit, Su Lingwei's outfit. It's so attractive. It's clearly a temptation. Who could resist? Of course I can't stand it. Fine, I'll participate. Over the years, I haven't really played basketball much, so I'll just need to control the force a bit when I play. And the college sports meet, you can just pick any 2 events to participate in. And having such beautiful cheerleaders cheering you on sounds pretty good. Su Lingwei wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling. "Carry me, let's go to the coffin. Tonight, I'm going to evolve into a marquis." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing suddenly felt a dull ache in his body. Because every time Su Lingwei tried to evolve, she would bite him until his body was covered in teeth marks, and that feeling was rather unpleasant. Chapter 91. I need all her information within an hour. In a room on the second floor of the manor villa, Lu Qing crawled out of a coffin covered in teeth marks. He glanced at Su Lingwei, who had already fallen into a deep sleep, with lingering fear. This little woman, perhaps spurred on by Avril, always felt that she wasn't strong enough and lacked confidence, so lately she's been single-mindedly trying to improve herself, becoming both proactive and assertive. She would bite his neck or arm at the drop of a hat, actively absorbing his bloodline power. Sometimes, even when kissing, she would take advantage of his inattention to gently bite his lip and suck a mouthful of blood, then drift away with a satisfied expression and a wicked smile. This feeling is indeed a bit, but at times, it can also bring unexpected joy. Judging from the aura emanating from Su Lingwei, she should be able to evolve into a marquis when she wakes up from her slumber tomorrow. Lu Qing himself went straight to the villa's balcony and quietly activated his corpse clan bloodline. Under the moonlight, wisps of yin energy flowed into his body, absorbing the yin energy from the moon's essence, a method of evolution for the Eastern Corpse Clan. For me now, this little bit of yin energy is hardly enough to enhance the bloodline of the Corpse Clan. However, this cool and refreshing feeling was quite comfortable. He stood there in the moonlight all night until the fluctuations of Su Lingwei's advancement to Marquis emanated from the room, which brought him back to his comfortable state. As he entered the room, a pair of soft arms immediately wrapped around his neck, followed by a joyful voice in his ear. I've evolved into a Marquis. My lord. At Jiangshi Humanities University, all departments are extremely busy as the semester is about to end. 2 large-scale departmental events are coming up soon, an interdepartmental basketball tournament and a college-wide sports meet. For the faculty and students of all departments in the college, this is an important moment to bring honor to their class and win prizes. The Chinese literature professor was in the classroom, giving serious instructions about the basketball game. The somewhat balding young mentor said solemnly, "This basketball competition is very different from the past. The winning department in class will be awarded and given a speech as outstanding representatives of university student activities in the entire college. Therefore, this is not just an ordinary basketball game, but a battle for honor and spirit." The young mentor silently added to himself, "This is also a great opportunity for bonuses and promotion evaluations." Then, he glanced at the students in the class and said, "There are still 2 days left. I hope that the boys who have been selected for the class basketball team will train hard. Give it your all. Especially Lu Qing." As he said this, a hint of sorrow appeared in the young instructor's eyes as he looked at Lu Qing, who was sitting by the window, somewhat lost in thought. Su Lingwei gently nudged Lu Qing, who was lost in thought, and reminded him, "Your mentor is calling your name." Lu Qing snapped out of her daze and saw her mentor looking at her. She immediately adopted a serious and attentive demeanor, ready to be called upon at any moment. Then, the instructor's slightly mournful voice was heard, "Lu Qing, there was originally no spot for you on the basketball team. However, it was only at Su Lingwei's strong recommendation that we added you. You look so thin and weak, you must not exercise much. You need to be strong to play basketball. So you must train hard during this time. During matches, you need to cooperate closely with your teammates and fully support the key players." The young mentor put it tactfully, because in his opinion, although Lu Qing was tall, he was too thin and weak. Playing basketball is physically demanding and involves a lot of physical contact. With Lu Qing's small frame, wouldn't he be knocked flying when he goes on the court? We can't lose our bonus and performance score because of this student. Thinking of this, the young mentor became even more frustrated. He turned to Su Lingwei and said, "Su Lingwei, since you recommended Lu Qing, you are responsible for supervising him these next few days. You must urge him to practice hard. After all, neither of you has been to school much lately." Upon hearing this, Su Lingwei raised her little hand and excitedly replied loudly, "Yes. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. I will definitely supervise Lu Qing's training properly." After saying that, he turned to look at Lu Qing with a smug expression. "Did you hear that? The tutor told me to keep a close eye on you. Lu Qing, I'm giving you a serious warning. If you don't train properly, I'll tell the professor and he'll deduct your credits. See how you graduate then." He. Seeing the little woman acting like she owned the place, Lu Qing smiled helplessly and muttered under his breath, "What's the point of training? I could throw the ball into the basket with my eyes closed in one hand from 500 meters away. How are we supposed to train like this?" Although he spoke very softly, the person sitting behind him still heard him. A disdainful voice rang out, "Humph. 500 meters, and you think you can throw the ball into the basket with one hand? If you can do that, I'll eat the ball right now." You don't even bother to think before you start bragging, you're really good at bragging. Lu Qing slowly turned her head and saw that it was Zhang Tianhao who was speaking. Zhang Tianhao is a member of the basketball team. Although he plays flashy games, his skills are indeed quite good. Seeing the disdain on his face, Lu Qing sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, why does this guy always have to pick on me? What's the point? He replied meaningfully, speaking so loudly, it seems your body, which was frightened by the previous encounter with the evil spirit, has completely recovered and you're no longer weak? Zhang Tianhao had a bad time before, when Su Lingwei sucked his blood. Later, he encountered the strange incident of his answers being changed during an exam. He even thought he was possessed by an evil spirit, which scared him so much that he fell seriously ill. During the few days of classes, I had this master by my side every day, and many people laughed at me for several days afterward. Hearing Lu Qing bring up these things again, Zhang Tianhao's face darkened. Humph, even if I'm weak, I'm still stronger than you. Skinny arms and legs, when we go on stage, don't get knocked to the ground and can't get up. Lu Qing smiled and turned back, too lazy to argue with him anymore. She wondered whether she should let him eat the ball on his own, or feed it to him herself, that unlucky kid. Just then, Su Lingwei frowned and said irritably, that annoying woman is here again. Lu Qing naturally noticed the presence as well, and smiled reassuringly, said, it's all right. Anyway, she's not a student at this school, so you won't run into her. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a blonde, blue-eyed woman wearing high heels suddenly appeared at the classroom door. It was none other than Saint Avril, who had returned from the main branch of the Lazenba tribe. Wow! Look, there's a beautiful woman. So beautiful. So hot. You have an amazing figure. Foreign beauties. I'm in love. That figure is amazing. Upon suddenly seeing a stunningly beautiful foreign girl standing at the classroom door, the boys in the class instantly erupted in a low murmur of commotion, their eyes practically gleaming with lust. Zhang Tianhao leaned forward to peer inside, his face beaming with a grin. TSK TSK. This foreign girl is so alluring. Which class is she in? No way, I'm going to have her. With that, he kicked the henchman sitting next to him out of the room. Go and find out everything. I need all the information on this girl within an hour. Move over so she can sit next to me later. There were quite a few wealthy young men in the class who shared the same thoughts, and without exception, they all stared at Avril with eyes so intense they seemed to see right through her. Even without Avril releasing her vampire aura, her innate allure was enough to make these ordinary young men infatuated with her. The young teacher on the podium noticed the sudden commotion in the class, frowned, looked towards the classroom door, paused slightly, subconsciously ran his hand through his already thinning hair, and forced what he thought was his most gentle and kind smile, asking, "Student, what brings you to our class?" Upon hearing the question, Avril glanced around the classroom, a slightly shy and somewhat mournful expression appearing on her face. She timidly whispered, "Excuse me, I'm here to see my fiancé." Upon hearing the word fiancé, the young mentor's eyes instantly dimmed. Oh, I see. Avril then said in a soft voice, "My fiancé is very good, and I love him very much. But a while ago, he suddenly left, saying he wanted to come back to school. So I came looking for him myself, and I brought our child with me." At this point, Avril looked at her flat stomach with a maternal glow. Even though he doesn't want this child, I still want to give birth to him. After all, he's the fruit of our love. Lu Qing, sitting in his seat, was dumbfounded. This acting was way too exaggerated. As Avril Lavigne recounted her story, everyone seemed to conjure up an image of a dramatic, heartwarming tale of a young woman pregnant, abandoned, and searching for her husband across vast distances. The young teacher on the stage was furious, but couldn't bear to reprimand this seemingly glamorous but actually pitiful young woman. He could only angrily ask, "Is your fiancé in my class? Who is he? Point him out, and I will definitely stand up for you." Hearing this, Lu Qing suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second, he saw Avril, with a sly smile, point her snow-white finger crisply at him. It's him. Chapter 92. Youth is wonderful. You can fall asleep as soon as your head hits the pillow. Seeing Avril's snow-white finger pointing deftly at Lu Qing in the back row of the class, the young teacher was stunned for a moment, and repeated in disbelief, "Lu Qing?" Avril put on a pitiful look and nodded her little head like a chick pecking at rice. "It's him." Then, in a self-pitying tone, she said, "She was pregnant with his child, but he just left. But I love him so much, how could I bear to give him up? So I had to come all this way to find him. What can I do? My heart is tied to that bad guy." The young professor looked at Lu Qing with a somewhat stunned expression, and asked with a puzzled look, but, doesn't Lu Qing have a girlfriend? Su Lingwei. Before he could finish speaking, Avril interrupted him. Avril gave a bitter smile. Yes, I know. She's my dear sister, it's just that we both fell in love with the same man. This. At this moment, even the young mentor couldn't help but feel a small spark of jealousy. This plot is just too melodramatic. The men in the audience were already dumbfounded. What the hell? Pregnant woman traveling thousands of miles to find her husband? And two sisters falling in love with the same man? What a beautiful girl. Why can't I have such a good thing? However, just as they were discussing this, everyone suddenly felt as if a voice was ringing in their ears. The next moment, the entire class froze in place. After activating Time Zero domain, Lu Qing instantly appeared next to Avril, staring at her coldly with a forced smile. After time and space froze, Avril's innocent and pitiful expression vanished instantly, and her alluring and seductive aura reappeared. She asked with a grin, "How was my acting? Two such beautiful girls liked you at the same time, one of whom was pregnant and traveled thousands of miles to find her husband, confessing her feelings to you in front of everyone. Didn't you feel proud?" Lu Qing's eyelids twitched, and she sneered, stepping closer to her. "You've traveled 1,000 miles to find your husband, haven't you? Bringing your child to my door, haven't you? Trying to make yourself look good, haven't you?" As she spoke, she slapped her hard across the face. Seeing Avril frowning and gently rubbing her buttocks, Lu Qing clapped his hands, still not satisfied, and then returned to his seat. The Time Zero domain dissipated, and the classroom returned to normal. However, Avril's gait became somewhat unnatural after all. Lu Qing's current power was no joke. Avril put on a pitiful look again and looked at the young mentor. "Can I sit next to him for a while?" The young mentor then realized that he shouldn't have let the pregnant girl stand at the door. He quickly said, "Then you should go over there. Now that you found him, you two need to have a good talk. Young people, you must be responsible and accountable for your actions." As he said his last words, the young mentor glared fiercely at Lu Qing. With a cold face and expressionless expression, Su Lingwei said, "What should I do if I really want to twist my professor's head off? The look he gave me just now, and this annoying woman, I really want to bite her to death." As she spoke, the aloof and beautiful senior student gritted her teeth fiercely. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of all the students, Avril slowly walked to Lu Qing's seat. She stared at Su Lingwei for a while, then finally gave in and looked at Zhang Tianhao sitting in the back seat. Avril gave Zhang Tianhao an extremely gentle smile. "Good boy, little brother, come inside and sit down, or I'll twist your head off." "Ha?" Zhang Tianhao was completely dumbfounded. He subconsciously moved a little further inside, wondering to himself, how could such words come from the mouth of a girl who looked so pure and gentle? He must be hallucinating. Hallucinating. After the blonde, blue-eyed girl sat down next to him, a faint fragrance wafted over, making him dizzy and his gaze somewhat vacant. He thought to himself, how could such a beautiful girl be pregnant? And with that guy's child. "Su Lingwei, don't you have any objections?" Without turning his head, Lu Qing asked, "Why did you come all the way back from the west again?" In fact, Lu Qing already knew that Avril had run away from the west and returned. When Avril crossed the eastern border, she was detected and notified by the Dragon Group. He didn't pay much attention to it because Avril had his mark on her body. He had guessed that Avril might come looking for him, but who would have thought that this woman would appear in this way during his class? It was simply outrageous. Sitting behind Lu Qing and Su Lingwei, Avril lazily leaned on the table and said with a smile, "It's so boring staying in the Western clan. And I miss you so much since you left for so many days." Su Lingwei, unable to bear it any longer, turned and glared at her fiercely. "Why are you thinking about my man for no reason?" Avril blinked. Hee, don't be so stingy, dear sister." Upon hearing this address, Su Lingwei chuckled lightly. "Sister, you're getting old, yet you're always so shameless." This little woman's counterattack hit the nail on the head. In terms of lifespan, Avril was indeed 300 years older than her, making her a true older woman. Avril smiled charmingly, not at all inferior. Being older means you know how to cherish people better. When you're young, you don't know how good your older sister is, mistaking a young girl for a treasure. Su Lingwei sighed softly. Sister is really good at talking. No wonder she's an old aunt who's lived for 600 years. Upon hearing the term old auntie, a strange glint flashed in Avril's eyes. She tapped the table lightly with her slender fingers, creating a hole in the aluminum alloy surface. What the heck? Zhang Tianhao looked at her fingers with a ghostly expression and subconsciously asked, "What the hell, 600 years?" Avril blew a breath at Zhang Tianhao, who was staring blankly at her, and flicked his face to the side with one finger. Be good, when adults are talking, children shouldn't interrupt. Seeing that the two were about to fight again, Lu Qing had no choice but to adopt the dignity of the family head and said in a deep voice, "Stop fooling around and let's talk about serious matters." Avril then became slightly serious. "I used all the resources available in the family to help you keep this a secret for as long as possible. The Brook tribe has already become suspicious about the loss of contact with their eastern branch. Thanks to the dragon group keeping an eye on things, the vampires from the west can't get in for the time being. However, I've received information that they're currently looking for spies to directly observe what's happening here. Once the truth is discovered, even if the dragon group issues a warning, they will still send people over, and they might even leak the information to my family." Lu Qing listened quietly. It seemed that Avril hadn't been idle since returning to her family. She had used all sorts of methods. Moreover, with the power of a saintess alone, she was able to conceal the disappearance of the branch for a period of time, indicating that this woman's hidden influence within the main family is considerable. He pondered for a moment, then asked, "How much longer can we keep this a secret?" Avril said softly, "About half a month. At most half a month, then both races will know what's going on here. So in half a month, you might face attacks from two powerful vampire clans simultaneously." Lu Qing's eyes narrowed. Half a month. He originally thought he could last a month, but half a month is fine. In any case, everything in Zushan is developing steadily, and it's time for the Qing clan to officially appear before all the blood clans. Just as he was deep in thought, Zhang Tianhao's weak voice came, May I ask if I need to leave? You guys sound like you're talking about something really amazing. Vampires, devouring, slaying?" Zhang Tianhao's gaze was vacant. He felt as if he were in an absurd dream. "What's wrong with me? How did I start hearing these strange things? Shouldn't we all be just ordinary students? Why are they saying things that are completely different from what I know?" He looked at the group with a troubled expression. "I just want to ask, I heard everything you said, is there any problem with that?" Seeing his expression, Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh, and said with a smile, "You've heard about these things, of course there's a problem. You know too much, so I have to twist your head off." Zhang Tianhao shuddered violently, then suddenly remembered something and muttered absent-mindedly, "I knew it. I knew it. You guys aren't human. I must be possessed. Was it you guys who messed with my test paper being graded last time? Ah. Don't come any closer. Stay away from me." Avril leaned forward, getting incredibly close to the unfortunate man, and gave him a seductive wink. "Congratulations, you guessed right. Come on, look into my eyes." Zhang Tianhao obediently turned his head, looked into Avril's eyes, and then his gaze gradually became hazy. He softly repeated Avril's words, "I didn't hear anything just now. I just felt a little weak and tired lately, and then I fell asleep." With a bang, Zhang Tianhao collapsed onto the table and fell fast asleep. Lu Qing looked at the guy with a kind expression and sighed. "It's good to be young, you can fall asleep as soon as you lie down." Chapter 93. What substitute is warming up? Huaxia Theological Seminary, Dragon Group Base. On the basement level, there is an extremely spacious area. In the center of the space stands a huge square monitor. Whenever monitoring is required, complex monitoring images are projected onto this giant display screen. Below the monitor is a control panel large enough to accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. The Dragon team's technicians used various high-precision equipment to monitor the traces of all abnormal species, assess their danger levels, and develop corresponding solutions. Decisions such as whether to intercept, whether to carry weapons, and how many Dragon Group members to send are all made here. At this moment, the entire base was shrouded in an atmosphere of extreme tension. Hundreds of technical staff were intently watching the giant monitor above while frantically operating their computers in front of them, their hurried voices echoing in the empty space. Signs of large-scale vampire activity have been detected in the border area. Level upgraded. All personnel, prepare for tracking. As an electronic command sounded, the images on the giant display screen changed continuously, eventually showing a dense array of tiny red dots. Each red dot represents a Western vampire about to enter the border region. At this moment, these red dots are rapidly gathering in the border region. Damn it! These Western vampires never stop dreaming of setting foot in the East. Especially lately, they've been trying to infiltrate like madmen. Keep your eyes wide open, don't miss a single one. The head of the technical department cursed viciously. He knew perfectly well that the reason these Western vampires were so eager to infiltrate was to find out what had happened on Yanjing Mountain and why those two branches had disappeared without a trace. At a single command, the Dragon Group's technical department went into full operation. Report. Small groups of Western vampires have been spotted in the western border mountains. There are about 36 of them, and monitoring shows that the most powerful one appears to be a marquis leading the group. Report. Traces of vampires have been discovered in the East China Sea, suspected to have come from the sea, including 2 marquises. As reports came in one after another, the head of the technical department grew increasingly serious. During this period, the Dragon Group has repeatedly prevented the invasion of the Western vampires, but the vampires that are attacking now are getting stronger and stronger. From initially sending vampire barons to scout, to later earls, the Western vampires have now even dispatched marquis-level teams. Damn it, I wonder how many more people will die this time. The Dragon Group has already sacrificed a large number of members to stop these vampires, and this is even after the Green Clan has blocked most of the Western vampires. The Dragon Group only managed to stop the vampires that the Azure Clan couldn't attend to for the time being, and even so, they suffered considerable losses. Notify the combat department. Have them take with them the latest equipment from the RD and weapons departments. Send all those Western gadgets back. At any cost. The head of the technical department said, his tone becoming particularly heavy at the end. Yes. The technicians picked up their communicators, ready to notify their respective departments to intercept the enemy, but suddenly froze in place. Because they saw that on the giant display screen, in the border area where the red dots appeared, a new batch of green dots had appeared. There weren't many green dots, but each one was dazzling. The more vibrant the color of the dot, the stronger the corresponding vampire energy. Those green dots were rushing towards the red dots at an extremely fast speed, fearlessly. It's the Blood Archer of the Azure Clan. A technician was clearly familiar with the situation, but still had some doubts. Why did the Blood Archer of the Azure Clan arrive so quickly today? Moreover, the intensity of the light spot indicates that it's actually a Blood Clan Duke-level Azure Clan member leading the team. The head of the technical department rushed to the bottom of the display screen, looked up at the dots of light, his face first showing astonishment, then full of surprise. Wow, are they really Duke level? Didn't the Qing clan usually send marquises before? Could it be that the Qing clan on Yanjing Mountain has successfully evolved? After the last report from Grandpa Luo, all the senior members of the Dragon Group had a general understanding of what was going on at Yanjing Mountain. 2 powerful races slumber within the ancestral mountain, the vampire race and the Eastern Corpse race. Given enough time, they can complete their evolution. This is also why the Dragon Group has spared no effort to prevent the Western vampires from spying on them. On the display screen, wherever a red dot appeared, a group of green dots representing the Qing tribe were constantly moving. The intersection of the red and green colors signified that the 2 sides had officially started a war. Those red dots disappeared so quickly. Hundreds of technical staff members looked at the red dots disappearing rapidly, their expressions a mixture of shock and joy. In less than 10 minutes, not a single red dot was visible on the screen, leaving only a dazzling green dot. Seeing this, the head of the technical department took a deep breath. Wow, the Qing clan. They must have deployed at least 12 Duke-level Blood Archers today. No, I have to tell the commander about this. The head of the technical department turned around abruptly and shouted, "Where's the commander? Is he upstairs?" Soon someone shouted back, "Boss, the commander went to Jiang City yesterday." The head of the technical department was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding. What are you going to Jiang City for? It seems she's going to participate in some school sports meet. I heard that Lu Qing, the leader of the Qing clan, is competing at that school, and the commander said he'd go and show his support. The head of the technical department almost spat out his saliva. What? The Lord of the Azure Clan and the leader of the Dragon Group have both gone to participate in the sports meet? Are you playing house? At Jiangshi Humanities University, countless students were giving their all in the bustling stadium, pouring out their youthful energy. Beautiful girls cheered them on from the sidelines. On the playground, the basketball game was in full swing. Meanwhile, Lu Qing, the leader of the Qing clan, wearing a basketball jersey with a large 9 printed on it, listened to the sweet cheers of countless girls and took a sip of the chilled watermelon juice that Su Lingwei had specially prepared, occasionally expressing his own opinions. That was a nice 3-pointer. Zhang Tianhao has some skill. Ugh, that pass was terrible, it got intercepted. Wow. That was an amazing block. Incredible. Lu Qing, sitting in the substitute seat, watched the game with great interest. Outside the stadium, Su Lingwei, dressed in a bright team uniform and holding two colorful pom-poms, walked up to the department professor with a dissatisfied expression and coldly asked, "Why is Lu Qing still sitting there as a substitute after 4 games? He hasn't even had a chance to play?" Su Lingwei originally wore this outfit because she wanted to accompany Lu Qing in the competition. As a result, the competition was almost down to the final with only 2 teams left, but Lu Qing was still sitting on the bench and hadn't played a single game. The worst part was that the guy looked completely relaxed and enjoying himself, which made Su Lingwei feel very uncomfortable. The young professor showed due respect to the student in front of him, who was said to have powerful connections and had donated 5 million to the department. He explained with a smile, "Su Lingwei, as you know, Lu Qing's training time is too short, and his athletic performance is not outstanding, nor is his physical fitness very strong. He is already quite good as a substitute player. Besides, we've reached a crucial moment in the finals, and you can see the opposing team's players are getting heated. It wouldn't be good if Lu Qing got hurt in a collision." Su Lingwei patiently said, "Lu Qing is very good at basketball. As long as you let him play, he will definitely win the championship." The young mentor clearly didn't believe him, but didn't want to directly refute him, so he said, "I understand how you feel. But look at how well the key players are playing right now, there's no need for Lu Qing to play for the time being." Seeing the young mentor's attitude, Su Lingwei didn't bother to say anything more. Actually, she would be satisfied if she could just see Lu Qing perform even once, but he hasn't had a single chance. Su Lingwei felt that wearing this outfit today was a complete waste. Just then, a gentle breeze blew by, and one of their players inexplicably twisted his ankle as he landed. After examining the injury, the referee found that the player's injury was not serious, only some pain, and suggested that he leave the field to rest for a while. So the referee turned his attention to Lu Qing, the substitute player who was leisurely watching the game, and said, "Come on, substitute player number 9, you can come on." Then, the referee looked at the spot where the player had fallen with some confusion. The ground was spotless, how could he have fallen? Strange. And so, Lu Qing was forced to go onto the court. Just before going on stage, he glanced helplessly at Su Lingwei, who was grinning mischievously. Just now, this little woman actually used a spell to get him to go on stage. Fine. I'll go on the field. But don't say I'm bullying you. Lu Qing shook his hand helplessly and took the ball from his teammate. When his teammates were all ready to receive his pass, he simply reached out, stood on the midfield line, and launched a super long-range 3-pointer, which swished through the net with great style. Chapter 94. It's nothing serious, just a dislocated shoulder. Under the restless sunlight, the basketball drew a beautiful arc in the air. Then, to everyone's astonishment, it silently slipped into the red and white net. This was an extremely long-range 3-pointer shot from near the mid-court line, and even the referee on the court was stunned for a moment. Beep. The referee, snapping out of his daze, quickly blew his whistle, declaring the score valid. The players who were battling it out on the field also snapped back to reality at the sound of the whistle. Wow, what incredible luck! He just came on and casually made a 3-pointer? This guy doesn't look very muscular, how come he's so strong? Zhang Tianhao, one of Lu Qing's teammates, was covered in sweat. He looked at Lu Qing with a mixture of surprise and envy, his eyes slightly gloomy. "Humph, what good luck! I hope your good luck lasts, or you get your nose broken." Hearing Zhang Tianhao's sarcastic remark, Lu Qing smiled knowingly. "What, did you sleep well in class yesterday?" Zhang Tianhao's eyes flickered instantly, and he thought to himself, how did this guy know? Yesterday morning, I don't know what happened, but I fell asleep in class, and there was a pretty girl sitting next to me. Normally, as long as there are pretty girls around, his lecherous blood will definitely be full of energy, so how could he fall asleep at such a crucial moment? Not only that, but I woke up with a terrible headache, like I just had a nightmare. It made me a bit off target during today's match. It's really bizarre. Zhang Tianhao shook his head, clearing these random thoughts from his mind, and said stubbornly, "Even if I'm not in good form, a rookie like you can't match my skills. You should just stick to passing the ball and watch me shine on the field." Zhang Tianhao left with a provocative look, then suddenly turned his head, his long bangs drawing an arc in the air, instantly eliciting screams of infatuation from the girls on the sidelines. This guy is really good looking. He has quite a few fans at school. The game continued, and Lu Qing's team was now behind, with their opponents leading by 12 points and only 20 minutes remaining. With such a disadvantage in time and score, it's not easy to turn the tide, and both teams are giving it their all. Lu Qing, who had been roaming the perimeter, finally received a pass. Without hesitation, he jumped and shot again, sinking a 3-pointer. They've gotten in again? Wow, this guy's pretty good. 2 3-pointers, his luck was off the charts. Whether it was luck or not, scoring a goal is a huge encouragement for a team in trouble. Zhang Tianhao, running around inside the arena, had a darting gaze in his eyes, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, you'll get what's coming to you soon." Sure enough, after Lu Qing made another long-range three-pointer, the opposing team's captain immediately became alert and shouted to a big guy who was at least 2 meters tall and weighed over 250 kilograms, "That guy is a bit weird, Dezhuang, you keep an eye on him." The burly man named Dezhuang immediately abandoned the player he was guarding and charged towards Lu Qing like a bulldozer. Just then, Lu Qing received the pass. Dezhuang's fat face jiggled, and a glint of shrewdness flashed in his small eyes. "Brother, sorry. Let me show you the power of my Dezhuang's fleshy bouncing." The obese body, over 2 meters tall, hurtled towards Lu Qing, who had already jumped like a meat bomb. Dezhuang controlled his body, trying to launch a violent impact in a way that didn't violate the rules. "Don't blame me if you get hurt, I'm still waiting to win the championship trophy and confess to the class beauty." The thought of the beautiful class beauty in his class gave Dezhuang a surge of energy, and he charged with much greater force. He leaped high into the air, raised his arms, and slammed his shoulders into Lu Qing's chest. He could almost see it, even before the player landed. The seemingly gentle but thin number 9 would be violently knocked away by his bouncy impact. However, the imagined scenario did not materialize. Just as their bodies collided in mid-air, a crisp crack sound rang out. This giant, who was over 2 meters tall and weighed over 250 kilograms, felt as if his shoulder had hit an incredibly hard iron plate. No, even the hardest iron plate wasn't this hard. The next moment, his strong body collapsed to the ground, clutching his shoulder from the impact and howling in pain. "Ah! My shoulder!" Just then, a gentle voice came from beside me. "Don't worry, it's nothing. Your shoulder is just dislocated. Luckily, you didn't use your full strength." The sound left Dezhuang completely baffled. How could he, a fat man weighing over 200 pounds, be unable to overpower the seemingly thin player and even break his shoulder? At the same time, the referee blew his whistle. "Three-pointer, score valid." Good heavens, not only did he not get knocked away, he even scored a goal. The intense shame and pain made Dezhuang never want to get up again. The school doctor quickly came over to check the injury and, after discovering that it was a dislocated shoulder, promptly prepared to carry the big guy, who weighed over 200 pounds, away on a stretcher. A school doctor looked at Lu Qing with some confusion and asked, "Are you all right?" The spot where the school doctor had just been standing. Just then, you could see the big guy slam his shoulder into Lu Qing's chest with tremendous force, but the result was that the big guy fell to the ground and couldn't get up, while the skinny player seemed to be completely unharmed. Lu Qing smiled and shook his head, patted his chest, and said proudly, "I'm fine. Don't let my appearance fool you, I'm actually quite strong. Look at me, I'm rock solid." Seeing the number 9 player pounding his chest, the school doctor was speechless. It seemed he was really alright. So they found someone to carry the big guy to the infirmary. The big guy lay on the stretcher, feigning extreme weakness, and screamed, Quickly tell the class beauty that I, Dezhuang, was bravely wounded in this battle for honor. Please don't let her come to see me." After a brief incident, the opposing team's substitute player came on, and the game continued. But the atmosphere on the court became a bit strange. After seeing Lu Qing withstand Dezhuang's collision and make a perfect three-pointer, the team members intentionally or unintentionally passed the ball to him. No matter how many balls he received, Lu Qing would jump directly and then steadily shoot a clean three-pointer. What's even stranger is that, to others, the height of his jump for each shot seems to be different, entirely depending on the opponent defending him. No matter how high his opponent jumps, he will jump a few dozen centimeters higher, maintaining that height in the end, just to prevent his opponent from blocking his shot. Zhang Tianhao hasn't touched the ball in a long time, so what's the point of touching it now? Just keep shooting three-pointers until you win the game, right? He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, this guy seems to be playing dumb. His shooting accuracy is good enough to be a professional point guard. The young mentors offstage had incredibly complex expressions on their faces, wanting to both laugh and cry. He was laughing because the game seemed like a sure win, and the department's prize money was secured. He wanted to cry because he had been thoroughly humiliated. Actually, Lu Qing, who was on the court, felt a little embarrassed that a vampire duke was playing basketball, as he felt it was a bit like bullying a younger person. Let alone three-pointers, he could make 7, 8, or 10-point shots with his eyes closed. Moreover, even if dozens of other players were to charge at him, as long as they could make him move his foot even slightly, he would consider it a loss. How embarrassing. Lu Qing sighed inwardly as he unleashed another perfect three-pointer. At this moment, almost all the attention on the sidelines was focused on him. The other players only needed to pass the ball to him. Holy crap, it went in again. How many is this now? 10, I guess. Is there anyone who can teach him a lesson? He's too weird. What's this handsome young man's name? So sunny, so handsome, I love him. He has a girlfriend? 2 more? I don't believe it, where are they? Look, those 2 at the very front of the cheerleading squad over there, the ones who dance the best. So everyone's attention shifted to the other side, where they saw the cheerleading squad who had been dancing and cheering from the sidelines, holding up colorful little flowers. However, the spotlight was completely stolen by the 2 incredibly beautiful girls at the front. One wore a JK skirt, knee-high socks, and white sneakers, with long red hair, exuding a cool and aloof yet youthful vibe. The other wore hot shorts and a red jersey, revealing her slim waist, with long hair, radiating extreme hotness and allure. Both possessed exceptionally beautiful faces and graceful figures, a rarity in the world. These 2 little devils cheered and shouted encouragement every time Lu Qing scored a goal. Their eyes were only on Lu Qing, which made all the men in the audience stare in disbelief. This is so damn hate-inducing. If these 2 sisters cheered me on, I could blow up the basketball. It's one thing to be Senior Ling Wei, but the real problem is the girl next to the school beauty. She claims to be Lu Qing's fiancée, pregnant and traveling thousands of miles to find her husband. This news has spread. He's so twisted, it feels like we're from a completely different world. Amidst a commotion, Lu Qing on the court suddenly sprinted like the wind, bypassing all the defenders and teammates, and then delivered a powerful dunk, bringing this bizarre basketball game to a perfect close. Meanwhile, Su Lingwei and Avril, the cheerleaders, wore joyful smiles of victory. Chapter 95. What about the Qing clan? Half a month later. The central square of Yanjing Mountain in the capital city has been completely renovated. Lu Qing sat cross-legged on the stone platform at the top of the square, surrounded by a scorching yet thin black mist, which was the emperor flame form after being infinitely diluted. Black mist spread across the central square, within which stood about 30 figures. Among them were 13 personal attendants, and the remaining 20-odd were all blood archers of the Azure clan. They were shrouded in black mist, their bodies emitting a hissing sound, yet each of them wore an intoxicated expression, as if the power within the black mist had captivated them. After a long while, Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes, and the endless black mist automatically returned to his body. He shifted to a more comfortable sitting position, looked down at his clansmen who had also opened their eyes, and said, "Very good. Before long, you will all evolve into dukes. Our Cheng clan will soon have more than 30 dukes. Which clan can compare?" This group feeding has been ongoing for some time since we returned from Jiang City. Among these 30-odd figures, apart from the 13 personal attendants who had evolved into dukes, the remaining 20-odd Qing clan blood archers had all reached the peak of the blood clan marquee. This is the result achieved in less than a month, relying on the blood pool in the ancestral mountain and the combined power of Lu Qing's bloodline. Even more astonishingly, all of these Qing clan members who became marquises possessed the bloodline of the vampire royal family and had awakened 2 abilities. Furthermore, their bodies, tempered by the bloodline of the progenitor of the corpse clan, are several times more resilient than those of ordinary vampire marquises. Next, you will go to the 3rd level of the ancestral mountain and strive to evolve into a duke as soon as possible. After giving instructions to the Qing clan members who were about to evolve into dukes, Lu Qing spread his black wings and flew towards the ancestral mountain first. He has an even more important matter to attend to today. The ancient corpse race sleeping in those 1,000 stone coffins is about to awaken. Lu Qing went straight to the 4th level of the ancestral mountain, fed the blood-devouring king a drop of blood, and then entered the ancient battlefield. As soon as he stepped inside, he was shocked by the intense fluctuations in the world. On the uneven ground, 1,000 stone coffins hopped around like rabbits, and banging sounds came from inside them, as if the corpses inside were struggling to get out. After more than half a month of absorbing energy, these ancient corpses are finally about to emerge from their cocoons. The stone coffins, which had been bouncing around, stopped moving the moment they sensed Lu Qing's presence and obediently gathered beneath him, like 1,000 well-behaved babies waiting to be fed. Seeing this, Lu Qing found it somewhat amusing and said, "What's wrong? Can't you get out by yourself? Looks like you're still a bit lacking." He had sensed that each stone coffin emanated an aura at least equivalent to that of a vampire marquis. In other words, each of the 1,000 corpses in these stone coffins possesses the strength of a marquis. In addition, their immunity to most physical attacks means they can easily take on 2 vampire marquises in a one-on-one fight. However, they lacked just a little bit of power, preventing them from breaking through the restrictions on the stone coffin. Therefore, upon sensing Lu Qing's presence, all 1,000 stone coffins conveyed an extremely urgent emotion, so intense that it seemed as if countless low voices echoed throughout the entire world. The progenitor. I want to get out. Get out. Kill them. Sensing this urgency, Lu Qing smiled and activated his ancestral bloodline. His arms instantly swelled and expanded, spreading a purple-gold hue. His booming voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, "Don't rush, I'll release you soon." As his words fell, the azure gold color representing the bloodline power of the corpse clan's progenitor surged violently, slowly enveloping the 1,000 stone coffins and infusing these corpse clan members, who had vanished for countless years, with the final trace of their bloodline power. Today, they are about to awaken. While Lu Qing was entering the ancient battlefield of Zhoushan, the Dragon Group base underground at Huaxia Theological Seminary was thrown into chaos. On the huge display screen on the first basement level, countless red dots appeared almost simultaneously in the eastern border region, and the dense red dots converged into a vast red ocean. There are dozens of exceptionally bright red dots, each representing a marquee-level Western vampire. Report. A large-scale invasion of Western vampires has been discovered in the East China Sea. Report. 2 groups of vampires have appeared simultaneously in the South China Sea. Report. A group of approximately 100 vampires has invaded the inland areas, and the aura of 3 marquee-level vampires has been detected among them. Report. 2 vampire groups have invaded Shanghai, with 32 marquises among them. The roar echoed throughout the hall. A technical monitor stared at the dense array of red dots on the screen, at least 16 of which represented marquee-level vampires. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, "This is insane. Insane. The Brook and Lazenba clans have actually mobilized so many high-ranking vampires. Is this an attempt to annihilate Yinjing Mountain?" Then, disregarding everything, he roared, "Western vampires have been detected to have invaded 300 kilometers inland and are heading straight for the capital. Armed forces. Personnel. Intercept them immediately." As he roared, similar shouts echoed from all directions. Coordinates need to be intercepted. Coordinates 12 marquee-level enemies. Send men to intercept them immediately. Where are they? Hurry up. We won't be able to stop them if we're any later. Many people were so anxious that their eyes turned red and their voices became hoarse. In the very center of this space, the old dean, the head of the Dragon Group, stood below the giant screen, his aged face full of sternness. The tech guru beside him was yelling out instructions, and after receiving some urgent data, he suddenly said dejectedly, "Damn it. All 108 teams from the Dragon Group have been sent out, but it's still not enough. Absolutely not enough." After saying that, he angrily slammed the data display in his hand to the ground, grabbed Zhang Tianming standing next to him by the collar, spitting on the other man's face, and demanded, "Where is the Qing clan? Why haven't the Green clan vampires shown up today? Didn't you reach an agreement? At this crucial moment, where are those Green clan guys?" Zhang Tianming wiped the spittle from his face, his expression equally furious. "You think I didn't ask? So many vampires are invading tonight, how can I not be anxious about something this big? I went to Yinjing Mountain to find that person a long time ago, but Yinjing Mountain was completely enveloped by a ball of black fire, and none of us could get in." The hot-tempered senior executive in the technical department was taken aback and unconsciously let go of her hand. After thinking for a moment, he became even angrier. "I knew those guys from Yinjing Mountain couldn't be trusted. They're definitely hiding. All those agreements were complete bullshit. Once those 2 main Western clans launch a full-scale invasion, they'll, damn it. This is an attempt to wipe out our entire Dragon Group. Do you know that? Every minute now, 1 member of the Dragon Group might be killed." Zhang Tianming was speechless because he had personally gone to Yinjing Mountain the moment he detected signs of border intrusion. But what awaited him was a giant wall engulfed in black flames, which he could not enter at all. His communicator could not receive a signal, and the satellite monitoring screen was completely black. It seemed that Yinjing Mountain had been completely cut off. "What the hell are you doing?" Zhang Tianming's thin face was contorted with rage, his eyes bloodshot. However, the old dean, who had been silent until now, suddenly revealed a gentle smile. "That young man on Yinjing Mountain is probably busy with something important right now. Just wait patiently." When the leader spoke, the senior technical staff dared not object, but still managed to suppress their anger and mutter, "Old dean, you only met him once, and you trust him so much?" The old dean, with his hands behind his back and a slight hunchback, smiled broadly, his voice tinged with a sense of weariness. "What else can we do? Besides trusting him, what other options do we have? Those vampires came too suddenly, and we really don't have enough manpower. The head of the technical department sighed deeply, sigh. We can only wait until we have some free time and then concentrate our efforts to drive them out one by one. I thought that with the Qing clan, the Western vampires would no longer be able to enter the East, but I didn't expect. Humph. The head of the technical department showed a disdainful expression and threw himself back into intelligence analysis. Just then, a person rushed into the anxious space, came to the old dean's side, and nervously reported, "Sir, there is a person with a child outside the academy. She says she wants to see you." A person with a child? The old director pondered for a moment and asked, "Did she say what her name was?" The man quickly replied, "She said her name is Su Lingwei, and she's here to deliver a message." He, take me there." Upon hearing this name, the old dean seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, turned around to follow him out, and then turned to shout to the head of the technical department, "You come with me to listen too, don't always be so irritable. That girl named Su Lingwei is Lu Qing's girlfriend. She came all this way in person, she must have something important to tell us." Chapter 96. If I'm willing to die, then I'll die. On the border of the East China Sea, under the cover of night, the sea surface is as calm as a mirror. In the darkness, dozens of dark figures sped across the sea. This was a Western vampire team from the main branch of the Brute clan, led by 12 vampire marquises. With their immense strength and incredible speed, they raced across the soft sea surface. The 12 marquises at the head of the group exuded an oppressive aura of death. Previously, after losing 3 members of the Brute tribe responsible for scouting the situation, the Brute tribe finally managed to figure out the reason for the unexplained disappearance of their eastern branch. It was all because of the newly ascended vampire on Yinjing Mountain. Initially, the patriarch only sent a small group of clansmen to Yinjing Mountain to question and negotiate. However, each time the tribesmen were sent out, they were eventually blocked at the border, and some even lost their lives there. It seems that the dragon group of the East and the vampires of Yinjing Mountain have reached some kind of cooperation agreement. The continuous loss of clansmen thoroughly enraged the patriarch. Therefore, the patriarch dispatched many high-ranking vampires from the clan to head east. Meanwhile, the patriarch informed the Lazenba tribe of what he had discovered in Yinjing Mountain. Although these two clans were usually hostile to each other, they surprisingly reached a consensus on the matter of attacking Yinjing Mountain. After all, the dignity of the noble vampire clan cannot be challenged. They plan to march straight east tonight, completely conquer the newly ascended vampires on Yinjing Mountain, and bring them back to their clan to be cruelly punished. As for the extinct family branches, they can simply rebuild one, since they believe the power of the East is so weak anyway. I'm looking forward to the feeling of tearing you to pieces with my own hands. And the dragon group, this time will let you ants taste the bitterness of annihilation. The leading marquis of the Brute clan stared coldly ahead. On the coastline not far away, a group of people stood quietly. They stared intently at the dark sea, carrying various strange weapons in their hands or on their shoulders. Several vehicles loaded with large weapons were parked in the dense forest along the coastline. If they are unable to stop the Western vampires, they will spare no effort to launch these weapons and perish together with the vampires. That Western vampire clan at sea is quite powerful, with 12 marquises and 36 earls. The tense and low voices reporting continued. This is the Dragon Group squad personally led by Elder Luo. With the Western vampires invading the eastern territory from all sides, the Dragon Group squad is severely understaffed. Grandpa Luo's face was solemn, his usual kindness gone. He gripped a huge machete covered in silver powder tightly in his hand, like a brave but aging warrior. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Haven't we detected any activity from the Qing tribe yet?" A team member holding a portable monitoring device looked at it. It was completely blood red with no other colors displayed. He could only reply with a mixture of helplessness and indignation, "We didn't detect any Qing clan aura, not a single one." Grandpa Luo was deeply puzzled. What's wrong with the Qing clan? He had sent someone to notify the base the moment he discovered the large-scale invasion by the Western Blood clan, but until now, not even a single Cheng clan blood archer had appeared. At such a crucial moment, we absolutely cannot afford to falter. Old Master Luo narrowed his eyes. He could already sense the approaching force, imbued with a strong aura of death. "You son of a bitch!" Old Master Luo cursed in a low voice. His aura began to rise, and his eyes turned blood red. At the same time, his withered muscles gradually bulged, and his heart quietly stopped beating in his chest cavity. Although his heart stopped beating, his aura continued to strengthen, soon reaching a level similar to that of a vampire marquis. This is the effect after injecting the research department's serum. Grandpa Luo hoisted the broadsword he was carrying heavily onto his shoulder and asked, "How many of our team members have activated the shared death ability?" The team member beside him answered without hesitation, 36 people, all of whom can activate the shared death ability. The strongest member can take down a marquee together. After listening to the team member's report, Grandpa Luo's face showed a solemn smile. Then let them prepare. If they really can't stop them, they'll take those despicable vampires with them to their deaths. Since they've come to our east, they can forget about going back alive. The team members' expressions were heavy yet incredibly resolute, and they responded with only two simple words: "We'd rather die." Old Master Luo took a big step forward and said resolutely, "Then I'll die." Although he was filled with anger, he still thought about the Qing clan on Yanjing Mountain, the blood clan member named Lu Qing. At the critical moment when the Western vampires launched a large-scale invasion, the Qing clan did not send out a single blood archer to stop them, which made him furious. Back then, as the representative of the Dragon Group, he was the first to contact Lu Qing and had the highest hopes for him. He thought that with Lu Qing and his Qing clan, the East would no longer be bothered by the Western blood clan. That's why he felt so disappointed now. On the sea ahead, dozens of figures could be vaguely seen riding the waves and rushing towards them. Grandpa Luo made a gesture, preparing to lead the Dragon Group team members in a desperate battle. However, the same team member rushed to his side, looking puzzled and nervous, and said, "Grandpa, we received orders from the base to evacuate immediately and not to worry about these vampires anymore. This is the highest level order issued by the base." Grandpa Luo was taken aback. Immediate evacuation? Or a top-level order? So you're just going to ignore these Western vampires? The team members were equally puzzled. Yes, that's what the instructions say. What should we do? Grandpa Luo frowned and thought. The evacuation order was a top-level order, which meant it had to be obeyed under any circumstances. Why evacuate at this time? Does the base have new arrangements? Or has something changed on Yanjing Mountain? Old Master Luo's mind raced. Seeing the vampires almost in sight, he gritted his teeth and waved his hand, "Let's retreat." Within seconds, these Dragon Group members, whose vital energy had been raised to its peak, darted into the dense forest like agile cheetahs. The coastline, which was just moments ago filled with a chilling atmosphere, is now deserted. When those dozens of Western vampires finally set foot on the coastline, all they saw were footprints everywhere. The Marquis carefully sniffed the lingering scent in the air, a cold smile appearing on his handsome face. Humph. The cowardly Dragon Group, realizing they couldn't hold out, retreated on their own? They really do run as fast as rabbits. But where can you run to? This time, you will all be drained of your blood. The same scene is playing out in other border areas. Each Dragon Group squad, upon seeing the invading Western vampires and even preparing to fight to the death, received top orders and quickly withdrew amidst doubt and unease. All of this stemmed from a conversation outside the gates of Huaxia Theological Seminary. Holding Qiuqiu's little hand, Su Lingwei looked at the group of high-ranking members of the Dragon Group in front of her, her beautiful face showing an unusually calm expression. Lu Qing said that you should not stop the Western vampires from coming, and you should not send the Dragon Group members to their deaths. Just let those vampires come directly to Yanjing Mountain. Lu Qing also said, "I need your help to cordon off a 10-kilometer radius around Yanjing Mountain, because the commotion might be a bit loud, and I don't want to disturb the public." The high-ranking members of the Dragon Group base were somewhat stunned when they saw the beautiful young woman who was leading a child and had come to deliver a message with a calm expression. Withdraw all the Dragon Group members and send all the Western vampires to Yanjing Mountain. The tech department head spoke first. "Young lady, you said Lu Qing wants all those vampires to go to Yanjing Mountain to find him, but do you know how many vampires are coming this time?" Su Lingwei calmly shook her head. "I don't know." The tech department head, barely suppressing his anger, said, "Then let me tell you, there are at least 230 earls, 50 marquises, and 8 dukes. These are high-ranking vampires sent by the Bru and Lazenba tribes. Can your Qing tribe handle them?" The tech department leaders had some understanding of the Qing clan on Yanjing Mountain, especially the Qing clan leader's personal combat power, which was abnormally strong. However, facing such a large number of powerful vampires attacking at the same time, even the strongest individual would probably find it difficult to stop them, not to mention that the Qing clan has only been around for a short time, at most a month. But Su Lingwei nodded her head slightly. Lu Qing said he can handle it. The tech department head wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by the old dean. The old dean asked gently, "Does Lu Qing know that if Yanjing Mountain is besieged and wiped out by those two clans, our Dragon Group will also be completely annihilated, and it may even trigger a large-scale war with firearms?" If all the Qing clan members on Yinjing Mountain are killed, the Western Blood Clan will definitely take the opportunity to attack the dragon group. In a critical situation, they might even use large-scale weapons to bombard the area. Su Lingwei tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said happily, I know that. Lu Qing said you can rest assured that none of the vampires who came will escape. If even one escapes, he won't live. Chapter 97. You're here? On the quiet path, Su Lingwei held Xiuqiu's hand and strolled slowly. Both of them had lollipops in their mouths. Xiuqiu tilted her little face up, as if she had suddenly remembered something, and said angrily, Pretty sister, those people were so annoying. They didn't believe my brother. When the time comes, Xiuqiu will be able to knock one down with a single punch, the little girl said, waving her chubby little fists. With a lychee-flavored lollipop in her mouth, Su Lingwei replied in a muffled voice, Those old men are easy to beat, a few words of scolding are enough. You can't blame them after all, they have no idea how powerful our family is now. Upon hearing this, Xiuqiu asked with some concern, Brother has been in that mountain for a long time, and he still hasn't come out. Those bad guys are coming soon, can our family handle them? That hot-tempered uncle just said they seem pretty tough. Although she was usually carefree at home, she knew that a group of bad people were about to come to her house to cause trouble. Su Lingwei held Xiuqiu's little hand, and their shadows were stretched long under the streetlights. She said confidently, Of course we can beat them. Your brother is amazing. Those bad guys won't be able to leave once they come. Your brother said he's going to send them to the Western Paradise to learn sutras from Buddha. Where is the Western Paradise? Can Xiuqiu go there? And who is Buddha? The little girl blinked her big eyes curiously. Su Lingwei answered seriously, I don't know either, I've never been there. As she spoke, she suddenly frowned, touched her tummy, and asked Xiuqiu earnestly, Are you hungry? Xiuqiu quickly chewed the lollipop in her mouth and swallowed it, nodding hurriedly and sighing in a mature manner, Oh. I'm so hungry. The milk tea I brought from my hometown was all gone yesterday. Xiuqiu is starving. She used to sneak into the blood bank in Jiang City to steal blood, but she left in a hurry and didn't have time to replenish her blood supply, so the supply for the two of them, one adult and one child, was gone yesterday. Su Lingwei stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, asking with a serious expression, Would you like some milk tea? Xiuqiu immediately beamed with joy, Yes. Come on, follow your sister. Under the streetlight, two figures, one large and one small, vanished in an instant. After Su Lingwei and Xiuqiu left, all the high-ranking members of the dragon group gathered on the first basement floor. The space was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared intently at the central display screen, where countless red dots had crossed the border and were rapidly moving inland. One by one, monitoring data points were broadcast. Report. Data compiled. A total of 163 vampires from the Western Brute tribe have invaded our territory. 172 vampires from the Lazenba tribe have invaded the territory. 236 earls. 58 marquises. 11 dukes, not 8. Upon hearing this accurate monitoring data, everyone couldn't help but gasp. With so many high-ranking vampires, those two clans must have sent half of their members. Standing beside the old dean, Zhang Tianming said in a heavy tone, The fact that those two clans in the west have mobilized so many high-ranking vampires this time is probably not just about attacking Lu Qing and annihilating the branch clans. It's very likely that the vampires of those main branches have already sensed something, which is why they've mobilized so much power. The old dean nodded slightly. Generally speaking, in a mere campaign, at most two clans would only send marquises, and perhaps one or two duke-level vampires. But this current situation clearly indicates an attempt to provoke a war. They are most likely after Lu Qing's bloodline, wanting to take him back before the other clans can react and claim his bloodline for themselves. But no matter what, if Lu Qing and his Qing clan fail to stop this group of vampires, those guys from the west will definitely take the opportunity to visit the dragon group. The old dean sighed softly, We were already struggling to fight these clan branches of vampires, and now we're still too weak to face the main lineage of vampires. How's the research on the 2 drops of blood Lu Qing gave me last time going? Have you been able to extract serum from them? Upon hearing this question, a hint of fanaticism appeared on Zhang Tianming's face. Those 2 drops of blood, one is the ancient bloodline of the Blood Clan, and the other is the bloodline of the progenitor of the Eastern Corpse Clan. The research has caught the attention of the senior members of the research department, and preliminary research results have already been achieved. Oh? The usually mild-mannered old director suddenly became tense. How was the effect? Zhang Tianming's fanaticism became even more pronounced, extremely powerful. Even if the extracted serum is diluted 10,000 times, the energy it contains is much stronger than before. Most importantly, there will be no life-shortening side effects after the injection. If it's fully absorbed, the dragon group's strength will increase at least tenfold. Upon hearing this data, the old dean's parched lips moved, and after a long pause, he managed to utter a single word, "Good." Zhang Tianming said helplessly, "It's just that the power contained in those 2 drops of Lu Qing's blood is too great. Even extracting just a portion has already caused problems for the research department." The old dean chuckled, a rare occurrence, and said with great pride, "Let them bomb. Bomb as hard as they want, bomb as many as they want. As long as they can extract it, bombing 100 labs wouldn't be a problem. Allocate another billion to the research department and prepare a few more labs for them." "Okay, sure." Zhang Tianming replied respectfully. The old dean's gaze returned to the display screen. The densely packed red dots were almost upon the capital. Zhang Tianming's expression turned serious again. According to Lu Qing's instructions, a 10-kilometer radius around Yanjing Mountain has been placed under martial law under the guise of an exercise. The majority of the Dragon Group teams also withdrew, standing by around Yanjing Mountain, ready to provide support at any time. But, can the Qing clan really hold off so many high-ranking vampires? The old dean, with his hands behind his back, moved back and forth quietly, clearly not very confident about the situation. "This is the first time in all my years managing the Dragon Group that I have encountered such a crisis, and it is also the first time that I have completely withdrawn my defenses, allowing all the Western vampires to enter the capital. If they couldn't stop it in the end, the consequences would be unimaginable." But in the end, the old dean could only smile helplessly. There's no use worrying now that things have come to this. Since Lu Qing sent Su Lingwei specifically to deliver a message, he must have some confidence. Perhaps he also wants to use this opportunity to officially introduce his Qing clan to the 13 clans? Zhang Tianming replied somewhat absent-mindedly, "I hope so." Suddenly remembering something, the old dean asked, "Did Su Lingwei and that cute little girl go back?" Zhang Tianming smiled wryly and replied helplessly, "No. My men said those 2 guys went to a hospital halfway there, apparently to get half a box of blood plasma. They should be almost at Yanjing Mountain by now." At the foot of Yanjing Mountain, on a winding path, 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked slowly. Su Lingwei and Xiuqiu were each holding a large bag of blood and happily sucking on straws. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they paused, for the Yanjing Mountain before them was enveloped in a layer of black flames. With a straw in her mouth, Su Lingwei mumbled to Xiuqiu, "Go open the door." Upon receiving the instruction, Xiuqiu happily hopped to the wall of fire and shouted sweetly, "Open sesame." Miraculously, a section of the wall of fire, composed of black flames, opened, revealing what looked like a small door. He. So obedient. After successfully opening the door, Xiuqiu ran back and grabbed Su Lingwei's hand. The 2 blood thieves happily went up the mountain. After they went inside, the door that appeared on the black flames quietly closed again. Not long after, the first group of Western vampires, after a long journey, finally arrived at the foot of Yanjing Mountain. This was a duke of the Brute tribe named Leonard, who arrived first with 12 marquises and 68 earls. Looking at the massive black wall of fire before him, the duke of the western main branch of the Brute clan revealed a disdainful expression, "Umph. You think such a weak flame can stop me? I have no idea where you got the guts to challenge the great Brook tribe." As he spoke, the golden-haired duke stepped forward and, with a forceful tear, managed to create a gap in the wall of black flames. Then he quickly gave the order, "Marquises, break through the wall yourselves. Earls, go in through this opening. Those below the rank of Earl, wait here, you can't withstand this flame. Just wait here for our triumphant return." However, the duke was unaware that the black flames here were merely a casual remark by Lu Qing, intended only to conceal his presence. Only after they all go inside will they realize just how terrifying the black flames that have transformed into Emperor Flame truly are. The Duke of the Brute tribe grew increasingly contemptuous as he ascended the mountain. "There isn't even a single guard. Where is that guy?" Then, in the central square at the top of the mountain, he saw a thin man sitting quietly on the steps. The man looked at him lazily and greeted him casually, "Oh. You're here? Chapter 98. Come out and take my picture, little baby." The Duke of the Brute tribe, having broken through the barrier of black flames, led several hundred of his people up the Yanjing Mountains. Along the way, his people leaped and bounded ahead behind him. Not a single guard along the way. I really don't understand how the eastern branch was wiped out before, they were really too weak. The Duke kept grumbling along the way. When he finally reached the top of the mountain, he saw a person sitting quietly on the steps at the very back of the vast central square. The man appeared to be slender, with a casual and gentle demeanor. He seemed somewhat bored due to the long wait, with a blade of grass dangling from his mouth as he leaned lazily against the steps. "Hey! You're here!" This greeting was like seeing a long-lost friend. The Duke of the Brook tribe sneered coldly, "So you're the vampire who wiped out the eastern branch of my Brook tribe?" "Oh. No. There's something strange about you. You smell like a half-vampire?" He laughed disdainfully as he spoke. Lu Qing sighed softly, "Sigh, if all of you Brook people had brains like yours, you would have been wiped out long ago." The Duke of the Brook tribe's face darkened. This was clearly a racial mockery. But strangely, the bloodline aura emanating from this person was indeed quite unusual. If it weren't for a secret report from his clan that the one who wiped out the eastern branch might be a vampire with royal blood, he would have suspected that this person was just a half-vampire. "Whatever secrets you may be hiding, once I've tasted you, I'll know everything." The Duke was getting impatient. He worried that if he waited any longer, the other members of his clan, especially the Lazenba clan, would arrive, and this vampire who might have royal blood would fall into the hands of others. Seeing the Duke's impatient look, Lu Qing could only stand up from the steps helplessly and said, "I was planning to wait until everyone was here before dealing with this together." "Why are you running so fast? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated?" Lu Qing was truly helpless, because he could sense that the group of newly awakened beings in the ancestral mountain, upon smelling the scent of these vampires, were already impatient and eager to rush out immediately. Lu Qing soothed them with his bloodline, "Be good, it's not your turn to make an appearance yet. There are too few of these vampires, not even enough to fill your teeth." Hearing Lu Qing seemingly talking to himself, the Duke became furious. "Who are you talking to? Are you having a chat with yourself?" Lu Qing gave an innocent look. "No, I'm talking to my people. You can't see them for now, but you'll see them soon. I hope you won't be afraid then." The Duke of the Brook tribe was utterly enraged. "Fear? Ha! I've lived for 1,000 years, I don't know what fear is anymore. Didn't you say you had tribesmen? Bring them out so I can see them." Lu Qing nodded seriously. "Okay." His gaze passed over the Duke, landing in the darkness surrounding the square, and he softly called out, "Come out." As the words fell, the darkness in the corner of the central square seemed to come alive, the shadows wriggling in one after another. The Qing clan members slowly appeared on the square. A flicker of shock crossed the Duke of the Brook tribe's eyes, for he had clearly sensed the shadows carefully just now and found no trace of anything there. What kind of ability allows someone to remain hidden so close to him without being detected? One by one, the Qing clan blood archers emerged from the darkness and stood silently in place. Their eyes were devoid of color, and their aura was extremely faint. But even this extremely faint trace of a breath made the Duke stare wide-eyed in disbelief. 68 counts? The Duke realized that the vampires who emerged from the shadows were all exuding the aura of counts. And there were exactly 68 of them. 68 heads. This number sounds familiar, doesn't it? It seems like the 68 counts I brought this time are the ones I've been thinking of? The Duke suddenly seemed to remember something. Sure enough, as if to confirm his idea, 12 more figures emerged from the darkness and stood quietly behind the 68-count vampires. These 12 figures exuded the aura of marquises, exactly matching the 12 marquises he had brought with him. How can a newly established family have so many high-ranking vampires? The Duke of the Brook tribe was filled with doubt. It should be noted that even if the eastern branches of the two clans were combined, all the high-ranking vampires. The Duke's face was already filled with solemnity, but he still tried to remain calm. So what if the other side can bring out the same number of high-ranking vampires as we did? Among those of the same level, the vampires of the main western lineage are naturally more powerful. Besides, I don't believe it. You can summon another Duke. The Duke stared at Lu Qing defiantly. Seeing the Duke's stubborn and unyielding gaze, Lu Qing smiled faintly and shouted to the shadows behind him, "2 more." At his call, 2 shadows stirred again in the darkness, and 2 figures exuding the aura of Dukes emerged. They were draped in black cloaks and wore silver masks with the numbers 12 and 13 engraved on them. The Duke of the Brook tribe took several steps back in alarm the moment the 2 personal attendants appeared, utterly shocked. There really are Duke-level beings? And 2 of them at that. Duke-level vampires generally possess sufficient strength to serve as the head of a branch of a clan, just like the previous heads of the eastern branches of the Brook and Lazenba clans, who were at the Duke level. But now, 2 of them have appeared on this Yenjing mountain at the same time. Furthermore, for these two dukes to be so obedient, this young vampire must be at least a duke. What shocked and puzzled him even more was that all of these vampires who appeared possessed a certain. Lu Qing looked at the duke with amusement. You arrived the earliest, why don't you warm up first? Then, without waiting for the duke to recover, he directly ordered, all members of the Qing clan, listen to my command. Except for this duke, break the necks of all the others and throw them into the blood pool of the ancestral mountain. As his voice faded, it seemed as if dozens or even hundreds of small silver lanterns suddenly appeared in the central square. At this moment, all the previously silent Qing clan members turned their eyes into a single expanse of silver. Their skin was bluish-gray, a testament to their powerful physique evolved from absorbing the bloodline power of the Corpse clan. The sudden burst of power startled the powerful duke of the Brute tribe. He stared blankly at those silver eyes, a sense of foreboding finally rising within him. Silver eyes, these are the symbol of royal blood. He suddenly turned his head, staring in horror at the nonchalant man on the steps, and roared incredulously, "Your clansmen are all of royal blood?" Lu Qing snapped his fingers. "Congratulations, you got it right. I'll reward you with a chance to turn back the clock." As he spoke, a black moon slowly rose above his shoulder, the dark moon of the underworld. At this moment, countless figures were rushing towards the foot of Yanjing Mountain. Without hesitation, they rushed into the seemingly thin black wall of fire in front of them, seemingly utterly disregarding the black flames and showing no sign of vigilance. "Hurry! One of the Brute Dukes has already arrived. We can't let him take all the credit. Tear open the wall of fire. Duke Hambison has already gone in. Let's hurry and catch up, or they'll steal all the credit. Is everyone from the Lazenba tribe here? Hurry up and follow me up the mountain. My lord, all the members of our Brute tribe have arrived and have entered the mountains." Various low growls rose and fell, and the atmosphere in this space became increasingly chaotic. Hundreds of vampires from the Brute and Lazenba tribes surged up the mountain. In the mountains and forests far from the firewall, all 59 teams dispatched by the Dragon Group were hidden in the darkness. They could feel the powerful yet chilling aura ahead, and each of them wore an extremely solemn expression, occasionally looking up at the outline of Yanjing Mountain. Tonight, hundreds of powerful high-ranking vampires will gather on that mountaintop. However, what awaits these Western vampires is only a family called the Blue Clan. After the last Western vampire entered the wall of black flames, a powerful and scorching aura began to slowly emerge. Boom! The black flames seemed to awaken suddenly from a deep sleep, radiating a scorching heat many times stronger than before. The black flames churned and burned violently, as if they could incinerate even the space around them. At that very moment, the entire Yanjing mountain range was completely transformed into a cage, from which neither entry nor exit was possible. The old dean of the Dragon Group appeared in a very far place, and even though it was thousands of meters away, one could still feel the intense heat emanating from him. He gazed at the silent, churning black flames, like hellfire, his eyes filled with awe. What a magnificent sight! Chapter 99: The Sacred Artifacts of the Lazenba Clan. On Yanjing Mountain, shrouded in black flames, hundreds of high-ranking vampires were rushing towards the palace at the summit. However, these high-ranking vampires all had the same question in their minds: why is there not a single guard on this mountain? The mountain seemed completely unresponsive to the news of their arrival. Why wasn't a single vampire coming out to stop them? This left the vampires, who had been eagerly anticipating a fierce and exhilarating battle, feeling rather frustrated. Without that kind of overwhelming battle, how can the family's prestige and nobility be demonstrated? Among the vampires dispatched by the Brute clan this time, there was one vampire at the peak of the Duke level, who was the 9th elder of the Brute clan's main lineage. Similarly, the Lazenba tribe sent out an old duke who had lived for a long time. These two most powerful Western vampires ran side by side through the mountains and forests. The old duke of the Lazenba tribe said with a gloating expression, "I heard that the sacred artifact of your Brute tribe was obtained by that kid on the mountain. Isn't that embarrassing? The main lineage's sacred artifact has always been kept by a branch family and couldn't be retrieved. Now that it's finally been taken out, it's fallen into the hands of an outsider vampire. Ha ha, I'm ashamed for your Brute clan." Duke Lazenba's words made the 9th elder of the Brute clan's face darken, and he then snorted coldly and retorted, "Disgraceful. What makes your Lazenba clan any better? Your clan's sacred artifacts are on the holy mountain of the main lineage, but why don't you take them out and use them? If you're so capable, then show me. What do you have to be so proud of? Your Lazenba clan claimed to be the strongest of the 13 clans, yet your eastern branch was wiped out so easily." The 9th elder's words enraged the old duke of the Lazenba tribe, his eyes blazing with fury. The family's sacred artifact is indeed kept on the holy mountain of the main lineage. It is a key shaped like blood, which, according to legend, can open the gates of hell at a specific time, allowing entry into any space. Long ago, the Lazenba tribe used this sacred artifact, the blood key, to secretly open the gates of many ancient battlefields and obtain many valuable items from them. But later, after the Holy War, the blood key was left in the holy mountain and could never be retrieved. As for why it cannot be retrieved, only the head of the family knows the secret, which is said to be related to something sealed within the sacred mountain. The ninth elder of the Brooke tribe continued, "In any case, this time your Lazenba tribe can only follow behind us and pick up the scraps." "Who told you to be so slow? Our Duke Hanbison has already arrived. If nothing unexpected happens, by the time we get up there, we'll probably see a field of beautiful corpses." Hearing the ninth elder boast like this, the Duke of the Lazenba clan secretly quickened his pace. He had a bad feeling that Duke Hanbison was a rather troublesome and extremely violent fellow. If he gets there first, there might not be anything good left for them to grab. Sigh, what a blunder. If it weren't for Avril at home constantly trying to chat with him out of the blue, distracting him, he wouldn't have been so late in finding out about this. But Avril Lavigne is indeed alluring and captivating. Unfortunately, she is the family's holy maiden and cannot move on her own. The old Duke sighed inwardly, but still sneered, "It would be hilarious if we went up there and found the corpses of your Brooke people." The two clan leaders continued to mock each other as they charged towards the palace atop the mountain. However, the scene before them left them both stunned. This is a wide central square, where 70 or 80 silent figures stand quietly, staring at them with lifeless eyes. On the steps sat the young vampire with a smile on his face. The entire square was so quiet it was as if nothing existed. There was no panic or disorder, only an eerie stillness. The ninth elder of the Brooke clan instantly scanned the entire area with his powerful senses and exclaimed in surprise, There are so many high-level vampires? But it's alright, we can still handle it." Although the opposing side had the aura of more than a dozen marquises and 2 dukes, their 2 clans had brought at least 40 or 50 marquises and 11 dukes this time. But, this situation is a bit strange. At this moment, the old Duke of the Lazenba tribe looked around and asked with some curiosity, "Old Manjo, what about those vampires from your Brooke tribe who went up the mountain before? Where is Hanbason? Why is he nowhere to be seen?" Upon hearing this, the ninth elder of the Brooke tribe finally realized why he had found it strange. Because there was nothing here except for those silent vampires and a few drops of blood on the ground. The Brooke tribesmen who were the first to rush up the mountain have disappeared. Seeing the 2 somewhat bewildered big shots, Lu Qing stood up with a smile, his eyes exceptionally bright, and said, "No need to look anymore. The group of vampires who came up earlier have probably been turned into nutrients by now. And that guy you're looking for, named Hanbison, here he is." As Lu Qing spoke, he pushed out a person from behind him, or more accurately, a small baby. The little boy was only 1 meter tall, with a distinctive head of blonde hair, but he looked somewhat dazed at the moment, as if he had suffered some serious shock. The ninth elder of the Brooke tribe sensed a familiar aura emanating from the little child, and involuntarily opened his mouth wide in astonishment, exclaiming, You are Hanbason?" When the little boy heard someone call his name, he turned his head blankly, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Then, his little mouth trembled, his eyes reddened, and he cried out in a childish voice that was almost about to burst into tears, "Ninth elder. I'm suffering so much." Upon witnessing this bizarre scene, even the old Duke of the Lazenba tribe couldn't help but become wary, and said seriously, "This guy is a bit strange." The ninth elder of the Brooke tribe nodded with a grim face and said, "I have indeed never seen such a strange ability before. In any case, let's take him down first." His gaze had already fallen on behind Lu Qing, because behind that tall figure was the sacred artifact that their Brooke clan had always dreamed of but had never been able to obtain, the execution axe. What does losing a duke matter as long as we can get the sacred artifact? Moreover, this kid might even be of royal blood. If we can absorb his royal bloodline, our clan will definitely produce 3 princes. The ninth elder had already noticed that Hanbison, who had turned into a baby, had weakened to a level that even the last generation of vampires could not match, and this transformation seemed to be irreversible. Therefore, the Duke of Humboldt has lost the ability to serve the family. However, compared to obtaining the family's sacred artifact and a member of the royal bloodline, such a loss is negligible. Lu Qing had already seen the greedy glint in the eyes of the 2 old men, but he didn't care at all, because this greed would soon turn into fear. He didn't intend to let any of the hundreds of high-level vampires here go. Go! Kill all the vampires here first. The two vampire leaders issued the order almost simultaneously, and the vampires behind them rushed forward like a tidal wave. Just as the two clans' vampires launched their attack, all the Azure clan members on the plaza simultaneously released their auras, and at the same time, more Azure clan members slowly emerged from the shadows. Without exception, all members of the Qing clan revealed a pair of silver eyes. At this moment, the desires of the ancient corpse race in the ancestral mountain reached their peak in Lu Qing's ears, as if countless howls echoed in his ears. All right. You're driving me crazy. Lu Qing picked at his ears helplessly, looked towards the direction of Zushan, and said softly, "Come out and slaughter to your heart's content." As his words fell, the entire ancestral mountain seemed to tremble violently. An ancient, desolate, violent, and chilling aura spread rapidly toward this place with overwhelming force. This momentum even stirred up a sandstorm. Boom! 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 The sound of violent trampling came, as if countless wild bulls were charging wildly, crushing everything in their path with unparalleled force. These ancient corpse races have been silent and forgotten for far too long, and now, the very races that once fought them to the death are right before their eyes. Therefore, only through brutal slaughter can the pain of this slumber that has lasted for thousands of years and the hatred of annihilation be quelled. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, all the Western vampires stopped in their tracks, staring blankly at the strange creature blocking their path. Each of them was over 3 meters tall, with exaggerated, rock-like muscles bulging high, sharp claws and fangs that were particularly striking, and blood-red eyes that were wide open, filled with endless savagery and hatred. Chapter 100. I didn't say you could leave. What kind of race is this? The old duke of the Lazenba tribe stared at the thousands of giant creatures that charged into the battlefield like ferocious beasts. A tremendous pressure surged within him, and at the same time, the intense killing intent and hatred emanating from these creatures sent chills down his spine. These creatures were each 3 meters tall, with bluish-gray skin and muscles as strong as rocks. Just by looking at it, one can imagine how strong its body is. Their fingernails were over an inch long, jet black, and incredibly hard. Some of them even had enormous wings on their backs. The ninth elder of the Brook tribe's pupils contracted sharply. He felt that these creatures in front of him were familiar, as if he had seen them before or knew about them, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember them. But without a doubt, each of these creatures is a genuine killing machine, especially when facing vampires like them. Their overwhelming killing intent seems to engulf the entire world. Why do they hate us so much? This was something the ninth elder couldn't understand. Just then, Lu Qing's voice drifted over. This is a race that you once gathered all the power of your clans, and even went so far as to collude with the church, in an effort to exterminate them. You are trying to bury their existence, and you don't even want future generations of vampires to remember them. They are my Eastern race. Today, you will be their first sacrifices upon their awakening. Lu Qing lowered his head slightly, and the bloodline of the corpse clan's progenitor slowly activated. The scene before them seemed to awaken the remaining memories in their ancestral bloodline. His blood began to boil, and he couldn't help but let out a low, furious roar. Slaughter! Tear them apart! With this roar, the 1,000 ancient corpses that had been waiting for so long let out a roar in unison, pounding their chests with anger and savagery that seemed to ignite the air. Lu Qing himself pounded his fists together, the impact creating a loud boom as if the air itself had been shattered. His arms swelled rapidly, his bluish-gold veins bulged terrifyingly, snow-white fangs protruded from his lips, and a purple-gold hue shone between his eyes. He gestured backward, and the execution axe flew into his hand automatically. Dragging the massive battle axe, he leaped straight into the battlefield, shouting, "Kill!" Lu Qing's giant axe carried a world-destroying aura, directly splitting a marquee in two, and then crushing another head with his other hand. This time, he only activated the bloodline of the progenitor of the corpse clan, and with his extremely powerful body and strength alone, he launched a violent massacre. At this moment, he seemed to have become one with the 1,000 ancient corpses. What kind of power is this? This body is too monstrous. My attacks have absolutely no effect? A vampire marquis, who was unleashing his innate abilities, stared in horror at the giant-like figure before him. The next second, he was torn apart by a pair of enormous hands. The vampires of the two clans were thrown into extreme panic, for they discovered that the creatures before them seemed completely unafraid of their attacks. Even if you use your innate abilities, it's difficult to leave any marks on these creatures. The vampire's prized self-healing ability is utterly useless here. Because once attacked by these creatures, you will either instantly become a pile of minced meat or your body will be torn apart, with no possibility of self-healing. Their only remaining advantage is the speed and agility of the vampires, which allows them to barely hold their own. but there were 1,000 ancient corpses here, while they only had a few hundred vampires, leaving them with very little room to maneuver. At Lu Qing's instruction, Shui of the Qing clan did not participate in the battle. Instead, he guarded the outer battlefield and drove all the fleeing Blood Clan members back to the battlefield. Therefore, the only ones fighting on the battlefield were these 1,000 newly awakened ancient corpses, who were venting their anger and hatred to the fullest. No Western vampire could leave a complete corpse at the hands of these ancient corpse races, and a thick layer of blood plasma quickly accumulated on the entire square. As for Lu Qing himself, after slaying several marquises and a duke, he could only stand there helplessly, carrying his battle axe. Because whenever he sets his sights on a vampire, 2 or 3 ancient corpses will immediately rush up beside him, howling and tearing the vampire he has chosen to shreds with their fists and claws, before howling and running off to find other vampires. After this happened several times in a row, Lu Qing had no choice but to give up. After all, this battle was something he had deliberately left for the Corpse Clan to vent their anger on. These Corpse Clan members now worshipped him as their master and were also members of the Green Clan. As the head of the clan, he naturally had to take care of everyone's feelings. Master. These creatures are too ferocious. Even the Marquis couldn't withstand them. Our attacks are completely ineffective. Duke Blas's corrosive blood is completely ineffective against these creatures. Help me. The terrified cries of the vampires echoed across the battlefield. Especially the Earl-level vampires, who were no match for the ancient corpse race's attack, and the noble marquises, who could only barely parry, were all covered in wounds. These usually powerful and prestigious individuals were now as fragile as paper. Various bizarre and dazzling innate abilities continuously bloomed, but when bombarded by the powerful bodies of the ancient zombies, they often only managed to push them back a step or two. Then, as if enraged, they charged forward even more frantically. You've all played Crossfire, right? In biohazard mode, you'll be pushed back when fighting zombies. Only those innate abilities that are not physical attacks can slightly hinder the advance of the ancient corpse race, but there are very few vampires with such abilities. During the ancient Holy War, the Eastern Corpse Clan relied on such powerful bodies and strength to withstand all damage and then tear their enemies apart. However, at that time, due to the participation of church angels in the war, the Holy Light had a powerful weakening and corrosive effect. In addition, all the princes and first-generation beings of the 13 clans were mobilized, and in the end, countless lives were lost to destroy this powerful Eastern Corpse Clan. Boom! A loud noise came from the center of the battlefield. The figure of the 9th Elder of the Brookland quickly sprang out from a huge crater, and then used his speed to the extreme to barely escape the pursuit of the 2 ancient corpse clans in front of him. He touched his head with lingering fear and cursed, "Damn it, if I hadn't run fast, my head would have been ripped off. These wretched creatures are far too powerful. We must inform the family about their appearance as soon as possible." Thinking of this, the 9th Elder's eyes began to flicker. He knew in his heart that the situation had completely changed. Originally, the Bruin Lazenba tribes came to launch a campaign of conquest, but now, whether they can return alive is in doubt. Is the East truly about to rise to power completely? The 9th Elder suddenly had this terrible thought, and then shouted, "All members of the Brook tribe, evacuate. Find an opportunity to retreat immediately." Before he could finish speaking, a huge, bluish-gray figure silently appeared behind him, and a massive fist smashed directly into the back of his head, causing the 9th Elder, a peaked duke, to have his head deeply embedded in the ground. However, the next moment, the 9th Elder's body suddenly emitted a blood mist, and with a poof, he appeared in another place. Tui. The 9th Elder spat out the sand and stones in his mouth. With his head covered in blood, he searched fiercely for the ancient Corpse Clan member who had punched him into the ground earlier, but he couldn't even see a shadow of him. That guy must have already joined the battle and continued fighting. "Don't let me find you." The 9th Elder silently uttered a harsh threat, but did not dare to take the initiative to search for him. These guys are too strong. If he were to be besieged by 3 ancient corpse clans at the same time, he wouldn't be able to handle it. He briefly sensed the battlefield and realized that his clansmen had already suffered heavy losses in just a short time. At least 20 marquises had vanished, and 2 dukes had also disappeared without a trace. As for those count-level vampires, they had long since turned into piles of minced meat, or been bitten beyond recognition, making them unrecognizable. Looking at the Lazenba tribe, the situation seemed even worse. Even the old duke had his arm torn off, the wound churning with blood and flesh, yet he had no extra bloodline power to heal. The reason he was slightly better off was entirely due to his innate ability Blood Escape. The burst of energy, which consumes a certain amount of his life essence, allows him to escape quickly. This is why he was able to flee even after being smashed into the ground. This won't do. If this continues, no one will be able to escape. It seems I'll have to go first. I need to go back and inform the family about what happened here. That's the most important thing. The ninth elder comforted himself, and blood mist began to appear around his body. He was about to use blood escape to escape this terrifying battlefield. Just then, a voice tinged with disdain suddenly rang out behind him. So you're already planning to abandon your people and run away? You Western vampires really have no sense of contractual obligation whatsoever. The ninth elder didn't even want to turn his head. He knew that the voice must belong to the Qing clan leader who had previously been wielding the sacred weapon, the execution axe, and hacking and slashing everywhere. He just wanted to get out of this troublesome place as soon as possible. Sizzle! The sound of blood exploding rang out. The ninth elder's body was about to turn into a phantom and escape, but suddenly froze in place. The body, which should have been moving at high speed, was now moving as slowly as a tortoise crawling. He strained to turn his eyes, and through a sidelong glance, he saw a smiling face, and on his shoulder, an eerie black moon times 0, and the dark moon. Chapter 101. How many slaps did I give him to make up for it? 10 minutes later, Lu Qing returned to the steps in front of the palace, carrying a little kid who was about a meter tall. On the steps, there was another well-behaved little boy, none other than Duke Humberson. Duke Humberson straightened his oversized clothes, which were as big as a piece of cloth, and said with a wry smile, "Elder Ninth. Elder Ninth, you've come too." The little brat in Lu Qing's hand was none other than the ninth elder of the Brute clan, whose bloodline power had just been devoured by him using times 0 and Dark Moon. The ninth elder struggled to jump down from Lu Qing's grasp, but forgot his current height and accidentally tripped and fell. He got up from the ground with a dark face and snorted coldly, "Humph, you seem to be very happy to see me like this?" Then, he coughed awkwardly twice, cough cough. "Damn it, not only am I powerless, but even my voice sounds like a child's." Duke Humberson quickly ran over to comfort him. "It's alright, you'll get used to it after a few more words." The two vampire dukes, who were once highly respected in their clan, have now turned into fair-skinned little kids. If other clans saw this, they would probably laugh their heads off. Lu Qing slapped each of the two little brats on the head and said fiercely, "Stay here and behave yourselves. If you dare to run around, you'll be trampled to death." As he spoke, his gaze locked onto the old Duke of the Lazenba tribe, who was still struggling to survive under the siege of the ancient corpse tribe, and he said with a smile, "Wait, I'll find you another companion." The ninth elder noticed Lu Qing looking at the Duke, and a vicious expression suddenly appeared on his face. "Yes. Quickly bring that old guy over here too. Suck him dry, make him even smaller than us." At this moment, the ninth elder's mentality had completely collapsed. The power of the peak vampire had been completely exhausted, and his body had regressed to this state. He had already given up all hope, so he couldn't be more unlucky than another unlucky person. What's more, this unlucky person was an old rival who had been arguing for hundreds of years. Lu Qing slapped the ninth elder, who had turned into a little kid, so hard he dared not utter a word of anger. "Shut up. You think it's over now that you've become like this?" With that, Lu Qing turned around with a mischievous grin and called out into the palace, "Xiuxiu, come here. Your brother has found you two little followers." A joyful response immediately came from inside the palace, "Coming. Where are you? Where are you?" The chubby little ball came running out at an amazing speed, its mouth stretched almost to its ears. Lu Qing pointed to the ninth elder in Duke Humberson and said, "These are the two guys. They originally brought people to cause trouble at our house, but since they're here, we'll leave them to you to deal with." After saying that, Lu Qing ignored them and left the three little brats behind, heading straight for the old Duke of the Lazenba tribe on the battlefield. After Lu Qing left, Xiuqiu came to the ninth elder in Duke Humberson, crossed her arms, and scrutinized them with extreme seriousness. "You two are the bad guys who came to my house to cause trouble?" Xiuqiu's gaze made the ninth elder in Duke Humberson's scalps tingle. "This, little girl, listen to me, I am." Before the ninth elder could finish his words with a smile, he was hit hard on the forehead, making him cry out in pain, and a large bump visibly bulged on his forehead. Xiuqiu is now at the peak of the Earl's strength, and this flick on the head, delivered to two little brats who only have the power of the last generation of vampires, was quite powerful. The ninth elder was both in pain and furious, howling, "How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? Let me tell you, I am the esteemed ninth elder of the Brute clan." Bang! Another flick on the forehead. Xiuqiu glared angrily at the ninth elder and said, "The Brute clan, right? The ninth elder, right? Here's another flick on the forehead." Seeing that things were not going well, the ninth elder turned and ran with a wail, his clumsy body swaying back and forth. But Chocho stepped on his clothes and pulled him back, pinning him down so he couldn't move. With one hand on her hip and the other little finger bent, Chocho put it to her lips and blew a breath, whoosh. Then she flicked it hard, hitting the ninth elder on the forehead, bang. Ah! It hurt so much. The ninth elder clutched his forehead and rolled on the ground in pain. When has he, the dignified ninth elder, ever suffered such humiliation? Humph. Let's see if you'll behave yourself. Chocho rubbed its chubby little hands together with satisfaction, then looked at Duke Handbasin, who dared not utter a word, with a smile. He said he's the ninth elder of the Brook tribe. And you? What are you? Duke Handbasin shivered involuntarily, his face contorted in a mournful expression. Miss, please don't flick me, I'm nothing. 10 minutes later, when Lu Qing returned with a little kid who looked utterly desperate, he found the ninth elder and Handbasin standing obediently behind Chocho, their faces bruised and swollen as they slapped each other, their eyes vacant. With each slap, they unconsciously said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. The little kid in Lu Qing's arms screamed as if he'd seen a ghost, Old Man Joe? Handbasin? What are you doing? The ninth elder of the Brook tribe turned back for a moment, silently glancing at the old duke, tears of endless sorrow streaming down his face. You've come too. You'll see soon enough. Lu Qing suppressed a laugh and patted Chocho's head, praising, you've trained her well. Here, this one is for you too. Okay. Chocho chuckled sweetly, then grabbed the duke by the scruff of his neck like a chick and threw him in front of the ninth elder and Handbasin, asking the duke with utmost seriousness, who are you? The old duke of the Lazenba tribe was somewhat bewildered, but his years of cultivated noble manners made him proudly raise his little face and say, little girl, listen up. I am the Duke of the Great Lazenba clan. Chocho nodded her little head eagerly, the Duke, right. He. Bang. A flick on the forehead nearly knocked the old Duke unconscious. He's late. You two should make up for how many slaps you gave him earlier. Chocho's words brought a smile to the faces of the ninth elder and Handbasin. Let's go. Let's beat him up. And so, to the Duke's horrified gaze, the sound of slapping echoed incessantly on the steps in front of the palace. Outside Yanjing Mountain, Zhang Tianming paced anxiously back and forth, glancing at the wall of fire made of black flames every now and then, muttering to himself, why isn't it over yet? This commotion is too big. The aura fluctuations and roars emanating from the top of Yanjing Mountain earlier almost made him want to call in missiles and bombard the area. Although the old dean maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, his face betrayed his anxiety. It's definitely too much of a commotion. Looks like we'll have to hold another press conference tomorrow. But as long as we can win, that's all that matters. The power within those Dragon Group squads hidden in the shadows had already begun to surge uncontrollably. They have received top orders that as long as the Qing clan on Yanjing Mountain is no match for those Western vampires, the Dragon Group team will rush up at all costs and leave all those Western vampires here. More than 500 Dragon Group members, all possessing the ability of shared death, were determined to eliminate these despicable intruders, even at the cost of their lives. Just as the atmosphere outside was tense, through the black flames, they vaguely noticed that hundreds of figures were suddenly fleeing frantically down Yanjing Mountain. Those figures seemed to have gone mad, putting all their strength into their legs, jumping off without hesitation even if there was a deep cliff in front of them, for fear of being overtaken by what was behind them. This scene left the members of the Dragon Group somewhat bewildered, and those low-ranking vampires who were left outside the black flame due to insufficient level were even more confused. Through the black flames, they could vaguely see the figures fleeing frantically, and panic ensued. Why are they running? That's our Marquis Walters, why is he fleeing? It feels like there's a terrifying presence chasing us from behind. Duke mused. Ha? Where is Elder Ninth? Could it be that he lost? More and more low-ranking vampires began to stir restlessly, because they didn't know what was happening inside the black flames. But they could clearly see that their powerful clansmen and respected elders were desperately fleeing. However, soon, those fleeing figures disappeared one by one, as if a giant hand had suddenly reached out from the ground and left them in place forever. As those figures drew closer to Black Flame, the panic and fear in their eyes were noticed by many of the lower-ranking vampires. Finally, a Marquis-level vampire struggled to the edge of the wall formed by black flames. Looking at the black wall of fire before him, which was many times more terrifying than when he entered, he gritted his teeth and, despite the excruciating pain of his entire body being burned and corroded by the flames, forced half of his body out of the black flames. Even though his flesh was instantly scorched into charcoal by the high temperature, he still desperately tried to squeeze out. However, just as he was about to squeeze out, a giant bluish-gray hand suddenly emerged from the black flames, grabbed his head, and ruthlessly pulled him back. No! Above the black flames, only a desperate roar remained, followed by silence. Chapter 102. Within the Eastern Territory, vampires and the church are forbidden from entering. Just as the Marquis-level vampire had managed to squeeze half of his body out of the black wall of fire, a large hand grabbed his head and dragged him back in the next second. This is a Marquis-level vampire. The lower-ranking vampires outside the wall of fire were immediately plunged into extreme terror. They never imagined that their originally aggressive attack would end up in such a state. However, they soon had no more doubts. Hundreds of tall and fierce figures slowly emerged from the wall of fire before them, and then dragged them one by one into the wall of fire. Zhang Tianming watched the figure flash by through the wall of fire, his eyes filled with excitement. He shouted, "It's those ancient corpses that slumbered on the battlefield. They've awakened. They've really awakened. These are our Eastern corpses." Last time, he only followed Lu Qing into the ancient battlefield and sensed the slumbering aura in the stone coffin from afar. Based on the secret information passed down from the dragon group, he knew that the one sleeping in the stone coffin was the Eastern zombie clan. Only when you actually face it can you truly appreciate how powerful that fierce aura is. We in the East finally have our own powerful race. Zhang Tianming was so excited that his body trembled slightly. As time passed, Yanjing Mountain, which had been completely engulfed by black flames, finally returned to calm. The black flames gradually dissipated, and in the night, Yanjing Mountain remained as tranquil as ever, as if nothing had ever happened. Those Western vampires who had launched a massive invasion seemed to have been completely devoured. Beep beep beep. The display screen in Zhang Tianming's hand emitted a crisp sound. The presence of Western vampires has disappeared. Crisis alert lifted. Hearing this incredibly pleasant voice and seeing that there were no more red dots on the screen, Zhang Tianming breathed a sigh of relief, licked his chapped lips, and reported to the old dean beside him, "Chief, all the auras of the Western vampires have disappeared. Yanjing Mountain has devoured them all." The old dean put his hands behind his back, his lips moved for a long time, and finally said, all right. Let the dragon group kids go back. You've all worked hard today. All right." Zhang Tianming, who was usually calm and collected, took off running and gave urgent orders to retreat through his earpiece as he ran. The old dean stood still and waited quietly. About 20 minutes later, Lu Qing's figure slowly appeared at the foot of Yanjing Mountain. Behind him were densely packed Qing clan members, and 1,000 ancient corpses that had just experienced a frenzied massacre. These ancient corpses were covered in thick blood plasma. They had drunk their fill of blood during the battle. More than 1,000 Qing clan blood archers and more than 1,000 Qing clan ancient corpse clan members quietly followed behind Lu Qing until they arrived at the place where the black flames had left their mark. Only then did all the Qing clan members slowly stop and look at the dragon group members from afar. Only Lu Qing stepped forward alone, meeting the old dean's expectant gaze, and slowly opened his mouth with a smile. From today onwards, the Qing clan will officially appear before all the vampire clans. We hereby formally declare to all clans, from this moment forward, Western vampires are forbidden from entering the Eastern Territory. Western churches are forbidden from entering. Anyone who sets foot in China without authorization will be executed without mercy by our Qing clan. At this moment, the more than 2,000 Qing clan members behind Lu Qing simultaneously released their powerful auras, and a pressure instantly enveloped the heavens and the earth. His calm words brought tears to the eyes of the old dean, who had served the dragon group for almost his entire life. All his previous worries vanished in that instant. The old dean solemnly straightened his clothes, bowed deeply to Lu Qing, and said, "Thank you." Lu Qing didn't shy away, but just smiled and added, "In the future, we'll have to trouble the dragon group to keep a close eye on the border. If you find one, my Qing clan will kill one." The old dean smiled and nodded, "This is simply our duty as the dragon group." Then, the old man turned his gaze to the 1,000 ancient corpses behind Lu Qing, his eyes full of curiosity and anticipation. "Is this the ancient zombie lineage that has disappeared in our East? Can I come forward and take a closer look?" Lu Qing didn't speak, but simply turned slightly to the side and made a gesture of invitation. Then he took out a Qing clan badge from his pocket and handed it to the old dean. "Take this. This is my Qing clan badge. It has my aura on it. If you take it, they won't attack you." The old dean took the simple yet exquisite badge, examined it carefully for a moment, then held it tightly in his hand and walked nervously to the ancient corpse clan member at the very front. It was a flying zombie with huge wings on its back. When the flying zombie saw the old dean approaching, its silver eye swept over him slightly. Sensing the aura of the badge in his hand, it did not launch an attack. The old dean stretched out his withered fingers and gently stroked the stiff, muscular arm of the flying zombie, muttering repeatedly, "Good. Very good. This body is too powerful." After the old dean had had his fill of fun, Lu Qing spoke again. "The 2 drops of blood I gave you last time had too much energy. Even if they were extracted, ordinary members of the dragon group would probably find it difficult to withstand. It's best used on those with superior talent. This time, I'm giving the dragon group another small gift." As he spoke, he clapped his hands lightly, and the Qing people behind him parted to make way for Qiuqiu, who hopped out, followed by 3 little kids. Perhaps it was the 3 little ones dawdling that annoyed Qiuqiu, for she turned around and glared at them fiercely. "Hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, you'll get another slap and a flick on the head." When the little girl led the 3 little kids to the front, the old headmaster glanced at them with a puzzled look, and then sensed a unique aura emanating from the 3 little kids. "This is?" Lu Qing smiled and explained, "One is the 9th elder of the Bro clan, one is a duke, and the other is the old duke of the Lazenba clan. They are all dukes, basically the strongest vampires present this time. I've absorbed most of their bloodline essence, but a trace remained. Your dragon group should take it back for research, it would be very useful." Hearing Lu Qing's words, the old dean's eyelids twitched. 3 of the strongest duke-level vampires, to be used for research. It should be noted that since its inception, the dragon group has never captured a vampire of the rank of Earl at most, they have only killed them. Now 3 have arrived at once. Although they have little blood left in their bodies and have turned into little kids, they are still extremely precious. If those old guys in the research department saw these 3 kids, their madness would be only slightly less than if they had obtained Lu Qing's blood. The old headmaster was speechless for a moment, and could only thank him again. Then, with immense kindness, he led the 3 little boys over, his wrinkles beaming into a smile. Come with Grandpa. Grandpa will definitely cherish you." 3 once powerful dukes, under Qiuqiu's watchful gaze, dared not utter a sound and were silently taken away. At that moment, they had only one thought in their minds: "Take me away quickly, I'll go do anything, just don't stay by this little girl's side anymore." Most of the vampires who came this time are now forever left on Yanjing Mountain, while many more were torn to pieces by the furious and bloodthirsty ancient corpse race. But none of these will be wasted, they will all be placed into the blood pool of the ancestral mountain as nourishment for the evolution of the Qing clan's bloodline. In this battle, the bloodline advantages of the Qing clan after its mutation were fully demonstrated. The vampire's self-healing ability and speed, the 2 innate abilities awakened by the royal bloodline, plus the powerful strength and physique gained after absorbing the bloodline of the corpse race, make the actual combat power of each Azure clan blood archer almost completely crush ordinary vampires of the same level. As for those 1,000 ancient corpses, unless they encounter vampires of a significantly higher level or a large-scale encirclement, they can simply charge straight through and sweep everything away with their iron fists. Moreover, this time the blood pool in the ancestral mountain received even more nourishment, allowing the Qing clan's blood servants to evolve once more. The ancient corpse clan, on the other hand, was able to return to the ancient battlefield to continue absorbing power and constantly refining themselves. However, Lu Qing himself did not devour too many high-level vampires in this battle. The main reason was that he couldn't bear to steal the nourishment of his own family members, so at most, he only devoured about 6 dukes and 10 marquises. The current evolution level has reached 78-100, which is still some distance away from evolving into a vampire prince, while the blood of the progenitor of the corpse race is still 37. However, none of these are problems, because in the West, there are 13 vampire clans waiting for him. Whether it was to find Jiang Chen's remaining sealed body and absorb the complete ancestral bloodline, or to evolve through the devouring of vampires, he was ultimately going to the West. When the Qing clan officially appeared before the 13 clans, his future battlefield had already stepped into a wider world. A day later, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the vampire world. A family called the Azure clan had emerged in the traditionally weak eastern lands. The mysterious leader of the Azure clan officially declared to the 13 clans of the Blood clan and the Church, foreign races are forbidden from entering the eastern lands. Chapter 103: Those who dare not come are cowards. After the Qing clan officially issued the ban, messages spread rapidly in the mysterious and dark world of vampires through the Wind Whisperers and the vampire dark web. Some vampire legends say that the Qing clan of the East seems to possess a unique and magical bloodline. There are also reports that the Bru and Lazenba clans, 2 of the 13 vampire clans, once sent a large number of high-ranking vampires to secretly infiltrate the East, but they were all wiped out. Some even went so far as to say that the mysterious leader of the Azure clan was an ancient vampire who had just awakened after sleeping for thousands of years. The rumors became increasingly outrageous. At this moment, Lu Qing on Yanjing Mountain was browsing the vampire dark web on his mobile phone. This dark web was created by a certain vampire clan, and many small, liberal vampire families can obtain various information about the vampire world from it. There are also merchants who specialize in selling intelligence here, and even the powerful blood servants of the 13 clans will leave traces here. At this moment, the dark web was almost entirely filled with news related to the Qing clan. Such as a huge family has been discovered in the mysterious East. The Azure clan has officially revealed itself after annihilating hundreds of high-ranking vampires. Headlines like the mysterious Green clan, the strange bloodline, are everywhere. Each message has a large number of comments and replies below it. However, since the Blue clan only issued a declaration and did not actually appear on the world stage, and almost all the Western vampires who had seen the Blue clan did not return alive, most of these news about the Blue clan are just speculation. However, these active vampires are eagerly awaiting the reaction of the 13 clans and the church. After all, this declaration was mainly aimed at them. Apart from the 13 clans and the church, other vampire families rarely participate in such disputes. In particular, will the Bru and Lazenba clans launch another attack on the Qing clan after losing a large number of high-ranking vampires? What exactly is the ability of the Qing clan's leader to wipe out so many high-ranking vampires in one fell swoop? These kinds of speculations almost dominate the other half of the topics on the dark web. I heard that the Qing clan wiped out the hundreds of vampires that the Bru and Lazenba clans sent to attack. Is that true? It's absolutely true. And the two races mobilized nearly 10 Duke-level vampires last time. No. I heard that the two races sent as many as 3,000 high-ranking vampires, and they were all wiped out. Is this Eastern Green clan really that terrifying? I'm curious, will these two clans retaliate? Yes. I want to know too. The 13 clans have never suffered such humiliation. I was originally planning to join the Lazenba tribe, but now I'm having second thoughts. Speculation about the Qing tribe and conjecture about the reactions of the two clans made this usually inactive dark web suddenly bustling with activity. Lu Qing even saw a bounty on him on the dark web. This was initiated by a mysterious vampire who claimed that anyone who could provide information about him would receive 10 Marquis-level blood crystals as a reward. 10 Marquis-level blood crystals. That's quite a sum. For those who haven't entered the core of the 13 clans, or for those from small vampire families, 10 Marquis-level blood crystals are enough to raise them 2 ranks. The bounty was even pinned to the top by the dark web's controllers, and many vampires left comments below, expressing considerable emotion. 10 Marquis-level blood crystals? The bounty hunter must be a high-ranking vampire from some clan, otherwise he wouldn't be able to come up with so many resources. I'm already preparing to secretly head east. If you add another Duke-grade blood crystal, I'll bring my family and retrieve the head of that Azure clan lord. Upstairs, you're really not afraid of death. Welcome to the East. After all, it costs 10 blood crystals. I'm thinking of giving it a try. Anyone want to join me? Everyone, please be careful. That Qing clan leader is probably not simple. Among the comments, some were tempted, while others tried to dissuade them. But it was foreseeable that, lured by 10 Marquis-level blood crystals, some hot-headed Western vampires would risk infiltrating the East. These vampires, they really have nothing better to do. No wonder, they've lived for hundreds of years, they're probably tired of living. Looking at the eager-looking guys in the comments, Lu Qing's lips curled up slightly as he thought happily, bring it on, I'll use you all to establish my authority. He was idly browsing the dark web when he discovered quite a few interesting things. Just as he was about to quit, a message quickly rose to the top of the dark web. This is the declaration of the Brute clan. The declaration was concise and straightforward. As one of the 13 great clans, the Brute clan would never tolerate any existence that dared to challenge the dignity of their clan. The Eastern Green clan first launched a surprise attack on their eastern branch, and then killed the vampires they had sent to inquire about the situation. The Eastern Qing clan must bear the wrath of the noble Bru clan. The declaration concluded, provocation is tantamount to death. And we will soon bring death to the Qing people. The meaning is clear, the Brooke tribe intends to launch another attack on the Eastern Qing tribe. The declaration also revealed more information, such as that the eastern branch of the Brooke tribe was wiped out by the Blue tribe. As for the so-called attack on the clansmen sent to inquire, everyone knows in their hearts that it is just a whitewashing excuse used by the Brute clan. There is no reason for them to send so many high-ranking vampires to inquire. The Brute clan's declaration attracted the attention of all vampires almost instantly upon its release. Comments flooded the message board below. Is this a declaration of war? Thumbs up. Having already suffered a defeat once, can they really wipe out the Eastern Qing clan this time? What utter nonsense about the Eastern lands being off limits. Anyone who offends our people's honor will be killed. Prepare to face the wrath of my people. For countless years, a family has finally emerged that dares to stand against the 13 clans. We must hold on. Is this newly established family about to be destroyed again? Clearly, most vampires didn't have high hopes for the newly formed Eastern Qing clan. Although they didn't know much about the Qing clan, they were facing the deeply entrenched 13 clans. However, just over 10 minutes after the Brute clan issued its declaration, the Lazenba clan also issued a declaration. Similar to the Brute clan, they claimed that the Blue clan attacked their eastern branch and issued a declaration banning entry to the eastern lands, greatly provoking the clan's dignity. The Lazenba clan decided to send another large number of its members to join the Bra clan in a campaign to the east. Furthermore, the Lazenba clan added a bounty: if other vampires could provide any information about the Azure clan's lord, they would receive an additional 10 blood crystals as a reward from the Lazenba clan. If they could enter the eastern territory and bring back the Azure clan's lord, they would receive 5 Duke-level blood crystals and the permanent protection of the Lazenba clan. Upon hearing this declaration, all the vampires who had previously hesitated were immediately filled with fervor. A Duke-level blood crystal. And the permanent protection of the Lazenba clan. Every vampire understands what this means. All this could be accomplished by infiltrating the East, breaking the ban on entry, or simply bringing back the Lord of the Azure clan. Lu Qing was too lazy to read the declaration of the Lazenba clan in detail. It's certain that, lured by such a reward, a large number of fearless vampires will arrive soon, and then these two clans will join forces to attack his Green clan. Come on, everyone. The blood pool in Ancestral Mountain is almost completely absorbed again. Lu Qing sneered. Since that's the case, I have to do something about it. After thinking for a moment, he scrolled through his phone and picked out a few pretty good photos. Luckily, I took 2 before, and now they're finally coming in handy. He opened the dark web again, uploaded the photo, and added a caption. After sending the message, Lu Qing immediately exited the dark web and then dialed an encrypted phone number. A languid and alluring voice quickly came from the other end of the phone. You only remembered to call me after so long? Avril has missed you so much. I want kisses and hugs. Ignoring Avril's renewed attempts to be affectionate, Lu Qing asked directly, when does the sacred trial of your Lazenba clan begin? Upon hearing this topic, Avril's voice became noticeably serious. It starts the day after tomorrow and will last for 7 days. Most of our clansmen will enter the sacred ground then. Are you going to make your move? Lu Qing replied calmly, your family is courting death, and I won't tolerate it. Are you sure Jiang Chen's left leg is inside your holy land? On the other end of the phone, Avril replied, it's confirmed. It's because of the seal on Jiang Chen's left leg that our Lazenba clan's sacred artifact cannot be retrieved from the sacred ground. Lu Qing nodded and said with a playful smile, that's good. I'll also take out the sacred artifact for you this time. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qing got up and headed back to the ancient battlefield behind Zushan Mountain, where a huge surprise was hidden in its deepest part. Meanwhile, the dark web had completely exploded. An account named Qing suddenly sent a message after the 2 massive clans issued their declarations. A few pictures and a short text. The picture appears to be taken at a mountaintop plaza. The huge plaza is filled with vampire corpses, some torn apart, some reduced to mincemeat, and the entire ground is covered with a thick layer of blood. The family crests of the Brook and Lazenba tribes were clearly imprinted on those mangled corpses. Above these corpses were countless blurry, dark shadows. These shadows were the Azure clan members who had torn apart the Blood clan. These pictures all depict similar scenes, accompanied by the caption, these are the tribesmen you sent before. They are dead. Thank you. As I said before, foreign tribes are forbidden from entering the lands of the East. Anyone who disagrees is welcome to try. Chapter 104 I am dead. Burn paper money if you need anything. Thank you everyone. To the west, the Alvis Mountains. Where the wind and snow had buried, a magnificent medieval castle stood proudly atop the mountain. This is the main ancestral hall of the Lazenba clan, one of the 13 clans. Inside the castle, in a dimly lit room, a dozen exquisitely crafted coffins were neatly arranged. At this moment, several members of the Lazenba tribe are kneeling devoutly before these coffins. The one on the dark web named Qing should be the patriarch of the Eastern Qing clan. It's been confirmed. The corpses in the pictures he posted are indeed our clansmen. None of the clansmen we sent have returned to the clan. Since none of the tribesmen sent to the east returned, the blood archers of the Lazenba tribe were unaware of what had happened on Yenjing Mountain. It wasn't until those images appeared on the dark web that the Lashenba tribe truly realized that all the tribesmen they had sent had been killed. The words of the clansman awakened the being that had been sleeping in the coffin. From the coffin at the very center, a hoarse voice slowly drifted out. "What are the reactions of the other clans?" The clansman respectfully replied in a deep voice, reporting to the patriarch. "The Bro clan, like us, intends to send clansmen into the east again to deal with that Green clan. Apart from this, the other 11 clans have not yet taken any action regarding the Qing clan's declaration of prohibition, and seem to be observing the situation." A cold snort came from the other coffin. "A bunch of profit-driven bastards. Why would those clans act so easily if there were no benefits? Our clan is enough to annihilate the Qing clan." Sleeping in this coffin is the great elder of the Lazenba clan, a terrifying prince-level powerhouse, just like the clan head. The coffin representing the patriarch spoke again. "The Holy Land trial is about to begin. Once our clan completes its trials, we will set off to annihilate the Qing clan. Our clan's honor cannot be challenged." From within the dozen or so coffins came a unified, somber response: "Family dignity cannot be trampled upon." After the noise subsided, several clansmen slowly withdrew from the main hall. However, just as they were about to reach the door, a voice suddenly rang out from the coffin behind them. "Avril, the Holy Sun is about to break through to the Duke level. Be prepared to sacrifice yourself at any time. After your sacrifice, you will remain by the Holy Sun's side as a vassal." Avril, who had been walking silently with her head down, about to leave, trembled slightly upon hearing these words. She turned around and respectfully replied, "Yes, master." As she turned and left the hall again, Avril's eyes held a hint of helplessness and coldness. The Holy Sun is about to break through to the Duke level, and she, the Holy Maiden, is the best supplement for him. As the Holy Maiden of the Lazenba tribe, Avril possesses extremely special blood. The essence of those bloods settled within her body, enabling her to evolve at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary people. However, this is not a blessing, because when the family's Holy Sun breaks through to the Duke level, all the blood essence accumulated in her body will be absorbed. From then on, she would become the Holy Sun's personal vassal, at his mercy. Even with her exceptional talent and the awakening of a trace of royal blood within her, she could only serve as nourishment for the advancement of the Holy Sun within the family. Thinking of the torment she might suffer in the future, this extremely alluring woman felt both hatred and resentment. Before she knew it, that familiar figure appeared in her mind. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently stroked her fair skin, a bewitching smile blooming on her face again, her bright eyes gazing eastward. She muttered to herself, "My sister has preserved her body for hundreds of years with great difficulty, she can't let it fall into the wrong hands. After all, your essence flows through my veins right now. Come and destroy them." After the storm was stirred up on the vampire dark web, countless vampires, lured by the high rewards, began to greedily infiltrate the eastern territory. On the shores of the South China Sea, a marquis-level western vampire quietly peeked out from the dark waters. He first looked around warily, then suddenly accelerated, rushing like the wind to a large tree on the coastline. "TCH. What do you mean by forbidden from the east? I'm in here now, and nobody's bothering me." The Marquis, somewhat smugly, took out his phone, snapped several photos of his handsome face, added his location, and uploaded the pictures to the dark web. "We've successfully entered the eastern territory. The Qing clan was just bluffing, nobody stopped me. Brothers, keep going." His post instantly attracted a lot of attention. The picture was clicked on, the location was carefully analyzed, and the vampires discovered that this guy had actually entered the east. "Brother Marquis, would you mind telling me which route you took? I'm planning to go there too." It seems the Qing clan is just talking, purely trying to scare the vampires. After all, the eastern border is so long, how could it be entirely guarded by the Qing clan? Go quickly to Yenjing Mountain and take a look. If we can find out information about the Qing clan chief, we'll have 10 Marquis-level blood crystals. Marquis, give me an answer. Where are they? The group of vampires eagerly awaited a reply. After all, this was the first Western vampire to successfully infiltrate after the Eastern Green clan issued the ban. However, after waiting for a long time, the Marquis did not reply to any message. What happened? Could they have been captured by the Qing clan? Give me an answer. Can I go or not? Something's wrong. The Marquis is in danger. In reality, the Marquis was no longer able to reply to the messages. Just as he finished posting the update and turned to continue moving forward, a huge bluish-gray arm suddenly reached out and grabbed his head. You! Let me go! The Marquis struggled desperately, his innate abilities blasting at the giant in front of him like cannonballs, but the giant did not budge. Unauthorized intruders, kill! A deep, hoarse voice rang out, and the next moment, the Marquis's head was crushed. The Qing clan's corpse frantically gnawed at the Marquis's remaining neck twice, then tossed the body to the ground like trash and quickly disappeared along the coastline. After a while, Zhang Tianming of the Dragon Group led several members of the Dragon Group out slowly from the dense forest. The essence of the Marquis's bloodline had been completely absorbed by the corpse race. TSK Tisk. Zhang Tianming looked at the headless corpse. I told you not to listen, and you insisted on coming here to die. How pathetic. As he spoke, he picked up his phone, which had fallen to the ground, and snapped several photos of the corpse. He then uploaded the pictures to the vampire dark web with the caption, I am dead. Burn paper money if you need anything. Thank you everyone. The vampires on the dark web were waiting for a reply from this vampire Marquis who had infiltrated the East, when they suddenly saw his second post. I am dead. If you need anything, burn some paper money for me. Thank you everyone. The post was accompanied by several pictures of my extremely gruesome death. Upon seeing these images, all the vampires were initially stunned, followed by a chill running down their spines. Died so quickly? Ah. So the Green Clan really is hunting down the vampires who have invaded our territory. That's terrible. I'm a little hesitant to go. A Marquis-level vampire had his head crushed so quickly, how terrifying. The Qing clan is mighty. I didn't say anything bad about you. I was just joking. I didn't mean to go to the East. Don't take it seriously. When the vampires on the dark web saw these photos, they immediately realized that the Blue Clan might be looking at the Marquis' phone. How can someone who's already dead post updates? It must have been posted by someone from the Qing tribe. Similar scenes are playing out in various places along the eastern border. On the border of Hong Kong Island, a fishing boat had just docked at the harbor when a dark figure flashed past beneath it and frantically ran towards the village on the coast. However, just as he was about to reach the shore, with a loud boom, the sea above him seemed to be struck by a giant hammer. A figure with immense power smashed through the thick seawater and pinned him directly to the seabed mud. The next moment, his neck was bitten off, and all his bloodline power was frantically drained. In the border region of Yunnan, a wild, Duke-level Western vampire cruelly transformed a human into a blood servant. The blood servant then rode a small motorcycle, carrying the human, whose aura was completely concealed, slowly into the territory. But when they reached the border, they saw the words spelled out in the middle of the road by the corpses of dozens of Western vampires, unauthorized trespassers, die. The Duke, confident in his strength, was somewhat shocked but still charged toward the border recklessly. I'm a Duke, after all. I don't believe your Qing clan has many dukes to stop me. If all else fails, I'll just run away. However, the next moment, the unwilling Western Duke-level vampire suddenly turned around and found that 7 Qing clan blood archers, exuding the aura of dukes, had appeared under the street lamp at some point and were staring at him with the same eyes that looked at a corpse. Even after his body was torn into 7 pieces, he still couldn't understand why the Qing clan could send 7 dukes to wait for him in this place, and why, even though they were both dukes, the difference between them was so great. At the border of Kunlun Mountain, a duke finally managed to cross the majestic snow-capped mountain. Looking at the border that was so close and about to be crossed, a smile appeared on his face. Just as he was about to officially step in, he suddenly discovered that on the snow-capped mountains at the border ahead, 2 enormous creatures and 2 vampires exuding the aura of dukes had appeared at some point. A hoarse roar echoed, shaking the snow on the opposite mountain so much that it began to slide down, eventually forming the words, China ahead, trespassers will die. Upon seeing this line of text, the Western Duke, who had painstakingly traversed mountains and valleys, turned around and ran back without looking back. Chapter 105 Sorry, I'm busy. Vampires who attempted to cross the border and infiltrate the country were mercilessly slaughtered on the borderline. The vast majority of related videos and images were uploaded to the vampire dark web by the account named Qing. Slay a Marquis. The accompanying picture is of a Western Marquis with a bloody hole dug out of his chest. The blood of this duke tastes good, but his death was a bit too gruesome. The accompanying image shows a vampire duke with his limbs nailed to a cliff. I urge everyone to be kind, the Qing people are not joking. The accompanying images consist of several pictures showing more than 20 vampire corpses, all of which had their necks bitten off. This series of events caused Lu Qing's account to instantly rise to the top of the dark web rankings. I had no idea so many vampires had secretly gone there if this hadn't been posted. That's not the point. The point is that the Azure clan actually managed to intercept all of these vampires. Has the Qing clan become so powerful now? Even the 13 clans are only this much. Immediately afterward, Lu Qing's actions drew a counterattack from the Brute clan. The clan's holy son issued a statement from afar. Don't be too arrogant. When my clan's blood archer arrives, I hope your green clan can still stop him. I'm telling you clearly, tonight 6 dukes from my clan will be the first to enter the east. Elder Namielsen will go in person, just you wait. This counterattack evoked a sense of Gonkai, deep emotion reflection among countless vamp. 6 brute dukes have joined forces to enter. Are they preparing the vanguard for the clan's conquest? Elder Namerson of the Brute tribe. A powerful being who was just one step away from becoming a prince. Can this really stop it? It seems the Brute tribe is truly enraged this time. The vampire dark web seemed to have become a spectacle overnight. All Western vampires know that the ancient 13 clans are extremely terrifying. Previously, it was always the wild vampires from the west who went to the east alone. Now, is the Brute clan finally going to take the lead? 6 powerful dukes, and an elder duke who was about to become a prince. With such a lineup, let alone conquering the border, wiping out a clan branch would be a piece of cake. This time, Lu Qing's account did not respond in a timely manner. Just as the vampires on the dark web were speculating whether the Green clan was facing a real crisis, Lu Qing's account finally updated with another post. This time, the entire vampire community on the dark web was thrown into utter shock. It also uses a combination of several pictures and a caption. There are a total of 7 pictures, each showing a single corpse, meaning there are 7 corpses in total. These corpses appeared to have been burned at some high temperature, and their bodies had become dry and twisted. But judging from the conspicuous badges on the corpses, they were clearly several dukes sent by the Brute clan. In the 7th image, a blurry humanoid figure covered in black flames is seen holding the head of an old vampire in one hand. It was obvious that it was Elder Namielsen, the strongest among the dukes, who had now turned into a blackened corpse. This is the 2nd elder that my Qing clan has devoured. Come on, come on. My Qing ethnic group is suffering from unbearable hunger and thirst. This text, along with these 7 accompanying images, evoked a vivid picture in the minds of all vampires who saw this animation. Even though the figure of the Azure clan's leader could not be clearly seen in the photo, the aura that was frozen in time seemed to shock the hearts of every vampire. The 7 dukes sent by the Brute tribe have all been wiped out. Elder Namielsen has also perished. This is terrifying. Is that person covered in black flames in the picture the mysterious lord of the Azure clan? I really want to see him in person. The east is too terrifying. I'd rather die than go there again. In the far west, among the Brute tribe, the family's holy son, Thoria, went into a frenzy after seeing Lu Qing's post. Roar! Damn the Green clan! Damn it! With bloodshot eyes, Thoria roared madly, tearing apart a member of his tribe beside him, yet still unable to quell the rage in his heart. This Eastern Qing clan actually managed to kill 7 of my clan's dukes. Even my beloved uncle Namielsen has fallen. Quickly request permission from the patriarch to mobilize the entire clan. I'm going to crush him. After a frenzied outburst, the holy son Talia calmed down slightly before slowly speaking. Never mind. The patriarch has been absorbing the royal bloodline these past 2 days and is at a critical stage, so he needs someone to protect him. Once the patriarch emerges, I must personally go to the east. No. Now. Tolia suddenly revealed a ferocious smile, frantically typing on the tablet in front of him, and then uploading it to the vampire dark web. I am Thoria, the holy son of the Brute clan. A formal blood pact war has been launched against the lord of the Azure clan. Right on the eastern border, I will tear you apart. Do you dare agree? The blood pact battle is a dual invitation passed down through countless years by the vampires, representing the highest honor. Generally, if one party initiates a blood pact with the other party will definitely accept it. Because this concerns the dignity of the vampire clan. If they don't accept it, they will be looked down upon by all vampires. Thoria's invitation was widely shared by the vampires who were watching the spectacle, and they all tagged Lu Qing's account. The blood pact war has begun. A battle where the honor of the vampires is at stake. I'm really looking forward to it. The holy son of the Brute clan is said to be a twin with royal blood. And he's at the peak of the Earl rank. Can the Lord of the Azure clan defeat him? This isn't a question of whether we can win or not. The invitation to the Blood Pact War has been issued, and not accepting it means you're not a vampire. Would you accept it? On Yanjing Mountain, Lu Qing looked at the numerous comments below the post and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. I'm not a pure vampire anymore. These guys are kind of cute. He then posted a brief and direct response on his account. Sorry, I'm busy, I don't have time. This move completely stunned the vampires on the dark web. They actually refused outright. Do they really not care about the honor of the vampire clan? Isn't this a bit too much? The holy son of the Brute clan was naturally furious. He had finally come up with the idea of sending out a blood pact battle invitation, only to be so calmly and directly rejected by the other party. It was like punching cotton, making him so frustrated that he felt like vomiting blood. I'll definitely take it one bite at a time, slowly. Chew and eat all your flesh and blood. Lord of the Azure clan. In the far west, the holy son of the Brook tribe, Thoria, roared in fury. The reason Lu Qing refused was because he was extremely busy at the moment. I've been so busy that I haven't been able to sleep in Su Lingwei's coffin for several days. It turns out that in the deepest part of the ancient battlefield of Zushan, after 1,000 corpses were fully awakened, 13 giant bronze gates quietly appeared there. Each of the massive bronze gates was tightly bound by thick iron chains. The only ones capable of sealing these bronze gates with such brutal methods must be Jiang Chen and his group of ancient corpse ancestors. Lu Qing spent an entire day trying to open all the bronze giant doors, only to find that only one bronze giant door could be opened. This door must have been smashed open by the combined efforts of the progenitors of the Corpse Clan. Standing before this colossal gate, Lu Qing looked at the remaining marks on it and could easily imagine the scene when Jiang Chen, along with the other 3 progenitors, violently smashed the gate with their iron fists. Even so, they only managed to open this one massive bronze gate. As for the other 12 gates, they must have tried to open them as well, but to no avail. If I'm not mistaken, this door. It should lead to the sacred land of the Lazenba tribe. He discovered this a few days ago. Inside this door, he could actually sense the aura of the Lazenba tribe, and that aura was even more ancient and desolate. Therefore, it is highly likely that passing through this open bronze gate will lead directly to the sacred ancestral land of the Lazenba clan. And the other 12 gates correspond exactly to the other 12 vampire clans. That's great. Good heavens, they raided right up to the holy site? Lu Qing grinned mischievously. You see, the sacred grounds of each of the 13 clans are the most precious places in the family's possession. Ancient artifacts are stored inside, and the deceased ancestors must be slumbering there. There are also countless treasures that can promote the evolution of the vampires. Now, it's as if Lu Qing has opened a door to the treasure troves of other families in his own home. And this door only opens in one direction. Because this door can only be opened with the bloodline of the progenitor of the Corpse Clan. Lu Qing rubbed his fingers excitedly. It just so happens that Avril said that the experts of the Lazenba clan are currently in seclusion and cultivating elsewhere. That's wonderful. Lu Qing chuckled, stretched out his hand, and released a trace of the bloodline aura belonging to the ancient Corpse Clan ancestor. Boom! The colossal bronze gate, silent for countless years, slowly opened before him. Please don't let me down. With an expectant smile, he slowly walked into the massive bronze gate. Chapter 106. Where are you? In a remote, frigid land, atop the tallest and most precipitous snow-capped mountain in a range of mountains, thousands of members of the Lazenba tribe gathered. This snow-capped mountain is the sacred mountain of the Lazenba tribe, and also the entrance to the family's sacred land. The Holy Land is now open. All members of the clan of Earl and above may enter the Holy Land to absorb the holy vein. Those who enter are strictly forbidden from peeping at the sacred coffin without permission, and are not allowed to fight with their own kind. Anyone who violates this rule will be stripped of their bloodline according to our clan's blood law. A grand sound echoed atop the snow-capped mountain. Each time the sacred site opens, the elders of the family in charge of the opening will repeatedly emphasize these rules. After all, the clansmen are scattered in various places, and it is inevitable that they will have grudges. In the past, people often took advantage of the opening of the Holy Land to take revenge on each other and fight each other. After all, every vampire who can evolve into an earl has gone through a long period of time, and each of them is proud and arrogant, unwilling to submit to anyone else. As for peeping into the sacred coffin, ordinary clansmen wouldn't dare to do so. Because the aura emanating from the sacred coffin in the Holy Land was so terrifying that only the family elders dared to approach it with difficulty. Now, open the sacred coffin. Another voice came, and then three blurry figures quietly appeared on the summit of the snow-capped mountain. As soon as these three figures appeared, all the members of the Lazenba tribe present bowed their heads respectfully in unison. Greetings, Elder. The three elders of the Lazenba clan released their powerful bloodline energy together, which condensed into a tangible crimson color, and was then strangely absorbed by the snow in front of them. After absorbing the essence of these bloodlines, the pristine snowfield began to slowly melt, revealing a bottomless black hole. Go in. At the elder's command, thousands of clansmen of rural rank and above stepped forward and leaped into the strangely appearing black hole in an orderly fashion. The Holy Land has finally reopened. I've waited a full 10 years. If I can advance one more step in the Holy Vein this time, I can evolve into a Marquis. How I miss the pure bloodline power within the holy lineage. This time, I must evolve into a Duke. With excitement and anticipation in their eyes, the tribespeople jumped into the bottomless black hole without hesitation. The reason why only members of the clan of Earl or above are allowed to enter is because the black hole leading to the Holy Land is too deep, and during the descent, one will encounter a hurricane as sharp as a knife. Those below the rank of Earl may have already turned into skeletons before even reaching the end of their lives. Avril Lavigne was also among the group entering the Holy Land. As a saint and a duke, she walked at the back of the procession. Gazing at the dark entrance to the cave, she couldn't help but glance eastward. The Holy Land has opened. Where are you? The three elders of the Lazenba clan quietly sat down cross-legged after all the clansmen had entered the sacred ground, their faces showing signs of weakness. Each time I open the Holy Land, it consumes half of my bloodline power. Fortunately, I had the Duke-level blood crystal given by the Patriarch to absorb, otherwise it would have taken 10 years just to recover the lost bloodline power. I wonder how many more Dukes the clan will have after absorbing the sacred vein this time. That Qing clan from the east has been making quite a splash lately. Humph. They're nothing but ants. Once our clan's sacred ground closes, we will surely annihilate them. Alright, let's focus on absorbing the blood crystals. At the summit of the snow-capped mountain, silence gradually fell. The three elders, holding the Duke-grade blood crystals in their hands, began to absorb the abundant bloodline power within. They will stay here until their people come out, while keeping an eye on the situation inside the sacred site. Since the Holy Land has only one entrance, and it is impossible to enter from other places, the three elders were not worried about other vampires sneaking in. They simply sat cross-legged and waited patiently. It was still the familiar darkness, chilly and damp. Lu Qing walked slowly through the darkness, without any direction to guide him, relying solely on the sensations of his bloodline to move forward. Finally, he arrived at another massive bronze gate. Looks like we'll arrive if we go out from here. He moved the massive axe he had been carrying on his shoulder to a different position, and then walked into the bronze gate without hesitation. There was nothing strange about it, it was as natural as opening a door and walking into a room. When he reappeared, he found himself in a vast space. This is a deathly silent space, with four walls covered in intricate patterns vaguely visible around it. On the walls, lamps burning with blood-red flames flickered, as did the ones overhead and underfoot, making the entire space resemble a square box. This place, it looks a bit like a coffin. Could it be that coming through the bronze gate leads directly to the sacred coffin of the Lazenba tribe's Holy Land? He had learned about the Holy Land from Avril, and knew that in their Holy Land there was a huge stone coffin, which the vampires of the Lazenba clan called the Holy Coffin, and a red river called the Holy Vein. That river flows from beneath the sacred coffin, and the sacred vein contains the purest bloodline power. Every so often, when the essence of the bloodline in the sacred vein becomes abundant enough, the Lazenba clan will send its members into the sacred land to absorb the power of the sacred vein. It looks like there are quite a few good things in this sacred coffin. Looking around, Lu Qing saw countless glittering things on this vast expanse of ground blood crystals. Even Avril, the saintess, had never entered the sacred coffin, because it was so large that only the family head and elders working together could push the lid open a crack to enter. Most of the secret treasures passed down from ancient times by the Lazenba clan are stored in this sacred coffin, as are their family's sacred artifacts. Looks like we're about to strike it rich. Lu Qing, beaming, strolled forward as if browsing a supermarket. Before him stretched an endless ocean of blood crystals. These blood crystals are at least at the Baron level. There are way too many. The ancient clans certainly have a profound history. Hee. But now they're all mine. You just stay here and wait patiently, I'll come back and take you home in a little while. Lu Qing smiled so hard his eyes narrowed into slits as he crossed the sea of blood crystals and continued forward. The further you go in, the higher the level of the blood crystals become. Gradually, count-level blood crystals appear, and there are quite a few marquee-level blood crystals as well. Then, hundreds of duke-level blood crystals suddenly appear before your eyes. They're so rich. Lu Qing gently stroked a duke-grade blood crystal, deeply attracted by the abundant and pure bloodline power within it. If I could absorb all the blood crystals here, I could definitely evolve into a prince. However, this is a bit too wasteful. Let's take it back for the Qing clan members to absorb. Lu Qing felt a little regretful. Although he possessed the talent of devouring and could endlessly devour vampires, he had certain limitations in devouring blood crystals. Because his devouring evolution requires consuming all the essence of flesh and blood, and the evolution points gained from absorbing these blood crystals are extremely low, it is more worthwhile to bring them back for his clansmen to use. However, when he arrived at the very center of the sea of blood crystals, he sensed an aura that stirred his heart. In the very center is a blank space with a small pool of water. The pool wasn't deep, and in the very center was a strange sculpture with wide wings covering its body, sharp claws, and thick hind limbs, clearly an ancient sculpture of Cain. Even more bizarrely, a colorless, transparent crystal was embedded in the wings of this Cain sculpture. Lu Qing sensed it at a glance. Good heavens, this is a blood crystal from a first-generation species? Just as he was somewhat lost in thought, a slight sound came from the sea of blood crystals beside him. He looked around warily and saw 7 or 8 small skeletons, each less than a meter tall, clumsily climbing down from the small mountain of blood crystals. These little skeletons exuded the aura of a duke, yet they seemed to possess no sentience whatsoever. Each of them held several blood crystals in their hands, and under Lu Qing's gaze, they threw the blood crystals into the pool in front of them. The blood crystals disappeared instantly upon entering the pool, but in Lu Qing's perception, the blood essence in the pool became even more concentrated. After doing this, the little skeletons crawled back into the pile of blood crystals, and soon after, they threw blood crystals into the pool again, repeating this tirelessly. Seeing this, Lu Qing immediately understood. It seems that this pool in front of us is the source of the sacred vein of the Lazenba clan. Those little skeletons are responsible for injecting blood crystals to infuse the sacred vein with blood essence. And this Cain statue on the pool can transform the bloodline power in that first-generation blood crystal, releasing a trace of the first-generation essence to merge into the sacred vein. That's really a clever idea. He couldn't help but admire the ancestors of the Lazenba clan for coming up with such a method in finding such a vampire treasure, providing the evolutionary nourishment for future generations of the Lazenba clan. Thank you so much. I will definitely take good care of these little guys. Lu Qing looked at the diligent little skeletons with a smile, as if they were her own precious treasures. He had already planned to take all the blood crystals, magical statues, little skeletons, and the blood crystal of the first generation back with him. We can create a sacred vein in the ancestral mountain, which will be much more convenient than our own blood pool. Wait for me patiently. Lu Qing reluctantly bid farewell to the little skeletons and then walked deeper into the holy coffin. He definitely can't move all these things by himself. Once he's explored the entire sacred coffin, he'll bring his 1,000 strong men from home and take all the treasures here. Now, he still needs to continue searching for other good things, such as the sacred artifacts of the Lazenba tribe, Jiang Chen's left leg, and perhaps even a powerful corpse. Chapter 107. If you haven't broken through, then go break through. Within that desolate sacred land, a winding river flows quietly across the rugged earth. This is the sacred vein within the sacred land of the Lazenba tribe. The source of the sacred vein is that enormous, astonishingly large black coffin. Apart from the family head and elders, no other vampire has ever been able to step into that sacred coffin. Therefore, the people of the tribe neither knew where the sacred lineage came from nor what its source was. But they knew that this sacred lineage of the family had existed for countless years and contained the purest essence of blood. Countless members of the clan draw power from this sacred vein to achieve evolution. The closer one gets to the upper reaches of the sacred vein of the sacred coffin, the purer the blood essence contained within becomes, and the stronger the impact on the body becomes. Therefore, the stronger a clansman is, the more likely they are to advance towards the upper reaches of the sacred vein, while the weaker, lower-ranking vampires can only absorb the power of the sacred vein in the middle and lower reaches. The river downstream of the sacred vein is blood red, while the water becomes clearer the further upstream you go. At this moment, thousands of Lazenba vampires who had entered the Holy Land were situated within the sacred vein. Hands materialized in the river, wrapping around each member of the tribe and slowly dragging them to the bottom. At the same time, pure bloodline power continuously seeped into their bodies. This power is so pure. If only I could stay in the sacred vein and absorb its power forever. This feels so good. If I can stay here for 3 days, I'm sure I can evolve into a marquis, I definitely can. The members of the Lazenba tribe all wore expressions of ecstasy. The feeling of frantically absorbing power seemed to have immersed their very souls in it. The higher-ranking members of the clan gradually moved upstream along the sacred vein, and after finding a suitable aura, they immersed their bodies in it. Avril, with her alluring figure, walked to the position closest to the upstream among all the clansmen. With a slight movement, her clothes automatically turned into powder and dissipated, revealing her stunningly beautiful body. Through the reflection of the sacred vein, she looked at her own body, a captivating smile appearing on her face. Then, she slowly walked into the sacred vein, her entire body gradually disappearing into the water. Strands of pure bloodline power began to flow into her body. However, the ancient bloodline within her, bearing Lu Qing's mark, suddenly became active, frantically absorbing the blood essence from the sacred vein, and even a hint of black light flashed in her eyes. This is. Avril felt a surge of restlessness within her and abruptly turned her head to look in the direction of the holy coffin, her eyes filled with disbelief. The holy coffin? Are you inside the holy coffin? That's impossible. How could you possibly be inside the holy coffin? But the mark you left behind is guiding me. Avril's reason told her that there was absolutely no way Lu Qing could have entered the holy coffin of the Holy Land without being detected. But the aura bearing Lu Qing's mark within her body clearly guided her, indicating that Lu Qing was right there. Ever since Lu Qing's essence was injected into Avril's body, the mark on her body would become active whenever Lu Qing appeared within a certain range. But when she was at the entrance of the Holy Land, she did not sense Lu Qing's presence. But now, here, the mark in her body is restless. What is going on? The turmoil within her body caused Avril's skin to become hot and red all over. Because of this mark, Avril's mind and body gradually became somewhat strange, and sometimes, just thinking about Lu Qing would evoke some indescribable emotions. Just then, a strange, sarcastic voice suddenly rang out, accompanied by a nauseating gaze. Avril! I've finally found you. On the shore of the sacred vein stood a pale-faced man with dark circles under his eyes. He was staring at Avril's body with greedy eyes, completely uninhibited. Avril's previous interest vanished instantly, and she coldly replied, "Young Master Les, didn't anyone teach you that peeking at a lady is very impolite?" Les paid no attention, still greedily admiring the beautiful scenery that was faintly visible beneath the water's surface, his desire almost undisguised. "Avril, you'll be mine sooner or later anyway. Why don't you give yourself to me now? The scenery here is truly beautiful." According to clan rules, he must dedicate himself to the saintess when he evolves into a duke, and Les had long coveted her body. However, due to the clan's rules, they have not forcibly taken it. Upon hearing his words, Avril suddenly revealed a charming smile, stood up directly from the water, and completely revealed her flawless body. "Son of Les, have you evolved into a duke?" Les couldn't help but swallow hard, thinking he had a chance, and proudly replied, "After absorbing the holy vein this time, I will definitely break through. It's all going to happen sooner or later anyway. How about I enjoy it a little first?" Seeing Les's lecherous look, Avril's smile vanished instantly, and she said coldly, "Not good at all. If you haven't broken through yet, hurry up and go break through." After Avril finished speaking, her entire body sank back into the water, no longer displaying any seductive charm. Les's face darkened. He realized he'd been tricked. He no longer bothered to hide it and said fiercely, "Humph, once I leave the Holy Land this time, I will definitely evolve into a duke. According to the clan's rules, you will have to become my vassal. You just wait, I'm going to torture you." The holy son of Les glanced again at the snow-white skin in the water, then walked downstream towards the holy vein with hatred in his eyes. He is currently only at the peak of the marquis level, while Avril is already a duke. He cannot withstand the power of the holy vein here and can only go downstream. Watching Les's departing figure, Avril's face revealed a hint of hatred. Just because he is the most direct descendant, he can become a holy son. This family is truly despicable. But my dear holy son, you may never have the chance to evolve into a duke. Avril gazed at the enormous holy coffin and murmured to herself, "Hurry up and come out, don't keep your sister waiting anxiously." Inside the sacred coffin, Lu Qing had reached the deepest part. Looking at the neatly arranged coffins before him, he was somewhat stunned. After a long while, he finally let out a soft sigh. 12 dukes, 6 princes. It seems that this sacred coffin has also been used as a tomb by the Lazenba tribe. There were a total of 18 coffins, all containing the remains of the deceased ancestors of the Lazenba clan, and those whose physical bodies had been preserved. Vampires are theoretically immortal, but as time goes by, their bodies become increasingly susceptible to the erosion of time. The more powerful a vampire is, the heavier the burden on their body, and the more blood essence they need to replenish what their body consumes. If there is insufficient blood supply, they will gradually fall into a deep slumber. If there is insufficient blood to awaken them, they will remain asleep forever. Even if they could be awakened with a large amount of bloodline, their bodies would no longer be able to withstand intense battles. Therefore, for the family, letting these vampires remain in eternal slumber is actually a better option. And the coffins here are filled with beings like these. Lu Qing stopped beside a coffin containing a prince-level vampire and slowly spoke. What good is having an endless lifespan? In the end, one still has to choose to slumber. Can slumber be considered immortality? Of course not. You're just not strong enough yet. So, obediently become my personal servants, and I will grant you true immortality. He has already planned to convert these 18 corpses into his personal servants. However, my current vampire rank is Duke, and I can only convert you once I become a prince. But don't worry, because I'll soon become a vampire prince. As Lu Qing spoke softly, he passed through the 18 coffins and arrived at a spacious stone platform at the very back. 3 things were placed on the stone platform. A drop of black blood exuding a powerful aura. An extremely thick left leg. There was also a delicate little key, blood red in color. Cain's second blood. The left leg of the progenitor, General Jiang Chen. The blood key, a sacred artifact of the Lazenba tribe. Which one should we devour first? I'm so conflicted. Lu Qing looked left and right, caught in a pleasant dilemma. Chapter 108 The Giant of Light. While Lu Qing was busy in the sacred land of the Lazenba tribe, the outside world was equally bustling, especially on the dark web, where all kinds of news were spreading like wildfire. Breaking news! 2 more Duke-level vampires have been killed on the eastern border. It is said that his death was extremely gruesome, simply unbearable to look at. Furthermore, Duke Tobir, who specializes in taking on all sorts of bounty missions, also made a special trip to the east. It seems they were blocked at the border by a dozen or so members of the Qing clan, and didn't dare to take a single step in. The Qing clan is really powerful. The Qing clan leader posted a message saying that he killed 7 dukes in one go. Even so, there are still many vampires who are not giving up. The main reason is that the temptation of the bounty is just too great. But now, I doubt many vampires would dare to try it so easily. After this period of deterrence, especially the powerful Duke-level vampires from the west who have fallen one after another on the eastern border. Many vampires finally came to their senses and realized that the Green Clan truly had the ability to uphold the declaration, foreigners are forbidden from entering the eastern lands. In this way, the Qing clan officially began to emerge in front of all other vampires. Now that the scattered vampires have been defeated and dare not venture into the east, it remains to be seen how the other 13 clans will react. The upcoming war of conquest between the Bru and Lazenba tribes, who have deep-seated grudges against the Qing tribe, has sparked much speculation about how it will unfold. I think the Qing clan's strength is already enough to rival the 13 clans. The Bru clan and the Lazenba clan may not necessarily have the upper hand. That's right. This is only a contest between dukes. The power of princes hasn't even been shown yet. The 13 clans have experts at the prince level. How long has the Qing clan been rising to power? I wonder what rank the Qing clan leader is. He should be a prince, right? Speaking of which, it seems like it's been a long time since we've seen the Azure clan's leader post anything. Many vampires on the dark web flocked to Lu Qing's account and found that he hadn't updated his status for a day and a night. Especially recently, the Qing clan has killed many high-level vampires, but they haven't posted any photos. Even when the holy son of the Bru clan called out twice from afar, the lord of the Qing clan did not respond. His last post was still the same, busy, no time. Where has the lord of the Azure clan gone? Come out and say something. 2 clans are about to attack us. Could it be a prince-level expert from one of the 13 clans who secretly infiltrated and killed him? Don't talk nonsense. Do you think prince-level powerhouses are like wildflowers on the roadside, everywhere you look? Perhaps they're busy preparing for an attack. The vampires on the dark web were caught up in all sorts of speculation. This kind of war, which is rarely seen even in the vampire world, finally gave these guys, who had lived too long and were incredibly bored, a little excitement. I'm already getting impatient after not seeing any new developments for a day. However, the account of the Lord of the Azure clan remained completely silent. Just as many vampires on the vampire dark web were eagerly awaiting Lu Qing's appearance, a transparent gust of wind swept through the sacred coffin of the Lazenba clan. The entire space echoed with faint hissing sounds and ancient, desolate roars. Black and purple gold lightning intertwined in the air, leaving deep marks on the hard ground. This place seemed to have become a place where divine punishment descended. In a single instant, everything suddenly froze, even the small debris that had been blown into the air by the strong wind remained in place. Only one figure, exuding a terrifying aura, slowly emerged. The purple, gold, and black lightning bolts that frantically struck him could not even leave a mark on him. Whoosh! The entire space seemed to resound with a huge breathing sound. Lu Qing's purple, gold, and jet black pupils slowly returned to normal, calm, and without a ripple. Prince level, so this is what it feels like. Lu Qing felt the blood surging through his body like a torrent, and a look of intoxication appeared on his face. Every cell in my body seemed to be reborn, no longer lifeless, but full of vitality. However, this excessive energy also puts a heavy burden on his body at any time. This is why the higher the vampire's rank, the more difficult it is for their body to withstand the powerful bloodline force. However, for Lu Qing, who possesses the bloodline of the progenitor of the Corpse clan, this burden is entirely within his capacity to bear. The second drop of Cain's blood, as well as the ancestral bloodline in Jiang Chen's left leg, have now been devoured by him and transformed into nutrients for his body. Cain's blood helped him advance directly to the level of a vampire prince, while the bloodline power in Jiang Chen's left leg further enhanced the strength of his physical body. Whether it was due to the coexistence of two bloodlines or a mutation, the changes in his body became increasingly pronounced after consuming Jiang Chen's blood. With the power of the progenitor fully unleashed, his size multiplied, now reaching over 5 meters in height. His body is as hard as iron, and his strength is ferocious and unparalleled. It's very possible that once I've completely absorbed all the blood of the progenitor, the final form of the progenitor's power will amaze even me. Will it transform into an indestructible, 100-meter-tall titan? Lu Qing couldn't help but yearn for his final form, imagining himself as a 100-meter-tall giant who could shatter a mountain with a single punch or kick, making him even more powerful than the four progenitors Jiang Chen and his companions. Lu Qing touched the ancient and exquisite blood-red key around his neck and said, "With this key, the remaining 12 bronze gates in the ancient battlefield of Ancestral Mountain can be opened. Soon I will be able to collect all the blood of the progenitors." The blood key, a sacred artifact of the Lazenba tribe, may not be powerful in attack, but it can open any spatial portal. It is said that at certain times, it can even open the gates of hell and unleash demons to destroy the world. Previously, the Lazenba tribe could use this blood key, but they could no longer use it because they needed it to suppress the left leg of the general in the sacred coffin. The remaining aura in Jiang Chen's left leg was too powerful. The sacred artifact, the blood key, could only remain there and could not be taken away for even a moment. However, Lu Qing has now perfectly solved this problem. Alright, now we can try out the latest awakened ability after evolving to Prince. Lu Qing slowly stretched out a hand, and black flames appeared out of thin air in his palm and gradually condensed. Shinra Black Coffin. An invisible wave spread out, one end of the black flame connected to Lu Qing's hand, and the other end slowly condensed into a pitch-black coffin in mid-air. A moment later, the black coffin was fully formed. Even more strangely, an aura was slowly being conceived within the black coffin. Sensing the aura emanating from the black coffin, Lu Qing asked curiously, "Come out." Immediately afterwards, another Lu Qing slowly rose from the black coffin. Is this the effect of the Shinra Black Coffin? It condenses a black coffin, and from the black coffin, a clone is born? Because it possesses the power of my bloodline, and has inherited nearly 80% of my strength and abilities. Amazing! Lu Qing, in his original form, circled the clone that had been born from the black coffin and examined it carefully. He found that it was indeed exactly the same as himself, and that the clone shared the same thoughts, just like another version of himself. The most terrifying thing is that this clone was formed from his own blood essence, and as long as either the main body or the clone survives, he will never perish. After the clone dies, it can be reborn through the black coffin. After the main body dies, it can be reborn in the clone with the help of other blood essences. This is true immortality. The only slight regret is that the clone born from the black coffin could not inherit the bloodline power of the progenitor of the Corpse clan, so it can only exert the abilities of the Blood clan. Nothing can be perfect, I'm already very content. Lu Qing comforted himself. Being able to awaken such a powerful ability as Shinra Black Coffin was already top-notch. At this moment, his information panel has also been updated. Personal information panel. Host, Lu Qing. Race, Vampire Clan, Corpse Clan. Bloodline, Symbiotic Bloodline, Ancient Bloodline, Progenitor Bloodline. Family, Green Clan. Vampire rank, Vampire Prince 1-200. Corpse Clan level, Progenitor Complete Form 4-7. Ability Form. Time 0, freezes spacetime, with a range of 500 meters. Crimson Bloodlust, strength and speed increased by 6 times in Bloodlust form. Royal Chosen Servant, forced into a vampire clan through a bloodline contract, becoming the king's personal servant. The contracted individual cannot betray him. The dark moon shines, all those shrouded by the dark moon shall become dust of the past. Shinra Black Coffin, creates a clone from a black coffin, inheriting 80% of the original's power, and grants immortality. Vampire form, Imperial Flame. Corpse form, Primordial Power. I was originally planning to go back myself and call someone to come and move my things. Now, having a clone makes things much easier. Lu Qing waved to the self in the black coffin, and without even saying a word, the other self understood. With a whoosh, black wings instantly popped out from behind, and the clone transformed into a black shadow, flying into the distance and disappearing into the Bronze Gate. Although the clone did not inherit the bloodline power of the Corpse Clan, it carried the Corpse Clan aura imprint on Lu Qing's body, so it could also freely pass through the Bronze Giant Gate. Lu Qing's true form then returned to the 18 coffins from before. It's your turn. Become my personal servants. Lu Qing trembled, releasing the powerful aura of a vampire prince. The black flames on his body instantly expanded, enveloping all the coffins. Wang Xian's attendant. When the black flames dissipated again, 18 people were standing respectfully in front of him. 12-headed dukes. A 6-headed prince. At the same time, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the relatively quiet holy coffin. As the sound grew louder, nearly 700 or 800 giants, each about 3 to 5 meters tall, slowly emerged from the Bronze Gate. These incredibly robust members of the Azure Clan Corpse Clan each carried a massive bag on their backs, seemingly large enough to hold the entire earth. Chapter 109. Is it you who came? Led by the clone, hundreds of Qing Clan zombies swarmed out of the Bronze Gate with a whoosh. Each of them carried a huge bag, and the moment they stepped into the sacred coffin, the aura of the vampires instantly made the zombies' faces turn murderous. However, after looking around, they did not find any trace of the vampires, but they did see their own family head. When they saw the second Lu Qing, hundreds of Qing Clan zombies showed human-like expressions of confusion. Although they couldn't speak, they were probably thinking, "Ha? Another family head? Who was that one just now? Could he be an imposter? If he dares to impersonate the family head, beat him to a pulp. But this aura definitely belongs to the patriarch." Seeing a group of burly men staring at him with wide, bewildered eyes, Lu Qing glared at them and said, "What are you looking at? Both of them are me. Get to work and empty this place today." As he spoke, he pointed to the blood crystals that piled up like an ocean. Hundreds of corpses rushed towards the blood crystal with a whoosh. Now that they were certain it was the patriarch's aura, they no longer doubted it. After all, their intelligence was indeed limited. However, when it comes to work, they are absolutely skilled and don't need any other tools. The Corpse Clan member scooped up dozens of blood crystals with his fan-like hands, then stuffed them into the large sack on his body. Soon, this sea of blood crystals disappeared at a visible speed, all of it being put into huge bags. The little skeletons had little intelligence, they just stared blankly at the group of robbers who had suddenly broken in. Some even scratched their skulls with their withered hand bones, looking very puzzled. Lu Qing carefully lifted the cane statue from the sacred vein pool and gently placed it aside, along with a first-generation blood crystal on it. After the statue was removed, the sacred vein pool visibly became turbid, and the bloodline power contained within it stopped increasing. However, the sacred vein itself still contains an extremely large amount of blood essence, but now it has become water without roots. Hold this statue tight, and take those little skeletons back with you. Lu Qing instructed a prince-level personal attendant behind him who had just been transformed into a royal chosen attendant. The main concern was that the undead were too strong, and it would be troublesome if they accidentally crushed the cane statue and those little skeleton laborers. Having arranged all that, he began to examine the entire sacred coffin. The coffin seemed to be made of extraordinary material, the most precious corpse soil. This is why the entire coffin contains such abundant yin energy. While vampires cannot absorb the yin energy in corpse soil, they are naturally drawn to this airy atmosphere, but corpses can. This yin energy is absolutely a great tonic for Eastern zombies. With the added yin energy and corpse energy from the ancient battlefield of Zushan, these zombies in the house will definitely grow rapidly. But this sacred coffin is too big. How are we going to carry it back? Lu Qing pondered as he stroked the stone wall covered with patterns. If the Lazenba clan knew that he had not only stolen all the blood crystals from the sacred coffin, but also taken the sacred artifacts and devoured the sacred objects, and now even wanted to carry the entire sacred coffin away, they would probably be furious. After thinking for a long time without any clue, Lu Qing had no choice but to turn his attention to the hard-working laborers. The bags brought by the corpse clan are already full. Led by the clone, they have already carried back one batch. Now it's the second batch, and they can almost empty the entire holy coffin. At this moment, each of the tall corpses was carrying at least 2 bags that were taller than themselves, yet they did not feel any weight at all. On the contrary, they felt light and airy. However, the bags almost completely covered their heads and faces, making them look somewhat comical. You guys are truly a master at raiding. With you all around, our family can empty the entire treasure trove of the 13 clans. Thinking about the upcoming raids, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Because he has now obtained the blood key, the sacred artifact of the Lazenba tribe, he can definitely open the remaining bronze doors with this blood key. Those bronze gates connect to the sacred sites of the 13 clans, essentially creating a back door to the treasure vault. In this situation, he would feel he was letting down all the clans if he didn't empty all their sacred sites. Alright, you can go back now. Leave these things at Zushan for now, I'll make arrangements when I get back. Lu Qing instructed all the corpse clan members, and also to send back the 18 newly transformed personal servants. He told them to settle them at the border and let them guard the border with the Qing clan for a period of time. With these 6 prince-level personal attendants, no foreign tribes will ever be allowed into the eastern border again. After that, he thought for a moment, then took out his phone and snapped a series of photos of the now empty coffin. Finally, he handed the phone to his clone, instructing him to take it back to Yanjing Mountain first, and post these photos to the dark web when you get back. Remember to upload them an hour later. A mischievous smile appeared on Lu Qing's face. After his clone and all his people disappeared through the bronze gate, he walked to the now bare holy vein pool. There's still so much blood essence left here, we can't waste it. And those vampires outside absorbing essence within the sacred veins. Now that you're here, don't go back. Lu Qing did a few warm-up exercises, then plunged headfirst into the icy holy vein. Outside the sacred coffin, thousands of Lazenba vampires lay quietly within the sacred vein, with countless pure bloodline powers surging wildly into their bodies. The holy lineage baptism lasts for 7 days, and this is only the first day. But even on the first day, some exceptionally talented members of the clan, as well as those who had already reached their peak, have already achieved breakthroughs. Powerful fluctuations of energy continuously appeared in the upper, middle, and lower reaches of the sacred vein. Each fluctuation caused the clansmen sleeping within the sacred vein to open their eyes in surprise, plunging them into a cacophony of noise. Another member of the clan has evolved? And this is only the first day. They have such great talent. Wall has actually evolved into a marquis. No wonder he's a member of the younger generation who has awakened royal blood. Ha ha ha. I've evolved into a marquis. That's awesome. No, I can't let my mind wander. It's only the first day. I need to absorb the sacred veins quickly so I can evolve soon too. Some clansmen, after expressing their envy, quickly calmed down and continued to absorb the blood essence from the sacred vein. After all, this is only the first day, and there are still 6 days to evolve. Especially those clansmen in the middle of the sacred vein, who are basically at the level of marquises, can resist the corruption of the middle of the sacred vein and absorb more essence. Only members of the clan who have reached the rank of duke are allowed to enter the area closest to the sacred coffin upstream. Therefore, in the last few days, the middle and upper reaches of the sacred vein are often the focus of all the clansmen's attention, because as long as there is a fluctuation of energy there, this means that another powerful member, perhaps even a duke or prince, will emerge in the clan. The holy son of the Lazenba clan, Les, is located in the middle of the holy lineage. As the holy son of the family, he has already evolved to the peak of the marquis level in less than 100 years. Without a doubt, as long as he absorbs the essence within the sacred vein for 7 days, he will surely evolve into a duke. At that time, according to the clan's rules, the woman he had long coveted would have to become his possession. After being humiliated by Avril, Les decided that he had to torture her properly before he could drain her of all her blood. Once they've drained all her blood essence and are tired of her, they'll give her to other members of their tribe. Anyway, Avril was going to be his personal appendage anyway, so he could do whatever he wanted with her. With this in mind, Les was extremely focused when absorbing the blood of the holy vein. But it was this focus that made him feel like something was not quite right. With a whoosh, Les slowly poked his head out of the sacred vein and glanced at the upper part of the sacred vein with a puzzled look. Is it just my imagination? Why do I keep feeling like the essence of my bloodline is decreasing little by little? No, it really seems to be decreasing. What's going on? Les noticed that the power entering his body was gradually decreasing compared to when he absorbed the sacred vein before, which meant that the essence of the bloodline in the sacred vein was indeed decreasing. But this is only the first day. The sacred vein has been nurtured for 10 years. It shouldn't be weakening so quickly. The bloodline power within the sacred vein will indeed decrease due to absorption, but it can definitely sustain it for 7 days. 10 years of gestation followed by 7 days of absorption has been the traditional pattern of the Lazenba tribe for thousands of years. This abnormal phenomenon now greatly puzzled him. This weakening continues over time and shows signs of intensifying. More and more clansmen notice the abnormality of the sacred vein, especially those downstream. Because the sacred vein downstream should have been as red as blood, but now the color is slowly fading, and before long it has turned pink. This roused countless slumbering clansmen, who stared in terror at the sacred vein before them. What happened? Why did the power of the sacred vein disappear so quickly? Yeah. It was all blood red just now, but now we can see right to the bottom. How strange. I've never encountered anything like this before. Could it be that something unusual has happened inside the sacred coffin? The people of the Lazenba tribe were thrown into a panic. Avril, who was at the very top of the sacred vein, was the first to notice the changes in the sacred vein. She was taken aback at first, then seemed to have guessed something, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face as she felt the brand's energy heating up inside her body. Her body involuntarily grew hot, her hands constantly stroking herself, and her eyes welled up with tears. Is that you? Chapter 110 Impossible, absolutely impossible. Deep within the sacred vein, Lu Qing relaxed completely, slowly floating along the waves of the sacred vein. He had long ago activated the endless devouring sequence ability, and the remaining pure power in his sacred veins surged into his body like a raging torrent. His rate of devouring is terrifying. The power absorbed by thousands of Lazenba tribesmen at the same time was far less than the amount he devoured each time. It was precisely because of this that the vampires were horrified to discover that the essence of their bloodline was disappearing at an astonishing rate. Lu Qing drifted along leisurely, when suddenly she felt something and slightly opened her eyes, looking up at the beautiful body above her with a smile. Avril! He called silently in his heart. Then, Lu Qing slowly swam to Avril's side and brought her to the surface with him. However, he noticed that Avril seemed to be in an abnormal state at the moment. Her body was burning hot, her skin flushed pink, and her eyes, gazing at him, seemed to overflow with moisture. An incredibly alluring voice escaped her throat. I knew you were here. Avril looked at Lu Qing with a seductive gaze, completely unconcerned that she was naked. Lu Qing didn't respond, but instead asked with some surprise, You're actually going to evolve into a prince too? That's right, this woman is already on the verge of evolution. The mark you left in my body has made me evolve exceptionally fast recently. Avril's body trembled slightly, as if she was trying her best to suppress something. Lu Qing instantly understood that the mark of ancient bloodline must have brought this woman unimaginable benefits. However, something seems off about her right now. Perhaps because she was about to break through to the prince level, her aura was extremely unstable, causing the mark he left in her body to become intensely active. And now that he has appeared before her again, Avril's longing for him has grown even stronger. Are you? Before Lu Qing could finish speaking, he felt a sudden weight on his body as Avril clung to him like an octopus. Her warm breath hit his face. Good little brother, I've been waiting for you. Your sister has been waiting so long. Meanwhile, after a day of silence, a new post on the dark web suddenly surged to the top of the search results with tremendous speed. Look! The leader of the Azure clan has posted an update again. Finally, there's something new. Let's see what they posted. Really? Where is it? Oh my god, it's pinned to the top. What did it post? This is the sacred site of the Lazenba tribe? When countless vampires clicked on that post, they were instantly stunned. Because the Qing clan leader's post clearly stated, the treasures in the Lazenba clan sacred coffin are indeed plentiful, thank you. The images below are divided into 2 phases. The first 3 images show a strange and eerie space filled with countless blood crystals and various treasures. The next 3 pictures, however, were empty. There was nothing there. The stark contrast between the before and after is simply too obvious. Did they empty the entire treasure from the sacred coffin? The Qing clan's leader actually broke into the Lazenba clan's sacred ground and looted it completely? Holy crap, that can't be right. Isn't the sacred coffin of the Lazenba clan supposed to be open only by the patriarch? How did he get in? This is outrageous. Won't the Lazenba tribe be furious? The vampires who were watching the spectacle were stunned and at a loss for words by this post. The Lazenba clan had just made a tough statement about attacking the east when the Qing clan's leader went to their holy land and looted the sacred coffin. They might even have taken the sacred artifacts with them. This was a blatant slap in the face. But how did this leader of the Qing clan manage to do it? How could they possibly sneak in during the trials at the Lazenba clan's sacred grounds? Although the vampires on the dark web were full of doubts, that didn't stop them from leaving messages on the Lazenba clan's account to remind them. Come out quickly, your base has been raided. Go to the Holy Land quickly and see, it seems the Lord of the Azure clan has emptied your holy coffin. Stop the trials, we've lost our home. The coffin lid of the vampire patriarch is about to burst open. The activity on the dark web quickly caught the attention of the Lazenba tribe, who responded immediately, our sacred grounds and coffins could never be invaded. The Qing clan chief is definitely spreading rumors and causing trouble. Our clan has already sent people into the sacred land to investigate. This brief reply reveals the unease and panic of the Lazenba tribe. Especially those family elders who were forced to awaken, they had followed the family head into the sacred coffin, so they naturally knew that the picture in the post was of the scene inside the sacred coffin. But when exactly did the leader of the Qing clan sneak in? And how did he get in? Countless questions swirled in the minds of the Lazenba people, so much so that they immediately rushed to the entrance of the Holy Land and found the three elders guarding the entrance. The elders looked at the pictures, clearly somewhat bewildered, but still confidently declared, we have carefully examined every clansman who entered before, and they are all members of our Lazenba clan. There is absolutely no way that the Qing clan leader could have infiltrated. There must be something strange about this. After a brief exchange, the three elders, without bothering to absorb the blood crystals to replenish their depleted bloodline power, hurriedly jumped into the entrance of the black hole. They rushed to the family's sacred site. However, as soon as they arrived, they were stunned by what they saw. On the upper reaches of the holy vein, where the essence of bloodline was almost gone, Avril lay on Lu Qing. With her eyes closed lazily, her aura was slowly increasing, already reaching the level of a prince. This woman has just chosen to become Lu Qing's woman completely. Lu Qing himself was also somewhat surprised, because after Avril took the initiative to submit to him, a powerful bloodline force automatically surged into his body, which also improved his evolution level. Lu Qing asked with great interest, is this the bloodline power remaining in the body of your Lazenba clan's holy maiden? Avril gave a lazy hum and didn't say anything more. It turns out that from the very beginning, she was infused with various other bloodlines, which remained in her body. When the family's holy son evolved into a duke, the essence of these bloodlines would be absorbed by the holy son and become the nutrients for his advancement. However, now, all of these bloodline essences have been devoured by Lu Qing. Lu Qing gently patted Avril's smooth back and said with a smile, alright, what do you want to do with the rest of these guys from the Holy Land? Avril slightly opened her eyes, her gaze seemingly fixed only on Lu Qing's face. She said casually, whatever you say, I don't care anymore, it doesn't matter anyway. For some reason, it seemed that after giving herself to this man, everything else became insignificant to her. However, Lu Qing smiled domineeringly, since none of them matter anymore, let's resolve them all. We can't let you swallow the grievances you suffered before for nothing. Lu Qing has always doted on Avril, who has become his woman. He stood up, carried Avril to a bare rock in the middle of the water, draped his coat over her shoulders, and said softly with a smile, wait here, sweetie, I have something to take care of. Then, his figure disappeared again into the sacred vein. Not long after, at the deepest part of the water, a pitch-black color appeared. That's the black flame in the Emperor Flame state. The black flames merged directly with the entire sacred vein, frantically devouring the remaining essence within it, and then spread downstream with the water flow. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire sacred vein transformed into a great river burning with black flames. Avril, sitting on the rock, stared blankly at the raging black flames before her, and unconsciously uttered the same words Su Lingwei had said before, who wouldn't be moved by such a powerful man? My sister is absolutely in love with him. In the middle and lower reaches of the sacred vein, thousands of Lazenba vampires watched in horror as the sacred vein instantly turned into black flames. This is black flame? Ouch. That hurts. In an instant, the Marquis who had touched the black flames within the sacred vein let out a miserable wail and struggled frantically, the sacred vein is devouring me. The excruciating pain and the rapid loss of strength made him desperately try to escape, but he was pulled back by a hand that suddenly reached out from the Black River, and then there was no more movement. Run! Get ashore quickly! Something strange has happened to the sacred vein. These black flames will devour us. Black flames? Black flames. Why do they feel so familiar? Thousands of Lazenba vampires frantically rose to their feet, trying to escape the black sacred vein, but without exception, they were all grabbed back by the hand reaching out from the river. The holy son of Les fled frantically through the dark holy veins, his body burned beyond recognition. He unleashed the full power of his bloodline, leaping high into the air from the black flames in an attempt to escape. However, the next moment, he saw a man flapping his wings and hovering in mid-air. You are the holy son of the Lazenba tribe? He's a bit weak, and he's so ugly too. Hearing the man's slightly disgusted voice and seeing his appearance, Les finally remembered who this person was. You are the lord of the Azure clan? How did you end up here? Lu Qing didn't bother with this little guy who hadn't even evolved to a duke yet. He just smiled and said, yes? Then he kicked the holy son of the Lazenba clan back into his holy vein. Ah! My bloodline! My flesh and blood! No! The pitiful howls from within the sacred vein quickly disappeared. Just then, Lu Qing turned his head slightly and met the eyes of the three elders who had just rushed over from outside. Coming to feed kills again? Chapter 111. Oh no, I want it again. Within the sacred veins of the Lazenba clan, thousands of vampires were struggling and roaring desperately. They desperately wanted to escape the sacred vein, which had been corrupted into demons, but they were tightly gripped by giant hands formed from black fire and forced back into the water. The flesh and blood of the vampires continued to dissolve, and one vampire after another eventually turned into a withered skeleton. In the end, even the skeletons were completely melted away by the black flames. Only the Marquis and Duke-level vampires could barely retain their skeletal remains. It hurts. Let me out. I shouldn't have perished like this. I was about to evolve into a duke. Elder, please save me. One after another, shrill screams rang out, but Lu Qing just stared expressionlessly at the three Lazenba clan elders who rushed over. These three elders are all powerful figures at the peak of the duke level. Ha! Another one coming to die? Lu Qing flapped its wings and moved slowly forward, without making any attempt to conceal its aura. The three elders of the Lazenba clan were instantly horrified upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from him. Prince level? Quickly report to the patriarch. The three elders hastily left these words behind and turned to flee at top speed. They were in such a hurry when they came that they were running away in such a disheveled state. The raging flames before them, and the aura emanating from that man, were far beyond their ability to withstand. Since you're here, why rush to leave? Lu Qing felt quite helpless. These three elders were indeed seasoned veterans of the Lazenba tribe, having survived for over 1,000 years. They abandoned thousands of wailing tribesmen and fled without the slightest hesitation. Stay. Lu Qing waved his hand lightly, and the black flames in the holy vein erupted like a volcano, instantly sweeping across the entire Holy Land. The entire space was filled with both scorching and icy black flames. The three elders were almost at the entrance to the Holy Land when they were horrified to find that the entrance in front of them was instantly blocked by black flames. The black flames not only blocked the entrance, but also completely enveloped the three people's bodies like a tide, constantly drilling into their bodies as if they were alive. Lu Qing manipulated the black flames, transforming them into three cages that imprisoned the three elders of the Lazenba clan, continuously burning and devouring them. The essence of their bloodline, accumulated over countless years, is being lost at an alarming rate. Lu Qing, suspended in mid-air, slightly opened his arms, a look of rapture on his face. Amidst the raging black flames, countless pure bloodline powers were surging wildly into his body. These powers originate from the essence of the sacred vein below, from the bloodlines of thousands of struggling vampires within the sacred vein, and even more so from the power of the three elders imprisoned by the black flames. He seemed to want to melt and absorb the entire space. Avril sat on a rock in the sacred vein, the only spot not covered by black flames. She gazed at the dark figure in the sky and licked her scarlet lips. The scent of ancient blood, it's so tempting. Oh no, I want it again. Unfortunately, the man didn't give her a chance. Avril saw Lu Qing suddenly disappear from mid-air, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the holy coffin. Oh, you wouldn't be going to. Seemingly anticipating Lu Qing's next move, even Avril couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Lu Qing, flapping his wings, landed in front of the enormous stone coffin, holding the huge execution axe in his hand. The sacred coffin must be moved back too. But this thing is too big, we have to take it apart first. Lu Qing, carrying the execution axe, circled the sacred coffin once and finally stopped directly above it. Let's start from here. Activate the power of the progenitor. With a loud shout, the ancient bloodline in Lu Qing's body slowly subsided, and another aura, like that of a ferocious beast, began to spread. Crack! The air was compressed and exploded, and a purple-gold color appeared. His muscles expanded rapidly at a visible speed, and his skin turned completely purple gold. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant with a height of 7 meters. Especially his arms and left leg, which unleashed terrifying physical power without reservation. Lu Qing's eyes were a deep purple gold, filled with boundless ferocity. Feeling the surging power within him, he grinned. This is what destruction should look like. He gripped the execution axe tightly with both hands, his body bent backward into a bow shape. Open it for me. He swung the axe hard at the sacred coffin. Clang! The loud sound shook the earth. The sacred coffin, which the Lazenba tribe claimed to be indestructible, was actually cleaved open by Lu Qing's axe, leaving a long crack. Can. Again. Looking at the crack he had created, Lu Qing's face revealed a somewhat ferocious smile, and he swung the axe down again with great force. All he needed was the soil from the corpse inside the stone coffin. He just wanted to be able to move it all back. Clang, clang, clang. A series of loud bangs echoed through the space as Lu Qing cleaved the sacred coffin with his axe, as if striking the hearts of all the remaining members of the Lazenba clan. He's actually chopping up our clan's sacred coffin. How dare he cut down our clan's sacred coffin right in front of us? This is utterly disgraceful. I'm going to bite him to death. I'm going to bite him to death. Those remaining Lazenba vampires, clinging to life, struggled even more frantically, but were utterly unable to break free. The 3 elders, especially those trapped in the black flame cage in midair, were so angry at the sight that their eyes bled. Our dignity must not be trampled upon like this. This is an insult to us. I'm going to tear him to pieces. The 3 elders desperately tried to break free of their cages. This leader of the Qing clan not only broke into the sacred land, polluted the clan's sacred veins, and killed the clan's young elites, but he may have also stolen the sacred artifacts from the sacred coffin. Now, he actually wants to smash their sacred coffin in front of so many clansmen. It is an utter disgrace. However, these 3 elders had already had too much of their blood essence devoured by the black flames, and they were unable to break free. They could only roar in anger and helplessness. Avril was speechless with shock as she watched Lu Qing transform into a giant and tirelessly hack at the holy coffin. Is he really planning to take this sacred coffin home? Then why should my sister be the head of the family? What kind of family head is so penniless? Avril couldn't help but feel a little resentful. However, she also knew in her heart that now that she was Lu Qing's woman, if she became the head of the Lazenba clan in the future, Lu Qing would definitely bring her even more good things. Boom! With Lu Qing's powerful chopping, the enormous holy coffin that had existed for countless years began to slowly disintegrate, and the huge stone wall crashed to the ground. Ultimately, the sacred coffin was no more, leaving only uniformly sized stones on the ground, all of which were precious burial mounds. As the sacred coffin collapsed, a massive bronze gate slowly emerged. Lu Qing looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. He had cut the sacred coffin into a suitable shape so that it could be carried back through the bronze gate. With a thought, he issued a command to his clone. Soon, the clone, leading hundreds of undead, charged out of the bronze gate once more. What race is that? Why do they have such strange auras? Their physical strength is so formidable. Each of them possesses the aura of a peak marquis? I understand. The reason why the Qing clan was able to kill all the vampires who invaded the eastern border is because of these races. It's them. Perhaps remembering something before they died, the 3 elders of the Lazenba tribe suddenly let out a sorrowful, bitter laugh. Lu Qing turned around with a cold look in his eyes. Now that you've seen it, you can disappear in peace. Then he reached out and gently clenched his fist, and the black flames in the world instantly became even more ferocious, devouring all the vampires. Thus, all the elite vampires of the Lazenba clan in the entire Holy Land were completely devoured. Ding! Devoured 2235 Earl-level vampires. Devouring 430 Marquis-level vampires. Devouring 128 Duke-level vampires. A total of 102 evolution points have been earned. Current evolution level, 103-200. The system's pleasant voice rang in Lu Qing's ears. Although after evolving to the prince level, devouring lower-level vampires rarely yielded evolution points, this time, he devoured thousands. So, all things considered, I still gained over 100 evolution points. Great! It seems it won't be long before it evolves into a second-generation species. Lu Qing was somewhat satisfied. However, such an opportunity for large-scale group devouring was unlikely to come again in the future. Future evolution will still primarily involve devouring higher-level vampires, such as princes. This time it was definitely a great success. He obtained the most important sacred artifact, the Blood Key, devoured Cain's second drop of blood, and also replenished the bloodline of the progenitor of the undead to 5-7. In addition, there are countless blood crystals in the source of the sacred vein, which can provide the Azure clan's blood archer with a continuous stream of evolutionary opportunities. The corpse soil in the sacred coffin can also add in energy to the ancient battlefield, accelerating the evolution of the Qing clan corpse clan. 6 prince-level personal attendants, 12 duke-level personal attendants, and 128 dukes and 40 marquises currently being transformed into royal chosen attendants within the holy lineage. After these transformations are complete, they are thrown into the blood pool of the ancestral mountain to soak. Once they are resurrected, they can be transformed into blood archers of the Qing clan. Looking down at the hundreds of ancient corpses staring expectantly, they could already feel the abundant energy within the sacred coffin stone, their eyes filled with longing. Lu Qing waved happily. Move everything out. Move it all home. Roar. Hundreds of undead roared with excitement as they worked together to lift the massive blocks of the sacred coffin, then flew back to the bronze gate. After the Qing clan's figures disappeared through the bronze gate, Lu Qing retrieved his phone from his clone. Click-clack. Take a photo to remember the occasion. Chapter 112. I want both. The correct use of the Shinra black coffin. In the sacred land of the Lazenba tribe, Lu Qing's figure slowly faded away with the bronze gate, and the huge bronze gate gradually disappeared, only to reappear when it opened again. The Holy Land was now deserted, as if it had been looted and left desolate. Even the wind that blew by carried a sense of desolation. After returning to Yanjing Mountain, Lu Qing casually opened the dark web and was quite surprised by the post he had made earlier. 78,000 comments? How many vampires are there in the entire vampire world? Looks like everyone's got a lot of free time. He casually browsed the comments. Some vampires didn't quite believe he could enter the sacred grounds of the Lazenba clan, while others were curious about what would happen next. Most of the comments were just harmless banter. King Qing, how are you doing now? Are you doing alright? When will the next update be posted? I really want to know what happened next. Did they really empty out the sacred grounds of the Lazenba clan? I heard that several thousand vampires from the Lazenba clan entered the sacred grounds for trials this time. Even if the lord of the Qing clan went in, I'm afraid he won't be able to come out. Lu Qing didn't bother to respond to those comments. While scrolling through his feed, he came across the post from the Lazenba tribe. Our sacred ground and sacred coffin could never have been invaded. The Qing clan chief must be spreading rumors and causing trouble. Our clan has already sent people into the sacred ground to investigate. This post was pushed to a very high position, and many members of the Lazenba tribe replied below. Most of them expressed their disdain for Lu Qing, saying things like spreading rumors and fabricating stories, and insisted that the great Lazenba tribe would never allow him to break into the Holy Land. Seeing these, Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh. He swiped his finger across the screen, selected a few of his best photos, uploaded them to the dark web, and added the caption, "Don't call it the Holy Land anymore, because your Holy Land is empty." After sending the message, he put away his phone and started doing other things. After leaving the sacred site of the Lazenba tribe, he didn't even have time to leave the ancestral mountain before throwing himself into a series of affairs. He first reassembled the sacred coffin he had brought back and placed it on the ancient battlefield. Although the coffin is no longer as tightly sealed as before, and there are still traces of his violent dismantling on the surface, it does not affect its normal use. The Qing clan's corpse clan only needs to enter the sacred coffin to absorb the rich energy emanating from the corpse soil. Combined with the abundant corpse energy on the battlefield, the corpse clan's evolution can definitely be upgraded by several levels. After placing the sacred coffin, Lu Qing, as usual, released a portion of the bloodline of the progenitor of the corpse clan, merging it into the energy of this space. That powerful aura caused the 1,000 Eastern Corpse clan members present to let out a joyful roar. Then, he left the ancient battlefield and came to the ancestral mountain, where he led the Qing clan's blood archer to dig out a huge riverbed on the 3rd level of the ancestral mountain. He then transferred half of the blood essence that was originally in the huge blood pool on the second level to the riverbed, and thus a red blood river was formed. Lu Qing placed the cane statue, along with the blood crystal of the first species, at the very top of the blood river. The countless blood crystals that were brought back piled up like mountains at the source. As the little skeleton continued to throw the blood crystals into the blood river, the entire blood river became increasingly turbulent. The blood crystals of the first species on the cane statue began to be infused with even stronger energy, and a sacred vein truly belonging to the Azure clan was born. After the sacred vein was formed, Lu Qing dripped a drop of ancient bloodline and a drop of the bloodline of the progenitor of the corpse clan onto the statue of Cain. In this way, the sacred vein that was moved back from the sacred land of the Lazenba tribe became exclusively the property of the Qing tribe. Moreover, due to the dual blessing of the ancient bloodline and the ancestral bloodline, the bloodline power contained within it was many times stronger. Those newly devoured and transformed Marquis-level and Duke-level vampires had long been thrown into the blood pool by Lu Qing. Once they awaken, the Blood Archer army of the Qing clan will be even stronger. After this period of absorption and evolution, the Qing clan Blood Archers now have 89 dukes, 476 marquises, and 1,354 earls, and none of them are below the earl level. They are all twins who have awakened at least 2 abilities. Thanks to Lu Qing's meticulous nurturing, all the Qing clan Blood Archers awakened a trace of royal bloodline. The corpses of the Qing clan, after fully absorbing the corpse energy and yin energy from the ancient battlefield, have basically evolved to an aura similar to that of a peak vampire marquis. With their formidable physique and strength, their actual combat power far surpasses that of ordinary vampire marquises. One of them could easily take on 2. It took him a full day and a half to finish all this. That's why he told Avril earlier that he would go to the Lazenba tribe again in 2 days. The Lazenba clan will be the first clan he directly attacks. When Lu Qing came out of Zushan, he found that Su Lingwei and Avril were waiting for him outside. Avril still wore that alluring smile, but Su Lingwei looked at him with a strange expression, her face slightly flushed. She wondered what Avril had said to her that made her look so shy. However, it was obvious that Su Lingwei still felt some resistance to Avril's presence, always feeling that she had taken away some of her man's affection. Seeing Lu Qing come out, Avril, always eager to stir up trouble, asked with a smile, "Should I stay with my older sister or my younger sister?" Lu Qing smiled nonchalantly, "This isn't a multiple-choice question." As he spoke, black flames appeared, instantly condensing into a black coffin in mid-air, the divine Luo black coffin. Then, another Lu Qing quietly emerged from the black coffin. "One for each person, that way we won't have to fight over them." Lu Qing led Su Lingwei, who looked slightly resentful, forward, leaving the clone to Avril. Avril looked at the Lu Qing in front of her and said plaintively, "Sister wants that one." But the Lu Qing in front of me smiled and said, "They're all the same, don't be picky. If you don't want them, then we won't even have these." Avril giggled and took Lu Qing's arm, her eyes sparkling, "Sure. Let's go. Accompany your sister to see the scenery." The clone was pulled away by Avril and walked further and further away, while Lu Qing's main body was held by Su Lingwei and slowly walked towards the palace. The young woman hesitated for a moment, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately didn't. She just asked angrily, "Am I prettier than Avril?" Lu Qing pinched her exquisite little face and smiled, "You're the first one I met, so naturally you're the prettiest." "Humph, at least you have a conscience. But this is the most we can have." Lu Qing understood what she meant, but didn't reply. He simply walked slowly with her. "I've been so busy with all sorts of things lately that I've really neglected this little woman. Now that I have half a day left, I can spend some quality time with her." But halfway there, Su Lingwei suddenly raised her little face and said seriously, "Let's have a little vampire, shall we?" "Ha? You don't want to?" "It's not impossible." Lu Qing was somewhat surprised that Su Lingwei would suddenly come up with this idea, but leaving behind his bloodline seemed like a pretty good idea. He was about to speak when he suddenly laughed strangely. Su Lingwei asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Lu Qing suddenly shifted his gaze to the clone, then helplessly shrugged, "Over there with the clone, Avril." Su Lingwei immediately realized what was happening and angrily pulled him along as they ran. "Humph. That old woman is really impatient. Come on, let's hurry up and have that little vampire." At the same time, after Lu Qing posted that update, the dark web instantly exploded. Because the pictures in his posts showed that a whole area of black flames enveloped the sacred land of the Lazenba clan, and countless vampires could be vaguely seen being swallowed by a dark river. There were also 3 elders who were imprisoned in mid-air, their faces full of terror. Further away, the sacred coffins of the Lazenba tribe have turned into giant stones, lying quietly on the ground. All the vampires who witnessed this scene were shocked. The Azure King actually entered the sacred ground of the Lazenba clan, wiped out all the clansmen who entered the sacred ground for trials, and even shattered their sacred coffin? This is too amazing. How exactly did the Azure King manage to do that? This isn't just a simple raid, it's an utter humiliation of the Lazenba clan. How can a clan like this continue to be ranked among the 13 clans? They made a lot of tough talk before, but in the end, they emptied the Holy Land. What a disgrace! The vampires on the dark web, witnessing this scene, began to waver in their belief in the authority of the Lashenba clan. Moreover, it seems that the leader of the Qing clan has left unharmed, and the prestige of the Lazenba clan has never been so low. In the Holy Land, the patriarch of the Lazenba clan, along with the remaining 6 prince-level elders, hovered in mid-air with grim faces. Looking at the empty space before him, he was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of his blood essence. Have you found out how the Qing clan leader got in and how he left? The patriarch's voice was gloomy, filled with raging anger. The elder beside him could only cautiously reply, "What, we found nothing. We can't sense the aura of the Azure clan's lord at all." Upon hearing this answer, the head of the Lazenba clan was instantly engulfed in a layer of red flames, and his furious roar echoed throughout the space. "Thousands of my clan's elites have all vanished. The holy son and holy daughter have fallen. The sacred vein has lost all its blood essence. The sacred coffin and the artifacts within it have vanished. You're telling me you found nothing?" The patriarch of the Lazenba clan, consumed by boundless rage, vented his fury in the empty holy ground. "Qing clan, I will utterly crush you. I'm so angry." Chapter 113, The Round Table Conference, a turning point in World War II. That's how it was taught in history class. In some mysterious and unknown place, there is a dilapidated and folded tiny space. In this hazy, gray space, 13 drops of powerful blood floated in midair. Nothing else existed besides them. Suddenly, one of the drops of scarlet blood began to writhe strangely, then slowly transformed into a blurry figure. Then, the other blood also changed, and eventually, these blood formed 12 blurry figures. This essence blood is the blood left behind by the heads of the 13 clans of the vampire race. By relying on the residual scent of their blood, they can manifest their own form in this small space. Normally, the heads of the 13 clans only gather in this small space when the entire vampire world faces a major event. This type of meeting is known as a roundtable meeting. A leisurely voice echoed in the small space. "If I remember correctly, the last time a round table conference was held was 800 years ago." The voice sounded particularly old. Then, a sharp male voice spoke up. "Why hasn't the head of the Brook clan shown himself yet?" Soon, another voice speculated and explained, "I heard that Nalshir seems to be preparing to break through to the 2nd generation, so he probably doesn't have time to attend the meeting right now." They're actually about to break through to the 2nd generation? Should we go and join the fun? The voice was full of shock, and also carried a hint of ill intent. Most of the clan heads present were at the peak of the prince level, with only a very few powerful individuals reaching the 2nd generation level. After all, the price to pay for evolving from a prince to a 2nd generation species is simply too great. Therefore, when they heard that the head of the Brook clan was attempting a breakthrough, other clan heads immediately began plotting to cause trouble. "We're all allies of the vampires, there's no need for this. Even if Nalshir can evolve into a 2nd generation species, the Brook race will likely suffer a severe blow and will need at least 1,000 years to recover. We all know the price of evolving into a 2nd generation species." This time, the speaker was the head of a clan with a deep-rooted heritage. To evolve from a prince-level species to a 2nd generation species, one needs to gather the bloodline power of more than half of the entire family, and at the same time, devour a large amount of royal bloodline. Simply put, it means using the entire clan's resources to help the clan leader evolve, and the price is undoubtedly heavy. Among the 12 clan heads, the head of the Lazenba clan finally spoke slowly. "The reason for summoning you all to our alliance is for the matter of the Eastern Qing clan. You have probably all heard about the situation of the Qing clan. It has risen suddenly and has already acquired considerable power. Our clan believes that the Qing clan may pose a threat to our 13 Western clans in the future. Therefore, I plan to join forces with everyone to eradicate the Qing clan." After the head of the Lazenba clan finished speaking, the small space fell into silence. Among the 13 clans, the Lazenba tribe has always been known for its domineering and tyrannical nature. Although the current head of the family is at the peak of the prince level, the previous head of the family was a genuine 2nd generation descendant, and that former head of the family is still alive today. Therefore, the Lazenba tribe did not have a harmonious relationship with some other clans. Isn't your Lazenba tribe supposed to be very powerful? How come you can't even handle a small eastern Qing tribe? I heard that your clan's sacred ground was stormed and devastated by the Azure clan's leader, yet they still haven't been able to capture him. Is that true? Soon, two voices began to mock and ridicule. The head of the Lazenba clan snorted coldly. The Qing clan lord is indeed cunning, and seems to possess extraordinary power. We, the Lazenba tribe, will definitely avenge this humiliation. However, I've noticed something strange about that Green clan, so I hope everyone will join me in attacking them, entering the east, and completely eradicating them. The head of the Lazenba clan was also feeling very bad. After all, it was extremely frustrating for his clan's sacred land to be robbed. If it weren't for the fact that more than half of the clan's elite forces had been lost, and that he had become wary of the Qing clan, he wouldn't have convened this roundtable meeting. However, his proposal did not seem to be taken seriously by the other heads of the household. Our tribe is currently engaged in a fierce battle with those pesky werewolves, and the situation is critical, so it is not convenient to send any tribesmen out at the moment. After the first clan leader who found an excuse finished speaking, the other clans also expressed their opinions. As you all know, our clan is the farthest from the east, and it is very inconvenient for our clansmen to travel far. Just a small Qing tribe, no need to make a fuss. You can handle the Lazenba tribe yourselves. The Bru tribe and the Qing tribe also have conflicts. If your two tribes join forces, the Qing tribe will surely perish. Hearing these slightly mocking voices, the head of the Lazenba clan was so angry that his face turned red. He suppressed his anger and said in a hoarse voice, "Enough? My clan can destroy the Qing clan even without you. Humph! A bunch of selfish bastards." As he spoke, his figure vanished from the space. The other clan heads were somewhat taken aback. They're gone already? Ugh, this is so boring. The Lazenba tribe has indeed been quite irritable lately, which is understandable. After all, having their holy land stolen would upset anyone, haha. Let's disperse. The figures gradually disappeared, and the space returned to deathly silence. Within the Lazenba clan, the clan head's eyes were bloodshot, and his inner rage was uncontrollable. Those clans won't take action unless their own interests are involved. Since the Holy War, all the clans have completely relaxed their guard. Humph. Do they really think our clan can't function without them? Guards, issue a kill order for the vampires. I will make the Qing clan, and their leader, pay a terrible price. Not long after, on the dark web, the Lazenba clan posted a blood-red message. Our clan officially issues a vampire kill order against the Qing clan. We will surely slaughter the Qing clan to the last man. All members of the Azure clan bloodline shall be executed in public. All Azure clan blood archers shall be hunted down until their bloodline is extinct. Even through the screen, you can feel the intense bloodshed and fury. A so-called vampire kill order is only officially issued by one side when two vampires have a deep-seated hatred for each other. This means that the two sides will engage in a life or death struggle until they completely destroy each other's families, sever their lineage, slaughter every single member of their clan, crush all bloodlines, and invite all vampires to witness the public execution. They've actually issued a kill order against the vampires. The Lazenba clan is determined to wage a racial war against the Qing clan. However, this also shows that the Lazenba clan acknowledges the strength of the Qing clan, which is why they went to such lengths. The holy site was robbed, and the sacred relics were stolen. If it were me, I would be furious too. Go, Qing clan! The Qing king is awesome. In the dark web world, quite a few vampires who disliked the 13 clans gradually sided with Lu Qing. Especially those small vampire families who yearn for freedom. They already had little affection for the powerful 13 clans, but instead had a greater expectation for the Azure clan leader who had never shown his true face. Anyway, everyone has freedom of speech on the dark web. In reality, they dare not confront the 13 clans, but they can still express their thoughts on the dark web. The actions of the Lazenba tribe have received support from the Bra tribe. The Brute clan also released a new update, declaring that the day their patriarch finishes his seclusion will be the day the Qing clan is destroyed. The clear statements from the two powerful vampire clans immediately plunged the entire dark web into a tense atmosphere. Chapter 114, Is the clone thing still not over? At the Dragon Group base of Huaxia Theological Seminary, Zhang Tianming was browsing information on the dark web on a tablet. The Dragon Group naturally has its own account on the dark web, but it was not very powerful in the past, and the eastern region had long been invaded by Western vampires, so it rarely posted any updates. But things are different now. Since extracting Lu Qing's bloodline genes and receiving the 3 little guys with Duke-level bloodlines from Lu Qing, the research department has developed an even more powerful serum. Injecting this serum can grant members of the Dragon Group greater evolutionary capabilities. Moreover, in addition to the ability of shared death, most members of the dragon group also awakened a second ability after being injected with serum extracted from Lu Qing's blood, and there were no more side effects. Each member of the dragon group has increased in strength by at least 3 or 4 times. Looking at the blood-red post on the dark web, Zhang Tianming smiled coldly. It's time for us Easterners to make our voices heard. Go and notify the entire data department that all members of the dragon group should register accounts and hand them over to the data department for operation. The Qing clan has won the battle, and our dragon group cannot afford to lose the war of public opinion. As a result, a large number of accounts prefixed with Dongfang quickly appeared on the dark web. These accounts all cluster around a main account, whose name is very simple, Dongfang Eastern. This account posted a message: the Qing clan is our Eastern clan. Those who offend the Qing clan, no matter how far away, will be punished. With the Qing clan united, the East will rise. The accompanying image is a simple touch of red. Below this post, countless accounts prefixed with Eastern commented, all of them saying the same 4 words: the rise of the East. On Yanjing Mountain, Lu Qing, covered in bite marks, once again emerged from Su Lingwei's pink coffin. That little woman really knows how to bite. He glanced at the bite marks on his body, then with a slight shudder, all the bite marks disappeared. In truth, with his powerful physique as a prince and the progenitor of the Corpse clan, even though Su Lingwei had reached the peak of the marquis level, she couldn't bite him at all. He just didn't want to upset the little woman. He checked the situation on the clone's side again and discovered that it wasn't over yet. So, he lazily opened his phone and logged onto the vampire dark web, where he immediately saw the blood-red kill order from the Lazenba clan, the support from the Brute clan, and the updates posted by the account named East. It's quite lively. This account called Dongfang probably belongs to those guys from the Dragon Group. Is the information war already underway? Lu Qing found it somewhat amusing. After pondering for a moment, he also posted a response: I, the lord of the Qing clan, formally challenged the head of the Lazenba clan to a blood pact war. I'll be at your doorstep at noon the day after tomorrow. Do you dare to accept the challenge? As soon as Lu Qing posted the update, the vampires who were following the matter on the dark web were instantly stunned. Blood pact war? Why does that sound so familiar? Didn't the Holy Son of the Bro clan launch a blood pact war against the Azure King before? That's right. But the Azure King said he was busy and didn't have time to fight. Now he's actually taking the initiative to challenge the head of the Lazenba clan to a decisive battle? I wonder if the Holy Son of the Brute clan will be furious. And did you notice? The Azure King said he was going to the doorstep of the Lazenba tribe. Does that mean the Azure King is coming to the west? Are they planning a head-on confrontation? Aren't they afraid of being surrounded and annihilated? This is quite a ridiculous situation. Previously, Thoria, the Holy Son of the Brute tribe, openly challenged Lu Qing to a blood pact challenge on the dark web in order to vent his anger, but Lu Qing refused. Now, Lu Qing has taken the initiative to challenge the head of the Lazenba clan, which is a slap in the face to Thoria. Sure enough, upon seeing this post, Thora, the Holy Son of the Brute tribe, was so enraged that he smashed things wildly in the palace and then posted a nearly hysterical update. Lord of the Azure clan, you are utterly unworthy of your noble vampire status. You evaded my blood pact battle, and now you're challenging the Lazenba clan. You are insulting the great Holy Son Thoria. Lu Qing simply replied, what are you yelling about? You're next, so while your head's still on your neck, hurry up and eat as much good food as you can. This response enraged Thoria once again. According to the vampires who roamed near the Brute tribe that day, on the day the Blue clan leader responded, they heard the angry roar of Tolia from the mountain last for an entire day. Since Lu Qing became active on the dark web, many vampires, though they have never seen the King of Green in person, have all shared a common feeling: this vampire from the east is quite domineering. Soon, the Lursenba tribe's response appeared on the dark web, consisting of only a few words: accept. Those who come will die. Many vampire enthusiasts began to analyze these few words in depth. Because this tone is different from the previous posts of the Lazenba tribe, it is more concise and subtly reveals the attitude of a superior. Finally, the dark web vampires reached a consensus that the response must have been personally given by the head of the Lashenba clan. It seems that the commotion on the dark web has finally forced the head of the Lazenba clan to come out. If they don't step forward and say something soon, the prestige of the Lazenba clan will be gone. At this critical juncture, if the head of the Lazenba clan fails to kill the Qing clan's lord in the Blood Pact War, the Lazenba clan's prestige will be completely destroyed. The direct battle between the Eastern Qing tribe and the 13 ancient Western clans has already filled everyone with anticipation. In the ancient palace of the Alvis Mountains, the head of the Lazenba clan and the remaining 6 elders gathered together. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire palace was solemn. No one expected that the leader of the Qing clan would dare to directly launch a blood-pact war against their patriarch. Simply issuing a challenge is already a provocation, an open challenge to the dignity of the entire Lazenba clan. This was unprecedented in the vampire world, yet they were powerless to stop it. After all, the Holy Land was looted, half of the elites were slaughtered, and that Green King was still living a carefree life in the East. This great humiliation has not yet been washed away, and now another one has happened. Moreover, due to the dignity of the vampire clan, the head of the Lazenba clan could not refuse, otherwise his clansmen would probably lose faith in him. Chapter 115. You don't need to worry about it, I'll handle things outside. The patriarch sat on the throne that symbolized glory and spoke coldly. Since the lord of the Qing clan said he wanted to come to our holy mountain, he must have to go to the west. Effective immediately, all clansmen are to be recalled and dispersed to the border areas for close surveillance. The moment the Qing clan leader appears at the border, intercept and kill him. Slaughter all the Qing clan members he brought with him. Then I will personally behead him atop the holy mountain. I want to make sure that the leader of the Qing clan is soaked in blood with every step he takes. In addition, the last time the leader of the Qing clan appeared inexplicably in the Holy Land, he may have escaped using some strange means. During the Blood Pact War, spread your clansmen throughout the area within 100 miles of the sacred mountain, ensuring he has no chance of escape. The thought of the sacred land being inexplicably plundered by the Qing clan leader fueled the patriarch's rage. He felt that the eastern fellow must have used some means to disguise himself, sneaking into the Holy Land silently and then slipping away just as quietly. This time, we absolutely cannot let him get away again. At this moment, an elder hesitated before stepping forward and saying, "The fact that the Lord of the Azure clan was able to kill 3 elders indicates that his level is certainly not low. He may have already reached the level of a prince. Should we awaken the ancestor?" The patriarch glared at him fiercely. "No need. There's no need to disturb the old patriarch. That Qing clan leader has only been around for a short time at most, he's just a peak duke with some abilities. So what if he's already reached the rank of prince? I can still tear a newly ranked vampire apart." Upon hearing the patriarch's words, the elder dared not say anything more. After all, their patriarch was a top-level prince with royal blood. All we need to do is prevent the Qing clan leader from escaping. Therefore, the entire Lazenba tribe sprang into action. Edicts were issued one after another, and all tribesmen were recalled. Some were dispersed to the border area to intercept and kill the Qing tribe. Others surrounded the area within 100 miles of the sacred mountain to prevent the Qing tribe's leader from escaping. All the clansmen were on high alert, while secretly speculating about which direction the leader of the eastern Qing clan would enter from the border. Coming from the east, even with the vampire's formidable strength and speed, it would take at least a day. Therefore, everyone believes that the leader of the Qing clan is already on his way. However, Lu Qing, whose whereabouts were being speculated about by all the vampires, was leisurely enjoying the scenery on Yinjing Mountain. The dragon group came looking for him again, completely baffled as to why this guy suddenly ran off to the west to plunder the sacred land of the Lazenba tribe, and then vanished in a flash. Because the dragon group's monitoring found no indication that Lu Qing had left the country. In response to this question, Lu Qing simply smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about it. Just guard our border. I'll handle things outside." After saying that, he gave the old dean of the dragon group 2 drops of blood and told them to take them back to extract serum. Ever since he learned that his blood could multiply the strength of the dragon group members, he became generous and would have the Qing clan send him some blood every now and then. After all, we're all family. If the dragon group is stronger, he'll have an easier time. Especially when he fights in the west, the powerful dragon group can protect the eastern lands. The dragon group obtained 2 more drops of blood and left satisfied. Lu Qing dawdled until 10 a.m. the next day before leading 1,000 Qing clan blood archers and 500 ancient corpse clan members into the ancient battlefield of Ancestral Mountain. Lu Qing stopped before the bronze gate leading to the sacred land of the Lazenba tribe. This time, among the Qing clan's blood archer were 800 marquises and 200 dukes, not even including his personal guards, who were all powerful princes. He only brought 500 members of the Qing clan's corpse clan. The remaining 500 were inside the sacred coffin absorbing corpse energy and yin energy. The main problem is that these big guys are too ruthless when they fight, tearing their enemies to pieces at the drop of a hat. This time, he still wanted to leave some members of the Lazenba clan. Otherwise, what would happen if Avril became the head of the clan and all the vampires under her command were killed? Lu Qing glanced at the silent and murderous Qing clan. Unbeknownst to him, the Qing clan, which he had created, had become so powerful. His Azure clan is invincible, capable of confronting an ancient vampire clan head-on, and as long as no more than 3 clans join forces, it is unmatched. Because this time, not all of the Qing clan's forces were taken out. In the ancestral mountain and the ancient battlefield, there are nearly 1,000 Qing clan blood archers, 500 ancient corpse clan members, a blood-devouring king who has reached the peak of a prince, and hundreds of thousands of marquis-level blood devourers. Ahem. There's only one requirement this time. A quick victory is all it takes. Also, don't go too far, don't kill them all. Lu Qing stood before the bronze gate, his wings automatically extending, his aura surging, and he swung his execution axe forcefully. Qing clan, heed my command, engage in battle. While all the vampires of the Lazenba clan were intently watching the border, trying to find traces of the Qing clan, the entrance to their sacred mountain was quietly opened. First came a wisp of black flame, followed by a massive, dark mass of Qing clan members, who charged out with an aura that seemed capable of destroying the world. Chapter 116, they've appeared, so let's intercept them. In the main hall of the Lazenba tribe, the patriarch and several elders stood solemnly. Suddenly, a clansman rushed into the main hall, shouting in panic, "Patriarch, something terrible has happened. The Qing clan has appeared." The head of the Lazenba family suddenly opened his eyes, his aura surging dramatically. He shouted sharply, "So what if they've appeared? Just intercept them. Why are you so panicked? Where are the Qing clan at the border?" The clansman replied with a look of surprise and fear, reporting to the patriarch, the Qing clan emerged from the holy mountain. They have already clashed with our clan and are marching towards the main hall." The patriarch and several elders were all taken aback upon hearing this. They came out of the Holy Land? That's the sacred land of their Lazenba tribe. How could the Qing tribe have appeared there? However, before they could think any further, the head of the Lazenba clan instantly unfurled a pair of wings about a meter long, and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, the sight before him made the veins on his forehead bulge. The pristine white sacred mountain was now stained crimson with blood, and countless members of the Qing clan, their bodies wreathed in black flames, surged downwards from the summit like a tidal wave. The already small number of Lazenba tribe members on the sacred mountain were no match for the fierce attack of the Qing tribe, and they fell to the ground one after another. However, those tribesmen who fell to the ground did not die, they were merely severely injured and temporarily incapacitated. Several hundred marquises, and so many dukes too. The head of the Lazenba clan could hardly believe his eyes. How could a newly established clan have so many high-ranking vampires? Do the laws of vampire evolution not apply to them? Moreover, what species are those nearly 500 burly figures? Why are their bodies so tough and their fighting power so formidable? Several elders also appeared beside the patriarch in an instant, anxiously saying, "Patriarch, even if the Qing clan uses some unknown means to launch a surprise attack on the Holy Mountain, our main force of the Blood clan is all around the Holy Mountain." "No problem, our high-ranking clansmen are still here, we have over 100 dukes ready to fight." However, the head of the Lazenba clan pointed to the battlefield ahead with a gloomy expression and said, "Elder, look. The high-ranking Blood clan you mentioned is now being driven back by the Qing clan." Several elders hurriedly and carefully sensed it, and upon seeing it, they almost spat out a mouthful of their blood essence. Because the high-ranking clansmen they referred to were currently at a complete disadvantage under the attack of the Qing clan. That's right, the Lazenba tribe does have more than 100 Duke-level members, but the Qing tribe seems to have twice as many Duke-level members. Why does the Qing clan have so many high-ranking blood clans? That's impossible. What species are those tall creatures, and why are they immune to our attacks? All the elders were stunned, even though they had evolved to the peak of dukes over the long years and were usually high above and respected by everyone in the clan. But at this moment on this battlefield, they felt as if duke-level vampires were everywhere. Prepare to awaken the old patriarch. I must now find the Qing clan leader and fulfill the blood pact. Only by killing him can I free up my hands to deal with these high-ranking members of the Qing clan, the patriarch ordered in a heavy tone. Having said that, he rose higher again, standing above the battlefield, his gaze sweeping across the area below, his voice like rolling thunder. "Where is the lord of the Azure clan? Come out and fight." However, the next second, with a boom, the body of the Lazenba clan patriarch crashed to the ground like a cannonball. Lu Qing then quietly appeared where the family head had just stood, and said, "What are you yelling about? I'm right here." Roar! The head of the Lazenba clan roared angrily as he soared into the sky once more. A large footprint on his chest was slowly healing. It was from the kick Lu Qing had given him earlier. He looked at Lu Qing, and uttered a few words in a hoarse voice, "Prince?" Especially when you see the 3-meter-long wings behind Lu Qing, this is generally considered a sign of a prince. Compared to Lu Qing's wings, his own looked rather shabby. His wingspan was only a little over a meter, and he didn't look imposing at all. He was just an ordinary pair of bat wings. Lu Qing's wings, with their jet black flesh covered in sharp bone spurs and wreathed in burning black flames, made even the head of the Lazenba clan want to fold his own wings in comparison. So what if you're a prince? I'm a peak prince. The difference in rank is insurmountable. You will die here today. The head of the Lazenba clan roared, his eyes instantly turning pure silver, and a cloud of blood mist erupted from his body as he charged toward Lu Qing with unparalleled force. At the same time, enormous spears formed from blood appeared out of thin air and shot towards Lu Qing from behind him like lightning. Blood mist, giant spears, and the power of royal bloodline. In an instant, the head of the Lazenba clan had already activated his strongest battle state. Because of the constant, pitiful screams of his people coming from below, he had to kill the leader of the Qing clan as quickly as possible. Looking at the fully powered head of the Lazenba family, Lu Qing smiled lightly. So this is all the royal bloodline has to offer. However, as I said before, the difference in levels doesn't mean much to me. Besides, you're just a top-tier prince. After saying that, Lu Qing grinned and charged straight at the head of the Lazenba clan. You're courting death. The head of the Lazenba clan sneered. With a thought, the giant spears formed from blood behind him suddenly accelerated and pierced directly at Lu Qing. But what happened next left the head of the Lazenba clan dumbfounded. The scene he had imagined of Lu Qing being pierced through the body did not occur. Lu Qing's body only trembled slightly, and those giant spears were directly pulverized at his chest, without leaving a single scratch on Lu Qing's body. You're actually immune to attacks just like those creatures? The head of the Lazenba family was filled with shock. Lu Qing flicked away the powder as if it were dust, and said, "You know nothing about true power." After saying that, he simply threw a punch, which collided with the fist of the head of the Lazenba clan. Clang! A huge impact resounded through the space, and all the members of the Lazenba clan witnessed an extremely shocking scene. Their own clan leader was actually knocked to the ground in a clash of equal strength. Patriarch! Upon seeing this, several elders immediately rushed forward. However, a graceful figure suddenly appeared and blocked their way. Avril? You didn't perish in the Holy Land? Avril smiled charmingly. Of course not. How could I possibly fall if I didn't become the head of the family? Several elders reacted instantly, shouting angrily, so it was you. It was you who colluded with that Qing clan leader, allowing him to enter and leave the Holy Land. Today, we will kill you. After saying that, several elders gritted their teeth and rushed forward, preparing to surround and attack the saintess. Avril simply smiled and said, I don't have that ability. Then, she released her full aura, which belonged to the prince level, directly causing the elders to retreat violently. You actually evolved into a prince? How could you evolve into a prince so quickly? Several elders felt both fear and envy as they sensed that aura. In their minds, although Saint Avril was exceptionally talented, she had always been a source of nourishment for the advancement of the Holy Sun. Now, she had quietly evolved to the level of a prince. Avril exuded a rich aura of blood, which vaguely formed a cage, enveloping all the elders within it. Her voice became somewhat unsteady. Because of that man, I evolved so quickly. My demands are not high, you just need to stay here obediently. Because going there would only be a pointless death for you. The elders' eyes flashed intensely as they glanced at the invincible figure in the sky, but ultimately remained silent and stood still. Above the sky, the patriarch of the Lazenba clan was covered in blood, his eyes revealing anger and fear. Why is the Qing clan leader in front of him, who is also a prince, so much stronger than him? It can even completely ignore his attacks. No! Today I will tear you to shreds. No matter the cost. Demon Pact. With a roar, the crimson color around his body began to condense and burn like flames. His skin and flesh instantly became covered in blood, but his aura was rising rapidly, almost breaking through to the second generation. You're proud enough to force me to burn all my bloodline as a price. Die. The head of the Lazenba clan roared as he charged forward, his blood surging with power. Lu Qing maintained a calm smile. Burning your bloodline, huh? That's somewhat similar to my bloodlust. But it's a waste to waste your bloodline, so give it to me. Lu Qing smiled broadly, his ancient bloodline finally fully activated, and the Emperor Flame state emerged, with black flames surging and enveloping him instantly. This time, however, the black flames on his body were even more intense due to the added power of the bloodlust ability. A black full moon also appeared on his shoulder. Since this is all you've got, then you may perish. Lu Qing's figure seemed to move but didn't, only trembling slightly, and a pitch-black heart appeared in his hand. The patriarch of the Lazenba clan looked down in disbelief at the bloody hole in his chest. He was unable to move, and all the power of his bloodline was surging wildly toward the strange black moon. Why? The head of the Lazenba clan uttered the last question of his long life. Lu Qing frowned slightly, seemingly pondering the question seriously. Perhaps it's because your Western clans did something they shouldn't have? With that, he gently squeezed it, and the heart instantly turned into powder, which was then devoured by the black flames. Below, all the members of the Lazenba clan stopped fighting, staring blankly at the sky, murmuring, "The patriarch has fallen." Chapter 117. Is the ancestors' realm fake? A tyrannical aura filled the sky, causing all the vampires of the Lazenba clan to involuntarily look up. However, what came into their view was a shocking scene. Their noble and incomparably powerful patriarch was being casually held in the hands of the Eastern Qing clan leader, already lifeless. The patriarch has actually fallen. The patriarch has really been killed by the Qing clan chief. All the vampires could not believe what was happening before their eyes. After all, it had been far too long since they had witnessed the fall of a prince-level vampire, let alone their patriarch. Almost instantly, all the high-ranking vampires of the Lazenba clan completely lost their will to fight and were knocked to the ground one by one by the Qing clan, the Corpse clan, and the Blood Archer, who were like tigers descending the mountain. The elders who had been trapped by Avril stared at the corpse with deathly pale faces, and finally, fear appeared on their faces. Only the first elder suddenly screamed hysterically, "Where is the old patriarch? Old master, wake up!" The elderess howl rekindled the fighting spirit in the eyes of the despairing clansmen. That's right. The patriarch has fallen, but there's still the ancestor. Ancestor, please wake up quickly. Our ancestor is the most powerful second-generation being. He will surely be able to destroy this Azure clan lord. We beg the ancestor to show himself. The members of the Lazenba tribe roared in unison, hoping that their slumbering ancestor would awaken, kill Lu Qing, and save their clan. Lu Qing, high above in the sky, glanced at the Grand Elder but ignored him, instead turning his gaze toward the main hall of the Lazenba clan. His voice was flat and devoid of any emotion. "Since you were awake a long time ago, what were you hiding down there secretly watching? The patriarch has already perished, yet he still can't bear to come out?" From the moment he killed the head of the Lazenba clan, Lu Qing had already sensed an aura slowly awakening beneath the main hall. Just when he thought that the being exuding the aura of a second-generation species would rush out, the aura strangely chose to lie dormant, instead restraining its full power. Even second-generation species are so cowardly? Lu Qing smiled and looked towards the main hall. Sensing that the aura seemed to be still holding back, she said directly, "All right, since you won't come out, then stay down there forever." Boom! The black flames emanating from Lu Qing's body suddenly surged violently, and then a huge longsword condensed in mid-air. The 100-meter long sword, made entirely of black flames, cleaved straight towards the main hall. Open! Lu Qing clenched his fists and then slashed down fiercely. The black flame greatsword carried terrifying power and high temperature, as if it were splitting the heavens and earth. Clang! With another soft sound, just as the black flame giant blade was about to strike the main hall, a black barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. At the same time, a hoarse voice rang out, "Lord of the Azure clan. Don't push your luck. Leave immediately today, and my clan will not pursue your crimes. If you continue to harm my people, I will make sure you perish here." Upon hearing this voice, all the elders and clansmen present were overjoyed. It's the ancestor. The ancestor has awakened. Ancestor, quickly eliminate this Qing clan leader. With the ancestor here, the lord of the Green clan will surely perish. However, Lu Qing glanced at the vampires of the Lazenba clan below with some pity. Your ancestor doesn't seem willing to come out and fight. The tone of the Lazenba clan patriarch just now made it very clear that if he was allowed to leave, he would not pursue the matter further. Even his later threat to kill him was just empty threats. The ancestor of the Lazenba clan must have sensed the aura of ancient bloodline on him, and at the same time recognized the existence of the 500 ancient corpses. That's why he didn't dare to show himself for a while, but instead hid below and used the aura of a second-generation species to threaten them. Lu Qing no longer cares about the exposure of his ancient bloodline and the ancient corpse race. Because from now on, the Qing clan is destined to stand before the entire vampire world. The existence of the Eastern Corpse clan no longer needs to be concealed. Just make them fearful. Lu Qing waved his hand gently, and the sacred artifact slowly fell down. He licked his lips excitedly. "Sorry, I don't plan to leave. Moreover, I haven't yet absorbed the bloodline of a second-generation species. As soon as he finished speaking, the black flames all over Lu Qing's body vanished instantly, and even the aura of his ancient bloodline disappeared, replaced by an ancient and desolate aura. Boom! He pounded his hands together, making a vibrating sound. The bloodline of the Eastern Corpse Clan. Tell me, can you handle it? With a roar, Lu Qing's muscles bulged instantly, transforming him into a 6-meter-tall giant, wielding a massive execution axe, his eyes filled with excitement. You dare! Beneath the palace, the old ancestor seemed to sense Lu Qing's next move and let out an angry roar. Open it for me! Clang! The enormous axe struck the center of the newly appeared black barrier with a deafening roar. This black barrier must be the innate ability of that second-generation species. It wasn't shattered, but only left a deep crack. Looking at the crack, Lu Qing's excitement grew even stronger. Open it again. Clang! Another axe blow. Ding ding ding! Lu Qing's arm muscles bulged high as he chopped down with the axe, relentlessly smashing the target with pure violence. Click click click! A series of crisp sounds rang out, and the cracks on the black barrier multiplied. Until the very end, snap! The black barrier was shattered into pieces. From below the palace came a painful howl, as if the palace had suffered a severe blow. I'm going to kill you! A figure angrily rushed up from below the palace. Lu Qing grinned and said, You figured it out now? Too late. Lu Qing's blood surged again, and he swung his axe down at the charging second-generation creature, sending the old ancestor of the Lizenba clan crashing back down onto the palace. The palace, which had stood for thousands of years, was also chopped in half by this one axe. Damn it! The ancestor's figure ascended once more. Lu Qing gripped the execution axe with both hands and swung it back again. Boom! He charged forward again, and with another axe blow. Amidst the billowing dust, the ancestor's furious roars and deafening booms echoed continuously. Every time the second-generation species attempted to soar into the sky, it was forcefully cleaved back by Lu Qing's execution axe, imbued with the power of the ancient bloodline. Those members of the Lizenba tribe who were eagerly anticipating seeing the true face of their ancestor have yet to see what their ancestor looks like. How could a second-generation cultivator be so suppressed and beaten by a prince-level leader of the Qing clan? Could it be that the ancestor's realm was fake? Chapter 118. Who's in favor, who's opposed? And the roaring continued from within that cloud of smoke. I will kill you. Boom. Lord of the Green Clan, if you have the guts, why don't you use that axe? Boom. Wait. We can talk. Boom. Ugh. I'm so angry. Boom. No matter what the second-generation ancestor said, his response was always the same, a single axe blow. Finally, the commotion within the smoke and dust grew louder and louder, then gradually subsided. Because of the smoke and dust, no one could see what had happened inside. However, all the members of the Lizenba clan could feel that their ancestor's aura was rapidly weakening and that he could no longer make a sound. When a mountain breeze finally dispersed the dust, the sight that appeared before the Lizenba tribe stunned them. The original palace has vanished, leaving only a huge pit. Everything that was once glorious is now stuck in a huge pit, impossible to pry out. Amidst the ruins, only the figure of the Azure clan's leader stood, holding in his hand the ancestor who was now just ahead. Even until his death, this powerful second-generation ancestor of the Lizenba tribe was unable to escape this palace. Our ancestor has also fallen. The lord of the Qing clan has become this powerful. The patriarch has fallen, and the ancestor has also fallen. My Lizenba clan is doomed. All the members of the Lizenba tribe were completely stunned. What they had witnessed today had completely overturned their understanding of vampires. An atmosphere of despair permeated the surroundings. Lu Qing looked at the head in his hand with some regret. I didn't control my strength, and now it's been split open and only a head is left. Alas, what a pity, so many high-quality bloodlines have been lost. Then, black flames surged in his palm, engulfing even the remaining head of the Lizenba clan ancestor. Ding! Devoured one second-generation vampire. Gain 10 evolution points. Current evolution points, 119,200. Adding the 6 evolution points gained from devouring the head of the Lizenba clan, I have a total of 16 points. If I hadn't lost some of my bloodline essence, devouring a second-generation species that was above my level would have provided at least 20 evolution points. Lu Qing walked out of the ruins on his own, then came to all the Lizenba clan members and slowly said, Your patriarch and ancestor have been killed by me. So now, you have no head of the family. Let me recommend one to you. Prince Avril would be perfect. As he spoke, Lu Qing planted the execution axe directly in front of him and looked at the group of vampires with a smile. Who's in favor? Who's opposed? You can bring it up now. If no one says anything, that means everyone agrees, and no one has any objections. Lu Qing looked at the silent and despair-shrouded members of the Lazenba blood clan before him. Before that enormous axe, not a single member of the tribe dared to step forward and offer any so-called opinion. At Lu Qing's prompting, Avril slowly walked to the front of all the clansmen. She unleashed the aura of a prince without reservation, and the oppressive aura caused all the clansmen to involuntarily lower their heads. The Holy Maiden has actually advanced to the rank of princess? Could it be because of that Qing clan leader? How can a woman become the head of a family? There has never been such a precedent in the history of the vampires. But the Holy Maiden's aura is in no way inferior to that of the previous patriarch. The remaining 1,000 or so high-ranking vampires below the stage, though not daring to openly challenge Lu Qing's authority, were all whispering among themselves. After all, in the long history of the vampire clan, there has never been a case where a woman served as the head of the clan. Lu Qing simply ignored the reactions of these clansmen. Since Avril wants to be the head of the family, she has to deal with these situations herself. If she doesn't handle it well, Lu Qing might as well just take care of them all. Avril gazed calmly at her people, her pride as radiant as that of a queen. Finally, she slowly spoke, "Who says a woman can't be the head of a household? As long as this woman is strong enough. If we become powerful enough to lead the family to another peak, then everything else will be fine." At this point, Avril's eyes suddenly sharpened, a silver light flashing in them, filling her entire eyelids, and simultaneously releasing 3 completely different auras. Every member of the clan who sensed this aura was instantly stunned. The Holy Maiden actually possesses such pure royal blood? And these 3 auras are the auras of 3 different innate abilities? The Saintess has awakened 3 innate abilities. Because of Lu Qing, Avril's royal bloodline was far more concentrated than that of the previous head of the Lazenba clan. Those 3 innate abilities are the awakening of her own talents. In a sense, Avril is indeed a once-in-a-millennium genius in the vampire world. Moreover, she was fortunate enough to meet Lu Qing. Avril, in full power, suddenly waved her hand, and the boiling bloodline power gathered into a sea of blood. The sea of blood instantly transformed into a giant hand, grabbing the most restless elder. The elder struggled desperately, but he could not break free from the blood hand's control. Even though he was only one step away from evolving into a prince, he still couldn't escape Avril's control in front of a real prince. Avril. What do you want to do? I am the grand elder of the family. Ignoring the elder's shouts, Avril manipulated the sea of blood to conjure another blood hand, which casually grabbed another clansman at the peak of the marquee level. The clansmen who were grabbed by the bloody hand instantly turned terrified, completely unaware of what their fate would be. I can destroy you, or I can give you new life, Avril said softly. Then, the power of bloodline erupted, and the elder who was being held by the blood hand suddenly let out a shrill scream. His body, gripped by the bloody hand, was withering away at a visible rate. You actually want to devour me? No. In less than 10 seconds, the Grand Elder was devoured by Avril in front of all the vampires and turned into a dried-up corpse. The other Marquis, who was also caught by the bloody hand, closed his eyes resignedly after witnessing the tragic end of the Grand Elder. However, a completely different fate awaited him. Avril extended a finger, and a drop of slightly eerie-colored blood slowly condensed at the tip of her finger. She then gently touched it to the Marquis's brow. The pure bloodline power surged into his body instantly. Roar! After absorbing the drop of blood, the Marquis immediately let out a painful roar. But after a series of screams, boom! Under the watchful eyes of all the vampires, this Marquis actually evolved into a duke. The clansman opened his eyes in disbelief, feeling the surging blood energy within his body. I've actually evolved into a duke? This scene made the remaining tribesmen's eyes light up. He evolved from a Marquis to a duke by absorbing just a drop of the Saintess's blood? How powerful must the Saintess's bloodline be? What's even more terrifying is that the Holy Maiden devoured it in an instant. Chapter 119 Successfully Retiring, No Need for Barking, You're Next. Lu Qing returned to Yanjing Mountain. As soon as he came out of Zushan, he noticed his phone vibrating frantically. One text message after another came from the Dragon Group, from the old Dean, Zheng Tianming, and even old Master Luo. The old Dean's text message read, Was your trip to the west successful? Zhang Tianming said, according to reliable sources, the head of the Lazenba family is a peak-level prince-class vampire, and there is even a second-generation level ancestor among them. We must be careful on this trip, and the Dragon Group will provide full support if necessary. Grandpa Luo also reminded us with concern, if we are outmatched, we must retreat at any time. Our eastern race has finally found hope, so we must not take any risks lightly. There were more than one text message, sent about once every 10 minutes, showing that they were in a great hurry. Presumably, this is because the East has long been harassed by the Western vampires, and now the Eastern zombies have awakened. With the Qing clan, which Lu Qing had single-handedly built, the Dragon Group members saw hope and paid special attention to his blood-pact battle with the head of the Lazenba family. Moreover, they were unclear about how Lu Qing would travel to the west, and might even be wondering why they couldn't detect any trace of his departure. Lu Qing glanced through the text messages, smiled helplessly, and muttered to himself, "Don't you guys know that there's no cell phone signal in Zushan in the Holy Land? The fight's been over for ages." Judging from the old dean's attitude, the Dragon Group members must have already secretly infiltrated the vicinity of the Lazenba clan's sacred land, nervously monitoring the situation. Once they discover that he and the Qing clan are in crisis, they will definitely do everything they can to help. However, it seems they've missed that opportunity. Perhaps the Dragon Group members who have already infiltrated are wondering why there's been no movement. After a moment's thought, Lu Qing sent a message to each of the three people. At that moment, the three members of the Dragon Group in the underground base of the Huaxia Theological Seminary all had their cell phones vibrate simultaneously. Upon hearing the unique dynamic sound specifically set for emergency communication, the three of them almost simultaneously and quickly turned on their phones. The text message contained only a brief sentence: "Retire successfully, don't worry about me." Retire after achieving success? The old dean unconsciously repeated these words on the screen. Looking at Zhang Tianming beside him with a puzzled expression, he asked, "Does this mean that the Blood Pact War has already been won?" Upon receiving the text message, Zhang Tianming immediately turned on his computer and inquired about the situation from the Dragon Group members who were still lurking in the west. After receiving an affirmative answer, he raised his head somewhat bewildered and said, "That shouldn't be the case. According to reports from our people who are lurking around the sacred mountain of the Lazenba tribe, there were only loud noises coming from the sacred mountain, but the Qing clan was not seen rushing up the sacred mountain, nor was Lu Qing's figure seen. It was only later that they discovered that all the members of the Lazenba tribe who had been stationed on the outskirts had been recalled, apparently because something terrible had happened to their family." What exactly does retiring after achieving success mean? Zhang Tianming and the old dean were deeply puzzled. What puzzled them even more was that the news had just come from the west, so how could Lu Qing have already returned to the east? Strange, really strange, the old dean sighed inwardly, but quickly came to terms with it. Since Lu Qing says he'll retire after achieving his goal, let's listen to him for now and put our minds at ease. After replying to the message, Lu Qing opened the vampire dark web and found that it was already in an uproar. Rumors and online arguments flooded the internet. The incident began when a vampire, unable to contain his gossip, posted a status update on the dark web. "It's already past 1 a.m., and there's still no news about the Blood Pact War. Could it be that the Azure clan's leader didn't dare to come to the west at all? Bah! Coward!" What started as a small post venting frustration about waiting quickly went viral among other impatient vampires, sparking a heated online argument. What's the rush? It's only been an hour. You think the fight's over in an hour? If you're so capable, you go and do it yourself. The shortest blood pact war in vampire history still lasted at least half a day. However, this fellow is right. I am right on the border of the Lazenba tribe, and I have indeed not seen any members of the Qing tribe, nor has there been any movement on the Holy Mountain. Is the Lord of the Azure clan really not here? Or is he lying? Bah! My Eastern clan will never break our word. The Lazenba tribe is wiped out. Everyone can go wash up and go to bed now. Disperse. As the verbal battle escalated, more and more vampires joined in. Soon, everyone's focus was on the same question: why were there no signs of the Qing clan on the border, and why was there no movement on the sacred mountain of the Lazenba clan? What was the state of this blood pact war? 4 hours have passed now, there should be a result by now, right? Breaking news. I just heard that all the members of the Lazenba tribe have retreated back to the Holy Mountain. It seems something terrible has happened. Come out and say something. We're getting impatient. However, to the great surprise of all the vampires, even the Lazenba clan did not come forward to respond to the matter directly. as if all members of the clan had been placed under a silencing order. There were no new developments from the Qing clan leader's side either. Just then, the great holy son of the Brooke tribe, Thoria, jumped out again. He posted a status update in an extremely disdainful tone. The fact that the Lazenba tribe has not made any moves can only mean one thing. The leader of the Qing clan never came to the west. Nor did he fulfill the invitation to the Blood Pact War. He has betrayed the honor of the vampire clan. He's nothing but a cowardly eastern wretch. Toria's post quickly attracted attention, but very few vampires commented. Only accounts prefixed with Eastern replied. Because at this point, there was still no definite news coming from the dark web, and everyone was getting increasingly anxious. As a result, many vampires began to doubt whether the Blood Pact War had ever actually taken place, and whether the Azure clan leader had really not gone. Otherwise, with so many vampires watching the border, how come we can't even see a trace of the Azure clan? Just as everyone was wondering, the Lazenba tribe, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. However, this post stunned all the vampires on the dark web. The Blood Pact War has ended, and our clan's patriarch has fallen. The new patriarch will be Saintus Avril. Our Lazenba clan will soon officially enter a state of hibernation. No outside blood races are permitted to enter our territory without permission. Violators will be executed. This post contains several surprising pieces of information. First of all, the Blood Pact War that all the vampires thought hadn't even started was actually already over. In other words, the leader of the Qing clan did indeed pass away, and the final result was that the head of the Lazenba clan actually perished. Secondly, Avril became the new clan leader. In the vampire world, there has never been a precedent of a female vampire serving as the clan leader, yet the Lazenba clan actually accepted it. Finally, the clan announced that it was officially entering a period of hibernation, and that no outside vampires were allowed to enter its territory. Generally, a clan will only declare a period of dormancy when it has suffered a major blow and needs to recuperate, or when the clan leader is facing a major breakthrough. This led many vampires to speculate whether the Lazenba clan had suffered heavy losses due to the Qing clan's attack. Are there any merchants who can go and find out about the situation of the Lazenba tribe? Isn't the head of the Lazenba clan a peak-level prince? How could he be killed by the Qing clan's lord? Furthermore, the Lazenba tribe seems to possess a second-generation species. Amidst gasps of astonishment, only the holy son of the Brooke, Toria, stubbornly persisted, shouting, "A conspiracy! This is absolutely a conspiracy! It's impossible for the head of the Lazenba clan to have been killed by the Qing clan's lord. How could a small eastern clan possibly possess such formidable strength? There's definitely some ulterior motive involved. If the Green clan chief has the guts, let him come out and respond directly." But soon, the vampires on the dark web discovered that the holy son Toria's shouts had actually elicited a response from the lord of the Blue clan. To sum it up simply, no need for the dogs to bark, you're next. On Yinjing Mountain, Lu Qing smiled as he put away his phone, muttering, "This guy is really a bit annoying." Then, he went straight into the ancestral mountain, arrived at the ancient battlefield, spread his wings and flew to the second bronze gate. First, he used a cleaver to cut the heavy iron chains binding the bronze door, then slowly took out the blood-red key. After being infused with the power of bloodline, the sacred artifact blood key began to emit a red mist like fresh blood, which completely enveloped the entire bronze gate, and even seemed to form another red gate on top of it. Click! A soft yet heavy thud resounded as the second bronze gate slowly opened before Lu Qing. It actually opened. Lu Qing's face was filled with excitement and anticipation. I wonder what part of the Brooke tribe it leads to this time. As he spoke, his figure slowly disappeared into the second bronze gate. When he reappeared, looking at the enormous pool of blood before him and the terrifying figure emanating from it, Lu Qing couldn't help but grin happily. Am I going to make a fortune again? Chapter 120, Awake? In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed, and the clansmen are all eagerly awaiting when the clan leader will evolve into a second-generation species. That Cheng clan leader is far too arrogant. I can't tolerate him for another second. Inside the Brooke clan's temple, the holy son Thoria roared furiously, his eyes bloodshot. However, the family elder opposite him simply replied, "Holy son, there's no need to be impatient. The family head is currently in a crucial stage of evolution. At most, he should be able to evolve into a second-generation species in 3 days." 3 days? Upon hearing this time frame, the holy son Toria could barely contain his anger. "No. I can't wait 3 days," he suggested urgently. "Could I lead my people to the east first and slaughter the Qing clan? After the patriarch awakens, you can then go and destroy the Qing clan leader?" Toria's anger burned fiercely, and he desperately wanted to wash away what he considered to be the shame with the blood of the Qing clan. But his proposal was ruthlessly rejected by the elders. The elders advised, "Holy Son, the lord of the Lazenba clan and the lord of the Qing clan are at war, and now their patriarch has fallen. Moreover, the entire Lazenba clan is on high alert. That Qing clan leader might be quite powerful. If you go rashly, you might not be able to win. It's best to wait patiently for the clan leader to awaken." Upon hearing these words from the family elder, Tolia's eyes turned incredibly gloomy. He simply couldn't believe that it was the leader of the Qing clan who had killed the head of the Lazenba clan. He was convinced that there must be some kind of conspiracy behind it. After all, a vampire as talented and proud as him, as the holy son of his family, has only just evolved to the prince level. The head of the Lazenba clan is a peak prince level. How could a newly emerging Qing clan leader possibly kill a peak prince level vampire? Tolia's pride made him unwilling to believe any of this. However, he couldn't openly refute the elder's decision, so he could only walk out of the temple with a gloomy face. He then went straight to the entrance to the Brook tribe's sacred site. Since the patriarch entered the Holy Land, the entire entrance to the Holy Land has been under complete lockdown, and all clansmen are strictly prohibited from entering. This time, in order to break through from the peak of the prince to the second generation, the patriarch gathered half of the blood essence of the entire clan. If the clan leader can evolve successfully, the Brook clan will also have its own second-generation species, and its status among the 13 clans will be further enhanced. However, the Brook race paid an extremely high price for this evolution. More than half of the clansmen sacrificed most of their bloodline essence, along with the blood crystals and various rare treasures accumulated by the clan over countless years. Finally, a sea of blood containing sufficient bloodline power was created in the Holy Land. If the patriarch can devour all the energy in the blood sea, he will be able to evolve into a second-generation species. The Holy Son Toria hesitated for a while before entering the Holy Land, but ultimately did not dare to enter without permission. Even if he is the most talented Holy Son in the family, his rash intrusion at such a critical moment, which disturbs the family head, will surely be severely punished by the family head. However, he was truly unwilling to accept it. "If it's because you're afraid of that Qing clan leader, then when I lead my people to the east, I won't provoke him first. I'll just kill some of the Qing clan's lackeys. After the clan leader breaks through his cultivation, we'll then eliminate the Qing clan leader. Wouldn't that solve the problem?" The Holy Son, Thoria, with a gloomy face, pondered the feasibility of the plan to himself. However, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the strange aura emanating from the Holy Land. This aura is fluctuating so strongly, could it be that the patriarch is about to break through? Sensing the sudden surge of energy, Toria's face instantly lit up with ecstatic joy. "I knew those old guys were lying to me. They said it would take 3 days, but judging from the intensity of this energy fluctuation, the patriarch should be able to successfully evolve today. This energy is churning too fiercely." Tolia gazed expectantly at the entrance to the holy site and immediately decided not to go anywhere else. They will wait here until the patriarch successfully evolves and emerges, then immediately head east to take the head of the Qing clan's leader. However, he was unaware of the reason why the aura within the family's sacred ground was fluctuating so violently. It's not that their patriarch is about to successfully evolve, quite the opposite. Their patriarch is currently on the verge of death. In the sacred land of the Brook tribe, Lu Qing discovered that after using the sacred artifact blood key to open the second bronze gate, he had directly arrived at the sacred land of the Brook tribe. This made him even more convinced that the 13 bronze gates of the ancient battlefield could lead to the sacred sites of all 13 clans. At this moment, the sacred land of the Brook tribe before him was nothing but a vast sea of blood. The sea of blood emanated pure bloodline power, causing every pore on Lu Qing's body to involuntarily open. A trace of pure power was slowly being absorbed by his body. This was a natural bodily reaction. It's a grand gesture, gathering the essence of more than half of the clan's bloodline. Lu Qing's gaze fell upon the figure slumbering in the vast sea of blood, the patriarch of the Brook clan. The essence of the sea of blood was continuously flowing into the body of the Brook clan patriarch, and his aura was slowly increasing, as if he could evolve into a second-generation species at any moment. TSK, what a pity, your luck doesn't seem to be very good." Lu Qing grinned, spread his wings, and flew straight to the sky above the sea of blood, looking at the unfortunate head of the Brook clan with great interest. Because he needed to absorb such a massive amount of power, the head of the Brook family had fallen into a deep slumber and had to concentrate fully on absorbing the power of his bloodline. In 3 more days, he will definitely be able to break through, and at that time the Brook race will have its own second generation. At that time, he will be able to personally go to the east, kill the Qing clan's leader, and incidentally retrieve the sacred artifact, the execution axe, which the Bro clan has been unable to retrieve. When he entered the Holy Land to absorb the bloodline of his entire clan, the Holy Land was completely sealed off, and no vampire could enter to disturb him. However, in his deep slumber, the last vestige of consciousness of the Brook family patriarch sensed that something was amiss. Why does it suddenly feel like there's an extra presence in the Holy Land, and it seems like there's always a gaze watching me? Driven by this doubt, his consciousness gradually returned, and he slowly awoke from his slumber. But just as the head of the Brook clan slowly opened his eyes, he was suddenly struck by a strange face with wings on its back, smiling and staring at him. Lu Qing smiled and waved to the Brook clan head, who had just opened his eyes and looked bewildered, greeting him warmly, "Awake?" The head of the Brook clan looked bewildered and asked, "Who are you? Why are you?" With a friendly smile, Lu Qing replied, "I am the Qing clan leader you've all been trying to destroy." Surprised? Unexpected? Before the Brook clan patriarch could react, Lu Qing had already stepped on him, stomping him directly into this vast sea of blood. Chapter 121. How long are you going to keep drinking like this? As Lu Qing stomped the Brook clan patriarch into the sea of blood, he then leaped into the sea of blood himself, breaking through the barrier and diving in. In an instant, the once calm sea of blood suddenly surged, as if an earth dragon was rolling and churning below. The sea of blood surged with giant waves tens of meters high, and countless huge blood bubbles gurgled and surged upwards from the seabed, then burst open one after another. Every now and then, roars of anger and fear echoed from the bottom of the sea of blood. Not long after, a figure struggled to rise from the sea of blood, and it was the head of the Brook clan. However, at this moment, he looked extremely miserable. His left arm had disappeared, and one of his wings on his back had been torn in half. His face was filled with fear and rage as he stared intently at the sea of blood below, roaring, "How could you devour the essence of my race's bloodline?" At this moment, he had no mind to ponder why the head of the Eastern Qing clan would appear so strangely in his own sacred land. After all, in the previous exchange, he was not only overwhelmed by his opponent, but also had an arm and half a wing torn off. Even more terrifying is that this Qing clan leader was frantically devouring the energy within the sea of blood, and the speed at which he was doing so was astonishing. In just a few minutes, the sea of blood that had been formed by exhausting half of the clan's bloodline power had been devoured by the Azure clan lord by nearly 1/10 of his own. How could this not make the head of the Brook family both anxious and furious? "I'm going to kill you," the Brook family patriarch screamed hysterically. He charged back into the sea of blood, desperately swallowing mouthfuls of blood, trying to reclaim as much of his bloodline power as possible. Lu Qing, beneath the sea of blood, had already activated his Emperor Flame state, his entire body engulfed in black flames. The black flames frantically devoured and evaporated the vast sea of blood, transforming it into pure bloodline power that continuously flowed into his body. Looking at the Brook clan patriarch, who was almost frantic with worry, Lu Qing said with a smile, "How long are you going to keep drinking like this? Even if you drink the entire sea of blood dry, it won't help." With his burning black flames and innate devouring ability, Lu Qing is unmatched by any other vampire in this world when it comes to the speed at which he devours bloodlines. Moreover, no matter how much blood the Brook clan patriarch drinks, that bloodline power will eventually be devoured by Lu Qing. "How dare you devour the bloodline of my race so easily? You'll explode and die sooner or later." Seeing that the head of the Brook clan was still struggling and constantly conjuring up streams of blood arrows to shoot at him. Helpless, Lu Qing had no choice but to take out the execution axe from his back, hold it in his hand, and slowly walk towards the head of the Brook clan. You Western vampires are always like this, unwilling to acknowledge the strength of others. Since you won't listen to my advice, I'll just have to devour you too. With that, he casually swung his axe, instantly creating a vacuum in the sea of blood before him. The sea of blood in the Holy Land surged more violently and terrifyingly, and two figures could be vaguely seen colliding with each other in the blood. Each collision caused the sea of blood to rise up with towering waves. Later, the entire sea of blood gradually returned to calm, and there was no more movement. Within the deep sea of blood, a black flame continued to expand. As the black flames expanded, the entire sea of blood was slowly shrinking at a visible speed, merging entirely into the body of the figure at the bottom of the sea of blood. Outside the entrance to the Holy Land, the anxiously waiting Holy Sun Toria sensed that the turbulent energy within the Holy Land was gradually calming down. A look of joy appeared on his face. His aura has stabilized. It seems that the Patriarch has definitely evolved into a second-generation species. It won't be long before you get out. In his excitement, Tolia immediately waved to a member of his tribe who was guarding the entrance to the Holy Mountain and instructed him, go and inform the elders immediately. The patriarch has successfully evolved into a second-generation species. Once the patriarch emerges, our clan can march into the east at any time. After his people left to carry out their orders, a cruel smile appeared on Toria's face. Just wait, Lord of the Azure clan. My people will soon crush your Qing clan. When the time comes, I will make you kneel before me. The thought of soon being able to take revenge on the Qing clan under the leadership of the patriarch filled Tolia with joy. He will repay the insults and provocations he suffered on the dark web 1,000-fold. Moreover, that Qing clan once wiped out the eastern branch of the Bro clan. Within the Holy Land, the once vast sea of blood has now completely vanished. Lu Qing stood on a muddy patch of land and let out a burp. The bloodline power in this sea of blood is indeed quite abundant. Under the influence of his innate ability to devour, Lu Qing absorbed the entire sea of blood of the Brook tribe, which contained the essence of more than half of the tribe's bloodline. These bloodline essences also brought him a sufficient number of evolution points. Ding! You have gained 190 evolution points by devouring the blood sea. Evolutionary requirements met, second-generation evolution initiated. As the system notification sounded, the power of Lu Qing's bloodline surged like a turbulent tide, and a new force emerged from the depths of every cell. His aura involuntarily surged forth, and the aura of his ancient bloodline as a vampire suddenly erupted. A pair of jet-black wingspans, swollen to over 4 meters, hovered silently behind him, his body surrounded by black flames. The aura erupting from his body created a whirlwind in this space, making him look like a hellish king whose body was radiating black flames. Ding! Host has evolved into a second-generation vampire. Time Zero has officially evolved into a space-time domain-type talent ability, the Dark Domain of the Netherworld. The Dark Domain of Sinluo, those who enter the Dark Domain shall die, even gods and demons. Note, after releasing the Black Domain, everything within it is endlessly burned by black flames, and all innate abilities are suppressed infinitely. The Dark Domain of Sinluo? That sounds incredibly imposing. Lu Qing stretched out one hand and made a clenching motion in the air. With his body as the center, an endless darkness rapidly expanded outward, eventually forming a small, pitch-black domain. In this space, black flames filled the air, continuously scorching all living things within it. Above the space, a strange black moon hangs high. Under the shadow of the black moon, the physical strength of any creature within the area will continuously decline for every minute it stays there. Even more terrifying is that all vampires shrouded in the black domain will lose all their innate abilities and can only fight by relying on their own physical strength. However, the rules of this domain also restrict Lu Qing, and he cannot use his own talents in the Sinluo Black Domain. But he has a second form. The power of the progenitor of the Corpse clan is completely unaffected in this domain. If he transforms into the progenitor form of the Corpse clan when activating his domain, which vampire can rival him in terms of physical strength and power? This is somewhat like a combination of Time Zero and Dark Moon, plus the progenitor form. After activating the Dark Domain of Sinluo, and then transforming into the primordial form, no vampire should be able to withstand my attacks. After carefully experiencing the effects of the Netherworld Dark Domain, Lu Qing smiled with great satisfaction. It seems that as the evolution level increases, the awakened abilities become more and more powerful and abnormal. Personal Information Panel. Host, Lu Qing. Race, Vampire Clan, Corpse Clan. Bloodline, Symbiotic Bloodline, Ancient Bloodline, Progenitor Bloodline. Family, Green Clan. Vampire level, 2nd generation 109-300. Corpse Clan level, Progenitor Complete Form 47. Ability Form. Crimson Bloodlust, strength and speed are increased by 8 times in Bloodlust form. Royal Chosen Servant, forced into a vampire clan through a bloodline contract, becoming the king's personal servant. The contracted individual cannot betray him. The Dark Moon, all those shrouded by the Dark Moon will be affected by it. Shinra Black Coffin, a clone is created by nurturing a black coffin, inheriting 80% of the original's power, making it immortal. The Dark Domain of Sinluo, those who enter the Dark Domain shall die, even if they are gods or demons. Vampire form, Imperial Flame. Corpse form, Primordial Power. Chapter 122. What a coincidence, I was just looking for you. At the entrance to the Holy Land, Thoria, the holy son of the Brook clan, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Wasn't the aura calmed down just now? Why is it fluctuating again now, and why is this aura so turbulent? The aura emanating from the sacred ground, which had previously fluctuated wildly before finally settling into calm, was initially thought to be the power emanating from the patriarch who had successfully evolved into a second-generation species after absorbing all the power of his bloodline. But at this moment, a more powerful aura could be clearly felt at the entrance of the Holy Land. It was not only stronger, but also exuded a violent energy. Could it be that the patriarch overevolved due to absorbing bloodline power? That's why his aura suddenly increased so much. Yes. That must be it. Ha! This time, Lord of the Azure Clan, you're doomed. Tolia was immersed in a pleasant fantasy, his eyes fixed on the entrance to the Holy Land. He had already sensed that powerful aura was slowly approaching the entrance and was about to appear. They've arrived. Toria exclaimed excitedly, his hands trembling. He had already prepared words of praise to congratulate the family head on his successful evolution. Immediately afterwards, a person slowly walked out of the entrance. However, when the figure came into full view, Toria's outstretched hand froze in mid-air, and the smile on his face instantly vanished. Then his expression quickly turned blank, his mouth agape, and after a long while he stammered, Who are you? How did you come out of my clan's sacred land? Lu Qing looked at the handsome blonde young man in front of him with some surprise, and asked hesitantly, Are you that holy son? Toria nodded subconsciously. Lu Qing smiled helplessly, I was just looking for you. What a coincidence. Perfect, saves me the trouble of going out again. They were originally overjoyed and waiting for the patriarch to come out, but instead they saw a strange vampire emerge from their own sacred ground. The stark contrast left Toria momentarily stunned, and it took her a while to regain her senses. Looking for me? An Asian face? In that instant, a flash of inspiration struck Tolia. He suddenly took a dozen meters back, pointing at Lu Qing in an incredulous tone and saying, You are the leader of the Qing clan? How did you come out of my clan's sacred land? Seeing that the young man had finally come to his senses, Lu Qing smiled slightly and said, Your family head is gone. Yours will be soon too. With that, he slowly walked towards Toria. The patriarch is gone? Impossible. Although Toria wasn't very bright, she roughly understood what had happened in this situation. This Qing clan leader must have used some means to sneak into the Holy Land, and may even have ambushed the clan leader who was evolving. But no matter what, since the leader of the Qing clan dares to appear in the core area of the Brookland, he shouldn't think he can leave easily. So, Toria retreated while letting out a wary roar, signaling the family elders and other vampires to hurry over. But the next second, Tolia suddenly found that the scene in front of him changed drastically. Everything disappeared like a phantom. The Holy Mountain and the entrance to the Holy Land were all gone. He looked down and found himself standing on a patch of dark, jagged rocks. Looking up, he saw a dark sky and a strange, dark full moon. Looking at this pitch-black world, Toria cried out in horror, This is a domain? No. Impossible, how could there be such a powerful domain in the world? Domain-type talent abilities are considered the most powerful abilities in the vampire world. Only exceptionally gifted vampires have the opportunity to awaken their powers, and only after becoming high-ranking vampires can their domain truly manifest as a space. But such a vast area is unheard of. This is not a domain, but a small world. Even more terrifying, Tolia discovered that his innate abilities were forbidden in this realm. The moment he sensed something was wrong, he activated one of his two innate abilities, only to find that there was no response. What kind of domain is this that can seal away all innate abilities? Moreover, my bloodline power is slowly dissipating. Toria finally fell into deep panic. Only now did he realize how ridiculous his previous boasting on the dark web had been. He was no match for the other party at all. This was his first time facing the leader of the Qing clan directly, and very likely, it would be his last. In the dark domain of Sinluo, Lu Qing didn't even bother to take out his execution axe. He simply walked slowly toward Tolia. With each step he took, it seemed as if he traversed time and space, arriving almost instantly before the holy son of this duke at the peak of his power. In this small world, he was like a god. You are honored to be the first vampire to experience the dark domain of Sinluo. Obey and perish. Lu Qing stood almost face to face with Tolia. Within this spatial realm, omnipresent black flames slowly coiled around Toria's body, while the dark moon in the sky released its rules of dissolution. Under immense pressure, Toria roared hysterically, I won't die. Go to hell. With a roar, Toria mustered all his strength and slammed his claws into Lu Qing's heart, his sharp claws like hooks, attempting to rip it out. However, there were two crisp cracking sounds. Tolia's hands twisted and deformed, while Lu Qing's skin only flashed with a purple gold light, leaving not a trace. Lu Qing reached out and pinched Toria's head, winking at him. In the dark domain of Sanluo, no vampire can harm me with strength or physical power. Be a good human in your next life. Splat. Like the sound of a watermelon shattering, the head of the Brook clan's holy son was crushed. His remaining body was slowly being devoured by the omnipresent devouring power within the black domain. Lu Qing casually flicked the blood off his hands and said with considerable satisfaction, "The dark domain of Sanluo is indeed powerful." As he finished speaking, the domain of the Sanluo black domain slowly disappeared. Having lost all the essence of his bloodline and turned into a dried-up corpse, Toria fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, a noisy commotion arose from the entrance of the Holy Land. "Who are you? How dare you kill my clan's holy son?" Chapter 123. My clan has such a powerful patriarch. Outside the sacred grounds of the Brook clan, after hearing the holy son's desperate cry for help, the elders of several major families immediately led many high-ranking vampires from the temple to rush to the sacred grounds. However, all they saw was a dried-up corpse and a fleeting figure. One day later, the Brook clan will be wiped out. These were the only words left behind by the figure as it disappeared at the entrance to the Holy Land. Several elders rushed to the mummified corpse. In fact, when they arrived, they had a feeling that the mummified corpse was very likely the holy son Toria. But when it was finally confirmed, the elders couldn't help but look at each other, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. From receiving the distress call to our arrival, it only took 2 minutes. In just 2 minutes, a peak-level Duke-level holy son has fallen? The elders couldn't understand how there wasn't even a trace of fighting or struggle on the scene. This could only mean that the holy son was killed almost instantly. Quickly, let's go inside the holy site and take a look. That person just entered the sacred ground. He might have disturbed the patriarch's evolution. An elder suddenly realized this and immediately rushed towards the entrance of the family's sacred ground. At this moment, they had no time to care why the holy son was killed at the gate of the Holy Land. More importantly, they were concerned about what that person had said. They've clearly stormed into the family's sacred ground, where the family head is currently at a crucial stage of evolution. Nothing is more important than the family head's evolution. But when the elders of the Brook tribe rushed into the Holy Land, the scene before them stunned them. The sea of blood that had previously gathered the essence of more than half of the clan's bloodline had vanished without a trace. Within the sea of blood, the patriarch's figure was nowhere to be seen, and even the entire Holy Land could not sense the slightest trace of his presence. Not only that, but all the blood crystals and treasures that were originally stored in the Holy Land also disappeared without a trace, leaving the entire Holy Land empty and devoid of anything. Upon seeing this, the family elder's eyes instantly turned red. How so? Where is the patriarch? Where did Shuai go? How could our sacred land have been looted like this? Several elders frantically searched the sacred ground for the missing patriarch, but to no avail, leaving no trace. The entire clan eagerly awaited the patriarch's successful evolution into a second-generation species, after which he would emerge from seclusion, lead his people to the east, and annihilate the Eastern Green clan. But now, the patriarch has vanished completely from the Holy Land, and his own holy son has been killed at the gates of the Holy Land. Is there anything more tragic than this? After a fruitless search, the elders gathered together with grim expressions. No trace was found. The patriarch may have already perished. We couldn't find the person who entered the Holy Land earlier either. It's as if they mysteriously vanished. An elder recalled the figure who had just entered the Holy Land in front of them, and those words. One day later, the Brook tribe will be wiped out. He couldn't help but tremble, as if he were completely enveloped by a cold chill. After much hesitation, he finally voiced the common guess in everyone's mind. That person, could it be the Lord of the Azure clan? As soon as the elder finished speaking, an eerie silence fell over the room. The elders exchanged glances but remained silent, seemingly unwilling to mention that name. After a long while, an elder spoke in a hoarse voice. The patriarch has fallen, the sea of blood has vanished, the holy son is dead, our clan is about to change. An oppressive atmosphere, as if on chopping wood, filled the air. That Shang clan leader must have special means to enter our clan's sacred land. And he said that one day later, he would exterminate my clan. Send the order to recall all clansmen and have them all guard the entrance to the Holy Land. Even if our patriarch perishes, our clan cannot sit idly by and wait for death. We will fight the Qing clan to the death at the entrance to the Holy Land. Yes. Meanwhile, Lu Qing returned to Yanjing Mountain once again through the giant bronze gate. The clone had already led 500 ancient corpses to sort and store the various spoils of war they had brought back from the sacred land of the Brook tribe. After killing Thora, the holy son of the brook, he did not stay in the Holy Land to continue his killing spree, not because he was afraid of being besieged. With his current level and strength, even if the Brook clan mobilizes several thousand high-ranking clansmen at the same time, he can fight his way through them and successfully escape. However, the Brook tribe was different from the previous Lazenba tribe. Because of Avril, he didn't intend to exterminate the Lazenba tribe. He never intended to let the Brook tribe go from the very beginning. These two clans have always been in direct hostility with the Qing clan, and both are the most active clans in invading the East. Therefore, the Lazenba tribe can change their head of the family, while the Brook tribe has only one path: extinction. He deliberately left that sentence before leaving, which would probably put the entire Brook tribe on alert instantly. They might then recall all their people to block him at the entrance to the Holy Land, which would save him the trouble of wiping them out one by one. I hope that one day from now, when I bring the Qing clan there, don't let me down. After pondering for a moment, Lu Cheng went to check on the evolution of the Qing clan in Zushan. The Qing clan's blood archer is now virtually nowhere to be seen on the first level of Zushan. The millions of low-level blood devourers in the first layer have evolved into many high-level blood devourers through mutual devouring and fighting. These blood devourers have now flown to the second layer to provide the blood archers of the Azure clan with the aid of biting and evolving. The first level likely only had fewer than 500,000 low-level blood devourers left, mainly to guard the entrance. Besides a large amount of high-level blood devourers, the second layer also contains nearly half blood in the blood pool. However, this blood pool has now completely changed its appearance. Red, purple, gold, and black colors are mixed together, exuding an eerie and powerful aura, and a layer of black flames is burning on the surface of the blood pool. The ancient bloodline origins of the vampires, the ancestral bloodline origins of the corpse race, and the burning of black flames completely altered the function of this blood pool. All that is needed is to throw those foreign blood warriors, whose essence has been drained from their bodies, into the blood pool. Under the scorching heat of the black flames and the nourishment of the two powerful bloodlines, they will be revived and become the new Azure clan blood archers. This blood pool was completed with a great deal of effort by Lu Qing. It is like a real incubation pool, capable of continuously generating new Qing clan blood warriors. During the previous attack on the Lazenba clan, many vampires were casually brought back by the ancient corpse clan and thrown into the blood pool, where they were later transformed into Qing clan blood E. However, these Qing clan blood archers transformed from the incubation pool are far inferior in status to the first batch of blood clan created by Lu Qing himself. The true core of the Qing clan consists of nearly 1,500 blood archers personally transformed by Lu Qing, and 1,000 ancient Eastern Corpse clan members. Chapter 124 Framework. The third level of the Ancestral Mountain contains various precious items brought back from the Lazenba tribe, as well as the sacred vein. A winding, giant river runs through it, its source being a small pool of water. Above the pool, the statue of Cain and the first blood crystal were slowly releasing the power of bloodline. This sacred vein also contains Lu Qing's dual bloodline. At this moment, the blood archers of the Azure clan lay quietly within the sacred vein, absorbing abundant bloodline power. Their skin sometimes appeared pale, and sometimes turned into a faint purplish gold. On a sea made of blood crystals, dozens of cute little skeletons are working diligently. Every so often, they would release blood crystals into the sacred vein river to ensure that the essence of the bloodline within the sacred vein remained at a suitable concentration. In the third layer, hundreds of thousands of marquee-level blood devourers would occasionally come to the sacred vein to drink a few mouthfuls of blood. Unbeknownst to many, this power has greatly propelled the evolution of the blood devourers, resulting in the birth of numerous Duke-level blood devourers, which in turn has provided even greater assistance to the evolution of the Azure clan's blood archers. In contrast, the fourth level of Ancestral Mountain appeared much more spacious. The blood-devouring king led tens of thousands of Duke-level blood devourers, guarding the entrance to the ancient battlefield. Meanwhile, the Azure clan blood archer, who has evolved to the Duke level, will also be bitten by the blood devourers on this level. When not in use, Lu Qing also placed the sacred execution axe and the sacred blood key here. Nourished by Lu Qing's blood, the blood-devouring king continued to evolve. With the protection of tens of thousands of Duke level and even a dozen or so Prince level blood devourers, even second-generation vampires would likely perish once they stepped into the fourth level of the Ancestral Mountain, unless Lu Qing gave them orders. As for the ancient battlefield on the fourth level, 1,000 ancient corpses are indulging in the rich corpse energy and in energy. In the past 2 days, some of the more powerful members of the Corpse clan have successfully broken through to a stage where they can rival the Duke level of the Blood clan. Lu Qing observed that the Corpse race, which exuded the aura of a Duke, not only had their abilities and physical strength greatly enhanced, but their intelligence also seemed to have increased exponentially. Perhaps when they evolve to a higher level, they will gradually become like the four progenitors of Eastern zombies, truly immortal and indestructible, with immense strength. Currently, the entire Qing clan has 432 Duke level and 836 Marquis level Qing clan blood archers, all of whom are twins with royal blood. Nourished by the bloodline of the progenitor of the Corpse clan, their bodies and strength are incomparably powerful. Most of the blood archers below the rank of Marquis were later transformed from the incubation pool. Although their evolution speed and strength were slightly inferior, they were still far superior to ordinary blood clan members. The ancient Corpse race of the Qing clan has 78 dukes, and most of the rest are at the peak of the Marquis level. Although on the surface it seems that its level is one rank lower than that of the Qing clan's blood archer, the evolution level of the ancient Corpse clan is mysterious, and the aura it emits is only a part of its strength. In terms of individual combat strength, a Marquis level ancient Corpse race member can easily suppress a Marquis level vampire, and may even be able to challenge a Duke level vampire. These thousand seemingly lower ranking ancient corpses could at least fight to a draw against the Qing clan's blood archer, who possessed over 400 Duke level creatures. At this rate of evolution, the Qing clan will soon become the most powerful clan among all clans. However, many challenges lie ahead. If other clans unite, they will certainly cause trouble for the Green clan, not to mention the powerful angels of the church. Since it has appeared before, it might reappear in the future. The thought of the 12-winged seraphim he had seen on the ancient battlefield filled Lu Qing with intense killing intent. After all, those 12-winged seraphim participated in that holy war, and the 13 clans did not hesitate to join forces with opposing species in order to exterminate the Eastern Corpse clan. If the Qing clan becomes powerful in the future, this situation could very well happen again. I still need to become stronger. Lu Qing sighed, then slowly walked out of the ancestral mountain and came from Yanjing Mountain to the Dragon Group base of Huaxia Theological Seminary. The old dean personally went out to greet him upon his arrival. As soon as Lu Qing saw the old dean, he noticed that his condition was different. Your vitality has increased significantly? It seems your Dragon Group has recently developed quite a few good things? The old dean's face was etched with wrinkles as he smiled and said, "Indeed, we extracted quite a few good things from your blood. Those guys in the research department are always worried that I'll suddenly die one day, so they went to great lengths to extract a serum that can probably extend my life by 50 years, huh? It feels really good to be young." The old dean had never been injected with the Dragon Group's previous serum. He was essentially just an elderly man in his 60s. This time, the research department successfully extracted a serum from Lu Qing's blood that could delay aging, and then injected it into him. Lu Qing asked with great interest, "My blood has this effect?" As the old dean led Lu Qing into the Dragon Group base, he shook his head with a smile and said, "Your blood has more than just these effects. This is just the most common type. Moreover, there are no side effects after injecting the serum." This was Lu Qing's first time visiting the Dragon Group base. He looked around curiously and replied, "In that case, I'll give you 2 more drops later. I'll also have someone send over a dupe from the Lazenba tribe." The old dean smiled even more broadly. "That's wonderful." As Lu Qing passed by the research department, he glanced inside and found it filled with old men with fanatical expressions. These seasoned old guys no longer personally manage affairs and rarely conduct experiments at most, they provide guidance from the sidelines. But ever since they got Lu Qing's blood, as well as the Duke-level vampire samples he had sent earlier, these old guys immediately returned to their posts with great enthusiasm, throwing themselves into the research with fervor, and even going days without sleep. Lu Qing looked around and finally concluded to the old dean, "Very good, it's full of academic prosperity." The old dean nodded with a smile in agreement. "Yes, with the Qing clan in the east, everything has become better." Finally, Lu Qing slowly said, "Tomorrow, the Qing clan will officially attack the Bro clan. You Dragon Group members should come along too. Go out and see the world. Staying in the east all the time isn't working. Whatever samples you bring back this time, they all belong to the Dragon Group." Lu Qing's words startled the old dean. His clear eyes suddenly gleamed, and he asked excitedly, "Really? All those brought back belong to the Guilong group?" Lu Qing smiled but did not answer. The old dean gradually regained his composure, but his eyes still shone with an unusual brightness as he asked, this time, "Does your Qing clan intend to engage in a head-on battle with the Bro clan?" Lu Qing slowly shook his head, revealing a bright smile. "No. I plan to wipe them all out." Chapter 125. He'll never return. At this moment, the Brook people in the west have imposed martial law. Clan members scattered across various territories received a decree from the clan to return to the vicinity of the clan's sacred mountain as quickly as possible and stand ready for battle. However, when they received the imperial edict, the clansmen did not receive a single explanation. Therefore, although many of their people were anxiously waiting at the entrance to the holy site, they had no idea what had happened. In no time, all sorts of rumors began to circulate. I heard that this emergency recall is because the family is about to be attacked. What kind of attack could have made the family risk everything to call us all back? It seems to be related to the Qing tribe in the east. That shouldn't be. The Qing clan has only been established for a short time. How could they possibly threaten our clan? Besides, the eastern Qing clan is far to the east, so why should we guard the entrance to the Holy Land? I don't know either. The tribespeople whispered among themselves as they waited anxiously. The family offered no explanation when they recalled the family members, mainly because there was simply no way to explain it. How so? Could it be that the leader of the Qing clan somehow managed to emerge from the clan's sacred ground? Not only did they kill the evolving patriarch and the family's holy son, but they also emptied the family's sacred ground. Explaining this is simply like a fantasy. However, many clansmen present still heard the words Lu Qing left behind after appearing outside the Holy Land and killing the holy son. Although the family elders had issued a gag order forbidding anyone from spreading the news, the elders were so busy that some information still gradually spread. Have you heard? This recall is indeed because of that Qing clan leader. It seems the leader of the Green clan visited the Holy Mountain and publicly declared his intention to annihilate our clan, which is why we were recalled. Bullshit. The Lord of the Azure clan is far too arrogant. No, it seems the patriarch and the holy son have already died at the hands of that Azure clan leader. Really? Impossible. Wasn't the patriarch about to evolve into a noble second-generation species? How could he die at the hands of the Azure clan's lord? Haven't you noticed that neither the patriarch nor the holy son have shown up? I'm afraid this news is true. More and more rumors are circulating, some people believe them, and some people don't. Strangely, none of the family elders came out to explain. They simply gathered together, seemingly discussing something. Their faces were solemn, their eyes flickered, and their expressions revealed the gloom in their hearts at that moment. The lord of the Qing clan must have special means to enter and leave our clan's sacred land. Therefore, have all the clansmen surround the entrance to the sacred mountain and wait for the Azure clan chief to emerge. We must annihilate him. Let's deal with him first, then we can officially announce the patriarch's death to the clan. If we can't solve it, we should at least prepare for the worst. Upon hearing this, there was an immediate silence. The elder said as if he had made up his mind, if we can't solve it, we'll go to other clans. If the other clans don't care, we'll go to those flying creatures. At this point, this is the only way. Let's get started on the arrangements. Therefore, under the Grand Elder's command, the other elders immediately set to work. The Brook tribe recalled tens of thousands of its members this time. However, many of the clansmen had sacrificed their own blood essence in order to help the clan leader evolve into a second-generation species, and were currently in a relatively weak state. Even so, tens of thousands of clansmen gathered together were not something a newly born Qing clan could contend with. This is why the Brook clan remained confident even after the death of their patriarch. However, at that moment, a small group of tribesmen were waiting at the entrance to the holy site. A sudden commotion erupted, seemingly triggered by some unexpected news that plunged them into extreme shock and anger. One of the clansmen was staring intently at his phone, or more precisely, at a post on the vampire dark web. It's that Qing clan leader. He actually publicly declared on the dark web that he would wipe out our entire race today. They even said they're on their way now. This clansman originally just wanted to take a look at the dark web, but as soon as he logged in, he saw the dark web flooded with messages warning of the clan's extermination. The account of the Qing clan leader actually posted a message claiming that he would wipe out the Brook clan today, and that he had already killed the Brook clan leader. Upon hearing this news, all the vampires active on the dark web went into a strange frenzy. This is the first time in thousands of years that a vampire has dared to openly address a clan in this way. This is one of the 13 powerful clans. They actually want to exterminate it? Whether this is arrogance or genuine ability, no one dares to say for sure. After Lu Qing posted this update, not only did the vampires who were watching the spectacle go crazy, but other clans were also secretly paying attention and had already sent people around to inquire about the news. Meanwhile, at the Brook tribe's sacred site, as more and more tribesmen saw the post, chaos erupted at the entrance. They're saying the patriarch has fallen? How could that be? You want to exterminate my clan today? Humph. You're simply courting death. So that's why the elders summoned us back. The Qing clan is too arrogant. Our entire clan is gathered here. If that Eastern Qing clan dares to come, we will make sure they never return. If what the Qing clan chief said is true, and he really killed the clan chief, then wouldn't he be even more powerful than the clan chief? Impossible. Don't be ridiculous. Seeing the clansmen in chaos, the clan's elder finally stepped forward, his authoritative voice resounding throughout the entire area. Silence. He glanced at his clansmen below and said in a deep voice, I have recalled you because the Eastern Qing clan is coming to attack my clan. The Qing tribe has uttered arrogant words, attempting to annihilate our clan. Today, we will ensure they never return. The Grand Elder still did not announce the death of the family head in the Holy Sun, so the clansmen naturally dared not ask any further questions. But the invasion of the Qing tribe was a tremendous provocation and insult to the clan, and the clansmen were immediately filled with righteous indignation, roaring in unison. Kill the Qing clan! Kill the Qing clan! Kill the Qing clan! Seeing that the clansmen's emotions had been sufficiently stirred, the great elder suddenly swung his withered arm, unleashing the power of his entire bloodline, and roared, Follow me to meet the enemy. He then led the way to the very front of the entrance to the holy site. The Grand Elder had already sensed that powerful auras were constantly approaching from the family's sacred ground, and they would soon emerge from it. The clansmen also sensed this aura, their eyes bloodshot as they stared intently at the entrance to the Holy Land. The next moment, a giant axe, exuding a strong stench of blood, flew straight out of the entrance with overwhelming force. Immediately afterwards, a figure with wings on its back and black flames emanating from its body slowly emerged. Behind him, countless silent and sinister silver eyes surged forth from the sacred grounds of the Brooke tribe with an invincible aura. The Azure clan's Blood Archer and the Ancient Corpse clan are all mobilized. Chapter 126 My clan is doomed. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of Brooke vampires, Lu Qing led the entire Qing clan to slowly appear from the entrance of the sacred mountain. 1,000 Eastern Corpse clan members led the way, followed by high-ranking Blood Archers of the Azure clan, and more than 30 personal servants personally transformed by Lu Qing. Each of their personal attendants is a peak-level duke, and there are even a few at the prince level. This time, the Dragon Group also dispatched about 30 teams, totaling over 600 people. They followed at the end of the procession. Zhang Tianming from the Dragon Group was no longer fiddling with his data computer this time, but instead carrying an exaggeratedly designed weapon that resembled a heavy sniper rifle. Each bullet was specially made by the research department, specifically designed to deal with vampires. It even incorporated Lu Qing's bloodline, diluted many times over, to suppress vampires. Previously, Zhang Tianming was still pondering how Lu Qing would deal with the Brooke tribe. After all, the fact that so many Qing people crossed the border together to the west was bound to attract a lot of attention. But to his utter surprise, Lu Qing was only leading him into the ancient battlefield of Yinjing Mountain. After passing through a bronze gate, they reappeared in the sacred ground of this vampire clan. It turns out that it wasn't that our people couldn't detect it before, but that they had a cheat code, which is why they couldn't detect it. Only now do we understand why the Lord of the Green Clan returned before the information was even transmitted back. My God! This is the first time I've ever seen so many vampires gathered together. Zhang Tianming, leading hundreds of Dragon Group members, followed behind the Qing clan. He couldn't help but lick his dry, cracked lips, his voice trembling slightly, whether from nervousness or excitement, it was hard to tell. He looked up at the figure at the front, flapping its wings and hovering in mid-air. He saw Lu Qing with a cold smile on his face, a look he had never seen before. Kill! This time, neither side wasted any words. The tens of thousands of Brooke tribesmen on the other side, seeing that the Qing tribe had indeed emerged from their sacred land, immediately launched an attack. Lu Qing simply waved his hand, and the entire Qing clan moved forward steadily and swiftly. Several prince-level attendants spread their wings, took to the air, and went straight for the high-ranking vampires of the Brooke clan. Lu Qing activated all his ancient bloodlines, flew directly above the Brooke clan's camp, and unleashed the Netherworld Dark Domain. Thousands of high-ranking vampires, including several elders of the Brooke clan, were instantly enveloped by the Sun Luo Black Domain, plunging them into a dark world. It's a domain? What a bizarre ability! My talent has been suppressed. The vampires trapped in this small world discovered that they were completely isolated from the outside battlefield. Not only are their own talents and abilities unable to be used, but they are also constantly being eroded by the strange forces in this world. However, these were all high-ranking vampires in the family, and after a brief moment of panic, they quickly regained their senses. That leader of the Green Clan wants to trap us here. Don't panic, he's just one person. We have thousands of high-ranking clansmen here. Let's attack together and tear him to pieces. The first elder and several other elders immediately spoke up, leading all the clansmen trapped in the domain to rush towards Lu Qing in front. Although they couldn't use their innate abilities and could only rely on their physical strength, there were thousands of vampires among them, while Lu Qing was only one person. Even if each person were to grab Lu Qing with one claw, they could kill him. Using the dark domain of Sinluo to imprison many high-ranking vampires of the Brook clan was something Lu Qing had planned long ago. At this moment, as all the vampires rushed towards him, he simply smiled slightly. Our Qing ethnic group has never been afraid of large crowds. Come out. As he waved his hand, the black flames that filled the netherworld dark domain began to slowly writhe, emitting a piercing chirping sound, as if something was about to hatch. Soon, a vampire bat over a meter long emerged from the black flames and flew towards the Brook clan's vampires, still ablaze. Immediately afterwards, from all the writhing black flames in this world, tens of thousands of vampire bats surged forth. And in the place closest to that eerie black moon, a giant vampire bat with a wingspan of more than 3 meters slowly appeared. Countless vampire bats, swarming together with piercing cries, rushed forward in a dense, overwhelming mass. It's blood devourers? And there are so many of them. Ah! The aura of these bloodthirsty creatures? Oh no! Help me! Finally, a high-ranking Brook vampire was caught off guard and instantly grabbed from the left and right by 2 Duke-level blood devourers. The sharp claws pierced through his body and then tore him in two with a forceful tug. The air was filled with blood mist and bits of flesh, attracting nearby blood predators to rush up and tear at the vampire, devouring him in the blink of an eye. Stimulated by the flesh and blood, the blood devourers howled even more frantically, their eyes turning blood red, and they pounced on the other vampires once more. Lu Qing simply watched all of this quietly without making a move. It took a lot of effort to integrate the blood-devouring technique from the 4th level of the Ancestral Mountain. Enjoy this improved version of the Netherworld of Sinluo. That's right, these blood devourers in the Netherworld Dark Domain are the same ones from the 4th level of the Ancestral Mountain. Since Blood Devourer itself could not leave the Ancestral Mountain, Lu Qing tried to use black flames and ancient bloodlines to integrate Blood Devourer completely into the Netherworld Black Domain, and unexpectedly succeeded. Therefore, at this moment, there are 50,000 Duke-level Blood Devourers, more than a dozen Prince-level Blood Devourers, and 1 Blood Devourer King at the peak of the Prince level in the Sinluo Black Domain. The elder watched as his clansmen were torn apart and devoured by the Blood Devourer's attacks, while his eyes remained fixed on the dozens of exceptionally large Blood Devourers. Prince level, the rest are all Duke-level Blood Devourers. The Grand Elder seemed to lose all his strength in an instant. He finally understood why the Patriarch of the Holy Land had perished. Faced with such power, what good would it do even if the Patriarch eventually succeeded in evolving into a second-generation species? My people are doomed. Quick! Contact the other clans and tell them we are willing to hand over the key, in order to preserve one of our bloodlines. Outside the small realm, after nearly half of the high-ranking vampires were trapped by Lu Qing, the remaining Marquis and Duke-level vampires were hunted down by Lu Qing's more than 30 personal servants. Below, the Qing clan's Corpse Clan and Blood Archer continued their overwhelming advance. Despite the fact that the Bru tribe numbered in the tens of thousands, their numbers were of no use against the Qing tribe's Blood Archers and the Corpse Clan, whose members were all at the Marquis level. As the Brook tribesmen suffered repeated defeats, a thought spontaneously arose in their minds, so the Green Clan chief's prediction of annihilation today was indeed true. Chapter 127. You'd better come here to help. On the Sacred Mountain, the offensive of the Azure Clan's Blood Archer and 1,000 ancient corpses routed the Bru Clan's vampires. The average strength of the Qing clan members is above the Marquis level. When facing these ordinary vampires, they have an overwhelming advantage in the battle, and there is a gap between those of the same level. Especially the Brook vampires, who, after barely managing to dodge an attack, eagerly gather their strength and unleash their innate abilities. To their astonishment, they discovered that these abilities caused almost no damage to the Qing clan. The vampires' speed and claws, which they have always been proud of, would have most of the damage negated by their hard, bluish-gray skin when attacking the Azure Clan's Blood Archer. Conversely, the enhanced power and speed of the Qing clan's Blood Archer were something the Brook clan's vampires simply couldn't withstand. As for the 1,000 ancient corpses, the Brook clan's vampires avoided them like the plague. A Marquis of the Brook tribe finally managed to unleash his innate ability, condensing all his blood and energy into a 10-meter-long blood arrow, which he fiercely hurled at a Green clan corpse. However, the seemingly imposing blood arrow only caused the attacked Qing clan Corpse Clan to pause slightly before having no further effect. Immediately afterward, the Corpse Clan member charged forward again with red eyes. How can we fight like this? We can't break through their defenses at all. The bodies of these Qing clan members are incredibly tough. And those strange creatures are even immune to physical attacks. The Marquis-level Brook vampire could only flee frantically, but the next second, he was punched hard in the back by a corpse that had caught up from behind. His entire body instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. This was the terrifying power of the Eastern Corpse clan. The remaining high-ranking vampires of the Brook clan, such as the Dukes, would be immediately targeted by Lu Qing's personal guards if they made any move, and were killed in no time. Being killed by Lu Qing's personal servants or the Qing clan's blood archer is considered relatively lucky for a Duke-level vampire of the Brook clan, as they usually perish quickly. But if you get targeted by the ancient corpse race, that would be terrible. Typically, 2 or 3 ancient corpse race members, like wild bulls, would surround a Brook clan Duke-level vampire and then silently begin to beat it. The undead are incredibly strong. Their fists, as big as sandbags, slam into the vampires, leaving a bloody crater with each punch, causing the vampires to scream in agony. Moreover, the corpse race has a strong physique, and the abilities of ordinary vampires are simply unable to break through its defenses. Often, 2 or 3 zombies would rush up and beat a Duke mercilessly, accompanied by pitiful cries of pain. After the ancient zombies dispersed, only a few lumps of flesh, no longer human-shaped, remained on the ground. The only ones who could cause some trouble for the ancient corpse race were a very small number of vampires who had awakened mental attacks. For example, a Marquis of the Brook tribe who has awakened the succubus nightmare will be enveloped in a faint blood red light when he activates his bloodline power. As soon as the Azure clan or Corpse clan enters this layer of bloody light, they will fall into a brief state of confusion, and their movements will become sluggish. This Marquis seemed to have discovered that his abilities had a certain restraining effect on the Qing clan. Excitedly, he darted around the battlefield, using his speed and agility to continuously release his abilities and influence the Qing clan's corpse race. As he moved through the crowd, he shouted in a low voice to the Brook tribesmen. "Stay close to me. Protect me. I can annihilate these despicable Green clan." Before long, a number of clansmen gathered around the Marquis, including several dukes. Seeing the once high and mighty Duke-level vampire now relying solely on him for protection and having to carefully safeguard himself, the Marquis felt a strange sense of pleasure. Seeing that a small group of clansmen had already gathered around him, the Marquis shouted with high spirits. "Stay close to me. Let's break out. Duke Rurbai, hurry up and clear the way." At this point, the Marquis didn't even bother with honorifics anymore. So, enveloped in blood-red light, the small group prepared to quickly break through to the edge of the battlefield. The Marquis discovered that the Green clan members had indeed not pursued them. But the next moment, Duke Rurbai, who was clearing the way ahead, was kicked hard and his body flew backward. "What's going on? Protect me. I'm going to unleash the succubus nightmare to its fullest extent," the Marquis of the Brook tribe roared instantly. However, to his horror, he discovered that a group of Qing clan blood archers had surrounded them. One of the Qing people laughed jokingly. "Psychological attack? You think you can escape with that little skill?" Then, an invisible sound wave emanated from the Qing clan member, causing ripples in the air. The blood-red aura of the Marquis of Brook was instantly shattered by the sound wave. Moreover, the sound wave did not stop after shattering the blood-red light, causing the vampires of the Brook clan to cover their ears and howl in pain. Just then, another small squad of Brook rushed over from the side, led by a Duke-level Brook vampire. Seeing his people surrounded by the Qing tribe, he roared triumphantly. "Don't panic. My innate ability is the mental type, Berserk Chaos. I've come to save you." As his voice faded, a strange, sweet, and fishy smell began to permeate the air. All the vampires who smelled this scent felt as if a fire had ignited in their minds, and their reason gradually dissipated. However, a furious roar rang out near the two squads. The vampires turned their heads and saw a blue vampire with bloodshot eyes charging wildly toward them. Under the influence of rampage and chaos, more and more of the Azure clan Corpse clan members who were originally fighting with other vampires slowly turned their heads with red eyes. The Brook Duke, seemingly completely unprepared for this turn of events, took a few steps back in fear. How could this happen? I'm not reconciled. The Marquis, who possessed the succubus nightmare weapon, cast a mournful glance at him. "What the hell? Are you sure you're here to help?" The Qing clan blood archers surrounding them were stunned for a moment upon seeing this scene, and then sighed helplessly. "Our race of corpses is not very intelligent to begin with, yet you still dare to use abilities like Berserk Chaos. Isn't this courting death? Let's go, we don't need to worry about this place." Seeing the seemingly mindless, bloodthirsty corpses charging towards them, the blood archers of the Azure clan quietly left the area. Moments later, the two unfortunate Brook tribe squads were slaughtered without exception by dozens of bloodthirsty undead. Chapter 128. Thank you, Elder Brother, for sending the Duke. Zhang Tianming of the Dragon Group, along with his team, has yet to make a move. Because he realized that the Dragon Group didn't seem to have a chance to participate in this battle at all. Those giants, at least 3 meters tall, were incredibly fierce, and almost every one of the blood archers of the Azure clan had awakened 2 innate abilities. Zhang Tianming looked up at the strange area in the very center of the battlefield, where a patch of black fire was burning. Even a powerful figure at the level of a duke would be instantly burned to ashes by that black fire if they dared to get close. That was Lu Qing's domain, which encompassed nearly half of the high-ranking vampires of the Brook clan. Feeling the terrifying atmosphere emanating from within, and then looking at the one-sided battle situation before them, Zhang Tianming couldn't help but recall the old dean's special instructions before his departure. This time when you go to the west, your dragon group doesn't need to participate in the battle. Just go with Lu Qing to broaden your horizons. A wry smile appeared on Zhang Tianming's handsome face. I really just came here to broaden my horizons. Have our Eastern race become so powerful now? When I first met Lu Qing, although Lu Qing's personal combat strength was amazing, the Qing clan had just been established at that time and did not have such strong strength. But now, the Qing clan has grown to the point where it can easily destroy a vampire clan. Could Lu Qing be the chosen one of our Eastern destiny? Zhang Tianming uttered a sigh that was hard to tell whether it was out of awe or envy. For thousands of years, the East has been in a passive position in this dark world. Now that Lu Qing and the Qing clan have appeared, Dongfang has finally become a force to be reckoned with in this world. At this moment, a member of the Dragon Group cautiously stepped forward and asked, "Aren't we going to make a move? If we don't, the Brook vampires will be wiped out." The teammate's words brought Zhang Tianming back to his senses, and his face instantly lit up with excitement. Damn it, let's make a move. Of course we have to make a move. The old dean also gave me a task. Go, have all the Dragon Group team members follow behind the Qing clan. We'll take back as many of those vampires who were defeated by the Green clan as possible, as long as they're still alive. Lu Qing said that whatever samples our Dragon Group brings back this time, they're all ours. Zhang Tianming stared at the battlefield with shining eyes. You know, those vampires lying on the ground are rare sights that are hard to come by normally. If the research department has more samples, it can extract more serum. Damn it, we're going to be rich. Thus, a very strange scene unfolded on the battlefield. The Dragon Group was present in every small battlefield. They did not fight against the vampires of the Brook clan, but simply followed behind the Azure clan and frantically picked up the scraps. Once a Brook vampire is knocked to the ground, or is seriously injured and on the verge of death, the Dragon Group members would immediately rush up, put a pair of special handcuffs on the seriously injured vampire, and then sprinkle a silver potion on the wound. Those handcuffs can restrict the activation of the vampire's bloodline power, while the silver potion will temporarily disable the vampire's powerful regenerative abilities, keeping them in a state of severe injury. Especially behind the ancient Corpse clan, basically every 3 Qing clan Corpse clan members were followed by a smug Dragon Group member. Once the Green clan Corpse clan has beaten their opponent half to death with a few punches, the Dragon Group members who have been waiting for the right moment will immediately run over, pick up the immobile Blood clan member, and run away in a flash. This sudden situation initially puzzled the Green clan and the Corpse clan. A Qing clan Corpse clan member who had evolved to the Duke level in the ancient Holy Land was chasing and beating up a Brook clan Blood clan member who had just been promoted to Duke. Its sharp claws, carrying immense power, tore off most of its opponent's body, then punched the Duke in the forehead, sending it flying. The Duke lay on the ground and struggled a couple of times, his breath coming in weak gasps. Just as the Qing clan Corpse clan was about to deliver another blow, a member of the Dragon Group suddenly rushed up from behind. The man first looked up, then smiled apologetically at the Green clan Corpse clan. "Brother, wait. Show mercy. Give me this Duke." Before the Green clan and Corpse clan could react, this person had already swiftly handcuffed the dying Duke-level vampire and sprinkled silver potion on him. "Thank you, brother, for bringing the Duke." Then he hoisted it onto his shoulder and dashed off, leaving behind only a smug mutter, "The Duke. We've caught another Duke. We're rich. We're rich. The brothers of the Qing tribe are so kind." The ancient Corpse clan member on the Qing clan scratched his head in confusion, not understanding why this little guy was trying to steal his prey. Never mind, this little guy has the aura of the family head. The reason why the Qing clan's Corpse clan and Blood archers did not attack these Dragon Group members who were taking advantage of the situation was because Before coming here, Zhang Tianming shamelessly asked Lu Qing for a lot of Qing clan family badges, and now every member of the Dragon Group wears one on their chest. Otherwise, he would never dare to let the Dragon Group members rush into the battlefield like that. At this point in the battle, the outcome is no longer in doubt. The Brook vampires were utterly defeated and were fleeing in panic. The Blood Archer of the Green Clan and the Corpse Clan were engaged in a final pursuit, while others stormed into the Brooklands temple to collect the spoils of war. Meanwhile, the black flame at the very center of the battlefield slowly dissipated. After the black fire disappeared, Lu Qing's solitary figure slowly emerged. At this moment, all the vampires he had trapped in the Netherworld domain had been devoured. That's right, he devoured the bloodline power of nearly half of their race. I'm almost ready to evolve into the first generation of vampires. Lu Qing first sensed the surging blood within his body and the evolution progress indicated by the system. We now have 268,300 evolution points to evolve into the first generation. However, it is clear that the further one progresses, the fewer evolution points the devouring blood clan gains, and the slower their progress becomes. It seems we still need to find the last drop of Cain's blood that's the fastest way to evolve into the first generation. Lu Qing said thoughtfully. As for what the evolutionary path is after evolving to the first generation, he doesn't know at the moment. After all, his evolutionary path had been completely changed after he devoured the power of the progenitor of the Corpse Clan. Even the final evolution goal displayed by the system is simply unknown. Lu Qing's powerful perception swept across the entire area in an instant, and he found that the battle outside was indeed basically over. Meanwhile, on the Dragon Group's side, each person was carrying several dying vampires on their backs, indicating a very successful haul. There were tens of thousands of Brook corpses here. The Dragon Group took away a few hundred, but Lu Qing didn't care at all. Moreover, the Dragon Group has indeed had a very difficult time over the past few hundred years. Just then, a member of the Qing clan Corpse Clan, carrying a huge object, rushed up to Lu Qing in a flurry of activity. It first knelt down on one knee to pay its respects, then with a thud, it threw the things on its shoulder to the ground and grinned. Lu Qing looked over and discovered that it was actually a huge throne. The Throne of Thorns? Chapter 129 How Envious. Lu Qing stared at the throne before him. The throne was about 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, undoubtedly a colossal object. Its overall shape resembles a medieval monarch's throne, and its dark blue appearance adds to its ancient and dignified feel. What's particularly impressive is that this throne is entirely composed of various bronze weapons. Knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, lances, all sorts of giant bronze weapons are inlaid together to form this throne. Moreover, these bronze weapons were also entwined with thorny flowers. Strangely enough, even when attached to the bronze throne, these thorn flowers still bloomed beautifully and exuded a sinister charm. The combination of bronze and thorn flowers makes this thorn throne appear both eerie and domineering. The Throne of Thorns. Although it is not a sacred artifact of the vampires, it is still a treasure that is just as interesting as a sacred artifact. I never imagined that the Brook tribe's temple would hold such a treasure. Lu Qing's eyes lit up as he reached out and gently stroked the enormous throne before him. Previously, this throne had been carried all the way from the Bru tribe's temple by the Qing tribe's Corpse Clan. Even with the immense power of the ancient Qing clan, carrying this throne to get here left them staggering from exhaustion, their shoulders deeply lacerated by the weapons on the throne. This clearly demonstrates that the Throne of Thorns is incredibly heavy, and the sharpness of its bronze weapons is terrifying. Lu Qing gave the exceptionally clever corpse a look of approval and said, "You found something good and new to bring it to me to show off. It seems your intelligence has been growing quite fast lately. Well done, here's a reward for you." As he spoke, Lu Qing waved his hand, and a drop of blood containing the bloodline of the progenitor of the Corpse Clan floated leisurely to the Corpse Clan member who was grinning foolishly. Sensing the scent of blood, the iron-headed fool laughed even harder, then opened its blood-red maw and swallowed the drop of blood. Roar! After consuming the blood, the iron-headed fool instantly gained a surge in aura. The other ancient corpse race members blinked their large, purple-gold eyes, seemingly lost in thought, upon witnessing this scene. Immediately afterward, as if they understood something, they turned around and charged headlong towards the Brook tribe's temple. These big guys understood from what they just saw: if you find something good and bring it to the head of the household, you will be rewarded. Once these big guys start running around, their zombie nature is revealed. They put their legs together, jumped with force, and stomped a large crater in the ground. When they landed, they created another large crater, accompanied by a rumbling sound. If their companions get in their way, they will use their overwhelming strength to directly ram them. The companions who were bumped, inspired by the promise of treasure and rewards from the family head, would also retaliate without showing any weakness. In an instant, the battlefield, which had been quiet, became lively again, filled with the furious roars of the Green Clan and the Corpse Clan. The Blood Archers of the Green Clan were much smarter and didn't bother with these big guys at all. Taking advantage of their agility, they swiftly traversed trees, rocks, and cliffs. Seeing their Blood Archer running so fast, those stupid fools became even more anxious, seizing every opportunity to grab the Green Clan Blood Archer as it flashed past. Then, with all his might, he threw the Azure Clan Blood Archer far behind him, a throw that usually covered thousands of meters. Lu Qing looked at the chaotic scene, too lazy to bother with it, and simply called out indifferently, "Come back, everyone!" With just those 3 simple words, the Qing clan members, who were running around frantically just a second ago, instantly stopped in their tracks, obediently returned to his presence, and stood respectfully motionless. After all the Qing clan members stood respectfully in place, Lu Qing gently patted the thorn throne beside him and slowly sat down. The Throne of Thorns, it seems the Brute clan has never been able to properly activate it. Sitting on the Throne of Thorns, Lu Qing's fingers gently traced the massive bronze weapons, a look of anticipation in his eyes. But you can't blame them. The Vampire clan's most powerful treasure can only be opened with the strongest bloodline. Today, I will truly awaken you. As Lu Qing's fingers swept across the throne, the Emperor Flame form activated, and black flames instantly enveloped the entire throne. Enveloped in black flames, the Throne of Thorns slowly rose into the air. All the members of the Azure clan and the dragon group present could feel as if an ancient aura was slowly awakening, and the thorn throne before them seemed to come alive at this moment. Under the watchful eyes of all his people, Lu Qing sat upright on the slowly rising thorn throne. Immediately afterwards, as a drop of ancient blood was injected, a series of soft clicking sounds emanated from the bronze weapon. The bronze weapons began to tremble slowly, as if they were about to fall off the throne. Lu Qing glanced down and said in a deep voice, "Everyone of the Qing clan, prepare to receive your own weapons." As soon as he finished speaking, all the bronze weapons on the back of the thorn throne instantly detached themselves and quietly floated in front of each member of the Green clan. Strangely, after the bronze weapon on the throne was removed, another bronze weapon would randomly appear in its place. This is the greatest ability of the Throne of Thorns. It can infinitely regenerate exclusive weapons belonging to the family. Clubs, knives, spears, axes, you name it, they had it. The Throne of Thorns is in fact an inexhaustible arsenal, constantly producing bronze weapons that are sharp and sturdy enough. Vampires are not incapable of using weapons, but ordinary weapons are not as hard as their claws and fangs, making them rather useless. But the bronze weapons on the Throne of Thorns are definitely powerful enough. One after another, cyan phantoms were drawn from the Thorn Throne and appeared before the Azure clan members. Every member of the Qing tribe gazed longingly at the weapons floating before them, feeling a resonance with their bloodline, as if these weapons were specially crafted according to the characteristics of their bloodline. This sense of resonance and symbiosis makes the weapons a perfect match for them. However, without the Patriarch's order, not a single member of the Qing clan reached for the weapon before them, even though their eyes were bloodshot with anticipation. Above the sky, after releasing all the bronze weapons, Lu Qing turned his gaze to the 13 faintly appearing phantoms behind the throne. These phantoms had only faint outlines. These 13 illusory figures are the sacred artifacts of the 13 clans of the Blood Clan. I wonder what the effect will be after all 13 sacred artifacts are collected. Lu Qing casually waved his hand, and the sacred artifacts, the execution axe and the blood key, floated up automatically, merging into the 2 illusory figures within. After merging with the sacred artifact, the 2 phantoms transformed into the true shape of the sacred artifact, while the other 11 remained in outline form. After the connection was established, Lu Qing had gained some understanding. The Thorn Throne seemed to have gained 2 different abilities. Furthermore, when the sacred artifact is needed, it can be summoned directly from the Throne of Thorns. Not bad, much more convenient than carrying an axe before. Lu Qing nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand, and the blood-devouring king, which had been hovering higher up, transformed into a blur and instantly appeared in front of him. Blood Devourer King shrunk its size and flew to a bronze weapon on the Thorn Throne. Hanging upside down with its wings covering its small body, it fell into a deep sleep. Lu Qing could sense that the blood-devouring king's evolution speed seemed to have accelerated slightly when it was perched on the Thorn Throne. He looked down again and said calmly, "Take up your weapons." All the Qing clan members instantly gripped the bronze weapons in front of them, and a strong, murderous aura swept out like a storm. Qing clan. Victory! All the Qing clan members raised their bronze weapons high, their roars echoing through the heavens and earth. Zhang Tianming and the Dragon Group members, standing to the side, looked at these weapons and felt the aura that seemed capable of destroying everything, and couldn't help but twitch their lips. Damn it! I'm so envious. Chapter 130: The Wing Symbol That Wasn't Taken Seriously. After distributing all the weapons, Lu Qing no longer stopped the Qing clan members from searching for treasures. He would grant them a trace of pure blood essence if they brought back any treasures or other items that interested him. After all, he needed to nourish his people regularly, and having just gone through a battle, he should give them some appropriate rewards. Today, the Qing clan's blood archer can evolve by drawing power from the blood pool and sacred vein at the ancestral mountain, while the ancient corpse clan can also absorb a large amount of corpse energy and yin energy on the ancient battlefield. However, for the Qing clan, absorbing Lu Qing's bloodline essence always leads to the fastest evolution speed. If the blood archer of the Azure clan were to absorb a drop of his blood, he could advance from the initial Marquis rank to the peak Marquis rank within just a few days. This is particularly evident in Su Lingwei. Ever since that little woman was slightly provoked by Avril, she's been wanting to bite Lu Qing all day long, and hasn't been going to the ancestral mountain to soak her sacred veins much. But now it has evolved to the peak of Duke, an evolution speed that even Avril can't match. Encouraged by such rewards, many members of the Qing ethnic group worked even harder to explore and search. Although most of the Brook tribe's treasures were kept in the Holy Land and had already been moved by Lu Qing once, there were still many good things outside the temple. The Qing people happily carried these items through the Bronze Gate back to Yanjing Mountain. During this time, Lu Qing sat on the Thorn Throne, manipulating black flames to rapidly refine the corpses of the Brook tribe on the battlefield below. During this process, Lu Qing discovered a secret room in the Grand Elder's room. Inside the secret room were two huge white wings that crossed to form a symbol. However, Lu Qing didn't take it too seriously, thinking it was just a little-known quirk of the Grand Elder. Basically, most of the Brook tribe members have fallen here, while another part is being hunted down by the Green tribe. Presumably, their bodies will be brought back soon. Under the scorching heat of the black flames, a huge, surging blood sphere quickly appeared beside Lu Qing. This blood sphere is filled with pure bloodline power, making it the greatest spoils of this battle, and it can provide ample nourishment for the evolution of the Qing clan. As the Qing clan members advance in rank, the amount of bloodline power required for each evolution also increases. Therefore, if the Qing clan wants to become stronger, it must continuously acquire more bloodline power. The essence blood extracted from tens of thousands of vampires should be enough to evolve a large number of dukes, Lu Qing pondered. And we should also start hatching prince-level members as soon as possible. After refining and devouring all the corpses in this place into blood spheres, Lu Qing turned his attention to the skeletons that had been deliberately left behind. Recently, when he used black flames to devour vampires on a large scale, the situation was different from before. In the past, thanks to the black flame's powerful devouring ability, it had always completely devoured its opponents. Now, Lu Qing will control the intensity of the black flames to preserve the vampire's remains as much as possible. Because these remains can be buried under the soil of ancient battlefields, providing a continuous source of corpse energy for the habitat of the Eastern Corpse Clan. Furthermore, under the long-term nurturing of the corpses in soil within the sacred coffin, new Eastern zombies may even slowly emerge. There are only 1,000 Eastern Corpse Clan members in the world at present, which is far from enough. Lu Qing plans to increase the number and strength of the Eastern Corpse Clan. Finally, the Qing clan, who had gone to pursue them, returned carrying more than 10,000 dead Brook clan vampires. Under Lu Qing's command, all members of the Qing clan and the Dragon Group slowly disappeared from the sacred land of the Brook clan, passing through the Bronze Gate and returning to Yanjing Mountain. Upon returning, Lu Qing instructed Uncle Luo to arrange the storage of the spoils of war. All the treasures and riches were carried by the Eastern Corpse Clan and placed on the 4th level of the ancestral mountain. Tens of thousands of skeletons were buried on the ancient battlefield. The blood sphere, which contained the essence of almost all the bloodlines of the Brook clan, was injected by Lu Qing into the sacred veins of the 3rd layer of the ancestral mountain. The 10,000 corpses brought back were thrown into the incubation pool on the 2nd level of the ancestral mountain. There, these corpses will be devoured and transformed again, erasing all traces of the past, and hatching into entirely new members of the Green clan. On that day, the entire sky above Yanjing Mountain was shrouded in a thick layer of red light, and the blood pack soared into the sky with a magnificent aura, attracting countless ordinary people to watch and worship. The Dragon Group members had already left, carrying the vampires they had painstakingly picked up and filled with joy. This time, with Lu Qing's generous assistance, the Dragon Group took away nearly 400 or 500 vampire samples, including more than a dozen Duke-level ones. Such a bumper harvest brought a big smile to the face of the old dean who came to greet him. Samples of 400 or 500 high-ranking vampires, the old dean exclaimed excitedly. How much serum will be extracted from this? How many good things can be researched from it? The old guys in the research department are probably ecstatic. Our dragon group has never been this prosperous. After all the dragon group members left, the old dean came down from Yenjing Mountain alone, walking unsteadily along the mountain path as if he were drunk. He hadn't actually been drinking, he was just lost in thought about certain things. On the same day, as the day was drawing to a close, a shocking message suddenly appeared on the dark web: the Brute clan has been officially exterminated. The message was initially posted by Lu Qing's account and was quickly and widely shared. Subsequently, countless accounts prefixed with Dongfang Eastern also frantically posted messages, all containing the same sentence: the Brute clan is destroyed. Our Eastern Qing clan has risen. Within minutes, almost every vampire on the dark web saw the message. As a result, apart from those Eastern accounts, all other vampires fell into an eerie silence for 2 minutes, with no one sending messages or commenting. Because all vampires understand the immense power behind those seemingly simple words. For countless years, the first of the 13 clans to be wiped out has emerged, and it was an Eastern clan that the West had always looked down upon. The rules of the vampire world are about to change.